Just one day, I sold all my organs, heart, lungs, liver, and even a pair of eggs. I would sell anything that wouldn't instantly kill me, because everyone in this world can obtain extraordinary skills through a job change ceremony, but the cost is very expensive, far beyond what an orphan like me can afford. Fortunately, I awakened a divine-level talent, immortality. My body can instantly recover from any injury. With this talent, I accumulated wealth in just half a year that an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime. In the end, I also awakened as an SSS-level hidden profession, the Forbidden Curse Master. However, people mocked me as a trash with no substance, just because the Forbidden Curse Master needs to consume lifespan or part of the body as energy when releasing skills, making them short-lived. But in front of me, who possesses immortality? This flaw is nothing at all. At this moment in the underground black market of Qingcheng, I skillfully approached a middle-aged man. The boss sells kidneys, and even corneas. After speaking, I skillfully lay down on the filthy operating table. The black market boss looked at me with a complex expression and said, "Young man, are you sure? In the past 6 months, you have already sold a kidney, a spleen, a gallbladder, a pair of testicles, a section of the coronary artery, and 1/3 of your liver. If you sell another kidney, you won't live for more than 2 days." Even though this boss has been a parts dealer for so many years, it's the first time I've seen him sell his own parts like this. It's outrageous, but I'm sure that it's worth doing anything to save my seriously ill sister. Then, tears welled up in my eyes. Seeing this, the unscrupulous boss nodded and didn't say much more. He was never a good person to begin with, and his reminder was probably just to avoid getting involved if something really went wrong. Half an hour later, I endured the severe pain in my waist, took the 30,000 yuan given by the unscrupulous boss, and staggered out. After making sure that no one was following me in the alley, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a thought, all the missing parts were miraculously found. Even my cloudy eyes were shining with golden light at that moment. Looking at the 30,000 yuan in my hand, I felt happy. With this amount, it should be enough for the job transition ceremony. The next morning, I arrived early at the school for the ceremony. After paying the fee, I silently went to the back of the crowd and started queuing up. In order to keep the secret of my immortality, I usually kept quiet and had no friends, especially as a poor student. "Yi Lin, why are you here?" The homeroom teacher looked at me in surprise standing at the back of the line. In her opinion, Yi Lin, a student from a poor family, should not be here at all. Then she said somewhat strangely, "You're not going to apply for a job transfer loan, are you?" I nodded silently. Since the homeroom teacher had already figured out the source of the money for me, I didn't need to explain. As soon as this was said, many people in the class looked at me with pity in their eyes. The cost of participating in the career change ceremony is extremely high, which naturally gave rise to specialized loans. It's fine if you can change to a powerful profession, but if you end up with a useless profession, the high loan interest rates can make you work to repay the debt for the rest of your life. Well, good luck to you. The class teacher sighed. It's a done deal. She couldn't say much more. In her view, it's enough for poor students to participate in the ordinary college entrance examination honestly and be an ordinary person. Even if the career change is successful, the resources needed afterwards are not something an orphan can afford. As the career change ceremony began, the attention of the crowd shifted away from me, and the principal of Qingcheng High School personally conducted the career change ceremony. As each awakening ceremony ended, the principal's brow furrowed. It seems that this group of students is not doing very well. There have been over 100 awakenings so far, and the highest level is only the recent A-level talent, with very few combat-oriented career changers. But in the next moment, a fiery red phoenix soared into the sky from the career change altar, the terrifying heat wave causing the hair of the students closest to the altar to char. It turned out to be an SSS-level profession. The principal's breathing suddenly became rapid. Everyone at Qingcheng High School couldn't help but focus their gaze on the altar, where there was a voluptuous girl with a huge fire phoenix dancing above her head. Zhuge Mi, a combat class profession, an SSS-level fire mage. The principal was extremely excited to have an SSS-level fire mage. Even if all the other students awakened to F-level life professions, it didn't matter. Many students' eyes were full of envy. "Zhuge, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." The principal's old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. "Teacher Wang, please help me host the job change ceremony." Then he took Zhuge Ni and left, leaving the rest of the students bundled together in his eyes. Not worth as much as a Zhuge Ni. The job change ceremony continued. Next, Yi Lin, I heard quietly walking out of the crowd, and everyone's gaze fell on me again. With a sense of playfulness and pity, it was bad enough to have to take out a loan for the job change, but to be placed behind Zhuge Ni, the prodigy, Wasn't I just being used as a background? I ignored the whispers around me and went straight to the job change altar. I was also curious about what kind of profession I would awaken. As Teacher Wang activated the altar, a strange energy entered my body instantly. And the next moment, the bright and clear sky suddenly darkened. Countless dark clouds gathered densely, as if the end had come. Berserk thunder, heavenly fire, by wind, weak water, and all kinds of heavenly disasters surged out from within the dark clouds as if they were annihilating the world. Everyone was stunned in place by this sudden change, and some were even so frightened that their faces turned pale. Again, visions. Mr. Wang felt as if his heart was going to stop in this moment. 2 SSS-level professions in a row. Is this world crazy or is he crazy? The principal, who had originally brought Juga and I and was ready to leave, had a footstep, and then rushed over impatiently, staring at Yi Lin on the transfer altar with a fiery gaze. SSS profession also with buy one get one free. Really God bless him Ching Ching ah. Juga mi, who was on the side, couldn't help but look at Yi Lin with her beautiful eyes. She would only be interested in men who were stronger than her. Damn, what kind of luck is this guy? A poor student, loan transferring out a SSS ranked profession? Fuck, there are quite a few loan transfers, but the one that turned out to be a SSS ranked profession, this Yellen is the first one ever, right? Why am I only AC? Is it because I don't have a loan? Or because I'm not an orphan? In the face of Zhuge Ni's awakening to a SSS-ranked profession, the crowd only had envy, while Yi Lin's awakening to a SSS-ranked profession, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. To put it bluntly, Zhuge Ni has a good family background, good looks, good figure, a proper third-grade student. What right do you, Yi Lin, a poor student have? The most unacceptable thing a person can do is to have someone who was doing far worse than them suddenly doing better than them. What's that saying? You're afraid of your brother having a hard time and you're afraid of your brother driving a Land Rover. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the principal's eyes grew hotter and hotter. No background, orphans, poor and downtrodden, but also awakened SSS level occupation. This is a proper investment potential stock as the saying goes, it's hard to send charcoal in the snow, but it's easy to add flowers to the brocade. He helped him when he was the weakest of the Yi Lin, and when he was strong, wasn't he his great benefactor? Quickly, Mr. Wang. See what occupation this Yi Lin student has. The principal's tone was much gentler. So terrifying vision. Take the but to think that he also knew that Yi Lin awakened inevitably as a combat class occupation. Yes. Mr. Wang also slowed down from his excitement and checked out Yi Lin's occupation. Yellen, combat class occupation. SSS class. Forbidden spell master? Teacher Wang's mouth opened wide in astonishment. Dumbfounded. SSS class forbidden spell master. Good. Worthy of being a student of my Qingcheng High School. Today you are proud of Qingcheng High School. Tomorrow Qingcheng High School will be proud of you. No. You wait. Forbidden spell master? The principal also finally reacted. And his face instantly darkened. As ugly as if he had been force-fed 3 pounds of shit. As long as one reaches the SSS level, any profession is extremely powerful. But in the SSS class, there was a profession that was disliked by everyone. And that was the forbidden spellcaster. It wasn't that forbidden spellcasters weren't strong. On the contrary, the skills cast by forbidden spellcasters were more terrifying than one another in terms of power. And the challenge of crossing over to forbidden spellcasters was as simple as eating and drinking water. In terms of combat power alone, the forbidden spellcaster could boast of all professions. And at the same level, the forbidden spellcaster could easily hang up and beat any profession. Take Zhuge Ni for example. Don't look at the fact that she and Yi Lin are both SSS level professions. Yi Lin beating her is as easy as beating his daughter. And the reason why forbidden spellcasters are disliked is because this profession puts skills and costs lives. The skills unleashed by forbidden spellcasters are powerful, but they all come at a price. Either in terms of life expectancy or organs or fingers and arms on the body or something like that. Some powerful enough skills even required the forbidden spellcaster to completely dedicate his life in order to cast them. Which is why the profession of forbidden spellcaster was also jokingly referred to as a self-destructing truck. So far, no one who has turned into a forbidden spellcaster has lived past the age of 25. If your enemy is a baneful spellcaster, you don't even have to kill him. He puts himself to death by putting his own skills in play. The principal had originally planned to invest in Yi Lin properly, but completely dismissed the idea when he learned that Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster. To put it mildly, a 16-year-old forbidden spellcaster doesn't really live as long as his own 61-year-old self. Zhuge Ni withdrew her gaze. She was still interested in Yi Lin. After all, she had awakened a SSS-level occupation just like her. But she didn't realize that Yi Lin's occupation was a notoriously short-lived ghost, and her interest dissipated. The crowd under the altar that was originally filled with righteous indignation also instantly smiled and laughed. TSK, SSS class Forbidden Spell Master. Finished. Ruined. A profession that can fuck itself into a disability by releasing 2 skills. Don't say that. Maybe Yilin's classmate's successful transfer still decided to continue to be an ordinary person to save his life. A SSS ranked professions transfer and not upgrading and running to be an ordinary person is at least a hot headline. Loan to transfer. Loan to life to release skills. I have to say that this profession suits him quite well, ha. Good news, SSS ranked profession. Bad news, forbidden spellcaster. I told you. A poor student like him shouldn't touch such things as transferring a job. And now he's fallen from heaven to hell. The gazes of the crowd were complicated and incomparable. Pity, ridicule, mockery, gloating. A gaze pierced through Yilin's body like a sharp arrow. Yilin was also very cooperative. His face turned pale. His head was lowered. And he walked with a shaky, disoriented look. The only one who knew was that he was going to laugh out loud if he didn't keep his head down. The spellcasters put skills cost lives. So what's that got to do with my immortality? Yilin silently checked his attribute panel. Name, Yilin. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 1, 0%. Power, 10. Agility, 15. Spirit, 30. Occupational talent, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Skill, forbidden spell, destructive thunder. Forbidden spell, world-destroying thunder. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices himself to summon world-destroying thunder from the sky. The more important the body part sacrificed, the higher the level of the thunder summoned. Up to the highest level that can be summoned is chaos thunder, with the power depending on the spellcaster's own level and spiritual power. Note, a forbidden spellcaster releases a forbidden spell without any consumption and without any cooldown. Generally speaking, the level of skills were categorized into common, rare, epic, and legendary. And legendary level skills were already extremely powerful. However, above the legendary, there was also a forbidden level skill, which the world called a forbidden spell. The reason why forbidden spellcasters were powerful was because all the skills that forbidden spellcasters knew were forbidden spells. When someone else releases a forbidden spell, they're usually just being pushed into a corner to fight for their life. And a normal flat A from a forbidden spellcaster is a forbidden spell. This perishable wild thunder, this forbidden spell is to see Yilin hot incomparable. Chaos Divine Thunder. That is the king of the thunder. No wonder the forbidden spellcaster is called invincible at the same level. A Chaos Divine Thunder splits down. At the same level you pull a god over and have to be split to death. What's more, the forbidden spell master put forbidden spells. Not only no cooldown but also does not consume blue. This also means that, as long as the life is enough, Chaos Divine Thunder tube enough unlimited splitting. This point should be known to friends who have a lot of life. The forbidden spellcaster profession coupled with immortality. Yilin didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if he leveled up. The forbidden spellcaster profession was equivalent to having no side effects for him. A forbidden spellcaster who had no side effects and whose battle power crushed all other professions. Yilin had to get up in the middle of the night to dream and laugh twice. Although his heart was ecstatic, Yilin was very clear that he was not the time to fool around. The forbidden spells were even stronger. He had to level up before he could do it. And now he should pretend to be a grandson, or he had to pretend to be a grandson. A 3-year-old child, even if you give him a fire unicorn, he can't beat anyone to death. Only Yilin clenched his fists tightly, trembling, panting like a cow, his eyes bloodshot, reasonably acting out the unwilling look that a genius who had risen to prominence and then fallen at the speed of light should have. Seeing Yilin's reaction, the principal couldn't help but sigh, and there was some regret on his face. What a nice kid, too bad he's a forbidden spellcaster. Yilin, don't get too excited. As the saying goes, the profession of a forbidden spellcaster is still very powerful. It's better to have blossomed with a bang than to spend your life doing nothing, isn't it? Yilin slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse and incomparable. Headmaster, is it true that forbidden spellcasters don't live past 25? The principal froze, then nodded with some reluctance. He didn't want to deceive Yilin. Although forbidden spellcasters were powerful, forbidden spellcasters' power came at a price. Soon, though, the principal's eyes quickly brightened again. A forbidden spellcaster's life was short. A SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster, plus a SSS-ranked fire mage. Then wouldn't their Qingcheng High School's trial for this college entrance exam be stable? It doesn't even need Zhuge and I to make a move. If Yilin, this kid, is ruthless, offering a waste to put a forbidden spell can sweep all the other high schools. Wonderful. When he thought of standing on the high platform after the high school trial and delivering a speech about winning the first place, the principal couldn't help but clap his hands. It's been 5 years since they took first place at Castle High. 5 years? Who knows how he's gotten by in those 5 years? The principal of Castle High School had long since had enough of being heckled by the principals of other high schools every year. Yilin, good boy. You come along with me. Hurry. The principal excitedly took Yilin and Juga and I together to his office. Student Yilin, student Juga and I'm sure you know what this principal is calling you alone for. The principal's eyes burned at the duo. The two of you are the hope of my Qingcheng High School for this high school entrance exam trial. That's why tomorrow's Novice Secret Realm will be especially important for you guys. I hope that both of you, as much as possible, will level up to at least 10 levels or more. Don't worry guys, tomorrow I won't arrange for you to bring any support profession students and give you the chance to go solo, so I hope you won't let me down. The principal spoke in a serious tone. Generally speaking, when entering the Novice Secret Realm, the combat profession was required to bring the support profession in a group to brush, as the support profession did not have the ability to fight alone. Having Yilin and Juga and I soloing meant that they would both upgrade faster than the others. Headmaster, I'm fine with it, but Yilin, frowned Juga and I slightly, letting a forbidden spellcaster go to the Novice Secret Realm to do it alone? Isn't this just like hitting a mosquito with a cannon? Encountering a level 1 monster to put a forbidden spell. Encountering a level 5 monster to put a forbidden spell. Single brush finish is afraid that half of the life is taken into it, right? So what do you mean? The principal asked. Let me team up with Yilin. This way we'll be completely sure to go deeper into the secret realm. I'll take the shot at the low-level monsters, and then he'll take the shot when we run into the high-level ones. This way the upgrading speed should be faster. Juga and I spoke up. Although the group can only get half of the experience from killing monsters, going deeper into the secret realm can save the time of looking for monsters. And the math really isn't necessarily slower than brushing solo. Oh, that makes sense. A good idea indeed. What do you think, Mr. Yellen? The principal's eyes lit up. Headmaster, I'd rather go solo. I'm used to being alone. Yilin nervously scratched his head. If he teamed up with Shuga and I, he would be tied up everywhere, and he would have to worry about exposing the secret of his immortal body, which Yilin wasn't interested in. What an illiterate person. Jugani's eyes were slightly cold. She had thought to help Yilin for the sake of her fellow schoolmates. After all, switching to a short-lived profession like a forbidden spellcaster was bad enough, but she didn't think that Yilin would even reject her. Just as well, when he enters the secret realm and comes out with a broken arm or leg, or he'll know he's wrong. Then let's go solo. Although your method, Mr. Zhuge, is good, it's still too risky to go deeper into the secret realm. The principal clapped his hands. He didn't care about the consequences of Yilin's solo brush. Nor did he care if Yilin would have a short life. What he wanted was just the promotion rate, and first place. Even if Yilin lost half of his life after brushing the Novice Secret Realm, as long as he could get good grades in the college entrance exam trial, it was enough. So what did it matter to him if Yilin died in the future? The principal then took out 2 rings and handed them to Zhuge and I and Yilin respectively. Ring of Heavenly Wisdom, rank, not entry level, attribute, mental strength plus 10, washable, skills, none. A normal ring without any skill bonus, but the good thing is that it can add 10 points of mental strength. Better than nothing. Yilin silently accepted it. Don't look at this ring's extremely ordinary attributes, but if he were to spend money to buy it, it was estimated that it would cost $5,000 to $8,000, almost worth a third of his waist. This was also why it was said that transmutations were extremely costly. Just putting together the lowest level of common equipment was worth a lot of money, not to mention the rare epic and legendary level equipment that was further up the ladder. This is my personal funding for you guys out of my own pocket. So cheer up. Strive to raise to level 10 or above. The principal looked at the duo of Yilin and Zhuge and I with anticipation. Thank you, principal. I'll try my best. Yilin said thanks towards the principal and got up to walk out of the office. At this time, the transfer ceremony had also ended. Some people were happy and some were sad. And when they saw Yilin, smiles appeared on their faces. Yeah, no matter what profession they switch to, no matter if they succeed or fail in switching, at least they're still alive, aren't they? It's better than this Yellen, right, who turned into a forbidden spellcaster and directly declared that his life was over. Human happiness was born from comparison, and when compared to Yellen, they suddenly felt as if life wasn't that bad. Yellen, just as Yellen was about to go home, Zhuge and I called out to him, walked to him with her long legs, and stood on the steps looking down on him condescendingly. I advise you to think about it. The more often a forbidden spellcaster fights, the faster they die. I have no malice. I'm just a classmate who doesn't want you to die too quickly. Zhugani's tone was thick with pity. Thanks for the concern, but let's forget about forming a team. Yilin opened his mouth to refuse. You, Zhuge and I looked at her angrily. She exhorted Yilin again and again, but she didn't expect Yilin this guy to be oil and salt. It was really hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. It's just a matter of letting go of the helping plot and respecting other people's destiny. Zhuge Ni silently admonished herself in her heart and decided not to pay any more attention to Yi Lin's death or life. TSK, who's this? Oh, so it's our SSS profession possessor. Yi Lin-san. A derisive voice rang out as Ji Lingyu led a group of people in front of Yi Lin and Zhuge Ni. He is the young master of the Qingqing Ji group, and he is the king of Qingqing High School on weekdays, and he has been pursuing Zhuge Ni for a long time in a high-profile way. Who in this school doesn't know that Zhuge Ni is the scales of his Ji Lingyu? Does this kid really think he's going to rise to the top after switching to a spellcaster? Zhuge Ni on the side wanted to drive Ji Lingyu away, but thinking of Yi Lin's oil and salt look, she suddenly decided to keep her mouth shut. Let Ji Lingyu teach this Yi Lin a lesson or not. Maybe he can change his mind, lest he really think that forbidden spellcasters can be compared to other SSS level professions. That's a life for a battle. Looking at Ji Lingyu's chilling gaze, Yi Lin was speechless for a while. A woman is really a scourge of the red face. He hadn't messed with anyone in Qingcheng High School for 3 years, and Zhuge Ni's 2 words had led the trouble to his door. Please make way. I'm going home. Yi Lin didn't want to cause trouble. Going home? Is it back to your sewage-filled slum? Ji Lingyu sneered out. You're high and low on a SSSS level career now. Why don't you beg me and I'll help you arrange for a food and shelter security position in my G group? How about that? That way you won't have to live in the slums anymore. I'm good to you, right? The few doglegs behind Ji Lingyu also immediately sneered and agreed when they heard this. Yi Lin, you're really lucky. You can actually enter the G group as a bodyguard. Why don't you quickly thank Ji Xiao and then kowtow to him a few times? Facing the ridicule of a few people, Yi Lin clenched his fists and panted like a cow, looking like he had suffered a great humiliation. Don't bully yourselves too much. Yi Lin hissed out. Ji Lingyu was taken aback. Other than that, the current Yi Lin was an actual forbidden spellcaster. But soon he picked up a smug smile. Forbidden spellcasters release skills but it cost lives. It was hard to believe that Yelin would have to fight with him if he was told a few words. Classmate Yi Lin. I'm being kind. How can this be considered bullying you? Ji Lingyu stretched out his hand and gently patted on Yi Lin's face. It doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. This caused a great sense of pleasure to arise in Ji Lingyu's heart. So what if it was a SSS level profession? If they dared to approach Zhuge Ni, they would still be humiliated by him. Ji Lingyu, all the same. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that in the face of someone like Ji Lingyu, once he backed down, what he would get in return would be even more intensified humiliation. If he wanted Ji Lingyu to not dare to mess with him in the future, then he had to let Ji Lingyu know that he was not a white rabbit, but a lion with teeth and claws. Thinking of this, Yi Lin's eyes instantly turned blood red. Ji Lingyu, you bully me too much. This is what you forced me to do. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Yi Lin hissed and raised one hand, and immediately the dark clouds converged and a raging thunderstorm gathered. Silver-white lightning arcs weaving between the clouds. Boom! A thick raging thunder split down from the clouds, bordering Yi Lin's palm, and at this moment Yi Lin was like a god in charge of thunder, dazzling beyond compare. The countless people in the surroundings looked at Yi Lin in horror. This kind of might, was it really a level 1 transmogrifier? As Yi Lin's raised hand fell, the terrifying thunder directly blasted next to Ji Lingyu, sending him flying, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Yi Lin, are you stepping on a horse and going crazy? Ji Lingyu, who had a brush with death, was almost scared to the point of peeing his pants directly. He just wanted to humiliate Yi Lin, so that Yi Lin would consciously stay away from Zhuge Ni in the future. But this kid didn't even want to put a forbidden spell directly? Are you crazy? If it wasn't for Yi Lin's poor aim, he would have been a charred corpse by now. However, in the face of Ji Lingyu's questioning, Yi Lin did not respond, but raised his hand once again. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Fuck. Crazy. Yelin's crazy. Help. Help. Ji Lingyu was completely scared crazy. Humiliate him 2 sentences he is going to die with you. This kind of crazy people who are afraid of awe. He struggled to get up, but his legs were already weak with fear. Pull me up. He turned towards those of his juniors to ask for help, but those people were so focused on their own escape that they didn't care about Ji Lingyu. You dogs. Ji Lingyu was furious, and at that moment, along with a rumbling sound, an even more terrifying thunder fell beside him. Ji Lingyu froze in place as a foul-smelling liquid dripped out along his pants. This feeling of wandering between life and death was just too much of a test for the human sphincter. But fortunately, the thunder didn't hit the right spot, and it was finally over, and a hot tear slipped from the corner of Ji Lingyu's eye. Just as Ji Lingyu was thinking this, an angry voice rang out once again, like a life-suppressing shura. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Ji Lingyu turned his head back in horror, great fear strangling his throat and preventing him from making a single sound. Looking at Yi Lin, who was bathed in purple thunder, only one thought remained in his mind at the moment. Crazy. This guy is really nuts. You humiliate him twice, and he casts 3 forbidden spells in a row. What the fuck is that if not crazy? At this moment, he was incredibly remorseful why he had to come to provoke Yilin. If there were pills of regret in life, he guaranteed that when he saw Yilin, he would automatically roll out 800 meters away. A forbidden spellcaster wasn't scary, but a forbidden spellcaster who didn't want to die was simply the most terrifying existence in the world. Yilin, stop it! An anxious voice rang out, and the principal rushed out from his office like a burning ass. Hearing the principal's voice, Yilin's eyes flashed, which caused him to put away the forbidden spell. Of course he wouldn't be foolish enough to go and kill the young master of the Ji family in full view of everyone. Headmaster, said Yilin, silently clenching his fists, with a look of having been wronged. His face was pale. Obviously his body had suffered a backlash as a result of releasing forbidden spells one after another. Don't worry, you don't have to explain. I'll definitely give you an explanation for this. The principal was furious. The young master of the Ji family, Ji Lingyu, is pursuing Zhuge Ni. This thing he also heard a little. In the past, Ji Lingyu bullying classmates. He will also look at his father's face to turn a blind eye. But this time, Ji Lingyu was just too much. To actually be able to infuriate a forbidden spellcaster to the point of releasing 3 forbidden spells in a row without regard for his life. It was evident how badly Yilin had been bullied. He still counted on Yilin to shine on behalf of Qingcheng High School on the college entrance examination trial, and if Yilin were to do anything wrong, he would have to kill Ji Lingyu on the spot. Ji Lingyu, stand up, the principal shouted out angrily. Now, immediately apologize to student Yilin. The principal had thought that according to Ji Lingyu's unruly and untamed young master's nature, making him apologize must be harder than climbing up to the sky, and he was just about to wait for Ji Lingyu to refuse and then loudly reprimand him. But unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, Ji Lingyu flung himself down on his knees in front of Yilin. Yilin, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Zhuge Ni will be yours from now on. I won't compete with you. When it was a matter of his life, Ji Lingyu was truly afraid. He was the young master of Ji's group. He was even the only son. He still had a bright future. Those who wore shoes were afraid of those who were barefoot. He didn't want to end up in the same place as a madman, especially if this madman could really kill him. The speed and sincerity of Ji Lingyu's apology. Even the principal couldn't help but be stunned. He even had some doubts that this Ji Lingyu was someone else's fake. He remembered that on weekdays, didn't Ji Lingyu always have the arrogant look of being the boss of the sky and the boss of me? Yilin, look at this. The fact that Ji Lingyu apologized so decisively rather screwed up the principal. Headmaster, I've accepted his apology. Ji Lingyu, remember, a soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Yilin pursed his lips and his words were loud and clear. Yes, I truly know I'm wrong. I will never humiliate anyone casually again. Ji Lingyu nodded his head repeatedly. He was truly afraid that Yilin would suddenly raise his hand again and give him a forbidden spell. Principal, then I'll go back first. Yilin politely opened his mouth, without any surprises. After today's incident, no one should come looking for trouble from Qingcheng High School or even the entire Qingcheng for a long time. After all, one's own persona had already been set up. A madman who could die with someone at any time. Who would have nothing to do but mess with a crazy forbidden spellcaster? Zhugani's expression was very complicated as she looked at Yilin's departing back and slowly shook her head, muttering, not a bit of brains, to be slightly humiliated by a few words to take a life and fight with someone. Completely reckless. Such a person is destined not to go far even if his profession is not a forbidden spellcaster. Since the beginning of time, any transmuter who could stand proudly in the world, which one was not both strong and wise? Yilin in her heart has been completely sentenced to death. The two just happened to awaken the SSS level occupation in the same school on the same day. They and he is not a world of people after all. If the vision is longer, 5 years later, she is bound to become a proud daughter of the sky. And with this impulsive character of Yilin coupled with the defects of the forbidden spellcaster's profession, it is estimated that after 5 years it has become a handful of white bones. Pushing open the door to his home, Yilin returned to the small house in the slums. This was the most backward place in Qingcheng, with sewage flowing and fish and dragons mixing, but it also became the best hiding place for Yilin. The immortal, sacrifice a duodenum, and you can summon ordinary thunder, sacrifice a bladder, and you can summon decanterine thunder, sacrifice a heart, and you can summon birth-destroying purple thunder. Yilin silently calculated the organs that needed to be sacrificed to cast the forbidden spell extinguishing mad thunder to summon different grades of thunder. This was all data he had just gotten from experimenting on Ji Lingyu, and in order not to be seen, he sacrificed all the internal organs. According to this math, if one were to summon the supreme chaotic divine thunder, one would probably have to sacrifice their entire being, No wonder this thing is a forbidden spell. Yilin touched his nose and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Only his immortal body dared to play like this. If a normal person were to cast this forbidden spell, he would be paralyzed within a few times. However, he was extremely satisfied with the power of this forbidden spell, not to mention that he was only level 1 right now. If he were to fully cast the destructive Berserk Thunder, it was estimated that none of the transmutations below level 5 would be able to survive. With a thought, the organ sacrificed by casting the forbidden spell grew again, and Yelin's face regained its rosy color, then fell back to sleep, peaceful as a corpse. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Yilin's side is sleeping sweetly, but Jilingyu on the other side can't sleep. Dad, you have to avenge me. You must kill that guy. That guy made me lose face in front of the whole school, and I had to kowtow to him and apologize. I can't swallow this. Jilingyu sat across from Ji's father, crying with a handful of tears and a snotty nose. He was definitely sincere when he apologized in the afternoon, and he was also sincere when he wanted to get Jilin killed now. Ji's group was raising a lot of powerful transmutants underneath, and getting a level 1 Yilin killed could be considered a handful. Father Ji held a cigar in his mouth, the rising smoke blurring his face, listening to Ji Lingyu's cries. Ji's father's face didn't change. Lingyu, your dad's only son. Dad has taught you countless times since you were a child. Businessman, don't be rash. Learn to weigh the pros and cons. Let me ask you this. If Dad listens to you and sends someone to kill him and succeeds, what do we get out of it? Ji Lingyu froze. What benefits could he get if he killed Yilin? It really didn't seem like there was any. Only a breath of air. Father Ji flicked his cigar ash on the table. Then what if it fails? We will have completely offended a SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster. And once he grows up, it's still not a problem for him to drag us, the Ji clan, down to hell with him before he dies. Ji Lingyu's heart skipped a beat. So, to kill a Yelin for the sake of losing his temper is an extremely high-risk and unprofitable matter altogether. Those people you had problems with in the past were just ordinary people, so it's fine to kill them, but not this time, understand? Ji Lingyu nodded his head obediently. He also figured out what was at stake. Dad, I'll be sure to walk around that Yelin from now on. No. Ji's father shook his head, and a shrewd look flashed under his eyes. Instead of staying away from that Yilin, just the opposite. You should follow him. Look to him as your leader. Ha, Dad. Why? Ji Lingyu wondered. To be able to directly release a forbidden spell to fight for one's life because of being humiliated for a few sentences. This kind of person obviously doesn't have much of a brain and is extremely good at saving face. The corner of Ji's father's mouth lifted into a wise guy smile. The son of the Ji group is giving him a follower. Isn't that dignified enough? A great man can bend and stretch. As long as you are a good follower of this Yilin, he is your umbrella. After all, isn't bullying his follower just humiliating him and slapping his face? Why not reap the benefits of a SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster's free bodyguard just by paying a little bit of inconsequential face? Only people said that forbidden spellcasters had short lives, but no one ever dared to say that forbidden spellcasters weren't strong. Ji Lingyu's eyes became brighter and brighter the more he listened, rather like a sense of enlightenment. Dad, I get it. Father Ji nodded and continued meaningfully. A good face and a poor student. Remember these 2 points. If done correctly, you will have a free forbidden spellcaster fighter. The last thing my Ji family lacks is money. Early the next morning, when Yilin appeared at the entrance of the school, many students pulled away from him in fear as soon as they saw him. Obviously having heard about Yilin's crazy deed yesterday, Yilin was also happy to be free. He killed Ji Lingyu the chicken to show these monkeys. Is not it for this effect? The less contact he had with people, the deeper he could hide the secret of having an immortal body. Yelin. Just as Yilin was waiting at ease for the school to take them to the novice secret realm, someone suddenly called out behind him. Ji Lingyu? Yilin turned his head before realizing that the person running towards him was actually Ji Lingyu. A deep chill flashed under Yilin's eyes. Hadn't this second-generation ancestor been taught enough yesterday? If Ji Lingyu insisted on pestering him, Yilin didn't mind creating a little accident to send him to his death when he entered the secret realm of novices later on. Yelin, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Ji Lingyu handed over a fine lunchbox and a bottle of fresh milk as if offering a treasure. I can't beat you, I'm going to poison me? Yilin looked at Ji Lingyu suspiciously. He really couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this guy was selling in his gourd. How can this be? Yelin? I really didn't poison it. In order to prove his innocence, Ji Lingyu hurriedly opened his lunchbox, which contained a huge sandwich. Ji Lingyu tore off a bit and stuffed it into his mouth, and then opened the milk. Lincoln poured a bit into his mouth. How about it, Yilin? Do you believe I didn't poison you now? Ji Lingyu wiped his mouth and said. Yilin took the lunchbox. The sandwich gave off a tantalizing aroma, lifting the first layer of bread slices. What appeared in front of him was a layer of beef. It really didn't look like it was poisonous, but Yilin still couldn't figure out why. Couldn't it be that this Jilingyu was a masochist, and after being abused by himself yesterday, he became addicted instead? The breakfast that was delivered to the door was not eaten for nothing, and Yelin took a big bite. After all, he was a poor man who had to go sell his kidney to get even the money for the transfer ceremony. So naturally he wouldn't turn down this opportunity for a free ride. Seeing Yilin accept the breakfast he had delivered, Jilingyu also revealed a happy smile. His father had once taught him that human relationships, once the first step of breaking the ice had been accomplished, the next step could be taken by leaps and bounds. This rule applies to women as much as it does to men. Father was right. This Yilin really didn't have much of a brain. If he patted him on the back again, it wouldn't be long before he could have a free hitter with an SS-level profession. Yilin, Jilingyu, have been muddling through my life for as long as I've been growing up, and it was your appearance that woke me up like a thunderbolt from heaven. As Jilingyu spoke vocally, Yilin swallowed the sandwich in his mouth and corrected himself. It's true that there's a thunderbolt coming down from the sky, so just tell me what you're going to do. Jilingyu, I want to recognize you as my big brother. Recognize me as a big brother? Yilin froze for a moment. This guy, he's not really a masochist, is he? He went crazy yesterday because he wanted others to stay away from him, but he went crazy and came out with a little brother? That's right, after being beaten up by you yesterday, I've learned from my mistakes and reflected deeply on myself, and if I want myself to become even better, I have to find a good person to learn from. Jilingyu nodded heavily. In that case, then since it's a study, it's reasonable to pay some tuition, right? Yilin rubbed his chin and replied, of course it's reasonable. What's your card number, big brother? Jilingyu pulled out the card swipe machine from his back-ass pocket on the spot. 6216 asterisk 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 this card number to the first $20 million. Yilin skillfully reported the card number. Okay, no, wait, you first wait, $20 million? Jilingyu froze. G's group again rich is not so squandered a come up is 20 million. No money? No money then forget it. Yilin looked Jilingyu up and down with an odd gaze. Jilingyu felt that the gaze was vaguely familiar. After thinking for a while he reacted. When he used to look at the poor guy, wasn't this the same look he used? He's the young master of the G group, and he's actually being looked at as a poor man? Simply outrageous. Jilingyu's face immediately turned red. The humiliation of being treated as a pauper was far more unacceptable to him than being scared to pee by Yilin yesterday. Wait here. I'll have my dad call in the money. Jilingyu was furious and went to the side to make a phone call. After supporting Jilingyu, Yilin turned around and stepped on the bus to the secret realm of novices. He was afraid that if he stayed with Jilingyu for a long time, his IQ would be pulled down together. Accompanied by the roar of the car's engine, the bus drove to the entrance of the secret realm of novices, and at this moment, several long lines had already formed at the entrance, and those were the transmigrants from other schools in Qingcheng. The entire Qingcheng High School only had such a secret realm suitable for newbies, and now that the college entrance exam was soon to be held again, it was naturally overcrowded. Zhuge Ni and Yilin, the two SSS-level professions lined up at the front of the Qingcheng High School team. Zhuge Ni's face was cool. Her eyes were not slanted. Obviously she didn't want to take care of Yilin, and Yilin was happy to be idle. In the distance, the principal of Qingcheng High School had an old face that smiled like a chrysanthemum, and he wrapped his arms around the principals of several other high schools to keep them from leaving while he said in a Versailles manner, "Hey, it's so annoying. I've told them to keep a low profile and just transfer out a SSS-ranked profession. Tell me about this group of kids. It's so unsettling. Once they've transferred out two of them. You're saying it's infuriating, aren't you? It's too exasperating. Ha 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 hiccup." Several other high school principals had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. They'd seen Versailles, but not one as disgusting as Versailles. Why don't you guys talk? Are you naturally not talkative? The principal of Qingcheng High School was red-faced. Old me is good at martial arts fighting, not good at words. Farewell. The first principal whisked his sleeves and left. The gas was left on at home, so I'll go first. The second principal left with a black face. The third principal turned and walked away, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Old pussy dang. You'd better be able to transfer two SSS profession students next year as well. Ha! The last principal also left the room in anger. Next year? I'm retiring next year. He. The principal of Castle High School hemmed and hawed, exasperating the last principal so much that he stumbled in his steps. Just as several principals were fighting, the teams were moving around, and soon it was the turn of Castle High's team to enter. Zhuge Ni gave Yilin a cold look. It's not too late for you to team up with me. Obviously, he had already made up his mind to ignore Yi Lin's business, but the kindness of his heart still made Zhuge and I unable to resist asking again. No, thanks. Yi Lin crossed over to block Zhuge and I and stepped into the secret realm of the novice with a big stride. Arrogant and arrogant. Since you want to die early yourself, no one can stop you. Zhuge and I shook her head, clearly thinking that Yi Lin was hopeless. With a flash of white light, the scene in front of Yi Lin's eyes changed drastically. What appeared before him was a dense forest, the leaves cutting the sunlight into dappled light spilling down onto Yellen. Random teleportation? That's good. I was worried about having to go and distance myself from the others. Yi Lin stretched his back, and then started his journey of brushing monsters. He had just walked out not too far when he bumped into a cute creature that looked round like a cat, covered in pink fluff, like a moving doll, and was probably capable of adorning quite a few girls straight away. A grade 1 pink leopard cat? Yellen wasn't mesmerized by this thing. This little guy just looked cute. This was a real demonic creature that could easily bite the throat of an adult. The pink leopard cat rolled on the ground and also made purring noises, wanting to attract Yi Lin to actively approach him from launching a fatal strike. And Yellen's response was simple, directly extending his right hand. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Boom! As the thunder rolled down from the sky, the pink leopard cat gave a sharp meow and instantly went crazy with fear. What for? He was just hungry and came out to hunt. Why should he be struck by lightning? Facing Yi Lin, whose outburst was a forbidden spell, the pink leopard cat simply couldn't even escape before it was split into charcoal by the falling thunder. Killing a level 1 pink leopard cat awards 10 experience points. Killing a level 1 demon is only 10 experience points? That would require killing 100 level 1 demons to raise to level 2. This is too slow of an efficiency. Anyway, my skills are all forbidden spells. Maybe I can try to go deeper into this forest. Yellen turned around and disappeared into the thick woods. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. 20 experience points for killing a level 2 killer bee. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. 30 experience points for killing a level 3 wolf. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. 50 experience points for killing a level 5 jungle eagle demon. In the next few hours, this forest full of demonic creatures was shattered from its long-lost peace, ushering in a baptism of thunder, and every now and then a heavenly thunderbolt rolled down from the distant skies. Yi Lin pushed all the way across. No matter if he encountered a level 1 demon or a level 5 demon, his response was the same. Out of the blue was a forbidden spell directly slammed over. The main fight was an equality of all beings. In the continuous casting of the spell, he became more and more skillful at casting the forbidden spell, world-destroying frenzied thunder, and was even able to do it directly and instantaneously without any casting pre-shake. With this almost pervert-like efficiency in brushing monsters, Yi Lin quickly rose to level 2. To know, he had just entered the secret realm of novices for almost an hour, and upgraded once an hour on average. This kind of upgrading speed was spread out. I don't know how many people's jaws would be stunned. The upgraded Yellen also unlocked a brand new forbidden spell. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 2, 13.14%. Power, 20. Agility, 30. Spirit, 60. Occupational talent, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Skills, forbidden spell, destructive thunder. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, world-destroying thunder. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices himself to summon world-destroying thunder from the sky. The more important the body part sacrificed, the higher the level of the thunder summoned. Up to the highest level that can be summoned is chaos thunder, with the power depending on the spellcaster's own level and spiritual power. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. The forbidden spellcaster burns his own life force, dramatically increasing his strength, agility and spirit attributes. Note, a forbidden spellcaster releases a forbidden spell without any consumption and without any cooldown. And after this newly unlocked forbidden spell, there was a small extra line of notes thoughtfully added. Note, the burning reincarnation skill is extremely life-draining and irreversible once the life force is depleted. So please use the skill with caution. Is it prudent to use that skill? Yi Lin nodded obediently, followed by a loud shout. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Only Yi Lin's surroundings were floating with blood-colored flames. That was because his life force was burning non-stop, and even the blood within his body was evaporated into blood flames. At the same time, his strength, agility and mental power both saw a doubling, and his mental power even climbed directly to the terrifying figure of 120 points. What a terrifying forbidden spell! In the state where the burning chakra is turned on, I'm afraid that even a level 10 demonic creature coming will have a hard time withstanding the world-destroying frenzied thunder that I'm casting with all my might. Right? Yi Lin was so immersed in excitement that he didn't notice in the slightest that his hair was becoming white at a terrifying rate. The skin on his body was gradually becoming loose. and his originally clear eyes were becoming cloudy. 5 short minutes had passed, and Yilin had turned from a teenager into an old, gray-haired old man. Yilin raised his hand to look at his palm that was like the bark of a dead tree and muttered, "Does 5 minutes age you like this? Then if you don't want to be exposed, the forbidden spell of burning reincarnation must be stopped after it's been on for about a minute at most." Yilin did not close the burning wheel, but let his life force continue to burn. Immediately after the bizarre scene appeared, the old Yilin unexpectedly began to grow in reverse, and again recovered from the dying look of youth. With an immortal body, he already possessed unlimited life force, and the side effects of the burning reincarnation skill were not worth mentioning to him at all. The immortal body flaws were obvious, and the forbidden spellcaster profession flaws were even more obvious. But when the forbidden spellcaster stacked the immortal body, it was time to let the world feel what the terror of a forbidden spell filled the sky. Yilin directly drove the burning reincarnation and started a new round of slaughter. With his own 120 points of spiritual power, coupled with the apocalypse ring given by the principal, his spiritual power directly reached a terrifying 130 points. Even if he summoned the most ordinary heavenly thunder, the power was extremely terrifying. It was like an extinguishing thunder dragon rushing down directly. Yilin now had complete confidence in directly killing through the novice secret realm in front of him. 50 experience points for killing a level 5 two-headed snake. 60 experience points for killing a level 6 iron-armored scorpion. 60 experience points for killing a level 6 centaur. Along with getting deeper and deeper, the demons that appeared in front of Yilin's eyes were getting more and more powerful. Even the lowest were level 5 demons. But these powerful demons were as fragile as paper mache when facing Yilin, who was only 2 levels in rank, and were killed in seconds almost as soon as they met. When a heavenly thunderbolt struck down, no matter how many levels of demons you were, you would only be turned into charcoal. A faint smell of meat even surfaced wherever Yilin walked along the way, the smell of demonic creatures being cooked by the heat of the heavenly thunder. The more Yilin killed, the more skillful he became, like a thunder god descending into the world. As soon as he lifted his hand, he slammed out a thunder prohibition spell. The novice secret realm is indeed full of crises. It's really a sound experience. Forbidden spell Karma Fire Burning Sky. Yilin roared. A lower purple upper red flame emerged from his hands, burning like a demonic lotus present. This flame then landed on top of a pile of dry firewood, setting it directly on fire. Taking a forbidden spell to light a fire. If this scene was seen by outsiders, it was estimated that their eyes would have to stare directly out. This was as outrageous as using a nuclear bomb to light a cigarette. A daytime passed. Under Yilin's crazy slaughter, his own level was raised to level 3, and the forbidden spell that he unlocked after reaching level 3 was this Karma Fire Burning Sky. This skill was the same as world-destroying Frenzied Thunder. As long as one sacrificed oneself, one could summon boundless karma fire from the 9 hells. The further back you went, the more difficult it was to level up. For example, level 1 to level 2 only required 1,000 experience points, while level 2 to level 3 would require 2,000 experience points, and level 3 to level 4 would require 3,000 experience points. A daytime time to be able to raise to level 3. Yilin has been extremely satisfied. Now it is estimated that most people have not even risen to level 2. According to this efficiency, he rises to level 10 before the closure of the secret realm of the newbie is completely a small problem. Yilin very skillfully dragged a dead 3-eyed devil pig, skinned it and took its meat, then placed it on the burning bonfire and roasted it. The plump hind legs were quickly bubbling with oil under the scorching heat of the karma fire, nourishing and making Yilin's appetite go into overdrive. Although he was immortal and wouldn't be starved to death, the feeling of starvation was not pleasant, and he wasn't a masochist, so naturally he wouldn't treat his intestines poorly. The karma fire was already hotter than ordinary flames, and it was even more efficient when used to roast things, and soon the entire pig's hind leg was roasted to a charred exterior and tender interior. Yilin tore off a piece of meat, and the greasy juice ran rampant, emitting a steaming heat. Feeling the aroma of the meat that exploded in his mouth, Yilin momentarily burst into some hot tears. The meat of the 3-eyed demon pig was extremely strong and far more delicious than ordinary pork. Before he lived in the slums, poor and trying to hide his secret of having an immortal body, how had he ever eaten such good food? It was a good thing that he was now a transmogrifier, and when he had the strength to protect himself, he would never have to live in hiding again. Just when Yilin was eating meat, Zhuge Mi, who was not far away, suddenly gave a start. Her eyes looked at the direction where Yilin was in a state of shock and uncertainty. She was a fire mage and was extremely sensitive to the element of fire, and at the first moment, she sensed the presence of karma fire. Xincheng clearly doesn't have a second SSS rank fire element related profession besides me, so how could there be such powerful fire element fluctuations? Is it hard to believe that some fire type treasure has appeared? A flash of curiosity flashed through Zhu Ganyi's beautiful eyes before she rushed in the direction where Yilin was. On Yilin's side, after eating and drinking his fill, he extinguished the campfire and peed on it again before turning around and continuing his journey of brushing the monsters, setting fire to the mountains and going to jail, a belief he had always kept in mind. By the time Zhu Ganyi arrived, the shadow of Yilin had long since disappeared, and all that was left was a bonfire that was still smoldering. It's actually a human who made the commotion. I'm afraid the fluctuation of this fire element is not below me in the slightest. Zhu Ganyi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She squatted down, grabbed the firewood that hadn't burned out yet and put it under her agitated nose to sniff it. This sniffing, her pretty eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle together. It is indeed the breath of the legendary karmic fire. But why is there still a strange smell? Zhu Ganyi was puzzled, but she didn't look deeper. Instead she stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Ching Cheng is truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Just wait, Zhu Ganyi, will definitely find you out. Compared to Yilin's kind of stubborn and stupid guy, this kind of person who was powerful and knew how to hide himself under the radar was obviously more interesting to Zhu Ganyi. Zhu Ganyi discerned the surrounding area and quickly chased after Yilin in the direction he had left. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, extinction, wild thunder. Yilin was currently rampaging through the depths of the forest, sweeping away all the demons he could see like a locust transit. After getting used to using world-destroying frenzied thunder, even with the new attack forbidden spell, Yilin was still used to using world-destroying frenzied thunder to brush up on monsters. After all, when lightning struck, the demonic creature died a painless death. It was lifeless in an instant, and if you used karmic fire to burn the sky, it would take a few more seconds to burn to death. Yilin is not a devil, naturally will not do this kind of cruelty. He feels that he is still a relatively good person after all, the heart of a mother of God. This brush was brushed directly to the late night, and seeing that it was about to rise to level 4, Yilin was planning to brush directly up in one go, when there was a sudden sound of movement behind him. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, then immediately stopped the forbidden spell burning reincarnation, and the blood flames on his body instantly disappeared. He knew very well about the movement of demons, and what came behind him was definitely not a demon, but a human. See the legs before you see them. The first thing that caught Yilin's eye was a long, slender, white, long leg, followed by Zhu Ganyi's cool face, her long, black, ink-like hair illuminated by the moonlight like a galactic waterfall. Even Yilin had to admit that although this woman had a one-track mind, her body and face were truly excellent. But the novice secret realm was so big. How did he run into this bitch? Yilin, how come it's you? The moment she saw Yilin, Zhu Ganyi frowned, her original good mood instantly disappearing. What she was looking for was the nameless genius who had controlled the karma fire. Not Yilin. How could this Yilin fellow appear here? But soon enough, Zhu Ganyi figured out the reason for this. It was thought that Yilin regretted it after entering the secret realm of novices and sensing how much it would cost him his life if he had to paint alone in the profession of a forbidden spellcaster. And this guy was probably specifically here to find himself. I told you a long time ago, the profession of forbidden spellcaster is very strong, but it's not suitable for solo brushing at all. It's too late for you to regret it now. There's no use in stalking you. I don't have the time to team up with you now. Get out of the way. I still have things to do. Zhu Ganyi's pretty face did not have the slightest temperature. If Yilin could stick to the end, she would still respect Yilin as a man. Now this behavior would only make her look down on it. He gave him so many times before he did not cherish the opportunity, and now encountered difficulties on the return to their stalking. This two-sided man Zhu Ganyi is the most disliked. What kind of a man is he if he can't even keep his word? Especially since Yilin was now blocking her from finding that genius who had mastered the karma fire, which made Zhu Ganyi even rise a wisp of loathing towards him. Yilin was confused by Zhu Ganyi's robber logic. Obviously Zhu Ganyi somehow chased after him, and now he became a stalker? He sort of realized that this woman wasn't even a brain with a single rib. This woman was missing a rib in her head. Be my guest. Take your time. Yilin sidestepped out of the way, not bothering to tangle with Zhu Ganyi. One trick for people who want to live their lives happily is not to get into arguments with fools, much less try to communicate with them, and Yilin has always kept this principle in mind. Zhu Ganyi glanced at him, seeing that Yilin was so cooperative. She didn't say anything more striding over. Just when Yilin thought he had sent this trouble away, Zhu Ganyi suddenly had a footstep. By the way, let me ask you, have you seen anyone else pass by here? That person is very powerful, and very good at using the fire element, most likely controlling karma fire, Zhu Ganyi said, and a look of anticipation flashed under her eyes. Karma fire? Yilin cried and laughed. He finally knew why Zhu Ganyi would find himself. The feeling was because he had just used karma fire to light a bonfire. In that case, The person Juga and I was looking for was probably himself? See, that's a very handsome man. He went in this direction. Yilin hurriedly pointed a random direction to Juga and I, wanting to send her away. He didn't want to be pestered by this stupid woman. It seemed that in the future, the forbidden spell of karma fire burning sky could not be used and definitely could not be used. Thanks. Seeing that Yilin really didn't pester himself, Jugani's impression of him changed a bit. She walked in the direction that Yelin had indicated, and as she passed through the woods, but suddenly there were 2 more moons in the sky. 3 whole moons hung in the middle of the sky, looking eerie. In the next instant, Jugani's pretty face suddenly turned white. There is no such thing as 3 moons. The 2 extra moons are the eyes of a giant beast, accompanied by a terrifying beast roar. A huge sharp claw slapped down directly towards Jugani's direction. Juga and I dodged to the side and distanced himself from the beast, which allowed him to see the beast's full appearance. Level 8 magical creature. Dragon blood beast. This place hadn't reached the core of the forest yet, and Juga and I couldn't figure out why a level 8 demonic creature would appear in a place like this. Her level had just broken through level 3, and it was obvious that she simply wasn't good enough to face the level 8 dragon blood beast. Juga and I couldn't help but turn her head to look in Yilin's direction. If Yilin teamed up with her, not to mention killing this level 8 dragon blood beast, the 2 of them together would obviously have no problem retreating in one piece. But when she turned back, where was there any shadow of Yilin, who had long since disappeared without a trace? That coward. Juga and I clenched her silver teeth, and her impression of Yilin, which had just changed a bit, instantly dropped to the bottom. One didn't need to think about it to know that Yilin must have fled in fear, leaving her behind. The moment the dragon blood beast appeared, the dragon blood beast once again attacked towards Juga and I, clearly treating her as its prey, its huge body resembling a mountain, giving an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Explosive phoenix fire. Juga and I didn't dare to take it lightly, and immediately released the skill. Several balls of fire filled with high temperature coalesced on its side and smashed towards the dragon blood beast. The moment the high temperature fireball landed on the dragon blood beast, it instantly split and burst into flames, scorching several pieces of its body. However, this level of injury was unable to disable the dragon blood beast at all, and instead completely enraged this dragon blood beast. Those moon-like eyes turned blood red as they slapped down once again. Jugani's jade leg was lightly lifted, dodging the strike, then immediately casting her skill. The roiling phoenix fire attacked towards the dragon blood beast. This time, the dragon blood beast did not sit back and wait for death. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a beastly roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave seemed to turn into substance, stopping all of Jugani's blasted phoenix fire in midair, and then it was even directly lifted back. What? Juga and I was so shocked that she was already too late to dodge. The fireball she had cast knuckled down on herself. The clothes were charred, revealing large swaths of snowy white, almost to the point of being unclothed. However, Juga and I was too late to care about this, and looked at this dragon blood beast in horror. One word suddenly came to her mind. Death. She's gonna die. If she continued like this, she would definitely be eaten by this dragon blood beast. This guy was too strong. It was simply not something that her level 2 only self could deal with. At the moment of life and death, Juga and I did not have her usual cool demeanor, and a flash of panic appeared on her face. Seeing the dragon blood beast's huge palm grabbing towards her, Juga and I closed her beautiful eyes in resignation. In this place, there was no one who could save her. It was only the first day of opening the novice secret realm, and this level 8 dragon blood beast was an unbeatable rift for anyone. Juga and I had completely despaired. She also didn't expect that she, a transmogrifier of an SSS ranked profession, would suffocate and die in the hands of a level 8 demonic creature. However, after closing his eyes, the imagined feeling of severe pain of being clutched in the hands of the dragon blood beast was delayed. Instead, a man's low and magnetic voice came from the side. Karma fire burns the sky. Juga M.I., who had her eyes closed, felt a terrifying heat wave whistling past her side. The moment she opened her beautiful eyes, shock was written all over Zugani's beautiful eyes, and the scene in front of her was enough to make her remember it for the rest of her life. Only to see that the dragon blood beast, which was so powerful in her eyes that it was simply invincible, was actually covered in reddish-purple flames all over its body, and without even a single scream coming out, it was quickly burned into a pile of flying ash. Seconds. This level 8 demonic creature was directly killed in seconds, and in front of Juga and I, a man had his back to her, his entire body burning with blood-red flames. This figure was deeply engraved into the bottom of Jugani's eyes, branded into her heart. Looking at it, Jugani's beautiful eyes could not help but flood out a misty look, and her face was also flooded with a strange redness. Karma fire. Karmic fire again. This man, wasn't he the nameless genius she had been searching for? What girl is not in love? What girl doesn't look forward to a cool young man stepping forward to save her in times of trouble? A single strike easily killed a level 8 demonic creature, which was a stark contrast to the behavior of that coward Yilin who had just turned around and fled without saying a word. Zhuge Ni couldn't help but feel in his heart that the gap between people was sometimes really bigger than even the gap between humans and demons. Thank you for saving this student's life. May I ask what your name is? Zhuge Ni walked forward. Her voice also became very gentle. Hearing Yilin almost got goosebumps. How come he didn't realize before that this woman was so able to clip? Seeing that Yilin didn't say anything, Zhuge Ni took another step forward, wanting to see what this man who was able to kill a level 8 demon in a single blow and haunt her actually looked like. But to her disappointment, Yilin's face was covered with a black cloth and only a pair of eyes could be seen. Yilin thought about it and opened his mouth. Call me Ling Night, Ling in the wee hours of the morning, night in the night, Ling Night, Ling Night. Zhuge Ni murmured the name. Her beautiful eyes were colorful, and for the first time in her life, she was intensely curious about a person of the opposite sex. Zhuge Ni clearly heard the fluttering movement, the sound of her own heart beating faster. Classmate Ling Night, which school are you from? You saved me. I haven't thanked you yet. Seeing that Yilin was about to leave, Zhuge Ni hurriedly chased after her, but unfortunately, Yilin didn't intend to pay any attention to her at all, waving his hand and walking deeper into the forest. No need to thank you. It's just a favor. Ling Night student. Zhuge Ni raised her leg to follow, but Yilin stopped at that moment and spoke coldly. Don't follow me. There are more powerful magical beasts up ahead. It's not a place where your strength can set foot. And, I suggest you put your clothes on first. Zhuge Ni looked down and realized that most of her clothes had been burned off by the flames, exposing large swaths of snow-white skin. She exclaimed, her face instantly turning red with shame, hurriedly covering the remnants of the cloth and crouching down. And by this time, Yilin had already disappeared into the night ahead with great strides. Ling Night, just wait. I'll definitely catch up with you. I'll stand squarely beside you one day. Zhuge Ni's voice echoed through the forest, but no one responded to her. Zhuge Ni clenched her silver teeth. Her beautiful eyes lit up with a burning fighting spirit, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration surfacing within her. She had always prided herself on being a proud daughter of heaven, but the dragon blood beast, which she couldn't even beat in terms of talent, had been seconded by Ling Night in just a single glance, and she was treated as a drag queen when she tried to keep up with Ling Night. In terms of appearance and figure, her clothes had been burned off so much, yet that Ling Night didn't even look at her more than once, as if she didn't have any attraction at all, which made Zhuge Ni's inner frustration even more intense. Women are such strange creatures. If you look at them she'll say you're a hooligan, and if you don't look at them she'll doubt her own charm. Zhuge Ni on their own looks and body or extremely confident, has always been around. There are constantly boys to express their admiration for her, were coldly rejected by her, but the first time she took such initiative, but what she got in return was Ling Night's indifference, which made it extremely difficult for Zhuge Ni to accept. This was the first time she had ever been moved by a man. Yilin's indifferent behavior clearly stirred the pride in Zhuge Ni's heart, and she secretly resolved in her mind that when she met with Ling Night next time, she would definitely want Ling Night to be impressed with her. Ling Night, I'll remember you. Let's meet again at the end of the novice secret realm. I won't lose to you. Zhuge Ni changed into a new outfit and firmly embarked on a journey to brush the monsters. Ling Night's figure had become an obsession in her heart, a target for her to catch up with, and even more so, it had turned into a motivation for her to become stronger. She wanted to brush up to level 10 or above before the novice secret realm closed, so that Ling Night could take a good look at her. She, Zhuge Ni, wasn't some kind of procrastinator. Phew, that should eliminate the need to worry about that stupid girl pestering me again. Deep in the forest on the other side, Yelin sighed in relief and removed the disguise from his face. After putting on such a show, Zhuge Ni's attention must have been focused on that fictional Ling Night, and himself, the coward who fled from the battlefield. Zhuge Ni to see himself again will certainly turn his head away. Do not care to say a word with himself. Yilin also naturally happy to see it. He originally did not want to get too involved with Zhuge Ni. As for why we'll go out to save Zhuge Ni, because Zhuge Ni this girl had again lack of strings. She is also a SSS level occupation. Such a genius if died in the novice secret territory, will certainly alarm the Qingcheng official thorough investigation of the entire secret territory of all people, at that time in case of their own immortal body to find out, then the fun can be big. In order to avoid such a thing, Yilin still chose to take the shot. Another reason was because he and Zhuge Ni didn't have any deep grudges. It was supposed to be about brushing the monsters, and brushing the dragon blood beast was also brushing. By the way, only then, one would not be able to easily utilize the two forbidden spells, Karma Fire Burning Heaven and Burning Reincarnation. In the future, But it didn't matter. The dragonblood beast that had just died had made up the last of Yi Lin's experience value, and he had now come to level 4, successfully unlocking a new forbidden spell. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 4, 0.02%. Power, 40. Agility, 60. Spirit, 120. Skills, Forbidden Spell, Destructive Thunder. Forbidden Spell, Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell, Karmic Fire. Forbidden Spell, Immortality. Forbidden Spell, World-Destroying Thunder. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices himself to summon world-destroying thunder from the sky. The more important the body part sacrificed, the higher the level of the thunder summoned. Up to the highest level that can be summoned is Chaos Thunder, with the power depending on the spellcaster's own level and spiritual power. Forbidden Spell, Burning Reincarnation. The Forbidden Spellcaster burns his own life force, dramatically increasing his strength, agility and spirit attributes. Forbidden Spell, Karmic Fire. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices his own blood to summon from the 9 hells of purgatory an infinite karmic fire that can burn everything, and once contaminated by the enemy, the fire will not be extinguished. Forbidden Spell, Immortality. The spellcaster sacrifices 2.5 years of his or her life to be immune to 1 lethal damage. Note, a forbidden spellcaster releases a forbidden spell without any consumption and without any cooldown. Yi Lin couldn't wait to check out his new forbidden spell, but after taking such a look, his face turned green on the spot. What about the pits? This forbidden spell wasn't useful to him at all. He already had an immortal body without any side effects, so what was the point of giving him another immortality spell that needed to consume his lifespan to take effect? Wasn't this just a pure waste skill? Yi Lin was depressed. He thought that he had managed to brush up to level 4, which would give him a more powerful killing skill. But in the next second, Yi Lin's footsteps suddenly lurched. Nope, this isn't some waste skill. This is clearly a divine skill. Yi Lin's pair of dark eyes gradually brightened. His thoughts gradually flowed freely, and he had a bold idea in his heart. Although the actual effect of the forbidden spell of immortality was almost zero, it served as a very good cover. For example, if he was in the middle of a battle and was suddenly stabbed in the heart and his head was chopped off, but he didn't die, then wouldn't his secret of possessing an immortal body be exposed? But with the existence of the forbidden spell of immortality, there was a reasonable explanation for him not dying despite being fatally attacked. I'm a forbidden spellcaster. It makes sense that casting a forbidden spell consumes 2.5 years of my life immune to a single fatal injury, doesn't it? Time is like a teenager going to wash his feet for the first time. The youthful and shy years are always fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Today will be the last day of the Novice Secret Realm. Everyone can only enter the Novice Secret Realm once, and can only stay in the Novice Secret Realm for 7 days. Once the 7 days are up, the Novice Secret Realm will teleport the people inside out. The principals and teachers of the major high schools had gathered at the exit of the Secret Realm early, and some parents had also arrived, waiting for their children to come out of the Secret Realm. Gee, old brothers, good morning. It's been a long time. I've missed you guys. Ha 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 ha. Heard it before he heard it. The principal of Qingcheng High School hadn't even arrived yet, and his excited voice had already traveled far. The moment the principals of several other high schools heard the voice of the principal of Qingcheng High School, their faces instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. In the past few days, the principal of Qingcheng High School had to pull them out to eat and drink tea when he had something to do, and then once he sat down, he bragged to them about Qingcheng High School's emergence of 2 SSS-level career students, a matter that they had heard so much that their ears were almost calloused. It's useless not to go out, and if you don't, the principal of Castle High School will pull a group to show off with them, which is annoying as hell. Now they're annoyed as hell at the sight of the old boy. Don't come to get involved. I don't know you well. I just met you a few days ago. What's all this talk about long time no see? A high school principal couldn't help but open his mouth in anger. That's not true. As the old saying goes, 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns, so we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. The principal of Qingcheng High School smiled and came over as he rubbed his hands together and asked mysteriously, by the way, how do you guys know that our Qingcheng High School has 2 SSS-ranked career changers this time? Other principals? So what if there are 2 SSS-ranked transmuters? Don't forget that rank can sometimes be more important than occupation rank, and with rank pressure of 3 or more, it's not impossible for even an A-ranked transmuter to defeat an SSS-ranked transmuter. One of the principals spoke up sourly, and the words instantly resonated. Exactly. If we only look at the occupation level, wouldn't other people who don't have SSS-ranked occupations simply run headlong into the ground? Throughout the years, it's not like there haven't been instances of SSS-ranked transmutants being suppressed by transmutants of other ranks when they stepped out of the novice mystic realm. That's right, my Qingcheng's highest record is level 11, which was set by an S-ranked transmigrator, and it has not been broken yet. Principal Su, I remember that student. He's from your Yutsai High School, right? The gazes of the several principals all looked toward the majestic-faced Principal Su. Not bad. Principal Su smiled faintly. Talent is important, but acquired effort is equally indispensable. That child is now a level 65 transmuter. The several principals nodded their heads in deep thought while there was a hint of envy in the bottom of their eyes. A level 65 transmogrifier, that was already in existence capable of reigning supreme, and placed in Qingcheng, there would be no more than a handful of people capable of defeating him. To be able to train such a student, it would be a great honor to die. I wonder if the record will be broken this year. It's been tied many times before, but it seems like it's never been broken. I believe my students can. The principal of Castle High School's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Old Gao, you're not the only one in Qingcheng High School who has SSS-ranked transmigrators. Principal Su spoke faintly. Humph. Wait and see. Old Gao, the principal of Qingcheng High School, said with a terse neck. He was already good at saving face, so it was naturally impossible for him to bow down. Just then, a silhouette silently arrived next to the several principals. Several principals are really elegant. I wonder if you can let me join in the fun. Who? Several principals twisted their heads in some surprise. It was unbelievable that the visitor was able to appear beside them silently. The visitor was cloaked in a trench coat, elegant, with a gold-rimmed spectacle and a harmless, gentle smile on his face. So it's Mr. Zhuge. Please sit down. Quickly sit down. Several principals hurriedly sidestepped to make a place for Zhuge Qianqing, with hidden respect in their eyes. Qingcheng was a small place without any big names, but Zhuge Qianqing was definitely considered an exception. His profession was that of a SSS-ranked astrologer. Stargazing statues could tell the events of the world, and it was rumored that Zhuge Qianqing could even calculate the major events that would happen 100 years later if he put his full strength into it. There were quite a few big shots who came all the way to Qingqing just to ask Zhuge Qianqing to divine a fortune. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zhuge Qianqing was the most honorable person in the entire Qingcheng. A few principals are too polite. I just came to see my family Nini. Zhuge Qianqing smiled gently. It should be. What kind of father doesn't miss his daughter? Mr. Zhuge really loves his daughter. Old Gao, the principal of Qingcheng High School, said with a smile. Principal Gao is joking. Ni she didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Zhuge Qianqing asked. No. She is the pride of our Qingcheng High School. Principal Gao's face was flushed and extremely excited. At first, I don't know why. Zhuge Ni's grades can obviously enroll in the better Yutsai High School, but Zhuge Qianqing insisted on letting Zhuge Ni enroll in Qingcheng High School. Some people say that it is because Zhuge Qianqing counted on something, but these were not important. What mattered was that Zhuge Ni was a student of his high principal. Someone's coming out. There was a sudden flash of light at the exit, which meant that someone had stepped out of the secret realm. That's not right. Even the first student to enter the secret realm should have waited until noon to come out. How could someone show up now? Can it be that they are injured? Every year, there would be students who quit early due to injuries, and it wasn't uncommon for some unlucky people to challenge overranked demons on their own, or even to be buried in the mouths of demons. A tall figure appeared in the white light door. Zhuge Ni stepped out with a light breeze. Her face was flushed and she couldn't look half injured. Dad! Seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge Ni was very happy and immediately jumped into Zhuge Qianqing's arms. Zhuge Qianqing dotingly rubbed Zhuge Ni's head. Isn't it time yet? Why did you come out so quickly? It's too boring inside, so I came out early, Zhuge Ni said in a petulant manner. Too bored to come out? The moment Zhuge Ni said this, not only Zhuge Qianqing, but even Principal Gao, Principal Su, and those few principals of theirs were petrified. Newbie secret realm, but everyone can only enter once in a lifetime chance. Inside the monster more low strength upgrade fast. And Zhuge Ni actually said he came out early because he was too bored? How many levels are you? Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses. Hey, 12. Zhuge Ni smiled wryly and took the initiative to reveal her rank. A transmigrator would not be able to see the exact rank if they deliberately hid it from others. Zhuge Mi. Fire Mage, level 12. Several principals instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. Qingqing's highest record was only level 11. Zhuge Ni directly reached level 12, breaking the highest record, and she still came out early, which was simply appalling. Several other principals looked at Qingcheng High School's Principal Gao with a sly grudge, really letting him pick up the treasure. Principal Gao was red with excitement. However, upon seeing the expressionless Zhuge Qianqing, Principal Gao wisely shut his mouth. Nimi. If you stay until the time is up and then come out again, you might even be able to make an impact on level 13. Why did you come out early? Zhuge Qianqing calmly opened his mouth and asked. Told you. It's so boring. Zhuge Ni was a bit vain. Is it really like this? Zhuge Qianqing had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. but it made Zhuge Ni's heart weak. Dad, how could I lie to you? Zhuge Ni hugged Zhuge Qianqing's hand and pouted. Of course she wouldn't tell Zhuge Qianqing that she came out early in order to block the guy called Ling Knight. That guy was able to kill the Dragonblood beast in a single strike. His level definitely wouldn't be too low, and although he was masked that time, as long as he could see him again, Zhuge Ni was sure that he would be able to recognize him. Achoo! Yi Lin in the novice secret realm sneezed and couldn't help rubbing his nose. Strange. It's not cold here either. Why are you suddenly sneezing? Forget it, business is important. Yi Lin shook his head and continued to walk deeper into the novice secret realm. After 7 days of brushing monsters, his current level had come to a staggering level 15, and the number of forbidden spells he could use had also come to a staggering 15. For Yi Lin, there is no difference between a level 1 demon and a level 10 demon. It's a matter of a thunderbolt if you run into one anyway. He almost pushed his way across. The demons in the secret realm of the newbies couldn't stop him in the slightest. It was just a pity that the further back he went, the more experience value was needed to upgrade, and the harder it was to upgrade. On the first day he had leveled up by 4, on the second day by 3, on the third day by 3, on the fourth day by 2, on the fifth day by 2, on the sixth day by 1, and on the seventh day by even less than 1 level. Moreover, Yi Lin vaguely had the illusion that the demons within the secret territory of this novice seemed to be avoiding him, because he hadn't encountered any of the demons for nearly 2.5 hours. Which was unbelievable because he had already come to the deepest part of the secret realm of the novice. This was an area where level 10 demons were active. Could it be that he had killed too hard in the past few days? Is it hard to really be avoiding me? Then you guys have to hide from me too. Yelin's eyes flashed. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, instant dance. Yi Lin unleashed 2 forbidden spells in a row. Burning reincarnation could drastically increase his 3 attributes of strength, agility and spirituality, while instant dance had only one effect, which was extreme speed. Forbidden spell, instantaneous dance. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices his own organs, exchanging them for agility attributes based on the importance of the organs, up to 10 times the extra base agility attribute for 1 hour. Obviously, this was a forbidden spell for escaping in a moment of life and death crisis. Yet in the hands of Yi Lin, the immortal, the instantaneous dance had become a commonplace acceleration skill. Without hesitation, he sacrificed his brain in exchange for a whopping 10 times the agility attribute. After all, in terms of organ importance, where else is it more important than the brain? After leveling up to level 15, Yi Lin's own agility attribute was 225 points, and with the addition of the 2 forbidden spells, burning reincarnation and instantaneous dance, his agility instantly came to a horrifyingly incomparable 475 points. Even many high-level assassin-type professions couldn't possibly possess such a terrifying agility attribute. A smile appeared on Yi Lin's face, and with a light step of his feet, as if a space jump had occurred, Yi Lin's figure appeared 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. After the forbidden spells multiplied, Yi Lin's combat ability and ability to improvise had also changed drastically. After instantly moving 100 meters away, Yi Lin finally discovered where the wrong place was, and the scene before him left him dumbfounded. Only 3 storm mantises were seen flying in mid-air, while they were also each carrying a 3-eyed devil pig. Yi Lin instantly understood what was going on. The storm mantis had extremely fast flight speed but poor eyesight. The 3-eyed demon pig was slow, but their third eye could see extremely far, and could even detect the movements of their prey thousands of meters away. Storm mantis lifted the 3-eyed demon pig and flew, which created the simplest surveillance system. No wonder he hadn't encountered any demons for 2.5 hours in a row. So it turned out that something was watching him and then tipped off the other demons so that they would flee early. Yi Lin's expression was odd, secretly lamenting that nature was truly magical. Low-level magical creatures had low intelligence, and basically the possibility of cooperating with each other did not exist. But under the pressure of a life and death crisis like his own, it was saddening to see that low-level demons could naturally learn to cooperate. For being so smart, the kind Yellen decided to reward them for listening to Thunder's third concerto. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Boom! 100 feet-sized thunderbolt descended from the sky, sending all 3 of those storm mantises and the 3-eyed devil pig to heaven. Without the 3-eyed demon pig and storm mantis watching over him, Yi Lin's monster brushing journey quickly returned to normal, and a massacre began once again. Students were constantly being teleported out of the novice secret area. After spending 7 days and 7 nights within the secret territory of the novice, many of the students' faces were filled with a strong sense of exhaustion, and quite a few of them were dressed in rags, looking just like vagabonds. But everyone's gaze was bright and incomparable. This kind of experience of personally going on the ground to fight with demons was something that could not be empathized with by listening to other people tell it how many times. The only way to understand how much of a beautiful thing it was to become a transmogrifier was to go through it once in person. The teacher walked up with her book and began counting people, registering each student's grade, all of which was to be recorded and filed away in a file. Jugani's beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized each and every boy who walked out of the novice secret realm. She had just inquired with all the major principals, and they hadn't even heard of this person, Ling Knight. This made Zhuge and very puzzled. With Ling Knight's demonic talent, how could he be a nobody? Could it be that he was afraid that the wind would destroy him if he showed off in the forest? So he usually hid himself in such a way that even the people around him didn't know how demonic he was? In desperation, Zhuge and could only resort to the dumbest method, which was to rely on his own eyes to search. She firmly believed that as long as that Ling Knight appeared, she would be able to recognize him. However, along with the students within the novice secret area being teleported out one after another, Zhuge and never found the figure she was familiar with, which caused her heart to be a little agitated. Zhuge and stared at the exit of the unblinking novice secret realm, anticipation written all over her face. Ling Knight, where the hell are you? Time passed by. Most of the students in the novice mystic realm had already come out, and some had even been picked up by their parents to go home after registering their levels. But Zhuge and still hadn't seen that familiar figure. This caused her heart to become more and more anxious. Obviously most of the students had already walked out of the novice mystic realm. Why had Ling Knight's figure still not appeared? When he first met him, his level was clearly higher than his own. So Ling Knight's time of entering the novice secret realm should have been earlier than his own. If they were to enter the secret realm at the same time, Zhuge and was confident that his rank would definitely not be weaker than anyone else. But at this time, a lot of people from Qingcheng High School had come out one after another. So how come Ling Knight hadn't come out yet? Just as Zhuge and was puzzled, suddenly, a figure that Zhuge and was extremely familiar with appeared in the white light door in the distance. Zhuge's beautiful eyes instantly enlarged. She was certain that the person in front of her was definitely the one she had been thinking about day and night. Ling Knight, she won't forget. In the face of the dragon blood beast, when he was full of despair, it was this figure that stood in front of him, bringing him hope for life and deeply branding a mark in his heart. But when the white light disappeared to see the visitor, Zhuge's face changed from excitement to shock. Yelin, how come it's you? Zhuge's expression instantly chilled, and when she remembered Yilin's behavior that day when he left her alone to run for her life, she was revolted to the core. If Yilin hadn't left himself alone, he wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon blood beast. This man simply couldn't even compare to a single finger of Ling Knight. But on the contrary, the two of them were still extremely similar in size. Thinking of this, Zhuge and looked at Yilin with a touch of disgust in her eyes. I came out when the time was up. What's the problem? Yilin frowned at Zhuge and What's wrong with this woman? Don't talk to me? Stay away from me. You make me feel sick. Zhuge and condescendingly scorned Yilin. Her eyes were like looking at a smelly piece of trash. Sick. Yilin didn't want to argue anything with this woman and lifted his feet to leave. Principal Gao could see that the atmosphere between the two was not quite right, and quickly stepped forward to round off the situation. Yilin student, you can finally come out. What level are you? As one of the two SSS-ranked transmigrators of Qingcheng High School, he naturally had high hopes for Yilin. Yilin didn't say much, but instead directly revealed his rank. Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 16. After solving the problem of being watched, Yilin seized the last time to level up again. Level 16. Not bad. Wait. Principal Gao's entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Level 16? Principal Gao's incredulous scream resounded around the area, causing the gazes of everyone around him to focus uncontrollably, all of them looking at Yilin as if he were a monster. You know, before Zhuge and came out, Qingcheng's highest record for so many years was level 11. In just 7 days' time, the newbie secret territory has risen to level 16, which is simply appalling. And this upgrade speed is a demon level even if you look around the world. I'm afraid that no one in Qingcheng will be able to break this record in many more years. The total experience value needed to rise from level 1 to level 16 is 120,000, and the highest level of the magical creatures within the secret territory of the novice is level 10. So I'll just assume that you hunted and killed all level 10 magical creatures, and killing a level 10 magical creature will reward you with 100 experience points, which means that you killed 200 level 10 demons within the novice secret territory? The high school principal broke his fingers and counted up, but so counting, he is a black eye, forehead at the cold sweater seeping down. That means, you have to kill an average of 172 level 10 demons every day, without eating, drinking, sleeping or resting. You would also have to kill more than 7 level 10 demons per hour. This, not counting, not knowing, once counted, Everyone around was scared to death by this data that Principal Gao had calculated. That's a level 10 demonic creature, the most powerful existence within the novice secret. Even if several of them worked together, it would take half an hour to hunt a level 10 demon, while Yilin was actually able to hunt more than 7 level 10 demons per hour. Was this guy really a human? Even Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but look at Yilin one more time, a look of interest in his eyes. Yilin touched his nose and didn't say anything. In fact, it was still that the number of magical creatures within the secret territory of the novice was a bit sparse, and most of his time was spent on searching for magical creatures. And as for the time spent on fighting, wasn't that just a matter of placing a forbidden spell? What's so time-consuming about that? The crowd was in a state of shock that they couldn't get over. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Well done, Yilin. You are the pride of Qingcheng High School. Principal Gao excitedly patted Yilin's shoulder. His eyes filled with appreciation. With the presence of this son, plus Zhuge Mi, do they still need to worry about Qingcheng High School in the college entrance exam trial? It must be a direct kill through 2 SSS level career changers, 1 level 12 and 1 level 16. What are the other high schools going to fight against? I really didn't expect he, Gao Zhentian, in the last year of his near retirement, was still able to cultivate such 2 genius students, and it was considered to be a sensational end. Principal Gao grinned, smiling like a brilliant chrysanthemum, and several other principals cast envious glances at him. But just then, a cold female voice sounded. What's so strange about level 16? Don't forget guys, he's a forbidden spellcaster. If he doesn't want to die and keep releasing forbidden spells, isn't it normal for him to upgrade fast? Zhuge Ni couldn't help but open her mouth. Looking at the star-studded Yilin made her heart uncomfortable. How does this kind of man deserve it? Only a man like Ling Knight deserves this kind of star-studded treatment. When Zhuge Ni said this, many people's faces changed slightly, and the gazes they looked at Yilin had less shock and more of a scrutinizing and sneering flavor. So it's a forbidden spellcaster. That's no wonder. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is originally an extremely special existence, taking lives in exchange for battle power. This Yilin is crazy, right? The novice secret realm is madly releasing forbidden spells to brush up his level. Other forbidden spellcasters don't live to be 25 years old, and he's so screwed up that I'm afraid he won't live to be 20 years old. Taking one's own life in exchange for a false name. What a foolish act. Don't say that. Other people take their lives to madly brush the level. Just want us to envy him. People take their lives in exchange for. Let him wind up for a few days. Just now, how high Yilin was held up, how badly he fell now, and the matter of him rising to level 16 in 7 days had completely become a joke. It's like envying your friend when you learn that he's suddenly rich, but he's not going to live long. With just one sentence, Zhuge Ni had turned Yilin from a starry-eyed man into a crowd of mockers. Mr. Yilin, why are you so bitter? Principal Su of Yutsai High School sighed quietly and painfully. If I'm not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Zhentian, who told you to quickly level up once you entered the novice secret realm, wasn't it? You've been tricked by him, Yilin. He's using your life for the school's honor. Principal Gao's face instantly changed, and being spoken to in his inner thoughts he vociferously bellowed. Surname Su, don't talk nonsense here. I'm a teacher. How could I possibly joke about my students' lives? Whether it's true or not, won't we know if we ask Mr. Yilin? If no one is induced, I don't believe that a teenager with great youth would joke with his life. When Principal Su said this, many people's eyes flashed with essence, suspiciously sizing up Principal Gao, and cold sweat seeped out from behind his back as he watched. Slander! It's slander! He's slandering me! Principal Gao hastily argued up, but Principal Su ignored him and looked at Yilin with a burning gaze. Student Yilin, come on, tell me the truth. Don't worry, I'll make sure no one dares to retaliate against you. Did your principal induce you to brush up your levels within the novice secret territory or not? He had been looking at Gao Zhentian, the old man, with displeasure for a long time, and as long as Yilin told the truth today in full view of the public, that would be the time when Gao Zhentian's reputation would be tarnished. Principal Gao instantly tensed up, because he did let Yilin and the others brush up their levels, and also gave Yilin and Zhuge Ni a ring equipment each. If Yilin shook this matter out in public, Principal Gao's eyes looked at Yilin with a hidden touch of murderous intent. The moment Yilin raised his head, Principal Gao felt his heart stop beating, and the others also focused their eyes on Yilin once again, desperate to know the truth. Headmaster Su, no one forced me. The act of brushing up my level within the novice mysteries was all of my own volition. It was only after Yilin's words fell that Principal Gao's heart, which had hung to the mouth of his throat, was finally put back into his stomach, staring him to death. Principal Gao was satisfied, but Principal Su was not. Student Yilin, do you believe yourself when you say that? Principal Su, Yilin asked as he raised his head to stare into Principal Su's eyes. If it was you who had switched to the profession of forbidden spellcaster, what would you choose? Do you choose to cower and be a lifelong, death-hungry coward? Or do you choose to let go and go big and wither away at your most radiant? I choose the latter. Yilin clenched his fists tightly. I, Yilin, would rather be a hero for just 1 minute than a coward for the rest of my life. Yilin's words were deafening, causing everyone in the room to fall into silence. Of the people who had just mocked him, many of their eyes also showed a touch of admiration, not realizing that Yilin would have such ambitions. And more people still maintained their sneer. Dead is dead. Isn't a sensational death also a death? Principal Su opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how he should go about it. Snap! An applauding sound rang out, and Zhuge Qianqing looked at Yilin with interest. Little friend Yilin is really ambitious. No matter what, little friend Yilin's level is as high as level 16. He is the highest ranked student within the novice secret this time. There's no doubt about that, isn't there? He's number 1. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing had stood out to speak for Yilin, the others didn't dare to say anything else. Even if they didn't put Yilin in their eyes, they couldn't not put Mr. Zhuge in their eyes, right? But when she saw her father speaking toward Yilin, Zhuge Ni was instantly displeased. Dad, who told you he's number 1? When Ling Knight comes out, he won't be lower than this Yilin guy. Oh, is that so? Which young talent is Ling Knight? Zhuge Qianqing looked at the major principals. All of the major principals shook their heads in bewilderment. None of them had ever heard of this person. Ling Knight. Gee, don't you care? You'll know when he comes out anyway. He's the true pride of heaven. Zhuge Ni had a determined face. Someone you hold in such high esteem, then I would indeed be interested in meeting. Zhuge Qianqing had a gentle smile on his face. Then he pulled out a business card and handed it to Yilin. Student Yilin, introduce yourself. My name is Zhuge Qianqing. I'm Zhuge Ni's father. In the future, if you have anything, you can contact me. The moment he locked eyes with Zhuge Qianqing, Yilin's heart tightened, and he felt as if the deep eyes behind Zhuge Qianqing's lenses could see through all his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. Then I'll leave first. Yilin took the business card and didn't dare to meet Zhuge Qianqing's eyes again. Good. Go home and get some rest. We should see you again soon. Zhuge Qianqing smiled and spoke. Yilin didn't dare to reply and left quickly. For some reason, he always felt as if this mysterious Mr. Zhuge knew everything. Yilin, don't forget to come back to school in 3 days to take the college entrance exam. Principal Gao opened his mouth behind Yilin and urged. 3 days after the end of the novice secret realm, it could be the day of the higher education test, which was much more important than the novice secret realm. After Yilin left, originally the others wanted to leave as well. But once they remembered the genius that Zhuge Ni had said was even more powerful than Yilin, they couldn't help but stay. After all, Yilin, not to mention, that up to level 16 level is enough to let all the people cannot catch up. The current second place Zhuge Ni from Yilin has a gap of 4 levels, a genius even more powerful than Yilin. How terrifying should that be? Is it possible that he's already at level 20? The crowd waited quietly, and Zhuge Ni also stared intently at the exit of the novice secret realm. It was getting late and the sun shed its last rays, setting in the east. The door to the secret realm of novices slowly closed, which meant that all the new students inside had been teleported out. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time couldn't help but look at Zhuge Ni. Didn't they say that there was a genius that was even more powerful than Yilin? Where is he? Zhuge Ni's face was also pale. It couldn't be. She clearly guarded from the beginning to the end. She watched every single one of them. Where is Ling Knight? Could it be? Zhuge Ni instantly reacted. When Yilin came out, there was a period of time when she was so affected by Yilin that she didn't bother to pay attention to the movement of the exit. It couldn't be possible that Ling Knight was the one who quietly slipped out at that time? This annoying Yilin. It's him again. Zhuge Ni, who figured this out, was annoyed. Seeing Zhuge Ni's sulking expression, no one dared to go up and question her. After all, this is Mr. Zhuge's own daughter, and the crowd that felt cheated could only slink away. What's wrong, Nene? Where's that genius you were talking about? On the way back, Zhuge Qianqing touched Zhuge Ni's head and asked, Dad, even you don't believe me. That genius called Ling Knight really exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Zhuge Ni was very excited and told Zhuge Qianqing the whole story. And Zhuge Qianqing cried and laughed. So that's why you came out of the novice secret realm early to recognize him? Zhuge Ni's voice was like a mosquito, carefully raising her eyes to look at Zhuge Qianqing. After all, although Zhuge Qianqing favored her, his principles were still very strong. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses, an essence flashed under his eyes, and faintly laughed. Nini, then have you ever thought of the possibility that Yilin is the Ling Knight you've been looking for? Pust. Zhuge Ni laughed outright at Zhuge Qianqing's speculation. Dad, don't insult Ling Knight. How does that Yi Lin guy deserve to be compared to Ling Knight? He doesn't even deserve to mention his shoes to Ling Knight. That guy was scared to death when he saw the Dragonblood beast, and Ling Knight has an extremely high level of control over the fire element. He can even manipulate karma fire. These are things that Yi Lin won't be able to do. If Yi Lin and Ling Knight were truly one person, I, Zhuge Mi, would serve him as an ox and a slave and a servant. Zhuge Ni scoffed. One was the person who made her spring, and the other was the person who disgusted her to the core. This is too ridiculous. Zhuge Ni would rather believe that she was hallucinating at the time, and that Ling Knight was simply a non-existent person, than believe that these two people were the same. Yeah, maybe. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses with a smile and did not argue with Zhuge Ni anymore as a flash of essence flashed under his eyes. A full moon hangs high above the night. The moonlight flowed slowly through the streets like mercury. Phew! Returning home, Yellen let out a long breath. Although the home was located in a sewage-ridden slum, it was the place where he felt most secure. Yellen went home and sat on the chair, his eyes satisfied to hide the glow of excitement. A level 16 transmogrifier, a SSSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster, burdened with 16 forbidden spells. From now on, he was no longer some ordinary man with no hands. Even if he was discovered to have an immortal body, he could still escape to the outside of the city, and if he really couldn't make it to the deep mountains and old forests where people were rare, it definitely wasn't that easy to find him. The matter of having the power of self-preservation was definitely the thing that would give Yi Lin the most peace of mind. Knock knock. But just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Yi Lin's heart plummeted. This was a slum. Even thieves wouldn't want to come and patronize a place like this. After all, the people who could live here were poorer than the thieves. Who would come knocking on his door at this hour of the night? Yi Lin secretly prepared for a fight, then got up and pulled open the door. What appeared outside the door was a middle-aged man in a suit with a briefcase in his hand. His expensive suit was obviously out of place with the dirty surroundings. You are? Yellen opened his mouth in confusion. You're Yi Lin's classmate, right? I finally found you. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand and reached out to Yi Lin. Introduce yourself. I'm the manager of Qingcheng Brainbuster Oral Liquid Company Limited. My name is Wang. Yellen. Looking at that watery hand, Yi Lin really didn't have the desire to shake it. Ow. I'm sorry. You guys can't drive in here, and it's too far to walk in, so I'm sweating a bit. Manager Wang smiled awkwardly and wiped his hand on his pants. What's the matter with you? Yellen said as he opened the door. It's like this. Didn't you transfer into a SSS profession and break the highest level record of the Qingqing Novice Mystic Realm in one fell swoop? I was thinking of asking you if you're interested in doing a commercial? Manager Wang raised 3 fingers. I can give you $300,000 for advertising. Yi Lin was a bit moved by what he heard. He finally understood Manager Wang's intention, and at the same time, he also secretly said that the lives of ordinary people were really cheap. He had previously sold almost all of his entire body's organs to earn $100,000, but after becoming a SSS-ranked transmogrifier and becoming famous in one fell swoop, the cost of a single advertisement was as high as $300,000. In the old days, he would have had to sell 10 cashews to earn that amount of money. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't reject it right away, Manager Wang hurriedly said while the iron was hot, $300,000 is just the current price. If you become the spokesperson of our Brainbuster Oral Liquid and get good grades in the college entrance exams, we can pay you more. The permission promised to me from the company side is $3 million. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. He was indeed short of money. Transmutations were originally extremely money-burning professions. Skill-wise he didn't have to worry about it. With endless spells in place, as long as he leveled up he would have an endless supply of forbidden spells. But in terms of equipment, he could only use real money to buy it. The only piece of equipment he had on him until now was still the ring with 10 points of spiritual power given by the principal of Qingcheng High School, Gao Zhentian, and that ring didn't even have a grade. Seeing Yellen's intention, Manager Wang sidestepped. Student Yi Lin, it's not a good idea to stand here. Why don't we find a place to eat and talk in detail? Good thing too. Yi Lin nodded and walked out with Manager Wang. A black luxury car was parked at the alleyway entrance of the slums, and even though Yi Lin didn't really recognize the car, he could tell that it wasn't cheap. Manager Wang took the initiative to open the door and sat in the back with Yi Lin, and the car started about 10 minutes later and stopped in front of a somewhat remote farmhouse. Come on, Mr. Yellen, get out of the car. Manager Wang warmly greeted Yi Lin. Don't look at this little farm with its looks, but the food here is one of the best. The chickens here are all real walk-in chickens, and the vegetables here are all grown by the owner himself, watered with chicken poop, and are purely natural and pollution-free. The fish here are all watered down. You'll know it once you've eaten it. Chickens have chicken flavor. Fish have fish flavor. Vegetables have. The food smells like shit. Yellen took over. Manager Wang's expression suddenly froze. Classmate Yi Lin, you're still quite humorous, huh? Let's go in quickly. Manager Wang brought Yi Lin into the farmhouse. Everything in this farmhouse looked new, just as if it had just opened not long ago, and he could even smell a faint flavor of decoration. After the two sat down in the box, a waiter soon began to serve them food, and Yelin directly began to dazzle the rice. Manager Wang really did not lie to him. The dishes here can be described as colorful and fragrant. The chicken is tender and melts in the mouth, with a fresh flavor. Yilin ate very happily. Don't look at this farm environment is not good. The things here are not cheap at all. Before Yilin how can have the opportunity to eat this kind of good food? Student Yilin, eat slowly. There's no rush. Not enough for us to order more. Manager Wang cheerfully pinched Yilin's food. Thank you. You're a good man. Yilin ate very happily, and the expression on Manager Wang's face got weirder and weirder. Of course I'm a good person. Is it good, Mr. Yelin? Yummy. Yilin nodded his head while swallowing a piece of chicken thigh meat. Don't you feel dizzy? Manager Wang asked with a sneer. It seems, it is a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yelin's head tilted and he fainted on the dining table with a thud. Oh, so easily fooled. What a fool. Thanks to all the alternative plans I had prepared. Manager Wang wiped his hands and looked at Yilin, who had fallen into unconsciousness. With a cold smile, he kicked Yelin, and Yelin's whole body fell to the ground unconscious. Manager Wang lifted his foot again, and used the hard heel of his leather shoes to grind hard on Yelin's palm until it was crushed to the point of blood and flesh, and Yelin didn't have the slightest reaction. After confirming that Yilin was unconscious, Manager Wang took out a phone. Hey boss, it's done. This kid is already now no different from a dead pig. After hanging up the phone, about 3 or 4 minutes passed. The door of the box was pushed open, and a very shrewd-looking middle-aged man walked in. If Yilin hadn't been mesmerized, he would have been able to tell that this middle-aged man was the same black-hearted boss he had been with that day when he sold his kidney in the black market. Good job. The black-hearted boss nodded towards Manager Wang in satisfaction. But boss, I don't quite understand what you're going through all the trouble of getting such a high school student for. If this is known to others, we're going to get into big trouble. Manager Wang couldn't help but say, a high school candidate, or a SSS-level transmigrator, such an existence was enough to attract the attention of the top management of Qingcheng. If not for the fact that Yilin was an orphan and didn't have any background, Manager Wang wouldn't have dared to take this order. Don't ask so many questions. The more people know, the sooner they die. The Blackheart boss coldly glanced at Manager Wang. Go out. Without my order. No one is allowed to approach this box. Violators, kill. Yes, boss. Manager Wang nodded and grayly exited the box, helping the black-hearted boss close the door. After Manager Wang left, the black-hearted boss crouched down and looked at the unconscious Yilin with unblinking eyes, like an old professor who had studied aliens all his life suddenly seeing a real alien with his own eyes one day. He reached out his big rough hand and just started rubbing it on Yelin's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, basket, cornea, coronary artery, liver, large intestine, small intestine. Boss Blackheart's expression grew more and more hideous, and the excitement under his eyes was unspeakable. It's back. I can feel it. All of it. All those organs that this kid sold me before have actually grown back. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Boss Blackheart gently rubbed Yelin as if he was carefully caring for a rare treasure. If I can master the secret of organ regeneration, the essence of Boss Blackheart's eyes flickered. If you can master the secret of organ regeneration, even those truly great men will have to worship you. A voice rang in the Blackheart boss's ears. Right. That's right. At that time, I don't know how many people will have to kneel in front of me and beg me. Boss Blackheart nodded his head repeatedly. He was so excited that he was about to jump up and down just thinking about that image. But immediately afterward, he realized something was wrong. Where was the third person in this room besides the unconscious Yelin and him? Who? He turned around violently, only to be met with Yelin's expressionless face. You're awake? How can that be? In the dish you ate, a triple dose of ecstasy was added. Even if an elephant ate it, it would be impossible to wake up in 6 hours. The black-hearted boss was shocked. That's not the question you should be asking. I'm more curious how you tracked me down. Yilin's face was filled with coldness. He clearly remembered that when he left the underground black market at that time, he also deliberately circled around several times to make sure that no one was following him before he returned home. How on earth did this black-hearted boss find himself? Humph. I'll explain this to you slowly after I take you down. I'm just afraid of trouble when I stun you. Do you really think you're a match for me? The black-heart boss let out a fierce laugh, and a sharp long knife appeared in his hand. And only then did Jilin realize that this Blackheart boss was actually a transmuter as well, and his level was clearly level 20. Ki Yurikawa. Phantom Swordsman, Level 20. Phantom Bladesman is not only good at speed, but also extremely powerful in concealing his breath, coming without a shadow and going without a trace, from which the name of Phantom came. It dawned on Yellen that a transmogrifier was stalking an ordinary person like himself, and it was no wonder he couldn't find out. Kid, be a good boy and tie your hands. If I make a move, there's no guarantee you'll be missing an arm or a leg. Boss Blackheart stuck out his tongue and licked at the blade. Yilin's face was a bit odd. This feeling was like a first-grade elementary school student comparing his stance and telling you, be careful, my fists are very strong. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Blood flames emerged from Yilin's body. He had wanted to directly end the battle with a destructive berserker thunder, but considering that it was indoors, he didn't want to make too much noise to attract attention, so he decisively chose other forbidden spells. Forbidden spell, Eternal Frozen Eyes. Forbidden spell, Eternally Frozen Eyes. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices his or her own eyeballs to freeze everything within reach of his or her gaze before the eyes go blind. Due to the fact that the demons encountered within the secret territory of the novice were all killed in one hit, Yilin hadn't had the chance to use this forbidden spell since he had gotten it. The moment the Eternal Frozen Eyes were unleashed, Yilin's black eyes were dyed pure white in an instant, crystal clear and beautiful. He avoided the black-hearted boss's head and looked toward the other man below the neck. Before Boss Blackheart could react, ice crystals had already begun to condense on his body. What's going on? What is it? Boss Blackheart was shocked. He raised his knife to cut the ice crystals off, but as soon as he slashed down, he only saw sparks flying everywhere, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. The ice crystals were unharmed. Instead, they crumbled and cracked his tiger's mouth. Blood flowed out, and the ice crystals that coalesced on his body were as hard as gold and stone. Soon all the parts of the Blackheart boss below his neck were frozen into ice sculptures, and Yilin's eyes were plunged into darkness at that moment. The Eternal Frozen Eyes worked well indeed. It was just a bit costly for the eyes, but this was naturally not a problem for Yilin, and with a thought, his eyeballs grew back. It can't be. It's impossible. You're only level 16, but I'm a full level 20. Even if you're a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way you can finish me off in one hit. What kind of monster are you? Disbelief was written all over Boss Blackheart's face as he tried to struggle. But how could a forbidden spell that Yilin had cast at the cost of a pair of eyeballs be so easy to break free from? Well, now we can have a nice chat. Yilin rolled his still somewhat raw new eyes. Tell me, how many people know about the fact that my organs can regenerate? Boss Blackheart pursed his lips, unwilling to open his mouth, the coldness coming from the ice crystals on his body freezing his face purple and green. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it, but at this rate, you'll definitely freeze from the neck down. In which case you'll be going from a noble level 20 transmuter to a paralyzed invalid. Yilin slowly walked over to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink it. That tea has ecstasy in it too. The black-hearted boss immediately opened his mouth. He wasn't worried that Yilin would be knocked out after drinking it. He was afraid that if Yilin was knocked out he would really have to freeze and be paralyzed here. However, in the face of his exhortation, Yilin was not at all moved, and between the rolls of his throat, he drank in a large cup of hot tea containing a large amount of ecstasy. The freezing black-hearted boss watched as Yilin drank a large cup of hot tea containing a large amount of ecstasy, then wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened. Shock was written all over the black-hearted boss's eyes. Why? Why would the ecstasy not work on you? Want to know? Yilin asked with a smile. Boss Blackheart nodded. Tell me first, how many people know about the fact that my organs can regenerate? Yilin asked rhetorically. The black-hearted boss's lips were already frozen purple. On my own. The other day I saw you sell 2 kidneys and corneas and leave. I thought that you wouldn't live long, so I might as well use the waste to bring you back and remove all the remaining useful organs, and get my money back in the process. But I didn't expect you to be able to move through the black market as fast as a person who was obviously blind. So I became interested in you, and after some investigations and finding out that you're an orphan, I had my men make a setup for you and bring you here. Yilin slowly approached the black-hearted boss. Are you really the only one who knows? Why do I feel you're lying to me? Because I wanted to keep the secret of organ regeneration all to myself. I didn't tell anyone about it, and even the people under me, they only knew that they were going to kidnap you, but they didn't know what they were going to kidnap you for. Boss Blackheart said truthfully. Well, I've told you everything I know, and it's about time you told me why you're not afraid of ecstasy, right? The black-hearted boss pursued. Oh, do you want me to tell it to you, or do you want me to tell it to the people behind you? Yilin took the black-hearted boss's knife and slashed off his left hand. The frozen arm smashed to the ground and instantly shattered into a mass of ice. A black miniature camera that he had clutched in his hand also fell out at this time. Leyland leaned down and picked up the camera amidst the pale face of the Blackheart boss, then directly activated the forbidden spell, and the reddish-purple karmic fire blazed, burning the camera to ashes. Who is the person behind you? Yellen put the knife on the black-hearted boss's neck. Oh, you kill me. Boss Blackheart closed his eyes as if he was resigned to his fate. If I don't tell you, I'm the only one who will die, and if I tell you, everyone in my family will. As you wish. Before he finished speaking, Yilin had already chopped down with his hand, and the black-hearted boss's head rolled out like a watermelon, with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he didn't expect Yilin to actually strike so cleanly. After resolving the black-hearted boss, Yilin aimed the knife at his stomach again, and immediately afterward, he performed a very standard harakiri and took out his stomach, only to see that his stomach, Hera set several layers of plastic bags. He ate food with ecstasy are contained in the plastic bags, did not enter the stomach to participate in the digestion at all, although he is immortal, but the toxin is just as effective for him, just can't poison him, before the set of fear that the plastic bag will leak. He even set the whole 5 layers. As for why use plastic bags? First, because plastic is a polymer compound. It will not be degraded by natural substances, not to mention corroded by stomach acid. Second, this stuff is cheap. After removing all the food with the ecstasy from his stomach, Yellen haphazardly stuffed his organs back into his stomach to allow them to heal. To be on the safe side, he wasn't going to let any of the people in this farmhouse go, and Yellen directly unleashed the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, necromancy returns to the realm. Forbidden spell, necrotic return. The brain cells of the forbidden spellcaster die at a rate of 100 million per second, forming a boundary sealed by countless necrotic creatures, which can't be broken until the forbidden spellcaster is dead. Note, if the boundary is attacked, it will accelerate the death of the forbidden spellcaster's brain cells. The moment the necromantic returning boundary was activated, countless white and ghastly skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground, their empty eyes burning with green and ghostly colored soul flames. Immediately after that, headless knights, bone dragons, witch demons, and all sorts of necromantic creatures kept popping up, surrounding the entire farmhouse, and unless one killed Yilin, no one would be able to escape from within this farmhouse. The people inside the farmhouse were stunned. Where had they ever seen such a horrific sight? The scene was like a natural disaster. Luckily, the necromantic creatures didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. They just quietly guarded the perimeter of the farmhouse. Yilin held the knife in one hand and the black-hearted boss's head in the other and pushed open the door of the box and walked out. Ha, boss? Manager Wang, who was guarding the doorway, was scared silly, although he had just heard some strange movements, but thinking that the black-hearted boss had ordered that no one else was allowed to go in without his order. They had been guarding the doorway, but I didn't expect such a guard to actually guard the body of the black-hearted boss. Get on me. Take this kid down. Manager Wang shouted, and the bodyguards around him instantly rushed up. All of them were transmutants, but none of them were of a very high rank. Forbidden spell, karma fire burning sky. When Yellen slammed down a forbidden spell, those close to him died. Why are you awake? Manager Wang was so scared that he fell to the ground. His face was pale. He clearly remembered that he had repeatedly confirmed that Yilin had already passed out. Thanks to you, I'm awake. And by the way, let me ask you a question. Yilin smiled and approached Manager Wang. Who are the people behind you? Manager Wang's pupils shrunk violently, and his throat beads rolled up and down, but he did not open his mouth. Don't say it, do you? A cruel smile appeared on Yilin's face. His hand rose and stabbed the knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who hadn't broken. That bodyguard's face was filled with disbelief, staring blankly at Yilin. He didn't say you stabbed him. What are you doing stabbing me? You're the devil. The panic in Manager Wang's eyes increased. The teenager in front of him was simply the devil incarnate, killing people so gently. How was he to know that Yilin had been much more cruel when he was testing his immortal body before? So, can we talk now? Yilin asked as he drew out his knife and walked over to the other bodyguard who had been seriously injured by the karmic fire and looked at Manager Wang. You can't afford to mess with the people behind the curtain. I advise you to leave, Manager Wang said through gritted teeth. Responding to him was another slash from Yilin's expressionless face, and an extra body appeared on the ground. After killing this person, Yilin didn't scourge the bodyguard this time, but walked over to Manager Wang. It doesn't matter if the people behind it are people I can't afford to mess with, but if you don't tell me, you're going to die right now, so think about it. With that, Yilin raised his knife. Manager Wang's panic was instantly put to the maximum. I say, the man behind the boss is the underground king of Green City, Kenson. Kenson? Yilin frowned. That name, why does it sound so familiar? He was just named one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingqing City and was on TV. Manager Wang reminded in a whisper. Yilin, he said, how to be so familiar. On the surface is the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingqing. Behind the back is the boss of all underground forces. Right. Well, so play. At the same time, Yi Lin also had a bit of a headache. Being targeted by such a big shot, his next days would not be easy. He could only hope now that the black-hearted boss was telling the truth and hadn't passed the news to Kensen behind the scenes yet. Otherwise, if Kensen knew that he was able to regenerate his organs, he might not be able to infer that he was immortal along the way, and he would be in trouble then. Yi Lin wasn't confident enough to think that he could fight against the entire underground king of Qingcheng. That would be too self-important. Hell, he knew how many powerful transmogrifiers Kensen had under his command. Strength, in the end, it is still strength. If he now has a level 50 or 60, whatever Kensen, it is just a matter of a forbidden spell. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare me? Manager Wang asked with a trembling voice. Yi Lin glanced at him coldly. Get lost. Don't cut cowards under my sword. Thanks. Thank you. Manager Wang scrambled up on his hands and knees and was about to flee. Stop. Yi Lin's voice suddenly rang out, frightening Manager Wang's sphincter so much that he almost couldn't even clamp it. What's wrong, brother? Manager Wang trembled. Got any cash on you? Take it all out and give it to me, Yi Lin said. There. The feeling of escaping from death made Manager Wang break out in a cold sweat, and he trembled as he pulled out the several $1,000s in cash he had on him and stuffed them all into Yi Lin. Alright, get lost. Look, what are you so scared for? I've already said that don't cut cowards under my sword. Can I still lie to you? Yi Lin rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Yes. I'm sorry, brother. It's me being petty. I'll get lost. Manager Wang hurriedly left, but he had just taken a few steps out when he felt a rolling, incomparable heat wave coming from behind him. The purplish-red karmic fire instantly engulfed the entirety of Manager Wang, who screamed miserably, and in a few breaths of time, his entire person was burned to ashes. It's true that Mr. Yi's sword doesn't cut down cowards, but coincidentally, I also know some forbidden spells. Looking at the fire in front of him, Yi Lin kindly opened his mouth to explain it for Manager Wang, then he slowly raised one hand. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, karma fire, burning sky. Yi Lin's face turned pale with the naked eye as a beautifully terrifying fire lotus continued to brew in his hands. The moment the fire lotus bloomed, the entire farmstead was enveloped in boundless karmic flames that blazed. Perhaps some of the people within this farmhouse were innocent, but there was no way for Yi Lin to tell. It was a matter of his own life and death, and he could only make these people's deaths less painful. At such horrific temperatures, the human body would even be vaporized outright, which would be considered a painless death. After destroying all traces, Yi Lin put away the necromantic returning realm, turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the night, leaving behind only a burnt and charred piece of earth. Returning home, Yi Lin washed his face and took several deep breaths without being able to calm his churning mind. He kills people. Unlike before when he killed those demons and other messy things, this time, what he killed were living, breathing people. More than that, what couldn't calm Yelin's mind was the next retaliation from Kensen. But the good thing was, in 3 days' time he would be going to the entrance exams, and he would be safe when he went to the entrance exam trials, and at that time, even Kensen wouldn't be able to move himself. The question is, where are you going to go for the next 3 days? Staying at home must be a sitting duck. Just as Yi Lin was fretting, his door was knocked on again. Yi Lin's heart thumped. It was hard to believe that Kensen's retaliation came so quickly. Instead of opening the door directly, he tumbled out of the window and around to the door, all the while holding a forbidden spell in his hand. If it was one of Kensen's men at the door, he himself would just throw the forbidden spell and run, and see if he could blow up a few of them. Just when Yi Lin wanted to make a move, only through the moonlight could he see that the person at his doorstep was actually Jiling. What's this kid doing running around looking for himself? But, the question of where to go on your own seems to be able to be solved. Seeing that it was Jiling, Yi Lin also put away the forbidden spell and retumbled back through the window, opening the door to the house. Boss, you're finally back. Jiling was a bit excited to see Yi Lin, not realizing that he had just walked on the ghost gate. I looked for my dad to apply $20 million there. But, don't say anything, money is a small matter. I recognize you as my little brother. Let's go. Go to your house. You've called me boss. I must protect you from now on. Yelin put his arm around Jiling and headed out. Ji's Group is one of the largest corporations in Xinjiang. No matter how bullish Kensen is, he can't possibly run into Ji's Group to arrest him. Right? Huh? Really? Jiling was still a bit in disbelief of his ears, and then a sense of accomplishment rose even more in the bottom of his heart. His father was right. Yi Lin, this guy is good at face and poor, and he has fooled himself into a free bodyguard in a few words. Right. You're my boss. Come home with me. The two hooked shoulders and walked away, like good partners who work well together. The two people who have their own thoughts in this moment have reached a perfect agreement, and both of them feel that they have really earned a lot. Just as Yilin got into Ji Lingyu's car and left, a dark shadow flashed and disappeared into the darkness at the shadowy corner. Qingcheng Underground Black Market. A man with a large cigar sat in a sofa chair. This man combed a big oil head, some hair fat, smiling kindly. If not, no one would know that the person in front of him is the boss of the underground black market in Qingcheng. Kensen. Kensen puffed on his cigar, his brow furrowing slightly, then stretching momentarily as his pupils lost focus, staring up at the ceiling in disbelief for a while before refocusing. How come there's no news from that Shervu guy? It's taken this long to catch a high school student? Beauty responded. Half an hour ago. He couldn't be contacted. When the people we sent arrived, the farmhouse had already burned to the ground. Judging by the fire, it was done by a transmogrifier, and that high school student, Yi Lin, was picked up by Ji Lingyu of the Ji clan 5 minutes ago. The Ji group? They're still behind this? Kensen's expression clouded over. Just today, Su Jihu, who is in charge of human organ sales under him, told him that he found something strange in a high school student, and that high school student might be hiding a big secret. He asked Su Jihu what was going on, but Su Jihu didn't elaborate, only saying that he would come back and report right away when he caught the high school student. Immediately after that, Su Jihu disappeared. What secret is hidden in that high school student Yi Lin's body? Surprisingly, even the G group has interfered. Kensen slowly leaned back against the backrest, a fierce glint in his eyes. It seems like I've been inactive for too long, and a G clan group dares to come and touch my mold. It's also time to let everyone in Qingcheng know who is the eternal king of Qingcheng's underground world. The vehicle drove to the rich district of Qingcheng and stopped at the entrance of a single house. Yilin couldn't help but feel that the rich area and the slums were just different. He just got off the car to go to the roadside to use a public toilet, and found that even the toilets over here were fragrant. It's no wonder so many people love money. It sure is nice to have it. As soon as he entered the Ji family, Ji Lingyu had already arranged everything for Yilin, and in front of his eyes were 2 neat rows of handsome maids bowing towards Yilin. Good evening, Yi Xiao. The maid's outfit was already loose, and with their heads bowed, their beautiful scenery was even more on display. Yilin's eyes went straight as he watched. Is this the joy of the rich? Damn it! He was a poor man before he crossed over, and after he crossed over he was so poor that he could only live in the slums, and if he didn't have an immortal body, he was afraid that he would have starved to death. But what was Ji Lingyu doing while he was starving? He was sitting in the villa with so many maids? Thinking of this, Yilin looked at Ji Lingyu's eyes with more than a touch of resentment. For the first time he was a little envious of Ji Lingyu. If he could cross over into a rich second generation, where else would he have to go through so much trouble to improve his strength? Like it, boss? Tell me if you fancy those ones. I'll have them go straight to your room tonight to serve you. Ji Lingyu hemmed and hawed, revealing a smile that all men understand. Don't worry, they have regular medical checkups every week. They are guaranteed to be very clean. This one, and this one. Yilin pointed at 3 of the maids. 3 is enough? Ji Lingyu was a bit surprised. No, I mean, don't take these 3. Send all the others to my room, Yilin said. Ji Lingyu, okay, just kidding, just give me a place to sleep. Yilin shook his head, still not daring to enjoy this kind of lust. He was still a virgin. To give the virginity to a woman who has no feelings for him, Yilin vaguely still a little unacceptable. Of course, over the hand is still no problem. Alright, I'll arrange it then. Ji Lingyu was a little surprised that Yilin could actually carry on in the face of the temptation of so many beautiful women. Ji Lingyu led Yilin into the Ji family's villa, and Yilin also met Ji Lingyu's father. The other party was an ordinary middle-aged man who looked a little bald, just the occasional flash of businessman's shrewdness under his eyes, all of which indicated that this middle-aged man was not ordinary. Soon enough, Yilin had his own room within the Ji family, and lying on the large, soft bed that was 3 meters by 3 meters, Yilin peacefully fell into a deep sleep. He had hidden himself in the Ji family. Could that Kensen still come to the Ji family to arrest himself? Thinking of this, Yilin fell asleep at ease. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the underground forces of the entire Qingcheng were gathering non-stop under Kensen's mobilization, and everyone knew that Kensen was about to make a big move. The next morning, the moment Yilin opened his eyes, there was a maid waiting by the bedside, and she gently pulled her bangs behind her ears with all the gentleness she could muster. Yi Xiao, you're awake. Wash your face. A steaming hot towel was handed to Yilin at the first opportunity. This sudden scene made Yilin couldn't help but slap himself. He thought that he hadn't woken up from his dream. In all the years of living in the slums, there had never been anything like a pretty maid handing one a hot towel as soon as one woke up. Yi Xiao, what's wrong with you? Having a nightmare? The maid hurriedly grabbed Yilin's hand to prevent him from hurting himself anymore. and the huge headlights shook Yilin a little. In a daze, Yilin finished washing his face, and immediately 2 more maids came over to serve him to brush his teeth, which Yilin rejected in a hurry. No, I'll do it myself still. Yilin still wasn't quite used to this feeling of being taken care of, and by the time he finished brushing his teeth, Jilingyu was already waiting for him at the door. Boss, how's it going? Are you used to living here? Not bad, Yilin nodded. That's fine. Let's go eat first. Jilingyu brought Yilin to the restaurant. There were only the 2 of them, but the table was filled with more than 20 dishes. 8 young girls who looked like flowers were already waiting here, and the moment they saw Yilin and Jilingyu, the 8 of them neatly lowered their heads. Good noon. Ji Xiao Yi Xiao. Boss, have a seat. Jilingyu very skillfully sat his butt down on a chair, and a young girl immediately brought up a bowl of soup at just the right temperature to moisten his mouth. After Jilingyu took a sip, immediately another young girl handed a large shrimp that had been peeled and picked off the shrimp threads to Jilingyu's mouth. He slightly opened his mouth and bit down on the best third of the shrimp meat, and this shrimp was finished. Just after eating the shrimp, another young girl hurriedly picked up the cherries and handed them to Jilingyu's mouth. Just 2 red, 2 green and 4. After eating the cherries, the 2 young girls, one on the left and one on the right, fed Jilingyu shrimps, and the other fed him crabs that were peeled and shelled to take out the meat. This scene dumbfounded Yilin on the opposite side of the room. Although the rich people in his original world were also extravagant, they didn't go to such an exaggerated extent. It seemed that due to the existence of transmigrators in this world, the status of ordinary people was apparently very low, similar to that of a maid. Boss, sit down. Are these dishes not to your taste? What do you want to eat? I'll have it made right away. Seeing Yilin still standing, Jilingyu hurriedly asked. No need. These are quite good. I just haven't seen them eat like this and am a bit curious. Yilin replied truthfully. Ha. Slowly get used to it. I spend money. They serve me. It is the natural thing to do. Jilingyu laughed loudly. After eating and drinking, Jilingyu clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young girls with trays came in front of Yilin, and each tray held a piece of clothing, with shirts and pants and ties. This is? Yilin was a bit puzzled. Boss, let them wait for you to change your clothes. Let's go to an auction dinner together at night. All the dignitaries of Qingcheng will be here then, Jilingyu said. This is also his father taught him, since to recognize the boss, then we must follow through. He in front of the Qingcheng dignitaries, openly admit that Yilin is his boss. In the future to encounter something, still worried about Yilin does not help him? Jilingyu had even begun to fantasize that he was Gao Qicheng and Yilin was Lao Mo, and as long as he said that he wanted to eat fish, Yilin would go to bat for him. Dinner party? No go. Yilin shook his head. He wanted to hide in the Ji family now until the entrance exam started. Yilin turned around and walked into the toilet wanting to pee, but just as he entered the toilet, he realized that there were actually 4 maids in the toilet as well. One had a dry paper towel in his hand, one had a wet paper towel in his hand, and there were 2 empty hands. As soon as he entered the restroom, the 2 empty-handed maids leaned over. Yi Xiao, let me help you take off your pants. Yi Xiao, I'll hold it for you. Yilin's face instantly darkened as he ran out of the toilet like he was escaping, and the original urge to urinate disappeared. Boss, what's wrong? Jilingyu was a bit puzzled. It's fine. I think it's still necessary to go to this dinner party. Yilin suddenly changed his mind. He doubted that he could be suffocated by urine if he stayed in the Ji family. Boss, it's great that you've changed your mind. Tonight's auction dinner is going to have a lot of good stuff, including equipment skills and those. Jilingyu said. There are still these goodies? Yilin froze for a moment. There is. Qingcheng organizes an auction dinner every year before the college entrance exams. It's just that civilians don't know about it, Jilingyu explained. Yilin was silent for a moment. He wasn't even a civilian. He could only be considered a pauper. Although he decided to attend the dinner, Yilin ended up not wearing the tuxedo that Jilingyu had prepared for him. Wearing this thing was just too diabolical for him. He still felt comfortable wearing his own clothes. Time quickly came to evening, and Father Ji took Jilingyu and Yilin to the most luxurious Yunsheng Hotel in Qingcheng. There were already many luxury cars parked in front of Yunsheng Hotel at the moment, and as soon as he saw Ji's father, the security guards at the entrance immediately nodded and greeted him in. After all, Ji's group could be considered a big enterprise when looking at the entire Qingcheng. A group of 3 people took the elevator to the top floor of Yunsheng Hotel, where there was a different world. 2 long tables filled with all kinds of expensive ingredients for the guests to help themselves to, and all kinds of people dressed in expensive clothes gathered together in 2s and 3s to talk and laugh. Some of them were business predators. Some of them were to highly ranked transmigrators. Some of them were political tycoons. Almost the entire Qingqing's dignitaries had gathered together. As soon as Ji's father came up, he went off with an old friend he knew, and Ji Lingyu had long since gotten over it. One circle for their older generation, one for us juniors. Come on, let's go over there. Ji Lingyu pointed to the opposite table, which was full of young people. It's okay, you go about your business, don't mind me. Yi Lin had been hungry for a long time, and he hadn't even taken a few bites of food at noon. Surrounded by those maids, Yi Lin ignored Ji Lingyu and walked over to the table and started feasting. The people present were eating extremely elegantly and were wearing expensive customized gowns. Yi Lin's hungry eating style immediately attracted the attention of many people around him, and Ji Lingyu's toes had already begun to buckle the ground. Boss, why don't we eat later? I'll introduce you to my friends first? There's no hurry. You wait until I'm full first. Boss, what do you want to eat at home? I'll have someone make it for you. No, you don't have to eat it first. Ji Lingyu said anxiously. He had already felt more and more gazes around them looking at the two of them, but Yi Lin simply ignored him, happily showing off his dinner. In his haste, Ji Lingyu even tried to make a move to grab the lobster in Yi Lin's hand, and Yi Lin's eyes instantly condensed. Forbidden spells. Ji Lingyu froze in place, an awkward smile on his face. It's okay, boss. You eat, you eat. Ji Lingyu covered his face in tears and left Yi Lin's side. He brought Yi Lin to the dinner today because he wanted to introduce Yi Lin to his friends so that Yi Lin could have a long face. But with Yi Lin's starving look, how could Ji Lingyu dare to introduce him out? If he told others that Yi Lin was his boss, he was probably going to become the laughingstock of the Qingqing second generation circle. After driving away Ji Lingyu, Yi Lin happily enjoyed his dinner. As for what the people next to him thought of him, he didn't care. Having a full stomach was the most important thing. But just as he was eating happily, a cool female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yelin? Yi Lin was still chewing on the unfinished lobster in his mouth, and when he turned his head, he saw Zhuge Ni's stunned face. Next to Zhuge Ni was a girl in a white dress. This girl was petite, a good half a head shorter than Zhuge Ni, but her face was not inferior to Zhuge Ni at all. It's really you. Why are you here? After seeing that it was Yi Lin, a flash of disgust clearly spread across Zhuge Ni's face. You didn't sneak in to mix food and drink, did you? Yi Lin didn't want to pay attention to Zhuge Ni, and in his heart, he said that it was bad luck. How could he run into this woman who was so rowdy that she lacked a root? But on second thought, with Mr. Zhuge's status, it really wasn't strange that Zhuge Ni would show up at this dinner party. Nimi. Who is he? The white-skirted girl asked with some curiosity. It was the first time she saw such obvious disgust on Zhuge Ni's face. Previously, even if those suitors were stalking Zhuge Ni, she had never seen Zhuge Ni show this kind of expression. Who is he? Humph. Just a guy who is greedy and afraid of death. Do you remember the Ling Knight I told you about who saved me? Zhuge Ni asked as she looked towards the white-skirted girl. Remember, you said that he controls karmic fire. His strength is incomparably strong, and just entered the novice mystic realm on the first night and killed a rank 8 demonic creature with a single strike. The white-skirted girl nodded. Before I met Ling Knight, it was this fellow I met first. This fellow's strength isn't weak, and if he was willing to join me at that time to fight against that class 8 dragon blood beast, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end at all. But this fellow was so greedy and afraid of death that he directly left me and ran away on his own. As soon as she spoke of this, Zhuge Ni gritted her teeth and stared at Yi Lin. But Yi Lin was so focused on drying his rice that he didn't even look at her. Ha! The white-skirted girl cocked her head. But, it's human instinct to avoid evil. And although he is indeed greedy for life and afraid of death, it's not so bad as to cause you to get so angry, right? Lu Yanwei. Zhuge Ni shouted out the white-skirted girl's name with a puff of anger. Whose side are you on anyway? Your side. Your side. Lu Yanwei spat out her little tongue. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been forced into a desperate situation by the dragon blood beast, and I wouldn't have been in such a sorry state to meet Ling Knight. Ling Knight treated me like a drag, which directly led to the fact that I still haven't found any news of Ling Knight. Do you think I should be angry? Zhuge Ni asked rhetorically. That does deserve to be angry. I'd be angry too if it were me. Lu Yanwei nodded. She was well aware of how crazy this Miss Zhuge had been looking for that Ling Knight in the past 2 days, almost turning the whole Qingqing over. Okay. Since we're angry we won't look at him. Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, let's go over there. Lu Yanwei pushed Zhuge Ni to another place, avoiding her from continuing to clash with Yi Lin, but Zhuge Ni still glared viciously at Yi Lin as she left. Yi Lin, who was eating his meal, suddenly had a bad taste rising in his heart. So his impersonation of Ling Knight had left such a deep impression on Zhuge Ni? He suddenly wondered a little bit what Zhuge Ni's expression would be until Ling Knight was pretending to be himself. However, this thought only flickered in Yi Lin's mind. He didn't want to be pestered by that chick Zhuge Ni. He couldn't wait to get as far away from her as possible. After eating and drinking, Yilin found a place to sit quietly waiting for the auction dinner to begin. For Jilingyu said that the equipment skills and so on appeared on the auction house. He was still a little interested. Skills he didn't lack, but equipment he was a complete blank slate. Just a ring with plus 10 points of mental strength, which was designated to be a disadvantage during the high school trials. After all, the Gao Gao trial was conducted in full view of everyone, and he definitely couldn't just throw a forbidden spell over whatever he came across like he did in the novice mystic realm, and that would definitely be suspected. But again, the problem was that he had no money. He wants the equipment, but he can't afford the money. Is there any way out? Yelin looked at Jilingyu. Maybe he could draw a pie for Jilingyu or something? Whoring from him for nothing? Jilingyu was like a roundworm in Yilin's stomach, and just as Yilin had risen to this thought, Jilingyu walked over with a large group of people. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my Jilingyu's boss, Yilin. It was hard to wait until Yilin finished his meal before Jilingyu dared to bring people over. With this introduction from him, the faces of those behind him all showed a suspicious look, looking at Jilingyu with trust and skepticism. Young Ji, are you kidding us? It's more like he recognizes you as his boss. You recognize him as your boss? The crowd sized up Yilin, their eyes full of puzzlement. This guy was covered in cheap goods, out of place with the whole dinner party. What did Jilingyu think? Jilingyu smiled mysteriously. His group of friends are basically the second generation of Qinchang, either rich or expensive. It is normal to not see Yilin. He then said with a mysterious smile, you can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the seawater. Ordinary people naturally don't have the qualifications to be my Jilingyu's boss. But he's different. Do you guys know? How many levels is my boss at now? How much? 16. And it's an occupation level that's SSS Class O. The crowd present instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, and there was no more of the initial contempt in their eyes when they looked at Yilin. No matter where they were, the strong could easily gain the respect of others. I told you how the name Yilin sounded a bit familiar. He's the first place winner in this novice secret realm, and it's set a new record for Qincheng. Someone marveled out. Newbie secret realm out. Can brush to level 8, level 9 can be called gifted, but in front of the eyes of the Yilin enough to brush to level 16. Simply horrible as it is. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Jilingyu put his hands behind his back with a smug look on his face. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Now, who dares to think that the boss he recognized by Jilingyu is not good? Seeing that Jilingyu was almost done pretending, Yilin was ready to start painting him a cake. Jilingyu, are you sure of obtaining a good grade in this college entrance examination trial? Yilin asked. Not really, I'm only at level 7. It'd be great to get a normal one, Jilingyu answered truthfully. If only I could go outside of the city, I would be able to take you to brush up on your leveling so that you could achieve a better grade. Yilin sighed. How is this possible? In order to prevent the situation of finding a strong person to take with you to brush up your leveling, it's strictly forbidden to leave the city for 3 days after the novice trials are over. Boss. Jilingyu shook his head like a rattle. Really? Then how come I heard that the passageway to the Gao Gao trial is just outside the city? Yilin said meaningfully. Boss, what do you mean? Jilingyu's breath suddenly caught. When the Gao Gao trial began, all 4 gates of Qincheng would be opened, and the candidates would need to traverse a distance outside the city on their own to get to the entrance of the Gao Gao trial passageway. This was also the first test of the entrance exam, and although there weren't many magical creatures near the city walls, they weren't absent. Every year, when all the candidates faced this level, they would use their fastest speed to rush straight through it, and Yilin's meaning seemed to be that he wanted to take him here to brush up on his level? That's outside the city. It's not something that can be compared to the secret realm of a newbie. The highest level of the demons in the novice secret realm was only level 10, and they still appeared in the deepest part of the secret realm, but the demons that appeared outside of the city had a minimum level of 10, and that was a place where one could lose their lives if they weren't careful, and every year, countless transmutations died outside the city in the mouths of the demons. Don't forget, I'm already level 16, just a short distance outside the city walls. I shouldn't run into any demons that I can't handle, but it's just a shame that I don't have any equipment. Or else maybe I could indeed take you there to brush up on your leveling before entering the Gao Gao trial. Yelin sighed, seemingly a little helpless. Equipment? Equipment, this is good to talk about. Jilingyu didn't take this to heart. But boss, I'm mainly worried about the safety of the 2 of us. After all, that's outside the city. Jilingyu was still a bit worried. If the G-clan could send strong people to protect him, he was naturally not afraid. But with just a level 16 Yilin, 1 boss, 1 life. Yelin's voice was resonant. Don't worry about it. The fact that I dare to do it means that I'm sure. And even if I do run into a demonic creature that I can't defeat, I guarantee that I'll die before you. Don't you want to level up a bit more so you can get into a better top school? You should know that money can't buy these things, boss. A trace of guilt flowed out of Ji Lingyu's eyes. Yi Lin was so dedicated to looking out for him, but he just wanted to use Yi Lin to whore out a free forbidden spellcaster bodyguard for nothing. But soon his eyes were firm. Righteousness is not business. It was something his father had taught him a long time ago. Forbidden spellcasters were inherently short-lived, and hadn't he allowed Yelin to experience an even more extravagant life before he died? Calculated. He actually did not harm Yi Lin. Businessmen, certainly to put the interests of the first. What Yi Lin said was not wrong. Money can buy a lot of things, but it can't buy into the senior academy. If you want to enter the senior academy to study, there is only one way to do so, and that is to pass the high school entrance examination trial to get in. Other than that, there is no any other way in the ancient country of Daxia. Boss, don't worry, just tell me what you see in tonight's auction and I will definitely take it down. Ji Lingyu said firmly. Good. That's what I've been waiting for. Oh no, don't worry, with the equipment by my side, I promise to take you to brush your level up to above level 10. Yi Lin similarly promised, as long as the level could reach above level 10, and the college entrance exam trial worked harder, he could basically book any of the top academies within the Great Summer Ancient Kingdom. The two of them smiled at each other, feeling in each other's hearts that they had really earned it. At this moment, the eyes of Ji Lingyu's group of second-generation friends were also filled with envy when they looked at Ji Lingyu. What kind of heaven-defying chance was it for a level 16 SSS-ranked forbidden spellcaster to give up his life to take Ji Lingyu to brush up on his level? They went from feeling that Ji Lingyu had a bubble in his head in the beginning to now feeling from the bottom of their hearts that Ji Lingyu's recognition as the boss was too worth it. If they hadn't been unable to pull their punches, they would have even wanted to ask Yi Lin if he was still short of minions. Who wouldn't be happy to recognize a boss and go from level 7 to level 10 for nothing? Boss, wait for me. I have to get through to my dad about this first. Ji Lingyu walked over towards Ji's father. The auction dinner was full of bigwigs. He couldn't take anything good just by himself. After receiving the approval of Ji's father, Ji Lingyu's bottom line was also a lot more plentiful. Boss, don't worry, it's done. I'll make sure to get the equipment you fancy tonight for you. Yi Lin nodded. There were only 6 pieces of equipment that could be used at the same time by a turn function. Yet there was no limit on the type. You can even equip 6 rings at the same time or hold 6 swords if you're happy. It's all your personal freedom. For an ordinary person, putting together 6 pieces of equipment was a difficult task. Not to mention that all 6 pieces of equipment had to be suitable for them. So transmogrification had always been very costly. The transmigrants who don't have money can only work for the rich transmigrants. Although they are still above the ordinary people, there is no change in their essence. They just change from ordinary laborers to high-level laborers. However, with Ji Lingyu as a big spender, Yi Lin shouldn't have to worry about equipment for the time being. Snap! Just then, all the lights in the room were suddenly turned off, and the entire dinner party was plunged into darkness. But the people seemed to be accustomed to it, and there was no commotion at all. But rather, they waited quietly. A beam of light lit up on the stage right in the center, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a classical cheongsam with a diminutive figure had stood there at some point. With a slight application of light makeup on her face, she was incredibly beautiful, and between her knitted brows and smile, she seemed to be able to seduce people's hearts, and many men's eyes flashed with a touch of greed. Good evening everyone. I'm the auctioneer for tonight's auction dinner, Ching Cheng. On behalf of the Jumbo Auction House, I'd like to welcome you all, and wish you all the best of luck in winning your favorite lots tonight. The woman bowed slightly, the fullness in front of her body calling out, looking at a lot of men straight in the eyes, but no one dared to make a mistake, not even those who exited to flirt. After all, Jumbo Jai Auction House is not a soft persimmon. This is the largest auction house in the ancient country of Daxia, and the branches have opened to almost all the cities in the ancient country of Daxia. Every year, the auction dinner is also led by the Jumbo Auction House. Open the mouth to molest Ching Ching. That is to offend the Jumbo Jade. The people present are the Ching Ching dignified characters. Naturally will not be for the district a woman to do this kind of silly things. To their status position, what a woman is not just a matter of beck and call. Without further ado, just like previous years, this year as well there will be 100 lots. The first 50 will be skill scrolls, and the last 50 will be equipment. First of all please present our first lot. Ching Ching clapped her hands with a shallow smile, and soon a bundle of skill scrolls arranged in a tray was brought up. The first lot is an epic skill scroll, Fire Skill, suitable for mage class professions. The reserve price is $500,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. As soon as Ching Ching's words fell, the scene was in an uproar. Skill levels were categorized into 4 grades, common, rare, epic, and legendary, and epic level skills were already extremely rare. The first thing that came up was the epic skill scroll. It seems that this year's Jumbo Jade was indeed prepared. A transmuter can only hold 6 pieces of equipment at the same time, but the number of skills is completely unlimited. This is the same reason why transmuters burn money. Rich transmuters have good equipment and more skills. The skill level is also high. The combat power is naturally stronger. Some experts had once done an experiment. In the same level, a divine armor transmuter can easily hang 10 white plate transmuters of the same level. I want to beat 10 is really not just saying. $51,000. $55,000. The bigwigs on the scene quickly started bidding, and the price of the epic skill scrolls climbed all the way up, quickly breaking through the million mark. Looking at Yi Lin in amazement. Here, it was as if money was simply just a number. Fortunately, his profession was a forbidden spellcaster, which didn't require any skill scrolls and could unlock new skills just by upgrading, or else it would definitely be even harder for him. A poor man. Of course, he couldn't use skill scrolls in his profession either, and forbidden spellcasters could only strike with forbidden spells. In the end, after Zhuge Qianqing shouted out a price of 3 million, this epic scroll was also pocketed by Zhuge Qianqing, and no one opened their mouths to bid again. For one thing, the price of 3 million is already high enough, and for another, in this acreage of Qingchang, no one is willing to offend Mr. Zhuge unless they are forced to. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for bidding on the epic great skill scroll. Next please present our second lot, the rare grade skill scroll, containing a sword skill, suitable for sword-related professions. The reserve price is $100,000, and each increase shall not be less than 10,000. Qingqing first skillfully congratulated Zhuge Qianqing before inviting out the second lot. The second skill scroll's level was not as high as the first one, but it was a sword skill, which instantly aroused many people's interest, and the final price was set at 800,000. After looking at a few lots, Yi Lin lost interest and directly leaned back in his chair and pretended to sleep. The 50 in front of him were all skill scrolls, and even if there were legendary level skills, it was none of his business. On the contrary, it was Ji Lingyu who had auctioned off 2 desired skills during the period. His profession was the A-ranked, shadow-bearing swordsman, and the second rare-ranked skill scroll was the one that was auctioned off by him. Alright, our 50 skill scrolls for this year have all been auctioned off, and guests who didn't get skill scrolls shouldn't be discouraged, because what's coming up next is the equipment auction. Qingqing smiled in a very charming way. Along with her clapping her hands, the first piece of equipment of the night was also served up, covered with a red cloth. It was hard to see the shape, but judging from the size, it should be a ring necklace or bracelet type of equipment. The crowds all stretched their necks, waiting for Qingqing to introduce them, and Qingqing didn't whet people's appetites, but instead smiled with a full smile and pulled off the red cloth. Tonight's 51st lot is a rare grade equipment. Imperial Dragon Rui Ring. A tribute effect. Increases spiritual attributes by 30% and comes with a passive skill, Dragon Chi Possession. The starting price is $8 million. Each increase shall not be less than $100,000. As soon as Qingqing's words left her mouth, the entire audience was in an uproar. Unlike the division of skills, equipment was divided into 7 levels: low, medium, high, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Moreover, the preciousness of equipment can be much more precious than skills, and the only way to have the ability to create equipment is to switch to a forging class-related profession of S rank or above. The leveling up of life class professions is not comparable to that of combat class professions, which can naturally keep leveling up as long as you insist on not dying and keep brushing monsters. But life class professions can be different. Take the forger profession for example. It is divided into low-level forger, intermediate forger, high-level forger, forging master as well as the legendary divine smith. If you want to raise the level, you can only pour money into it. Keep forging. Practice makes perfect. Forging more, the level will naturally go up. Ordinary people simply can't afford the huge resources needed for a forger to grow. Even if you look at the entire Qingcheng, the highest level of forger is only senior, which also means that the equipment produced by Qingcheng, the highest is only senior, and 100 times in the forging may not be able to succeed once. Rare grade equipment could only be created by a master forger. This also meant that this Imperial Dragon Rui ring in front of him must have come from the hands of a master forger. Yi Lin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at this time. A ring that could add 30% mental strength. The equipment's enhancement to a transmuter was just too great to know. His forbidden spell Burning Reincarnation although can enhance 100% spiritual power, but that is burning life force in exchange for. If there is a rich kid a person body set 6 Imperial Dragon-like ring, light spiritual power plus achievement reached a shocking 180%. He burn life force cannot catch up with people. It's no wonder that a divinely armored transmogrifier can easily hang 10 white bards. However, The price of this Emperor Dragon Rui ring is also prohibitive. A full $8 million, but also just the starting price. According to the experience of the previous auction skill scroll, the transaction price will certainly not be less than $20 million. $20 million. Yilin crossed his fingers and did the math. He would probably have to sell 666 cashews to be able to come up with this amount of money. A figure that he, an immortal body, found outrageous when he looked at it. But luckily, he had Ji Lingyu. 9 million. Father Ji immediately quoted the price, instantly raising the price of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring by $1 million. But this price was obviously not enough to scare off the other competitors, and many people made bids. $9,200,000, $10 million, $12 million. The crowd was well aware of how precious a rare grade equipment was. It was a treasure that money couldn't even buy in Qingcheng because there were no forging masters in Qingcheng at all. Just then, Father Ji quoted the price again. $15 million. The whole room was in an uproar, raising the price by $3 million at once. And everyone could see that the G group was determined to win this Imperial Dragon Rui ring. There were still offers on the field, but the number of offers had become much smaller. And when Father G raised the price to $18 million, the entire room fell silent. 18 million? For a rare grade equipment. This price was reasonable, and there was no point in raising the price any further. The corners of G's father's mouth revealed a faint smile. $18 million for a qualification for his own son to enter a top academy. It was worth it. After all, he only this one son, not spend money on him where else. Although this Imperial Dragon ring is to give Yilin's auction, but forbidden spellcasters this occupation short-lived very much. In a few years Yilin died. His body equipment what is not still his son Ji Lingyu's? $18 million a time. 18 million twice. 18 million 3 times. Let's congratulate G's group. Just as Jumbo Jade's auctioneer Ching Ching was about to announce that Father G had successfully auctioned off the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, a lazy and arrogant voice rang out. $20 million. This voice rang. The crowd were a little surprised back to the head. Bidding is very normal, but stuck in the last moment to bid. This is clearly to the death to offend the G group. In the end, who has such a big nerve? Father G's face also sank suddenly, his gaze stern as an eagle. But when he saw the person who made the bid, everyone froze. It was a man with a big greasy hair, looking a bit blonde, and a kind smile on the corner of his mouth. King of the Underground, Kensen. Did he do it on purpose or by accident? G's group and Kensen can't get on the same page. It's hard to say, but it looks as if the two have had their share of trouble. The crowd was talking. They all smelled an unusual flavor. Although Kensen did not have any big action in recent years, but everyone knows that there is only one king in this Qingcheng underground world forever, and that is Kensen. G's father was also confused at the moment. He had never offended Kensen. He had never even seen his face a few times. What did the other party mean by this? Mr. Kensen, I wonder if I have offended you in any way. Based on the principle of peace and harmony, Father G didn't get angry, but compensated with a smile. Mr. G, what are you talking about? At an auction, it's definitely the highest bidder who wins. I, Kensen, also have my eye on this Imperial Dragon Rui ring, can't I? Kensen smiled kindly. Without any frame, his eyes did not move and swept a glance at Yilin, but in his heart, he was secretly saying, good you G's group, now you are still pretending to be a fool with me, right? That Yilin is standing behind you. Yilin was also sizing up Kensen at the moment, and if he hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have guessed that the person in front of him would actually be the king of the Qingcheng underground. The two men's gazes met across the room, and there was a hint of coldness in each other's eyes, except for G's father, who was sandwiched in the middle with a bewildered look on his face. Could it be that Kensen really just had his eye on the Royal Dragon Rui ring as well? 21 million. Father G tentatively offered another price, but it was the exact same drama. And the moment Kiyoshi announced the price, Kensen shouted out another 22 million. G father's heart thumped. He could now be sure that Kensen was really targeting the G group. This was definitely not a good sign. Mr. Kensen, where did my G group offend you? Please clarify. Father G said very respectfully. It wasn't that he was afraid of Kensen. It was just that it wasn't in his interest to somehow offend such a guy. Explicit? As soon as Kensen heard this, his gaze went cold, and he leaned over to Father G's ear and whispered, killed my man and still dare to ask me to make it explicit? You are a man. Your battle cry. I, Kensen, take it. I promise to break your family. Yilin had burned dozens of his men along with the farmhouse in one fire in the front foot, and in the back foot, he was personally picked up by Ji Lingyu, the youngest master of the G group. To say that there was no G's group behind the scenes pushing the envelope, Kensen would never believe it. This pretending to be crazy behavior of G's father was a naked provocation in Kensen's eyes. Father G is even more confused. What? A letter of war? How did he give Kensen a letter of war? But he did understand the last 4 words. The family is broken. Ji's father's face was instantly chilled. He repeatedly backed down to give Kensen face, but Kensen threatened him with his family's lives. If he still continued to back down, then he was really a loser to the house. He, Ji's group, was not some soft persimmon to pinch. Since Mr. Kensen won't make it clear, let's follow the rules of the auction. $30 million. $30 million. When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. A rare grade equipment that had fetched a sky-high price of $30 million was simply appalling. That's a price that could even fetch epic gear of lesser quality if you add a bit more to it. However, Ji's father's face did not have the slightest ripple. In terms of financial strength, Ji's group in Xinjiang has never been afraid of? So what if Kensen is the king of the underground world? In terms of financial power, in front of the Ji group, 2 Kensensons may not even be enough. Fine. $30 million. Kensen's gaze also turned grim. $30 million for a rare grade equipment would be a meaty pain even for him. This was an auction held by Jumbo Jade. Even if he was Kensen, he would definitely not dare to make a random offer here. Once Ji's father made this move, the feud between Ji's group and Kensen was complete. In the end, the Imperial Dragon Rui ring was also successfully pocketed by Father Ji. Fuck! This Kensen is out of his mind. When did I kill one of his men? Although he had successfully auctioned off the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, there was no trace of joy in Father Ji's eyes. Offending Kensen in Xinjiang was definitely a big trouble. The key was that he didn't even want to offend Kensen. It was Kensen who came up and chased after him like a mad dog. Uncle Ji, we have to look at the essence through the phenomenon. When someone wants to make a move on you, having a soldier who got lost can be an excuse. And whether or not Kensen's men are dead, it's still not up to him? Yilin heavily analyzed for Ji father. He didn't dare to let Ji father know that Kensen was targeting Ji group because of him. Otherwise he would definitely be thrown out. When you are too weak to resolve a conflict, you can choose to expand it. Kensen has always wanted to wash his hands of the underground and become a real businessman, but the market in Xinjiang has long been saturated and there's simply no chance for him to get in. But as long as he takes down the Ji group, he'll have a ready-made big business. Yilin's words caused Ji's father to fall into deep thought, the essence of his eyes flickering uncertainly. Fine thought. The cold sweat on Ji's father's forehead swished down. He had thought that Kensen was just mad and biting, but if Kensen was mad on the surface and was secretly plotting against Ji's group, then if he didn't make a move, Kensen was bound to be a thunderbolt when he made a move. If he himself hadn't prepared in advance, he would have definitely been caught off guard by Kensen. After all, in terms of the number of strong men under their command, the Ji clan was indeed no match for Kensen. Yelin, thank you. The authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. If you hadn't reminded me, Uncle really wouldn't have thought of this layer. Father Ji's gaze toward Yilin was filled with gratitude. It's alright, Uncle. You are Ji Lingyu's father. Ji Lingyu and I are brothers. I naturally treat you as my father as well. Yilin smiled brightly, revealing 8 large white teeth. This, Ji father was a bit stunned. Looking at the sincere Yilin, a touch of guilt also rose in the bottom of his heart. You're also a bitter child. If you don't mind, you can stay in the Ji family permanently in the future. Okay, Uncle. Yelin nodded. At this time, the waiter also sent the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Father Ji, a ring lying quietly in the tray. The ring was carved with delicate dragon patterns, flowing with a faint light, as if it contained endless secrets. Take it and see if you like it. Father Ji smilingly handed the Imperial Dragon Rui ring to Yilin. Yilin set the Imperial Dragon Rui ring on his finger. A power of strange power came from the purple ring, making Yilin feel extremely comfortable, just like taking a hot bath in the middle of winter. Imperial Dragon Rui ring. Grade, rare. Attribute, spiritual power increased by 30%, washable. Skill, Dragon Breath Possession. Dragon Chi Possession. The wearer of the Royal Dragon Rui ring is blessed with Dragon Chi, which can increase the value of Chi by 10%. Yilin heart thumped. Luck value of this thing, mysterious and mysterious. Good luck fall off a cliff can pick up the secret book of the world. Bad luck to sit on a subway can be a little fairy falsely accused you of stealing photos. Although this thing called Chi luck was invisible and untouchable, it was better to have it than not to have it. And besides, the spiritual power increase of the Royal Dragon Rui ring was already worthy of the grade of rare. After all, it was a percentage increase. Thank you, Uncle. Don't worry, Uncle. Even if I have to lift, I will still lift Lingyu into the top academy. Yilin said with a serious face. A family doesn't talk about 2 families. It's too raw to talk about this. What else do you fancy? Just tell me. Ji father laughed. The old man is very relieved. He spent so much money, waiting for his not Yilin's this sentence? Seeing the 2 of them, Yilin and Ji's father, talking and laughing, the coldness in the bottom of Kensen's eyes surged. and he was even more certain that the deaths of his men were bound to be the work of Ji's group. In the next auction, there were no more rare-grade equipment, and most of it was dominated by high-grade equipment, with a small portion of it being intermediate-grade equipment. But no matter what equipment, as soon as Father Ji put in a bid, Kenson would inevitably follow suit, and Father Ji often had to exceed the price by more than 50% to take a lot. Kenson's behavior of maliciously raising the price made Ji's father furious, but the auctioneer Ching Ching on the stage did not want to stop it. After all, if the auction price was higher, the more they Zhenbazai earned, they naturally would not meddle in the matter. During this time, Father Ji had auctioned off another ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace for Yi Lin, all of which were high-level equipment. Ring of Heavenly Green Thunder. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Spiritual Strength Increase 15%, Washable. Skill, Thunder Reinforcement. Thunder Enhancement, Increase the power of the wearer's thunder skills by 20%. Twin Yin Yang Bracelet. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Mental Power Increased by 40%, Washable. Skill, Yin Yang Dual Life. Yin and Yang Dual Life. When both the Yin and Yang bracelets are worn at the same time, the Yin and Yang intermingle to produce life, which can quickly heal the injuries on the wearer's body. Burning Moon Necklace. Level, Advanced. Attribute, Mental Strength plus 200, Washable. Skills, None. Each of these 4 pieces of equipment had the effect of increasing mental power. And with the addition of the Royal Dragon Rui Ring, at this moment, Yi Lin's mental power increase had reached a staggering 85%, along with a fixed 200-point mental power bonus. This also meant that at level 16, even if he didn't activate his burning chakra, he could now reach a staggering 1,088 points of mental power. Yi Lin gently rubbed the Dual Life Yin Yang bracelet. Although the Dual Life Yin Yang bracelet was equivalent to 2 pieces of equipment and would take up 2 equipment slots, he was most satisfied with this Dual Life Yin Yang bracelet. Because of the Dual Life Yin Yang bracelet, the matter of the injuries on his body being able to heal quickly had a reasonable explanation for him. Yi Lin, for this last piece of equipment, you should choose a life-preserving piece of equipment, right? Among the 3 lots in this finale, there is a soft armor with extremely strong defense. I think it's quite suitable for you. Father Ji laughed. Yi Lin's first 5 pieces of equipment are to increase combat power. The last piece of equipment if you do not choose a piece of equipment to protect your life. It is too easy to be attacked and killed live in order to have an output. This is the unchanging truth. Yi Lin raised his head and looked at the last 3 remaining finale lots on the auction table. They were a sword, a soft armor, and a bracelet. And these 3 pieces of equipment, all of them were rare grade. They were also the final lots of the auction. Uncle Ji, you can shoot that soft armor to Lingyu. I don't need it. Yi Lin shook his head. Not to mention the fact that he had an immortal body. There was also an immortality spell and his own forbidden spells that could immunize him from lethal damage. Going to wear life-preserving equipment was really superfluous. Lingyu he already had it a long time ago. You don't want the soft armor. Do you want the bracelet? Father Ji was puzzled. Neither. Uncle Ji, I want that knife. Yi Lin gazed at the knife on the stage. Ha? Knife? Father Ji was filled with doubt. And even Ji Lingyu opened his mouth to ask with some confusion. Boss, aren't you a forbidden spellcaster? What do you need a knife for? I have a forbidden spell that happens to require a knife to cast. Yi Lin didn't explain too much to the Ji family's father and son. He had unlocked the first forbidden spell that required a weapon to cast when he had brushed up to level 10 in the novice secret realm. And this forbidden spell was called Yang Shou Blade Technique. Forbidden spell, Yang Lifespan Blade Technique. Each slash made by the forbidden spellcaster consumes 1 year of Yang lifespan. And each slash is twice as powerful as the previous slash, and can be stacked up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Yi Lin himself knew how perverse this forbidden spell was. Although his strength attribute was not high, only 160 points. If he had opened the burning chakra first and stacked it to the 99th layer with the Yang Shou Blade Technique, it would be a full 31,680 points of damage. And it's 31,680 damage per slash. 999 in one slash is not a dream at all. With the immortal body, Yi Lin didn't have to worry about the problem of his young lifespan running out at all. Do not need to release any skills. There is no skill pre-swing skill after swing and casting time. Every ordinary attack can split nearly 32,000 damage. If he is given 2 watermelon knives within the novice secret, Yi Lin estimates that the entire novice secret within the demonic creatures will have to be hacked to death by him. This skill, if you want to say the only drawback, that is the need to have a knife in the hand to be able to perform. And ordinary knives cannot withstand the power of the Yang Shou knife method. Yi Lin previously tried with a kitchen knife, swung 2 knives on the break. This, although Father Ji didn't understand why Yi Lin, a forbidden spellcaster, wanted to put a sword, he still chose to respect Yi Lin's idea. Both that soft armor and the bracelet Father Ji didn't choose to make a move. In the end, The soft armor was auctioned into the hands of another Qingqing bigwig, while that rare grade bracelet was auctioned off by Zhuge Qianqing, waiting until he started to auction off that knife before Father Ji made a move at full strength. Although there was a price increase from Kensen, in the end, Father Ji still took the rare grade sword for $28 million. Starburst, grade, rare. Attribute, strength plus 300 points, washable. Skill, Starburst. Starburst, under the illumination of starlight, the power bonus of the Starburst Heavenly Trace can be continuously increased by up to 100%. The Starfall Heavenly Trace was lying quietly in front of Yilin. The blade was about 3 feet long. The whole body was flowing with deep starlight. As if the Milky Way was pouring down from the starry sky, the blade was carved with complex patterns, each of which seemed to contain endless cosmic mysteries. The back of the blade was thick and heavy, but the blade was exceptionally sharp, transmitting a stern aura. When Yilin reached out to hold the hilt of the blade, the starlight on the blade seemed to grow brighter, as if it was conversing with the stars, and the light reflecting off the blade was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail in the heavens. And at this moment, it was as if the Starfall Heavenly Trace blade was resonating with the entire universe, emitting a palpitating aura. Good knife! Yilin's eyes were filled with surprise. This auction dinner had been worth coming to. He had instantly transformed from a blank slate to possessing a full 6 pieces of equipment, which could be considered a doubling of his combat power. Although his level was still only 16, with 6 pieces of equipment by his side, Yilin had every intention of sweeping everyone below level 20, if he let go and didn't have to worry about his undead body being discovered. Even if it was a level 30 transmogrifier, Yilin would dare to break bread with the other party. After this last lot, the Starfall Heavenly Trace was pocketed by Father Ji. In the auctioneer's clear and sweet laughter, this grand auction dinner was also officially declared over. On his way out, Kensen turned his head coldly and made a throat-wiping gesture at Ji's father before striding away. Ji's father narrowed his eyes slightly. He and Kensen's Lian was considered to be completely knotted. He had to prepare himself early to do so. Ling Yu, you go back with Yilin first. Dad still has some things to do. Okay Dad. Ji Ling Yu obediently obeyed. Although he was a second generation outside, but in front of Ji's father, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of behavior. How strict this father of his was, he knew it by heart. Let's go boss. Ji Lingyu beckoned towards Yilin, who quickly followed. Although he had been counting on the Ji family's father and son, he still understood the most basic truth of being a human being, which was to know one's favor and repay it. The Ji family's father and son were so generous to him, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. With this equipment, he was completely sure that he could quickly help Ji Lingyu level up to level 10 or even higher when he left the city. After all, although the demons outside the city were stronger, relatively speaking, the experience dropped would also be more, and they would even drop all sorts of materials and even skill equipment. Looking at Yilin's departing back, Zhuge Ni coldly hummed, her eyes filled with disgust. I really don't know what the Ji family sees in this death-hungry guy, and spending so much money to buy him equipment. The money the Ji's group had thrown out tonight just to buy equipment was nearly $100 million, which was definitely not a small amount of money for Ji's group either, and was even considered to be a hemorrhage. Seeing Yilin, the person she hated, get the benefit of the doubt, Zhuge Ni's heart became unbearable. At this time, Lu Yanwei next to her suddenly received a phone call, followed by her face suddenly becoming odd. NIMI. There's news about that Ling Knight you've been checking out. But, it's not good news. What? There's news of Ling Knight? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Hearing the news of her beloved, Zhuge Ni couldn't care less about Yilin and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanwei to ask after him. It's the news from the Bureau of Investigation side. A farmhouse within Qingcheng was burnt down. Dozens of people lost their lives in the fire. The scene was surveyed for residual karmic flames. It's suspected that it was the one you mentioned, Ling Knight, and the Bureau of Investigation side would like you to go and cooperate with the investigation. Lu Yanwei observed Zhuge Ni's expression change and said carefully, Ling Knight him? Killing people? Why? Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. If he's a murderer, there's no way he would have saved me in the first place. Wei, take me to the scene. The two of them, Zhuge Ni and Lu Yanwei, drove quickly to the farmhouse that Yilin had come to before. The place had been burned empty by the karmic fire, and even the earth took on a scorched brown color. Here, it is indeed the aura of karma fire. Zhuge Ni's face was stunned. Zhuge Ni was extremely sensitive to the fire element. The aura of this force was the same as the Ling Knight in the novice secret territory at that time. The person who burned down this place must be Ling Knight without a doubt. But why would he do that? There are rules within the city. Even if a transmigrant is in the city, he can't kill at will, or else he will be arrested just the same. And if he commits something too serious, he will even be killed on the spot. The Bureau of Investigation was the organization responsible for maintaining the rules of the city, and the scene had already been cordoned off by the Bureau of Investigation, and a middle-aged investigator took the initiative to welcome them shortly after the two arrived. Ms. Zhuge, Ms. Liu, how are you? I'm sorry to call you here so late in the evening. My surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. After the yellow investigator had introduced himself, he skillfully took out a pen and paper. I'll get right to the point. Ms. Zhuge, you're saying that you saw someone named Ling Knight in the novice secret territory earlier, who was able to use karma fire and blasted a rank 8 demonic creature to death with a single blow, right? Yes, Zhuge and I answered truthfully. Then can you find him? Investigator Wang pressed on. I'm looking for him as well, but it's like he disappeared into thin air. It's impossible to find him, Zhuge and I said. Good. Then another question. Do you know Yilin? Investigator Huan looked calmly into Zhuge's eyes, but they were filled with a firm force, as if they could pierce through one's psychological defenses. Recognize. A guy who was greedy and afraid of death. A flash of undisguised disgust flashed across Zhuge's face. So far, based on the results of our investigation bureau's investigation, the possibility that this Yilin is Ling Knight is very high. After saying this, Investigator Huang continued to stare at Zhuge and I, trying to find a breakthrough from her. After all, Yilin is a high school student, at this moment in the G group. If there is no full evidence to go to arrest people, if the wrong person to arrest, the consequences they cannot afford. Yilin and Ling Knight are one and the same? Investigator Huang, don't joke with me. A cold smile appeared on Zhuge's face. That guy, who fled in front of me, he can't be Ling Knight at all, and he doesn't know anything about karma fire. Are you so sure? Investigator Huang frowned. This clearly did not match the results of their investigation. Of course, I'm the only one who has seen Ling Knight with my own eyes. There's no way he's that life-hungry guy Yilin, Zhuge and I said firmly and incomparably. Investigator Huan was silent for a moment, then picked up a pen and drew a cross on Yelin's name. He's also a transmigrant, with the profession of a life faculty, lie detector. With his experience, interrogating a Zhuge and I was completely at his fingertips, and he could be sure that every word Zhuge and I had said so far was true. If Yilin wasn't Ling Knight, then continuing to investigate this clue was a waste of time and unnecessary. Investigator Huang rubbed his brow with some headache. If Ling Knight is not Yilin, then the clues will be completely broken. This fire burns too clean, and it's still Kenson's turf that's burning, and it's all Kenson's people that are dead, and that Kenson guy is completely refusing to cooperate with their Bureau of Investigation, and they're not even sure who the dead are at all right now. It seems that this place can only become an unsolved case. The ability of the transmogrifier is so strange that every year there will be several headless unsolved cases that simply can't be solved, and Investigator Huang has gotten used to it. Ms. Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other clues you can provide? Investigator Huang politely inquired to a point. No more. Zhuge and I shook her head. Investigator Huang's heart thumped as he sensed Zhuge's mood swings because of these words. Zhuge and I lied. She obviously still knew something about that Ling Knight that she hadn't told herself. Okay, thank you. You can go now. Investigator Wang snapped and lit a cigarette. Although he knew that Zhuge and I was lying to him, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this was Mr. Zhuge's own daughter. And sometimes the world doesn't always need the truth. Even if their Bureau of Investigation really captured that Ling Knight, at this point Zhuge and I invited Zhuge Qianxing to stiffly protect Ling Knight. The odds were that they would ultimately have to choose to compromise. Wei, hurry up. I might be able to find Ling Knight soon. Zhuge's reddish little face was filled with excitement. Then why didn't you just tell Investigator Huang? Ling Knight has killed dozens of people. Lu Yanwei covered her small mouth in surprise. He must have his difficulties. I have to find him and ask him before I can do that. Don't worry. If Ling Knight is really a murderous maniac who kills without blinking an eye, I definitely won't harbor him. Zhuge and I said with firm eyes. Nay, your proper love brain. We're not even together yet and you're thinking for him first. The corner of Lu Yanwei's mouth twitches. Don't you talk nonsense. How could I be a love brain? Zhuge and I chased along a road. If Yilin was here, he would definitely be able to notice that the road Zhuge and I took was the escape route he took after killing the black-hearted boss and manager Wang and the others at that time. NIMI. How exactly are you going to find him? Lu Yanwei, who was following behind her, couldn't help but ask. I am extremely sensitive to the scent of the fire element. Even though it has been a day or two since then, I can still sense it, the faint scent left behind by the karma fire. Zhuge's eyes were filled with excitement. In the entire Qingcheng, she was the only one who was able to sense it as a SSS-ranked fire mage. It was also good that it hadn't rained in the past 2 days. Otherwise Zhuge and I couldn't do anything about it. And she was very thankful that she felt that this must have been destined by heaven. Zhuge and I tracked the karma fire scent left behind by Yilin all the way to the slums. In the sewage-strewn garbage-strewn slums, Zhuge and I and Lu Yanwei, the two girls in their long, noble dresses, looked out of place. The two of them couldn't help but frown. The first time they had seen such a dirty and messy place in their long lives. During this time, there were still greedy-faced lustful devils who wanted to lay their hands on the two of them. But after Zhuge and I threw a fireball over them, no one dared to hit them anymore. Transmigrators are not something ordinary people can mess with. The two of them walked around and soon Zhuge and I stopped in front of Yilin's house. The aura of karma fire disappeared right here in this house. So it seems this is Ling Knight's home. Zhuge and I looked excitedly at the door in front of her. The Ling Knight that her heart had been longing for day and night was behind this door. She wanted to go forward and knock on the door, but she couldn't help but pause in her steps, fix her clothes and hair properly, and then look at Lu Yanwei to ask, "Vivi, my makeup didn't go off, did it?" "No, it can look good," Lu Yanwei said without a good mood. That's good, that's good." Zhuge and I took several deep breaths before gathering the courage to walk up and knock on Yilin's door with a deer in the headlights. Knock knock. A crisp knock on the door echoed through the night air. 1 minute. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, time passed little by little, but the gate did not open in the slightest. Zhuge and I didn't believe it and raised her hand to knock harder again, but this time, the door opened by itself. Yilin has not been the habit of locking the door, because he has nothing at home. The thief came to have to tearfully drop $200 before leaving. "Ling Knight, are you home?" Seeing the door suddenly open, Zhuge and I was startled and hurriedly lowered her voice to inquire. No one in the empty room responded to her. "Ling Knight, I'm coming in." Zhuge and I gathered her courage and walked into Yilin's house. The furnishings of the house are simple: a blackened table, a stool with only 3 legs, an iron frame bed, a set of whitewashed and faded bedding and pillows. Other than that, there's nothing in the house. Zhuge and I looked at her surroundings and then at Yilin's house with 4 walls. She couldn't help but purse her lips and her eyes were slightly red. So Ling Knight, he grew up in such an environment? No wonder he has that coldness in him that rejects people. He must have suffered a lot growing up, right? Even so, when I was in danger, he stepped in without hesitation. He was in the darkness, but his heart was always turned to the light. Zhuge and I couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and she was even more convinced that Ling Knight must have been forced to kill someone. How could such a kind one, such an out-of-the-mud person, kill someone for no reason? Yilin still didn't know that Zhuge and I had invisibly blocked a big disaster for him, not to mention that he was almost exposed for being Ling Knight. If he hadn't happened to move to the Ji household, then he would have definitely collided with Zhuge and I. At this moment, Yilin was immersed in the joy of obtaining a new piece of equipment. With this piece of equipment, his combat power had at least more than doubled. He couldn't wait to find a place to test the combat power of this new equipment. But it was a pity that the city was closed right now, and Yilin couldn't go to either the secret realm or outside the city. "Hey, boss, I know a place where you can try out new equipment." Ji Lingyu spoke up after hearing Yilin's plea. "Where?" Yilin hurriedly asked after him. "The Transfiguration Guild." "Ha! There's a specialized training box there that can be provided for transmutants to do actual combat training," Ji Lingyu said. Under Ji Lingyu's popularization, Yilin also finally knew what this Transfigurators Guild was. The Transmutator Guild was officially opened by the Great Summer Ancient Kingdom, and there were Transmutator Guilds in every human city. They combined a series of functions such as material trading, equipment buying and selling, quest taking, practical training, and so on, and were an organization that specialized in serving the transmigrants. Knowing that the Transfiguration Guild could train in actual combat, Yilin couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked Ji Lingyu to turn around and lead him to the Transfiguration Guild. The Transfigurators Guild was located at the gates of Green City, and just as Yilin and the two of them stepped into the Transfigurators Guild, a young lady in black silk took the initiative to come out and receive them. "Good evening to you both. May I ask if we are going to have a practical training session?" "I don't need to. It's mostly my boss." Ji Lingyu hastily waved his hand and said, "Okay, could you tell us your rank?" The young lady looked at Yilin and asked. Yilin displayed his level, and after seeing clearly that Yilin was level 16, the young lady smiled sweetly. "Alright, I will arrange a training room suitable for transmutants below level 20 for you at a price of $200,000 per hour." Yilin sniffed a little staggered. $200,000 in 1 hour? Being a transmogrifier is really a money burner. Fortunately he has Ji Lingyu. Can you arrange for one suitable for level 40 or below?" Yilin asked. A trace of consternation first flashed across the young sister's face, then she hurriedly nodded her head. "Of course you can, but the price of a training room suitable for level 40 or below can be as high as $800,000 per hour. Oh, it's fine. It's going to be below level 40. Yilin nodded. Although the young lady from the Transfigurator Guild didn't know why Yilin wanted to use a training room that was up to level 40 or below, since people could afford the price, she was responsible for arranging it just fine, and she stepped on her high heels and clattered away. Your training room is ready. Please follow me. After a while, the young lady went and returned with a card in her hand. Why don't you wait for me outside? I'm afraid of injuring you by mistake, Yilin said as he looked at Jilingyu. Jilingyu shivered even as he remembered the scene where Yilin had struck him with the world-destroying frenzied thunder. Boss, it's fine. Just practice on your own. I'll wait for you outside. Good. Yilin nodded and followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was spacious, the size of a basketball court, with a row of dummies in the center. According to the young lady who guided him, this training room was made of special materials and was constructed by an SS-ranked builder, and could withstand the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmuter, including those dummies as well. It wasn't easy for any transmogrifier below level 40 to leave a mark on the dummies. May I ask if you need a chaperone? The young lady asked. No need. Just leave me alone. Yilin didn't want to be seen at full strength by others. Okay, have fun training. As the young lady left, she thoughtfully helped Yilin close the door. Yilin walked up, unlocked the door and then carefully checked again in the training room to make sure that there were no surveillance cameras or anything like that in here before he breathed a sigh of relief and then drew out his star-perishing heavenly mark. Yang longevity slash. Does 1 slash consume 1 year of life? First slash 100 times to test the waters. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, Yang Shou blade technique. Yilin took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the starfall heavenly trace, instantly entering an arcane state. His eyes became firm and deep. He swung his blade, and as the first slash came out, a deafening roar resounded in the training room, as if something had been completely torn apart. The blade of the starfall heavenly mark flashed up with a brilliant light. That was Yilin's lifespan that was burning. After the first slash, the second slash that immediately followed was even more severe and powerful, and it was as if the air in the training room had been cut apart, forming an invisible blade chi, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth blade. Yilin's swings became faster and faster, and one blade became more powerful than the other. When Yilin swung to the 99th blade, the entire training room seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. In that moment, the stone broke through the sky, and an unprecedented light erupted from the blade of the starfall heavenly trace, illuminating the entire training room. An invisible knife chi erupted from the blade and instantly chopped at the dummy in front of him, leaving a shallow knife mark on the dummy's neck. If there were outsiders here at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. You know, this was a dummy that was strong enough to resist the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmuter. Yilin, a transmigrator who was only level 16, was able to leave a mark on the dummy's body? Yet that wasn't all. The 100th blade, the 101st blade, the 102nd blade. Yilin slashed out slash after slash. After the Yang Shou blade technique stacked the blade 99 layers, each of his slashes were terrifying to the extreme. At this moment Yilin was like a war god. After he slashed out several hundred slashes in succession, with a clang, the dummy head that was claimed to be able to block the full force of an attack from a level 40 or lower transmogrifier was actually directly broken by Yilin, and rolled off with a grunt. Good knife. Yilin wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at star-perishing heavenly trace with more and more fondness. With this blade, together with the two forbidden spells, burning reincarnation and Yang Shou blade technique, he could completely transform into Lu Huaxiang and hack his way from Penglai East Road to the southern heavenly gate. In the next few moments, Yilin experimented with how terrifying the forbidden spells he had cast at full strength after obtaining the Yellow Dragon Rui Ring, the Heavenly Green Xian Thunder Ring, the Yin Yang Dual Life Bracelet, and the Burning Moon Necklace were, only to see him slam down a forbidden spell that sacrificed his entire body's organs, and the dummy in front of him, which he had split in half, instantly disintegrated into pieces. This terrifying power caused Yilin himself to suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that his estimation of his strength was still wrong. If he let go and didn't have to worry about his undead body being exposed, he would even be able to compete with a level 35 or so transmogrifier. Immediately afterward, Yilin tried his forbidden spell on these dummies in turn. After having a rough estimate of his current strength, Yilin walked out of the training room with satisfaction. You are out so soon? If it's less than an hour, it's also counted as an hour. The beautiful young lady warmly prompted. This I know. By the way, there's no need to pay for breaking the things inside your training room, right? Yilin asked. Sir, you are joking. This training room is suitable for transmutators below level 40. If you, a level 16 transmuter, can damage the things inside, it means the quality is not up to par. How can you still have to pay for it? The young lady said with a smile. That's good, that's good. I'll go first. Yilin sighed in relief and hurriedly pulled Jilingyu away. After Yilin left, The young lady also entered the training room and inspected it, only to find that almost everything in the training room was intact. She couldn't help but smile. I told you. How could a level 16 transmuter damage a training room suitable for transmuters below level 40? She turned around and was about to close the door and leave. But then she looked at the empty training room and suddenly she felt as if something wasn't quite right. No! Holy shit! Where are the dummies? How come the rows of dummies in the training room are all gone? Just as Yi Lin was testing his strength on his side, the other side of the Ji family was undergoing a shocking change. Hiss! It's a cold day. Man! Want a cigarette? In front of Ji's house, a fat man and a thin man were shivering and smoking. Although they were transmigrators, their level was only about 10 or so, and they didn't have the courage to go outside the city to face the ferocious magical creatures. The guards at the entrance of Ji's house were the best position for them. It's safe and well paid, and you get to touch the fish when you're not doing anything. And it's just a little bit of a pain in the ass when you're on watch at night in the winter, and you have to freeze, but all in all it's pretty good. Damn. I can't. I want to get on the big one as soon as I smoke. You keep watch for a while. I'll go for convenience. The fat transmogrifier frowned and got up, heading towards the grass in the distance. You guys, you don't use the public restroom. You have to go take a wild shit, don't you? The skinny transmigrant's face was filled with disgust. What do you know? Like in the wild it's called a fling. The fat transmuter said dismissively, walking away and just crouching on his butt. But as soon as he squatted down, his face instantly turned white. It's a well-known fact that as strong as a man can be, he's vulnerable when it comes to taking a shit. And just a moment after he crouched down, he was horrified to find that the dense green belt was actually full of people. He was just about to open his mouth to warn his companion when a large hand covered his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound. And immediately afterward a knife was stabbed into his body along his back waist, and he clearly felt his life force draining away. But the skinny tranny saw the cigarette butt in the grass go out in a heck of a way, and he realized something was wrong. Fatty? What's wrong with you? How come you can't see anyone when you take a shit? At this time in the bushes, those black-clothed people also froze. They were planning to make a sudden raid. How do you know that this fat man suddenly ran over to the bushes to shit, which made their plans instantly destroyed? Damn. This dead fatso. What's the point of taking a good shit? The man in black was almost pissed off. Unable to do anything else, they could only force their way towards the gate. Enemy attack. The thin transmigrator was alarmed at the sight and hurriedly pulled the alarm. He really couldn't figure out how someone could come to attack the G group. Who in this Qingcheng had such guts? The skinny transmuter turned around and ran after pulling the alarm. He wasn't going to stay and fight with the other side in a firefight. It was only a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. What kind of life was he playing with? But this was already enough. The G family villa that was originally in total darkness instantly lit up, and everyone in the entire G family villa was awakened at this moment, accompanied by the ear-piercing alarm. G's father, who had just laid down, was directly awakened. A transmogrifier who specialized in speed rushed into G's father's bedroom in a windy manner. Mr. G, the outside is full of transmigrators. They wanted to sneak in. After being discovered they directly chose to forcefully attack in at the moment. The other side is too fierce. We can't hold it. You quickly follow me. What? G's father was shocked and angry. Kenson's retaliation was quicker than he had expected, and it was going to be even more brutal and direct. He had just finished laying out his next plan against Kenson at the G group when Kenson's retaliation arrived. This guy, even directly leading people to attack his own G family's villa, wasn't he afraid of causing everyone in the entire Qingcheng to jointly target him? It was simply outrageous. Mr. G, hurry up and go. It'll be too late if we don't leave. The transmogrifier who specialized in speed urged. But the next second, there was a cold flash. A sharp-pointed knife stabbed out from his heart, and Kenson appeared behind him at some point with a cigar in his mouth. Little Lee, G's father raged, his eyes filled with anger. There was a time when a tiny child collapsed on the road, starving to the skin and bones, just about to starve to death. Passers-by bustled to and fro. Some look at him, but no one stops for him. He was moved with compassion, carrying a bowl of hot noodles and handing it to the child. Watching the other party devour the chopsticks that he fed over, Mr. G decided to adopt the child with him, and the other didn't disappoint and grew up to be his right-hand man. Lee clearly felt that his life force was draining away with the blood, but he still managed to endure the severe pain and turned around with force, hugging Kenson behind him. Mr. G, hurry up! The severely injured Lee let out a hysterical roar. Aren't you afraid to die? Kenson was a little surprised. My life was traded by Mr. G for a bowl of noodles. It's not worth much. Xiaoli revealed a hideous smile. What a touching master-servant love. I, Kenson, respect those with feelings and righteousness the most. I'll leave your body intact. Kenson nodded expressionlessly, then raised his hand and clicked it. snapping Lee's neck directly. Kenson. Father G's eyes were bloodshot and he was obviously furious to the extreme. He drew a black pistol from a nearby drawer and pulled the trigger right at Kenson. But before the gun went off, a long knife glowing with cold light slid by as if it were lightning. And in Father G's unbelievable gaze, his hand, which was holding the gun, had already flown high into the air. What kind of dumbass are you to use a gun on a tranny? Kenson faced disdainful smile. Gun this kind of thing. Deal with just successful transmigration. Transmigrator is okay. Once the strength to reach level 30 or more. The gun in front of the transmigrator with the toy, there is no difference. In your next life, remember not to antagonize me, Kenson. I just laid low, not died. Kenson raised his knife and was ready to finish off G's father when one of his men ran over quickly and whispered something in Kenson's ear. What? Letting those two get away? Rubbish. Kenson slapped the henchman right across the face, and the knife that had been ready to result in the father of the season was put away. Mr. G. Kenson broke into a smile. Congratulations. Your son and that Yelin ran away fast enough that you can live a little longer. Since Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin ran away, then Ji's father can't be killed first. Killing would be equivalent to helping Ji Lingyu break his soft underbelly. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Kenson does not want another 10 or 20 years. Suddenly come back to find their own vengeance. He Kenson to not do. To do will do things. He's going to use Father G to lure these two out and then eliminate them all together. Don't you dare. G father is also an old fox. One look at Kenson's reaction. Immediately know what he is playing. G father had slammed towards the corner of the wall next to him. His son was the only thing that mattered to him, and he would never allow himself to be the cause of his son's death. But how could Kenson let G's father have what he wanted? Before he could touch the corner, he was stunned by Kenson's direct hand slash. Take it away. In less than half an hour, all the people in the G family villa, except for G's father, all of them have become a set of cold corpses. Kenson's name as the king of the underground will certainly become famous again after this night. Yilin had just returned to the entrance of the G family after testing his battle power when he smelled a strong odor of blood. Yilin's pupils shook dramatically. Even if he hid in the G family, did Kenson still refuse to let himself go? Even if he destroys the G family, he still wants to catch himself? Yelin seriously suspected that Kenson already knew some secrets about himself, which was why he was so heartless. This Kenson probably can't stay. Ji Lingyu was just about to open the door and go in when Yilin stopped him and said meaningfully, "You better be a little prepared." "Boss, what are you talking about?" Ji Lingyu hadn't yet noticed that something was wrong and directly pushed the door and walked in. And just as he stepped into the house, his entire body was staggered in place. Yilin looked along, and before him was a horrifying scene like the Shura Purgatory. Everywhere were the corpses of the transmigrants and household servants and maids employed by the G family. Limbs and broken arms all over the place, and many of them had panic written all over their faces, as if they had encountered the most horrifying evil spirits before they died. Boss, aren't we going the wrong way? This doesn't seem to be my house." Ji Lingyu pulled an ugly smile on his face and took a few steps back. He tried to find a negative answer from Yelin, but Yelin's serious expression told him that this was the G family, the home he had lived in for over 10 years. Ji Lingyu and mad as hell stepped on the sea of blood and water corpses and rushed in. Dad, where are you?" Ji Lingyu cried out in terror. He wanted to find his father quickly, but he was afraid to see Ji's father's body in this sea of corpses and blood. When he found the door to Ji father's bedroom, Ji Lingyu's heart was already in his throat, and he pushed open the door as if he were dying. The room was clean, like it had been cleaned, with only a severed hand holding a gun lying still on the table. Ji Lingyu quickly rushed over. He already recognized that it was his father's hand. Underneath the severed hand was pressed a piece of paper with a passage written in blood. "If you want to save your father, you will bring Yelin to me in the underground black market, and every 6 hours, I will cut a piece of flesh off your father." Ji Lingyu looked completely frantic. "Kenson, I'll kill you." Ji Lingyu whistled shrilly and was about to go to Kenson to fight for his life. The only person in the underground black market who had the ability to kidnap Ji's father was the king of the underground, Kenson. But just as he reached the door, he was kicked back by Yelin. "Fuck off. Don't stop me." The bottom of Ji Lingyu's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Yilin. Whoever stopped him from saving Ji's father now was his enemy. Seeing that Ji Lingyu had lost his mind, Yilin didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly slapped him on the face. Yilin didn't have the slightest bit of reticence in this slap. With a snap, half of Ji Lingyu's face directly swelled up. "Uncle Ji is still alive right now because you haven't been caught by Kenson yet. Believe it or not. As long as you fall into Kenson's hands, you and Uncle Ji will die together right away." Ji Lingyu clenched his teeth as tears slipped indisputably. Ah. He hammered the ground as hard as he could, as if he wanted to vent all the indignation in his heart. "So what should I do? What can I do then? Jiling Yu let out a hiss of despair, like a trapped beast driven to the end of its rope. Find a place to hide in peace. Don't be found. And whatever comes next, just leave it to me. Yi Lin comforted. Hand it over. Hand it over? Jiling Yu raised his head in bewilderment. Have you forgotten? One boss. One life boss. Uncle Ji is in danger. So how can I stand by and do nothing? Yi Lin said with a smile. Boss. Jiling Yu's tears came out of his eyes, and a strong sense of guilt filled his heart. He had been counting on Yellen, but Yellen treated him with a true heart. How could he not feel guilty? Don't cry. I'll bring Uncle Ji back, and I'll show Kensen how scary it can be when a forbidden spellcaster doesn't want to die. Castle. The underground black market. This was the darkest corner of Qinchang, filled with all sorts of evil and filth. And as long as you had enough money, you could buy almost anything you wanted in the underground black market. Killing people from the outside world would cause the Transfiguration Investigations Bureau to investigate. But people who died in the underground black market were simply unquestioned, because this place belongs to the king of the underground. Kensen. Whoosh. A black shadow crossed the night sky like a ghost, silently attacking towards one of the guards. The entire underground black market was dotted with Kensen's eyes, and if he wanted to quietly rescue Ji's father, Yi Lin would have to take care of the peripheral eyes first. He wore black clothes and black shoes, with a black cloth wrapped around his face and a black turban wrapped around his head. His whole person was completely merged with the night. Even if someone's eyes swept over him, it would be hard to find out that this dark mass was a person. After opening the instantaneous dance, his speed was as fast as lightning, and with the powerful inertia, the starfall heavenly trace in his hand directly penetrated the guard's heart. In order to avoid the smell of blood spreading, Yilin quickly used the eternal frozen eyes to freeze his opponent's wounds again. In this way, a flawless assassination was accomplished silently in the darkness. Yelin sighed in relief. The plan was going smoother than he thought. If he could sneak in silently and catch Kensen off guard, he might actually have a chance to get Kensen killed. But just as Yelin was holding this thought, the next second, countless of Kensen's men surrounded Yelin. How did you guys find me? Yilin was puzzled. He had obviously done an extremely perfect job. Why would he still be discovered so quickly? The leader, a yellow hair with a scorpion tattooed on his tiger's muzzle, arrogantly pointed to a very hidden camera above Yilin's head. My lord, times have changed. We have surveillance with infrared night vision here. What age is this night close thing? Yelin. Sure enough, he was still a bit careless. It didn't matter though. As long as he killed all the people, then no one would be able to notice him sneaking in. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, karma fire, burning sky. With the 5 pieces of equipment with mental power bonuses, Yilin's own mental power was a staggering 1,088 points, and after turning on the burning chakra, a whopping 176 points of mental power allowed him to almost be able to use his mental tentacles to detect exactly how many hemorrhoids the group in front of him had. With this terrifying spiritual power, this shot of karma fire burning sky was like lighting up the entire night sky, and in this instant, this group of Kensen's men led by Yellow Hair saw light with their own eyes. They had no idea what kind of terrifying monster they were facing. A blazing line of fire gushed out from Yilin's palm, and the terror of that purplish-red flame was as if it could burn everything before his eyes. The flames spread extremely fast and engulfed all of Kensen's men in the blink of an eye. All the screams, wails, and cries for help were swallowed up by the flames, leaving behind only the crackling sound of the flames as they burned. The yellow hair in the flames ahead of Yellow Hair has been burned out. He was terrified, trying to escape from this sea of karmic fire. But the purplish-red flames as if it possessed life, chasing after it, the Yellow Hair after fluttering a few times, the same turned into ashes. Forbidden spell, necromancy returns to the realm. Yilin unleashed the necrotic returning boundary, and countless undead creatures instantly crawled out of the ground and surrounded the entire underground black market. Lice are not afraid of itching. Anyway, Ling Knight has already taken a lot of black pots in this capacity, and he is not afraid to take on the pot of assassinating Kensen again. The premise was that not a single living soul could escape from this underground black market today, or else Yilin's secret of his undead body wouldn't be able to be hidden. Since he had already been discovered, Yilin didn't bother to disguise himself anymore. He directly turned on the Yangshou blade technique, whirled around the starfall heavenly trace and started stacking up the number of layers. That's the kid. Get him. Boss Kensen said to take him alive. This underground black market was originally Kensen's territory, and Yilin had just finished killing Yellow Hair's group in front of him when another of Kensen's men showed up. The people who appeared this time were no longer the kind of shrimp soldiers like Yellow Hair, but real transmuters. The dozen or so people who came had all reached level 20 or above. Transmutineers above level 20 had already transcended the realm of ordinary people, and the destructive power that these individuals could cause would not be weaker in the slightest than that of a special warrior who was heavily armed and equipped with a variety of weapons. A figure took the lead and attacked towards Yilin. This guy was obviously a transmigrator who specialized in speed. His figure flickered as if he was a sturdy spirit cat, but he was fast, and Yelin was faster than him. With the boost from the instant dance, Yelin stopped just in front of the path he was bound to take in a flash. Looking at the face that suddenly appeared in front of him, this transmigrant was startled, but his reaction was also extremely fast, starting with a left jab, a right whip kick, and a left positive stomp. Facing this ferocious attack, Yilin didn't dodge at all, but he wasn't careless. He did it on purpose. As this transmigrant's attack landed on him, the greatsword in Yilin's hand also slashed directly upwards, sealing his throat cleanly with a single slash. At the same time, Yilin was also injured by this transmuter's attack, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as he took several steps backwards. The transmogrifier covered his throat that kept oozing blood. The bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that Yilin would actually be ruthless to such an extent, directly exchanging his injuries for his life. This kid isn't quite right. Don't hold back. Let's beat him half to death first and then capture him back. The tragic death of their companion instantly alerted the others, and they immediately understood that if they underestimated Yilin, they would definitely pay a painful price. But what exactly is this guy's profession? How come he just threw fire and now he's juggling knives? I don't know, but just be careful. That flame of his is also extremely terrifying. Row. Old 6. You find a way to interfere with him. Old 8. You find a chance to steal his ass. Everyone else, come with me and get a chance for Old 6 and Old 8. Kenson's men deliberated on how to deal with Yelin. However, Yelin didn't care about them at all and just concentrated on stacking the layers of the Yang Shou blade technique. A transmogrifier took the lead and rushed in front of Yilin. He violently blasted out his fist like a tiger out of a cage. His fist was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Yilin's chest. However, Yilin's choice was still not to dodge. Ka-chow. As this punch went down, Yilin's chest instantly collapsed, and a toothsome sound of bone cracking came from it. Obviously he didn't know how many ribs were broken. The transmogrifier's face rejoiced, and he was just about to say that he had succeeded in severely injuring Yilin and that their mission was accomplished, when he only saw a cold aura flash by. A beautifully dazzling starry sky appeared in front of his eyes at that moment, and a meteor streaked by, leaving a white mark on the starry sky. In the next second, he felt that this starry sky was spinning, and a standing headless corpse with blood gushing wildly appeared in front of him. So, it was my head that was cut off. With the last realization floating in his mind, the world in front of him was completely plunged into darkness. Lao Jiao. A horse-faced transmogrifier let out a mournful howl and looked at the man who had been decapitated by Yelin with a pained expression. All get on me. That kid has already been heavily injured by Old 9's iron fist. He won't be able to bounce around for much longer. Soon there was another person who rushed up ahead of the others. This time the guy was a sword-type profession. A longsword flashed with a cold aura in the darkness of the night. He struck his sword fast and hard, directly stabbing diagonally through Yilin's lungs, penetrating them. Don't worry, my sword is very accurate. An injury like this isn't enough to kill you, but it can make you lose all your fighting power. And you only have to fidget and a sharp pain will come from your lungs. Before he could finish speaking, Yilin's blade had already arrived, and at this point, the Yang Shou blade technique had already been stacked to 70 layers, making its power even more terrifying. With a single slash, the sword-wielding transmogrifier went from 1 to 2. Old 7. The horse-faced transmogrifier let out another howl of woe. Hurry up! This brat is still stabbed by Old 7's sword. There's no way he can continue to hold on. Swish! A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. A gun profession transmogrifier rushed in and stabbed Yelin with a single shot. Yilin's response was also very simple. A knife stacked with 75 layers of Yang longevity blade technique stabbed out violently, similarly stabbing the transmuter through. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth and he quickly lost his life. Old 11. Quickly get on. Stabbed again by the sword and stabbed again by the gun. This time he definitely won't make it. The horse-faced transmogrifier then howled sadly once again. Wind technique. Wind blade chop. The other transmogrifier's hands quickly formed a seal, and the air around Yilin suddenly went berserk. As if an angry beast was roaring, and unseen forces kept converging together, forming a sharp wind blade that cut through the night sky, heading straight for Yilin. Yilin's figure looked unusually lonely under the reflection of the wind blades, and he still didn't dodge in the face of this deadly wind blade streak. Pust. The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh rang out. The wind blades left countless bone-deep wounds on Yilin's body, and one of them even cut into Yilin's abdomen, and even his intestines almost flowed out. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yilin could no longer hold on and collapsed softly. Humph! I told you he'd never make it. Tie him up. Hand it over to Boss Kenson. The horse-faced transmogrifier shouted excitedly. The others also let out a sigh of relief. After receiving such a heavy injury, if Yilin didn't fall down, they were going to go crazy. The three transmigrators went forward and tried to tie up Yelin in 5 pieces, but at that moment, Yelin suddenly jumped up and bellowed. For Pilot Wolf. For the big black horse. He swung up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and violently spun in a circle, and the Young Longevity Blade technique that was stacked up to the 85th layer instantly cut the 3 transmutants that were close to him directly in the waist. Old 5. Old 6. Old 10. The horse-faced transmogrifier let out another miserable howl. He couldn't figure out how Yilin could still be able to fight back after being injured so badly. At this time, Yilin is covered with blood. The whole person is like a bloody man. The body is inserted with a sword and a lance. According to common sense, ordinary people suffered such injuries, directly lying ICU drink millet porridge. But Yilin was actually still alive and kicking as if nothing had happened. It was unbelievable. This must be a flashback before he dies. Get on me and take him down. The horse-faced transmogrifier shouted. This time, no one dared to show off, and the 3 transmutants struck at the same time, attacking towards Yilin from 3 directions. One of them was none other than the wind-type transmuter just now, and sharp wind blades struck again. The other 2, one holding a sword and the other a fire mage. The wind helped the fire. A wind and a fire 2 transmutators. All at once, the fire was all over the sky. But at this moment, Yilin's Young Longevity Blade technique had already stacked up to its full 99 layers, and he was no longer prepared to sit back and wait for death. Forbidden spell Instant Dance. Yilin sacrificed a heart, directly exchanging it for 10 times the agility, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, rushing into the sea of roiling fire in front of him. By the time those 2 transmigrators reacted, Yilin had already appeared in front of them with his sword, just like the god of death descending into the world. Swish, swish, 2 slashes flashed by, and the 2 mages, one wind and one fire, became 2 warm corpses. In the face of the 99 layers of Yang Longevity Blade Technique's enchantment, those who were in close proximity had no power of resistance at all. Old 2. Old 4. The horse-faced transmogrifier howled again and again and again in woe. Immediately afterward, 2 black shadows appeared behind Yilin. It was the transmuter with the knife and Old 8 who had been lurking for a long time. The transmogrifier who got it slashed at Yelin's back, while a sharp dagger appeared in Old 8's hand, instantly piercing through Yelin's waist, and in an instant, Yelin was once again dealt another heavy blow. Ha 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 ha, you think you can kill me? With a backhanded slash, Yilin directly ended the lives of these 2 transmutants who had sneaked up on him cleanly. Old 3. Old 8. The horse-faced transmogrifier let out a sad howl for the 6th time, and at the moment he was the only one left alive around him, looking at Yilin, who was bleeding from 7 orifices, covered in wounds, with a sword stuck in his left chest, a gun stuck in his right chest, this knife set in his back, and a dagger stabbed in his waist, and still taking a step towards himself, the horse-faced transmogrifier went crazy with fear. Monster! Monster! You're a monster! Why are you still alive after this level of injury? Are you a human or a ghost? Yelin tilted his head slightly. A monster? That's not a bad name to call it. I'm still in human form purely because of a personal hobby. Yelin had discovered from a long time ago that he with an immortal body would still be able to survive even if he cut himself into several pieces and then spliced them together to form a non-humanoid life form. But after being a human for a long time, Yelin still felt that it was more customary to keep his humanoid form. Hands up. Yilin directly picked off the horse-faced transmigrant's hamstring and leg tendon. Listening to the other party's screams, Yilin expressionlessly lowered his eyes and put the knife on the other party's neck to question. Now, tell me, where is he? Kenson? What's the highest-ranked transmuter in this underground black market? You don't expect me to tell you. I'm not going to tell. There's no way I'm betraying Boss Kenson. At the critical moment, the horse-faced transmogrifier closed his eyes in a death-defying manner. Oh, it's fine. So do you eat grilled meat? Yilin tilted his head and asked, like an uninitiated neighborhood boy. Roast, grill? The horse-faced transmogrifier froze, as if he didn't expect how Yilin would suddenly ask this. After all, the current situation couldn't have anything to do with barbecue anymore. Yilin sniffed and revealed a kind smile. Then his hand rose up and cut off a piece of fat and thin meat from the body of this horse-faced transmigrant. And the horse-faced transmigrant opened his mouth and just wanted to let out a mournful scream. But Yelin had already dislodged his jawbone. Yilin snapped his fingers and the reddish-purple karmic fire blazed, quickly blackening the slice of meat and giving off a charred odor. Sorry, I'm not much of a griller and it burned a bit, but that's okay, there's still plenty of meat on you. I'm sure I can get it right with more times. After saying that, Yellen turned the horseface transmogrifier's jawbone back again, and the horseface transmogrifier was so scared that his body was like a sieve, and he realized what Yellen meant by eating roasted meat. Demon! You're evil! Seeing that Yellen was about to feed that piece of charred meat into his mouth, the horseface transmogrifier completely collapsed. I'll say it all. Seeing that Jilin still didn't have the intention to stop, and made a gesture that he was going to shove that piece of meat into his mouth, the horseface transmigrant was so scared that he told all the things he knew just like a bamboo tube. Boss Kensen should be busy cooking with Sister Shi at this point in time. Located in the center of the underground black market, the highest ranked transmuter in the underground black market is Boss Kensen, but I don't know how many levels he is, because Boss Kensen hasn't been out for a long time. He was level 48 last year. Cooking? Yellen was a bit puzzled. Just chiseling a hole. After explaining, the horseface transmogrifier pulled on his already broken hamstring and begged Yilin for mercy. Please, give me a break. Seeing that he had already inquired about the news he wanted, Yilin didn't bother wasting any more time on this horseface transmigrator. He raised his hand and gave him a direct hit. A smile of relief appeared on the horseface transferer's face before he died. Yellen then torched all the bodies with another fire, destroying all the evidence. Level 48? It's a bit tricky. Yilin frowned. If he went all out now despite everything, he could probably just hold out against a level 40 transmogrifier. Kensen was already level 48 last year, and now he might have broken through level 50. If he wanted to kill him, a head-on confrontation would definitely not quite work, and he had to find a way to shade that old boy. No, it's not. There seems to be something going on. Yellen suddenly reacted to the fact that Kensen had a chance if he was chiseling a hole with what's her name she. No matter how powerful a man was, at the moment when he would be on top of the world, his vigilance would definitely be minimized. If he could seize the opportunity and appear at that guy Kensen's crucial moment, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance even if he was level 58, not to mention level 48. There's a caveat to this though, that Kensen can't be a fast shooter. If Kensen was a fast shooter, his own plan was a basket case. Once his thoughts were cleared, Yellen set out on a killing spree once again. This night was destined to be a bloody night for the entire Qingcheng underground black market. Yilin traveled through the night, his footsteps light and firm, perfectly explaining what makes a qualified hunter. With the 99-tier Yang longevity blade technique and instantaneous dance, transmutants below level 20 couldn't carry a single slash of his blade, and they became the victims of his blade. As for level 20 plus transmogrifier, that's just a few more slashes and it's done. Yilin was just like Lu Huaqiang possessing him, and everything living within his gaze took a stab from him. After chopping him up he throws a karmic fire in his hand, mainlining a cremation one-stop service, all the way to cut over. The road is not only a corpse or not, but also cannot see a drop of blood traces. There is only a place in the human form of charred black marks branded on the ground, confirming that here just lay a person. During this period, Yilin did not fail to meet a level 30 or above transmuter, but facing a forbidden spellcaster who could not be killed and whose spells flew all over the place. Even level 30 or above transmuters could not do anything about it. Under Yellen's life-for-life fighting style, even a level 30-something transmogrifier would be hardened by him. Of course, Yilin also paid the price. His body had countless more gruesome wounds that were enough to kill him, stuck with countless weapons, countless more wounds from freezing and burning. At this moment, Yilin was like a life-suppressing Shura that had crawled out of the netherworld. Yellen just killed his way in, inquiring where Kensen was as he did so, but soon he ran into real trouble. A level 42 transmogrifier stopped in front of Yilin as if he were a roadblock. It was a man, tall and stout, as if he were a lofty mountain. His face was covered with killing intent, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He wore a black battle armor, held a huge battle axe, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. You really have a lot of guts. How many years has it been? It's been a long time since anyone dared to come to the underground black market single-handedly to cause trouble. The man spoke. His voice was low and powerful, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Yilin stopped his steps. He looked at the man in front of him. A wave of vigilance couldn't help but grow in his heart. He knew that this was a powerful opponent and he had to deal with it carefully. Looking at Yilin, whose body was stuck with all kinds of swords and spears, Zhai Xiuqi's heart couldn't help but be flooded with mutterings. As a famous fighter in the underground black market, he had already followed Kensen at a very early age, and during that time, he had seen countless difficult and hard-to-deal-with opponents, but he had never seen such a weird guy like the one in front of him. The injuries on Yilin's body if it was a different person. He was afraid that 20 times of death would not be enough. With such serious injuries, why was this guy still alive? This is not reasonable. Why aren't you dead yet? Before making his move, Zhai Xiuqi couldn't help but ask the doubt in his heart. You put the axe down and I'll tell you. Yilin looked at the axe in Jaishochi's hand and revealed a flash of fear. Forget it then. You'd better not say anything. I'll find the answer to that question myself. Jaishochi gripped the battle axe in his hand tightly. He would never put it down when he was fighting, just as a bull warrior would not take off his mask. Yilin frowned at the sight. He was still trying to fool Jaishochi into putting down his axe so he could sneak attack, but he didn't expect to fail. Jaishochi swung his battle axe and charged towards Yilin, and with every step he took, the earth beneath his feet trembled. Yilin's face was extremely grave, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit gullible when facing Jaishochi. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, instant dance. 2 forbidden spells were cast in a row, instantly pulling the entire person up to their best. Humph. Burning your life force for battle power. How long can you last? Jaishochi scoffed at Yilin's behavior as the battle axe in his hand slammed into Yilin. Yilin swung up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and Jaishochi's battle axe to collide together, but he was shocked back and forth, and a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out of his mouth. Yilin's face was gloomy. A level 42 transmogrifier was really extraordinary. Even the Yangshuo blade technique stacked to 99 layers coupled with the burning reincarnation and instantaneous dance were not the opponent's match. His advantage, though, is that he can't be beaten. Although he was shocked back by Jaishochi's axe, Yilin immediately acted as if nothing had happened and swung his Starfall Heavenly Trace and charged up. Unbeknownst to Jaishochi, his heart was also full of shock at the moment. Yilin looked young, just a teenage brat, but as a result, he was able to block his full-strength axe. Jaishochi also didn't dare to be careless, and a dazzling burst of light blossomed on his battle axe, and then with an even more terrifying force than just now, he slashed down towards the incoming Yilin with an axe. Yilin raised his sword to block, but even the sword was split out. The battle axe went unabated, splitting the Starfall Heavenly Trace in Yilin's hand, and then used the momentum to ruthlessly smash on Yilin's shoulder. Ka-chow! A toothsome bone-cracking sound came out. That was the sound of Yilin's shoulder bone and collarbone breaking under Jaishochi's attack. Yilin sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a cannonball, hitting the wall not far away heavily. But just as Jaishochi wanted to step forward to make up for it, Yilin suddenly leapt up, raising his left hand with a terrifying shot of purplish-red flames, and pointing his right hand towards the sky, he directly summoned thunder. Forbidden spell, Karma Fire Burning Sky. Forbidden spell, Extinction Wild Thunder. This time for the world-destroying Frenzied Thunder. Yilin directly sacrificed all that he could in order to summon the legendary Chaotic Divine Thunder. Forbidden spells were not omnipotent, and even more powerful forbidden spells required that the releaser itself was strong enough. Yilin's actual level was only 16, so if it was an ordinary thunderbolt, it would definitely be difficult to cause much damage to Jaishochi. Purple-red Karma Fire formed a huge fireball toward Jaishochi smashed. Jaishochi gaze condensed. He saw the flames in front of him as not simple, do not want to be tainted. The hands of the battle axe directly in the air to split down, as if the sky, sacred axe of the fallen sun. The battle axe blossomed with a dazzling luster and slashed down fiercely towards in front of him, and the Karma Fireball in front of him was directly split into 2 sides. Half of it didn't land on Jaishochi, and even more so, it didn't cause any damage to him. However, the next second, the entire night seems to be torn apart, leaving only a chaotic gas filled with thunder in the air rampage. It is only arm thick. The color is unpredictable. A moment is a deep purple, a moment is a violent red, as if it contains all the colors, but also as if beyond all the colors and the existence. The thunder was deafening, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling with it. Jaishochi's pupils shrank as he felt an unprecedented crisis. He swung his battle axe with all his might in an attempt to ward off this divine thunderbolt, yet the divine thunderbolt, as if it had a spirit, bypassed his battle axe and directly struck his body. Jaishochi only felt an unprecedented force instantly run through his entire body, as if it was going to tear his entire being apart. Ah! The battle axe in his hand flew out of his hand, and his person fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could he not have imagined that a kid so young would be able to cause him such a mess? Yilin didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. He picked up the Starfall Heavenly Mark, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of Jaishochi, and the Starfall Heavenly Mark in his hand slashed down fiercely, wanting to directly take Jaishochi's life. Just when Yilin thought he was going to get it, Jaishochi suddenly raised his arms across his body and directly blocked the blade. Bang! Yilin's blade was hard countered by Jaishochi's arms, and the powerful force shocked his entire arm into numbness. He looked at Jaishochi in shock, only to see that the black battle armor on the other party's body was emitting a faint black light at that moment, as if a mysterious power was protecting him. This is... Yilin's pupils shrunk. He suddenly thought of something. Shuffled rare grade equipment? Jaishochi looked at him coldly. a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Not bad. This divine light black armor has followed me for a long time, and has been cleansed by me to 7 stars. The defense power has long since reached an astonishing level. Those attacks of yours only made me in a mess, but they couldn't cause me any fatal injuries at all. A hint of murderous intent surfaced under Jaishouchi's eyes. Then he raised his hand and the battle axe that had flown out returned to his hand, and he swung it with force, directly disemboweling Yelin and spilling his organs all over the place. Yilin retreated back and forth, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. He knew that he was really in trouble this time. Equipment can be shuffled. Through shuffling, you can constantly improve the attributes of the equipment. Shuffling successfully once, it will increase a star. The highest can be shuffled to 9 stars. A rare grade equipment that had been shuffled to 7 stars was already comparable to even epic grade equipment. No wonder he hadn't even managed to do any damage to Jaishouchi when he slammed down a Chaos Divine Thunder. If he couldn't break Jaishouchi's divine light black armor, it was impossible for him to beat Jaishouchi, and the two of them could only be so dryly consumed, with one of them not being able to die, and the other one not being able to fight. What kind of monster are you? Why aren't you dead even like this? Jaishouchi was shocked. He saw with his own eyes that Yilin's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had flowed to the point that only 2 points of the 5 viscera and 3 bowels were left, but Yilin was still alive and kicking. This was completely out of line with common sense. Don't you say anything yet. Let me think. Yilin didn't care about the injuries on his body, but instead lowered his head and contemplated if any of the forbidden spells he currently had at his disposal could break the game. Soon enough, his eyes lit up, because among the forbidden spells he had mastered, there was indeed one that specialized in breaking high defenses. A rare grade equipment shuffled to 7 stars. The divine light black armor? Let me try how hard it is. Forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin. Yilin recited the incantation of the forbidden spell. Then as a forbidden spellcaster his body began to flicker with a golden light that was brilliant but gentle, coloring Yilin's entire body in gold. Those golden rays kept surging out of Yilin's body, and with every bit that surged out, Yilin's face paled a few points. The golden light in front of him spun at extreme speeds and kept colliding together, finally coalescing into a bright and dazzling golden lance. This long gun from the inside out an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The tip of the gun flashes with the sharp and cold aura unique to the Eternal Gangjin, as if it can penetrate all the defenses in this world. Yilin raised his hand to hold the lance. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he swung his arm violently, and the golden lance stabbed directly towards Jaishouchi with a whistling air-breaking sound. Forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices all the metal elements in his body to coalesce a lance cast from Eternal Gangjin, unbreakable and indestructible. Since obtaining this forbidden spell, Yilin had never used it because it was a single kill and had a serious precast shake, so it really wasn't as good as extinguishing frenzy thunder and karmic fire burning sky. However, when facing Jaishouchi, an enemy as hard as a turtle, Yilin still remembered this forbidden spell. Seeing the golden lance that came whistling, Jaishouchi flashed a look of uncertainty. The golden lance that came towards him made him a little puzzled. However, he still chose to believe in this rare great equipment of his that had been shuffled to 7 stars. Jaishouchi gripped the battle axe in his hand, and then pushed up the defensive power of the divine light black armor with all his might, preparing to carry this strike hard. The light emanating from the divine light black armor became even more dazzling and eye-catching, as if it had formed a light shield that completely enveloped Jaishouchi. The moment the golden lance came into contact with the divine light black armor, there was no deafening roar, no earth-shattering fluctuations. Like a silver needle piercing a balloon, the golden lance broke the surface with a point. Jaishouchi, proud of the divine light black armor in front of the eternal gun gold condensed into the lance, simply did not have any resistance, instantly pierced. In a blink of an eye, the light shield was broken, and the divine light black armor and even Jaishouchi's body appeared with a bloody hole running back and forth. This bloody hole wasn't big, only the size of a fingertip, and it wasn't fatal, but it caused Jaishouchi's entire body to go into a trance. No way! How is this possible? Jaishouchi's face was written with a look of disbelief. The divine light black armor had accompanied him on his journey to the north and south for so many years, experiencing countless battles both large and small, and it had never been damaged so badly. During the time he was swaying, Yilin had already swung his Starfall Heavenly Trace to kill over. The Young Longevity Blade technique that was stacked up to 99 layers was deadly, splitting Jaishouchi back and forth, and at this moment, Jaishouchi's mind was already in chaos, so he was unable to resist at all. Soon he discovered something even more exaggerated, and that was the fact that Yilin had been fighting him for so long with blood flames burning on his body, which also meant that Yilin had been turning on a forbidden spell to burn his life force the entire time. But after burning for so long, why was Yilin not doing anything at all? Kid, are you really immortal? Jaishouchi was shocked and angry. What kind of monster did Boss Kensen provoke this time? Nonetheless, he was able to open a forbidden spell to burn life force burning for so long. He left so many injuries on his body, and he was even more alive and kicking, with no sign of dying at all. It was simply appalling. Yi Lin didn't answer him, but instead slammed out another forbidden spell between his raised hands. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Another familiar chaos divine thunder directly smashed down. Yi Lin did not hold back in the slightest and attacked with all his might. Although the divine light black armor was still able to resist the chaotic divine lightning's attacks, it was already in a broken state after all, and the chaotic divine lightning kept surging in from the broken places, wreaking havoc on Zhai Xiuqi's body. Zhai Xiuqi was shocked and angry. If this continued, he would really die at Yi Lin's hands, but he was also crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, facing the threat of death. Zhai Xiuqi, instead of being afraid, became more calm. Returning to his senses, Zhai Xiuqi swung his battle axe and once again pinned down Yi Lin. Each axe was powerful. Yi Lin was not used to him, and raised his hand with another shot of eternal Gung Jin. The golden lance once again attacked towards Zhai Xiuqi. Zhai Xiuqi this time cannot dare to head iron hard to receive. The bottom of his eyes flashed a flash of essence, followed by a flash of his body. Speed suddenly increased dramatically. Blast shadow transportation. Zhai Xiuqi's speed suddenly surged. It was hard to imagine that a body as robust as his could be so fast. He left a streak of residual shadow in place, directly dodging Yi Lin's incoming golden spear, so fast that Yi Lin couldn't even react in time before Zhai Xiuqi had already arrived in front of him. Sacred axe of the fallen sun. Just seeing an axe shadow flashing by like thunder and lightning, a coolness came from the neck. Yi Lin's head flew up high and then rolled down to the ground, with fear still on his face, leaving only a headless corpse standing dumbfounded in its place. Zhai Xiuqi puffed and panted. Don't look at the fact that he had killed Yi Lin in seconds with a single axe. This was already all he had left. Phew! I've cut off my head. I don't believe you won't die this time. Zhai Xiuqi let out a sigh of relief. The thrill of this battle was known only to him. He had almost died in Yi Lin's hands. Just when he thought he had finished off Yi Lin, a long knife with starlight stabbed through his heart without warning, destroying the vitality in his body. Zhai Xiuqi twisted his head incredulously. The great battle had just ended, and at this moment, he had no defense at all, only to see that the one who struck out was clearly the headless body of Yi Lin. After stabbing Zhai Xiuqi through the heart, the headless body walked towards the fallen head, picked it up, aligned it a few times and then remounted it on his neck. You're very strong. It's just a pity that you're still too careless. Yi Lin calmly drew out his knife, and blood kept gushing out from the wound, signaling that Zhai Xiuqi's life was about to come to an end. Before dying, Zhai Xiuqi looked at Tang Chu in shock and anger. I was careless, your mom. You really are fucking immortal. After thinking about this point, Zhai Xiuqi clearly knew that he had not died unjustly. Facing a monster with an immortal body and extremely strong fighting strength, he had simply died rightfully. After all, who would have thought that an enemy whose head you cut off could still walk up and stab you in the back? Zhai Xiuqi didn't say anything more to Yi Lin, but instead braced himself and rolled over, looking in a direction within the black market, his gaze filled with worry. Boss Kensen, quick, run away. Monster, monster. A monster with an undead body and a forbidden spell in its raised hand was enough to make anyone tremble. When Zhai Xiuqi finished his last words, Yi Lin ended his life with a smooth knife. After resolving Zhai Xiuqi, on the rest of the way, Yi Lin didn't encounter any more opponents that were too tricky. It was thought that in the entire underground black market, other than Kensen, the strongest person was this Zhai Xiuqi. Based on the information he had inquired about, Yi Lin quickly felt his way outside a room, listening to the lustful sounds coming from the room. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had come in time after all. He settled into a crouch outside the window, listening reassuringly to the roots of the wall, waiting for the moment when Kensen's guard was put to a minimum. This guy probably couldn't have possibly thought that there would actually be a level 16 brat who dared to come over single-handedly to assassinate him. Crouching at the base of the wall, he listened to the conversation between Kensen and that she-sister. Sissy, I've been with a lot of different women, but you're the one who has my heart. Really? Then do you want to try something today that you haven't tried before? I haven't eaten anything for the past 2 days. Only drank water. Especially clean it. The woman's flirtatious voice rang out. Kensen in the room first gave a soft and then his eyes flashed, instantly understanding the meaning of what the woman in front of him had said, and he was instantly interested. Turn over. After a rustling and turning of movement rang out, another sound of a quick run in slippers rang out from within the walls. Yi Lin waited quietly. Even his fingers beat along with Kensen's rhythm, like a patient old hunter. Finally the voices in the room came to a screeching halt, followed by Kensen's bellowing. It's urgent. Open your mouth. Hearing these words, Yi Lin gripped the Starfall heavenly trace tightly, opened the burning reincarnation and instant dance and charged in with his sword. Who? Kensen let out a loud shout. The king of the underground deserves to be the king of the underground. Obviously still in the missile launching stage, but the alertness was still extremely high, and the first time he discovered Yilin. In response to him, there was a beautiful star mark as if a meteor had crossed the night sky. Swish! Fast to the extreme blade flashed through. Even if Kensen's reaction was already fast, but being in the middle of zinc ion output he still couldn't avoid this knife. His left hand was broken from the small arm at the root. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and blood flowed straight. Ah! Kensen let out a miserable scream and backed up, his eyes filled with horror. She had been stunned. Her mouth was wide open with a look of horror, and it took a while for her to change before she closed her mouth and made a swallowing motion, and then got up to sneak away. Yilin ignored the fleeing she. Anyway, with the necromancy returning boundary in place, this woman wouldn't be able to run far. He frowned at Kensen. He was a little disappointed that this blade didn't kill Kensen, but it didn't matter. Breaking an arm would definitely weaken Kensen's combat power to a great extent. Since one cut doesn't work, a few more will do. When he was ready to strike again, Kensen had snapped on the light. With the light, he finally got a good look at the assassin. You're Yelin, the high school student who killed Su Jihu. Kensen was shocked and angry. He never thought that the person who cut off one of his arms would be a high school student. Why are you able to appear here? Where is Zhai Xiuqi? Where are the others? Kensen was puzzled. The underground black market was his home base. So many of his men were guarding the outside, and he actually let a high school student sneak in and give himself a cut? All dead. You'll be the next to die. Yilin raised the Starfall heavenly mark and slashed towards Kensen without hesitation. Death? That word is too far from me. There are too many people who want to kill me. You brats don't deserve it yet. Kensen was also a ruthless character. Although he had his left arm chopped off by Yilin's sneak attack, he was also someone who had experienced a great deal, or else he wouldn't have been known as the king of the underground. Facing Yilin's incoming large knife, Kensen's only remaining right arm swung fiercely, and the heavy punch with the knife directly blasted Yilin's entire body embedded in the wall. An icy killing intent flashed under Kensen's eyes. He was a level 50 berserker profession, and even if he had lost an arm, he was definitely not something a high school student could touch. Cough cough. Yilin coughed violently. The bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. This Kensen's strength was obviously more terrifying than Zhai Xiuqi. If he hadn't broken one of his arms with a sneak attack, the result of his running to assassinate him tonight would definitely be captured alive. With that punch, his own chest cavity had been shattered, and the broken ribs were lodged in his lungs. So in order to avoid continuing to cough and affecting his fighting ability, Yilin directly sacrificed his lungs. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. A gun-gold apocalypse thunder instantly arrived, splitting towards Kensen, but facing the incoming golden thunder, Kensen's face was fierce, and once again swung his fist to blast the golden thunder directly into the sky's thunder arc. Then Kensen stormed forward. The whole person was like a big mountain coming towards Yilin, and in Yilin's horrified gaze, a rumbling sound smashed Yilin's whole person to fall to the ground, smashing out a human-shaped deep pit on the ground. Kensen then added a fierce kick until he heard the sound of Yilin's skull cracking. And only then did Kensen stop. Seeing that Yilin was dead beyond death, Kensen walked towards his liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine and poured it on the wound. The intense pain made his forehead bruise. Damn! After a lifetime of playing with eagles being pecked out by them, Kensen shoved a cigar in his mouth and lit it, the pain finally easing a bit with the nicotine. He walked towards his left arm that had fallen to the ground. As long as he found a transmogrifier of a healing-related profession, his broken arm would still be able to be attached and restored as before. Just as Kensen bent down to try to pick up his left hand, a golden lance shone with a brilliant light instantly, nailing his right hand to the ground. Immediately afterward, another blade slid by, and Kensen's right arm broke off at the root. What? Why are you still alive? Kensen looked at Yilin with a hideous face. He clearly remembered that he had already crushed Yilin's skull. Why was this guy still alive and kicking? Was he immortal? I'm sorry, but my profession is a forbidden spellcaster, and there is a forbidden spell called immortality, whereby sacrificing 2.5 years of one's own young life, one is able to be immune to lethal damage once. Yilin thoughtfully explained for Kensen. With both arms broken, he couldn't believe that in this situation, Kensen would still be able to beat the person. This thought had just risen when Kensen, who had already lost both his arms, suddenly flew up with a kick that hit Yilin's chin with unerring precision, sending him flying high in the air. Immortal and indestructible? I'd like to see how you're immortal. Although he had lost both arms, Kensen's combat strength was already ridiculously strong. He first kicked Yilin into midair, and then leapt up again, and a powerful whip leg directly down, smashing Yilin to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! As the smoke rolled, Kensen charged down again and stomped on Yilin's body. With a level 50 berserker profession, Even without using any skills, one punch or kick was enough to deal fatal damage to level 16 Yilin. Kid, you're still too young. One of the big no-nos in combat is to tell your bottom line to an enemy who hasn't lost the battle yet. Even if I, Kensen, lose both my arms, I'm not something you, a high school student, can deal with. I'd like to see how much young life you have to dodge a deadly attack. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Yelin, who had already lost his resistance, Kensen showed no mercy this time, greeting each kick to the heart head. The twin Lyzine Yang bracelet on Yilin's hand emitted light and began to repair the injuries on Yilin's body. But the speed of the repairs simply couldn't match the speed of Kensen's destruction. Often, the injuries on Yelin's body had just finished repairing the general, when Kensen's attack descended once again. Under Kensen's stormy attack, Yilin's body was soon stomped by Kensen into a puddle of blood-blurred rotten meat, mixed with white bone stubble. Looking appalling, the twin Lyzine Yang bracelet was still emitting light, but it couldn't repair Yilin's body anymore. Kensen breathed a sigh of relief, tired and sweaty. He had just inflicted at least 100 fatal injuries on Yilin. He should die anymore. He didn't believe that Yilin still had more than 200 years of young life. Kensen panted and walked away, the pain of having both his arms severed causing him to suck in a cold breath. Shit. The profession of forbidden spellcaster is simply too weird. No wonder it's short-lived. Kensen couldn't help but curse, having both his arms chopped off by a high school student. If word of this got out, he would be completely disgraced as the king of the underground. He definitely wouldn't dare say anything in front of him, but behind his back he might talk about him. The thought of it annoyed Kensen to no end, and just as he was getting exasperated, he felt a chill come from behind him, and Kensen jerked his head around as a star mark slid by, and a toned thigh flew high in the air. Kensen froze, standing frozen on one leg, looking straight at Yelin with bewilderment written all over his face. It seemed that he hadn't expected that Yilin was actually still alive, and the huge shock caused him to even temporarily forget the pain of his broken leg. Didn't think so. I lied to you. You're too young. How can you even believe the words of your enemies? Yelin hemmed and hawed. Kensen broke 2 arms and a leg. He didn't believe that with only one leg, Kensen could still beat the bang. Kensen gave Yelin a vicious headbutt that knocked Yelin's eyes out. However, this time, he didn't choose to continue attacking Yilin, but instead took his one-legged steps to quickly escape. Panic bubbled up under Kensen's eyes. He was really scared. The Yilin in front of him was like an undefeatable little strong man. If he continued like this, he who only had one leg might really die in Yilin's hands. Trying to run? Forbidden spell Eternal Frozen Eyes. Yelin sacrificed his eyeballs, which went black, and in his last look before going blind, he glanced towards the only leg left of Kensen. No sooner had Kensen jumped out than ice crystals began to condense on his only remaining leg, and eventually it froze his entire body in place. No! Kensen tried to struggle, but he had no arms and no other leg to break free. After his eyes regained their sight, Yelin walked towards Kensen with the Starfall Skystrike in his hand, the tip of the blade rubbing against the ground with a clinking, crunching sound, rubbing out a series of sparks. Say, where's Uncle G? Yilin had searched quite a few places before coming here, but there had been no sign of G's father. Thinking that the person must have been locked up in some secret place by Kensen, Kensen clenched his teeth and refused to speak. Yelin didn't say anything more, but snapped his fingers, and a flash of fuchsia fire landed on the ground, burning Kensen's left arm to ashes. No! Kensen's jaw was on fire. If he could find a healing-related profession with his broken arm, he could still have the possibility of returning to normal. But if this was the kind of person who had even lost his hand, there was really no way out. That kind of big brother who could regenerate a broken arm was not something that Kensen could access either. And this was the equivalent of Yelin cutting off his back. From now on, you can only be a one-armed Kensen. Yelin's expression was calm. You. Kensen's eyes reddened with anger. Will you just leave me alone if I say so? Kensen, you know, I love to tell the truth. Yelin smiled faintly. I came here just to save Uncle G. I won't be fine if I kill your men because you'll set it right. But if I kill you, it'll be a big problem. I'm not stupid enough to kill the underground king of Qingcheng. That's a big deal that's going to pierce the sky. But just because I'm scrupulous doesn't mean I don't dare to do it. Uncle G has done me a great favor. So think it over yourself and don't push me, an honest man, to the edge. Speaking of this, Yilin's eyes flashed with a chilling look. Kensen hesitated, but now that he had 3 of his limbs broken and his last limb was frozen into an ice sculpture, he didn't have any choice at all, and he had no choice but to choose Yilin. Don't worry, the old guy named G isn't dead, he just has a broken arm, and he's locked up in the outside jail, Kensen said. Hearing this, Yilin was also relieved. If G's father had died, he would have felt more or less guilty and sad, regardless of what purpose G's father had. But at least the other party was actually spending real money to be good to himself, and this was grace, which he had to bear. Swish! The sharp starfall heavenly trace transformed into a streak of light, carrying a starburst as it chopped at Kenson's neck, to behead him directly. Feeling the icy killing intent, Kenson's cold hairs exploded all over his body. You really are lying to me, bastard! Kenson couldn't care less about his last leg at the moment. He twisted his tiger's waist with vigor, and his last frozen soul leg broke with a sound. His whole person rolled to the ground in a sorry state, but he also escaped Yilin's surefire strike. What a strong desire to survive. But it's useless. Yilin swung up the starfall heavenly trace and was about to slash down again. He would never allow anyone who knew the secret of his immortality to live in this world. At this time, all of Kenson's limbs were gone, and there had long since been no room for any resistance. Kenson revealed a bitter smile and closed his eyes in despair. I never thought that I, the king of the underground, would end up dying in the hands of a high school student. Just as Yelin was about to harvest Kenson's life, a dainty cry came from the doorway. Stop! Let him go, or I'll kill this G guy right now. She, who had just escaped, went and returned, bringing back one more man. G's father was in a poor state of mind, obviously having suffered a severe beating, and his face looked pale from the loss of blood. He was bound into a dumpling, and his mouth was gagged so that he couldn't make half a sound, and she was holding a black pistol in her hand, pointing it right at G's father's head. Mori, seeing Kenson's miserable state of being cut into a human swine, she let out a cry of shock and tears instantly flowed down her face. Didn't you run away? What are you coming back for? Roll. I don't need a woman to save me yet. Kenson was shocked and angry. No, I won't leave you alone. She shook her head and pressed the pistol dead center against G's father's temple. Release Brotherson, or I'll kill him now. You stupid ass. You're just my venting tool. What are you doing back here? Kenson reddened. He hadn't shed a single tear when his hands and feet were cut off by Yilin, but he couldn't help his eyes from turning red when he saw Sister Shi risking her life to come back and save him. People only know whether the person beside them is a human or a ghost when they are in trouble. How could he not expect that the one who came back to save him would be Shishi? Yilin narrowed his eyes and gently tapped his fingers on the starfall heavenly trace. After turning on burning reincarnation and instant dance, with his skyrocketing speed, he was 60% sure that he could cut off the woman's hand before she could shoot. He was hesitant to gamble on the probability, and after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Although a 60% success rate wasn't low, after all, it was a matter of G's father's life. What do you want to do? Do we swap hostages? Yelin inquired. No way. If I don't have a hostage in my hand, you will definitely kill us right away. You first let Brother Sen's men take him away, and I'll stay here with the hostage. Sister, she spoke through clenched teeth. Yelin frowned. This girl was worthy of following Kenson, but she wasn't easy to fool at all. But there was no way he was going to let Kenson go. If he didn't get Kenson killed today, it would be the same as letting the tiger go, and he himself would face heavenly trouble. If he hadn't taken Kenson by surprise tonight, he would have been taken right down without even getting close to Kenson. Hearing Shi's words, Kenson was shocked and furious, where he still could not see that the woman Shishi was going to use her own life to exchange his life. There's no way he's going to leave me alone. You get out of here. Don't you usually listen to me the most? Go! Kenson's hissing was so distracting to Yelin that he casually grabbed a two-headed dragon from Kenson's bed and gagged Kenson, choking Kenson to the point that he kept dry heaving and couldn't open his mouth again. Then he raised his eyes to Shi. There's no way I'm going to agree to the terms you're talking about. As soon as Kenson leaves, he's sure to immediately mobilize his men and women to round me up. And in that case, neither Uncle G nor I would survive. You have people you want to save, and so do I. So if you're worried about me coming after you and Kenson, I can put your mind at ease. Yilin turned the blade of the starfall heavenly trace and aimed it at himself, and after the 4 blade flashes, the tendons and hamstrings of Yilin's hands and feet had all been picked off and were dripping with blood. His entire body collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. That wasn't all. He cut himself in the stomach again, and his intestines flowed out frantically. Well, you can now believe that I won't be after you and Kenson anymore, right? Yilin's face was pale and his expression was weak. You, sister, she covered her mouth. It was hard to imagine that Yilin was able to do this. Uncle G is very important to me. I'm an orphan, and he's like a loving father who suddenly came into my life. I have to keep him safe. Yilin's words were so loud and clear that tears welled up in the eyes of G's father, who had been gagged. After a long time in the impersonal world of business, this kind of sincere emotion is far more touching to him than mountains of money. Seeing that Yilin had directly re-injured himself to such an extent, sister, she obediently lowered her gun. Seeing this, Kenson frantically tried to shout. Yilin had just been stomped into mush by him and didn't even die. This kind of injury wasn't even worth mentioning to him. But Yilin had long ago blocked his mouth with his double-headed dragon, so that he couldn't open his mouth to remind Sister Shi. When she saw Kensen struggling there, she thought he was calling out for him and hurriedly let go of Ji's father and ran towards him. "Brother Sam! I'm here, Brother Sam!" She quickly ran forward and removed the two-headed dragon. Seeing she let go of Ji's father, Kensen's face was ashen, and as expected, as soon as he turned his head he saw Yelin walking this way while stuffing his intestines into his stomach. "If you want to kill me, that's fine with me, but can you leave Sissy alone? She doesn't know anything, nor is she a transmuter. She can't pose a threat to you." Kensen hurriedly spoke. "I, Kensen, have done everything in my life, but I have never begged. Count me as begging. You, how can you still stand up?" Sister She was also scared out of her wits at the moment. She couldn't understand how a person with broken hamstrings and tendons could still stand up and still hold a knife. Yelin looked at Kensen with a complicated gaze. In some ways, Kensen was also considered a good man who valued love and justice. It was just a pity that he didn't have a choice. If the secret of the immortal body was exposed, he would only end up 10,000 times worse than Kensen. Yilin raised the starfall heavenly mark with an expressionless face. "Please, let Sissy go. Please promise me. I'll give you all the money you want, just let Sissy go." The blade flashed by with a starburst, and Kensen's voice ended abruptly. This underground king of Qingcheng stared at his own eyes in death. "Mori!" Sissy let out a cry of anguish and looked at Kensen's body with a tear-stained face, crying hysterically. "I'm sorry, Brother Sam. It's me who's useless. It's me who's too stupid." She then picked up the gun with a scowl on her face and pulled the trigger towards Yilin without hesitation. Bang! 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 After 6 shots, the gun had been emptied and the barrel was smoking white. Unfortunately, the bullets she shot were all blocked by the starfall heavenly marks, failing to injure Yilin in the slightest. Yilin originally didn't want to block it. It wouldn't have killed him anyway, but considering the presence of Ji's father watching, he made a show of it. "You killed me! You killed me even!" She yelled hysterically, unable to avenge herself. All she wanted now was to die with Kensen. Yilin shook his head and opened his mouth to sigh. "Don't be silly, sister-in-law. I don't kill women. Go away." "Not killing women?" Sister She froze. Yilin's words made her not know what to say for a moment. "Yes, Kensen was also a decent person in his life. You are alive, just so you can collect his corpse. Hey, if he didn't kidnap Uncle Ji, I really don't want to be his enemy." Yilin sighed and said, "Brother Sun." At the mention of Kensen, She's tears once again flowed wildly as if it were a reservoir that had broken the levee. Yilin didn't pay any more attention to Sister Shi, but turned toward Father Ji. "Uncle Ji, I'm sorry I'm late." Yilin unlocked the shackles on Ji's father and pulled out the towel he had gagged him with again. "It's alright, kid. I'm already touched that you would risk so much to save me." Ji's father couldn't help but feel touched, his eyes written all over. He knew how powerful Kensen was, and it was hard for him to imagine just how much Yilin had suffered and wasted his efforts before he managed to rescue him. "Uncle Ji, let's go." Yilin assisted Ji's father to walk outside the underground black market. "Yilin, you've suffered a lot fighting your way in, haven't you?" Father Ji said heartily. "Uncle Ji, you're underestimating me. I'm only level 16. Even if I'm a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way I can deal with so many of Kensen's henchmen. They'll be able to wear me out alive just by consuming them." Yilin couldn't help but shake his head. "Oh, and how did you get in here? And how did you injure Kensen in that horrible state?" Father Ji wondered. He could see clearly what Kensen looked like just now. The whole person's limbs were cut off, directly becoming a human swine. "It's a friend of mine." Yilin hesitated and said, "This friend of mine wouldn't let me publicize his identity, so forgive me for not being able to tell you." "Uncle Ji." Father Ji nodded, a flash of shrewdness reserved for businessmen flashing under his eyes. "The growth of the forbidden spellcaster is very fast. Don't look at Yilin is now only 16 levels. Once the college entrance exams are over, a drill to the wild. It won't take 1 or 2 years. Yilin will be able to become a strong person who suppresses a party." It seemed that he wasn't the only one who had looked at Yilin's talent. There were others in this Qingcheng who had hit on this idea. Figuring this out, Ji's father didn't pursue anything further. After all, he was lucky to have survived tonight, and being kidnapped by Kensen tonight had made him see a lot of things. "Yilin, you don't mind Uncle Ji nagging. This society, between people and people, the most core and most essential relationship, is the interests. You have the value of use. Others will take the initiative to approach you close to you. You have to be careful. Don't easily trust anyone, including me." Ji father's eyes were complicated. At the very beginning, when he let Jilin you to contact Yilin, he also went with the mindset of utilizing Yilin. "Good. I'll remember Uncle Ji. What you taught me, Yilin will definitely memorize it." Yi Lin nodded obediently. Since you recognize me as your uncle, there's still one more thing that Uncle G has to talk to you about, or else you'll definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Ji father couldn't help but say seriously. He had now completely viewed Yi Lin as his second son. Yi Lin was now second only to Ji Lingyu in his mind. You speak, Uncle Ji. Yi Lin is all ears. Yi Lin obediently responded. You are too kind. And too kind. A chill flashed in Ji's father's eyes. This is a big no-no. Mercy does not govern. Righteousness does not support wealth. Goodness does not serve as an official. Love does not establish things. And benevolence does not enter politics. This is the unchanging truth of the ages. Just like that Kenson's woman just now. Uncle G admitted that the two of them are really impressed by their true feelings. But that's precisely why you can't let her go even more. Otherwise, when she reacts, with her status as a Kenson woman, she will definitely be able to gather quite a few remnants of Kenson to seek revenge on you. At that time, it will cause you big trouble. It could even put your life in danger. Yi Lin made a horrified look and said in a hurry, Uncle G, what should we do now? How about I go back and finish her off now? No need for that. I'll help you handle the aftermath of the underground black market properly. I'm just asking you to change this problem of being soft-hearted. Father Ji shook his head, then said amiably to Yi Lin, Yi Lin, it's okay to be soft, but only to those around you. Once it's clear that the other party is the enemy, then the other party already has a way to take death. Yi Lin, respectfully follow Uncle Ji's teachings. Yi Lin said obediently. They retreated towards the outside of the black market while talking, but when they retreated to the edge of the black market, Father Ji was dumbfounded. Countless white and ghastly skeleton warriors guarded the edge of the black market, with green and ghostly colored soul flames burning in their empty eye sockets, and behind the skeleton warriors, there were even headless knights, bone dragons, witch demons, and all sorts of necromantic creatures. There was even warm blood on the rusty short sword of that skeleton warrior. Apparently some unlucky person had just tried to rush out and was cleaved by a sword. Did Kenson's revenge come so quickly? Father Ji was emboldened, and then a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Yi Lin, if there's really nothing you can do later, you'll leave me behind and run by yourself. Uncle Ji, how can this work? Yi Lin was alarmed. Father Ji wanted to say something else, but he had already seen a skeleton warrior tiptoeing behind Yelin. Yi Lin, watch out. Father Ji hurriedly pushed Yi Lin away, and the skeleton warrior swung his fist at his face, knocking him out with a single punch. Yi Lin touched his nose and muttered with some guilt as he looked at the unconscious Father Ji. Uncle Ji, I'm sorry, I didn't want to, but I can't operate well if you don't pass out. The secret of the body of immortality was really significant. Yi Lin didn't want anyone to know about it, and as for everyone in the underground black market tonight, he wasn't going to let go. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, karma fire, burning sky. Yi Lin raised his hand, and the blood in his entire body was instantly drained away, turning his entire body into a dry, leathery corpse. But that wasn't the end of it. With a thought, his immortal body immediately regenerated his blood, and he made another sacrifice. Yi Lin just kept switching between the state of a normal person and the state of a skin and bones, and with each switch, the purplish-red karmic fire in his hand became more and more powerful, and in the end, it was as dazzling as a small round of purplish-red sun. The small sun formed by the purplish-red karmic fire pulsed in Yi Lin's hands, as if it would break free and burn everything at any moment. Yi Lin could clearly feel that he was on the verge of losing control of this power. And the karmic fire burning sky that was released this time was far more powerful than any other time in the past. He took a deep breath and violently threw the karma fire sun in his hand towards the black market in front of him, and the purplish-red fireball drew a long trajectory in the air, just like a comet that crossed the night curtain, and fell into the depths of the black market with the general aura of extinction. The moment the purple-red fireball touched the ground of the black market, boom! After a deafening roar, a mushroom cloud rose in the sky above the black market, and a terrifying karmic fire instantly erupted. The flames were blazing. The temperature was extremely high, as if it was going to burn everything around it. The creatures in the black market that were still alive originally let out miserable screams under the horrifying heat, but in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flames, and there was not even any ash left. The entire black market was shrouded in karmic fire, turning into a sea of flames, and the light of the flames reflected off of it, proclaiming that this place, which had once been the largest sin capital in Xinjiang, had completely ended at this moment. The fuchsia-red firelight reflected Yelin's face in light and darkness. Looking at the sea of blazing fire in front of him, Yi Lin's mind was complicated. He opened a pack of found cigarettes, lit one in his mouth with a karmic fire, and threw the whole pack into the fire again. The scent of nicotine eroded the mouth and chest and lungs, slowing Yelin's mind to become calm. The desire to smoke a cigarette first when things go wrong seems to be a memory etched in every man's genes. A high school student who had just finished transferring not long ago and whose level was only 16, single-handedly killed the underground king of Qingcheng, Kansun, and also burned the entire black market with a single fire, which I'm afraid no one would believe even if he said it himself. Even officially, there's no way he'll be suspected. It's like no one is going to investigate you in front of the screen now that the boss of the big pretty country has been assassinated. After this fire is finished, everything will be put on the head of the non-existent Ling Knight. Yilin lowered his eyes and looked at Ji's father, who was still unconscious, through the white mist of the cigarette. The only problem now is Father Ji. He was the only one who had seen himself kill Kensen tonight, and if he had gotten Ji's father killed first, then sent Ji Lingyu to his death, he himself collapsed next to Ji Lingyu, seriously injured and dying. That way, he or she must be completely out of the picture. Someone coming to investigate would only think that it was Kensen who attacked Ji's group and exterminated Ji's father's entire family, and then Kensen was exterminated by the mysterious Ling Knight. One is just a poor victim. Thinking of this, Yilin slowly raised the Starfall heavenly trace, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of his eyes. At that exact moment, Father Ji slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did so, he saw the faintly flowing starburst on the Starfall heavenly trace. Yilin, what are you doing? Yilin didn't answer him, but directly raised his hand and dropped his sword. With the flash of several cold ons, a red apple was perfectly peeled off its skin. Uncle Ji, do you cha apple? Yilin blinked with a human face. Only then did Ji's father let out a breath of relief and said in shock, Yilin, you scared me to death. What kind of apples are you eating at a time like this? Father Ji turned his head and looked at the sea of blazing fire in front of him and asked in horror, what's going on here? Just now those skeletons tried to kill us. Good thing brother Ling Knight. Oh no. Yilin hurriedly covered his mouth and changed his words with a look of saying the wrong thing. That mysterious person saved us and burned down the entire black market with a fire. Oh, the bottom of Ji's father's eyes flashed through a flash of essence. In his heart, he secretly said that Yilin was still a child's mind. The words in his heart could come out accidentally, and the words that came out could still be called the words in his heart? Back when he had time, he had to teach Yilin properly. Ling Knight? Where was this mysterious strong man from? And how had he never heard of him before? It's okay. Just as long as we're all safe. Get going. The people from the investigation bureau should be here soon. I have to go back and prepare early. Father Ji looked grave. Yelin nodded. The Bureau of Investigation was specifically an official organization that dealt with transmutants, and Kensen's death would surely cause them to pursue it with all their might. He did just think about killing Ji's father, but the thought was eventually suppressed. If he really went ahead and killed Ji's father and Ji Lingyu, who were kind to him, in order to be able to live high on the hog, it would mean that he had completely abandoned his humanity as a human being. Humans are a combination of humanity and bestiality, usually expressed as shrewd and self-interested, but sometimes they can't help but be selfless. He wants to live. Is the instinct of the beast? He saved Ji father, because Ji father in his favor. This is human nature. If he really put aside his humanity, then even if he stayed alive, he would be nothing more than a long-lived humanoid beast. Seeing that Ji father really returned safely with Yilin, Ji Lingyu lost his voice and cried, hugging Ji father to death. Dad, you're finally back. I almost thought I'd never see you again. There is nothing more beautiful in life than to lose and to find. Silly boy, why are you crying? Isn't Dad still alive? Don't worry, as long as Dad is still alive, this sky, it won't collapse. Ji father dotingly rubbed Ji Lingyu's head, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Ji mother left early. Ji Lingyu is he single-handedly brought up. It can be said that after the mother left, Ji Lingyu is the father's all. Well, it's not manly at all to cry. Get out of the way. Dad's got a lot of things to take care of. The bottom of Ji father's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness, and at this moment, he became the same general manager Ji who reigned supreme in the business world. Kensen's matter should immediately send shockwaves throughout Xinjiang, and by that time, the Bureau of Investigation would surely be pouring out to investigate the matter. His current priority was to ensure that the two of them, Yilin and Ji Lingyu, would be able to go to the college entrance exam trial without any problems, as long as the two of them entered the examination hall of the college entrance examination. Even the investigation bureau could no longer touch them in the slightest. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. For Father Ji it was, and for the rest of Castle it was even more so. Castle Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk. He had just finished organizing the case file on the Su Jihu farm incident. Su Jihu, the underground king of Qingcheng, Kensen's henchman. Kensen's side has already greeted them and told them that the Bureau of Investigation should not pursue this matter any further. Therefore, Investigator Huang also directly closed the matter as an unsolved case. After finishing the case file looked up, only to realize that unknowingly it was already more than 3 o'clock in the morning. He lifted both fingers to rub his brow. King of the underground of Xinjiang. It's really bald to have such a tumor in Xinjiang. The words just fell. The door suddenly a person thumped and broke in. Late at night pushing the door sound like a thunder will be investigating officer Huang Lidian startled. Only when he raised his eyes did he see that the person pushing the door was Su Xiu, the young apprentice the bureau had arranged for him to take. And Su Xiu's face was currently written with panic. What is it? Why are you so furtive? Didn't I teach you? When it comes to things, stay calm and keep your emotions stable. Panic and excitement won't solve anything. Huang Lidian lectured. Yes, Master, you're right, but there really is something heavenly. Su Xiu's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit, his forehead filled with cold sweat. Oh, Huang Lidian smiled faintly, with a spoiled look picking up the cup on the table and taking a sip of water. Tell me instead, what's the big deal? Young people just can't stay calm and get excited about shit. Master, don't be afraid if I tell you, Su Xiu said in horror. Don't worry, your master. I've been an investigating officer for so many years. What haven't I seen before? Giant view, human centipede. What can scare me? Huang Lidian was very calm and continued to drink his water. Kensen is dead, and the entire underground black market was burned to ashes by a fire, with the exact same technique and means as that farmhouse before. Seeing Huang Lidian's old and calm demeanor, Su Xiu followed suit and calmly said, unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, Huang Lidian let out a mouthful of water with a puff, directly spraying him all over his head. What? Who did you say died? Kensen? WDNMD. Huang Lidian quickly rushed forward and grabbed Su Xiu's shoulders before he began to shake them violently. Who died? Say again. Who died? Su Xiu felt like her brain was going to be shaken evenly by Huang Lidian. Master, didn't you say that we should be calm and emotionally stable when things go wrong? Snap. Huang Lidian sniffed and came up with 2 big mouths, roaring sternly. Don't fucking bullshit. Come on. What happened? Who died? Kensen ah. Hiosu said in an aggravated voice. Same name? Huang Lidian asked softly, holding on to his last glimmer of hope. No, it's that underground King Kensen. And from the current situation, he along with those men from his underground black market should all be dead. Su Xiu said truthfully. Huang Lidian sniffed and let go of Su Xiu, and his entire body retreated several steps in a row, hitting the desk before he managed to stabilize himself. Huang Lidian's profession was a lie detector, and he clearly knew that the young apprentice in front of him was not lying. But at this moment, he was incredibly hopeful that Su Xiu had lied. It was Kensen who died, and also died in the city, and a whole underground black market of everyone died. This is simply a big event that pierced the sky. You don't care if Kensen is some kind of underground king of Xinjiang behind his back, at least on the surface. The person is one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Xinjiang, a dignified figure in Xinjiang. Once this person dies, it's not likely that there will be unrest in Xinjiang. Go! Let's go to the scene. Huang Lidian's forehead veins flared. In one more day the high school entrance exam trials would begin. At this time Xinjiang could not afford any accidents. When Huang Lidian master and disciple arrived at the scene, the karma fire had not been completely extinguished, and there were still purplish-red flames leaping out from time to time. Huang Lidian walked over quickly, and Su Xiu hurriedly pulled him back. Master, don't get excited. This flame is very weird. Once it gets stained it can't be extinguished. It's very dangerous. I know. You don't have to stop me. Huang Lidian's face became extremely ugly. Exactly the same scene. Exactly the same karmic fire. All the evidence went up in flames. Nothing was left. Even the bones were burned to ashes, leaving only a scorched brown earth. That farmhouse looked like this too. And this black market was just a farmhouse enlarged 1,000,000 times over. This fucking Kensen. Huang Lidian couldn't help but curse in a low voice. If it wasn't for Kensen obstructing them from investigating the truth about the farmhouse, there might not be this scene today. He now believed that what Zhuge Ni said about Jilin and Ling Knight was not the same person. After all, how could a high school student have the ability to massacre the entire black market? While others weren't sure, they at the Bureau of Investigation were clear about the fact that Kensen was actually a level up to 50 transmigrator. Is all this, again, the work of that mysterious Ling Knight? But it's not right. According to Zhuge Ni, she had seen that Ling Knight in the novice secret territory, so that would make it impossible for Ling Knight to be the murderer. Could it be that Ling Knight was only responsible for destroying the evidence and the real murderer was someone else? Huang Lidian had an immense headache. Just then, Su Xiu ran over in a panic, once again bringing him news that made his brows furrow. 10 minutes later, inside the Xinjiang Investigation Bureau, Huang Lidian met Father Ji. Mr. Ji. Huang Lidian extended his hand to shake Ji's father's hand, but at that moment, Ji's father let out a bitter smile and raised his left arm that had already been cut off by Kenson. The corner of Huang Litian's mouth twitched slightly. Mr. Ji, the matter is urgent. I will not engage in those false. You are the Ji family villa. At more than 10 o'clock, was besieged by Kenson with people. Is it? Yes. Father Ji closed his eyes in pain. Everyone else died except me. My son escaped by going outside with his classmates. Huang Litian used his occupational skill mind reading to sense the situation and realized that Father Ji wasn't lying. So he frowned and asked, Mr. Ji, can you explain how you survived? I don't mean anything else, but as far as I know, you're just an ordinary person, not a transmuter. Huang Litian's meaning was obvious. All the transmigrants were dead and you, a commoner, were still alive and well. Why? It's Li. Ji's father snapped and lit a cigarette. His eyes filled with sadness. Li is my adopted orphan and my personal bodyguard. And he spelled out his own life in exchange for a chance for me to escape. And what about what happened back there? Huang Litian pursued. I fainted in the back. It was my son's classmate Yilin who found and saved me. Then I came to the investigation bureau to report the case. Father Ji said as he took a drag on his cigarette. Then Kenson is dead. Did you know? Huang Litian stared at Ji's father dead in the face. No. I was just on my way to the Bureau of Investigation when I heard someone talking about his death. Good death. If he doesn't die, I'm going to find a way to get him killed. Fuck. Father Ji said viciously. Huang Litian frowned as he realized that what Father Ji had said so far was actually true in every sentence, without a single falsehood, which meant that Father Ji wasn't lying at all. Looking at Ji's father's appearance as he flicked the ashes of his cigarette, Huang Litian could be sure that Ji's father must know something about Kenson's death. Truly masterful liars don't lie when they deceive. Every word they say is true, but when the words are put together, they form a huge lie. For example, the national soccer team is world famous and no national soccer team has ever beaten it head-to-head in the World Cup. Then again, my girlfriend was greenlit by her best friend, and I was so angry that I went and kicked her best friend's ass. This is the montage lie. Lying with the truth. Such an old fox. Even he, an investigating officer with lie detector skills, could not do anything about it. Okay, Mr. Ji, thank you for your cooperation. I've understood the situation. I'm going to talk to your son Ji Lingyu and your son's classmate Yilin again. You shouldn't mind, right? Huang Litian asked. Of course I don't mind. Go ahead. Investigator Huang, Father Ji said smilingly. He had long since matched statements with Ji Lingyu and Yilin when he was at home, and he believed that it was impossible for Huang Litian to come up with anything from the investigation. Soon Ji Lingyu and Yilin were brought into the Bureau of Investigation. Yilin looked around with a look of being a thief, which made Huang Litian instantly lock his eyes on him. These two people are just high school students. The city is certainly not as deep as the kind of old fox like Ji's father. Huang Litian naturally used them as a breakthrough, coupled with the fact that Yilin had previously been the biggest suspect in the farmhouse incident. Huang Litian had long wanted to have a good talk with him. Hello Mr. Yilin, my surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. Huang Litian stretched out his large hand and shook Yilin's. Yilin's face was very serious. Hello Investigator Huang. I have to take Chunghua Avenue to work Xiankyo. I can only pull a little bit. I can't pull more. Huang Litian. I'm asking you if this car can go? Huang Litian said with a headache. Can walk. To the second immortal bridge. Yilin nodded seriously. No. Fuck me. Huang Litian realized that he had been led into a ditch by Yilin. Yilin. In. I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Just answer them. No need to say anything else. Understand? Huang Litian said. Understood Investigator Huang. I'm sorry. I just saw that you were too serious and wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Yilin naively scratched his head. I thank you. Huang Litian said in a deep voice. Do you know Su Jihu? Don't know. Never even heard of the name. Yilin answered truthfully. He really didn't know that the black-hearted boss who bought his organs was called Su Jihu. Huang Litian confirmed that Yilin hadn't lied, but still pursued the question undeterred. So have you been to the farm? Been there. Speaking of this, Yilin's expression suddenly became horrified. What's on the farm? Huang Litian stared dead into Yilin's eyes. A clue was coming. That farmhouse. There are chickens. Huang Litian was almost so angry that he punched Yilin. Nonsense. There must be chickens in the farmhouse. No. Investigator Huang. It's not just any chicken. It's the kind that weighs 100 or so pounds, Yilin said with a serious face. Speaking of 100 or so pounds of chicken, the people around him instantly stopped being sleepy and stretched their ears to hear what Yilin was going to say next. That chicken also asked me to play or not. Said that I was in good condition and could not charge me money. I was very afraid. So I ran away. Yilin blinked and said. He said can be the truth. Before living in the slums, from time to time there are older bad women want to cheat him koan eat. Huang Lidian. He fell silent as he realized that everything Yelin said was true. Now there are two possibilities. 1. Yilin is an even more sophisticated old fox than Ji's father, pretending to be crazy. 2. Yilin really has nothing to do with Su Jihu's death. Huang Lidian preferred the latter. So he didn't ask any more about farm-related matters, but instead turned to ask where Yilin was tonight. But asking this would be even more fruitless, because Yilin did practice sword practice with Ji Lingyu over at the Transfiguration Guild tonight, and this Transfiguration Guild has records over there, so a quick check would be able to find out. Huang Lidian also quickly pulled up the records over there, and when he saw that Yilin had destroyed dummies that could carry the attacks of transmutants below level 40, Huang Lidian's gaze narrowed slightly. Yilin, can you explain why you can destroy a dummy that is strong enough to carry the attack of a transmogrifier below level 40 when you're only level 16? Huang Lidian asked with a smirk. I was born with divine power, Yilin said without a blush. Born with God's power? I urge you to tell the truth, or I may have to keep you here overnight. Huang Lidian's fingertips lightly tapped the desktop. Yilin mentally said, damn it, it was definitely impossible for other people to want to pull out the detailed records of the Transfiguration Guild. But the Bureau of Investigation naturally had the right to do so. If he'd known he was going to kill Kensen tonight, he wouldn't have acted so flamboyantly over there. Thanks to the fact that Uncle G bought me a good outfit, plus my identity as a forbidden spellcaster. Under the outburst, it reached that level chant. After all, it's not like the dummy can dodge, Yilin said truthfully. Huang Lidian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. If you really want to say that, there was actually no problem. After all, the power of the forbidden spell was originally extremely terrifying, and with a good outfit, level 16 might not be unable to destroy a level 40 dummy golem. You unleashed a forbidden spell without regard for your health just to try your strength on a dummy? Why? Huang Lidian asked with a frown. Don't really want to live. Is it against the law? Yelin asked with a wink. No offense. Huang Lidian didn't continue to pursue this, but suddenly said with a twist of words, do you know Kensen? Recognize. One of the 10 most outstanding philanthropists in our city, but I haven't seen him on TV much. Oh, where did that come from? Huang Lidian's eyes glazed over. My family is poor and can't afford a TV. Huang Lidian. Yilin, it seems like you really know something about Kensen's death. Huang Lidian's eyes flashed with a wisp of essence. You've been interrupting and distracting me from the beginning until now, and it's clear that you don't want me to continue asking. At the same time, a bold speculation surfaced in Huang Lidian's mind. Forbidden spellcaster. Can destroy level 40 dummies. This Yilin in front of me might be the mysterious Ling Knight. And Ling Knight might not just be a person. It might also be a well-trained organization. After the thought surfaced in his mind, it could not be waved away. In that way, a lot of things can make sense. After the incident at Su Jihu's farm, Yelin was received into the Ji family. And immediately afterward, the Ji family suffered from Kensen's retaliation. And then immediately afterward, Kensen was silenced. You had something on you that caught the attention of Kensen and the G group, and Su Jihu found something like that first, so he was silenced by you, along with the farmhouse and the others in it. You burned it to the ground in a fire. Then Kensen suppressed the matter and secretly stored up his strength to retaliate against the G group, killing everyone in the G family villa. And Mr. G had one of his hands chopped off. And you, or the forces behind you, stepped in and exterminated Kensen. Am I right? Ling Knight. Huang Lidian gazed into Yilin's eyes, as if he wanted to see panic in the bottom of his eyes. But he was disappointed, although Yilin was flustered to death in his heart. On the surface, he still had a dumbfounded look on his face, and even winked at Huang Lidian. Investigator Huang, what are you talking about? Don't say anything without evidence against unity. With one word from Yilin, Huang Lidian instantly shriveled up like a deflated ball. Yeah, no proof. Whether it was the farmhouse or the underground black market, everything was burned cleanly by the karmic fire, leaving no traces behind. Even if what he guessed was the truth, what could he do? Without evidence, he couldn't characterize things as usual. Huang Lidian took a deep breath. He was convinced that what he had guessed out was not far from the truth. If not the truth, the only way to explain the recent chain of events. But there was still one thing he couldn't figure out. The extermination of the G family villa happened at more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and the fire in the underground black market was at more than 3 o'clock in the morning. What had happened in the interval of more than 5 hours? If a large-scale transmogrifier duel occurred in the underground black market, their Bureau of Investigation would definitely be the first to receive the news. But for those 5 hours or so, there was silence, as if nothing had happened. And then immediately afterward the fire burst into flames and burned the entire underground black market to the ground. Huang Lidian looked deeply at Yilin. He understood that it was impossible to ask Yilin anything more. He glanced at his watch and opened his mouth. Yilin, It's now 5 in the morning, and there are still 27 hours before the start of the high school trial, so you'd better hope that I haven't found any evidence in these 27 hours. Yilin was detained by Huang Lidian at the Bureau of Investigation and put into a special prison cell. The Investigation Bureau's prison cells were all jointly created by the two professions of the Master of Material Science and the Master of Architecture, so trying to force your way out was a fool's errand. Unsurprisingly, Yilin was going to spend the 27 hours before the college entrance exam here, even if Ji's father obstructed it in every possible way, and even used Ji's group's connections, it was just as useless. After all, too many people had died this time. And there was also Kensen, the king of the castle underground. Qingcheng had unknowingly appeared a terrifying force capable of directly overthrowing Kensen without the people in the bureau knowing anything about it, and when Huang Lidian reported the news up, it directly stunned everyone in the Qingcheng Bureau of Investigation out of their jaws. The side of the couch will not allow others to snore. Qingcheng was their territory, and as a result, such a power had popped up under their noses without them knowing about it. This was simply appalling. To put it bluntly, if they don't get to the bottom of this mysterious force, one day their Bureau of Investigation will also be taken out in one fell swoop just like Kensen, and they won't even know it. This matter immediately caused the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau to attach great importance to it, and the above even directly gave Huang Lidian the highest level of investigative authority, letting him take full responsibility for it, and also sent two powerful transmutants to protect Huang Lidian closely. Watching Huang Lidian leave with his men, Yilin in turn breathed a sigh of relief and slowly leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth slowly picking up a smile. Although Kensen was dead, Kensen's power could be far more than just that of the underground black market. This king of the underground's power was spread throughout the entire Qingcheng. Those people are not like Huang Lidian, but also pay attention to the evidence of these messy things. It is certainly better to kill the wrong rather than let go. What he had to do now was to find a safe place to wait until the entrance exam trial started. And what place in Qingcheng was safer than the Bureau of Investigation? In this world, transmigrants, especially those with excellent talent, have enough privileges that as long as they enter the high school entrance exam trial to cause the provincial university to pay attention, even if Huang Lidian found the ironclad evidence that he killed Kensen, it would not be of any use. Yilin was confident enough in his strength and talent. He had done a clean job with Kensen, so he wasn't at all worried about Huang Lidian checking down the line. In just 27 hours, Huang Lidian couldn't possibly find any hard evidence. Yilin laid down on the small iron bed with peace of mind and began to sleep, recuperating his energy to deal with the college entrance exam trial. On the other hand, just after dawn, Huang Lidian brought his men to Zhuge's house in Qingcheng. The Zhuge family's small building was transcendent, as if it were an ancient courtyard separate from the world. The low courtyard wall shone with a brilliant golden color under the sunrise, and every piece of masonry seemed to tell the secrets of Qingcheng through the years. Mr. Zhuge, Qingcheng Investigation Bureau's 7th level investigator, Huang Lidian, seeks an audience. Huang Lidian knocked respectfully on the door. Even if he was a person from the Bureau of Investigation, he did not dare to make trouble here, because the owner of this courtyard, named Zhuge Qianqing, so it's investigator Huang. Please come in. The courtyard door opened with a creak without wind. Inside the courtyard of the Zhuge family, ancient trees are in the sky, verdant bamboos are swaying, the paths paved with green stones are winding and twisting, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of tea, and every strand of aroma is refreshing, where time seems to be frozen and one forgets about the distractions of the world. And Zhuge Qianqing was sitting in the courtyard making tea at some point, seemingly knowing that Huang Lidian would come. Investigator Huang, please take a seat. Zhuge Qianqing chucked up a cup of tea and handed it to Huang Lidian. Huang Lidian took the tea and took a sip. The aroma of the tea entered his throat as if it could wash his soul. He put down the teacup and said with a grave expression, Mr. Zhuge, this time I have come to discuss important matters. Zhuge Qianqing smiled slightly. Looking for me is a lie. Looking for my little daughter is the real thing, right? Are you doing this for the matter of Kensen? Hey, really nothing can be hidden from Mr. Zhuge. Huang Lidian snapped and smiled. Last time in the farmhouse, he sensed Zhuge and I must know something. But Zhuge and I refused to say. He also turned a blind eye. After all, that Su Jihu was not a good person, dead or dead. But this time is different. The matter is too big for Huang Lidian to let go of this clue. He told Zhuge Qianqing in detail about Kensen's death and the emergence of mysterious forces in Qingcheng. After listening, Zhuge Qianqing gently put down his teacup and faintly said, I have already heard about this matter. I can let my daughter cooperate with you, but I also need to trouble investigator Huang about one thing. Is that okay? Huang Lidian said anxiously, Mr. Zhuge is overstating things. Just say what you have to say. I will definitely help if I can. Zhuge Qianqing nodded slightly and said softly, there will be a big change in Qingcheng. I hope that you can protect your little daughter. and by the people from your investigation bureau, escort her into the higher education trial, and announce to the public that your little daughter is already a 9th grade investigator of your investigation bureau, and will officially enter the bureau after graduation. Huang Lidian froze, then realized that Zhuge Qianqing was trying to protect Zhuge and I with the power of the Bureau of Investigation. After all, even more powerful transmutators, unless they were completely insane, it was impossible for them to kill someone from the Bureau of Investigation, which would be wanted by the entire ancient country of Daxia. He thought about it and nodded solemnly. Mr. Zhuge, don't worry, with me here, no one will be able to touch a single hair on Miss Zhuge's head. On the surface, although he did not move, Huang Liqian's heart was set off in shocking waves. Zhuge Qianqing had actually asked him to protect Zhuge and I to enter the college entrance exam trial. The implications of this were simply mind-boggling. If Zhuge Qianqing was there, no one would dare to touch a hair on Zhuge and I even if they gave the others 10,000 guts. What kind of great change could actually make Zhuge Qianqing also need to use the power of their Bureau of Investigation? Seeing Huang Lidian agree, Zhuge Qianqing nodded in satisfaction and ordered Zhuge and I to be called out. Dad, what's going on? It's so early. It's just dawn. Zhuge M.I., who had just woken up, was wearing her bare pajamas, and was obviously very dissatisfied with Zhuge Qianqing for yelling at her to wake up so early. Haven't you been trying to find that Ling Knight? He has news, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Really? The sleepy-eyed Zhuge's eyes instantly lit up at the words. This is Investigator Huang. You change your clothes and go with him. Investigator Huang will make it clear to you, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Good. Zhuge's face was a bit unnatural when she saw Huang Lidian, who she naturally remembered. After seeing Zhuge and I and Huang Lidian leave the small courtyard, Zhuge Qianqing then sighed quietly as he pulled out a key from his pocket. Zhuge Qianqing gently rubbed the ancient key, its surface covered with traces of age, as if telling endless stories of the past. It was a seemingly ordinary bronze key with mottled rust on it, but it contained a mysterious power that could reveal the origin of everything in the world. Cough cough. Zhuge Qianqing suddenly coughed violently. The scarlet blood spattered on the key and appeared shocking. Yet Zhuge Qianqing's face remained calm. Yellen, I really didn't expect that you could single-handedly take care of Kensen. When exactly will you be willing to come and beg me to step in and help you? My time, not much time left. Castle Peak Investigations Bureau Jail. Knock knock. Yellen, who was huffing and puffing, was awakened by a banging of iron. A cup of blended soybean milk and an aluminum-overloaded donut comes with 2 lymphatic meat buns in front of Yilin. Yellen, it's time to eat. Su Xiao, Huang Liqian's apprentice, handed a breakfast to Yilin's door. This instantly caused another of the incarcerated men to take offense. No way, sir. The same is locked up. Why he ate soybean milk donut buns? I eat steamed bread white porridge. He is. Mingyu, you can too. Su Xiao glared at the man without any good humor, and the man instantly shrunk his neck, not daring to speak again. Yilin raised his eyes to look, only to realize that the jail cell opposite him was holding a thin, monkey-like man with deep-set eye sockets, looking like a man with a lack of yang qi. Noticing that Yilin was looking at him, the monkey man couldn't help but greet Yilin. Oi, brother, you're alone. How did you get locked up here? This is not reasonable. You are what big crime? Me? They suspect me of killing Kensen, Yilin said truthfully. What? The monkey man's voice shrilled. Just you? One? Still killed Kensen? Bro, I've traveled all over the world and seen so many people, and you're definitely the one who can brag the most. What about you, brother? What did you come in for? Seeing that the other party didn't believe, Yilin didn't explain, picked up the bun and took a bite and asked, those who could be locked up in the Bureau of Investigation's prison could be transmigrators. Me? I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poet. I cut the tight white fruit and sniffed the blooming lavender, and then I got caught in here, Monkey Man said with his hands folded. Speak human. Yilin frowned. I'm a flower picker. Yilin. Hey, speaking of this, I am angry. Damn. There was nothing. I changed into a swift spirit shadow guest profession. Do anything fast, very fast? A lot of women do not even know that they have been my hand, until I accidentally messed with a big man's wife, which gave me caught in. The monkey man sighed. The corners of Yelin's mouth twitched slightly. The first time he'd seen someone who could say they were a fast shooter in such a refreshingly unassuming light. Moreover, the swift spirit shadow guest, as far as he knew, was an S-class rare profession, known for its extreme speed and agility, capable of disappearing in place in a flash, coming and going without a trace. And the swift spirit shadow guest with a high level was the best scout and assassin. But this monkey man had awakened the swift spirit shadow guest profession and actually utilized the speed of this profession to be a flower picker. It's true that there are talents in all 360 professions, and there are talents in any profession. Brother, aren't you curious about which big shot it is? When I was arrested, nearly 10 investigators of level 40 or above were deployed. The monkey man hemmed and hawed. Yilin froze slightly, a touch of curiosity rising in his heart. In a small place like Qingcheng, an investigator above level 40 was already considered a powerful existence at the top. Just what kind of big shot would make the Bureau of Investigation make such a big deal out of it? Tell me. Yilin swallowed the last bun into his stomach and looked at the monkey man seriously. The monkey man's eyes flashed a trace of complacency, as if he was recalling the wonderful scene at that time. That woman's skin. It's really as white and smooth as milk. That thigh. That zenai. That little hand. TSK, said the big guy. Didn't tell you to say his wife. Yelin reminded. He. You might not believe me when I say it. That woman is the wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. The monkey man said smugly. The wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau? Yilin's face was odd. No wonder the Bureau of Investigation had to send out 10 level 40 or above investigators to catch this kid. Not getting him killed directly was already considered nerdy. Older brother. You're also really colorful and daring. You dare to touch anyone's woman. Yilin couldn't help but shake his head and said, Hey, that deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation, you think he's some kind of nice guy? I was hiding in the cupboard of his house, but I heard him and Kensen talking on the phone, and Kensen even said he had something to honor him. Monkey man said disdainfully. What did you say? Yelin instantly stood up, looking at the monkey man in shock. The deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation talking to Kensen on the phone? If they are in cahoots, wouldn't you be sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? Just as he stood up, Yilin felt a wave of dizziness, and it was obvious that the breakfast he had just eaten had some sort of unknown drug in it. With a clang, Yilin fell to the ground because he couldn't stand steadily, and he felt like he had no strength left in his body. Dude, what's wrong with you? Monkey man asked. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Yilin laughed bitterly. If the other party was going to lay hands on himself, the monkey man directly across from him would definitely not survive. After all, he could see his side clearly from that position. Me? What have I got to worry about? Another 2.5 years in jail and I'll be out of prison. The monkey man was a bit puzzled, and in the next second, a long knife came as if it was streaming light, directly nailing him to the wall. The monkey man simply did not expect that someone could still attack and kill him in the prison cell of the Bureau of Investigation. Thus he did not take any precautions at all. Blood kept spilling out of his mouth. He raised his hand unwillingly, seemingly wanting to say something, followed by his head tilting, and he directly lost his breath. Click. As soon as the monkey man died, the door to Yilin's prison cell was opened, and a tall, thin man wearing a hat and mask and sunglasses, wrapped tightly all over, walked in. He grabbed Yilin's hair and lifted him up, asking in a cold voice, Say, where's the stuff? Stuff? What stuff? Yilin frantically sacrificed his intestines and blood to clear out the toxins. Bang! The tall and thin man directly slammed Yilin's head into the railing. Yilin only felt a roar in his head. His eyes danced with gold stars, and he almost didn't faint. Don't give me the benefit of the doubt. Kensen died at your hands. You must have the key. The tall, thin man's voice was cold and cruel, and the dagger in his hand shook in front of Yilin's eyes, flashing with a cold light. You hand over the key you got from Kensen and Kensen's death is over. You keep playing dumb and I'll gouge both your eyes out first. Yilin had a bitter experience. In order to avoid leaving evidence and traces, he hadn't taken anything from the underground black market at all, and even if he did have any keys, they had been burned to ashes by a fire. But right now, he couldn't show any abnormality, or else this tall and thin man would definitely strike hard, and by then he would either expose the secret of his immortal body or be blind for the rest of his life. Try digging one. Yilin fumed, staring at the tall, thin man dead on. The key is here with me, but it's not on me. If you move me, I guarantee you'll never find that key. Although Yilin didn't know what the key the tall, thin man was talking about was, he knew very well that it was his only saving grace. As expected, the tall and thin man sniffed and narrowed his eyes. He had only come to Yilin with the idea that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, but he didn't expect that he had really made the right bet. The key is really on you. Say it. What will it take for you to hand over the key? Get me out of the Bureau of Investigation first. Originally, Yilin was prepared to stay at the Bureau of Investigation until the beginning of the college entrance exams, but now it seems that the Bureau of Investigation is the real Dragon's Den. How could he not have expected that the deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation would be connected to Kensen as well? Are you sure? The tall, thin man gave Yilin a cold look. If you leave the Bureau at this time, you'll become a wanted criminal and won't even be able to participate in the high school entrance exam trials. Yilin pursed up his lips. It was as if there really was a deadlock in front of him. There was no half chance of breaking the game. In his senses, the strength of the tall and thin man in front of him was even more terrifying than Kensen. Whether he fought or fled, it was clear that he could not have any chance. So is it okay if I want to contact someone? Under the desperate situation, Yi Lin thought of a person. If it was that person, he might be able to help him. He had no choice in the matter. Yes, I'll give you a minute. The tall, thin man spoke faintly. He certainly wouldn't think that Kensen was killed single-handedly by Yellen, a high school student. Behind Yellen, there was bound to be a huge mysterious force. In the tall, thin man's opinion, Yi Lin's move must be to contact that mysterious force behind him. This was good. He could also follow the trail and know a few details about that mysterious force. The tall, thin man's eyes flashed with essence, and at the same time, Yi Lin dialed out a call. Looking at the ringing phone, Zhuge Qianqing on the other end of the line revealed a smile as he pushed up his glasses and laughed dumbly. I can wait for you. Zhuge Qianqing picked up the phone. A few moments later, in the prison cell of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, a man with a trench coat and elegant temperament appeared. When the tall and thin man saw the visitor, he instantly froze in place. You are Mr. Zhuge. The tall and thin man's heart and mind were shaken, and shock was written all over his eyes. How could he not expect that Yi Lin could actually invite Zhuge Qianqing here? Could it be that the mysterious force behind Yi Lin was also involved with Zhuge Qianqing? Are you going to leave on your own? Or do you want me to do it? Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses, an unquestionable dominance in his flat tone. Mr. Zhuge, you. The tall and thin man breathed heavily and stared dead at Zhuge Qianqing, then gritted his teeth and said, They all say that Mr. Zhuge has no desire for power and that's why he lives in seclusion in Qingcheng. But now it seems that Mr. Zhuge seems to be quite ambitious. If Zhuge Qianqing was behind it, it would make sense that the underground black market, along with Kensen, would be wiped out overnight. Talk about ambition. Just making a living. Zhuge Qianqing suddenly took out an ancient key from his pocket, which emitted a strange wave. Here, this is what you wanted. The tall and thin man froze. Seeing that the key he was looking for appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, he was even more certain that the person behind Yi Lin was Zhuge Qianqing, because this key, it was supposed to be in Kensen's hand. But this made the tall and thin man even more puzzled. If Zhuge Qianqing didn't want this key, then why did he want to get Kensen killed? Seemingly seeing the tall and thin man's doubts, Zhuge Qianqing pushed his glasses and laughed. Kensen will die because he offended the wrong people. Things are one size fits all. You guys want the key. I want him dead. It makes sense. The tall, thin man's heart and mind shook as he looked at Yi Lin and then Zhuge Qianqing. I understand, Mr. Zhuge. This incident was Kensen's own death. I will report it up and close the case. Since the key was already in his hand, there was no need for him to offend the great Buddha Zhuge Qianqing. Don't look at Kensen's underground king's reputation. In the eyes of the real big shots, Kensen was nothing more than a pawn that could be used well. The tall, thin man dodged and disappeared into the jail cell. Seeing the tall and thin man leave, Yi Lin was relieved as he respectfully bowed towards Zhuge Qianqing. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If he didn't really have no choice, Yi Lin really didn't want to beg this person. He always felt as if Zhuge Qianqing could see through all the secrets in him. Zhuge Qianqing laughed and didn't say anything more, but turned around and walked over to the dead monkey man and kicked him. Don't play dead. The monkey man whooshed up and hemmed and hawed. Mr. Zhuge is truly brilliant. Pretending to be dead can't even fool you. Yi Lin was a bit shocked. He had seen the monkey man being pierced through the heart with a knife. And this could live? This monkey man and Zhuge Qianqing know each other. The key that the tall thin man wanted should have been in Kensen's hand, but it inexplicably appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, and he always felt as if he had been involved in an unimaginable event. After being locked up here for 2 years, have you finished reflecting? Zhuge Qianqing asked. After reflecting on Mr. Zhuge, what Guo Qin, hate the most right now is women. I get annoyed when I see women. I swear, the monkey man said with 3 fingers up. Then you come with me. Zhuge Qianqing nodded. Alright. Guo Qin sharply followed behind Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and gently slashed. A crack appeared in the space before him, and he led Yi Lin and Guo Qin inside. Opposite the crack, there was a courtyard with ancient trees and swaying bamboo in an ancient color. Guo Qin, go wait for me outside and don't let anyone come near this side. Yes, Mr. Zhuge. Guo Qin sharply disappeared in place, as fast as if he had vanished out of thin air. The only 2 people left in the courtyard were Zhuge Qianqing and Yi Lin. Yi Lin, it's been a long time. Please have a seat. Zhuge Qianqing sat down at the stone table without any bravado. Many thanks to Mr. Zhuge. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhuge's help, the kid might have really been in danger. Yi Lin said respectfully. Dangerous? Indeed. Zhuge Qianqing meaningfully pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. After all, if the secret of the immortal body becomes public, probably the top powerhouses of the entire Grand Xia. No, even overseas, we'll have top powerhouses that will go after you. Zhuge Qianqing's words were like a heavy hammer that hit Yilin's heart hard. Immortality. Zhuge Qianqing knew the secret of his immortal body. All along, this secret is Yilin's last bottom line, no matter who he has not told, because he knows the reasoning that a man is not guilty of a crime, whether it was Su Jihu or Kensen. Yilin had put everything he had into decapitating them. Wasn't it because they could potentially reveal the secret of his immortality? Now that Zhuge Qianqing knows too, what are you going to do? Kill him? With such a close distance. If he took advantage of his defenses and summoned the Chaos Divine Thunder with the strongest power, he should be able to severely injure or even kill him? But what about after the kill? What do you do with yourself? Oh, you have a killing intent in your eyes. Is it towards me? Looks like I guessed right. You really are immortal. Isn't the word Ling Knight reversed to Yilin? Just as Yilin was contemplating whether or not to make a move, Zhuge Qianqing's voice sounded once again, and he couldn't help but lament. It's true. Eliminating everything that's impossible. What's left even if it's unbelievable? That's the truth. You have an immortal body, yet you are so weak. So it seems that legend is also true. Zhuge Qianqing mumbled with a complicated expression, and Yilin clearly felt that his body was full of broken buttocks. But his intuition also told him that if he struck out against Zhuge Qianqing, he couldn't possibly have any chance of winning. At the same time, Yilin was extremely chagrined, knowing that Zhuge Qianqing was scamming himself. He shouldn't have reacted so strongly. Just as Yilin was chagrined, Zhuge Qianqing suddenly lowered his eyes and said, Yilin, would you like to worship me as your teacher? Yilin directly froze. He now really didn't know what medicine Zhuge Qianqing was selling in his gourd. Zhuge Qianqing knew the secret of his immortal body, and even if he didn't slice him up and study him, he still wanted to take him as his disciple? So what do I need to do? Yilin asked rhetorically. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. When you're strong, you'll know what you're carrying, and my request, just one. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes had a faint touch of sadness in them. After I die, take care of Nene and don't let anyone bully her. Zhuge and I? That mother Tyrannosaurus-like woman. There are still people who can bully her? Yilin whispered in his heart. Alright, back to the topic. Are you willing to worship me as your teacher? Zhuge Qianqing laughed. Yes. Although he didn't know what calculations Zhuge Qianqing was playing, worshipping such a great man as a teacher wouldn't do him any harm at all. His biggest secret was already known by Zhuge Qianqing. Yilin also broke the pot. Anyway, Zhuge Qianqing hadn't harmed himself, helped himself during the novice trial, and had just helped himself drink back the tall and thin man. Yilin respectfully bowed towards Zhuge Qianqing. As he watched Yilin finish paying his respects, Zhuge Qianqing's face revealed a sincere smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Since you're worshipping me as a teacher, then I should also have a meet and greet gift for you. Take this key. Zhuge Qianqing winked with a smile, then pulled out another key that was exactly the same as the one he had just handed to Yilin. Ha! Yilin froze. He had just witnessed Zhuge Qianqing give the key to the tall and thin man. Could it be that there were two keys? Seemingly seeing Yilin's doubts, Zhuge Qianqing explained with a smile. The one he has is a fake. It was made by the efforts of an old forger friend of mine. This one is the real ancient key of the apocalypse. Ancient key of the apocalypse? Yilin couldn't help but survey this key in his hand. The entire key was made of bronze with mottled rust on it, yet it contained an ancient yet mysterious aura. Have you ever heard of the origin ancient artifact? Zhuge Qianqing asked as he made a cup of hot tea and opened his mouth. Yilin banged in his heart. Of course he had heard of it. In this world, originally, there were no magical copies or transmutations that existed, until one day, the gate of the apocalypse descended, and from behind the door of the gate of the apocalypse, 7 ancient artifacts of origins fell out, scattering all over the world, each ancient artifact of origins having a very different power. The first 7 people to obtain the origin ancient artifacts had each become extremely powerful and forbidden existences, and after the opening of the gate of the apocalypse, the whole world began to change. Humans began to be able to become transmutators, and all sorts of strange and powerful magical creatures as well as all sorts of duplicates appeared one after another. During that time, countless terrifying wars had erupted between humans and demons, and there were even origin ancient artifacts that had been shattered, and now the existence of origin ancient artifacts was nothing more than a legend. It was said that the human emperor of the Great Xia then controlled an origin ancient artifact, though no one knew if it was true or not. It could be said that an origin ancient artifact was the most powerful equipment in this world, and even if the world's divine artisan-level forgers were gathered together, they would not be able to create an origin ancient artifact. Yilin's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit. Zhuge Xian. Oh no! Teacher, this ancient key of the apocalypse. It wouldn't be able to find the origin ancient artifact, right? Of course not. Zhuge Qianqing passed a cup of tea to Yilin. But, the ancient key of the apocalypse is able to open the gate of the apocalypse. And inside might, there will be an existence even more powerful than the origin ancient artifact. Oh. Yilin's breath suddenly caught in his throat as he realized how valuable this ancient key of the apocalypse that Zhuge Qianqing had given him was. All 7 origin ancient artifacts fell out of the gate of the apocalypse. So would there be an 8th inside? But soon Yilin reacted that something was wrong. Teacher, since this origin ancient key is so powerful, why don't you use it yourself? Because I can't find where the gate of the apocalypse is, Zhuge Qianqing said truthfully with his hands spread out. The gate of the apocalypse appears randomly every time. It could be in the wild. It could be in no man's land. It could be in a replica. Or it could be right in the center of a human city. Even with his Zhuge Qianqing's divination ability, he could not account for the location where the gate of the apocalypse would appear. But don't worry. That deputy director of the Bureau of Investigation got that fake ancient key of the apocalypse. He should soon mobilize the official forces to look for the gate of the apocalypse. We'll just keep watch, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Yilin realized that Zhuge Qianqing gave the key to the tall and thin man's deep meaning. And Zhuge Qianqing for the enemy. Really do not know how to die. But teacher, it's useless for me to hold the ancient key of the apocalypse, right? Even if the gate of the apocalypse appeared, I definitely wouldn't be able to rob those people. Yilin was still self-aware. With his strength, he was able to kill Kenshin all by sneak attack plus good luck. If the gate of apocalypse appeared, the person who came would definitely be even more terrifying than Kenshin. Zhuge Qianqing sipped his hot tea and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Your priority right now is to be admitted to the Supreme Academy in the entrance exam trial." Supreme Academy? Isn't the strongest transmuter academy in the ancient country of Daxia, the Daxia Academy? Yilin was a bit puzzled. He had never even heard of the name Supreme Academy. If those who can enter the Great Summer Academy are all first-class geniuses, then those who can enter the Supreme Academy are all demons among geniuses. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses. Let me put it to you this way. The Supreme Academy only admits 100 people every year. The top 100 in the entire higher education trial. Yilin sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he heard this. There was no doubt that if he could enter the Supreme Academy, he would definitely be able to get the resources tilted by the entire ancient kingdom of the Great Xia. I understand, teacher. I will definitely enter the Supreme Academy. Yilin nodded seriously. Originally he had planned to casually mix it up in the college entrance examination trial, but now it seemed that he should not be able to mix it up. With so many candidates in the entire ancient country of Daxia, wanting to enter the top 100 was definitely not an easy task. Just do your best, put that key away properly and find yourself a room to rest. I've greeted Mr. G's side for you. Zhuge Qianqing pointed to the small building in the courtyard and said, "Okay, teacher." Yilin nodded, then picked up Zhuge Qianqing's tea knife and cut a hole in his stomach, carefully placing the ancient key of the apocalypse inside before letting the wound heal. Zhuge Qianqing, Ms. Zhuge, are you sure it's this way? Okay. I'm sensitive to the scent of karma fire. There's no mistaking it. Zhuge and I nodded. After Huang Lidian led her to the remnants of the underground black market, Zhuge and I had indeed tracked a familiar aura from the residual karmic flames. But when he saw the direction Zhuge and I was tracking in, Huang Lidian's eyes stared slightly. It was because the direction Zhuge and I was chasing after happened to be the direction where the Bureau of Investigation was. Huang Lidian's heart burst with excitement. It seemed that soon he would have substantial evidence to accuse Yilin. This meant that his previous guesses were all right, and that even if Kenshin hadn't been killed by Yelin, the underground black market was definitely not connected to Yelin. Zhuge and I tracked her all the way, and her face was filled with excitement because she would soon be able to meet the Ling Knight that she had been longing for. But when the two men tracked down the Bureau of Investigation's jail cell, they found it empty. Looking at the empty prison cell, Zhuge and I was a little disappointed, but also a little happy. Disappointed that she didn't see Ling Knight, and happy that Ling Knight escaped and wasn't caught by the Bureau of Investigation. In her opinion, a guy like Kenshin who operated an underground black market was solidly evil, and for Ling Knight to kill him would be nothing more than ridding the people of evil. Where are the people? Where did the people go? Huang Lidian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Su Xiao, Huang Lidian's apprentice, soon arrived. Master, the person let go, Su Xiao said timidly. Let go? Huang Lidian rushed forward and grabbed Su Xiao's collar, spitting in Su Xiao's face. Who told you to let them go? Without my orders, how did you dare to let people go? I don't know, master. Is the deputy director personally signed? Not only people released, Kenshin's matter has been closed. No need to continue the investigation, Su Xiao said with a bitter face. Case closed? No more investigations? Huang Lidian sat down softly as if his entire body had been drained of its bones. He felt like his efforts over the past 2 days had been a joke. A complete joke. Grass. Huang Lidian punched the wall heavily, and scarlet blood instantly stained the white wall. In the eyes of the big man, are they all just a bunch of moving pieces? This investigator, can you tell me where the person you let go is gone? Zhuge Ni pursued towards Su Xiao. Sorry, Hio Su shook his head. He had just found out that Yi Lin had disappeared and reported it up in a hurry. But what responded to him was a document signed by the deputy director. It says that the Kensen case was closed as an accidental fire, and Yelin was naturally acquitted. Well, Zhuge Ni was in a somewhat depressed mood. Ms. Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation, but I think things have ended here. Huang Lidian revealed a bitter smile. But don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised, Mr. Zhuge. I will personally escort you to the examination hall early tomorrow morning and announce that you will become a member of the investigation bureau after you graduate from university. Okay, thanks. Zhuge Ni nodded. I'll be leaving then. Zhuge Mi, who walked out of the Bureau of Investigation, was disappointed. Ling Knight, you're such a mysterious fellow. The color of interest in Zhuge Ni's eyes grew more and more intense. What can't be obtained will always be in commotion. The more she couldn't see Ling Knight, the more curious she became about Ling Knight. The name Ling Knight was like a kitten scratching the bottom of her heart, making her heart itch. But when Zhuge Ni returned home, she simply froze, because she actually saw one of the most loathsome people in her own home. Yelin, why are you here? Zhuge Ni instantly frowned. At this time, Yilin was helping Zhuge Qianqing clean the leaves in the yard, and facing Zhuge Ni's questioning, he shrugged and said, would you believe me when I say that Mr. Zhuge has taken me as his disciple? You fart. Zhuge Ni stormed out at his words. How could my father possibly accept a guy like you who is greedy for life and afraid of death as a disciple? It seems that not only are you greedy and afraid of death, you're also full of lies. If you say it is, then it is. Yilin spread his hands and didn't bother to explain anything else to Zhuge Ni. Life which has a smooth sailing it. He worshipped Zhuge Qianqing as a teacher, also got the legendary ancient key of the apocalypse. Was Zhuge Ni scolded a few sentences as also should be? Anyway, scolded and will not be less meat. This point Yilin see very open. Growing up in the slums of the decade, he did not know how many insults and beatings. Those who cursed than Zhuge Ni much more difficult to hear. The exit that is to each other's mother is the center of the circle of female relatives as a radius. Compared to Yilin, even think Zhuge Ni cursing are like in the pat. You get the hell out of here right now. Immediately right now. Zhuge Ni pointed at the door and said in a shrill voice, I'm afraid this is not something you can say. If Mr. Zhuge opens his mouth, then I'll get out right away. Yilin calmly responded. The Mr. Zhuge you speak of is my father. Do you think my dad would favor an outsider? Seeing that Yilin still dared to disobey her, Zhuge Ni became even more angry. Dad, what's wrong my little princess? Why are you throwing a tantrum as soon as you get home? Zhuge Qianqing walked out with a helpless face. You quickly kick him out. This guy is greedy and fearful of death and full of lies. Why do you keep him in our house? Zhuge Ni said anxiously. Yilin didn't lie to you. Dad and him do have a master-disciple relationship now. Zhuge Qianqing's words had just fallen, and before he could continue explaining, Zhuge Ni directly exploded. What did you say? Dad, you're senile. You take him as a disciple? Are you crazy? Zhuge Ni pointed at Yilin and said excitedly. Good. Even if you put aside his character and just talk about his talent, a forbidden spellcaster, what are you going to teach him? A spellcaster can't live past the age of 25. He might just die before you. Dad, what are you trying to do? As intelligent as Zhuge Qianqing was at the moment, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't shake the secret of Yilin's immortal body to Zhuge Ni. Could he? Nini, don't say it so harshly. Yilin is actually not as bad as you think, but rather he is the Ling Knight that you've been searching so hard for. Yilin and Ling Knight are the same person. Zhuge Qianqing had thought that Zhuge Ni would change her mind about Yilin after hearing this, but unexpectedly Zhuge Ni just sneered after hearing this and glanced at Yilin with an icy gaze. I didn't expect Not only are you greedy for life and fear of death and full of lies, but you're also a deceiver. Even my father could be fooled by you. That day, she had seen Yilin turn around and run away, and she had also seen Ling Knight descend upon her as if she were a savior. How can these two be one person? This is how people are. Once they have decided on something and fallen into a certain obsession, it is very difficult to get out again. And this is the case with Zhuge Ni at the moment. This family. With him and not me. With me and not him. Zhuge Ni flung her hands away, gritting her teeth as she passed next to Yilin. Just you wait. I will find the real Ling Knight and expose your false mask. Zhuge Ni's words made Yilin's face look odd. Bang! The courtyard door was slammed heavily by Zhuge Ni, and she ran straight out. Teacher, do you want me to follow and protect her? Yilin asked. No need. In Qingchang, No one dares to touch my Zhuge Qianqing's daughter yet. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Lin, don't take it to heart. This child Ni is not bad by nature, just a bit paranoid. I understand, teacher. Yi Lin nodded. Counting the years before he crossed over, he had lived for almost 40 years. Naturally he wouldn't get annoyed with a teenage girl. Ugh, it's my fault. I usually spoil her too much. I apologize on her behalf. Take this. Zhuge Qianqing pulled out a wooden box and handed it to Yi Lin. Teacher, make it so. Make it so. Yelin said, make no mistake, while yanking the wooden box hard into his pocket. Zhuge Qianqing. Yi Lin opened the wooden box and realized that lying inside was a thin, cicada-like mask. Looking at the mask in the wooden box, Yi Lin only felt a burst of scalp numbness. Where is this? What mask? This is clearly a human face. Lifelike human face, as if just peeled off the same. Old, teacher, this is? Yi Lin stammered and asked. This is a small object that my old forger friend came up with, named Illusory Face. As long as you wear this mask, you will be able to turn into another person. Whether it's your voice or breath, it will be very different. Zhuge Qianqing pushed his glasses. With this, if you want to go all out in the future, you can put on the illusionary face before making a move, and it will also reduce the chances of being exposed by a few points. Yi Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this thing didn't have an increase in battle power, it could really be of great use to him at critical moments. Thank you, teacher. Yi Lin suddenly felt that being scolded by Zhuge Ni was quite cost-effective, and if he could exchange a good thing for a scolding, he hoped that Zhuge Ni would be able to scold him more often if he had nothing else to do. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Yelin woke up. Today was the day of the college entrance exam trial, and for trans-migrants, the importance of entering a top university was like Pan Jinlian not being able to lose Shimen Cheng. Yilin changed into the clothes Zhuge Qianqing had prepared for him and came to the courtyard in high spirits. Zhuge Qianqing had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him here. Come over and eat. After eating, let Guqin send you to school, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At this time Zhuge Qianqing was wearing a nightgown, holding a spoon that was gently stirring in a pot of congee. If not said, no one would have thought that this guy was the famous Mr. Zhuge of Disya. Teacher, aren't you going? Yilin asked as he took a bowl of porridge. Don't go. Ni is definitely still annoyed with me right now. Seeing me will make her unhappy and instead affect her state for the college entrance exams. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head with a bitter smile. Sensei, that's not true. Yilin gulped down half a bowl of porridge. What about a creature like a woman? If she's angry and you coax her, although she'll still be angry. If you don't coax her, she'll be even more angry. Zhuge Qianqing froze for a moment. Then, in your opinion, you have to show up, teacher, but not too early. It's best to show up exactly when she thinks you definitely won't show up and is disappointed and angry at heart. Take the pinch directly, Yi Lin said confidently. Seems, it kind of makes sense, creating expectation fallout before giving a stronger sense of fulfillment? Zhuge Qianqing's eyes lit up. The children are teachable. Yi Lin nodded. Guqin, who was on the side, also heard a bright light. I understand. I get it. It's just like the 9 shallow strokes and 1 deep one, so that the other side can't figure out which stroke is deeper. Yelin, it's true that words are rough, but you're too rough. Old brother Guqin. Although he and Guqin had not known each other for a long time, he had already thoroughly recognized what kind of person Guqin was. This guy was a complete and utter big color basket case. Anything said, Guqin could associate it with strange aspects. After eating and drinking, Yi Lin was ready to head to Qincheng High School, where the candidates had to go to the school in unison before being brought to the exit of the city gates by the school leaders in unison. He had just stepped out of the courtyard gate when he realized that Guqin was half squatting at the gate waiting for him. What are you waiting for? Get up here. Up. Yelin's eyes widened. Yeah, Mr. Zhuge asked me to send you to school, Guqin said. This sending, it means escort, right? Why don't we just drive a car? The corner of Yi Lin's mouth twitched. Pull back. The car is not as fast as me. You listen to me. Guqin carried Yi Lin on his back without saying a word, but he was already thin and half a head shorter than Yi Lin, so the back looked particularly funny, like a small horse-drawn cart. Let's go. Let's show you the speed of a flower picker. Guqin carried Yi Lin on his back and turned into a flash of light weaving on the streets and alleys, so fast that Yi Lin was surprised by it. He felt that even if he opened the forbidden spell instantaneous dance, he could not catch up with Guqin at all. The speed of the two people was not even on the same level. Besides, Guqin was now carrying him on his back, belonging to the weighted forward. Guqin ran wildly while still managing to leisurely introduce the scenery along the way to Yi Lin. This house is a just over 18 years old girl, like to wear JK in black silk, body well a little flat, but the good thing is that the legs are long enough, Black silk, white silk, all kinds of silk to a set. Or very good looking. This home is occupied by a slight young woman, unmarried, and so somewhat average, not yet created in every way to the state of pure fire. Oh, and that Flower Heart Rose Footbath Club. If you go there, just order technician number 8. She's beautiful and has a great body, and she doesn't push you to recharge your card. She only cares about the temperature of the water and whether or not it burns your feet. It's great. This one's a big one. It's got a human wife living in it. Speaking of the word human wife, Guo Qin's eyes all lit up with a strong light. Listening to this guy counting the various women within the streets of Qingcheng, Yilin felt that it was not at all wrong for this guy to be locked up in the Bureau of Investigation's prison for several years. Say, what's the relationship between all these women and you? Yilin couldn't help but ask. Their relationship with me? Guo Qin hemmed and hawed. Their relationship with me is like the relationship between a hotel and a parking lot. Huh? Yilin was a bit confused. What could a hotel and a parking lot have to do with each other? Parking lot inside the hotel. Parking lot inside the hotel? Yilin originally hadn't reacted to what was going on, but when he read it to himself, his face became odd. Elder brother Guo Qin, I don't think you're done with your rehabilitation yet. You'll have to go back to jail for at least another 10 years. Yeah, I think so too. Guo Qin nodded deeply. Okay, here it is. Between chats, Guo Qin had already sent Yilin to the entrance of Qingcheng High School. It had to be said that Guo Qin, color for color, was really fast beyond words, and it would be hard to find a mode of transportation faster than him in the entire Qingcheng. It was just a little awkward getting out of the car, and the people at the entrance to the school cast their eyes over it almost in unison. The others either came by car, or by motorized scooter motorcycle, or walked over on their own. And Yilin, the one who rode over, was indeed unique. Luckily, Yilin was thick-skinned enough that he didn't care much about this. Yilin, do well on the college entrance exam. When you finish the college entrance exam, I'll introduce my niece to you. She was in jail before, but she should be out by now. Guo Qin said enthusiastically. Your niece? Then how old is she this year? Yilin looked at Guo Qin's face. How could this guy be over 30? Don't worry, it's only 15 years older than you. 33 this year? It's good to be older. It will hurt, and is my own niece. Know the roots, Guo Qin said. Jailed for what? Yilin asked suspiciously. Harm, lack of money, want to buy the latest model of Apple 13, go to sell their own 13, and then was caught chanting, girls, love vanity a little bit is normal, now all reformed. Guo Qin waved his hand and said, Yilin, we'd better not contact each other in the future if there's nothing going on, and even less if there's something going on. Yilin walked into Qingcheng High School without looking back, and the gold miners who dug for a lifetime could not dig Guo Qin such a purebred divine gold. Seeing Yilin arrive at the examination center, Qingcheng High School Principal Gao Zhentian was finally relieved. 16-level SSS level spellcaster, this is their Qingcheng High School this year's college entrance exam trial card player, plus a 12-level SSS level fire mage Zhuge Ni, their Qingcheng High School this year is stable. Boss. As soon as he saw Yilin, Ji Lingyu rushed over excitedly. Ever since that night when Yilin pulled Ji's father back hard from the ghost gate, Ji Lingyu had recognized Yilin as his boss from the bottom of his heart. Boss, I heard my dad say that you were accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge? Ji Lingyu hurriedly asked. Aha. Yilin nodded. The news of Zhuge Qianqing accepting him as a disciple would soon spread, and there was no need for him to hide it. So that's how it was. I said how come even Kensen was destroyed. So it was Mr. Zhuge who made the move. Ji Lingyu nodded his head in deep thought. Yilin smiled faintly, but didn't explain anything. The teacher had knotted himself up this time to take a big black pot. Don't worry, what I promised you before still works. When we leave the city, you'll follow me. Okay boss, I'll listen to you on everything. Ji Lingyu immediately said. Ji Lingyu, you're the big young master of the Ji clan group, but you're also so devoid of discernment? Recognizing such a person as your boss? Zhuge Ni's voice sounded out of place as she coldly glanced at Yilin and Ji Lingyu. Hey, Zhuge mi. It's fine for you to scold me. Why are you even scolding your own father? Your dad even accepted my boss as his disciple. Isn't your dad even more visionless? Ji Lingyu retorted. My father was deceived by this scumbag then. He, Yilin, is nothing but a deceiver. Zhuge Ni coldly snorted. The moment Zhuge Ni said this, the surrounding people's faces changed and their eyes became odd as they looked at Yilin. Originally, they were still envious of Yilin being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing. After all, Mr. Zhuge was a powerful astrologer who was renowned throughout the entire Grand Xia. But now, listening to Zhuge Ni's meaning, there seems to be something else in it. Zhuge mi. You have to have evidence when you speak. Ji Lingyu frowned. I'll find it, and when I do, I'll expose your true colors in front of everyone. Juga and I coldly glared at Yilin, turned around and walked away. Originally she was not looking at Yilin. Because of Yilin, her high school entrance exams were sent to her by Huang Linian. Juga Qianqing didn't even show up, which made her even more displeased with Yilin. When she found Ling Knight and confronted Yilin face to face, everything would be revealed. Blanche, this woman. How could I have liked her and worshipped her as a white moonlight before? I was really blind. Luckily, boss, your 3 thunderbolts woke me up. Ji Lingyu cursed angrily. And the white moonlight, didn't you just see the color? Coupled with love, you put a layer of divine light on her. She became the white moonlight, and you became the slave of light. Yilin shrugged and said, it's like how Zhu Yuanzhang later couldn't believe that his pearl emerald white jade soup was just a bowl of rotten cabbage leaves? Ji Lingyu asked with a seeming understanding. White jade soup has at least truly saved old Zhu's life. And those like you who haven't even touched the edge of the bowl can only be considered clowns. Yilin spread his hands. Boss, has anyone ever said that your speech hurts? Ji Lingyu covered his heart and choked. It hurts just a little bit. I'm still very gracious as a person. Let's go. The car is coming. Yelin looked toward the school entrance. A dozen buses parked in neat rows in front of Castle High School, which would take them to the gates. Principal Gao Zhentian was already standing at the entrance of the school, his face serious. All students, first of all, congratulations to all of you who have become a powerful transmuter. Today is the day of the college entrance exam trial. Whether or not you can enter a good university determines your future prospects. The rules of the Gao Gao trial are the same as in previous years. The entrance to the trial is located outside the city gates. You need to traverse roughly 10 kilometers of wild no man's land before you can arrive at the entrance to the Gao Gao trial. And during that time, if you encounter any dangers you can't resist, remember, abstain at the first opportunity. The college entrance exam is important, but one trial can't determine your future life. Life is always the most important. If you stay green, you're not afraid of no firewood. Okay, get in the car. Yilin and Ji Lingyu got on the same bus. The entire Qingcheng was making way for the college entrance exam trial. The streets of Qingcheng were so empty that not a single car could be seen. The only thing is that both sides of the street is crowded with people. A lot of people. Many parents on the side of the road to cheer for their children. Some of the female parents with a good figure is wearing a concave and convex open cheongsam, which means that the flag to win. However, Yelin wasn't quite able to understand this behavior, so he repeatedly watched and studied the stairs in an attempt to understand. The bus soon drove to the city gates. A huge city gate suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. The gate was tens of meters high, wide enough for several buses to pass through in parallel, lofty and solemn, with intricate patterns and motifs carved on it, each stroke appearing deep and mysterious. Under the sunlight, the outline of the city gate was clearly visible in the sky, giving an unspeakable sense of shock. Many people were seeing the city gates of Qingqing for the first time, and at this moment, they were all stunned by the gate that was like a city wall. It was this gate that separated Qingqing from the wilderness, isolating all those powerful and terrifying demons from the gates. The buses from the remaining few high schools also arrived one after another, and 10 minutes later, all the fresh candidates from all the high schools in Qingcheng had all gathered at the city gates. The college entrance examination trial was the most important national event for the whole of Daxia, and unless one's head was missing a string, no one would normally choose to be late for the college entrance examination. Haven't they been preparing for so many years for this moment when the final entrance exams begin? Fighting spirit burned in the bottom of the eyes of the many candidates as they silently waited for the moment when the gates opened. Juga Ni looked around as if she was waiting for someone, and after searching in vain, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a flash of disappointment. Nimi. Are you looking for daddy? Juga Qianqing silently appeared next to Juga Ni. Seeing Juga Qianqing appear, Juga Ni was first delighted, then immediately pulled a face. Who's looking for you? You don't have to come. Seeing this, Juga Qianqing immediately understood that Juga Ni's anger had subsided, but she just couldn't get over her face. He couldn't help but sigh. Yilin taught these things really work it is really live and learn. That boy obviously know more about women than himself. Himself as a teacher have time to ask him for more advice only. My baby girl to participate in the college entrance examination. I as a father how can not come it? You have to cheer up Juga Qianqing dotingly reached out his hand to rub Juga Ni's head, but Juga Ni directly dodged it. Humph, don't touch me. Go touch your good disciple. Why are you still angry? You really misunderstood Yilin. Juga Qianqing laughed bitterly. The hell I didn't. Since you believe in him so much, then I'll make a bet with you. If I rank ahead of him in this college entrance exam, you'll cut ties with him and kick him out. How about it? Juga Ni raised her slender white neck like a proud white swan. Fine, Dad will bet with you. So what if you lose? Juga Qianqing laughed. If I lose, I won't care about the two of you from now on. I don't care if you marry him, not to mention accepting him as a disciple. Zhuge Ni said seriously. You child, how do you talk to father? Zhuge Qianqing smiled bitterly. He married Yi Lin? Is this like that? Qi de Xia's law can't allow it either. Anyway, it's a deal. Just you wait. He can't win against me. Zhuge Ni raised her head and laughed. Looking at Zhuge Ni's back, Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth, but still didn't feel like striking Zhuge Ni, and just mumbled in place. Nay, do you realize what kind of monster you're dealing with? The sunrise shed 10,000 rays of golden light, and the sky gradually glowed with a faint orange-red color, just like a painter's palette, with rich and delicate color layers. The sun's rays illuminate the whole world and the hopes and dreams in people's hearts, and at this wonderful time, everything is full of infinite possibilities and vitality. The several principals of Qingqing stood on top of the city wall, looking at this group of candidates who exuded vitality like the rising sun. The high school exam trial is finally about to begin. If the novice trial is a practice run, then the high school exam trial is really 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. Guess how many people from our Qingchang will enter the Great Summer Academy this year? Last year there were 5. I guess this year there will be at least 7. Not to mention, the 2 SSS level career students of the son of a bitch surnamed Gao. As long as there are no surprises, getting into the Daxia Academy is a nail in the coffin. Thank you. Qingcheng High School Principal Gao Jinyu was modest on his lips, but the expression on his face was one of suppressed happiness. Experimental High School's Wang Zhanglin, SSS ranked Rainbow Blade Profession. This person is bound to be able to lock up a spot as well. And Old Su, your Yucai High School's Luo Jun is also a SSS ranked Shadow Dragon Gun Profession. He should be able to capture a Daxia Academy spot as well. That's 4 already. 2 or 3 more dark horses. 7 places I don't think will be a problem. A principal voiced his suspicions, and Principal Su smiled lightly. Luo Jun's target isn't just Daxia Academy, but the Qingqing scholar. The several principals were not the least bit surprised by what they heard. After all, in the past few years, almost all of Qingqing's top students had come from Yucai High School, only they all looked towards Gao Jinyu. After all, Qingcheng High School had not only produced a record-breaking Zhuge Ni this year, but also a monster with a level as high as 16 like Yilin. Principal Su glanced at Gao Jinyu and said indifferently, the combat power of a transmigrator does not only depend on the rank, but also on the equipment and actual combat experience. If a high rank can definitely win, then what is the point of organizing a high school trial? It wouldn't be better to rank them directly by rank. Does Headmaster Su know that one power can break all laws? When the level is high enough, other things don't matter. Gao Jinyu coldly snorted. The 2 principals are at odds with each other, secretly competing. Just then, with a creaking sound, the massive city gate slowly opened up like 2 walls, towards both sides. It also means that the high school trials begin. As long as you cross 10 kilometers of wild no man's land, you will be able to enter into the trial of the high school entrance examination. As soon as the city gates opened, many candidates couldn't wait to rush out. Among them were Yilin and Jilingyu. Zhuge Ni had decided to stay in the wilderness to brush up on her leveling in order to defeat Yilin, so she was among the first batch of candidates and even rushed to the front. More candidates stayed back and waited quietly, in no hurry at all. The first batch of candidates to rush out would not necessarily arrive at the entrance faster, but they would definitely run into the ferocious demons faster. So if they were not confident enough in their own strength, they would generally not dare to be the first batch to rush out. The second batch will meet much less resistance if they go again. Stepping out of the city, a fishy stench hit his face. It was the stench emanating from the demonic creature, mixed with the smell of fermented blood, and many candidates vomited with a wow as soon as they smelled it. It was the first time for all of them to go out of the city, and they didn't expect that the outside of the city and the inside of the city were actually 2 very different worlds. After living in the city for so long, they had even forgotten that the world was surrounded by countless demons. These people had just left the city when a beastly roar resounded through the clouds. The appearance of the demonic creature broke the originally tense and orderly atmosphere. It was a giant lizard more than 3 meters tall, covered in hard gray-scale armor, with a bloodthirsty ferocious light flashing in its eyes, and its long tongue gulping non-stop, as if it was a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine just by looking at it. It's a bloodthirsty devil lizard, a level 11 bloodthirsty devil lizard. The candidates were instantly frightened and panicked, fleeing in all directions, trying to avoid the monster. The speed of the bloodthirsty devil lizard, however, is surprisingly fast. A leap is a distance of several meters. In the blink of an eye caught up with several fleeing candidates. Its sharp claws are as sharp as steel knives. A claw down, blood splattered in all directions. Ah! A mournful scream resounded through the wilderness. This sudden bloody scene caused the many candidates to be scared silly, even forgetting to run away. They simply didn't expect to immediately see such a bloody scene as soon as they left the city. The few principals on the city wall appeared extremely calm. The only way to truly grow up is to experience the baptism of blood. Otherwise they will always be nothing more than greenhouse flowers. Unless a level 20 or higher demonic creature appeared, it was impossible for them to intervene in the examination. As he watched the candidates fleeing and scared silly, one of the principals couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This year this session is not too good. A level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is scared like this. So many people. One person throws a skill, all the bloodthirsty demon lizard dunked to death. Just then, a black shadow rushed towards the bloodthirsty demon lizard against the flow of people, and it was none other than Yi Lin. Yi Lin expressionlessly carried the Starfall heavenly trace and rushed over. Swish, 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 swish. Opening the Yangshuo blade technique, a series of 4 brilliant flashes of starlight flashed by, and the bloodthirsty demonic lizard that had scared the crowd into fleeing in all directions was shorn of its limbs and became a wriggling meatworm. What a terrifying knife! This knife is at least a rare grade equipment. A principal on the city wall exclaimed with emotion. Is this that forbidden spellcaster Yellen? Level 16 with a rare level equipment. Dealing with a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard is indeed a handful. But why didn't he kill that bloodthirsty demon lizard? Just as the crowd was puzzled, they only saw Yellen waving towards his back. Ji Lingyu, come over here and wrap it up. Coming boss. Ji Lingyu excitedly rushed over with his sword. At this time the bloodthirsty magic lizard has long been without half of the ability to resist. Ji Lingyu a sword down directly results in the bloodthirsty magic lizard's life. Team up to kill the 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard. Rewarding 40 experience points. The experience value that a level 11 demonic creature could provide should be 110 points. And since the experience value was divided up due to the group, it was scaled down to 40 points, and the remaining 70 points of experience value should have been added to Ji Lingyu. Looking at the outrageous scene in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did they understand why Yi Lin had only chopped off the bloodthirsty demon lizard's limbs but didn't kill it. That bloodthirsty demon lizard that had scared the crowd into fleeing in all directions had actually become a tool used to level Ji Lingyu in front of Yi Lin? At this moment the crowd had an impulse to rush up and hug Yi Lin's thighs tightly and ask him if he still lacked a little brother. As long as you recognize a boss, someone will take you to brush your level. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the two of them, Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu, didn't rush into the Gao Gao trial, but swept all the way towards the right. Yi Lin, just wait, I won't lose to you this time. Zhuge and I glared at Yi Lin's back, then rushed out towards the left. In her opinion, she would be crushed by Yi Lin at the novice copy level purely because she wasn't serious. This time, she wouldn't give Yellen any more chances herself, and she also chose to level up by sweeping through the wilderness for magical creatures. These two superb combatants swept out left and right, and the happiest ones would be the candidates who rushed out in the same batch as them. They suddenly had their pressure reduced and couldn't help but cast envious glances towards Yi Lin and Zhuge and I. There are still a lot of good people in the world. They couldn't care about anything else and rushed towards the entrance of the entrance exam trial. Team up to kill a level 12 chimera, rewarded with 50 experience points. Team up to kill an 11 level seahorse warrior, rewarded with 40 experience points. Team up to kill a level 13 skeleton archer, awarding 60 experience points. When he encountered any demonic creatures on the road, Yi Lin directly slashed out with a few slashes and left directly after slashing them to death. Ji Lingyu, who followed him slowly, also cooperated with him very well. Seriously injuring one head, he went up to make up a sword. Under Yi Lin's leadership, Ji Lingyu's leveling up was extremely fast, and in no time at all, he had risen to level 8. Boss, don't say anything. From now on, you're my real boss. Ji Lingyu was excited. At this rate, before the sun set, he would be able to raise to at least level 12, or even level 13. The entrance to the gauntlet trial would be open all day, as long as they got there before the sun set. Don't be too happy. There weren't many demons near the city walls. We might have to go even deeper. Yi Lin swept a glance around. The demons were obviously much less. But boss, if we go deeper, you'll run into level 20 or even level 30 demons, right? Ji Lingyu's face changed. Minor problem. Level 20 I can handle. Level 30 we'll run. Yellen carried his sword and continued deeper into the wilderness. It wasn't just Ji Lingyu who had to raise his level. He also had to continue to raise his level. After all, his goal was the Supreme Academy of Books. Yi Lin carried his sword and slowly disappeared from the sight of the several principals. Yi Lin is too messed up. How can he take Ji Lingyu to such a deep place? Gao Jinyu frowned. With Yi Lin's rank, being admitted to the Great Summer Academy was the nail in the coffin. What did he want? Don't worry, Principal Gao. The neighborhood has already been surrounded by invigilators. There won't be any accidents. Another principal comforted. Let's hope so. Gao Jinyu's right eyelid fluttered wildly, and for some reason, he always had a bad premonition. Along the way, Yilin swiped as he walked. He didn't even need to release any other forbidden spells. With just a Yangshuo blade technique, level 20 or below demons were completely random to kill. At most, it was just a matter of a few more slashes. Jilingyu followed him and ate his fill. Yilin hadn't upgraded yet. This kid had already risen 2 levels in a row to reach level 9. Just as they wanted to continue brushing forward, a man wearing an invigilator sign suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Don't trespass beyond the confines of the exam room. It can be dangerous. Can't we go any further? Yilin frowned. Okay. Just as Yilin was about to change directions, he suddenly stumbled on his feet and looked at the invigilator to seriously remind him. Look behind you. The invigilator sniffed coldly and didn't look back. Trying to trick me into turning back so that you can take the opportunity to run out of the examination center's range? If I'm not mistaken, the people you arranged for should be waiting outside the examination center to pick you up and take you to brush up your levels. I advise you to give up this ridiculous idea. I've been an invigilator for 20 years. No candidate can fool me. No, you turn back, Yilin said anxiously. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to fall for that. So hurry up and go or I'll rule that you've broken the rules and cancel your exams. Before the invigilator could finish his words, a low growl suddenly sounded from behind the invigilator. The invigilator's face changed, just wanting to turn back, only to see that a huge-sized demonic creature appeared behind him at an unknown time. It slapped out with a claw. The invigilator didn't even have a chance to react. The whole person was slapped out like a cannonball, and fell heavily on the ground a dozen or so meters away. Life and death unknown. The demonic creature was 4 meters tall, covered in hard armor, and held a huge wolf-toothed club. And with every step, the ground would tremble a few points. Level 33, Goblin Brave. Jilingyu's face turned pale with fear. That stubborn ass. Yilin also had a black line. He had told the invigilator to turn back several times. This guy just didn't listen. A level 33 demonic creature. Unless he exposed his undead body and went all out, he wouldn't be able to beat this Goblin Brave. Jilingyu, you run. I'll distract him. Boss, how can this be? We have to run together. Jilingyu said in a hurry. Cut the crap. You're not as fast as me. Yilin kicked Jilingyu in the ass and sent him flying. He then slashed at the Goblin Brave, the starburst flashing, and the guy was really enraged by him, charging towards him with great strides. Yilin hastily opened the dance of instantaneousness, but in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he only sacrificed his appendix and a large intestine in exchange for triple his agility. The consequence of this was that he simply couldn't shake off this Goblin Brave, and the distance between the other party and him was constantly closing. Thunderbolt. A dazzling light of thunder suddenly erupted out, and the power of lightning instantly condensed into a thick thunderbolt with a destructive aura, ruthlessly smashing into the body of the Goblin Brave. The invigilator struggled to get up from the floor, his face pale but with a determined gleam in his eyes. Quickly, run away. Leave this place to me. I'll never let any of the candidates get hurt in front of my eyes. As soon as the words fell, the invigilator's eyes rolled white and he directly fainted with his eyes closed. Yilin, you people also strange good Lu. That invigilator had already been seriously injured by the Goblin Brave's sneak attack, and being able to stand up and release a skill was already considered to be strong-willed. But fortunately, the other party had already sent out the call for help, and 2 other invigilators soon rushed over towards the side. Candidates stay away from here to avoid accidental injuries. One of them drank softly. Okay. Yilin very obediently ducked to the side. The 2 invigilators immediately began to work on that Goblin Brave. Under the siege of the 2, the Goblin Brave didn't have the slightest ability to resist, and was completely overwhelmed. One of the invigilators struck out with an axe, and the huge-sized Goblin Brave was directly chopped to the ground, sending up a sky of smoke and dust. At this moment, Yilin's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he sacrificed his heart and opened the dance of tenfold instantaneousness, rushing towards the unconscious health invigilator. Then, under the cover of the smoke, he came up and started stripping the other man's clothes before quickly slipping them onto himself, and then the invigilator's sign around his neck as well. Immediately afterward, Yilin took out the illusory face given to him by Zhuge Qianqing from the wooden box and placed it on his face. The thin, cicada-like mask fit his face perfectly, and after putting on the illusionary face, Yilin perfectly transformed into a middle-aged man in his 30s, even with a fine scruff on his face. A brand new invigilator just came out of nowhere. At this time, the head of the Goblin Brave also regained his feet. Taking a heavy axe, he shook his head. His body armor was broken. Obviously he was seriously injured. Sinful animal, how dare you disturb the college entrance exam room? I can't spare you. Colleagues, let me help you. Yilin's voice was low, Then he condensed the Gung Jin Chi with one hand. The golden light kept surging out of his body to converge in the palm of his hand. Facing the level 33 Goblin Brave, Yi Lin didn't have the slightest bit of reticence. Forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin. A golden lance that revealed an ancient and mysterious aura from the inside out appeared in Yi Lin's hand. Yi Lin raised his hand to hold the lance. He swung his arm violently, and the golden lance stabbed directly towards the Goblin Brave with a whistling air-breaking sound. The golden lance went straight through the head of the severely injured Goblin Brave, killing him outright. Kill a 33-level Goblin Brave in a group, rewarded with 220 experience points, and receive the prop Symbiosis Charm. Ha! Exploded something? Yi Lin was a little surprised. Killing demons has a probability of dropping things like props, equipment, skill scrolls and so on, but the probability is extremely low, and he didn't expect to actually explode on this Goblin Brave. But now was not the time to check. He turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. Grass! Bastard! Who the fuck are you? What department are you from? What kind of person robs a person's head like this? The nose of the Invigilator with the giant axe in his hand almost went askew. The two of them fought for half a day, and when this guy appeared and gave Goblin Valor a direct hit, it was simply outrageous. Call me nice. Yi Lin's voice came from afar. I'm so fucking watermelon. The Invigilator was about to give chase with his axe when another Invigilator rushed to stop him. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Maintaining order in the exam room is most important. I've memorized this guy's face. We'll settle the score with him later. Good. It's so infuriating. We're all Invigilators. Looking up and down. And he's actually robbing people's heads. The Invigilator with the giant axe in hand cursed. Yi Lin on the other side first circled around and returned both the clothes and the Invigilator's license to the unconscious Invigilator before turning away, whisking his clothes after the matter, and hiding his work in name deeply. I have to say, the phantom face mask is really good. Once the mask is removed, the two Invigilators will not be able to find themselves. It was at this time that Yi Lin checked up on the props he had just gotten. Symbiosis Talisman, holding hands with your son, sharing life with your son. Two transmutants with a level difference of less than 10 levels use the Symbiosis Talisman after interlocking their fingers, and in the next 6 hours, the experience value gained by the two from hunting and killing magical creatures will be shared completely. Note, you can only use the Symbiosis Charm with one person at the same time. Ooh, this is good stuff. Yelin's eyes lit up. He had also planned to take Jilingyu to brush up to level 10 and then drop him, but with the Symbiotic Talisman, even if it was a demonic creature that Jilingyu had gotten killed, he himself would still be able to get a full amount of experience value. It was the way this symbiotic charm was used that was more or less perverted, actually requiring 10 fingers to be interlocked. When Yi Lin found Jilingyu, the guy was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was surrounded by black smoke, and underneath his dusty armor was also a dark shadow. When he saw Yi Lin, Jilingyu was instantly overjoyed. Boss, you're okay? Great. Where's that Goblin Brave? Don't worry. That Goblin Braveheart has already been beheaded by the other Invigilators. Yi Lin smiled faintly, then stepped forward and extended his large warm hand, winding it up like a spirit snake, and tightly interlocked his fingers with Jilingyu. Jilingyu's body shook, and his entire body froze in place, his pupils shrinking violently. Although he had been 10-fingered with girls many times, it was really the first time he was 10-fingered with a guy. Even the head of the Anubis soldier on the other side seemed to look stunned and was struggling to comprehend what was happening. Jilingyu's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit. No wonder Yi Lin couldn't even look at a single maid when he was in his house. So he was good at this? Jilingyu was doing a heavenly battle in the bottom of his heart, remembering that Yi Lin had desperately tried to save Ji's father, and didn't mind that he was a burden, taking him to brush up on his leveling, and also letting him run away first when he encountered danger, and going to draw away the monsters himself. Thinking of these bits and pieces, Jilingyu finally made a decision in his heart to go against his ancestors. Boss, if you want it, then come on, as long as you're gentle. Jilingyu hung his head, even with a touch of coy shyness characteristic of a little girl. Yi Lin froze for a moment and looked at Jilingyu in shock. Oh yeah, here. Jilingyu handed a small plastic box with a blue lid to Yelin. What is this? Yelin asked rhetorically. Vaseline. Jilingyu's face went white. Boss, you don't want to do it the hard way, do you? It won't work without lubrication. Yelin. He used the symbiosis talisman at light speed and then pushed Jilingyu away. Get out. Get out of here. Yi Lin then slashed at the Anubis soldier, and with a flash of starburst, all that was left in place was a pile of tattered armor, and under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, both Yi Lin and Jilingyu gained 130 experience points. It's a symbiotic talisman? Where did you get such a good thing, boss? This is a treasure that money can't even buy. Jilingyu said excitedly. Then a flash of disappointment flashed across his face as well. So it was a symbiotic talisman. He thought that Yilin had a dragon in Yang. Don't call me boss, you stay away from me. What guy carries around Vaseline? This time, it was Yilin's turn to survey Jilingyu with an odd look. Misunderstanding boss. That bottle of Vaseline I used to coat my mouth. My mouth is prone to peeling. Jilingyu exclaimed. Never mind what's going on. Let's just split up anyway so we can maximize the effect of the symbiotic charm. Yilin twisted his head and left without the slightest hesitation. Carrying the Starfall Skystrike, he unleashed a massacre. With the invigilators blocking the periphery, level 25 or higher demons simply couldn't enter the examination room range, so Yilin didn't need to use any other forbidden spells at all. Just a Yangshuo blade technique with the 300 points of power attached to the Starfall heavenly marks was enough for Yilin to reign over the examination room. However, he didn't do too much to draw attention to himself. When he encountered a demonic creature of a lower level than him, he would slash it to death. When he encountered one of a higher level than him, he would put on a pretense of fighting before slashing it to death. During this time, he also suffered quite a few injuries, but under the cover of the dual life yin yang bracelet's healing skill, he directly used his immortal body to recover, and immediately afterward, he continued to start brushing the monsters. On the other side, Jilingyu had frozen, as his level had been dawdling up since it had just started until now. He didn't need to think about it to know that Yilin on the other side must be killing like crazy, because under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, their experience value was shared. Jilingyu suddenly understood what it was like for Ado to be carried in Zhao Yun's arms 7 times into and out of Chao's army, and to he was in charge of the Gaga, and Yellen was in charge of the messy kills. Run! That bloodthirsty minotaur is about to catch up. The only martial art under the sun is speed. I don't need to run faster than the bloodthirsty minotaur. I just need to run faster than everyone else. Damn! Why are we so unlucky? The first batch to leave had people rushing into the entrance. How come there's still a bloodthirsty minotaur waiting here? A dozen or so candidates turned pale and fled desperately. Behind them in hot pursuit was a bull-headed monster holding a 2-handed giant axe with a reddish body that stood upright. This bull-headed monster was about 3 meters tall. Its body was gnarled with sinew and flesh. Its bulging muscles were like blood-stained granite, making people shudder, and its level was even as high as level 15. Running at the very back was a young couple, holding each other's hands tightly as they ran as hard as they could. If they were eliminated here, they would even be disqualified from participating in the higher education trial, so the two naturally refused to give up. But as she ran, the girl suddenly slipped and her whole body fell to the ground. Jen! The boy let out a gasp, his face white. If he turned back to save his girlfriend, he would definitely lose the qualification for the entrance exam together. But if he ran by himself now, without the drag of his girlfriend, and with her helping him to block the bloodthirsty minotaur, he could definitely rush into the entrance, with his sweetheart on one side and a bright future on the other. It puts the boys in a state of hesitation. Bing! Go away and leave me alone. The girl's eyes were misty with tears. She knew that she couldn't run away anymore. Yes, the words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. And her boyfriend Bing ran off without looking back. Looking at Bing's departing back, Jinjin felt as if something had shattered with a bang in her heart. Looking at the bloodthirsty minotaur that was pressing towards her like a mountain, she closed her eyes with a bitter smile as if she had already resigned herself to her fate. But just then, an angry voice came. What a shit game of King's Purple Sunflower will dance. Minotaurs deserve to die. Swish! A cold aura flashed across the sky, and a starburst flew across the sky. Yi Lin, who was looking for monsters to brush, chopped out his sword and directly split that minotaur into two, killing him on the spot. Jinjin froze, staring blankly at Yi Lin, who was holding the Starfall Heavenly Trace, and she didn't react until Yi Lin left with his sword. Jinjin, it's great that you're okay, we can get into the same university again. Seeing the bloodthirsty minotaur die under Yi Lin's blade, Bing went and returned, excitedly hugging Jinjin. But at this time, Jinjin pushed Bing away with a cold face. The scene just now had made her see this man completely. Sorry, I suddenly don't particularly want to go to the same college as you. Cherish me to deserve me. Jen turned and left without a moment's delay. At the same time, a similar scene was being repeated over and over again outside the city, with quite a few demonic creatures losing their lives in the blink of an eye. Some of the demons that look like sheep even have demonic whispers ringing in their ears. Pour on mom's house full of pretzels, hot canola oil, a little vinegar, soul juice, pour on. When the word pour to is uttered, the demonic creature that looks like a sheep is decapitated with a single slash. Some candidates were being chased up and down by a demonic creature, when suddenly a starburst flashed by, and the demonic creature was split in half, and they didn't even see who the person who struck was. There were also candidates who were stopped by a weirdo who asked them how they found the demons, which was just nuts. It was too late for them to avoid the demons. Where would they dare to take the initiative? On the city walls, several principals and the bigwigs of Qingcheng all looked dumbfounded. The college entrance exam trials were held every year, and they had seen countless times of them. And it was true that there were strong candidates who would choose to brush up their levels before entering the mouth. But this situation of carrying a sword around and looking for demons to kill was the first time they had seen it. Alas, how good it would have been if this child wasn't a forbidden spellcaster. If he wasn't a forbidden spellcaster, Qing Cheng, would have truly produced a true dragon. A principal shook his head regretfully. A transmuter who could sweep through demons in the wild was bound to be a powerful existence that suppressed a party as long as he grew up. But a forbidden spellcaster simply wouldn't live past the age of 25. It's fine. At least our Qingchang will have many more candidates entering the college entrance examination trials this year than in previous years. Another principal nodded and said, thanks to Leafwood's blessing, the number of candidates who couldn't enter the high school trial due to demonic attacks this year was significantly less. Wherever Yi Lin went, but as far as the naked eye could see, not a single demonic creature could escape. He was like a fully automated sweeper, sweeping away all the demons within the confines of the exam room. At this time, those candidates who specifically waited for the people in front of them to leave the city first before leaving the city, looked at the empty city outside, and their faces showed expressions of complacency. A young man shaking a stroking fan even grinned. Look, I told you there was an advantage to coming out later, and with the demons the ones that rushed fast taken care of, won't we have a much easier time getting around? Many of the people who followed him were also nodding their heads. There were a total of 10 kilometers out of the city to the entrance of the entrance exam trial. They were halfway there, and they hadn't encountered a single demon. Sure enough, it's still a late start. And on the other side, Yellen stopped in his tracks. It's like, there really isn't a single demon left. At this moment, it was only just 4 in the afternoon, and the entire exam room seemed to have been cleared of all the demons. And at this time, his level was also stuck at level 18. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 18, 2.33%. Strength, 180, plus 300. Agility, 270. Spirit, 540, plus 659. Occupational talent, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Skills, forbidden spell, destructive thunder. Instantaneous dance. Burning reincarnation. Karmic fire. Immortality. Eternal frozen eyes. Necrotic returning to the boundary. Yang lifespan blade technique. Eternal dung gene. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to raise it when it's true. Forget it, let's go into the examination room. Yi Lin shook his head. The experience value he needed to go from level 1 to level 16 wasn't much different from the experience value needed to go from level 16 to level 18. There was still a large chunk of level 19 to go, and instead of making a big effort to sweep up the few remaining demons, it would be better to just go into the exam room. The portal of the Gao Gao trial was like a huge light gate, quietly suspended in the sky, emitting a soft glow. Approaching the portal, he could feel a mysterious power fluctuating. It was the fluctuation of space magic, capable of instantly teleporting one to another place. Yi Lin stepped inside, and the image in front of him disintegrated and opened up, and by the time the image reorganized, he had appeared in a huge lapis lazuli square. Around the verdant square, there stood 10 lofty stone pillars, and on each of them, ancient runes were engraved, revealing a vicissitude and mystery. In the center of the square, there was a huge stone monument, on which were engraved the 5 big words College Entrance Exam Trial Ground. The handwriting was ancient and simple, like a dragon and snake dancing. This is the high school testing ground? Yi Lin looked around, only to see that around the square, densely packed with heads everywhere. Looking at Yi Lin's scalp numb. That's a lot of people. Yi Lin had some regrets in the bottom of his heart. If he had known that there would be so many people, just now when he was outside, he should have let the demonic creatures eliminate some of them first before striking. Alas, in the end, one is still too soft and kind-hearted. Boss! With a shout, Jiling Yu rushed over and hugged Yi Lin to death. Boss, you really my pro-boss. I Lu a pro-mother Lu. You are too fierce. Jiling Yu was so excited that he was incoherent, for no other reason than the fact that his current level had, quite literally, reached a terrifying level 15. That's 15 levels. If there were no surprises, with his level 15 rank, entering the Dasha Academy would almost be a nail in the coffin. Yi Lin didn't find it strange. Under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, Jiling Yu's experience value was shared with himself, and it wasn't a strange thing to raise to level 15. Okay, let go. Don't snuggle in public, Yi Lin said with disgust. No, you'll be my pro-boss from now on. Ji Yu was so excited that he hugged Yi Lin's thigh. Get outta here. Yi Lin had a head full of black lines, and he had already noticed quite a few people casting odd gazes this way. Honestly though, he was kinda enjoying the feeling of being able to play around with his friends. Ever since he came to this world, in order to hide the secret of his immortal body, Yi Lin had been living deep in the slums, and Ji Yu was counted as his first friend after coming to this world. Friendship was something that Yelin hadn't experienced in a long time. After a while, Juga Ni also appeared in the high school trial field with a dark face. Her level was only 14, a mere 2 levels up. It started off pretty well, and she was trying to catch up to Yi Lin's level 16, but for some reason, then inexplicably, she suddenly couldn't find a single demonic creature. Damn it! Juga Ni was a bit chagrined, but it doesn't matter. The district is just 2 levels behind. It may not be impossible to make up for it with maneuvers and abilities. Juga Ni's beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As time passed, the tall portal closed completely the moment that sun shed its last rays. This also meant that those who did not enter the trial field of the college entrance examination would have no access to this college entrance examination at all. After the portal closed, a somewhat amiable-looking old man silently appeared in front of the stone monument in the center of the Lapis Lazuli Square. At the same time, hundreds of invigilators appeared in all corners of Lapis Plaza, monitoring the movements of all the candidates in Lapis Plaza. Greetings, all the candidates of Qingcheng. Welcome to the 886th Gaoshui trial. I am Qingcheng's examiner, Lin Yuan. The old man's voice was not loud, but it seemed to rise directly from the bottom of everyone's heart, and everyone in the verdant stone square heard it clearly. Next, I will read out the test contents of this year's Gao Gao trial. During my reading, please listen carefully and do not make any noise. Violators will be disqualified from the test. As soon as the words fell, all the candidates were wise enough to shut their mouths. The Gao Gao trial is divided into 2 parts, the comprehensive ability test and the ring battle, which will be divided into 2 days. What will take place tomorrow is the comprehensive ability assessment. Each candidate will be arranged differently according to the occupation. The assessment is divided into 10 levels. You can quit early or complete all of them, and the examiner will give you a score rating based on your performance in the levels. Each level has a full score of 10 points. And only those candidates who pass all 10 levels with a score of 85 points or more will be qualified to participate in the ring battle the day after tomorrow. The ring battle will also take 1 day, with 10 extra points awarded for a victory, capped at a maximum of 150 points, and the ring battle will determine this year's top high school student. In the comprehensive ability test and ring battle, you can use any equipment, but you may not use any special props. Violators will be disqualified from the test. The content of the assessment has been read out. Lin Yuan laughed. Tonight, you guys have a good rest. Tomorrow morning, the comprehensive ability assessment will begin. The expressions of all the candidates became extremely grave. They knew very well that tomorrow was the real main event. Quite a number of candidates directly pulled out sleeping bags from their own backpacks, obviously having prepared for it. Boss, don't you have a sleeping bag or something? Seeing that Ji Lin didn't pull out anything, Ji Yu was a bit surprised. I don't need that. Yelin shook his head. The conditions in the slums were much worse than here. He was able to fall asleep, but it was just sleeping on the stone floor. Completely trivial. How can that work? How can we have enough energy to deal with tomorrow's comprehensive ability test without a good rest? Ji Yu frowned, then handed his designer sleeping bag to Yi Lin. Boss, you use mine. Yi Lin was a bit touched and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Me? I'll do whatever I want. Ji Yu waved his hand in a feigned indifference. He clapped his hands, and 2 invigilators carried a Simmons luxury king-size bed and placed it beside him. Yelin? No. You wait a minute. You wait first. Yi Lin Nan was dumbfounded in the high school trial. There is actually a luxury king-size bed service? Provide. But dead expensive. This bed is not comparable to my home even if. A night full of 200,000 yuan. It's like robbing money. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't bring a sleeping bag, I wouldn't want to give it up. Ji Yu opened his mouth with a face of flesh pain. $200,000 to rent a bed. Even he is a little unacceptable, although he is rich, but he is not stupid. Yelin was somewhat silent. Is this the damn rich? Even if you participate in the high school trial treatment are not the same as others. Others are sleeping Lapis Lazuli sleeping bag. Ji Yu sleeps Simmons big bed. In the end, Yilin convinces people with virtue and manages to persuade Ji Yu to let him have the bed worth $200,000. Of course, martial virtues are also virtues. Early the next morning, Yelin woke up in high spirits. When the time came, Lin Yuan prepared to appear. The comprehensive ability test will begin. Please form 10 orderly lines for all candidates and enter the test room in order. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, The 10 lofty stone pillars standing on the verdant square each opened a teleportation portal. I think the comprehensive ability test is completed in that stone pillar. The densely packed crowd quickly divided into 10 orderly queues, with no one daring to overstep in the slightest. Everyone knew very well that the higher education examination trial was the most important examination in the Great Summer Ancient Kingdom, and a watershed moment that would determine their destiny. Yilin was in the 6th queue and followed the crowd towards the front. Everyone disappeared directly after stepping into the portal, and soon it was Yilin's turn to step forward, and the next second he appeared in a closed, all-metal room. A ray of light swept over him, and Yilin's level and occupation automatically surfaced. Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. All the candidates entered Stonehenge in turn. Lin Yuan, as the chief examiner of this session of the college entrance examination, stood quietly on the green stone square, looking at the 10 stone pillars. Behind him, several middle-aged men with powerful auras appeared. All of them were the deputy examiners of this session of the college entrance exam. Among them was also a woman in a long green dress, whose appearance seemed like a spring breeze brushing across the lake, bringing a hint of freshness, although she was already old. This woman was extremely well maintained. Her face was clear and beautiful, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently fluttering with the wind. Her figure was slim, as if a dignified fairy had descended to earth. She walked over to Lin Yuan, bowed slightly and said softly, "Master Lin, I'm late." Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Respect was written all over the bottom of his eyes as he looked at the woman and spoke. "You're welcome, Ms. Su. You've come at the right time." The remaining few deputy examiners couldn't help but show respect when they looked at the woman, because this woman, named Su Chengxin, was the head of the Supreme Academy. Ordinary candidates might not have even heard of the name of the Supreme Academy, but they, the examiners, knew it very well. This was the strongest academy in the Great Xia territory, and the students who came out of the Supreme Academy were all demons who suppressed one side. A few people were about to exchange a few more pleasantries when one of the stone pillars suddenly lit up, and the sculptures on it all seemed to come to life at that moment. Level 18? Lin Yuan's eyes stared slightly. If you can reach level 10, you can be guaranteed to enter a first-class university. If you can reach level 12, you can go to fight for the top universities. And there is only one word to describe the 18th level: demonic. Even Su Qingxin came to be interested, her eyes burning in the direction where Yilin was. At level 18, one is already qualified to be admitted to the Supreme Academy. But when she saw Yilin's occupation, she couldn't help but frown. How is it a forbidden spellcaster? At level 18, with a random career change, even if the career level was only A, she could relax the conditions and allow the other party to enter the Supreme Academy. But the only one who can't is the forbidden spellcaster. Although the forbidden spellcaster was a SSS-ranked profession, everyone knew that the profession of forbidden spellcasters simply couldn't live past the age of 25. Several examiners were sighing at the moment. Alas, it's a pity. If it weren't for the forbidden spellcaster, Qingchang would really have produced a true dragon. It seems like it's been quite a long time since the occupation of forbidden spellcaster has appeared. The last time it appeared was 10 years ago, right? Well, 10 years ago the forbidden spellcaster only lived to the age of 23 before he died. I'm sure he must have released a forbidden spell to brush up on monsters without regard to the consequences in order to have such a high level. This is overdrawing the future. It's unwise, and he probably won't even live to be 23 years old. So how do you give points for the first level of grade determination? Let's just give it as normal. He's level 18. It's not really justifiable to not give him full points. Step. Right after the several examiners finished their discussion, the mechanized female voice once again sounded in Yilin's ears inside the metal room. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Aptitude Test Level 1, Grade Assessment. Out of 10, 10 points. As soon as the words fell, the metal wall directly opposite Yilin slowly opened, revealing a crystalline crystal ball. The second level of the Comprehensive Ability Test, 3-dimensional Attribute Test. Candidate Yilin, please place your hand on the quiz ball. Yilin stepped forward and pondered whether to use the burning wheel, but thought better of it and directly placed his hand on it. Strength 480 points. Agility 270 points. Spirit 1199 points. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Test Level 2, 3-dimensional Attribute Test. Full score, 10 points. On the verdant stone square, one of the examiners couldn't help but spit out his words. I understand everything else. Just why does he have 480 points of power? This guy even got an attack power equipment? What does a spellcaster need strength for? Releasing forbidden spells already hurts his body, but he still wants to physically fight with people? Yilin was level 18, and a perfect score on the second level of the 3-dimensional attribute test was a normal thing. But Yilin's 480 points of strength still made several examiners unable to stop their mouths from twitching. With 480 points of strength, this was more than many transmuters of the warrior lineage profession. Yilin was simply irrational in every way in their eyes. Just read on. The third level starts, and that's when you need to start getting your hands dirty. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, and a dummy had appeared in the metal room where Yilin was. The dummy looked similar to the dummy inside the Transfiguration Guild's practice room, only a little more refined. The third level of the comprehensive ability test, the attack ability test. Candidate Yilin, please perform your most powerful skill and attack the dummy in front of you. The dummy will display your score based on the strength of your attack. The emotionless mechanized female voice sounded again. The most powerful skill? Yilin's first reaction was to sacrifice all of his organs in order to summon the chaotic divine thunder. But he felt that casting this would be too shocking. A taller test is just a test. It shouldn't need to be so exaggerated. But the power certainly can't be too small. Because what he wants to enter. But the Supreme Academy. He must get a perfect score at every level to be able to do so. Under the thought, Yilin had a decision and directly raised his hand. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils and summoned the most common thunder. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down, only to see the dummy directly explode into fragments in the sky. Ha! Yilin froze. This was already his least powerful forbidden spell. This dummy was too brittle, right? And the test says that the dummy will show his score. And now that he's chopped it all up, how does that count for his score? At this moment, the few examiners in the Lapis Plaza also froze. This dummy is capable of carrying the attacks of a level 25 or lower transmogrifier, and this kid is only level 18. And with one strike, the dummy actually blew up directly? He's casting a forbidden spell. Isn't it recognized that forbidden spells are powerful? So what now? The dummies are gone. What does the score count as? Should we not get him another dummy? Forget it. Don't waste the teaching equipment. Count him as a perfect score. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is also really desperate. Taking a college entrance exam actually fucking put a forbidden spell. Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst out, and the other few examiners nodded in deep thought. Casting a forbidden spell is definitely costly. Taking a high school entrance exam to release a forbidden spell is like taking one's own Yang lifespan to draw game props. Candidate Yilin. Comprehensive Ability Test Level 3. Attack Ability Test. Full score, 10 points. Hearing this voice ringing out, the fearful Yilin was relieved. He was afraid that because he broke the dummy, his results would be cancelled directly. At this time, he also clearly recognized the drawbacks of the profession of the forbidden spellcaster. That is, there is no way to be merciful. A shot is a forbidden spell, and then how to be merciful cannot be left anywhere. After he passed the third hurdle, the next three hurdles were the spell casting speed test, the instantaneous burst ability test, and the sustained output ability test. And these couldn't stop Yilin at all, and in the shocked gazes of the examiners, very soon Yilin passed all of them with full marks. And at the 7th level, Yilin finally saw something different, because right in front of him, a special cage appeared. Inside the cage, a monster hissed, its eyes red as if burned by fire, revealing a crazy killing intent, its body huge and muscular, as if it was a moving mountain. Its sharp claws made an ear-piercing metallic scraping sound on the cage, as if it was interpreting its anger to Yilin. Comprehensive Ability Test Level 7. Escape Ability Test. Please hold on for 3 minutes under the pursuit of a level 25 demonic creature, the Blazing Fire Demon Wolf, and if you are not injured after 3 minutes, it will be considered a perfect score. A timer appeared at the end of the hallway. The test begins. The moment the mechanized female voice fell, that cage slowly opened, and the Blazing Fire Demon Wolf, which was as high as level 25, slowly stepped out, the bottom of its crimson eyes filled with greedy bloodlust. It had been starved for a long time, and the moment it saw Yilin, it was like an old bachelor who had seen a stunning beauty, and it sprang out violently. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Boom! Dazzling silver-white thunder snakes swept out, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing fire demon wolf turned into a charred black wolf corpse. The timer starts counting down from 3 minutes. However, at this time, the blazing fire demon wolf that was responsible for chasing down Yilin had already become a corpse. The mechanized female voice sounded again as the countdown ended. Candidate Yilin. Comprehensive Ability Test Level 7. Escape Ability Test. Full score, 10 points. The examiners watching Yilin's side of the examination were silent. This is a situation they have never heard of. A level 25 demonic creature was definitely a powerful and unbeatable and terrifying opponent for any high school candidate. Faced with a demonic creature of this level, the candidates could only choose to release their skills to stall for time until they passed the level once the 3 minutes were up. Every year at this level, there are candidates who rely on a bright operation to pass without injury, but this year, there was obviously a little accident, and in the first second of the test starting, Yilin had a forbidden spell that directly secured the level 25 demon. For the next 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Yilin Pure was just sitting there in a daze waiting for the countdown to end. I take back what I just said. Forbidden spells flung around like this, let alone being 23 years old. It would be a medical miracle for this kid to live past 20. An examiner couldn't help but shake his head. Although Yilin's performance was extremely stunning, the examiners clearly disapproved of Yilin, feeling that he was overdrawing his body and his future in this way. Yilin in the examination room had already entered the 8th level. Examiner Lin, is it necessary to raise the difficulty of the last 3 levels of candidate Yilin? An examiner couldn't help but ask towards Lin Yuan. Because the next 3 levels were all practical tests, the candidates had to face a demonic creature of the same level as themselves, a demonic creature 2 levels higher than them, and a demonic creature 4 levels higher than them respectively. In other words, even at the 10th level, Yilin was only facing a demonic creature that was only level 22. The level 25 blazing demon wolf had been seconded by him, and the level 22 was even less likely to be a match. Lin Yuan frowned. At the moment he was also hesitant. If he didn't raise the difficulty, then Yilin would 100% pass with a perfect score, but raising the difficulty seemed unfair to Yilin. Teacher Su, I would like to ask for your opinion. If after raising the difficulty, this Yilin can still pass with a perfect score, how about asking you, Supreme Academy, to accept him? Lin Yuan asked towards Su Qingxin. If Su Qingxin agreed, then there would be no problem with raising the difficulty, and in the meantime, he could also see exactly where Yilin's limits were. So far, this guy was all over the place. I'm sorry, Examiner Lin, I'm sorry I can't agree. Su Qingxin shook her head and looked at the other few candidates. In my opinion, Luo Jun, Wang Zhenlin, Zhuge Mi, and that Ji Lingyu, all of these people are more qualified than that Yilin to enter the Supreme Academy. Yilin is a forbidden spellcaster. The strength he possesses at this moment is something he is traded for by overdrawing his life and future. It's just a flash in the pan. Such a person is not what we need at the Supreme Academy. Cultivating him will only be a waste of resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he quickly closed it again. These 4 people that Su Qingxin was talking about were indeed solid geniuses. It was only that they had Yilin, a monster, as a reference point, which made them seem less outstanding. In the end, the difficulty of Yilin's test wasn't adjusted upwards. Facing level 18, level 20 and level 22 demons, the battles didn't have any surprises, basically killing them all in seconds. After passing the last hurdle, Yilin's figure reappeared in the Verdant Square, and he was also the first candidate to pass the 10 hurdles. After some time, the other candidates also passed the examination one after another, and the Verdant Stone Square was once again filled with people, with many candidates excitedly exchanging information about their examinations with their close friends. Boss, Ji Lingyu ran towards Yilin. Boss, I'm 96. It's a sure thing. I'm really sure this time. Ji Lingyu was excited. According to this score, as long as he won 3 more matches in the ring battle, he would 100% be able to enter the Great Summer Academy. You didn't get a full score? Yilin was a bit curious. Ji Lingyu's level could be level 15. Although the content of the comprehensive assessment for the warrior class occupation should be different from the mage class, the difficulty should be about the same. Don't mention it. The actual combat test was deducted. I leveled up too quickly, and I was a bit unable to adapt for a while. Ji Lingyu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. His level was actually filled with a lot of water. After all, he had followed Yilin all the way up to level 15. Without Yilin, he was still only at level 7. Just as the two of them were chatting, Lin Yuan's side also announced the results of the comprehensive ability test. First place, Yilin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge Ni, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Ji Lingyu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenlin, 95 points. After reading out the test results of everyone, Lin Yuan spoke aloud. Alright, candidates with scores lower than 85, please leave the examination room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilator, and candidates with scores higher than 85 may also leave. The leaving the examination room is considered as giving up tomorrow's ring competition. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly widened and her face was filled with a look of dismay. She obviously got a perfect score, but why was she still ranked behind Yilin? Since both of them had perfect scores, they should be tied for first place. Why should she be second? Zhuge Ni raised his hand and spoke loudly. Examiner, I have a problem with this grade. It's the same perfect score. Why am I second? Zhuge Ni's words instantly caused many people to wonder as well. Yeah, they're both perfect scores. Why aren't they tied for first place? It's the same perfect score. So why should the male baby come first? How much more malice does the world have for women? It's not fair. It's discrimination against women. It's oppression of women. If we can't give a reasonable explanation, we'll go to appeal. Right. Let's be fair. In the face of the crowd of candidates, the expression on Lin Yuan's face didn't move in the slightest. He just pulled up Yilin's and Zhuge Ni's clearance videos respectively. Please watch the VCR. Only the videos of Zhuge Ni and Yilin taking the comprehensive abilities test were being released in turn. On Zhuge Ni's side, it can be operationally drawn out and excellent viewing. The already full-bodied and hot Zhuge Ni was wearing a slim-fitting sportswear, which set off her front and back figure even more brightly. And many of the male candidates present looked straight and couldn't help but gulp their saliva. Zhuge Ni's passage process is extremely amazing. Level up to level 14 she can be said to show a fire mage transmigrant in this level can do the limit. Zhuge Ni is like a dancing spirit butterfly. 10 levels, each level Zhuge Ni demonstrated to the crowd. What is the perfect pass? Especially in the 7th level, when facing the level 25 blazing fire demon wolf. Zhuge Ni fully demonstrated what human wisdom was. Although her strength was not as good as the blazing fire demon wolf, Zhuge Ni treated the blazing fire demon wolf as a dog and slipped around. And during the entire 3 minutes, the blazing fire demon wolf failed to touch Zhuge Ni for a moment, and did not even come close to the range of half a meter of Zhuge Ni. The crowd watched in awe. Zhuge Ni is worthy of being Mr. Zhuge's daughter. It's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's daughter. This kind of maneuvering, this kind of resilience, it's top-notch. Don't look at her. She's only level 14. I reckon that any transmogrifier under level 20 would be hard to be her opponent. It's amazing. It's not like she's taking a test. It's more like she's completing a perfect art show. Zhuge Ni's perfect score is simply well-deserved. What makes this not number one? Surely there is malice towards women. The many candidates were talking and admiration was written in their eyes as they looked at Zhuge Ni. At the same time, they were also more skeptical about the fairness of this comprehensive ability test. Zhuge Ni had already achieved a perfect pass. Why was Yilin ranked in front of her? The crowd looked at Yilin's examination video. Compared to Zhuge Ni's extreme maneuvering, Yilin's side's performance was mediocre. After measuring the level and three-dimensional attributes from the first level of the second level respectively, Yilin did the same thing for the next levels from the 3rd to the 10th. Put the forbidden spell. Pass. Put the forbidden spell. This process was repeated 8 times. Yilin during the period was relaxed and leisurely, as if it was not like he was participating in the college entrance examination trial, but an elementary school student who was fine to come out for a spring excursion in trekking. Watching Yilin's examination video, the crowd was silent, especially when they saw that on the 7th level, Yilin killed the blazing fire demon wolf in the first second, and spent the next 2 minutes or so sitting in a daze. The crowd's emotions were completely triggered. Fuck, where's the pit? This guy directly destroyed a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf with a forbidden spell? Fine. Test escape ability. Get the pursuing demon dead so nothing will come after me. Full marks for understanding. This guy isn't even human. He's a monster in human skin. It's too much. I suddenly understand why it's obvious that they all have perfect scores. Zhuge Ni is coming in second place. Zhuge Ni scored full points because she was able to get full points for her ability, while Yelin scored full points because there were only so many full points. In other words, if the comprehensive ability assessment is changed to a 1000-point system, Zhuge Ni is still 100 points. Yilin, at least, must soar to 700 or 800. The many candidates looked at Zhuge Ni with more than a touch of pity in their eyes. Placed in the previous college entrance examination, Zhuge Ni this operation, this grade, the proper qualification of the first prize. But this year, with Yilin, a monster of a man, Zhuge Ni would definitely be overwhelmed. Zhuge Ni pursed her red lips in silence, staring dead at Yilin's examination video over and over again. Her white jade hands clenched tightly together. She couldn't take it. He couldn't accept that he had actually lost to Yilin, whom he had always looked down on, and that he had lost so badly. Does anyone else have any objections to the results of this comprehensive ability test? Examiner Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The verdant square was silent, and no one dared to squeak anymore. Just kidding. Yilin threw a skill over and the level 25 blazing fire demon wolf was too dead to die. Who would dare to have objections to ranking first for such a monster? They had all faced the blazing fire demon wolf and deeply knew how terrifying a level 25 demonic creature really was. Since there are no comments, then those candidates who scored below 85 points should please leave the arena in an orderly manner. And those who scored above 85 points should have a good rest and focus on preparing for tomorrow's ring match. Lin Yuan opened his mouth. Soon enough, the candidates with insufficient scores withdrew from the lapis lazuli square. And at this moment, There were only 104 candidates left who could still remain on the lapis lazuli square. There were nearly 100,000 candidates in Xinjiang, yet only 100 or so remained, showing the high elimination rate, and the results of the comprehensive ability test were soon announced to the outside world. Several principals who had been closely watching the college entrance exams instantly caught their breath as soon as they saw the results. First place Yilin, second place Zhuge Ni. Holy shit, Lao Gao. Your Qingcheng High School is going against the odds. 2 perfect scores this year, all from your Castle High School. You old boy really got lucky this year. It's not just that. Look at that 4th place. That Jilin Yu is also from Qingcheng High School. Qingcheng High School took 3 of the top 5 places. Gao, eat whatever you want these days. I doubt your luck has run out. Several principals didn't hide their envy of Gao Zhenyu at all. With 3 students like that, Qingcheng High School would definitely become a favorite to apply next year. Gao Zhenyu was so excited that his entire body was trembling and he couldn't say a word. How could he not expect that Yilin and Zhuge Ni would actually bring him such a big surprise? And it also came with the dark horse of Jilingyu. When really, God blessed him with Castle High School. Ji's father outside the exam room also stood up with a pang after seeing the results. Good. Yes. Ji's father was so excited that he burst into tears. With a score of 96 points, Jilingyu could at least book a place in one of the top 20 institutions in the country. As long as he won more than 2 ring battles, Jilingyu would even be able to sprint to the top Dasha Academy. Zhuge Qianqing quietly looked at the results, the corners of his mouth gently picking up the waves. Yilin's trio had achieved such amazing results that the students of Qingcheng High School were also honored with it and couldn't help but hold their heads high. However, just as Gao Zhenyu was immersed in surprise, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Old Gao, don't be too happy too early. Tomorrow's ring battle is the real main event. After all, that's the battle to compete for the Qingqing Scholar. The one who opened his mouth was clearly Principal Su of Yucai High School. He and Gao Zhenyu had not been dealing with each other. Naturally he could not see him being so springy. Oh, Gao Zhenyu laughed recklessly. You're thinking that Luo Jun from your school can deal with an 18th level forbidden spellcaster? Who knows? Principal Su revealed a meaningful smile, then turned around and left directly. Looking at Principal Su's smile, Gao Zhenyu felt a trace of uneasiness. Then he shook his head. The old thing is just pretending. How can an 18th level forbidden spellcaster lose? Time is like the money you save for the bride price. It's slow to save and fast to spend. Blinking, the evening slipped by. It must be said that good grades do come with privileges, and the exam room even gave them each a separate room to rest in last night. Yi Lin, who had slept well and was full of energy, arrived at the lapis lazuli square, only to run head-on into Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni was wearing 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Obviously she didn't sleep well at all last night. I won't lose to you in the ring, Zhuge Ni said through clenched silver teeth. Yi Lin was a bit speechless. This woman didn't know which tendon was wrong. She had been targeting herself since the day the transfer ceremony started. He didn't bother with Zhuge Ni, and along with the clock pointing to 7:30, Lin Yuan and a group of other examiners appeared on time. What's going to be held today is the ring match. The other candidates' Gaokao trials have already ended, while yours have just begun. The rules of the ring tournament are simple. The tournament is based on a lottery system. Everyone has to compete for a minimum of 5 rounds. A win adds 10 points and advances to the next round. A loss doesn't deduct any points, but once you lose you're in the loser's bracket, which means that you have no chance with the top student. And the one who won from the beginning to the end is this year's top student of the college entrance examination in Xinjiang. By the way, as a reminder, the ring match will be broadcast live in real time, which means that your friends and family, parents and relatives, are watching and silently cheering for you outside the examination room at this very moment. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, a candidate who was picking his nose immediately stopped his hand movements. Alright, now, the drawing of lots begins. There are 104 candidates. Here are 104 small balls with numbers written on them. Number 1's opponent is number 104. Number 2's opponent is number 103, and so on. After drawing the corresponding tag, follow the invigilator's guidance to the ring. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, an invigilator walked over holding a large box covered with a black cloth. Yi Lin heard and understood the rules. Everyone had to compete for at least 5 rounds, while if they wanted to compete for the top spot, they would have to compete for the 6th round, 7th round or even the 8th round. This rule seemed to have some loopholes, but in reality there was no problem. After all, the top student was the strongest one of all the candidates, and if you couldn't even win from the beginning to the end, it would be a negative to the name of the top student. As for the others, even if they drew opponents better than them in the first round, as long as their strength was fine, they could certainly still win the next 4 games and get high scores. In the end, It's all about strength. Yilin's eyes flickered with a flash of essence. In order to enter the Supreme Academy, this scholar he was determined to win. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers, and when it was Yilin's turn, he fumbled around and drew a small ball from it that said 18. Boss, what's your number? Jilingyu couldn't help but ask. 18, Yilin said. 18? Hey, I'm 24. Great. Looks like I definitely didn't meet you that quickly. Scared me to death. Jilingyu let out a breath of relief. If he had met Yilin in the first round, he would have had to shut himself up on the spot, and as long as he didn't run into Yilin Zhuge and Luojun and the others, his level 15 was enough to sweep the ring. Yilin walked up to a ring under the guidance of the invigilator. In accordance with the rules, his opponent was the candidate who drew the 86th wicket. Only a petite young girl with a stubborn face stood across from Yilin. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. The invigilator announced the rules with an expressionless face. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. BB, Water Mage, level 10. Occupation and class display complete. The contest begins. After glancing at the other party's level and occupation, Yilin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Classmate, you'd better admit defeat. No, I won't admit defeat. Although you're strong, don't look down on me. Make a move. Bei's expression was very stubborn. Determination written all over her palm-sized face. Anyone who could get more than 85 points in the comprehensive ability test was not an easy person, and it was not easy for her to walk to the ring, so she was naturally not willing to admit defeat easily. In fact, it really wasn't that Yilin looked down on the other party. The main thing was that he didn't know any other skills besides forbidden spells. With the level difference between the two, coupled with the mage's brittle body, Yilin could be sure that no matter which forbidden spell he cast, the opposite side would surely be seriously injured if he grazed it, and dead if he touched it. It seemed like she wouldn't stop until she saw the yellow river. Yilin shook his head somewhat helplessly and then sacrificed one of his wisdom teeth. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Yilin lightly drank and raised his right hand to point to the sky. The raging thunderclouds immediately converged. Dazzling silver-white thunder arcs like spiritual snakes weaving between the clouds. Boom! A berserk thunder dragon the thickness of a man's arm swept from the clouds, connecting with Yilin's hand like a thunder chain. At this moment Yilin was like a deity who ruled over thunder. This horrifying scene not only caused the people watching the live broadcast to switch their viewpoints over, it also caused the candidates on the scene to not be able to help but stop and turn around to watch. Holy shit! A forbidden spell that summons lightning right out of the gate? Did that little girl across the street violate the laws of heaven? Such a cute sister, and this guy summons such thick thunder to split her? How can her little body stand it? Other people play hard to get is an adjective. This guy is really playing hard to get. Playing a high school ring and putting a forbidden spell on it would be as outrageous as Kujia going to a Go tournament for elementary and middle school students. A tournament that would be more than enough to send the War Eagles over to. The invigilator was even more startled, then shouted in horror. Candidate Yilin, killing is strictly forbidden in the ring. Otherwise you will be disqualified from the college entrance exam. I don't want to either. So why don't you make her admit defeat? Yilin said helplessly. At this moment, Bei was already frozen in place with fear. When she watched Yilin's video yesterday, she already knew that Yilin was very strong. But watching the video was far less shocking than experiencing it in person. And only after she really stood across from Yilin and became Yilin's opponent did she truly understand how terrifying Yilin was. Bibi felt like a novice who had just stepped into the ring, only to have Peak Tyson walk across the ring. Peak Tyson then shook her hand and told her with a smile on his face, "Hello, I'm today's referee Tyson, and your opponent is Sailor Ultraman from the M78 Nebula." Under this terrifying pressure, Bei's legs went weak and she flopped her butt on the ground. The next second, she let out a wail. The fight was in full swing in the ring. A thick tome appeared in Zhugani's hand, which was clearly some kind of extremely powerful equipment. Between the flipping of the canonical books, terrifying blazing flames whistled and rose, forcing her opponents to retreat back and forth, each of her skills released with extreme precision, giving her opponents no room to maneuver at all. Soon Zhuge Ni defeated his opponent and took the first round. Jilingyu waved his longsword. His level was as high as level 15. He didn't have any pressure at all against his opponent who was only level 8. A few swords down and he chopped his opponent into admitting defeat on the spot. Yutsai High School's Luo Jun held a black lance with a lifelike shadow dragon wrapped around its body, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the ring every time the lance was waved. With a teasing look on his face, he kept teasing his opponent until the last moment, when he kicked him out of the ring. Experimental High School's Wang Zangren was much more swift. The SSS-ranked Rainbow Blade profession was as fast as a ghost, and with a single flash, he directly resolved his opponent. In every ring, at this moment, blood-boiling battles were going on. Except for the ring where Yilin was, where the picture was very wrong, and a petite young girl in a short skirt fell to the ground, bawling her eyes out. You can't win. This man is a monster. You can't win. Under the immense pressure, Bei's cries resounded through the ring. It is really a tear in the eye of the hearer and a sadness in the heart. Those who didn't know thought that this petite young girl had suffered some kind of bullying from Yilin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yilin froze in place, a little at a loss for a moment. The forbidden spell cupped in his hand was even more difficult to let go or put away. He also didn't expect the other party's mental capacity to be so poor that he could actually be directly scared into tears. In the end, Bei was helped out of the ring by the invigilator, and the ring match ended with Yilin winning. Bei was even helped directly to the counselor, and only after half an hour of counseling did the crying gradually stop. Candidate number 18. Yilin wins the first round. Score +10. The invigilator announced the result with an odd expression on his face. When the invigilator has been so many years, there are those who fight to the death in the ring. There are those who admit defeat on the spot. There are those who kill in a second. And there are those who scare people into tears before they make a move. And this is the first time he has seen it. This is a historical precedent for Yilin, scaring his opponents to tears on the high school entrance exam. Yilin was also the only one in the room who had won without any fighting. Bastard, such a lovely sister. He actually gave someone a whole lot of trouble to cry like that. He really doesn't have the slightest bit of compassion. I used to think that scared to tears was an exaggerated adjective, but I didn't realize it was actually a verb. Did he whisper something tigerish to that sister to make her cry? Listening to the whispers around him, Yilin was speechless for a while. God damn it, he really didn't do anything. He didn't even touch the other guy. After the 10-minute break, the second round of the ring match also officially began. In this round, Yilin's opponent was a sword cultivator carrying a long sword. This person had sword brows and starry eyes, a slender figure, and an aura that made people look at him. Seeing Yilin walk onto the stage, this sword cultivator's face changed slightly. Then he narrowed his eyes and faintly opened his mouth to mumble something like, "It could be a bit tricky if the opponent is you, but it'll win. I'm the strongest." This sword cultivator muttered as he drew the long sword behind himself, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the entire ring. Yilin's face instantly became grave, solemnly treating this opponent in front of him. A lion fighting a rabbit also needs to give his all, and he will not underestimate any of his opponents. The professions of the transmigrants were strange, and their skills were also different, and the level on the surface did not represent the real combat power, which was something that Yilin knew very well. The other party was so confident that they must have extraordinary means. The invigilator's face became serious as well. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Leafwood, Spellcaster, Level 18, Chen Chengchen, Cloud Treader Swordsman, Level 11. Yilin's eyes stared. Level 11? There was indeed confident capital. Occupation and class display complete. The second round of competition begins. The moment the invigilator announced the start, Chen Chengchen made a turn and returned his sword to its scabbard in a dashing manner, then walked down to the ring. At the same time, Chen Chengchen's confident and bland words reached the ears of Yilin and the invigilator. I abstain. Yilin. Invigilator. That's it? It has the feeling of eating a banquet in a 5-star hotel and having a bottle of Lao Ganma on the finale. They saw this guy pretending to be so natural, and thought he had some kind of masterstroke undercard to deal with Yilin, but it turned out that he directly admitted defeat as soon as he came up. Didn't you say you would win? Yilin couldn't help but ask. Yes, I will win, but not today, not now. Chen Chengchen smiled confidently. With a light wind and quiet ears, Yilin was silent. It's true that everyone in the high school trial is talented and well-spoken, but do not have to do it or not, in full view of the public, can be less hands or less hands, so as not to cause the suspicion of the people who have a heart. Candidate number 18. Yilin wins the second round. Score +10. The invigilator had an odd look on his face as he once again announced Yilin's victory. For the first time, he realized that being an invigilator could be so easy, while everyone else had to be mentally tense, keeping an eye on the candidates' battles and preventing them from risking their lives. He, on the other hand, basically didn't have anything to do except read the rules. It soon came to the third round, and given the previous experience of the first two seniors, the candidates this time had already made up their minds the moment they drew Yilin. Fuck, what bad luck. How did I draw a monster like you? Invigilator. I abstain. He simply did not have the slightest desire to fight with Yilin. Looking at the scene of the thunder raging just now, he knew that he was not an opponent at all, and could not win anyway. and in case he was injured too much it would also affect his status for the next round. So it would be better to abstain from the game in a painful way. Just like that, without moving his hand once, Yi Lin advanced into the 4th round, and his score came to a staggering 130 points. At this point, both the candidates inside the exam room and the audience outside the exam room watching the live broadcast had been dumbfounded. Where's the pitfall? This guy just released a forbidden spell from start to finish, and retracted it halfway through, which is equivalent to not having fought at all. Yet he won 3 games in a row? Is the college entrance exam so simple? These people are too stupid to do anything with him. What are they afraid of? A spellcaster's skill is life-consuming. It's just a high test. Does he really dare to put his life on the line? I'm not sure if he's costing his life or not, but I'm definitely going to die when I get hit by that thunder banning spell of his. Hey, this guy isn't going to just get a perfect score without moving his hands once, is he? It won't be. Which one of those who were able to advance to the 4th round would easily admit defeat? And which one would be much weaker than the others? If this Yi Lin wants to advance to the 5th round, he'll definitely have to fight someone. Nope. Look, you guys, the beast is wheeling away. The total number of high school seniors who entered the ring was 104. After 3 rounds, a total of 91 people made it to the losers bracket. In other words, there were only 13 people left who could compete for this year's Qingqing scholarship. Instead of following the rule of smallest number versus largest number in the 4th round, a redraw will be made and one person will have a turn. The person whose turn was empty did not increase their points and went directly to the next round. And the result of the draw, the person whose turn was empty was clearly Yi Lin. If it were a different person's turn, the rest of them might have to envy the guy's good luck. But the one whose turn was empty was Yi Lin, and the other candidates were almost all relieved, lamenting how lucky they were. Yi Lin's turn was empty, meaning that inside the 4th round, none of them would run into the monster that was Yi Lin, no matter who it was. Bumping into Yellen basically meant that they were going to be in the losers bracket, and Yellen's turn was obviously good news. The other people's draws also came out quickly, and the other two, both appeared to be mediocre. And the only one that was more ornamental was Luo Jun versus Wang Zhengguang. The 2 SSS level professions were finally still standing above the same ring. Candidates from both sides, please stand in the circle and refrain from any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. The invigilators for this one were also changed from 1 to 2. And anyone knew that this battle was bound to be a dragon fight. Now, will both candidates please display their professions and ranks? Rojin, Shadow Dragon Lance, level 14, Wang Zhengguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. The levels of the two were clearly level 14 and 13. If it wasn't for the monster that was Yi Lin this year, Luo Jun and Wang Zhengguang would clearly both be the brightest new stars in Qingqing. Mr. Luo, it looks like you'll have to go into the losers bracket. 2 daggers appeared in Wang Zhengguang's hands, which were then held in his backhand, and the daggers flickered with an eerie cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine, and the black lance in Luo Jun's hand vibrated towards the ground, and the entire ring even produced a sense of vibration. This hand clearly displayed Luo Jun's almost terrifying strength. With you, it's not enough. Luo Jun glanced at Wang Zhengguang with contempt in his eyes. Wang Zhengguang narrowed his eyes at once. An assassin profession versus a warrior profession was not a good fight in the first place. He would rather run into Zhuge Ni than face Luo Jun. But since he had drawn it, he could only give it his all. Occupation and class display complete. The 4th round of competition begins. When the invigilator's words fell, Wang Zhengguang disappeared into the ring as if he were a ghost, and the speed of the rainbow blade profession can be described as dazzling. And Luo Jun's eyes instantly became stern as he waved the black lance in his hand and danced out several gun shadows, and a clanking sound of gold and iron resounded in the ring. The crowd knew that Wang Zhengguang was striking out with all his might, but none of them could capture Wang Zhengguang's figure, and it looked the same as if Luo Jun was alone in the ring performing his marksmanship. How terrifying. Is this the scene of 2 SSS ranked professions fighting each other? I can't even see where Wang Zhengguang is. If I go on stage, I guess I'll be killed by Wang Zhengguang in the first second. It's too scary. The same transmogrifier, I feel like I'm not even in the same world as them. Looking at the dazzling sparks splashing in the ring from time to time, many people's eyes were written with scorn. The gap between man and man is sometimes really bigger than the gap between man and dog. Obviously all the same participated in the transfer ceremony, entered the secret realm of novices, and then came to participate in the entrance examination. But the two of them, Luo Jun and Wang Zhengguang, were not on the same level as the crowd at all. Ms. Su, who do you think will win between the two of them? Examiner Lin Yuan looked at Su Qingxin and asked. Luo Jun. Su Qingxin spoke without hesitation. Lin Yuan laughed. Oh, Teacher Su thinks that Wang Zhengguang will lose? Right now, Wang Zhengguang is suppressing Luo Jun throughout the fight. Above the ring, Luo Jun kept defending. unable to even touch Wang Zhengguang's lapel without a glance. It's not that I think it, but he will definitely lose. He went all out at the beginning. He can't take down Luo Jun in a short period of time, and the moment his physical ability drops, that's the moment when Luo Jun will counterattack. And although Luo Jun seems to have been cowering and defending, he was swimming with ease the entire time, using the sturdiness of the lance in his hand to fend off the attacks. Every shot was just right, and with this and the other, Wang Zhengguang was bound to lose. Su Qingxin expressed her opinion unapologetically, and Lin Yuan's gaze towards her became much more grave. The head of the Supreme Academy, whose gaze was indeed venomous, had the same opinion as Su Qingxin. As expected, the situation in the ring began to change shortly after Su Qingxin voiced her judgment. Maintaining high-speed movement for a long period of time was a considerable exertion for Wang Zhengguang, and he couldn't help but slow down his speed by a fraction of a second. And the moment his speed dropped, Luo Jun, like a long dormant tiger, instantly rose up. He gripped the black lance in his hand and danced out countless black shadows, stabbing towards Wang Zhengguang's vitals around his body. This strike was an opportunity that Luo Jun had waited a long time for, not giving Wang Zhengguang any chance to react at all. Wang Zhengguang's face changed and he tried to resist, but in a head-on battle, how could he be a match for Luo Jun? Luo Jun's black lance was like a black dragon biting towards Wang Zhengguang with its mouth open. Wang Zhengguang picked it up and flew it into midair, but Luo Jun held the end of the lance in a smooth manner. Shadow-heavy breaking strike. The black lance was like a giant pillar in the sky, swinging down directly towards Wang Zhengguang. Wang Zhengguang raised his two daggers to fend them off, but he was smashed so hard that he directly fell to his knees. Ka-chow! A toothsome crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of Wang Zhengguang's knee shattering. Ah! Wang Zhengguang let out a miserable scream, and his entire body curled up on the ground holding his knees. The hearts of the crowd sank slightly, all of them not expecting that Luo Jun would actually hit so hard. Soon two doctors went up to the stage and carried Wang Zhengguang down. His injuries were too serious and he had to be treated immediately. Otherwise it might affect his future career as a transmogrifier. Luo Jun walked off the stage with an expressionless face. And this also announced the end of the fourth round. Together with Yi Lin, there were now 7 people left, which also meant that in this round, there would be another person who would take a turn and go straight to the quarterfinals. It can't be that evil, can it? Standing in front of the box where the lot was drawn, Yilin's expression was a bit odd as he reached his hand into the box and touched a small ball. His intuition told him that this little ball was probably the one whose turn was empty, but Yilin didn't believe him and took it out directly. But as it turned out, Yilin's intuition was indeed quite accurate, and Lin Yuan took one look at his ball and announced it straight away. Candidate Yelin, round 5. Round empty. Yelin was silent. He also didn't expect that he could actually miss 2 rounds in a row. The crowd that was following the live stream of the entrance exam was also confused. They would call Yelin the god of the lottery. The biggest dark horse of this college entrance exam had appeared, without moving his hand once, directly entering the quarterfinals. This was already a record that had never been seen before. And as for the future, I was afraid that it would be hard to come by. The first round of the first round to cry opponent. The second round of the third round of the opponent directly abandoned. The fourth round of the fifth round of the round. Write a novel, do not dare to make up so outrageous. Boss, your luck is too good. Ji Lingyu couldn't help but lament. It's fine for you to take a turn if you like to take a turn, Yi Lin said indifferently. No, I don't want it. Ji Lingyu shook his head repeatedly. Rounds are good and bad because they don't add points, and assuming you have a round 4 round, you'll be facing the 6 strongest people in this year's gauntlet in the next round, and the only way you can get another 10 points is if you beat one of them. Yelin had 2 full rounds, and at this point, his score was only 130 points. The 6th round was the quarterfinals, and the 7th round was the finals. This also meant that if he wanted to get the full 150 points, he would have to win all the next 2 battles and get the Qingqing scholarship in order to do so. If you don't have enough strength, 2 empty rounds will definitely result in a trip to the final 4 to give away your head for nothing. Who is your opponent in the 5th round? Yi Lin asked. Ji Lingyu had already gotten a score of 136 at the moment, a score that the top schools in the country were already at his disposal to pick from. So whether he lost or won in the 5th round, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Ji Lingyu unless he wanted to compete for the top spot in Qingqing. You guess? Ji Lingyu winked and smiled lewdly. Looking at Ji Lingyu with the smile, Yi Lin raised his eyebrows. It's not Zhuge and I, is it? Boss, you're so smart. You got it right on the first guess. Ji Lingyu nodded. She's not too good to deal with. If it doesn't work out, then abstain. Yi Lin opened his mouth to advise. Although Ji Lingyu's rank was 1 level higher than Zhuge Ni's, Yi Lin knew better than anyone how he got his rank. The current Ji Lingyu was still unable to perfectly control the power brought about by the sudden surge in level, and besides, his career level was only A. Therefore, even though Ji Lingyu's level was higher, his victory rate against Zhuge Ni was actually very low. Abstain? This bitch is always targeting you. I can't beat her. I have to give her a little lesson before I can do so. Don't worry boss, Ji Lingyu said as he patted his chest. Yi Lin still wanted to say something, but coincidentally, at this time, the voice of the examiner, Lin Yuan, rang out. Alright, the 5th round of the ring is ready to begin. So please come up to the stage. Wait for my good news. Ji Lingyu gave a thumbs up and walked towards the ring without looking back. In the 5th round, excluding Yi Lin, who had a blank turn, there were only 6 candidates left. The match that attracted the most attention was obviously the one between Zhuge Ni and Ji Lingyu, and at this point, both sides had already entered the section of displaying their professions and levels. Zhuge Mi, Fire Mage, level 14, Ji Lingyu, Shadow Swordsman, level 15. This appalling level caused countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Level 14 versus level 15. This was placed in previous years, and basically only appeared when the battle for the top prize was being fought. But this year, before even reaching the quarterfinals, there was already a level 14 versus level 15 battle, which made the crowd talk. Shadow-bearing swordsman? Isn't that an A-ranked profession as I recall? An A-ranked profession that can actually brush up to level 15? Everyone's constitution is different. I just once channeled 20 times in extreme anger. That's something you guys don't know, right? I saw with my own eyes that Yellen maimed the demon and then threw it to this Ji Lingyu to mend it, and he relied on that Yellen to raise his level to such a high level. There's such a good thing? I have a friend who wants to ask if he's still missing the leg pendant. Yellen? No wonder an A-ranked profession could actually brush up to level 15. So there's actually this kind of catfight going on here. At this moment in the ring, Zhuge Ni looked indifferently at Ji Lingyu, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of any expression. Ji Lingyu, I really don't understand what kind of mesmerizing soup Yi Lin has given you that could make you look up to him. Zhuge Ni said as she held the tome. Don't need you to understand. A boss. A lifetime boss. Madaka. Ji Lingyu drew a long sword that flashed with a cold aura, and his eyes became serious. After you completely recognize what kind of person Yi Lin is one day, you will definitely regret it. Zhuge Ni shook her head, clearly extremely disdainful of Ji Lingyu's choice. In her opinion, Ji Lingyu was just a dumbass who had been tricked by Yi Lin. The moment the invigilator announced the start of the competition, Zhuge Ni directly released his skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in his hand lit up, followed by countless balls of fire rising up from beside Zhuge Ni's shapely curves and smashing towards Ji Lingyu. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the entire ring to climb, and beads of sweat oozed from Ji Lingyu's forehead before the attack even arrived. Ji Lingyu gripped his long sword tightly, his figure flickering like a mass of phantoms. He was not blindly catching the fireballs hard, but skillfully utilizing the edges and corners of the ring, skillfully evading Zhuge Ni's attacks. Fireballs exploded around him, flames splattering in all directions, but they were never able to touch him in the slightest. How many times can you dodge? Zhuge Ni calmly flipped through the tome in his hand. All the fireballs instantly coalesced into a huge wall of fire, rushing towards Ji Lingyu with a heaven-destroying aura. Facing this indiscriminate attack, Ji Lingyu's eyes stared. He knew that this strike was unavoidable and had to be met head-on. He took a deep breath. The power within his body instantly erupted, and a cold light shone on his longsword as he chopped out a sword directly towards the oncoming wall of fire. Sword technique, chop. The sword chi streaked across the sky, colliding fiercely with the wall of fire in the air, emitting a deafening roar. The wall of fire was instantly torn apart by the sword chi, turning into countless streams of fire splashing in all directions, like blooming fire lotuses blossoming in the air. Ji Lingyu's silhouette was hidden in the flames, and the streams of fire fell on him, instantly scorching his skin, but he rushed towards Zhuge Ni without a care in the world. He knew very well that facing Zhuge Ni, who was a fire mage, the only way he could have a chance of winning was to fight in close quarters. Seeing this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She did not expect Ji Lingyu to be able to receive this powerful attack of hers head-on. At the same time, a wave of irritation rose in her heart. She was going to prove herself to her father by defeating Yi Lin. If she couldn't even deal with Ji Lingyu, how could she talk about dealing with Yi Lin? Thinking of this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of sternness. Facing Ji Lingyu, who was coming towards her, she did not panic because of this. Instead, she responded more calmly. The tome in his hand flipped again, and a stream of rocket vectors rose up and shot towards Ji Lingyu at extreme speed. Ji Lingyu's figure was like the wind, like a dark shadow quickly weaving between the flaming arrows. He leapt up and swooped down, skillfully dodging Zhuge Ni's attacks. When he encountered an arrow that he couldn't avoid, Ji Lingyu would swing out the long sword in his hand and send out a powerful sword chi, directly cutting off the flaming arrow. After a few dodges, Ji Lingyu arrived in front of Zhuge and managed to get close. And at that moment, instead of panicking, Zhuge picked up a smile that made Ji Lingyu's heart instantly thump. In the next second, the tome in Zhuge hand was windless, turning pages quickly, and her long hair flew up automatically. Red flame sea of fire. Above the ring, the air suddenly became scorching hot. Ji Lingyu only felt a terrifying heat wave coming over his face, causing him to almost suffocate, and with every breath he took, his nasal passages felt like they were being burned. He looked up and saw Zhuge surrounded by flames, which were no longer ordinary red, but instead took on a deep reddish golden color, as if it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterward, the flames rapidly converged, turning into a terrifying sea of fire that enveloped him. The sea of fire contained a terrifying fiery energy that seemed to swallow the entire world. As the sea of fire rose, the entire ring trembled violently, as if it was unable to withstand the terrifying force. Legendary level skill. To be able to unleash a legendary grade skill at only level 14. This girl's talent is truly excellent. A look of amazement flashed across the bottom of Examiner Lin Yuan's eyes. There's some element of trickery. That magic book in her hand. It's an epic level equipment, but it's really gifted too. Su Qingxin couldn't help but praise. That kid named Ji Lingyu is going to lose. Another examiner shook his head. Ji Lingyu in the ring's face became incredibly ugly at the moment. He then realized that just now Zhuge had purposely let him get close to him. For this moment right now, abstain. You can't break my red flame fire sea. Zhuge was bathed in fire, her long hair flying like a female fire god. At this moment, as long as Zhuge mind moved, the endless sea of fire around him would directly engulf Ji Lingyu. It was clear that he had already secured a victory, but Zhuge did not feel the slightest joy in his heart. This move was originally something she was going to save for dealing with Yi Lin, but she didn't expect to be forced to use it when dealing with Ji Lingyu. Hey, you haven't won yet. Don't talk like you've won. Ji Lingyu's eyes flashed with a flash of ruthlessness. At this moment, he had no way back, so he simply walked one way to the black. In the next second, he actually rushed towards Zhuge against the sea of fire that filled the sky, completely disregarding the threat that the flames posed to him. Stupid. Zhuge frowned slightly. Her white lotus root arm lifted, and the sea of fire instantly coalesced together, forming a terrifying giant wave of flames that slapped down head-on towards Ji Lingyu. Under the shroud of the red flame fire sea, Ji Lingyu didn't have any chance of getting close to her at all. The giant wave of flames smashed fiercely at Ji Lingyu as if it was extinguishing the world. At this moment, Ji Lingyu's figure appeared incomparably small amidst the sea of fire, as if it would be swallowed up by the endless wave of fire at any time. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Ji Lingyu didn't dodge at all and directly slammed head-on towards the giant wave of flames. This sudden scene shocked all of them, and Ji's father was so frightened that he stood up straight. Is this kid crazy? Invigilator, prepare to save the day. Lin Yuan shouted. Then his body flashed as he rushed towards the ring. The moment the flames made contact with his skin, Ji Lingyu only felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body, as if there were countless blades of flame cutting into his flesh. His clothes were ignited and turned into ashes in an instant, revealing the skin that was scorched by the flames, but he did not flinch in the slightest. As a rich son of a rich family, death was Ji Lingyu's greatest fear, but at this moment, Ji Lingyu directly put life and death at risk. Swish! A charred black figure rushed out from the sea of fire, and in Zhuge shocked gaze, a sword stabbed towards her. How could Zhuge not expect that Ji Lingyu would actually continue to attack towards her even though he was carrying the full force of the red flame fire sea? However, she was extremely calm and quickly reacted and dodged the blow, but Ji Lingyu's sword was extremely fast and still cut her left arm, and blood began to seep out. Hey! Seeing that he managed to injure Zhuge, Ji Lingyu let out a cold laugh. At this time he had already been burnt into a black charred person by the flames, only his eyes remained bright. Warning you, my boss is the person I respect the most besides my dad. Don't blame me if you ever speak ill of my boss again. As soon as the words fell, Ji Lingyu fainted directly due to his injuries and his eyes rolled white. Without hesitation, Yi Lin rushed onto the stage and used the power of the Yin-Yang twin life bracelet to start treating Ji Lingyu, who had burns all over his body, and some of his flesh was even cooked. I didn't mean to, and I didn't know he'd put up such a fight. Looking at Yi Lin's gloomy face, Zhuge didn't know why and ghostly explained. I know, it's none of your business. Yi Lin indifferently opened his mouth. Looking at Yi Lin's indifferent attitude, Zhuge instantly felt another nameless fire grow in the bottom of her heart. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't cheated Ji Lingyu, how would he have become the way he is now? In the end, was he not victimized by you? Ji Lingyu glanced at Zhuge, then withdrew his gaze, not bothering to speak again. This woman's label of having a bad brain had already penetrated into Yelin's mind, and he didn't bother to talk to her anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuge Ni was the daughter of his own teacher, Zhuge Qianqing, Yilin would have already smashed over with a forbidden spell. Once the medical staff from the high school had carried Ji Lingyu away, Yelin walked out of the ring without looking back. Zhuge Ni looked at Yilin's back, clenching her silver teeth. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complex light. She suddenly remembered Ji Lingyu's words from before. That villain that she regarded as being greedy for life and fearing for death was able to make Ji Lingyu put up such a fight. She couldn't understand why Ji Lingyu would go to such an extent for such a greedy and deceitful villain like Yilin. His own father believed in him. Ji Lingyu believed in him. Why was it that no one believed in him? An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. Was it envy or jealousy? Zhuge Ni wasn't sure. But at this moment, her desire to defeat Yilin had reached its peak. She just couldn't get used to Yilin's obvious greed for death and deception. But she still had to pretend to be bland and self-contained. The only way to completely wash away the depression in her heart was to have a proper victory. There was also her bet with her father that she would drive Yelin out from under him. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be his father's disciple. Zhuge Ni's face was filled with coldness. Yilin, I will definitely reveal your true colors. In the 6th round of the ring, there were only 4 candidates left at this point. Yilin, Luo Jun, Zhuge Ni and a candidate named Lin Linglin. The other candidates had already finished their 5 rounds of competition long ago, ending their current college entrance examination trial, and this year's top student of Qingqing's college entrance examination would be produced among these 4 people. Zhuge Ni desperately wanted to face Yilin, but after some draws, Zhuge Ni faced Lin Linglin, while Yilin faced Luo Jun. This draw has also energized countless people. They all knew that Yilin was strong, but just how strong Yilin was, no one had ever seen him actually strike. As for Luo Jun, he had just defeated Wang Zhenglin, who was also an SS-ranked professional, without any injuries, and was likewise an extremely strong existence. The battle between Zhuge Ni and Ji Lingyu just now had already proved to them that a low rank was not necessarily weak. Therefore, there were still quite a few people who were more favorable to Luo Jun. Several principals of Qingcheng High School were also excited at the moment. To them, this match between Luo Jun and Yilin was even far more important than the final. Lin Linglin's side couldn't possibly be a match for Zhuge Ni unless he suddenly exploded. And once Yilin defeated Luo Jun, it meant that the duel would be 2 students from Qingcheng High School going head-to-head, with the Qingcheng scholar being born at Qingcheng High School no matter what. If Luo Jun won, then their Yucai High School would still have a chance to reign as the top student. After all, in the previous 3 years, Qingcheng's top students had all come from Yucai High School. Principal Su, do you think Luo Jun has a good chance of winning? A principal couldn't help but ask. That's natural. He's my student. I have great confidence in him. Principal Su smiled lightly, filled with an unspeakable confidence. That's a level 18 forbidden spellcaster. The battle power of a forbidden spellcaster is already terrifying. Not to mention that the other party's level is even higher than Luo Jun's. Can Luo Jun really win? The other principal was a bit surprised. So what? Principal Su was somewhat disdainful. A ring match. Can he really be so desperate that he won't stop playing forbidden spells? Several principals nodded with deep understanding. People know that forbidden spells are powerful, but forbidden spells are extremely harmful to the body, unless it is a life and death situation, or else no one will want to release forbidden spells except for the profession of forbidden spellcasters. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to carry a single forbidden spell. Gao Zhenyu spoke quietly. Humph, won't we know after the competition? Principal Su snorted coldly. In the ring, the 2 of them, Yilin and Luo Jun, had already each displayed their rank. Rojin, Shadow Dragon Lance, level 14, Leafwood, Spellcaster, level 18. The black lance in Luo Jun's hand was pointing straight at Yilin. The black lance was shining with a ghostly black light in the sunlight, as if a real dragon was lurking in it. Luo Jun's eyes were filled with raging battle intent, and a sound of a dragon's roar could be heard faintly. Yilin, finally I've run into you. Out of all the people, you're the only one who can be considered as my enemy. As long as I defeat you, the top student of this college entrance exam will definitely be me. These words caused Zhuge Ni's face to resist sinking. This Luo Jun's words were clearly a complete lack of regard for her. Yilin was silent and speechless, only silently holding the Starfall heavenly trace. And in the midst of everyone's anticipation, along with the invigilator's announcement of the start, the battle drew to a close. This was also Yelin's first fight since entering the ring. Luo Jun's figure flashed violently, pouncing towards Yilin like a tiger. The black lance in his hand carried a thunderous momentum and stabbed straight at Yilin's heart. Yilin's face did not change. His body moved slightly, And the Starfall Heavenly Trace in his hand drew a brilliant star track to meet Luo Jun's Black Lance. He didn't use those messy forbidden spells, but instead used the simplest and most pristine Yang Shou blade technique. Luo Jun was only level 14, and each slash of the Yang Shou blade technique was twice as powerful as the previous slash, and without any surprises, it would only need to be stacked up to about 20 layers, and the power of the Starfall Heavenly Trace would not be something Luo Jun could resist. Moreover, with the Yang Shou blade technique, Yilin didn't have to worry about accidentally beating Luo Jun to death. With a knife? Luo Jun was a bit shocked. He had only seen Yilin use the world-destroying Berserker Thunder, so he had long been prepared. But he didn't expect Yilin to actually pull out a knife directly. A forbidden spellcaster, and good at melee combat? How come he didn't know that? And along with the constant collision between the Black Lance and the Starfall Heavenly Trace, Luo Jun was also getting more and more alarmed the more he fought. Yilin's blade technique seemed simple, but each blade contained a strong and incomparable power, and this power was still stacking up. The Starfall Heavenly Trace drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, colliding with Luo Jun's Black Lance, making a metallic, crisp sound and rubbing out a series of sparks. In the beginning, the Black Lance had the absolute upper hand, but as the number of times Yilin swung his sword increased, Luo Jun felt more and more overwhelmed, and cold sweat was already seeping out of his forehead. One power breaks all laws. Although Yilin would only be able to do simple slashes, the Yang Shou blade technique's superimposed power was simply too terrifying. The spectators around the ring watched in disbelief. Where was this a forbidden spellcaster dueling a warrior profession? This looked clearly like a warrior blasting another warrior. Forbidden spellcasters, is that how they fight? No, isn't he a forbidden spellcaster? Why is he able to slash against Luo Jun without even releasing a single forbidden spell? That outrageous? I'm curious too. I was expecting a forbidden spell to be flying all over the place, but it turned out to be such a scene. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. This battle, it seems that it is not quite the same as what they had imagined, and a couple of the principals at Castle High School had seen the writing on the wall. Is that the forbidden spell? It should be. Consuming one's lifespan, making each blade one swing stronger than the last. How many slashes has he swung? Is it worth it to trade his lifespan for a victory in the ring? Several principals were talking, while Principal Su's face was already unsightly. How could he not expect that Yilin would actually really fight so hard, and that he was fighting with his life expectancy? Principal Su, didn't you say that Luo Jun wouldn't necessarily lose? Judging from the current situation, he's bound to lose. Gao Zhenyu laughed extremely happily. Don't be too happy. Principal Su gritted his teeth. In the ring, Yilin's Yang Longevity blade technique had been stacked to 15 layers, each blade carrying a terrifyingly huge force. Luo Jun felt an unprecedented pressure. Even his tiger's mouth had been cracked and was dripping with blood. No! If this continues, we'll definitely lose. A hint of panic flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. The power of each of Yilin's slashes was growing exponentially, as if it was endless. One has to let go of the fight in order to have a chance to win. Shadow Heavy Breaking Strike. Luo Jun gripped the end of the gun, and the Black Lance was like a giant pillar drawn viciously towards Yilin. Yilin didn't want to block it, but to avoid appearing too shocked, he still placed his blade horizontally to block it. With this block, his entire body was jerked back and forth. Seeing that he had scored a hit, a fierce look flashed under Luo Jun's eyes. Yilin, do you think you're the only one who knows forbidden spells? Forbidden spell Dark Dragon Fall. The tip of Luo Jun's spear coalesced into a brilliant blow, a forbidden spell that he had cast with all his might. Under this shot, the entire ring seemed to tremble, and the air was filled with a solemn killing intent, as if even the true dragons were going to be bloodied when this shot was stabbed out. The moment the Black Lance stabbed out, it erupted with a dazzling light and a deafening roar. Yilin only felt a huge force coming from him. His body fell back several steps uncontrollably, and in his chest, a bloody hole was slowly expanding, blood staining his lapel. He looked down, only to see that the tip of the Black Lance had pierced through his heart, and Luo Jun was coldly looking askance at him, his eyes full of smugness and mockery. In this instant, the entire Qingcheng was silent. It's as if someone pressed a button to pause time. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have expected that Luo Jun would directly cast a forbidden spell, and even more so, that Luo Jun would be able to put a shot through Yilin's chest. Luo Jun won. What a surprise. Aren't forbidden spellcasters known as invincible existences at the same level? This Yilin was actually defeated by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels lower than himself. Luo Jun is also really open-minded, actually casting a forbidden spell directly. The crowd murmured, shock written all over their eyes. Su old dog. You old thing. For the sake of winning, you actually taught a forbidden spell to a student? Gao Zhenyu was furious and rushed over to fight with Principal Su. Although Luo Jun was highly talented, With his current strength he was not strong enough to master a forbidden spell. The only explanation for this was that in order to take the Qingqing scholar, Headmaster Su wanted Luo Jun to learn the forbidden spell even if he disregarded Luo Jun's future. Seeing that the big picture had been decided, Principal Su had a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he spoke faintly. What's wrong? It's not like there's any rule that says you can't teach a forbidden spell to a student. A loss is a loss. What? You don't want to admit it? Shameless! Gao Zhenyu cursed out angrily, and the faces of the remaining few principals were somewhat less than pleasant. Casting forbidden spells was a very heavy burden on the body, especially since Luo Jun was still a SSS-ranked profession with an unlimited future. To actually choose to go ahead and sacrifice a future genius seedling in order to take the top spot is clearly contrary to their philosophy of teaching and educating people. Luo Jun himself agreed. So I won't bother you. Principal Su's old spirit was calm and spirited. So what if you're a spellcaster? This year's top student is still from their youth's high school. Zhuge Ni stared blankly at the ring. Her feelings at the moment indescribably complex. She didn't expect that Yi Lin would actually lose to Luo Jun. However, Luo Jun's shot was indeed extremely terrifying, and Zhuge Ni wasn't sure he could dodge it. Originally, she desperately hoped to defeat Yi Lin, but now, seeing that Yi Lin was going to die soon, Zhuge Ni also couldn't help but sigh. As people died, there was no need for her to hold on to the other party. She had long ago advised Yelin that the power of the profession of forbidden spellcasters was all about overdrawing the future in life in exchange. It was just a pity that Yelin didn't listen to her words. If you had listened to advice, perhaps you wouldn't have ended up in today's situation. Zhuge Ni shook her head and murmured in a low voice. In the ring, Luo Jun was panting heavily, his face pale. It was obvious that casting the forbidden spell, Dark Dragon Fall, was also extremely exhausting for him. So what if you're level 18? It's still not the same to be defeated under my gun. Luo Jun spoke triumphantly. Who told you? I lost? Yilin calmly raised his eyes. Your heart's been pierced through and you're still talking tough? Luo Jun snorted disdainfully. It seems that the forbidden spellcasters haven't appeared for so long that the world has forgotten the terror of this profession. Yelin calmly opened his arms. No one can kill a forbidden spellcaster. A forbidden spellcaster will only die under his own forbidden spell. Forbidden spell immortality. As Yilin cast the forbidden spell, a mysterious power erupted from him, and the air around the ring seemed to freeze. It was obvious that he had been pierced through the heart, but Yi Lin was acting as if nothing had happened at the moment, swinging up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and continuing to slash at Luo Jun. Luo Jun's face suddenly changed. Being pierced through the heart could still be so terrifyingly powerful. Was this guy really human? At the same time, the twin life yin-yang bracelet on Yi Lin's wrist lit up, and a powerful energy was rapidly restoring Yi Lin's body. The wounds caused by the Dark Dragon Fall were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared. This sudden scene caused everyone to be in an uproar. They had never seen that someone could still be alive after being stabbed through the heart. Was this guy immortal? Only a few people could see what was going on, and that included Lin Yuan and the rest of them, the examiners. Immortality? Hasn't this forbidden spell been lost for a long time? I didn't expect to actually see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. The profession of a forbidden spellmaster is too terrifying. Being born with the ability to integrate forbidden spells, immunity to lethal damage at the cost of one's own lifespan. This forbidden spell is indeed considered the most powerful and practical forbidden spell that can directly immunize one time from certain death damage. First immunizing himself from lethal damage with immortality, then activating his equipment to heal his wounds. This kid is too calm. If he's not a forbidden spellcaster, he's bound to be great in the future. Some examiners couldn't help but shake their heads, regret written in the bottom of their eyes. It's a hard fact that forbidden spellcasters mean short lives. Yi Lin pressed forward step by step, each swing of the Starfall Heavenly Trace carrying a terrifying power. Luo Jun was forced to retreat. He originally thought that a shot through the heart had already sealed the victory, but now it seemed that it was entirely his own whimsy. Seeing that he was about to lose, a flash of ferocity flashed under Luo Jun's eyes, and since he had already cast it once anyway, he didn't mind doing it again. Forbidden spell Dark Dragon Fall. Luo Jun cast the forbidden spell again, and this time he aimed at Yi Lin's head. Seeing the black lance erupted into a dazzling light and attacked towards himself again, Yi Lin frowned. He didn't want to perform immortality once more in public. This thing performed more than one day might reveal itself. Thus, Yelin directly raised his hand. Forbidden spell extinction Wild Thunder. Since this kid liked forbidden spells so much, it would be good to have a forbidden spell against him himself. Yi Lin's palm pressed toward the front, and immediately the sky was covered in dark clouds, and a thunderbolt flashed madly, as if it was going to drown the entire ring. Boom! As Yi Lin moved, a thick thunderbolt directly split down from the dark clouds and blasted directly at Luo Jun. No way! Luo Jun's terrified scream rang out. Obviously the same forbidden spell. Why was the power of the forbidden spell Yi Lin had cast so terrifying? He frantically tried to dodge, but the speed of that thunder was too fast for him to make any reaction. The thunder fiercely bombarded Luo Jun's body, directly sending his body flying and ruthlessly smashing into the edge of the ring. Luo Jun was covered in charcoal, with electric arcs coming out of his body from time to time, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was lying on the edge of the ring, his body still convulsing, the crowd would even have to suspect that he was already a corpse. Looking at Luo Jun's miserable appearance, the entire room was silent. No one expected that Luo Jun would be in a situation of certain victory 1 second, but the next, he was blasted into a charcoal by one of Yi Lin's thunderbolts. This sudden reversal caused the crowd to be at a loss as to how to react. Yi Lin stood calmly in the ring, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he suddenly coughed out blood from his mouth and fell to the ground, his face even paler. Acting should be a full set. He had just released a powerful forbidden spell. If he acted as if nothing had happened, wouldn't that attract suspicion? Luo Jun was struck into charcoal by a bolt of lightning, and was then carried off by the paramedics. This guy was so ruthless, so naturally Yi Lin wouldn't be polite to him. The battle also ended in Yi Lin's victory, and Yi Lin's score came to 140 points. This also meant that the final of this year's college entrance exam would be Zhuge Ni versus Yi Lin, a civil war in Qingcheng High School. Regardless of who wins, the top prize will be Qingcheng High School's, and Gao Zhenyu has already started popping champagne in advance to celebrate. And to say who was the one who couldn't accept Luo Jun's defeat the most, it naturally had to be Principal Su of Yucai High School. His back teeth were gnashing as he stared deathly at Yi Lin above the ring. In order to win, he would not hesitate to teach Luo Jun forbidden spells, even if it meant destroying Luo Jun's future. But even so, in the end, he still lost. How could Principal Su accept this? I'm definitely going to report that Qingcheng High School's Yi Lin is guilty of intentionally killing his opponents. For him, a level 18 transmuter, to use such a powerful forbidden spell on a level 14 transmuter, that's murder. Principal Su stood up and yelled. In the ring, it was absolutely not allowed to intentionally kill opponents, but all those who were able to enter the ring, every one of them was a pride of heaven, and in the future, as long as they grew up, they were all existences that could hold their own. No matter which one died, it would be a huge loss for Great Xia. Therefore, there was a rule in the Gao Gao trial that anytime you caused the death of your opponent, you would be disqualified and all your grades would be cancelled. If it were any other time, seeing Luo Jun's dying in miserable condition, the crowd would have definitely been persuaded by Principal Su. But when they thought of the ruthlessness with which Luo Jun had just shot Yi Lin through the heart, the faces of the crowd were all extremely odd. If we're talking about intentionally killing an opponent, the Rojin one is really murder, right? If Yi Lin was not a forbidden spellcaster but another profession, he would be crippled without dying. Prosecution, you go to the college entrance examiner. It's useless to shout here. Gao Zhenyu snorted and looked at Principal Su like a clown. Gao Zhenyu, you wait, this isn't over. Principal Su gritted his teeth, then turned around and walked away, unwilling to continue watching. What followed was the Castle High School civil war, and he was only adding to his own problems by watching it. It's a deal, a double deal. Gao Zhenyu grinned, the wrinkles on his face stretching out at this moment. It's been enjoyable enough since my Ayashiro High School final civil war. I didn't expect the eyesore to have the sense to leave on his own. Great. Principal Su, who was halfway to the door, stumbled at the words and almost couldn't hold back from turning around to fuck with Gao Zhenyu. AI. So tired. How is a tall test more tiring than fighting Kensen? Yi Lin, who walked out of the ring, whispered to himself. Against Kensen, he was able to fire off a few forbidden spells if he wanted to, but in the high school, he was tied up everywhere for fear of being seen. After all, the ring match was live and countless pairs of eyes were watching. Otherwise, with Luo Jun's strength, not to mention stabbing himself, 100 Luo Jun tied together would not be enough to kill him. He still had to improve his strength as soon as possible, and when the day came when he was strong enough and wasn't afraid of others discovering his immortal body, he wouldn't have to tie his hands anymore. Moreover, the last match was against Zhuge Ni, which made Yi Lin's headache even worse. He definitely couldn't just fling a forbidden spell over like he did against Luo Jun, or else he would split Zhuge Ni into charcoal, and Zhuge Qianqing would definitely not be finished with him. Let's see, is there any forbidden spell that works? Yi Lin had a headache. He was now in desperate need of a forbidden spell that could defeat Zhuge Ni without hurting Zhuge Ni too badly. What parish crazy thunder karma fire burning sky, this kind of certainly not. This kind of forbidden spell even Luo Jun that warrior profession can't carry. Zhuge Ni this kind of mage surely rubbing the edge on death. Just as Yi Lin was having a headache, the 7th round, the final round, arrived. But for this final, the suspense is gone in the eyes of many. In the battle with Luo Jun, Yilin had already used his actions to illustrate the fearsome nature of the forbidden spellcasters, and Zhuge Ni was gone as soon as she took a forbidden spell. Above the ring, Zhuge Ni stood opposite of Yilin, her stunningly beautiful face written with complexity. She had just thought that Yilin was going to die under Luo Jun's gun, but she didn't expect that Yilin would suddenly reverse the situation with another forbidden spell, immortality. Along with the Order of the Invigilator, this battle to decide the attribution of the Qingqing scholar was also officially declared to have begun. But the weird thing was that neither Yilin nor Zhuge Ni had the slightest intention of moving. Both of them just stood frozen in place. Yilin was afraid that a forbidden spell would accidentally fend Zhuge Ni to death, while Zhuge Ni didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Zhuge Ni opened her mouth and said coldly, "Yilin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you've rested enough before striking. I don't want to take advantage of you." "No, just do it." Yilin waved his hand with a distressed expression. He thought through all the forbidden spells he currently knew and froze. None of them working. Forbidden spells either had no offensive power, such as instant dance, burning reincarnation, and necrotic return to the realm, which came with other effects, and none of the forbidden spells that had offensive power were less powerful. Good. Then don't blame me for being rude, because I have reasons why I have to win. A look of determination flashed across Zhuge Ni's eyes, and immediately after, she flipped open the tome and directly cast the skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. Above the ring, flames instantly rose up, transforming into ball after ball of fire with terrifyingly high temperatures. Whistling toward Yilin. Forbidden spell Instant Dance. Facing the incoming fireball, Yilin immediately sacrificed a waste in exchange for a fivefold increase in agility. Since he couldn't fight, he could only drag it out, until Zhuge Ni's mana was exhausted. He only had 140 points now, and in order to enter the Supreme Academy, he had to get a perfect score, which also meant that he couldn't lose this one. Yilin's figure flickered rapidly through the flames, as if he were a ghost traveling through the sea of fire. His movements were fast to the extreme, changing position every moment, and those fireballs that came whistling were only able to graze his body and fly by every time, but were unable to touch him in the slightest. Above the ring, the flames were blazing, but Yilin's figure was as comfortable in it as if he was traveling through clouds and water. This scene left everyone who was watching in awe. It was unbelievable that a forbidden spellcaster could have such high agility. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Why is this Yilin just hiding and not attacking? Wouldn't he have won if he had used that thunder forbidden spell just now? Perhaps that thunder forbidden spell consumed too much, and Yilin couldn't use it a second time for a while? It should be. How else can you explain him just dodging and not attacking? If I had to guess, this Yilin must have looked at Zhuge Ni's beauty and felt pity for her. That's why he didn't make a move. Your news is too backward. I heard through the grapevine that Yilin has been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge. He's trying to intentionally give the first prize to Zhuge Ni. In the ring, looking at Yilin, who only dodged but did not attack, Zhuge Ni clenched her silver teeth, her pretty face filled with a look of humiliation. Yilin, do you only know how to hide? Zhuge Ni gritted her teeth. In her opinion, Yilin's behavior of only dodging and not attacking was clearly a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. It's like a powerful old horse with a mouthful of pretzels teasing a weak sheep. There's a rule that you can't hide? Yilin shrugged. Good. I'd like to see how you can hide. Red flame sea of fire. Zhuge Ni droned out, her head of long hair automatically moving without wind. And in an instant, the air above the ring became scorching hot, the temperature rapidly climbing. Zhuge Ni's entire body was ablaze with flames, displaying a dazzling red-gold color that was shocking. The reddish-golden flames formed a sea of fire, encircling towards Yilin. Yilin frowned, then quickly jumped sideways left and right to dodge. The sea of fire was blazing, but Yilin's figure was as comfortable in it as flowing clouds and water. His movements were fast to the extreme. Every dodge was accurate, and those red-golden flames, although horrifying, were never able to touch him in the slightest. In a flash, Yilin once again sacrificed half of his liver, raising his agility to 7 times. The sudden increase caused Yilin's already extremely terrifying speed to surge once again, turning into a stream of light heading straight for Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni hadn't even thought that Yilin's speed could be even faster, so he was simply too late to make any reaction. Knock! With a crisp ringing sound, Yilin carried the Starfall Heavenly Trace and used the back of the thick blade to knock on Zhuge Ni's skull with a crunching sound. Zhuge Ni covered her head and squatted on the ground. She was pampered since childhood. Where has she suffered this kind of aggression? A moment of pain and tears have emerged. The top of the head is bulging a big bag. The corner of the head. You lose. Yilin spoke calmly. The difference in strength between him and Zhuge Ni was already obvious. If he had just used the blade instead of the back of the knife, With the sharpness of the starfall heavenly mark, Zhuge head would have been split in half by now. 3 simple words instantly shattered Zhuge mental defenses. Shame. It's outright humiliating. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept this humiliating defeat. Who told you I lost? I didn't forfeit. I didn't lose the fight. This fight can still continue. Zhuge stood up angrily, refusing to admit defeat at all. Several more fireballs were smashed towards Yilin between the lifts of his hands. Yilin frowned. He didn't expect Zhuge to be so stubborn. In that case, just kick her off the stage next time. In order to prevent accidentally killing Zhuge Yilin still didn't use any other forbidden spells and only used instantaneous dance. Looking at Yilin, who was dodging left and right, as slippery as a loach, the anger in Zhuge heart increased. I can't lose. I don't want to lose. I definitely don't want to lose to this annoying guy. The condescension in her heart caused Zhuge aura to climb extremely fast as her flame power reached its peak. She droned out, her hands rapidly forming a seal in front of her chest. A flame power even more powerful than before erupted from her body, and the tome in front of her was even flipping at great speed. Above the ring, the air seemed to be distorted by this force, forming a crimson pattern as if ancient runes were floating in the air. Yilin, since you're so good at dodging, try dodging this move again. Zhuge voice carried a raging anger. Dragon Scroll Inferno Curse. Zhuge pair of jade hands violently pushed forward, only to see those crimson lines instantly converge into a huge flame tornado that whistled straight toward Yilin. This flame tornado was different from the previous sea of fire. It was as if it had a life of its own, dancing recklessly in the air, releasing terrifyingly high temperatures with every rotation, as if it wanted to burn everything to the ground. After casting this skill, Zhuge body was already wet with fragrant sweat, and her face was also slightly white. Obviously casting this skill also had great consumption for her. The tome was even more broken, and one should know that it was an epic level equipment. Looking at the broken tome, a look of heartache flashed under Zhuge eyes. But it's all worth it if you can win. She firmly believed that with this move, there was absolutely nowhere for Yilin to hide. As expected, this time, no matter how Yilin dodged, this flaming tornado was like an attached bone, following him to death. A skill with the ability to lock on to follow? Yilin frowned slightly. Then he looked at Zhuge who was not far away, and he instantly thought of a solution. Possessing 7 times the agility, he appeared behind Zhuge with just a flash. A mage, without the protection of his teammates, facing a very fast opponent and releasing a skill with a lock-on follow ability is tantamount to committing suicide. Such a simple truth. Didn't you listen to it in class? Yilin's voice rang in Zhuge's ears, and at this moment, that flame tornado was like a raging fire dragon that was coming this way at extreme speed. If this momentum continued, the flame tornado would definitely hit Zhuge before hitting Yilin. Wrap it up. Yilin calmly opened his mouth, and when Zhuge collected this skill, he would kick her off the stage and directly end this farce. Facing the incoming flame tornado, Zhuge's face turned white, then a look of humiliation flashed across her beautiful eyes. Don't you dare! Instead of cancelling the release of the skill Dragon Scroll Inferno spell, Zhuge increased the output of his spiritual power, making the flame tornado even more furious. This looked like it was going to die with Yilin. Nay. When Zhuge Qianqing in the outside world saw the scene, he immediately stood up in fear. He also did not expect that his daughter would be determined to such an extent. Do you want to win even if you die? Lin Yuan and a few of their examiners were also taken aback. Prepare to be saved. Facing the crazy Zhuge Yilin frowned slightly. Crazy woman. Zhuge refused to stop, so naturally he couldn't really use Zhuge as a shield. After all, this was his teacher's daughter. Even if Zhuge has 1,000 wrongs, Zhuge Qianqing's good to himself can be real. He can't possibly stand by and watch Zhuge die. Yilin reached out and pulled Zhuge behind himself. Then with a lift of his hand, a terrifying force erupted from his palm, and the ring underneath his feet instantly trembled, emitting a deafening roar. Forbidden spell Wall of Size. A stone wall rose up in the middle of Yilin and the flame tornado, which was extremely arcane, as if it wasn't composed of a solid body. This was exactly one of the forbidden spells that Yilin had just unlocked after upgrading. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. The forbidden spellcaster summons the Wall of Size from the deepest depths of the underworld at the cost of his own life force to block frontal incoming attacks, which are ineffective if the attacker's level has not exceeded the forbidden spellcaster's level by more than 20. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name. With the Wall of Size summoned by Yilin's current level 18, a transmogrifier below level 38 would not be able to break through this wall and could only look at it and sigh. The fiercely incoming flame tornado crashed into the Wall of Size and didn't trigger any sound. The raging flames were swallowed up by the Wall of Size bit by bit and eventually turned into nothing. As the wall of sighs dispersed, Yi Lin's figure was still standing there steadily, while Zhuge Ni was firmly protected behind him, not damaged in the slightest. The several examiners saw that the flame tornado had been resolved by Yi Lin and tacitly stopped themselves. What on earth? What kind of power is it? Zhuge Ni was frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She was clearly prepared to die with Yi Lin, but Yi Lin so easily diffused her full force strike and even protected her behind her back. At this moment, Zhuge Ni finally realized clearly what a terrifying gulf of strength there was between her and Yi Lin. Fool! Stop gawking and come turn around. Yi Lin rubbed Zhuge Ni's hair affectionately. That smile was gentle and affectionate, making Zhuge Ni a little frozen for a moment. She suddenly felt that the Yi Lin in front of her didn't seem to be as annoying as she thought. Suddenly it feels a little sweet as what's going on. I seem to be knocking them both a little bit. Stubborn, haughty princess meets powerful, gentle knight. Mama. Bookless smashes the store. I can see it. Yi Lin isn't trying to give away the scholarship. He's just afraid of hurting Zhuge Ni. That's why he keeps dodging. So sweet. How could there be such a gentleman? I really can't bear to let Zhuge Ni suffer a single bit of harm. The Qingqing crowd that was watching the live broadcast couldn't help but have a hint of an anti-smile at the corner of their mouths as they watched the cozy scene on the stage. As the crowd watched, Yi Lin slowly turned Zhuge Ni's body in a different direction, then viciously kicked Zhuge Ni's ass. Get lost you, like you're sick. Zhuge Ni was simply unprepared, and Yi Lin's all-out kick sent her entire body flying into the air, her delicate body drawing a beautiful parabola in the air. And then she fell headfirst onto the ground outside the ring, falling into a dog's poop in a sorry state. Castle crowd. Several examiners. Zhuge Chixing. This sudden big kick from Yellen made everyone freeze. Zhuge Ni's upturness even had a large size 43 shoe print clearly visible, and the live camera even gave it a close-up shot. The Qingqing crowd couldn't help but open their mouths wide with disbelief at this moment. 1 second it's a sweet, hormonal scent. The next how come it's a violent flogging, a kick in the pants of a beautiful girl. Is this like this? Yi Lin. Blah blah blah. Zhuge Ni rose from the ground and spat out the sandy soil in her mouth, her face red with anger. She had just had a slight change in her impression of Yi Lin, and this kick had undoubtedly shattered all of her filters. Yi Lin really didn't have any mercy on his feet. Zhuge Ni could clearly feel that half of her ass had been kicked and swollen. The two flaps of her ass were big on one side and small on the other, and the big one was even vaguely painful. I'm not done with you on this one. You wait for me. Zhuge Ni put down her harsh words and turned around to leave. But as soon as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain came from her buttocks, causing her to suck in cold air in pain. Looking at Zhuge Ni who limped away, the invigilator in the ring looked at Yi Lin with a very odd expression. Such a beautiful beauty. This kid is also really underhanded. Spiteful as he was, the invigilator did not forget his duty and announced at once. In the final round of the ring, candidate Yellen wins. Score added by 10. At this point, Yellen's score reached 150 points. And he also won the Qingqing scholarship. This should be enough to enter the Supreme Academy now, right? Yi Lin muttered. A perfect score plus a top scorer was the best that could be achieved in the high school trial. A host in black silk heels quickly walks up to the ring with a microphone and says with a sweet smile for the camera, "Hello viewers who are watching the live broadcast. I am the host of Qingqing Vision, Wei Benlu." After a day of exciting and unparalleled duels, the top scholar of the 886th Higher Education Examination Trial has been born. And he is student Yi Lin, who is beside me. In the past, at this time of the year, loud cheers would definitely ring out in Xinjiang, but this year it was eerily silent. Student Yi Lin, as this year's top student, do you have anything you want to say to the audience behind the camera? Wei Benlu looked at Yi Lin and inquired. No, Yellen answered truthfully. No. Wei Benlu froze for a moment. Then being a professional host she immediately resumed her sweet smile. Yi Lin student is really high in Kolaha. Then Yi Lin student won the first prize. Any thoughts or anyone you want to thank? Thanks to the examiner, I guess, for helping me empty 2 rounds. Yi Lin answered truthfully. Don't you want to thank your parents? Wei Benlu pursued. I'm an orphan, Yellen answered truthfully. Wei Benlu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. How could she continue this interview? This might become a major black spot in her career. She hurriedly changed the topic and continued to ask, then does Yi Lin-san have any wishes? I want to enter the Supreme Academy. Yi Lin answered truthfully. When these words came out, many people who were watching the live broadcast were at a loss. Wasn't the best academy the Great Summer Academy? And where did the Supreme Academy come from? Host Wei Benlu, on the other hand, was relieved that Yellen had finally said something she could continue to pick up on. That's too much of a coincidence. Today, the head of the Supreme Academy's Qingqing region, teacher Su Qingxin Su, is at the site of the entrance exam trial, Let's welcome Teacher Su. As soon as Wei Benlu's words fell, the camera locked onto Su Qingxin's body. Dressed in a long green dress, Su Qingxin appeared in front of the camera, causing many of the viewers who were watching the live broadcast to brighten up and give a sigh of relief. This mature and flavorful beauty is almost as good for men as it is for young and old. Let me explain for my audience friends. The Supreme Academy only admits the best 100 people from the college entrance exam trials every year. You can interpret the Supreme Academy as a special forces training camp in the academy, Wei Benlu explained. Teacher Su, this year's top student of the Qingcheng College entrance examination. Yi Lin's wish is to enter the Supreme Academy, and you're in charge of enrollment in the Qingcheng area of the Supreme Academy. So may I ask if this wish of Mr. Yi Lin can be fulfilled? Wei Benlu sweetly inquired. Su Qingxin frowned slightly at the words, then shook her head. Student Yi Lin, don't blame me for speaking straight. This wish of yours, I'm afraid it's going to fall through. Su Qingxin words, whether it is Yi Lin this party, or Wei Benlu or is watching the live broadcast of all the people, all froze on the spot. What do you mean? Although the Supreme Academy did sound bullish and bombastic, it wasn't so bad that it couldn't even look down on a city's top student, right? Even Zhuge Qianqing's brows under his gold-rimmed glasses were slightly furrowed as he vaguely had guessed something. On the other hand, the faces of Lin Yuan and the few examiners were not the least bit shocked, and it was obvious that they had already known about the fact that Su Qingxin couldn't look at Yi Lin. Why? Yi Lin couldn't help but ask. With a full score of 150 points, plus the Qingcheng scholar, with these two prerequisites, the Supreme Academy shouldn't have rejected him any more than it did. As you know, your profession, a forbidden spellcaster. Su Qingxin's tone was very cold. The profession of forbidden spellcaster has appeared a total of 11 times since the existence of the transmogrifier, and the average life expectancy of these 11 was 22 years, with the longest-lived one living to the age of 24 years and 10 months. This also means that you have no value to be cultivated at all. The power you have now is something you've traded for by overdrawing your future in your life force. Pouring resources into you is like throwing money into the sea. It doesn't produce any value. Don't blame me for talking straight, but it's the truth. As soon as Su Qingxin's words fell, quite a few people who were watching the live broadcast fell into deep thought. They had to admit that although Su Qingxin spoke badly, what she said was indeed very reasonable. Forbidden spellcasters are known for their short lives. The university would train a transmuter for 4 years. Yi Lin was now 18 and would be exactly 22 when he graduated, and the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster was also 22. It also means that Yelin will likely return on the spot as soon as he graduates. Wouldn't the resources that have been poured into him over the past 4 years to develop him be a basket case? After figuring this out, the crowd also understood why Su Qingxin had refused to admit Yi Lin, and for a moment, a touch of pity appeared in their gazes towards Yi Lin. What a bright new star, but it's a pity that it won't be bright for long and will be extinguished. I see. Yi Lin nodded calmly. Although there was some disappointment, it wasn't a big deal. He had tried his best to fight for it, and there was nothing he could do if Su Qingxin couldn't see him. He couldn't let him directly tell Su Qingxin that he was actually immortal in front of everyone. Could he? In that case, I'm afraid that what one would enter would not be the Supreme Academy, but some laboratory institute. Right at this moment, a figure appeared on Yi Lin's side. The person who came was cloaked in a trench coat, wore gold glasses, and had an elegant temperament. It was Zhuge Qianqing. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing trespassing into the examination room without authorization, several of Lin Yuan's examiners frowned, but did not say anything more. After all, the name of Mr. Zhuge was as good as their ears, and at this time, the college entrance exam trial had already ended, so Zhuge Qianqing barging in wouldn't affect anything, so they turned a blind eye to it. On the contrary, the moment Su Qingxin saw Zhuge Qianqing, her eyes became incomparably complicated, and Zhuge Qianqing's expression was somewhat unnatural. The two seemed to be old acquaintances. Mr. Su, perhaps I've solved the problem you're worried about. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses and placed his large warm hand on top of Yi Lin's shoulder. In a flash, a force of stars surged into Yi Lin's body, wreaking havoc in his body. Yi Lin suffered silently without saying a word. Even if Zhuge Qianqing wanted to harm him, he wouldn't do it here in plain sight. Yi Lin is my disciple. I have researched a way to drastically reduce the effects of casting forbidden spells on the forbidden spellcaster himself. If you don't believe me, you can bring Yi Lin to have his body checked and you'll know, Zhuge Qianqing said. As soon as the words fell, many of the people who were watching the live broadcast changed their faces furiously, and the gazes of some of the Qingcheng bigwigs who had daughters looking at Zhuge Qianqing became even more fervent. There was indeed a rumor earlier that Mr. Zhuge had taken on a disciple. Now that Zhuge Qianqing had admitted it himself in front of everyone, he had undoubtedly personally confirmed Yi Lin's identity as a disciple. Yi Lin's heart was also moved for a moment, Zhuge Qianqing was undoubtedly taking all the attention to himself. As time went on, the fact that he, the forbidden spellcaster, was alive and well would certainly arouse the suspicion of those who were interested. Zhuge Qianqing said these words under the eyes of everyone, undoubtedly protecting him and pushing himself into the limelight, and anyone else's suspicions would only be on Zhuge Qianqing's body. The gazes of Lin Yuan's few people also became fiery. If Zhuge Qianqing could really reduce the effects of casting forbidden spells on forbidden spellcasters, then Yi Lin could truly become a star of tomorrow. Other than that, as long as he could live to the age of 30, the situation would be completely different. A forbidden spellcaster with an extra 8 years of life expectancy was enough to make countless people afraid. Only Su Chengxin's face remained unchanged, and her gaze was even colder. Mr. Zhuge, it's true that you're good at astrological divination, but when it comes to research and understanding of transmutations, can you be as proficient as the professors of my Supreme Academy? Even the professors of the Supreme Academy failed to research something that you were able to research. Do you think I would believe it? You're asking me, Supreme Academy, to train a forbidden spellcaster on empty promises. What if he still doesn't live past the age of 25? Will you compensate for the lost resources? Facing Su Chengxin's aggressive questioning, Zhuge Qianqing frowned slightly, then sighed. Chang Xin, can you not take it personally? I'm discussing this matter with you very seriously. Don't you just need to check Yi Lin's body and won't you know everything? He had just destroyed Yi Lin's body to a just right degree. Zhuge Qianqing was confident that concealing it from Su Chengxin would definitely not be a problem. Mr. Zhuge, I didn't bring a personal clarity, and I'm also very serious about this matter with you. Su Chengxin had a cold face. At this time, countless people's gazes are flashing with the light of gossip. Any of them again stupid can also see. Zhuge Qianqing and Su Chengxin too have a story between we, the Supreme Academy, will not recruit a forbidden spellcaster? Mr. Zhuge, please don't mess around. Su Chengxin spoke coldly. Zhuge Qianqing frowned helplessly. He could see that Su Chengxin was now determined to reject Yi Lin. Forget it, teacher. If the Supreme Academy doesn't go, I don't care. It's just an academy. Yi Lin didn't want to see Zhuge Qianqing in trouble, so he took the initiative and said. At that moment, a derisive and teasing voice suddenly rang out. What a big mouth. Just one academy? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cameraman was very dedicated to focusing the camera on the source of the sound. He only saw a young man dressed in white robes, walking slowly with a sneering smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Yi Lin with a hint of disdain. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, then he fiercely stepped out. A powerful aura instantly erupted out and directly rushed towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin only felt a huge force instantly rush to his body. The whole person was like a lightning strike. The blood in his body was tossing and turning. He couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could clearly feel that the strength of the youth in front of him was not even weaker than Kensen. Humph. A forbidden spellcaster is nothing but a flash in the pan. And you dare to speak up here? You don't know how thick the sky is just because you won the first prize? Which one who can enter the Supreme Academy is not a scholar? The young man sneered. Remember, the person who defeated you, Yun Guanlo, a freshman at Supreme Academy. Oh, Ma Rising is a sophomore. Silence. Whether it was the Lapis Plaza or the people of Qingcheng who were watching the live broadcast, they were all silent at this moment. The crowd was dumbfounded, their eyes glittering with astonishment. Just now, they had only heard the host, Wei Benlu, say how strong and powerful the Supreme Academy was, and they had no concrete concept yet. But when Yun Guanlo stepped out and struck Yi Lin with a single blow that caused him to spit out blood from a large mouth, they finally understood what a terrifying place the Supreme Academy was. One should know that Yun Guanlo was just preparing to move up to the second year of college, which also meant that he had only been studying at the Supreme Academy for a year. And Yellen? This year's top student in Qingcheng, the strongest person in the entire Qingcheng, and a forbidden spellcaster. Even so, in front of Yun Guanlo, Yellen was still hit with one blow and coughed up blood. It's horrible. No wonder Zhuge Qianqing wanted to send Yi Lin to the Supreme School even though he had to personally intervene. In many colleges, juniors and even seniors didn't have such a terrifying strength as Yun Guanlo. A good academy can definitely set the future of a transmigrant. Yun Guanlo, if you dare to strike and hurt someone without authorization again, I'll have to punish you for writing a review when you get back, Su Chengxin said in a feigned manner. I know Mr. Su. I didn't want to hurt him either. I just wanted to say hello to him. Who knew he was so weak? Yun Guanlo hemmed and hawed, not putting Yi Lin in his eyes at all. Yi Lin climbed up from the ground, wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, and calmly looked at Yun Guanlo. If he were to go all out regardless, it was hard to say who would win between him and Yun Guanlo, but as of now, he really wasn't Yun Guanlo's opponent. Seeing that Yi Lin still dared to look at himself, Yun Guanlo's eyes grew cold and the corner of his mouth gently picked up. What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, you're always welcome to challenge me. Will do. What happened today? Yilin keeps it in mind. Yilin opened his mouth and said, ha 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 ha, a punk is just a punk. A couple of perfunctory sentences. And you're really taking it seriously? You'll never have a chance to win against me in your life. Stupid X. Yun Guanlo laughed disdainfully. Your confidence, is it that Zhuge Qianqing? You're just a toad who sits on a well and watches the sky. Some people in Qingqing respect him and call him Mr. Zhuge. Look at the whole of this Xia. He's nothing. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Yilin meant that it was impossible to enter the Supreme Academy, and no matter which of the other academies Yilin went to, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him in the Supreme Academy. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yun Guanlo was too aware of the gap between the Supreme Academy and those ordinary academies. Whether it was the resources they possessed or the strength of their teachers, it was not something that could be compared to ordinary academies. Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? Yilin inquired calmly. He didn't care much if Yun Guanlo insulted him, but Yun Guanlo insulting Zhuge Qianqing had touched Yilin's bottom line. Oh, what's the bet? Yun Guanlo came to be interested. 1 year later, I'll go to the Supreme Academy to challenge you, to see if the students of the Supreme Academy are truly invincible. Yilin opened his mouth and said, you really dare to challenge me? Ha 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 ha. Yun Guanlo laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes and looked at Yilin as if he was looking at a clown. Yes, both to divide the highs and the lows, and to decide life and death. Yilin spoke seriously. When these words came out, not only did Yun Guanlo freeze, the rest of the people were also in an uproar. This is a life and death situation. How terrifying a forbidden spellcaster could be when he put his life on the line was something everyone knew by heart. Yilin, don't be impulsive. Zhuge Qianqing hurriedly pulled Yilin back. Although Yun Guanlo is arrogant, but he does have arrogant capital. This guy's level has been close to 45 level. After another year, break through 50 level straight to 60 level is not impossible. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not impulsive. Yilin gave Zhuge Qianqing a reassuring look. Zhuge Qianqing frowned. He wasn't worried that Yilin would lose. He was worried that Yilin would accidentally expose the secret of his immortal body, both to divide the highs and the lows, and to decide life and death. Yun Guanlo grinned, and his expression became serious. Good. Yun Guanlo, accept this bet. The scene was also recorded live. The crowd in Qingcheng were all in shock. They all didn't expect that Yilin was so bold that he dared to set a life and death agreement with Cloudview Tower. Right now Yun Guanlo was able to defeat him with a single strike. A year from now Yun Guanlo would only be even stronger. Where exactly did he get his confidence? Since Teacher Su was adamant about refusing to admit Yilin, then I won't bother you anymore, so I'll take my leave. Zhuge Qianqing said nothing more, called Zhuge Ni and Yilin and prepared to leave. Zhuge Qianqing, don't you have anything else to say to me? Su Qingxin said through clenched teeth. No. Zhuge Qianqing did not look back. His face did not change. Su Qingxin's face, on the other hand, suddenly turned white. Watching the scene, Yilin silently followed behind Zhuge Qianqing, but his heart was itching like a cat scratching. Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin's relationship is definitely not simple. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Zhuge Ni also rarely looked for Yilin's trouble and followed Zhuge Qianqing just as silently because she also wanted to know. Girls are obviously more curious about gossip than boys. Back in Qingcheng, Yilin was just about to ask how it went when a cheer went up. He looked up and saw Gao Jinyu rushing towards him with the teachers and students of Qingcheng High School, excitement written all over his face. Our scholar is back. I've been watching this kid since I was a kid. A loan transfer. How would an ordinary person dare to do that? My Qingcheng High School has finally produced a top student as well. Yelin was clustered in the center, and then the excited students and teachers lifted and threw him into the air. Scholar! 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 In this kind of atmosphere, Yilin felt extremely uncomfortable. He was enjoying himself a bit and was a bit embarrassed. It's like a rat in a sewer being pulled out and left in the sun. After all, for 17 years before this, he had lived in the slums and usually didn't even have anyone to talk to. And experiencing this kind of star-studded feeling for the first time made him extremely unfamiliar. After easily getting rid of the cheering crowd, Yilin returned to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. Zhuge Ni frowned when she saw that it was him who had come, then coldly grunted and stopped looking at him. Yilin didn't pay attention to her, but walked straight to Zhuge Qianqing and sat down. He knew that since the Supreme Academy couldn't go, Zhuge Qianqing must have something else to instruct him. But before Zhuge Qianqing could speak, Yilin took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, I know you have something to say, but allow me to ask a question first. What is your relationship with that Su Cheng Xin?" This question had already made Yilin curious all the way. If the person in charge of the Supreme Academy's Qingqing region wasn't Su Qingxin, he might still have a chance to enter the Supreme Academy, but there was no way. Maybe this was just the creation of the world. I knew you would ask this. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head and laughed bitterly. At this moment, Zhuge and I also couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen quietly. That's just it. There's nothing I can't say. Su Cheng Xin is my first love. First love? As soon as Zhuge Qianqing's words left his mouth, 3 people simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Even Guiqin, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but jump out. To think that Zhuge Qianqing actually still had such a past with Su Qingxin? Yilin's face also became odd. He said how he felt that the two were not quite right, saying that the enemies did not look like enemies. Shouldn't first love be a white moonlight by definition? Teacher, how come I see the relationship between the two of you as if? Yilin wanted to say something. Zhuge Qianqing let out a bitter smile, took off his glasses, and rubbed his brow. It's a long story. At that time, I, too, was just a brat who had just entered the university. And by chance, I met Su Qingxin, and the two of us fell in love with each other. And it didn't take long for us to determine our relationship together. After that, we spent a period of fairly happy and hot love. And I also discovered a problem with Su Qingxin, which is that she likes to hold everything in her heart and then go cold turkey with me. I told her to say if she had something to say and she said she really understood without saying it. And then there was this one time when we had a fight and she deleted all my contact information and she ignored me when I went to her. I thought the two of us had broken up, but it turned out that after almost 6 years, or 7, she suddenly sent me a message asking me if I knew it was wrong to have a Cold War for so long. If coax her, she will get back together with me. I realized then that she has never started a new relationship. Zhuge Qianqing's face was written with helplessness, and even Zhuge and I had seen her father reveal this look for the first time. In her memories, Zhuge Qianqing always had a favored look no matter what she encountered. Mr. Zhuge, then what were you doing at that time? Guoqin couldn't help but gossip. Zhuge Qianqing's face was odd as he looked towards Zhuge and I and said, Nene was just born and I was holding the baby. Yellen, Guoqin, Zhuge and I. 3 people for a moment do not know what to say. Good, said Su Qingxin. Make it? She really for Zhuge Qianqing guard body like jade for 6 or 7 years, said Zhuge Qianqing. Problem it? Normal people who can think of someone can be Cold War for 6 or 7 years it? The latter, even if Zhuge Qianqing didn't say anything, they could probably guess it. It was no wonder that it would come to this. Su Qingxin could not see Yilin, who was a forbidden spellcaster, and with the addition of Zhuge Qianqing's relationship, she would be even more incapable of admitting herself. Well, let's not talk about it. Zhuge Qianqing put on his glasses and resumed that bashful and self-contained look as he first looked at Zhuge and I. Nimi. With your strength and talent, you should be able to enter the Supreme Academy. There's no need for you to reject it just because of me. The Supreme Academy is indeed the topmost academy in Great Xia. Good, Zhuge and I nodded obediently. As for Yilin, your best option is left to the Great Summer Academy. Zhuge Qianqing sighed and said. Zhuge and I squinted at Yilin with a hint of pity in her eyes. Although Yellen won her and got the top prize in Qingqing's college entrance examination, Yellen still couldn't compare to her. However, it was just a slight achievement in exchange for overdrafting the future. And after entering the Supreme Academy, her Zhuge's future would only be even more dazzling. Although she lost to Yilin, Zhuge and I still didn't change her opinion of Yilin. That day Yilin left her alone to face the dragon blood beast, and turned around and fled on her own cowardly behavior, always made her unable to let go of her mind. Thinking of this, Zhuge and I thought of Ling Knight again. That fellow, why didn't he take the entrance exam? Could it be that he went to another city? But it didn't matter. Someone as outstanding as Ling Knight would definitely appear inside the Supreme Academy as well. Zhuge's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of fire. Perhaps when he arrived at the Supreme Academy, he would be able to meet Ling Knight himself. It's okay, teacher. Daxia Academy isn't bad. Yilin was open-minded. The slums themselves had been living there for more than 10 years. Daxia Academy was better than the slums of Qingcheng no matter what, right? Then both of you go get ready. The people from the admissions office should be here soon. Just as Zhuge Qianqing's words fell, the wooden door of the small courtyard was knocked on. Before Zhuge Qianqing could say anything, the door was pushed open, and then Su Qingxin walked in with Yun Guanlo. Just after listening to Zhuge Qianqing finish his story with Su Qingxin, he saw the parties involved, and all 3 of Yilin's expressions were a bit wonderful. Su Qingxin didn't notice anything wrong, and walked straight towards Zhuge and I. Then she took out a guilt acceptance letter from a delicate leather folder and handed it to Zhuge and I, revealing a gentle smile and said, Student Zhuge and I, on behalf of the Supreme Academy, I would like to formally extend an invitation to you, hoping that you can become a member of our Supreme Academy. Thank you, Ms. Su. Zhuge and I received the acceptance notice. Looking at the big hot gold letters on it, a bright light flashed in her eyes. The Supreme Academy was so highly respected even by her father. It must have something outstanding. Zhuge Ni was holding the acceptance letter of the Supreme Academy, seemingly waving it in front of Yi Lin, as if he was showing off. As a matter of fact, she did. How was it not a victory that what Yelin had fought so hard for could not be fought for was obtained by her? Good. Then I'll leave first. Remember to come report at the academy. Su Qingxin smiled faintly, seeing that she did not look at Zhuge Qianqing, turned around and left. Before Yun Guanlo left, he gestured towards Yi Lin to cut his throat before following Su Qingxin away. Yi Lin looked as normal and narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Qingxin front foot just left. After the foot of a large group of people came over. The leader is a dragon walk. Majestic man. Qingcheng High School's principal Gao Zhenyu and a large number of journalists photography with the man behind. Yi Lin come over here. This is our Qing City Lord, Hu Wang. Gao Zhenyu hurriedly introduced him. Hello, student Yi Lin. The top student really has an extraordinary temperament. Hu Wang extended his big hand, and the photographers behind him hurriedly gave a close-up when they saw this. Yi Lin didn't move, but instead frowned with some confusion. Principal, what's this for? The City Lord has come to present you with a first-place award. The prize money alone is $5 million. Gao Zhenyu whispered. When Yi Lin heard this, his brows instantly relaxed and he smiled with joy as he hurriedly and excitedly shook Hu Wang's hand. So it's City Lord Hu. I've heard a lot about you. It's really better than seeing you. The corner of Hong's mouth twitched slightly. His intuition told him that if it wasn't for the reward, he was afraid that Yelin wouldn't even be prepared to take care of himself. The moment the two shook hands, the photographer next to them hurriedly clicked the pictures, and Wei Benlo reappeared, smiling sweetly at the camera. Friends of the audience, we can see that City Lord Hu is having a friendly exchange with the scholarship scholar, and City Lord Hu has high hopes for the current Qingcheng scholarship. Yelin very cooperatively flashed a polite smile at the camera and asked in a low voice in passing, by the way City Lord, how do I pay that $5 million? Hit my card or cash? I don't have a bank card yet. Hu Wang cried and laughed. Don't worry Mr. Yelin, this money won't be less for you. City Lord Hu, you don't know. I've been living in the slums for over 10 years and I'm scared of being poor. Yi Lin said sincerely. I don't feel at ease until the money is in my hands. 1. Although 5 million was not a small amount, but could he still owe 5 million and not pay it? As the Lord of Qingxing City? Xiaolu the process goes faster. Go straight to the awards piece, Hu Wang said helplessly. Okay City Lord Hu. Wei Benlu obediently did as he was told, and the tedious process in front of him was skipped, going straight to the awarding of the prizes. 3 Cheongsamclad MC ladies came in style with 3 trays. The first reward is $5 million in cash. This is Qingqing's official encouragement to you. I hope that student Yi Lin will refrain from arrogance and create another brilliant career. Hu Wang smiled and handed a big sign with $5 million written on it to Yi Lin. The photographer clicked photos next to him, and only after the photos were taken did Hu Wang hand a card to Yi Lin. The second reward, a bundle of epic skill scrolls of your choice. When these words came out, many people's pupils shrunk violently. A skill scroll of your choice, or an epic one. This reward could not be described as less generous. This also means that no matter what your profession is, you can self-select an epic skill that suits you. But when Hu Wang handed such a precious scroll to Yi Lin saw it but the corner of his mouth twitched. As a forbidden spellcaster, the skill scroll was not useful to him at all. It was too hard to wipe his ass, but he reached out and took it anyway. He wouldn't be foolish enough to embarrass Hung in plain sight. The third reward is the entrance quota to the scholarship secret realm. Hu Wang handed a token to Yi Lin and then opened his mouth to explain. The scholar's secret realm. Only the scholar of each city has the opportunity to enter. This secret realm is extremely special. Everyone who enters the secret realm can have the body of immortality. Crap, Guo Qin, who was at the side, exclaimed in shock at the words. Then in that secret realm, wouldn't it be possible to not care about anything and focus on brushing monsters all the time? Yes, anyone who walks out of the scholarship secret realm will not be below level 20. Hu Wang nodded. Then why don't you just stay in there and brush until you reach level 99 and then come out? You won't die anyway, Wei Qin wondered. It's because the magical creatures in the scholarship mystic realm are limited and can only be opened once after a year of warming up. Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth to explain, then looked at Yi Lin. This secret realm is extremely suitable for you. Yi Lin nodded, and a flash of blaze flashed under his eyes. He could go all out, then he wouldn't be polite. Hu Wang also patted Yi Lin's shoulder hard and said aloud, Yi Lin, work hard and try to help our Qingcheng come back with the title of national champion. There's still a national top student? Yelin asked. Of course there is. When you come out of the scholar's secret realm, the person with the highest rank is the national scholar. Hu Wang explained. Then what's the reward for the national top student? Yi Lin pursued. This was what he cared about. I'm not sure about this. After all, our Qingchang has never produced a national scholar before. But one thing is for sure. It's definitely more generous than the reward for the Qingchang scholar. Hu Wang patiently explained that with Yi Lin's presence, this year would undoubtedly be the most promising year for Qingchang. Okay. When Hung said that, Yelin was much more interested. After Hu Wang left, Zhuge Qianqing called Yi Lin into the room alone. Yi Lin, you have to remember one thing. Don't use forbidden spells in the scholarship mystic realm that will drain your lifespan. Is it because although the scholarship mystery realm can give people an immortal body, it can't slow down the aging of the human body? Yi Lin asked rhetorically. Not bad. You're very smart. And also, after coming out of the scholarship mystic realm, make a trip back to Qingcheng as soon as possible. Zhuge Qianqing looked out the window as a large green praying mantis leapt up and used its pincers to hold its prey in a death grip. Those people, they might be finding the gate of the apocalypse soon. Okay, teacher. Yelin touched his stomach. And there, a key lay quietly inside. Early the next morning, Hu Wang reappeared, and he brought Yi Lin to the core of Qingcheng, where a teleportation array lay silently. All the cities within the Great Summer are interconnected by transmission arrays. After all, there are horrible demons everywhere outside the city. The previous high-speed trains and airplanes and whatnot simply won't work. Halfway there will be intercepted by the demons. Each activation of the teleportation array consumed a huge amount of resources. So not to mention ordinary people, many transmigrators had never left the city they were born in their entire lives. If it wasn't for Yi Lin, the scholar, Hu Wang wouldn't have been able to afford to activate the teleportation array. Yelin-san, good luck. At Hu Wang's encouraging voice, the teleportation array lit up with a brilliant light. The scene in front of Yi Lin's eyes shattered apart like a jigsaw puzzle, and it was as if his entire body was soaring through the air, feeling a strong sense of weightlessness that made him extremely uncomfortable. By the time the scene in front of him was put back together, Yi Lin had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. After coming to this world for so long, this was the first time Yi Lin had left Qingcheng. Yi Lin blinked and looked up, and in his line of sight, a lofty city wall appeared, towering into the clouds as if it was a huge mountain stretching across the sky. Above the city wall, the flag fluttered, emblazoned with a ferocious dragon, hideous and overbearing. Beyond the city walls was an unending swarm of demonic creatures that hissed and roared, constantly crashing against the walls, but were unable to cross one step beyond the thunderbolt. Yi Lin was frozen in place. He had never seen such a magnificent sight before. This was a world he had never imagined in Qingcheng. The bustle of the big city, the horror of the demons, and the strange aura that came over him all shook him. He took a deep breath, calming the incessant surge of emotions. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind Yi Lin. You're Qingcheng's current top scholar. Yi Lin, right? Welcome to Deep City. Come over here and register. When Yi Lin looked back, a very capable-looking woman wearing rimless glasses, a white blouse and black skirt and high heels walked towards him. Seeing Yi Lin staring at herself, the woman smiled gently. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Lin. Hu Wang has already told me all about the situation. The scholarship mystic realm has not yet been opened, so you can rest for 2 days first. Okay, thanks. Yi Lin didn't say anything more and very cooperatively made the registration. After the registration was completed, Bai Lin brought Yi Lin to a tall building and handed Yi Lin a card after checking him in at the front desk. Alright, this is your room card. The room number is 6099. The restaurant here is on the first floor. It serves food 24 hours a day. You can go out to eat if you want to. When the scholarship mystery realm opens, someone will notify you. After saying that, Bai Lin handed another business card to Yi Lin. You can also contact me directly if there's anything urgent. Okay, Yelin nodded. After Bai Lin left, Yelin found his room. The room wasn't very big, but it looked very clean and tidy, and the air smelled faintly of incense. You can just about see the whole deep city from the window of your room. Yelin stood in front of the window, looking out over Deep City at night. High-rise buildings, lined up one after another. Each building exudes its own light, bright and dazzling. The streets are crowded with cars and pedestrians. Everything is very different from Qingcheng. In the distance, the dragon flag on the city wall was hunting in the wind, as if telling of the glory and splendor that belonged to this city. Yi Lin rose the desire to go out for a walk. It was idle anyway. Why not go for a stroll around this city he had never been to before? But just as Yi Lin was about to get up, there was a sudden ringing at the door, and a very pleasant-sounding girl's voice came. Strange, how come this room card won't open the door? Drive me. With a bang, the lock on Yelin's door was destroyed. The Yelin people were dumbfounded. How could someone else just break into the house? Crunch! The door to the room was pushed open and a sweet-looking petite girl appeared in the doorway, blinking her large eyes and looking at Yi Lin with a confused expression. Her hair was a light pink color, tied with 2 cute bows. She was carrying a small bear school bag, and she was wearing a pink dress, the hem of which looked adorable as it gently swung with her movements. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" the girl asked, crossing her arms. Yelin. He was completely silent. Whose first reaction to a good man's room card not being able to open the door was to break in. Seeing that Yelin didn't open her mouth, the girl came to a realization. "I get it. You're horny. Well, wow. Hitting on me and guarding my room. Watch the punch." The girl's 5 fingers closed together, and her originally white lotus root arms instantly swelled up, filled with sturdy tendon flesh, and her veins bulged out. Immediately after that, she threw out a fist, and a terrifying fist wind roared out. Just at the moment when the girl's fist was about to land on Yilin's face, Yilin reacted quickly and opened the dance of instantaneousness, dodging the horrifying blow with a single sidestep. He was shocked in his heart that this cute girl who looked as delicate as a doll had such a strong power. He hastily explained, "Wait, I'm not a pervert." "Humph, what pervert would admit to being a pervert? Do you think I'll believe your bullshit?" the girl said, once again swinging her fist and attacking fiercely towards Yilin. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Yilin could only choose to strike. Forbidden spell, would realm descent. Countless green plants instantly sprang up in the small room, and a green vine sprang up and wrapped itself around the girl's fist as if it were a tentacle. She tried to break free with her brute force, but the toughness of these vines was extremely terrifying, and she simply couldn't break free. It didn't take long for her entire body to be tied up and hung in a humiliating position. "What the hell is this? Why won't it break free?" The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yelin. Yelin shook his head helplessly. "Now, can you believe that I'm not a pervert? If I were a pervert, you'd be in for a rude awakening." Wood Realm Descent was a forbidden spell that focused on raw capture, so Yilin had hardly ever used it, and right now, facing this violent maniac, Wood Realm Descent could just come in handy. The girl was silent for a moment, before she said through clenched teeth, "I'm sorry, I was the one who misunderstood you. My name is Michelle, and I came here to participate in the scholarship Mystic Realm." She was at least a scholar of a city, but she didn't expect to suffer a big loss just after coming to the deep city, and there really wasn't a single one that could become a scholar that was a saving grace. Seeing Michelle apologize, Yilin then put away the forbidden spell and asked, "How did you get to my room? This is clearly my room." Disgruntled, the girl took out her room card. "Look, 6th floor, 6099. Yelin reached out his hand and took the room card, then rotated it 180 degrees. "Do you think there's a possibility that your room number is 6609? Didn't you have a moment's doubt when the room card wouldn't open the door?" Michelle was dumbfounded and lowered her head in some shame after realizing that she had made a mess. "I'm sorry, it's my first time out of town. I'm really sorry. It's fine. It's just a door." Seeing that the other party apologized with a sincere attitude, Yilin didn't care much. "By the way, what's your occupation?" Seeing Yilin ask about her occupation, Michelle proudly raised her head. "SSSS rank, Savage Berserker." Yelin, "Pretty good. 1 meter 5, carrying a bear school bag, wearing a dress, tied with a bow, dyed pink hair cute little loli. The result of the occupation is the barbaric berserkers. This is too scary. This you can stand it? Is it true that the pinker the hair, the harder it hits?" Michelle went to the front of room 6609 and tried. The door of the room really dripped open in response, which made the expression on her face become more and more awkward. "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner as an amends for breaking down the door," Michelle said in a hurry. "It's okay." Yelin nodded. He had wanted to go out for a stroll. The two of them went out the door in pairs, and when they passed the front desk, Yelin shouted at the other person in passing to find someone to fix the door. During the conversation with Michelle along the way, Yilin also learned that Michelle was the top student of the college entrance examination in Haichang, and the other party had already been admitted to the Supreme Academy. "By the way, which city are you from? It should be a new student preparing to enter the Supreme Academy as well, right?" In Michelle's opinion, Yilin's strength was so terrifying that he could subdue her with a single skill, so he must be a top student from a big city. Don't look at all the top students. There are also differences between the top students. For example, the strength of the top students coming out of a city like Deep City was definitely much more terrifying than those coming out of smaller cities. "I'm from Qingcheng, the Supreme Academy. I'd like to go. The people don't want me." Yilin shrugged helplessly. "What?" Michelle exclaimed, startling everyone around her. "With your kind of strength, how could the Supreme Academy not want you? And what is Qingcheng?" "Qingcheng, it should be considered a small, unknown city in Daxia. As for why Supreme Academy doesn't want me, do you know that there's an occupation called Forbidden Spellcaster?" Yilin said. A forbidden spellcaster? No wonder. In Michelle's big watery eyes, the color of guilt was even more intense. The forbidden spellcaster was already short-lived, and he deserved to die himself for tearing down his door and chasing him around like he was a lecher. Go! Enough of this heartbreaking stuff. I'll take you to dinner. Michelle pulled Yilin and then walked into a restaurant where there were quite a lot of diners, and the two of them only found a spot in the corner. Michelle handed Yilin the menu. You order. Have some of whatever you want. You're welcome. How do you say that like I'm going to die soon? Yilin helplessly rubbed his nose. Of course. He didn't be polite with Michelle and directly ordered a large table of food. Soon the dishes were served. The restaurant that Michelle had found seemed to be an old one, and every dish was on fire. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, a tall woman in a black leotard on high heels snapped her way towards them. Yo, if it isn't our top student. Michelle, how can a violent person like you still find a man to eat with you? Looks like you're getting horny at your age. When Michelle saw this, her small face sank. Ning ee. I don't want to flip out with you today, so just walk away from me. She already felt guilty towards Yilin, so naturally she didn't want to cause any more trouble. But she didn't want to. It doesn't mean that Ning ee didn't want to. Seeing this reaction from Michelle, Ning ee became even more energized and took the initiative to reach out her hand towards Yilin. Handsome guy, get acquainted. My name is Ning ee. Yilin ignored her and instead looked at Michelle and asked, who is she? Her? A goon who was afraid of losing to me and ran off to another city for her high school entrance exams. Michelle raised her little head, first being ignored by Yilin, and then being taunted by Michelle. Ning ee's face instantly became gloomy for a few moments. Then she spread a smile and said to Yilin, handsome, what do you think you want with Michelle? She's got nothing. She's just a scrub. Why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you to a few pretty girlfriends. Ning ee slightly lowered her body, revealing half of her strong principle. Yilin didn't move and stepped back a bit. Hello, please stay away from me. You have bad breath. Put. Michelle didn't hold back and directly sprayed out the noodles that she had just eaten into her mouth, which happened to hang on Ning ee's face. She didn't expect Yilin to dislike people so viciously. To say in public that a beautiful woman had bad breath was undoubtedly a direct stab in the heart of the other party. Ning ee's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she wiped the noodles off her face and coldly glared at Yilin and Michelle. Baby, what's wrong? Just as Ning ee was about to have a fit, a chiseled man suddenly walked in the doorway of the restaurant. He was dressed in an expensive Versace. His pace was robust, as if every step was emanating an aura that could not be ignored. And after walking to Ning ee, his hand directly encircled Ning ee's slender waist. When Ning ee saw the man, her face instantly eased up a lot. She leaned on the man, pointed at Yilin and Michelle, and complained, these two people bullied me. The man looked in the direction of Ning ee's finger, his gaze lingering on the Yilin duo for a moment before he smiled slightly. Apologize. The tone of his voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable dominance. Seeing that Yilin and his duo were unmoved, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous light coming out from the bottom of his eyes. I'll give you one last chance to apologize. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man took the initiative to show his profession and rank. Wosha Oki, Angelic Paladin, level 22. This rank caused Michelle's face to stare, and even Yilin's pupils shrunk slightly. Level 22. This Wu Shaoqi's level was truly frightening. It was thought that this guy should have come from the top-ranked cities in Daxia, cities where the amount of resources for magical creatures were much richer in both the novice secret realm and the wilderness, and the leveling up of the transmogrifier would be much faster as well. In the end, Qingchang is nothing more than a corner. I know you guys just came out of your little county and took the top spot, and it's pretentious time. You may be gold, but here, all over, is gold. I'm asking you to apologize. It's for your tolerance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Shaoqi spoke coldly. Yilin came to a tactical backward lean, leaning his entire body against the chair, to be able to reach level 22. This Wu Shaoqi does have the capital of arrogance, but level 22, to be honest, Yilin is still not in the eyes. Indiscriminate. One up to let himself apologize. Wu Shaoqi is not qualified. Yilin pondered for a while, then spoke very kindly. Rode your mom's head. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's face instantly changed. His body's aura fiercely condensed, and a powerful pressure spread out from him, instantly filling the entire restaurant. Immediately afterward, behind Wu Shaoqi's back, a radiant angelic silhouette slowly coalesced and took shape, his body bathed in divine light, an austere and holy aura coming out. SSS class occupation, Angelic Holy Rider. Someone in the restaurant exclaimed in shock when they saw this scene. Yilin slightly raised his hand. Silver-white thunder arcs converged in his hand, and thunder lightning leaped like a spiritual snake. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense and the next second the two were about to fight, a majestic voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. Within Deep City, it is strictly forbidden for transmigrants to act recklessly. Violators will be fined $30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke in a cold voice, and it wasn't hard to recognize that the man was from the Bureau of Investigation by the attire he wore. Only then did Wu Shaoqi and Yi Lin stop. The scholarship mystic realm was about to open. Being detained for 10 days at this time was obviously extremely unprofitable. However, the anger under Wu Shaoqi's eyes still hadn't weakened in the slightest, and he wrapped his arms around Ning Yi as he threatened in a grim, low voice. I'll remember you. You'd better not let me run into you in the scholarship mystic realm. Although the scholarship mystic realm doesn't kill people, there are a lot of ways that can make someone's life worse than death. Yi Lin's face became a bit odd. If Wu Shaoqi wanted to deal with him on the outside, he would still have to cower in fear that someone with an axe to grind would see something. But if he was in the scholarship secret realm, Yi Lin could only say that he had never seen such a strange request in his life. In the scholarship mystery realm, but everyone possessed immortality, which also meant that Yi Lin could use forbidden spells without fear. To put it modestly, in the scholarship mystic realm, all the scholarship scholars tied together wouldn't necessarily be enough for Yi Lin to fight alone. Seeing Wu Shaoqi turn around and leave after giving his harsh words, Michelle opened her mouth a little embarrassed and said to Yi Lin, I'm sorry, I'm the one who gave you a hard time. It's fine. It's not your fault. After Yi Lin finished, he couldn't help but ask, how do you know her? Why are you biting people as soon as you come up? She's my sister, Michelle sighed. Half-sister. Of course, by her stepmother. Since she was a child, she has been looking at me everywhere, comparing herself to me in every way, comparing herself to me in career level, comparing herself to me in skills, comparing herself to me in equipment, comparing herself to me in appearance, comparing herself to me in body shape. She was afraid that she would be squeezed out by me if she took the college entrance examination in the same city as me. So she let my dad find a way to transfer her to a small city to take the college entrance examination. There, she met Wu Shaoqi without knowing what was going on, and has been strutting her stuff in front of me ever since. Michelle said helplessly. What? Is this Wu Shaoqi very powerful? Yi Lin asked. Very impressive. Michelle nodded very seriously. Not only is he a genius in person, even the family power behind him is extremely terrifying. The Wu family is considered one of the top existences in Deep City. By the end of the meal, Michelle was clearly in a bit of a downward spiral. Obviously, she wanted to invite Yi Lin for a meal to make amends to Yi Lin, but it turned out that Yi Lin offended Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi instead, which made Shue's heart feel even more guilty. Yi Lin didn't take this to heart, and when he returned to the hotel, the door had also been repaired, and he headed for the bed and directly huffed and puffed. As a result, there was a knock on his room door early the next morning. Yi Lin thought that it was Bai Lin's people who came to notify the scholarship mystery realm had opened, but when he opened the door, it was a pile of various kinds of food piled up in Yi Lin's doorway, and the colorful packages and tempting aroma immediately filled the entire corridor. Yi Lin blinked and looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Are these foods becoming sperm? Food knocks on your door these days? Just as Yellen was wondering, a small pink head burrowed out of a pile of food. Michelle? What are you doing? Yellen was puzzled. A hint of embarrassment and apology crossed Michelle's small face. We're going to stay within the scholarship secret realm for a month, and I thought that I didn't have anything else to give you, so I bought you a bunch of food so that you wouldn't go hungry in the secret realm, Shui whispered, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Yi Lin was dumbfounded, but he didn't reject Michelle's good intentions, and instead accepted all the food that Michelle sent him. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't refuse, Michelle smiled, her eyes narrowing into a crescent shape. Time passed in a flash, and on the third morning of Yi Lin's arrival in Deep City, Bai Lin reappeared on her high heels. This time, however, Bai Lin was not the protagonist as she held the registration form and followed a man in a suit very respectfully. Student Yi Lin, right? I am the person in charge of this secret realm. Zhang Kanki, the scholarship secret realm will be opening soon. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes. The man in the suit revealed a polite smile. Yellen nodded, then simply packed up and put all the food that Michelle had bought into his backpack before leaving the room. Just as he went downstairs to the plaza, Michelle ran towards him carrying a large bag that was extremely disproportionate to her figure, attracting a lot of sideways glances from her male compatriots. If he hadn't seen Michelle do it, I guess Yi Lin would have been fooled by her stupid look. At this point in time, the square had already gathered quite a few people, and the aura on each one of them was extremely calm, and Yi Lin estimated that he was afraid that there wouldn't be a single person in this square who was below level 12. At this time, Yi Lin suddenly felt a grim gaze staring at him. He turned his head and saw that it was really Wu Shaoqi. At this moment, Wu Shaoqi was starstruck and made a provocative gesture towards Yi Lin. arrogantly. Yilin ignored him and directly withdrew his gaze. Along with the lazy morning sunlight, Zhang Kenki reappeared with a very gentle smile on his face. Good morning, scholarly men. I am the person in charge of the scholarship mystery realm, and I have a few things to say to everyone in regards to this upcoming opening of the scholarship mystery realm. The first point, you should all be clear that within the scholarship mystery, under the rules, you are in possession of an immortal body. However, this immortal body is only valid within the mystery. So, if you suffer a fatal wound, remember not to leave the secret realm. I will arrange for 5 level 50 or above priest profession transfigurators at the exit of the secret realm. If you guys suffer fatal injuries, you must receive treatment before you can leave the secret realm. Otherwise, Zhang Kenki didn't continue, but the people present understood what he meant. If one were to just leave the secret realm without receiving treatment, then it would be a real death sentence. The second point is that if you are missing an arm or a leg, remember to bring your broken limbs with you whenever possible. The regeneration of a broken limb can be much more troublesome than the reattachment of a broken limb, and the limbs that are regenerated are not necessarily as good as your original ones. Point 3. Zhang Kenki's face became serious. Remember not to be swallowed by the demonic creature. If you are swallowed by the demonic creature and your bodies are all digested, even if you have an immortal body, that feeling will definitely not be pleasant. The faces of all the people changed slightly. It was chewed up in the fang-covered bloody mouth of the demonic creature, then swallowed into the abdomen, digested in the gastric juices that were comparable to strong sulfuric acid, and then expelled from the body through the peristalsis of the intestines. And in the process, one is dying to stay clear the entire time, which makes one feel shaky just thinking about it. As a final point, I would suggest that you can simply team up, because within the scholarship mysteries, demons as high as level 35 may appear, and it would be safer to work as a team. All of you are the top students from various cities. All of you are 1 in a million, the future pillars of Daxia, so I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to return safely. Zhang Kenki bowed deeply towards the crowd, then let out a light cry. Open the teleportation array. As soon as Zhang Kenki spoke, a huge teleportation array opened behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many people's eyes to freeze, and it was obvious that this teleportation array was the entrance to the scholarship mysterious realm. Now, you have 20 minutes to find a suitable teammate. Of course, you can also choose to go solo if you are confident enough in yourselves. Zhang Kenki looked at his watch and spoke. The scholar's secret realm is one of the most peculiar secret realms, and when you enter it, you have immortality and can level up quickly by brushing monsters without fear. Thus when the scholarship secret realm was first discovered, all the transmutants were ecstatic, frantically pouring into it and launching a frenzied hunt for the demons. After a short while, the demonic creatures of the scholarship mystic realm were almost hunted to extinction. Luckily, the official intervention of the Great Summer had taken control of the scholarship secret realm, no longer allowing transmigrators to freely enter, and allowing the secret realm's magical creatures to recuperate, which had preserved the secret realm. This secret realm, subsequently, became a benefit for every term of the scholarship, and the demonic creatures within the secret realm were like leeks that would be harvested once every year that passed. Yi Lin, let's team up? Michelle looked at Yi Lin and asked. Yes, then just follow me. Yi Lin nodded and didn't refuse. His impression of Michelle was okay, and Michelle was, in his opinion, a very good person to carry bags. After all, the profession of barbarian berserker was one of the greatest in terms of strength. Yi Lin smoothly gave both his starfall heavenly marks and his backpack filled with food to Michelle. Naturally, Michelle happily accepted the order. After all, these weights in her eyes can be nothing at all. But while Michelle was happy, others were not. Michue's petite and cute appearance had long attracted the attention of many of the boys present, and when they saw that Yi Lin actually gave all the stuff to the petite Michue with a big grin, they immediately frowned. Hey, do you have any gentlemanly manners? How can you give everything to a girl to carry? A tall and thin boy opened his mouth to scold up Yi Lin, then turned his head to Michelle and said gently, "This student, why don't you just team up with me? I'm sure I won't let you do these rough jobs. Get out of here." As soon as Michelle clenched her fist, her white lotus root arm instantly bulged with muscles, like steel wrapped in white jade, revealing a sense of power that could not be ignored. The tall and thin boy was startled by this sudden change in Michelle. His eyes widened as he looked incredulously at Michelle's arms that had instantly become toned. The air around them seemed to freeze as a result, and the eyes of the crowd were all focused on the pair of sudden clashers. Who would not have thought that dyed pink hair tied in a pillhead, looking cute and adorable Michelle? A show of arms is actually so majestic. This strong sense of contrast caused the corners of many people's mouths to instantly twitch. As soon as Michelle grabbed the Starfall Skystrike and backpack on the ground, she easily slung it over her shoulder. That tall and skinny boy could only helplessly shut his mouth when he looked at her relaxed and easygoing manner. After all, Michelle looked like she could kill him with a single punch. 20 minutes passed. Almost everyone chose to team up. After all, within the scholarship mysteries, the demonic creature level would even be as high as 30-something levels. Moreover, the number of demons was limited, and in addition to defending themselves against demons, the scholarships were rivals with each other. If there is only one person, meet others 3 or 5 people group, basically can only be self-admitted bad luck. Even being tied up and thrown into a corner and not boosting his experience value by half a point until the end of the secret realm was not unheard of in previous years. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi's own level was even as high as level 22. And naturally, there was an endless stream of people looking for him to form a team. After all, Deep City was one of the most powerful cities within the Great Xia, and Wu Shaoqi, who was born here, had received the best education and enjoyed the most favorable conditions since he was a child. Its strength naturally far exceeds that of other small city scholars. It didn't take long for Wu Shaoqi's team to be filled with a dozen or so people, including the tall and thin man who had just suffered a defeat at Michelle's expense. After Zhang Kenqi announced that he could start entering the scholarship mystic realm, Wu Shaoqi put his arm around Ning Yi and led a dozen or so people to pass by in front of Yilin in great numbers. Those dozen or so people were all the topmost existences of their class in the city, but at this moment, they were respectfully following behind Wu Shaoqi. As he passed by Yilin, Wu Shaoqi's footsteps gave a slight lurch. I've looked into you. Yilin, right? From Qingcheng, a palm-sized small county. Wu Shaoqi's smile was filled with malice. To be 18th grade in a small county like that is truly gifted. But a countryman, always a countryman, can't make it to the top. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, say sorry, and what happened that day will be forgotten. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences when you enter the scholarship secret realm. Wu Shaoqi clasped his hands in front of his chest and slightly raised his head, waiting for Yilin to kowtow to him. The teammates who had just formed behind him were also eyeing Yilin intently, and it was clear that if Yilin didn't apologize, then if they bumped into each other in the scholarship mystery realm, Yilin would have to face a siege from this group of people. In Wu Shaoqi's opinion, when Yilin offended himself like this and he was still willing to give him a chance, he was simply too kind. However, Yilin's reaction was also extremely simple as he rolled his eyes and spat out 2 words in a conciliatory manner from his mouth. Brainwashed. Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly froze on his face, and then his face slowly became gloomy, as if a violent storm was brewing. Wu Shaoqi's eyes became deep and cold. A terrifying aura slowly revealed itself from Wu Shaoqi's body with oppression and terror. The air around him seemed to tremble under his aura, and the heartbeats of all the people couldn't help but speed up. Is this the gold of the top students coming out of the big cities? Many people's faces couldn't help but change. They were all the top scholar athletes in their respective cities, but at this moment, under Wu Shaoqi's aura, they had the feeling that they couldn't catch a single move from Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi walked towards Yilin step by step. Each step seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to ignore. You're fine, Yilin. After entering the secret realm, I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death. Wu Shaoqi's entire body leaned against Yilin's body, his tone icy cold. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched this scene nervously. They knew that Wu Shaoqi was really angry, and Yilin, I'm afraid, was going to suffer. As expected, the next second, Yilin's face changed. He covered his stomach in pain and backed away, and when he looked at Wu Shaoqi, panic was even written on his face. When the crowd looked, they realized that a hideous wound had appeared on Yilin's stomach. Blood kept gushing out, and through that wound, they were even able to vaguely see the organs in Yilin's stomach. Caesiren, help! Zhang Kenqi's face changed wildly, and he hurriedly rushed over next to Yilin with his 3 priests. These 3 priests were supposed to be at the exit of the secret realm to help the scholarly scholars heal their wounds, but they didn't expect it to come in handy now. It wasn't until one of the older priests turned his head and nodded toward him that Zhang Kenqi's hanging heart dropped. This means that Yilin can be cured and his life is not in danger. If a scholar died before he even entered the secret realm, he, Zhang Kenqi, would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Kenqi coldly looked at Wu Shaoqi, his eyes icy cold. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Wu Shaoqi would actually really go straight for Yilin. Even Wu Shaoqi himself didn't realize that he was in a state of extreme bewilderment at the moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He really didn't make a move on Yilin. This point Wu Shaoqi was very sure. He was no more stupid than to be so stupid as to kill Yilin in front of everyone. Once the charge of murdering a scholar is realized in full view of the public, even if he is a member of the Wu family, he will have to take off a layer of skin without dying, and Wu Shaoqi is not stupid enough to that extent. But in that case, What's with the wounds on Yelin's body? Did he do it himself? To frame himself? A light flashed in Wu Shaoqi's mind. Although this statement was ridiculous, it was the only possibility. You despicable villain! Wu Shaoqi shouted out sternly as he pointed at Yilin's nose. At this moment, Yilin was slowly recovering under the treatment of the three priests, and when he heard Wu Shaoqi's words of accusation, his eyes suddenly reddened. He tugged at Zhang Kenqi's pants leg and said with an aggrieved face, "Teacher Zhang, forget it, I'm just from a small county. I can't compare to a kid from a big family like Wu Shaoqi. I'm not dead anyway, so let's just forget about this." Zhang Kenqi's heart trembled slightly. Looking at Yilin's sincere eyes, he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. Originally, he was hesitant about what to do with Wu Shaoqi. As a matter of fact, if he hadn't even entered the secret realm yet, and he had laid his hands on the other top students, this would definitely disqualify him from entering the secret realm of the top students. But after all, behind Wu Shaoqi stands the Wu family. If it really disqualifies Wu Shaoqi, his trouble will not be small as well. After seeing Yilin in this state, Zhang Kenqi was instantly determined. Although he couldn't disqualify Wu Shaoqi, he definitely wouldn't let Wu Shaoqi have a good time either. Looking at Yilin's green tea look, Wu Shaoqi couldn't hold back even more. For fuck's sake, you insidious villain, you're still pretending? Don't you want to die? This young master will fulfill you. I'll get you killed right here. Wu Shaoqi directly revealed his angelic holy writer profession, and there was a golden light. Enough! Zhang Kenqi shouted out harshly, his voice like thunder exploding in the ears of the crowd, causing everyone present to feel palpitations, as if it was an awakened tiger with a powerful aura. Wu Shaoqi's face also turned slightly white. Teacher Zhang, listen to me. It's not what you think. It's this vile and insidious. Before Wu Shaoqi could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Zhang Kenqi. Wu Shaoqi, I've said enough. This is not the Wu family. It's not your turn to be wild here. Zhang Kenqi's eyes were cold. How things are. Everyone present saw it clearly. Do you still want to argue? Wu Shaoqi stuck to Yelin's body, and in the next second a deep wound appeared on Yelin's stomach, and blood gushed out like a spring. Isn't it clear what things are like? It's really not what you guys think. Wu Shaoqi was just about to explain when he was interrupted again, and this time the person who interrupted him was Yilin. Under the full power of the three priests' treatment, Yilin's wounds had already healed, only that his face was still a bit pale from the loss of blood. Mr. Zhang, don't make things difficult for him, or he'll take revenge on me. It was actually me who slashed my own stomach. Don't make things difficult for him, Yilin said with a horrified face. Zhang Kenqi saw this even more, and became even more distressed about Yilin. Then do not dare to be Wu Shaoqi. From the small county out of the Yilin, but more Zhang Kenqi recognized. Student Yelin, don't worry, the truth is what it should be. Zhang Kenqi made his promise, and then looked at Wu Shaoqi with an electric gaze. Wu Shaoqi, apologize to Yilin's classmates. Grass. Wu Shaoqi at this moment is really suffocating to vomit blood. Obviously really is Yilin himself disemboweled to frame him, but there is no one present at all believe him. Do you believe me? I really didn't do anything. Wu Shaoqi turned his gaze to Ning Yi. Shaoqi, why don't you apologize to him? Let's make it a big deal and get it over with. Ning Yi couldn't help but advise. Wu Shaoqi covered his chest as he felt his eyes go a little black. As the pampered young master of the Wu family since he was a child, when had he ever been so wronged? The key was that there really wasn't a single person who believed him. Wu Shaoqi, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for disqualifying you from entering the scholar's secret realm. Seeing Wu Shaoqi's insistence, Zhang Kenqi was also completely moved at this moment. With so many people watching, he had already given Wu Shaoqi so many chances. If Wu Shaoqi had to go one way or the other, then he would disqualify Wu Shaoqi, and there was no way for the Wu family to say anything more. Wu Shaoqi clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, obviously extremely unwilling in his heart. But the thought of being disqualified from entering the secret realm, Wu Shaoqi still gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. I'm sorry. Wu Shaoqi's voice was as thin as a mosquito, causing Yilin to ask with a bewildered expression. Mr. Wu Shaoqi, what did you say? Fuck you. Wu Shaoqi was once again furious and was about to rush up to get Yilin killed, but when he saw Zhang Kenqi's icy cold eyes, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Apologizing for something like this is just like knuckleheads. It can be hard the first time, and after a few times, you slowly don't think about it. Wu Shaoqi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and shouted, Student Yilin, Wu Shaoqi, have apologized to you. I'm sorry. Seeing Wu Shaoqi open his mouth to apologize, Zhang Kenqi's face finally eased a few points. Since you're going to be willing to apologize, then this matter is over. However, you must be the last to enter the secret realm. This is your punishment. Wu Shaoqi sniffed and blacked out again. With his strength, he could have been the first to enter the secret realm to seize the lead. But now, just because of this son of a bitch Yilin, he went from being the first to enter to being the last to enter. He couldn't help but turn his cold and resentful gaze towards Yilin. He swore that after entering the secret realm, if he didn't make Yilin's life worse than death, he wouldn't be called Wu Shaoqi. At this time, Yilin also noticed that Wu Shaoqi was looking at him, so he made a face at Wu Shaoqi at an angle that no one else could see, attaching a middle finger in the process. Wu Shaoqi had suppressed a bellyful of anger. Seeing Yilin still dare to provoke him, he could no longer endure. His eyes were red and he directly rushed over. His mouth also spat out the 4 true words exactly like Lu Haizhu. "I-you." Looking at Yilin's ghostly face, Wu Shaoqi was furious and charged towards Yilin once again. But this time, Zhang Kenki was prepared. Wu Shaoqi rushed halfway to the ground, was pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Wu Shaoqi, you still dare to make a move? Do you really want to be disqualified?" Zhang Kenki shouted out sternly. "He made a face at me. That guy is faking. He's faking everything." Wu Shaoqi roared out in hysterical rage, his eyes red. Zhang Kenki suspiciously turned his head to look at Yilin, but he only saw that Yilin's face was written with innocence and confusion, letting people know at a glance that this was an honest person. "Enough, Wu Shaoqi, how long will you continue to be unreasonable?" Zhang Kenki frowned, and immediately said to the 2 transmigrants who were holding down Wu Shaoqi, "Watch him, don't let him make any more trouble." "Yes." The 2 transmigrators nodded solemnly and dragged Wu Shaoqi to the side, and all of this had nothing to do with Yilin anymore. Thanks to Wu Shaoqi's blessing, he took Michelle and was the first to step onto the teleportation array. "I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you down." Mi Shui felt even more guilty in the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for her, Yilin wouldn't have offended Wu Shaoqi, and wouldn't have been so seriously injured before the start of the secret realm. Yilin leaned into Michelle's ear and whispered, "I did the injury myself. He was framed by me." Michelle sniffed and stared with big watery eyes, shock written all over the bottom of her eyes. So Wu Shaoqi was framed? No wonder that guy was so agitated. She then realized that the Yilin in front of her, who looked honest, was actually even more diabolical than she had imagined. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, the 2 of them, Yilin and Michelle, had arrived in a completely new world. The scholarship secret realm was located in the middle of a forest, surrounded by a light mist, as if every step was stepping on top of a cloud. In the secret realm, there were ancient trees, birds and flowers, just like a heaven on earth. But underneath this beauty, there is clearly a terrible crisis. Only to see the fog in front of them tumbling and surging for a while. A huge demonic creature then rushed out from the fog, its hideous face and sharp claws and teeth sending shivers down one's spine. The devil's eyes flashed with hunger as it lunged towards Yilin and Michelle. "Watch out! It's a level 20 stone ghost." Yilin was just about to release a forbidden spell when Michelle pushed him away. The little girl was so strong and didn't hit lightly. Yilin felt like his ribs were almost pushed off by her. Michelle had already blocked in front of Yilin's body, her muscles bulging high, creating a strong sense of contrast with that cute girl's face. The stone goblin let out a deafening roar, but Michelle was undaunted and instantly met it, battling the stone goblin furiously. The level 20 stone ghost could not benefit in the slightest when facing Michelle, and along with Michelle's fist blasts, stone chips flew from the stone ghost's body. As time passed, it was only a matter of time before this stone goblin was killed by Michelle. Just as the battle between Michelle and the stone goblins entered a white-hot stage, the sky was suddenly overcast with clouds, and a blue thunder dragon rolled through the clouds, as if the wrath of the sky god was about to descend. Boom! A thick heavenly thunder struck down, as if it was the angry sword of a heavenly god, and directly struck the body of the stone statue ghost. The level up to level 20 stone ghost was directly blasted into a field of stone debris by this heavenly thunderbolt. Michelle covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with shock. Instant kill? Instantly killing a level 20 demon? I'm afraid this could only be done by a transmogrifier with a level of 25 or higher. At the same time, a beep sounded in Michelle's head. Team up to kill a level 20 stone goblin, rewarded with 70 experience points. She turned her head dumbfounded and looked behind her at Yellen. That gargoyle? You killed it? Why do you know thunder magic? Michelle was puzzled. Because I'm a forbidden spellcaster. Yilin didn't hide anything and directly told the truth to Michelle. A forbidden spellcaster? I thought you were a wood mage. Michelle muttered. That day when Yellen summoned so many tentacle vines to bind her tightly, she thought that was the ability that Yellen was good at. Well, let's not waste time. Come on, let's go deeper. Yilin dragged Mi Shui and started walking deeper into the scholarship mystic realm. Wait, the deeper we go, the stronger the demons become. We'll be killed if we wander off. Michelle was alarmed. When people normally enter a replica secret realm, Don't they first solve the weaker demons from the periphery and raise their strength before going deeper? Why did Yilin rush to the deepest part as soon as he came up? As expected, they had just gone not far deeper when a dark shadow slowly rose up. It was a huge demonic creature, covered in impenetrable back armor, with a ferocious red light flashing in its eyes, and purple saliva dripping from its two huge mouth pincers. The ground around the corrosion of this purple saliva, white smoke and nuisance, obviously has a strong poison. The appearance of this demonic creature seemed as if even the sky changed color, and the gloomy clouds hung even lower, as if they were going to press down on the back of this demonic creature. Level 25 demonic creature, venomous giant centipede. Michelle gulped and couldn't help but take a few steps back. She knew that this demonic creature was by no means comparable to the stone goblins they had encountered before. This guy was extremely dangerous. Run, or it'll be too late. Michelle pulled Yilin and tried to run, while Yilin still looked calm and collected, only to see him raise his hand with a calm expression. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. The familiar thunder raging dragon reappeared as a blue-purple thunderbolt blasted down, only to see that the venomous giant centipede that was incomparably terrifying in Michelle's eyes couldn't even manage to put up any resistance before it was cleaved into a charred corpse, with silver-white lightning arcs emerging from time to time. There was even a strong smell of burnt protein in the air. That's dead. Michelle felt like she didn't have enough brain cells. What kind of operation was this? She remembered that she had previously stumbled upon a level 22 demonic creature, and that she and her 3 teammates had cooperated and worked together silently, using all sorts of tactics, before they managed to decimate it. And now, a level 25 demonic creature, in front of Yelin, could only be killed instantly? Stop gawking and go. Yelin pulled on Michelle, and the next scene was one that completely made Michelle's little brain lose its ability to think. A 20 level 2 highly venomous scorpion attacked. A lightning strike came down, and died. The level 25 skeleton sword and shield hand came on strong, and a lightning strike came down and killed him. The level 28 abyssal ratman tried to sneak attack from the ground, and Yelin lifted his hand to hold a radiant golden spear downwards and died. Instant kill. No matter what kind of demonic creature he encountered, Yilin would only make a single move and would be able to directly kill it instantly. This scene stunned Michelle. She had never thought that brushing copies of monsters could be this easy. There was no need to pull the demon. No need to study the weaknesses in the demon. No need to avoid the demon's dying counterattack. Without saying a word, a forbidden spell was thrown over and walked away in style. She didn't even react to the fact that she had risen from level 17 to level 18. Wait a minute. I got it. After Yelin killed a level 23 goblin in seconds again, Michelle came to a sudden realization and had a look of surprise on her face, as if she had solved a historic puzzle. You're a forbidden spell master. It's immortal in the scholarship mystic realm, so you can maximize the power of the forbidden spells and release them with the determination of certain death every time. And the power will naturally be strong and incomparable. Yelin. He thought Michelle had thought of that when he'd said he was a forbidden spellcaster. This chick is muscular, but her head doesn't seem to be working particularly well. Of course, in fact, this is not to blame Michelle. It is really Yilin's operation is too shocking. Encountered what level of demonic creatures are one-hit kill. It's just like when you play basketball, and you see a guy on the court shouting Randy Paddle Cloud body step, and then every time, he jumps up from half court and dunks the ball. You're sure to have your brain go down for a while, too. Alright, let's go. Don't dwell on this. Yilin dragged on Michelle and left. He could remember that the demonic creatures within this scholarship mystery were limited, and since he had been given the first opportunity to enter, he had to rush ahead of the others and kill as many demonic creatures as possible before he could do so. Gradually, Michelle became numb as well. Those demons were like they had come to give Yilin experience, hissing and rushing over before being directly smashed to death by one of Yilin's forbidden spells, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Yilin reproduced the splendor of his time in the novice mystic realm, and the entire scholarship mystic realm was constantly resounding with thunder. And those demonic creatures with lower levels in the periphery would now be so scared that they would become incontinent when they heard thunder. And after killing a level 24 giant hooked poison scorpion, Yilin's level had come to level 20, and the forbidden spells he had mastered at the moment had reached 20. Level 20 was a huge watershed for all transmutators, because after reaching level 20, the transmuter would awaken a second career talent, and Yilin couldn't wait to check it out at the moment. Name, Yelin. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 20, 0.01%. Strength, 200, plus 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 600, plus 710. Occupational talent 1, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Occupational talent 2, extreme sublimation. All skills used by a spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. Skills, world-destroying thunder, instantaneous dance, burning reincarnation, karmic fire, immortality, eternal frozen eyes, necromancy, Yangsho blade technique, eternal gung jin, wall of size, wooden realm descent. Glancing at his second career talent, Yilin's pupils snapped together. According to the original, he couldn't use the skill scrolls, common, rare, epic or legendary level skill scrolls. He couldn't use them, because the skills released by a forbidden spellcaster could only be forbidden spells. This also meant that he could only master a maximum of 100 skills, which was a big shortcoming in the later stages. For example, Juganese kind of fire mages, after leveling up, the fire magic they mastered would even be as high as a few thousand, to deal with different battle situations and enemies. And with the second career talent, Yelin wouldn't have to worry about that anymore, because any skill he uses will be enhanced into a forbidden spell. Quickly, give me that fireball arc you just had. Yilin couldn't wait to look at Michelle and said. Along the way, the skill scrolls that popped out from fighting monsters, Yilin threw them all to Michelle in his head, because he didn't think he could use them at all. That fireball spell is just a normal skill. Are you sure you want that? Michelle was a bit confused. Right. Without hesitation, Yilin took the fireball skill scroll, then directly learned it, and immediately afterward launched the fireball technique. Occupational talent extreme sublimation activated. Fireball has been enhanced to Inferno God Sai. Forbidden spell, Sai of the God of Inferno. The spellcaster burns the fire of his own life and summons the God of Inferno to send down a divine fire that burns everything. With a dazzling burst of light, a powerful energy fluctuation instantly spread out. The air around them seemed to be ignited by this energy, and the temperature rose dramatically, forming a huge fireball. The fireball continued to expand, emitting a blazing light and high temperature, as if it was going to consume everything around it. Yilin injected his own life fire into the fireball, which instantly became even more dazzling, emitting a reddish golden light, as if a real sun was burning on the ground. A flash of surprise flashed across Yilin's eyes, and it was true. With the professional talent of extreme sublimation, he no longer needed to worry about forbidden spells at all. Whatever type of forbidden spell he wanted, he could just directly look for the corresponding type of low-level skill scroll. There was even no difference between epic-level skill scrolls and normal-level skill scrolls for him. They would be strengthened into forbidden spells anyway. He just had to buy the most common skill scrolls as they were. And the common skill scrolls were only a few $1,000s apiece. Make a lot of money. Yilin was pleasantly surprised. If other forbidden spellcasters had gotten this professional talent, they would have been pounding their feet. After all, there weren't enough lives to begin with, and it was better to give more forbidden spells than one more life. But it's different for Yelin. He has no other advantage, just a lot of life. Having more forbidden spells would undoubtedly allow Yelin to have more resilience and tactics when facing opponents stronger than himself. Let's go. Brush up. Yilin, who was in a good mood, pulled on Michelle and was going to continue to level up. Michelle's task for these 5 days was to carry bags, carry things, carry loot, cook for Yelin, fetch water for Yelin, and the main hit was a slave girl attached. But Michelle was happy about it, and even hated to personally feed the rice into Yelin's mouth. After all, with Yilin as her thigh, Michelle's leveling up over the past 5 days had been extremely fast, and had already reached level 19, only one level lower than Yilin. At this moment, Yilin called out to her to continue leveling up, and she was more than eager to follow. But without running 2 steps, she bumped into a broad back, and Yelin hurriedly covered her rosy little mouth. Shoo, look, what's that? A flash of excitement flashed under Yilin's eyes. Not far away, there was a clear spring, and the flowing water was like a small waterfall that kept rushing into the spring. A golden toad was crouching on a huge black rock next to the spring. Its skin shimmered brightly in the sunlight, as if it had been gilded with a thin layer of gold dust. This toad was unusually large, 4 or 5 meters tall, with a pair of vertical pupils gleaming, revealing a mysterious aura. Michelle came over to take a look and her beautiful eyes instantly shrank. This is multi-treasured golden toad, doppelganger toad. This was an extremely special type of demonic creature, and its great name was almost like a thunderclap to every transmuter. The multi-treasured golden toad will swallow all the treasures and hide them in its huge belly. The higher the grade of the multi-treasured golden toad, the higher the value of the treasure hidden in its stomach. It was no wonder that Yilin and Michelle were excited. This duo Baojin toad in front of them was as high as level 26. If they could capture it alive, the amount of stuff that could be popped out of a duo Baojin toad would even exceed the sum of 100 other magical creatures put together. Lean over quietly. I'll control it. You grab it. Got it? Yilin whispered to Michelle. Michelle's little pink head nodded as quickly as a chicken pecking at rice. Greedy, timid and extremely fast. These are the labels on the doppelganger toad. And the multi-treasured golden toad can only be captured alive. cannot be hunted. If the multi-treasure golden toad senses the crisis of certain death, will immediately secrete extremely corrosive stomach liquid, the body of the treasure all digested, so that the person who hunts it cannot get anything. Michelle prostrated herself on the ground, and little by little, she moved towards the duo-bao golden toad. The multiple treasure golden toad was extremely vigilant, and as long as it was allowed to detect any slightest breeze, it would immediately flee. Luckily, Michelle was also extremely patient, and it took her a full hour to slowly move to the eye level of the multiple treasure golden toad. Michelle quietly put her hand behind her back and gestured an OK sign towards Yilin, signaling that Yilin could do it. Seeing this, Yilin quietly pinched up a forbidden incantation, preparing to use the Wood Realm Descent to first bind this multi-precious golden toad, then have Michelle take it down with a vicious dog pounce. The power attribute of the barbarian berserker profession was extremely astonishing. Once this multi-treasure golden toad was bound by the Wood Realm Descent and then bailed out by Mishue, it would definitely be hard for it to fly. The moment Yilin and Michelle were both ready to make a move, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind them. Yilin, you're really here. You really gave me a hard time looking for you. Yilin's face changed and he bellowed. Do it! Forbidden spell, Wood Realm Descent. Unleashing this forbidden spell in the jungle, the power was undoubtedly even more terrifying, as countless tough green vines wrapped around towards the multi-treasure golden toad like spiritual snakes. Michelle also stopped lurking and directly pounced towards that multi-precious golden toad. However, it was already too late. That sudden sound caused the multi-treasure golden toad to sense something, and with a croak, its huge body instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a golden residual shadow. Blanche, Yilin's face sank, pounced on the empty Mishue's also silver teeth clenched, to the mouth of the duck actually flew so. Anyone's mood cannot be good. A rustling sound came out, and then Wu Shaoqi and his group came out from behind the leafy bushes, and there were quite a few people following behind Wu Shaoqi and his group, obviously wanting to watch the fun. No matter when and where, the matter of watching the fun is a gene engraved in the bones of the people of Daxia. You're hiding really deep. You've really made me look for you. I'm going to settle the score with you. I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death. As enemies met, Wu Shaoqi stared at Yilin sinisterly. TSK, this kid is miserable. Being blocked by Wu Shaoqi with his men, there's no place to run. Wu Shaoqi has risen another level within the scholar's secret territory, and at this moment, he's already at level 23, and there aren't many people who would be his opponent in a solo fight, not to mention the fact that he has a group of teammates. I can only say that he does have bad luck. The scholarship mystic realm is so big that he still happens to bump into Wu Shaoqi. The crowd who came over to watch the fun were talking, looking at Yilin with a little sympathy in their eyes. They knew that facing the furious Wu Shaoqi, Yilin would definitely have to suffer from old age. However, at this moment, Yilin's face was also extremely cold, like a volcano about to erupt. Life is worse than death? Don't worry, I'll make sure all of you experience it. With the multiple treasure golden toad running away like this, it would be much harder for him to catch the other party. Ha 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 ha, have you lost your mind? What do you mean? You alone want to take on a dozen of us? The tall and thin man who had previously invited Michelle to form a team and was rejected sneered out. He had long been looking at Yilin in a bad light, and at this moment, he was even the first to stand out. Facing his provocation, Yilin calmly took the skill scroll from Michelle, then raised his hand and a burst of energy surged. Fireball! The tall, thin man laughed even more disdainfully at this. Fireball magic was the lowest and most common skill. A transmogrifier could learn it. This guy actually wanted to use a fireball magic to deal with himself. It was simply whimsical. But soon, his smile froze on his face, only to see Yilin's finger gently lifted. The seemingly ordinary fireball suddenly skyrocketed several times, transforming into a round of reddish golden sun with a diameter of several meters, carrying a horrible high temperature, and fiercely smashing into the tall and thin man with the momentum of a thunderous thunderclap. This scene was as shocking as a divine fire descending from the sky, and a ghostly sigh seemed to be faintly audible. No, this can't be. Help me. The tall and thin man screamed in terror as he frantically tried to dodge, but the speed of the fireball was too fast, and he had nowhere to run. The round of sun ruthlessly smashed into his body and exploded. The high temperature and shockwave instantly engulfed him, and he didn't even manage to let out a scream before he was turned into a charred corpse. With this sudden change, all the people watching were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open not knowing what they should say. Is that a fucking fireball? How they don't feel quite right. That tall, thin man was at least his city's top student and leveled at level 18. Such a person was killed in seconds by a fireball spell? It's like you've just gone in ahead and the other guy yells out that it's here. It's here. It's here. The charred corpse squirmed a bit, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His expression was completely distorted. obviously in extreme pain. Although the laws of the scholarship mystic realm were able to shelter him from death, the pain of being burned was real. He would also be the first person to have 100% burns and still survive. Yi Lin, we are all the future pillars of Daxia, and you actually laid such a cruel hand on them. Are you still a human being? Ning Yi next to Wu Shaoqi immediately accused Yi Lin. Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person who can't see the act of favoritism, and the main one is that everyone is equal. So what he's experienced, you'll be able to experience in no time. Yi Lin calmly opened his mouth, and at the same time, picked up a skill scroll in his hand once again. Ice Spin Curse. The few people who were being stared at by Yi Lin suddenly had a chilling feeling behind their backs at the moment, as if they were being stared at by a flood beast. Like Fireball, Ice Spin Spell is a very common skill. Specifically, it coalesces into a sharp spiral ice cone that spins and stabs towards the enemy. But when it was cast in Yi Lin's hands, the ice spinning spell instantly underwent a radical change. One could only see countless sharp ice prongs 100 feet thick and thin forming in midair, like a crystal-clear crystal pillar, emitting a piercing coldness. They spun rapidly in the air like a huge ice-colored gyroscope, carrying a destructive force as they whistled towards those still in shock. Wu Shaoqi and his group. How is this possible? How could the ice spinning spell have this kind of power? It doesn't make sense. And why does he know a fire spell and an ice spell at the same time? Wu Shaoqi's jaw was also stunned off at this moment, and he immediately used his profession Angelic Holy Rider. A holy shield emitting golden light was raised high, trying to defend against the ice prism's attack. But after only blocking the first ice prism, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on that golden shield. When the second ice prism struck, the golden shield shattered on the spot. Golden 10-fist sword. Wu Shaoqi's face changed wildly, and he immediately used his big move from the bottom of the box, only to see Wu Shaoqi's hand condensing a golden long sword, chopping in a cross shape towards the roiling ice prisms. Do it together. I don't believe he can deal with so many of us at once. When Wu Shaoqi let out a stern shout, Ning Yi and the dozen or so of them were able to react from their shock, and together they struck out against the ice spinning curse that Yi Lin had cast. The people who had gathered around to see what was going on had been completely dumbfounded. One man, against a dozen scholars. This kind of thing, no one would believe it if they said it out loud, but now this scene was so real in front of them. This guy, is he an elemental mage? Why is he able to use all the fire and ice skills? Nah, elemental mage's skills aren't that powerful. I did think of an extremely terrifying profession. If it's that profession, it's entirely possible. What? Forbidden spellcaster. The moment these three words came out, countless people sucked in cold air. Forbidden spellcasters are notoriously short-lived, and a few more skills and you're going to be missing arms and legs. However, if it was within the scholarship mysteries, then a forbidden spellcaster would have much more room to play. After all, within the scholarship mystery, everyone was immortal, which also meant that forbidden spellcasters had many forbidden spells that didn't need to tie their hands anymore. As expected, Yi Lin's third strike directly confirmed their suspicions. Rockfall. Only Yi Lin raised his palm and once again released a mediocre normal skill. The falling stone technique was to summon a large stone to fall from the sky towards the enemy, and after Yi Lin cast the falling stone technique, what fell from the sky was no longer an ordinary stone, but a brilliant star from the sky. The star drew a dazzling light track in the void, just like a shooting star, carrying the power of destroying the sky and earth, and smashing straight towards Wu Shaoqi and the others. Wherever the star passed, space seemed to be torn apart by it, emitting a hissing sound. Wu Shaoqi and the others turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying skill before. The oppressive feeling brought about by that star made them not even have the courage to resist. This is AF * King Rockfall spell. This is clearly the forbidden spell Heavenly Star Falling. My god, he really is a forbidden spell master. Some onlooker scholars recognized the forbidden spell Yi Lin had cast and their faces instantly turned pale. Wu Shaoqi's face became extremely ugly. Ning Yi and the others also looked horrified. Although they were not weak, they looked so powerless in the face of a forbidden spellcaster who was in the scholarship mystic realm. Before the ice prongs could be resolved, an even more terrifying star had smashed over. If they had known that Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, they wouldn't have chosen to mess with Yi Lin at all. They tried to resist, but the star was as if it weighed 10,000 pounds, directly crushing them below. Yi Lin, I'm a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you sure you want to go against me? Wu Shaoqi snapped out. Seeing that he couldn't beat Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi could only bring out his family background. Don't worry, it's not like you're going to die here. It's just going to hurt a little bit. If the Wu family is even going to stand up for you here, then I'll admit it. Yi Lin waved his hand and the star pressed down a few more points. Wu Shaoqi's face turned red. Yi Lin, even if you don't fear the martial family, what about the Supreme Academy? We're all students of the Supreme Academy, and in the future, We won't see each other without raising our heads. Do you really want to make things worse? Coincidentally, the Supreme Academy refuses to accept me. So go in peace. The moment these words fell from Yi Lin, the brilliant star completely smashed down. Boom! With a loud sound, as if the sky was crumbling, the star smashed on top of the heads of Wu Shaoqi and the others. For a time, light shone everywhere, and the entire space seemed to be filled with the light of this star, dazzling to the extreme. No! Wu Shaoqi let out a scream. When the light dispersed, the crowd only saw that Wu Shaoqi and the others had been smashed deep into the ground by the star, and the earth around them had spiderweb-like cracks, as if the star had really fallen from the sky, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Wu Shaoqi's group of a dozen people were all smashed into a puddle of minced meat by the stars. However, under the effect of the rules of the scholarship mystic realm, they still didn't die, but instead, they squirmed madly. A dozen or so puddles of minced meat, mixed with broken organs and bones, writhing there, were creepy just looking at them. This was equivalent to a puddle of rotten meat, having a human mind and cognition, seeing their torn muscles, popped eyeballs, and broken bones. All of this was enough to torture the spirit of anyone with a weak will to the point of breaking. At this moment, the entire room was silent, and those who had followed over to watch the fun had even begun to regret why they had come over. They held their breath, not daring to let out a single fart, fearing that Yi Lin would stare at them and give them a falling stone technique as well. Come a few kind people, send student Wu Shaoqi and the others to treatment, Yi Lin said very kindly. In fact, he couldn't tell which piece of meat was Wu Shaoqi. The crowd of onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. No one dared to move a bit until Yi Lin kindly raised his hand again, thunder jumping in his palm. Then they rushed over in fear. Without the proper tools, they took shovels, and without the proper containers, they took off their clothes and wrapped them. A group of people rushed towards the exit of the scholarly mystery realm with a dozen puddles of rotten meat and a charred corpse in their wake. Phew! After solving these flies, it's finally clear. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. Although Wu Shaoqi and the others could still be saved and restored to their original state, this time would definitely not be too short. After all, the sheer amount of work involved in putting a puddle of rotting flesh back together into a large living person cannot be overstated. By the time Wu Shaoqi was a new man, it was estimated that the scholarship mystery realm had already ended. Let's go see if we can still catch up with that multi-treasure golden toad, Yi Lin greeted towards Michelle. At this time, Michelle had already scared her little face white, and she resisted everything on her body without saying a word. She recalls it now and realizes that she had already been at the gates of hell before. She didn't dare to imagine that if Yi Lin had given himself such a blow when she was treating him as a pervert, she probably wouldn't have ended up any better than Wu Shaoqi and the others. A beauty queen turned into a slime. Is that a good idea? The exit of the scholar's secret realm. Sang Chanqi was standing by with 3 priests and a dozen professional medical staff. Although today was only the 6th day of the opening of the scholarship mystic realm, and there were still more than 20 days left until the end, but in previous years, people had already been seriously injured at this time, and they had to be cautious. This year's group of top students are quite powerful. This is the 6th day, and not a single one of them has found their way here yet, Zhang Kanki said with a smile. Pastor 1, yes. In previous years it has been busy at this time of the year, and I can see that this year's batch of top students is extraordinary. Pastor 2, let's hope they all go well. Then we can relax too. Pastor 3, indeed. Just as a few people were chatting, a large group of people rushed over in a flurry of wind. Zhang Kanki's heart instantly tightened. If this was the case, someone must have been injured. What's going on? Who got hurt? Sang Chanqi asked. We can't say who was injured. The crowd placed the tall and thin man who had been cleaved into a charred corpse in front of Zhang Kanki. Holy shit! Zhang Kanki was also startled. Injured this badly? Did this run into an extremely high-ranked fire attribute demon? Priests come quickly. Seeing the 3 priests working together to begin healing, the burns on the tall, thin man's body began to gradually recover, and his newly grown skin was as white and tender as a baby's. Phew! Luckily, it's just one, which is still better than previous years. Zhang Kanki breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a dozen or so balls of writhing meat were carried in front of Zhang Kanki. What's this? A low-level demonic slime? Zhang Kanki frowned. No, Mr. Zhang. This is Wu Shaoqi and the others, a top student said with a look of fear. What? Zhang Kanki's eyes widened and he almost stared his eyes out of their sockets. Are you saying that these dozen or so meatballs are all human? Under Zhang Kanki's stunned gaze, the few people in front of him slowly nodded. Zhang Kanki's eyes went black and he almost fainted straight away. He had just said that this year's top student was quite impressive, but in the blink of an eye, the so-called top student has become a ball of meat? The 3 priests were also dumbfounded. Pastor 1, what's going on? How did you grind it into this mess? Priest 2, did they get trampled by some giant demonic creature? That's too pathetic. Pastor 3, indeed. The amount of work involved in restoring a dozen or so meatballs into a dozen or so large living beings is simply frightening. Zhang Kanki hastily borrowed several more high-leveled priest nurses from Deep City. After they had looked at the dozen or so balls of meat, they all lit up. This would undoubtedly be a highlight of their professional resume if they did a good job. Soon, the exit of the scholarship secret realm was busy. On the other hand, the two of them, Yi Lin and Michelle, were similarly busy. The two chased along the direction that the multi-treasure golden toad fled all the way. But one does not matter. Not to mention the multi-treasure golden toad. Even a golden toad hair did not see. It's still too cheap for those dogs. Yi Lin frowned. If it wasn't for Wu Shaoqi and the others messing up, there was no way that the multi-treasure golden toad could have escaped from his hands. Just now, the multiple treasure golden toad had already been frightened once, and now it might be hiding somewhere within the secret territory, so it would be difficult to find it again. Forget it, don't look for it, upgrade first. With no other choice, Yilin could only give up on the idea of continuing to pursue the multi-precious golden toad. This scholar's secret realm was so big, relying on the two of them to find that multi-precious golden toad was like finding a needle in a haystack. Yilin brought Michelle with him and began to push across towards the depths of the scholarship mystic realm. After awakening his second profession talent, Yilin preferred to use small skills like fireball magic. After all, forbidden spells needed to be chanted and had a certain amount of skill for shake, so both humans and demons would be on guard. But the direct use of fireball magic can be instantaneous. Instantaneous fireball magic will be sent out in the role of the extreme sublimation to achieve the power of the forbidden spell. Used to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger sneak attack is indeed extremely good use. After quickly resolving the demons that blocked their path, Yilin and his duo continued to explore deeper into the scholarship mystic realm. Soon, they ran into several more groups of terrifying demons. The closer one got to the center of the secret realm, the greater the number of demonic creatures became, and the more powerful they became. Slowly, level 30 demons began to appear as well, and Yilin's face was extremely grave in the face of the level 30 demons, because a level 30 demonic creature was no longer in existence that could be easily killed in seconds with a single forbidden spell. It had to be 2 forbidden spells. Well, that's it for today. Seeing the bright moon hanging high above, Yilin stopped in his tracks. Although the mana value was not yet depleted, his spirit was beginning to tire. Although he had an immortal body, Yilin also needed normal rest. He lit the campfire, and then he asked Michelle to keep watch for him. This chick had whored herself out for so much experience value for nothing. It was only right to keep watch for herself. In order to fall asleep quickly, Yilin picked up the Starfall Heavenly Trace and used the back of the blade to give it a hard knock on his head, and all of a sudden he had the pure quality of sleep like a baby. Listening to the even breathing coming from Yilin, Michelle couldn't help but mutter as well. What a weirdo. Growing up, the males that came near her, except for her dad, almost always had bad intentions, and 9 out of 10 were lelicons. But Yilin wasn't like those men. Yilin didn't see her as a woman, or even as a human being. Michelle felt like she was just an okay humanoid tool in Yilin's eyes. Thinking about it, Michelle's thoughts let fly out of the sky as she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yilin's sleeping face. However, right in the darkness of the night, there were also 3 pairs of crimson eyes that were staring at them from afar. Michelle suddenly winced, as if sensing something, and jerked her head back, but saw nothing. Strange, is it just me? Michelle frowned. She had just clearly felt like something was peering at her. In the next second, Michelle suddenly detected an extremely dangerous feeling. Yilin, be careful. She couldn't react otherwise in time, and subconsciously picked up the sleeping Yilin, followed by a lunge to the side. Barely, Michelle felt some kind of liquid land on her back, followed by an extremely strong burning sensation on her back, as if she had been poured with sulfuric acid. Michelle sucked in a cold breath in pain. Yilin was also awakened at this moment. He looked at Michelle's back, and realized that the clothes on Michelle's back had already been corroded by a thick green foul-smelling liquid, and even her originally white and delicate skin was deeply corroded. Yilin frowned and looked at the monster in the darkness. His eyes snapped open and his face became much more intense. It's a high-level demonic creature, the 3-headed dog of hell, Cerberus. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent, when suddenly, a low growl broke the quiet, like the roar of an evil spirit from hell, only to see a huge canine shadow leaping out of the darkness. It was large and burly, covered in black flames, and its crimson eyes flashed menacingly in the night. The mouth was constantly dripping foul-smelling and corrosive saliva. The fangs were exposed as if they could tear everything apart, and what was even more chilling was that this monster, of course, had 3 heads. 6 crimson eyes were sizing up both Yilin and Michelle. This is none other than the legendary three-headed dog of hell, Cerberus, a truly high-level demonic creature. There is a world of difference between low-level demons and high-level demons. Low-level demons not only have very low strength and intelligence, but their highest level can only reach level 50. Level 50 is the limit for low-level magical creatures, such as slimes, which are common low-level magical creatures. However, high-level magical creatures were different. High-level magical creatures were not only stronger and had a higher level cap, but they also possessed an extremely high level of intelligence, and would even use schemes and traps. A high-level demonic creature could easily tear apart a dozen or so low-level demons of the same level, and the level of this hell's three-headed dog in front of him was clearly as high as level 36. It was no wonder that Manhwa was heavily injured right off the bat. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of saving the sleeping Yilin, she should have been able to dodge that strike just now. You stay away. This guy, he's tough. Yilin said to Michelle that this hellish three-headed dog was probably one of the most powerful demonic creatures in the scholarship mystic realm. The three-headed dog of hell growled lowly and circled around the campfire a few times. It was clear that this guy had already taken Yilin and Michelle as his prey. Fireball. Yilin took the lead and directly used a skill scroll, and the fireball technique was directly upgraded to Inferno God Sai under the effect of extreme sublimation. The huge red golden flaming sun smashed towards the three-headed dog of hell, but at that moment, Yilin read an emotion from the 6 huge eyes of the three-headed dog of hell, an emotion that was called contempt, only to see the second of the hell's three-headed dogs reveal its mouth wide open, and with a single bite, it bit down towards the Nako red gold sun released by Yilin. With a gurgling sound, the forbidden spell released by Yilin was actually directly swallowed by that hellish three-headed dog. What kind of monster is this? Yilin had some scalp numbness. It was also the first time he had faced a high-level demonic creature. He didn't expect this monster to be so terrifying. Facing the forbidden spell he had unleashed, he was able to directly swallow it in one bite. After swallowing Yelin's forbidden spell, a flash of humanized mockery appeared in the eyes of the three-headed dog of hell. Then his third head opened its mouth wide, and a thick green foul-smelling liquid was spewed out towards Yilin. Yilin frowned and directly sacrificed 2 cashews in exchange for 10 times his agility, dodging violently to the side. This thick green liquid possessed an extremely terrifying corrosiveness. Just now Michelle had already personally verified it. He didn't want to be stained with this thing. That huge dog head followed Yilin all the way to spit out thick green liquid. Along the way wherever he went, all the flowers, plants and trees were all corroded. Even the ground couldn't be spared, emitting gusts of white smoke under the corrosion of that liquid. Yilin had just avoided the extremely corrosive green liquid when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind. He quickly turned around, only to see a sharp black claw shadow slashing fiercely towards him. He didn't dare to take it hard, and quickly made a horizontal jump to avoid the fatal blow. At this point, Yilin had realized that he couldn't have any more reservations or hesitations when facing such a high-level demonic creature. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Brilliant blood-colored flames rose from Yilin's body, and that was Yilin's life fire burning brightly. Without burning reincarnation's double 3-dimensional attribute bonus, it was impossible for Yilin to be a match for this hellish three-headed dog. Bastard, don't you like to swallow? I'll let you swallow enough. Yilin raised his hand. The metal elements in his body kept surging out of his body, and dots of golden aura converged in his hand, eventually coalescing into a brilliant and dazzling golden lance. Forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin. The golden lance in Yilin's hand was like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying an unstoppable might as it ruthlessly stabbed at the three-headed dog of hell. Above that lance, the characteristic luster of Eternal Gangjin flowed, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. A flash of fear flashed in the eyes of the three-headed dog of hell, but it was then replaced by a scowl. It let out a low roar, and its second head opened its bloody mouth, spitting out rolling black flames in an attempt to fend off Yilin's attack. However, this forbidden spell, Eternal Gangjin, was most adept at breaking the surface with a point. The destructive power might not be as good as the destructive Berserker Thunder, but the attacking power was definitely top-notch. The long spear was as unstoppable as a dragon out of the sea, directly penetrating the black flames and piercing into the bloody mouth of that second head of the three-headed dog of hell, deeply penetrating into the throat. A mournful scream rang out, and the hell's three-headed dog's body trembled violently, as if it had suffered unimaginable pain. That second head struggled for a moment, then hung limply without a sound. Having one of its heads killed by Yilin, the hell's three-headed dog was obviously completely enraged. The first head that hadn't moved its hand, oh no, it hadn't moved its mouth, was shocked and furious. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out an extremely bizarre black breath. The aura carried a strong aura of death and withering, as if it was the focus of everything in the world. As soon as this aura came out, everything along the way was eroded. Flowers withered and green leaves withered. The little white rabbit that had been frightened panicked and just happened to be enveloped by that black breath. And in an instant, that little white rabbit collapsed to the ground and quickly became a dried rabbit. It wasn't hard to imagine that if someone was struck by this aura, they would surely be quickly turned into a human stem as well. Yellen was furious at the sight. Rabbit is so cute. How can you kill rabbit? Fireball. Although it was still the same skill, the current Yellen had double the bonus of burning reincarnation. The red golden sun that appeared this time was unknown how many times more terrifying than just now, and as soon as that black breath came close, it was directly vaporized by the terrifying heat. The red golden sun then went unabated and directly smashed towards the three-headed dog of hell. The three-headed dog of hell hissed, and its huge sharp claws then slapped down towards the red golden sun in front of it. Bang! The red gold sun was directly slapped and crumbled away. But the claws of the three-headed dog of hell were also burned to the point that a rich, charred scent wafted out. And at this time, Yilin had already appeared on the flank of the three-headed dog of hell. The forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin was cast once again, and the golden lance appeared in his hand. Facing an enemy of this size, there was no forbidden spell that worked better than Eternal Gangjin, and no subsequent throws were likely to fall short. This time, Yilin was aiming for the third head that would spit out corrosive liquid. Just as the golden lance was about to hit the third head, a scene that shocked Yilin appeared. That second head that should have died a long time ago came to life and took a bite out of the golden lance that was speeding by. Vocal swindle? Dang! Accompanied by a sound of gold and iron. In Yilin's shocked gaze, the suddenly resurrected second head accurately bit into the golden lance condensed from Eternal Gangjin. Yilin clearly remembered that this head had just been penetrated through the head by the Eternal Gangjin and was too dead to die. But it was just such a moment's effort that the injuries on top of this second head had all recovered. And it was just like a fine dog. Can it be that this thing also has an immortal body? Yilin looked at the hellish three-headed dog in front of him in disbelief. At this time, the injuries on the hell's three-headed dog had fully recovered, and the three heads let out a terrifying roar in unison. The second head stared at Yilin in death, its eyes filled with ferocity and hatred. The huge hell's three-headed dog then leapt up and lunged towards Yilin. Yilin dodged while shouting at Michelle, who was hiding. I remember you had a lot of chocolate in the bag you were carrying. Throw me the chocolate. Ha! Are you hungry? Michelle froze. Wasn't she in the middle of dealing with the high-level demonic creature hell's three-headed dog? Yilin wanted to eat chocolate at this time? Leave it alone and throw it over. Yilin urged. Michelle opened her backpack with her hands in a frenzy and threw the dozens of chocolates inside to Yellen in a brainstorm. Chocolate this thing's small size. Calories thief high. The most suitable for wild camping cross-country when eating. Can quickly replenish physical strength. So Michelle prepared a lot. After receiving the chocolate, Yellen raised his hand and greeted the three-headed dog of hell with a fireball spell. The three-headed dog of hell was enraged and instantly became even more frantic as it tore towards Yilin. Those three bloody mouths were extremely conspicuous, and even through the moonlight one could see the throat of the three-headed dog of hell. This saved Yellen a lot of trouble, as he squeezed the chocolate in his hand, and then kept throwing it into the stomach of the three-headed dog of hell like a dart. In order to rain on the parade, each head Yellen did not spare. Hell! I don't know if the three heads share a common digestive system or if they have three digestive systems. The three-headed dog of hell was also very cooperative, coming and going, swallowing all of them into its belly, as if everything in this world it could devour. Soon all the chocolates were thrown into the stomach of Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell. By Yellen. Michelle was dumbfounded by Yellen's maneuver. She couldn't even understand what Yellen was actually doing. Was he feeding the three-headed dog from hell? But soon, a shocking change occurred in the three-headed dog of hell, only to see that the huge-sized hell three-headed dog suddenly collapsed to the ground. All the muscles of his body began to undergo intense spasms. All three heads began to foam at the mouth at the same time, and the lower half of his body was even incontinent, with a foul odor. Michelle opened her rosy little mouth wide, confusion written all over her small white face. She couldn't figure out. Obviously it had been Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell, that had been chasing after Yellen. How could it be that after chasing, the three-headed dog of hell itself had fallen first? Yilin glanced at the dumbfounded Michelle and opened his mouth to explain. Don't you know? Dogs can be poisoned by eating chocolate. The theobromine and other substances in chocolate can make dogs have muscle spasms, and dogs can suffer from vomiting, diarrhea, drooling, and other toxic phenomena after eating it. And in severe cases, it can also cause death. This I know, but this is the high-level demonic creature hell's three-headed dog Cerberus. Michelle muttered and opened her mouth. It was fine if Yilin didn't explain, but this explanation made Michelle even more dumbfounded instead. Hellhounds are dogs too, so chocolate is just as likely to poison a hellhound? Who would have thought that the dreaded high-level demonic creature, the hell's three-headed dog, would have a nemesis in chocolate. Yilin walked over to the still twitching hell's three-headed dog, then opened the burning chakra and directly slammed down with an exterminating frenzied thunder. Possibly sensing that death was approaching, the hell's three-headed dog actually staggered to its feet when that furious, raging thunderstorm was about to slam down. Six eyes stared at Yilin at the same time and let out a low growl. Subsequently, the black flames from the three-headed dog of hell surged towards both Yilin and Michelle at the same time at an extremely terrifying speed. The flame was filled with high temperature, as if it could burn everything, carrying the grudge and madness of the three-headed dog of hell before its death. And once touched, the consequences were unimaginable. Yilin pulled Michelle behind himself, then with a lift of his hand, a thick wall blocked in front of the two of them. Forbidden spell wall of size. Yilin's level had now reached level 20, and unless a level 40 or higher demon or transmogrifier made a move, he would be able to break the defense of the wall of size head-on. Otherwise, the only option was to bypass the wall of size and launch an attack on Yilin. Although the hell's three-headed dog's deathbed counterattack was extremely terrifying, when faced with the wall of size, it could only shake its head and sigh. The black flame hit the wall of size and was directly annihilated. Not even a single crack was left on the wall of size. And at that moment, the thunder summoned by Yilin had also fallen, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. That hell's three-headed dog was directly struck by lightning into a charred black corpse. Kill the 36th level advanced demonic creature hell's three-headed dog. Rewarded with 720 experience points. High-level demons were just that. High-level demons, all providing twice the experience value of lower-level demons. And Yilin had risen to level 21 with this experience value. But before he could be happy, Yilin realized another problem. The black flames released by the three-headed dog of hell before it died did not cause direct damage to Yilin and Michelle under the blockage of the wall of size, but they spread rapidly around, creating a devastating fire. The scene around them instantly became chaotic and dangerous, as the trees, grass and surrounding bushes were reduced to ashes in a raging fire. Bugger off! Yilin quickly reacted, pulling up Michelle's hand and rushing out in the direction away from the black flames. But just as soon as he moved, Michelle sucked in cold air from the pain. It was then that Yilin remembered that Michelle had just had her back corroded by the spit of a hellish three-headed dog in order to carry off the sleeping him. Not caring about that much, Yilin ignored Michelle's refusal and directly picked Michelle up in his arms, then rushed out towards the secret perimeter. Michelle's cheeks were already flushed at the moment. The hot ground was underneath her, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and smoke. But at this moment, she kind of wished that time would pause in this moment. Quack! Just as Michelle was soaking in the atmosphere, a clear frog's cry came. When Yilin twisted his head to look, he saw that a huge golden toad was panicking, with black flames burning on its butt. This is that multi-precious golden toad from last time. Yilin was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after decapitating the three-headed dog of hell, there would be an unexpected blessing. The black flames released by the hell's three-headed dog's dying counterattack actually burned out that multi-treasure golden toad. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell, wood realm descent. Without the slightest hesitation, Yilin raised his hand and fired two forbidden spells. In the state of burning chakra, the vines that appear from the descent of the wood realm become even tougher to break free from. And since this was a forest, where casting wood realm descent would get the greatest boosting effect, it was clear that Yilin had no intention of letting go of this multiple treasure golden toad at all this time. The green vines were like a spiritual snake twining towards the duobow golden toad. The vertical pupil of the multi-treasure golden toad showed the color of panic. It obviously did not expect that it would actually be so unlucky today. First it was inexplicably burned by the fire, and then it also bumped into Yilin. Multi-treasure golden toad limbs stomping, trying to break free from the vines that bind it. However, those vines as if they have life, tightly entangled it. No matter how it struggles cannot break free, but the more struggling the more tightly bundled. The multiple treasure golden toad opened its big mouth and took a deep breath. Then its entire body became even bigger, holding the vines apart and secreting transparent mucus from its body. Quack! With the lubrication of the mucus on his body, the duobow golden toad instantly broke free from the binding of the wood realm descending vines and tried to escape. I didn't want to hurt you, but you're obsessed, so don't blame me. Yilin's eyes stared, and the vines released by the wood realm descent once again twined towards the duobow golden toad. And this time, the surface of the vines not only shone with a faint golden light, but countless short sharp thorns also grew out of the vines. The vines swept towards the duobow golden toad, like a python chasing its prey, and soon wrapped the duobow golden toad tightly around it. And the vines gradually tightened up, making the duobow golden toad's movements become slower and slower. The multi-treasure golden toad let out an anxious chirp as its body was wrapped tighter and tighter around the vines, as if it was going to be squeezed into a ball. However, this time, no matter how much it struggled and secreted mucus, it was unable to break free from the vines that bound it. On the contrary, due to it struggling too violently, the short thorns on the vines had dug deep into its skin, causing the doppelganger golden toad to chirp incessantly in pain. With a flash, Yilin arrived in front of the duo-bao golden toad, and was obviously extremely happy about this lost and found prey. He set the starfall heavenly mark on the head of the duo-bao golden toad. I know you can understand me. Spit everything out and I won't kill you. Yilin opened his mouth. The multi-treasure golden toad was likewise a high-level magical creature, and its intelligence was not low at all. That multiple treasure golden toad hesitated for a while, then spat out a piece of odd stone about the size of a fist from its mouth. The surface of this stone flowed with a faint golden luster, as if it contained infinite magical power, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for it, emitting a palpitating sense of oppression. Yilin picked up the stone, only to feel a cold and heavy sensation coming from his palm. This small stone pressed Yilin's palm a little numb, and there were also strange patterns on the stone that looked like dragon scales. This is dragon mining gold. A flash of joy flashed under Yilin's eyes. Luckily he didn't wander off during geography class in high school. Dragon mining gold was an extremely precious forging material, and if it was handed over to a forging grandmaster, it could definitely create an epic level equipment. This multiple treasure golden toad is really better than 100 years. Actually even dragon mining gold can be spat out. Just this. No more? Yilin looked at the multi-treasure golden toad with a smile. The multi-treasure golden toad nodded repeatedly. I don't believe it. Yilin was convinced that there must be something even more precious than the dragon mining gold in the belly of this multiple treasure golden toad. Otherwise this multiple treasure golden toad wouldn't have spat out the dragon mining gold so easily. Although the intelligence of high-level magical creatures was not lower than that of humans, it was still 1 point less insidious and cunning compared to real humans, and a little guessing would be able to guess what they were thinking. Yilin didn't let go of the duo-bao golden toad, but carried the duo-bao golden toad and Michelle, and fled to a place away from the black flames first. Yilin then tossed the multi-precious golden toad aside and removed his yin-yang twin life bracelet and put it on Michue's hand to recover the injuries on her back. Under the effect of the yin-yang twin life bracelet, Michelle's back that was corroded by the three-headed dog of hell began to slowly recover. Only that the scars still looked a bit hideous. This would have to wait until she was out of the scholarship mystic realm and then look for a beautician or some other profession to help her repair it. After curing Michelle, Yilin then hung the doppelganger golden toad on a giant tree in the sky and gave Michelle a task. Every 3 minutes, punch the doppelganger golden toad on its white stomach, and when it vomits, let it rest for 5 minutes, and if it doesn't vomit, keep punching. Hearing Yilin's words, the doppelganger golden toad croaked, obviously protesting, but how could Yilin pay attention to a toad's protests? He hummed and went straight to preparing the food. Little girl picking mushrooms, carrying a big bamboo basket, bare feet in the morning, walking the forests and the hills. Along the way, no matter what color fungus you see, Yilin has no qualms about picking up all of them. Soon he picked up a large pile of rare fungus and ran back, and by this time, Michelle had also tortured the doppelganger golden toad for a long time. Although the doppelganger toad spat out quite a few things, those things were about as good as rags compared to the dragon mining gold. And Yilin expected that this doppelganger toad was definitely still hiding his clumsiness. So instead of letting go of the doppelganger toad, he ran off and started building a fire to make a meal for a late-night snack. Forbidden spell, Wood Realm Descent. Forbidden spell, Karma Fire Burning Sky. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gangjin. 3 forbidden spells were released in a row, and there was firewood, a source of fire, and an iron pot, or a pot made of Eternal Gangjin. This operation made both Michelle and the multi-precious golden toad look dumbfounded. They had never thought to death that forbidden spells could still be fucking used like this. It's okay to use a forbidden spell to light a fire, but someone is actually using a forbidden spell to build a pot? Does that make sense? Watching the water in the pot start to boil, Yilin nodded with satisfaction and sliced and threw in all the slices of the pile of flowery mushrooms, some of which were originally white, and everything turned greenish in color. The gurgling boiling water turned the mushrooms over and over, making Yilin's mouth water. Brother, you can't eat this, can you? They look just poisonous. Michelle couldn't help but say, what do you know? A friend of mine from the south of colorful clouds told me that the brighter the fungus, the more toxic it is, but the more toxic the fungus, the more delicious it is. Yilin said furiously, take advantage of the fact that we have immortality in the scholar's secret realm now. If we don't eat it later, we won't have the chance to eat it. Really? Michelle blinked her big eyes, obviously a little skeptical. But soon, the fresh aroma of the pot that belonged uniquely to the mushrooms spread out, making even Michelle gulp. Just eat it. Eat one without squeaking. After 5 minutes of cooking, Yilin couldn't wait to scoop up the mushrooms. He and Michelle each had a bowl, with soup and mushrooms, and swallowed it directly into their bellies. The sweet mushrooms slide along the tongue and into the stomach, and only those who have experienced it can articulate the beauty of it. Michelle's little face was all red from the hot soup, and it was adorable. How's that? Tasty, right? Yilin wiped his mouth and scooped another bowl for himself and Michelle. Yummy. But, why are there two little people fighting above your head? Michelle said suspiciously. It's fine. Minor problem. It's just a poison attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilin fell to the ground with a thud and plunged headfirst into the still boiling pot of mushroom soup, his head being boiled with a gurgling sound. Oh, so it's a poison attack. I thought it was because the fungus wasn't cooked. Michelle heatedly giggled. Her beautiful eyes rolled white, and she fainted as well. Doppelganger. Gobble gobble gobble. Yilin woke up with the mushroom soup pot boiling non-stop, cooking his head. The meat of the whole head was as well cooked as a sheep's head laid out on the table by the old horse, and all that was missing was a pour to start it off. Since the nerves had all been cooked, Yilin couldn't feel any pain at all. He reached out and touched on Michelle to make sure that she was still in a poisoned state and hadn't woken up, and with a thought, the horrifying repairing ability of the immortal body began to unfold, only to see those already cooked meat fall off, until a fresh skeleton came off. Then new muscle fibers, blood vessels and skin grew on the skeleton. Even the eyes that had fallen off grew back. The mushrooms are indeed delicious. It's just that next time, we have to find a place far away from the pot. Yilin laughed bitterly. He wasn't a masochist, so naturally he didn't have a penchant for boiling his head in a pot. And this frightening scene all fell clearly in the eyes of the duo Baojin toad that had been hanging upside down all night. The multi-treasured golden toad's vertical pupils, which were already round, almost stared directly out of their sockets at this moment. Humans, do humans have such a horrible recovery ability? Even if it's a demonic creature, if its head is boiled, it must be dead through and through. Seeing that Michelle hadn't woken up yet, Yilin walked towards the doppelganger golden toad and flicked it on its white belly. I say, you've been hanging here all night, and you still won't spit out your baby? Do you have to hang here to be satisfied? The multi-treasured golden toad was silent, clearly unwilling to hand it over. Seeing this, Yilin didn't bother to force the stubborn toad anymore. And after waking up Michelle, Yilin handed over the doppelganger golden toad and his luggage to her, and then set off on the journey of brushing monsters once again. There were still 24 days before the closure of the scholarship mystic realm, and he didn't believe that the duo Bao golden toad could really withstand 24 severe torture. For the rest of the journey, the two of them, Yilin and Michelle, divided their work and cooperated very well. Yilin was in charge of throwing forbidden spells to kill the demons, and Michelle was in charge of abusing the doppelganger toad and making it spit things. The two of them were just wreaking havoc in the scholar's secret realm, and their experience value was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, the greater part of a month passed by in a flash. There were only the last 5 days left before the closure of the scholar's secret realm. At this moment, at the exit of the scholar's secret realm, 3 priests walked out of the operating room with big black circles under their eyes and a tired face. Pastor 1 breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Sang Chanchi. Fortunately, the surgery was a success, and Wu Shaoqi and the others are back to looking pretty much like they did before. Zhang Kenki's face lit up at his words. Tough on the 3 of you. Don't worry, Zhang, will definitely report your merits truthfully during this period of time. Just then, Wu Shaoqi and his group were also pushed out of the operating room by the medical staff. Mr. Sang, I feel like the shape of my face isn't quite right. My face seems a bit square. A top student spoke up. Square point is good. National face is steady, Zhang Kenki said with a wave of his hand. But, wouldn't this be a bit too square? That scholar sat up, only to see his face. A standard square with angles. Zhang Kenki was startled and hurriedly grabbed a priest and asked, "What's going on?" The priest sighed somewhat helplessly. "Boss, they've been crushed into meat cakes. It's good to be able to return to human form in such a short period of time, and the problem with the shape of the face can only be followed up by him going to a plastic surgeon." "That's true," Sang Chanchi nodded. "Mr. Sang, what about this one of mine? I have long and short hands." Another top student spoke up. "Everyone's hands can't be the same length. Just get used to it," Zhang Kenki comforted. "Then it can't be so ridiculously long or short." That scholar angrily raised his hands, only to see that one of his hands was normal and the other was only a dozen centimeters long. Zhang Kenki's pupils slowly dilated, and then he grabbed the priest by the collar. "Are you kidding me? How dare you say the operation was a success even after all this? Boss, half a month splicing a dozen people, an average of 1 person a day to spell a person out. Dazzle a little problem is normal. I help him get his hand back is. You first calm down," the priest said in a hurry. This was followed by a variety of more or less bizarre symptoms in others. There were extra taste buds in the colon, an extra steel door in the palm, an extra tongue in the armpit, and for a while there were complaints at the door of the operating room. Wu Shaoqi was in a cold sweat when he saw this. He hurriedly checked his body, and only after realizing that he didn't have those messed up symptoms like everyone else did, he let out a sigh of relief. Then a flash of resentment flashed under his eyes, and as soon as he lifted the covers, he was about to get out of bed to find Yilin's trouble. He hadn't forgotten who had put him through this recasting of his body, but just as soon as he got out of bed and stood on the floor, he realized something wasn't quite right, because Wu Shaoqi realized that he had 2 left feet. Yilin, I'm not done with you. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and his eyes were on fire. He, Yilin, was able to use unlimited forbidden spells within the scholarship mystic realm. So what about outside the scholarship mystic realm? Without the immortality laws of the scholarship realm, wouldn't he still become the lamb to be slaughtered? At that time, he would definitely make Yilin pay the price and let him know what would happen if he offended him. Wu Shaoqi. At this time in the scholarship secret realm, Yilin didn't know that he had been targeted by Wu Shaoqi, who was struggling to find the demon. But after searching for 2 hours, he didn't find a single demonic creature except for 2 living people. In the end, Yilin could only recognize the reality, which was that the demons in the scholar's secret realm seemed to have been killed by him. At this point in time, Yilin's level had come to level 25. And Michelle had also reached level 23. It's worth noting that doppelganger toad still won't spit. Its white flowery belly had already been hammered into a blue and purple patch by Mishue. But this duo bao golden toad was still hardmouthed as hell. Yilin once again hung the multi-precious golden toad upside down, then touched its belly with a calm expression. Oh little golden toad, we're leaving today. The multi-treasure golden toad sniffed, and its round eyes instantly lit up. Its own bitter days had finally come to an end. Since you're not willing to spit your belly baby out to me, I'm not going to force you. It's probably fate. Yilin sighed quietly. We've known each other for a while, and we've tortured you for so long. So today I'll give you a pain in the ass and let you completely free yourself. Yilin raised his hand. The sky instantly converged with dark clouds. Silver-white thunder shuttled through the dark clouds, and then a furious thunderbolt swooped down at breakneck speed like an exterminating dragon, connecting with Yilin's palm. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Quack. The vertical pupils of the multi-treasure golden toad reflected the raging thunder snake, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with panic. The good news, its days of misery are over. Bad news, its days are numbered. It thought that Yilin was going to let it go, but it didn't realize that Yilin was going to send it away. Quack, quack 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 quack. The multi-treasure golden toad waved its hand repeatedly, as if begging for mercy. What's wrong? Do you still have something to say? Yilin asked with a smile. The multi-treasure golden toad was silent for a while, and then seemed to have made some sort of determination. During this period of time it had already seen through. This human in front of it was 2 psychopaths. Couldn't afford to mess with it but still couldn't afford to hide from it. The more intelligent a creature is, the more it fears death. One could only see the huge mouth of the multi-treasure golden toad begin to slowly wriggle as if it was chewing on something. Then, accompanied by a low chirping sound, from its mouth, it unexpectedly spat out a weapon that flashed with cold light. The weapon drew an elegant arc in the air and ended up plunging diagonally into the ground in front of Yilin. It was a staff with a faint golden luster flowing from it, as if it contained infinite power. The staff was carved with delicate patterns, as if there were flames burning, and every detail revealed mystery and nobility. Yilin froze. He didn't expect that the treasure that the multi-precious golden toad had hidden for so long was actually a staff. He hastily checked up on the attributes of the staff. Red hot staff. Class, epic. Attribute, spiritual strength increase by 50%, washable. Skill, red heat burning sky. Red inferno burning sky, when wielding the red inferno staff to cast fire spells. Reduce mana consumption by 30% and increase power by 50%. Yilin instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This staff, it was actually still an epic level equipment. No wonder this multi-treasure golden toad is hidden so tightly. However, the bonus of this epic level equipment was truly mind-blowing. The bonus of just 1 epic level equipment was worth the sum of 3 pieces of high level equipment. Do you think you wouldn't have had to suffer so much if you had cooperated earlier? Yilin picked up the red flame staff and then swung it violently, casting a normal skill. Blade of Flame. Occupational talent Extreme Sublimation is activated, and the flame blade has been strengthened into the Inferno God's Raging Flame Chop. Yilin waved his red flame staff, and a violent force converged at the tip of the staff, forming a huge vortex of flames. Accompanied by the staff pointing forward, the flame vortex instantly erupted, transforming into a blazing giant blade of flame that chopped forward with a thunderous force. The air seemed to be split by this blade of flame, emitting a sharp wind-breaking sound. Wherever the flame blade passed, the ground was instantly melted by the heat, forming a long scorched black trail. The Inferno God's Raging Flame Slash was originally a forbidden spell, and was strengthened by 50% by the red Inferno staff, And with Yi Lin's level, this slash was enough to easily kill any level 35 or lower demons and transmutants. When the multiple treasure golden toad saw this, a hint of panic flashed in its eyes. It didn't expect Yi Lin to actually not keep his promise. He had already spit out all his treasures, and the other party still wanted to kill him. This blade was not something that it could resist at all. The multi-treasure golden toad was not good at fighting in the first place. It could only close its eyes and wait for death. But just in the nick of time, the flame blade happened to stop in front of it, and the duo bow golden toad could even clearly feel the high temperature coming from the top of the flame blade. Looks like you really don't have anything in your stomach. Yi Lin nodded in satisfaction, then untied the restraints and released the multi-precious golden toad. He remembered that if the multiple treasure golden toad was in mortal danger, it would blow itself up along with the treasure in its stomach, leaving those who hunted it with nothing. This multi-treasure golden toad hadn't exploded itself even though it was almost dead. Obviously it had been drained by him and had absolutely nothing left in its stomach. The multiple treasure golden toad that had escaped death froze in place, and with its brain, it naturally couldn't figure out why Yi Lin looked like he was going to get it killed 1 second, but let it go the next. But it knew that it was relieved. The multi-treasure golden toad cried out in joy and scurried out with a whoosh. But due to the fact that it had suffered too much during this period of time at the hands of both Yi Lin and Mi Shui, its speed was obviously not as fast as it used to be. Come on, let's go straight out and not waste time here. Yi Lin brought Michelle to the exit of the scholarship secret realm. Damn, I don't know what's going on. There's still 5 days left to close the secret realm, but it seems like there's not a single demon in the secret realm. Right, I want to talk about this too. That squad of ours hunted the outer perimeter for 10 days and leveled up before entering the deep inner perimeter. But there was only a trail of fire there. Not a single hair. Right. I've also noticed that there are actually more demons in the outer perimeter than in the inner depths. Does that make sense? Wait for Wu Shaoqi and the others. After they recovered from their injuries, they also went in to brush up their levels. They might know what's going on. The crowd gathered to talk about the shocking changes within the scholarship mystery. But when they saw Yi Lin and Mi Shui and the two of them, the people around them were so frightened that they backed away, as if they had seen an evil spirit. They had already inquired that the one who had crushed all of Wu Shaoqi's dozen or so people into meatloaf was the clean-looking teenager in front of them. They didn't want to experience the feeling of having their entire body crushed and then being pieced back together in human form. Yi Lin ignored them and walked straight to the exit. Student Yi Lin, if you walk out from here, it means you've finished the scholarship mystery trial. There are still 5 days left. Are you sure you want to go out now? Zhang Kanki kindly reminded. Okay, Yi Lin nodded. The demons within the scholarship mystery had almost all been killed by him, so what was the point of staying inside? Good, then register the rank over here. Zhang Kanki opened his mouth and said. Yi Lin directly lit up his rank. Leafwood, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 25. Zhang Kanki instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 25 levels? He remembered that Yi Lin was only level 18 when he entered the scholarship secret realm, right? This family talk had risen a full 7 levels in the scholarship mystic realm? In previous years, the highest person who came out of the scholar's secret realm was only level 24. Yi Lin this had already broken the highest record of the scholar's secret realm. The commotion here also quickly caught the attention of the others, and the looks they gave Yi Lin had shock written all over them. Looking at Yi Lin's rank, it was as if they knew why there were no demons in the depths of the inner circle. The demons in the inner depths, they wouldn't all be killed by this guy, would they? Meanwhile, after recovering from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, who wanted to hurry up and level up a bit while the scholarship mystic realm was still closed, let out an angry growl. Fuck! What the hell is going on here? Why is there not a single demon left? Mr. Zhang, can I go now? Yi Lin asked. Ha? Oh, can. Yelin's voice brought Zhang Kanki back from his shock. It was too terrifying. To be able to rise 7 levels in a row in just a month's time was simply appalling. He couldn't even imagine how fast Yi Lin would be able to kill demons in the secret realm. No wonder forbidden spellcasters as a profession don't live past the age of 25. God opens a window for you and then closes the door before pinching your head with it. If the forbidden spellcaster can have the same lifespan as other professions, then all the other professions don't need to mix. Just find a 36E and run headlong to death. Hey no, wait, you can't leave. Watching Yi Lin walk past in front of him, Zhang Kanki suddenly reacted. At this rank, you're by far the highest, and you're likely to be the national top student of this year's class. So you'll have to stay until the secret realm closes. National top scholar. Is there any reward? Yi Lin asked directly. Of course. Zhang Kanki nodded. In addition to the honor added to the honor, the national scholar Daxia official will also directly give a generous commendation. How bountiful. Yi Lin's eyes instantly lit up. About 3 or 4 stories thick. After hearing Zhang Kanki's explanation, Yi Lin stayed on the spot. Originally he had planned to return to Qingcheng at the first opportunity. After all, he had completely offended Wu Shaoqi, who was the head of the ground in Deep City, so it was better to do more than less. But since there's a reward, that's a different story. Yi Lin waited at ease. And soon, 5 days flashed by. The scholar and the scholar secret realm walked out one after another. Only at this moment, their faces were all extremely ugly, just like eating several pounds of that. In these 5 days, the entire squad of 5 people they had only killed 4 demons combined, averaging out to 1 person without a head. Some of them didn't even encounter a single demonic creature, purely wandering around inside the scholarship mystic realm for 5 days. It was as if the demons in the entire scholar's secret realm had strangely disappeared due to some sort of force majeure. For example, Wu Shaoqi and Ning Yi, a group of a dozen or so people, had only encountered 2 demons in the span of 5 days. One was killed by them, and the other, a doppelganger toad. It took them a lot of effort to go all the way around and chase them down before they finally managed to capture this multi-treasure golden toad alive. However, an even weirder scene happened. The belly of that multi-treasure golden toad was actually empty of anything. This was completely inconsistent with the habits of the multiple treasure golden toad, which was as greedy as life, and would definitely swallow the treasure when it saw it. The only explanation was that someone had gotten ahead of them and taken all the treasures in the belly of the multi-treasure golden toad. Wu Shaoqi's face was drawn out, and his entire person was as chilling as a volcano about to erupt. He was level 22 when he entered the scholar's secret realm, and when he came out, he was also level 22, which was equivalent to the fact that he didn't get anything out of the scholar's secret realm, and he took a severe beating for nothing, and healed his wounds for more than half a month. And the culprit of all this was obviously Yi Lin. As soon as Wu Shaoqi came out and saw the bashful Yi Lin, he almost charged straight up. If it wasn't for Yi Lin, he could have risen at least 3 or 4 levels in this month's time, and he would even have had a chance to compete for the position of the national top student. However, Wu Shaoqi still suppressed the agitation within him, and he coldly glanced at Yi Lin before withdrawing his gaze. If he made a move in the scholarship mystic realm, he would definitely not be Yi Lin's opponent, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to fall in the same place twice. But this matter obviously couldn't be left at that. Along with everyone leaving the scholarship mystic realm, everyone's ranks were tallied up. The person with the highest rank was obviously Yi Lin without a doubt. After all the demons in the secret realm had been slaughtered by him. Congratulations Yi Lin, you're the highest ranked person in this scholar's secret realm, Zhang Kanki complimented. Seeing this result, even though it was expected, the bottom of Zhang Kanki's eyes still could not hide the shock. After all along, the title of national top student has been bagged by those top big city students. Scholar born in big cities, before they even enter the scholar's secret realm, their level can reach more than 20 levels, not at all comparable to those teeny tiny scholars coming out of small counties. But Yi Lin had undoubtedly broken this rule, as Qingcheng was a deservedly small town. Once this news was spread out, it would surely stun countless people's jaws. What? 25 levels? Wu Shaoqi could no longer remain calm and stared at Yi Lin with a resentful face. He clearly remembered that before Yi Lin entered the secret realm, he was only level 18, and he had risen 7 levels in a row in one breath. So it was no wonder that there were very few demons left in the scholarship secret realm. In other words, Yi Lin had not only blasted him into a meat pie and made him spend most of a month just recuperating from his injuries, he had also slaughtered all the demonic creatures while he was recuperating. Yi Lin, you damned bastard. I will never let this matter go like this. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth. The expressions of the other city scholars looking at Yi Lin also became unkind, vaguely hostile. They also knew now that the culprit that caused them to not see almost a single demonic creature for the 5 days behind them was clearly Yi Lin. Grass, a forbidden spellcaster who won't live long enough to rob monsters. How disgusting. That's right, it's disgusting. The previous national champion, that one wasn't level 26 or even 27? It's all because of him, pulling down the gold content of the national champion. Damn it, why are spellcasters still allowed to take the entrance exam? None of these professions live past the age of 25. So what's the point of training spellcasters? It affects us, the future pillars of Xia. For nothing, the crowd was murmuring, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Yi Lin. Yi Lin was indifferent, but Michelle soon couldn't listen anymore, and took the initiative to cross her arms and quarrel with those people. But how could she, alone, quarrel with so many people? Just as they were arguing, the sky of the scholarship mystic realm suddenly clouded over, as if all the light had been swallowed up. The hearts of the crowd tightened as inexplicable fear filled the air, and just then, a deafening boom came from the center of the secret realm, as if something was awakening underground. Immediately afterward, the entire secret realm began to vibrate violently, shaking so much that it made one's head spin. Don't panic, everyone, crouched down on the ground. Zhang Kanki's face changed wildly as he realized that the exit of the scholarship mystic realm had closed at some point, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't open it. The scholar's secret realm had never had a problem for so long. What was going on now? The sky of the secret realm became more and more gloomy, and the thick darkness seemed to oppress everyone's mind like substance. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot up from the depths of the secret realm, cutting through the darkness and reflecting on everyone's faces. In that light, a huge monster could be vaguely seen, and they were of different shapes. Some had horns, some had feathered wings, and some were covered in scale armor, emitting a strong evil aura. Zhang Kanki's pupils shrunk violently, no longer able to maintain his composure. Even his voice took on a slight tremor. It's demon race, demonic creatures, divided into low-level demons and high-level demons. Higher-level demons can even command lower-level demons. And above the demons, there was an even more terrifying existence. The demon race. No one knew where the devils came from. The only thing they knew was that every single one of them was terrifying to the extreme. Not only do they possess intelligence not weaker than that of humans, they can even spit out human words. Every time a demonic race appeared, it was an unparalleled crisis. And now, Zhang Kanki had seen with his own eyes that a demonic race had appeared in the scholarship mystic realm. How could this make Zhang Kanki not be terrified? Demon race, how dare you invade the boundaries of my human race? How dare you? Zhang Kanki shouted out harshly. However, those demons didn't pay any attention to Zhang Kanki, as they bowed and fell to their knees, as if they were greeting some big shot. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a man with a tall figure and skin that was too white to be true walked out slowly. The only thing that was different from normal humans was that this man's pupils were heck of a weird dark purple color, deep and cold. Zhang Kanki had been too shocked to speak. A demon race. And it was a demon race that looked exactly like humans. He wished, more than anything at the moment, that this fellow was a traitor to the humans. But looking at the way the other demons were treating him with respect, it was clear that there was no such possibility. The man lifted his deep purple eyes and glanced around towards his surroundings. Your human race is nothing more than an ingredient for my demon race. And now you dare to turn around and captive my race's lowly slaves for you to hunt and kill. You guys really don't know how to die. The man slowly opened his mouth, his voice cold, an invisible fear that penetrated deeply into the bone marrow of everyone present. A deep fear had risen in Zhang Kanki's heart, and he was not afraid to die, but he was afraid that everyone would die here. These people were all the top students selected from all over the country through the college entrance exams. They were all the top transmigrators of the younger generation. If they all died here, even for the whole of Disya, it would definitely be traumatizing. All hide behind me. Don't worry, the abnormality here will definitely be noticed by the people from Deep City soon. Maybe they are already on their way here. Zhang Kanki opened his mouth to comfort the candidates, then slowly stepped forward, facing these demons in front of him directly. A terrifying aura rose from Zhang Kanki's body, who was clearly a level 70 transmigrator. However, that human-looking demonic man didn't have the slightest bit of panic on his face, and he glanced at Zhang Kanki with slight disdain. Ruta, he's all yours. I'm going to have some fun with these humans. Yes, my lord. A figure like a tower of iron in his mouth and answered. The entire ground trembled as he took a step, standing at a height of 3 meters, with 2 horns on top of his head, and his entire body was covered in red armor with a metallic luster. The man then tried to cross over Zhang Kanki to attack directly towards Yilin and the others. Zhang Kanki took a step forward, a large sword slashing out directly towards the front, wanting to stop the man, but at that moment, Ruta slammed headlong directly towards Zhang Kanki. You mustn't disturb His Excellency's pleasure. Although Ruta's size was huge, his speed was extremely fast, and he knocked Zhang Kanki out of the way with a headbutt. Don't you move them! Sang Chanchi desperately tried to rush through to block the man, but Ruta was like an impenetrable moat. No matter how hard Sang Chanchi tried, he would be blocked by Ruta. The knife in his hand slashed at Ruta's body, only bringing up a series of sparks, but unable to hurt Ruta in the slightest. Don't worry, I'm just playing with them. The man walked slowly to all the scholars and laughed in a low voice. Are you the most powerful humans that the human race has selected from all over the world this year? Come, fight me, and as long as one of you can beat me, I will let all of you go. The demon man spread his hands in anticipation. Don't worry, according to your realm division system, I'm only level 20 at most. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and as some gazed, they realized that the aura emanating from this demonic man was indeed not far from a level 20 demon. This emboldened the crowd. They had thought that the other party was some kind of terrifying enemy that was so powerful that it could not be defeated. But with only level 20, what were they afraid of? You know, they are the top students from all over the world, and they are supposed to be 1 in a million. A tall, well-built boy was the first to step out of the crowd. With short hair, his skin healthy and tanned from years of training outside, and wearing a tight-fitting combat suit with well-defined muscles that made him look powerful. He stepped in front of the crowd, his eyes looking straight at the demonic man. "I'll fight you." He opened his mouth lightly, a sense of firmness and confidence in his voice. "It's Chao Chang's top scholar, Lin Zian. With him out there, it'll definitely work. He's a divine knight profession, and he's already level 21 as well. Not bad. Level 21 beat level 20. The advantage is definitely on us." Before the last person finished speaking, Lin Zian's figure crashed into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking down 7 or 8 people just like bowling before he managed to stop. Everyone froze. Lin Zian, actually in one shot, was directly killed in seconds by the demonic man in front of him. Cough. Cough cough cough. Lin Zian coughed violently, and in the blood he coughed out of his mouth. There were even broken pieces of internal organs. If it wasn't for the power of the laws of the scholarship mystic realm hanging on to his life, I'm afraid he would have died already. And there was a clear footprint on Lin Zian's chest. Scholar? Ridiculous. Weak as an ant. The demonic man sneered disdainfully. Who's next? This time, however, no one dared to speak in response to him. This guy looked like he was only level 20, but the strength he displayed was appalling, and many people didn't even see how the demonic man struck before Lin Zian was already seriously injured and dying. What? Are you so scared that no one dares to come up? The human race is really all gutless cowards, the demonic man sneered. The crowd were all bloodthirsty young men, and these words immediately enraged many of them, and there was a constant stream of people striking out at the demonic man, who was subsequently struck to near death by one of his moves. The so-called scholar, in front of this demonic man, actually seemed unbearable. Wu Shaoqi gulped and slowly stepped back with trembling legs. He was one of the few who could see the trajectory of the demonic man's strike, but also because he could see clearly, he understood the terror of this demonic man in front of him even more. Don't look at him as only level 20. I'm afraid that level 30, or even level 35 transmigrators came, they wouldn't be the opponent of this demonic man in front of him. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Wu Shaoqi's footsteps suddenly lurched, followed by his righteousness, twisting his head to look in Yi Lin's direction, and loudly shouted, "Yelin, what are you waiting for? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Here you have the highest rank and the strongest combat power. Why don't you hurry up and make your move?" Wu Shaoqi's loud shout caused everyone's attention to shift to Yi Lin. They were instantly overjoyed. Yes, they still had a forbidden spellcaster on their side. Within the secret territory of the scholarship, with the shelter of the law, one would not die, and a forbidden spellcaster who would not die, even if he was only level 25, could positively toughen up a level 35 or even a level 40 transmogrifier, right? Yi Lin, why don't you make a move? What are you waiting for? Almost all of the demons within the scholarship mysteries have been killed by you alone, and you still have the nerve to hide in the back and not squeak now? You're the only one who can deal with that demon race now. Why are you being a shrinking violet? With Wu Shaoqi taking the lead, the others in Wu Shaoqi's team also opened their mouths to morally kidnap Yi Lin. Michelle almost smoked with anger as she angrily pointed at the group and cursed. You guys just said that Yi Lin is disgusting, that he's affecting you, the pillars of Daxia, and now you're coming to ask Yi Lin to save you. Do you have the nerve? I think you guys are the ones who are really disgusting. Those people were a little weak at Michelle's words, and then frowned again and drank. What do you know? If it wasn't for Yi Lin injuring us and slaughtering the demons so that we didn't have any upgrades, how could we not have been able to defeat the demon race? In the end, isn't this still Yi Lin's fault? Fuck you. You can even say such words. Shameless. Michelle was so infuriated that she couldn't help but explode, directly blowing up. She really couldn't figure out how these people could be shameless to such an extent. Forget it. Why are you mad at these people? They can't poop, they have to blame the Earth's lack of gravity. Yi Lin opened his mouth to comfort Michelle, then said to Wu Shaoqi, it's fine for me to make a move, but I can't work for free, right? How about this? Everyone in your squad, one of you shell out a piece of high-level or above equipment to me as payment. How about that? One piece of high-level equipment for one person? Yi Lin, you really know how to ask for a lion's share. Wu Shaoqi cursed out angrily. What? I'm risking my life to deal with the demon race, and you guys are actually unwilling to even take out a piece of high-level equipment? The value of a piece of high-level equipment in your eyes is more important than the lives of everyone present, isn't it? Yi Lin opened his mouth salty and sarcastic. Isn't it just moral abduction? Make it seem like who wouldn't. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other scholars looking at Wu Shaoqi and the others instantly changed, and were vaguely hostile. Wu Shaoqi's face instantly turned green. The anger of the crowd was so great that he gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Yelin as he removed a ring from his hand and shoved it into Yelin's hand. Kid, be careful of having a life to take and no life to use. I won't let you worry about this. Yilin accepted it with a smile. Seeing that Wu Shaoqi had handed over a piece of equipment, the gang following Wu Shaoqi, although reluctant in their hearts, could only obediently remove a piece of equipment from their bodies and hand it over to Yilin with a black face. Looking at the dozen or so pieces of high-level equipment in front of him, the corners of Yilin's mouth cracked to his ears. A dozen pieces of high-level equipment changed hands, plus the 5 million rewarded by Qingcheng. He was now a proper 10 millionaire. He had to sell 300 to 400 cashews to have that much money. Looking at Yilin, who was smiling extremely cheerfully, Wu Shaoqi's face twisted a little. Yilin, you've taken the stuff too. Why don't you make a move? Yilin ignored him and handed all dozen pieces of equipment to Michelle. Keep it for me. You be careful. Michelle's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Yilin nodded and walked towards the demonic man. That demon race man was also sizing up Yilin with interest at the moment. You humans are really funny. Even at a time like this, you don't forget to implode. Yilin ignored the demonic man and instead raised his red flame staff, his spiritual energy condensing at the top of the staff. Fireball. The moment Yilin released the spell, everyone tensed up. What's he up to? Playing a forbidden spell? What's he doing with a low-level fireball spell? That demon race is so powerful. Doesn't he have any idea in his heart? Even the corners of that demon race man's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Taking a fireball spell against this lord. You're really being whimsical. He raised his hand and wanted to crush the tiny fireball, but at that moment, the original small fireball instantly expanded violently, forming a round of reddish golden sun in almost an instant. Boom! The red golden sun smashed down, directly drowning the demonic man, and the temperature around him climbed extremely fast, with raging waves of heat pounding on his face. The crowd froze. Yilin's fireball spell. Why is it not quite the same as their fireball spell? But whether it was the incantation that was chanted or the fluctuation of the spell casting, they could all be sure that Yilin had really released a fireball spell. Are fireball spells this powerful these days? Only Wu Shaoqi and his group had gloomy faces. After all, they had truly witnessed Yilin's terror. The fireball spell was still reasonable. A rockfall spell that could drop an asteroid would be outrageous. After a moment's daze, the crowd was in a state of surprise. Saved. We won. We won. Although forbidden spellcasters are short-lived, their battle power really can't be said. Just as the crowd was immersed in the joy of victory, the blazing firelight disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had been instantly swallowed by a black hole, and that demonic male lord also appeared in place, his face calm, and traces of being severely burned appeared on his right arm. I can feel that you're not quite the same as the others. I admire you. Be a dog under my lord's feet and my lord will grant you endless honor. How about it? The demonic man raised his recruiting heart towards Yilin. I also appreciate you. How about this? You recognize me as your father. And when I become the emperor, you'll be the crown prince. How about that? Yilin asked rhetorically. It seems there's no more to talk about, so I'll just have to kill you too. The demonic man shook his head with slight regret. And then, on his arm that was almost burnt to a charcoal, the blood and flesh actually began to regenerate crazily at this moment. But in a few breaths of effort, his right hand was restored as before. Yilin's eyes also couldn't help but slightly condense. The recovery power of the demon race was truly terrifying. Such a fast recovery speed. It was only slightly inferior to his undead body. Only, I don't know if the recovery ability of this demon race can also recover indefinitely? Yilin raised his red flame staff once again, and the air around him seemed to ignite, forming a fiery vortex of flames. Illumination. Yilin let out a low gulp, and the light at the top of the staff instantly became dazzling. Illumination is a useful minor skill of the fire type that releases a bright flame for illumination. However, the illumination spell that was released from Yilin's hand was clearly something not quite right. In the crowd's shocked and horrified gazes, an even more violent flame energy than just a moment ago erupted from the staff, transforming into a huge fire dragon that roared toward the demonic man. The fire dragon tumbled through the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be burned up, forming a long flame trajectory. Everyone froze. Who's a good guy with this light? Seeing the fire dragon whistling, the demonic man learned his lesson this time. When fighting against Yilin, you couldn't look at his spell-casting moves, let alone his spell-casting incantations. Those were all fake. You had to look at the actual power of the skill. Magic power surged around him, coalescing into a giant black shield of magic power in front of him. The fire dragon slammed into the magic giant shield and a deafening roar erupted. The collision between the flames and the magic stirred up a gust of wind, and it was as if the surrounding air was distorted by the force. The fire dragon struggled on the huge black shield, trying to break through this line of defense. But no matter how much it tumbled and roared, the huge black shield stood firm, as if it was an eternal and unchanging mountain. The demonic man, on the other hand, stood behind the giant shield with a contemptuous smile on his face. Just then, a bit of golden light that was only the size of a pinpoint landed on top of the huge black shield. By the time the demonic man reacted, the radiant golden lance had already penetrated his heart. He hung his head and looked at the golden lance that ran through his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief as purple blood dripped along the tip of the lance. I lost to a human? How is this possible? The demonic man slowly raised his head. His face was no longer light and breezy at the beginning. There was only a grimace and anger. You've pissed me off, and I'm going to cut your head off and hang it in my study as a trophy, he growled. And with a burst of magic, the brilliant golden lance was instantly shattered. The eternal Ganjin lance was good at breaking defense, and its killing power was instead not as terrifying as other forbidden spells. So although it was penetrated through the heart, this demonic man still did not lose his fighting strength. He roared angrily and charged towards Yi Lin. But Yi Lin wasn't going to be stupid enough to fight close to a demon clan that had already been overwhelmed by anger. Forbidden spell instant dance. Yi Lin's speed instantly skyrocketed, like a ghost rolling around. The demonic man simply couldn't even touch Yi Lin. Yi Lin then raised the red flame staff once again. With that 50% fire magic bonus from the red flame staff, Yi Lin was very partial to fire magic. On the red inferno staff, fiery flame elements began to pulsate, as if it was going to set all the surrounding air on fire. This time, Yi Lin didn't hold back. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation, illumination. Yi Lin mouthed the words, and a fire dragon even more massive than before roared out from his staff, heading straight for the demonic man. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the demonic man as he hastily urged his magic power, trying to once again condense that impenetrable magic giant shield. However, this time, the power of the fire dragon seemed to exceed his expectations. The power of the forbidden spell was already terrifying, and with the double addition of the burning chakra and the red flame staff, the power of this forbidden spell was enough to threaten a level 50 transmuter at this moment. The black giant shield began to tremble violently under the impact of the fire dragon, followed by crack after crack appearing on the magic giant shield. With another impact from the fire dragon, the magic giant shield shattered. With a roar, the demonic man flew out as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, breaking several giant trees in the sky one after another before he managed to stop. He struggled to get up, but just as he got up, he fell to his knees again, opening his mouth to cough out a mouthful of purple blood, his eyes full of unwillingness. He actually lost to a human. How is this possible? How can a district human have such a powerful fighting force? Yi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that although the recovery ability of the demon race was strong, there was a limit. So he wasn't worried then. My lord. Seeing that this demonic man was injured, the other demons instantly couldn't sit still. They moved to charge over, and for a moment, the demonic aura rushed into the sky. Yi Lin's eyes stared. These demons were not like that demon man. The aura emanating from his body was extremely terrifying. It was simply not something that he, who was only level 25, could deal with. Stop right there. A stern voice rang out. Zhang Chanqi leaned on his sword and barely stood up, staggering in front of all the demons. He was covered in injuries, blood staining his clothes red, and one left arm was helplessly shrugged aside, obviously broken. Why isn't this guy dead? Ruta, what are you up to? A demon race impatiently shouted out angrily. The demon who was addressed as Ruta stood in place as if he were a tower. But the next second, Ruta's tall body was like pushing a gold mountain toppling a jade pillar. A head with horns rolled out dozens of meters before coming to a halt, and the cut at the neck was as smooth as a mirror, obviously chopped off by a sharp weapon. Ruta! The many demons were all shocked. They simply did not expect that Ruta would actually die under Zhang Kanki's blade. Zhang Kanki raised his knife, a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Come on, you demonic scum! I'd like to see how many devil races I can drag on my back before I die. At this time, Zhang Kanki has obviously been seriously injured dying, but his body has emerged in extremely horrible fury, and for a moment actually all the devils do not dare to come forward. But soon, a demon race reacted over, and a demon race with two wings on its back and a hideous face directly attacked towards Zhang Kanki. How dare a human speak out of turn? I'm going to eat all the flesh and blood from your body one bite at a time. Avenge Ruta. The speed of this demon race was so fast that it arrived in front of Zhang Kanki in an instant. A wave of despair welled up under Zhang Kanki's eyes. Being able to kill Ruta was already the result of his best efforts. He no longer had the strength to deal with a second demon race. But it's good. At least he died in front of all the scholars. So he didn't dishonor his mission. Zhang Kanki closed his eyes, but the imagined sharp pain was slow to appear on his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that an upright figure had blocked him at an unknown time. The figure merely extended a finger, and pressed the demon race with wings on its back into place. Unable to move, Zhang Kanki's face was joyful as he had recognized who the visitor was. Deep City Lord He Yunfeng. City Lord He. Seeing He Yunfeng appear, Zhang Kanki instantly rejoiced, which meant that everyone had been saved. As the city lord of a top city, He Yunfeng's strength could be ranked in the entire Grand Xia. You did well this time. He Yunfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping towards the group of demons like a torch, his eyes filled with coldness. Since the demon race dares to sneak into my human race's territory to cause trouble, then all of you shouldn't leave today and stay for a good meal. We have an old saying in Daxia, if you're here, then you're safe. And since you're here, let's all be buried here. As soon as He Yunfeng's words left his mouth, the light at his fingertips flourished. That head of that demon race with 2 wings on its back was instantly swallowed by the strong light. By the time the strong light disappeared, this devil race with 2 wings on its back had already turned into a headless corpse. When the rest of the demon race saw this, they were so frightened that they couldn't help but take a few steps backward, killing a demon race in a second with a single strike. This kind of terrifying strength was seen as the hearts of all the scholarly scholars surged. They also couldn't help but fantasize that they would be like He Yunfeng in the future, making the feat of being alone and scaring off countless demon clans. My lord, it's time to go. The strongest of the human race should be arriving soon. A demon clan member dashed to the side of the demon clan man and helped him up. The devil race man's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Yi Lin in death. Your name is Yi Lin, right? This lord remembers you. My name is Gallagher. One day, I will peel off your skin and chop off your head as my trophy. How dare you threaten people when you can't protect yourself? He Yunfeng let out a cold shout and struck out again, a brilliant light instantly bursting out from his fingertips. The light was like a shooting star in the night sky, cutting through the surrounding void and carrying an endless amount of might. Wherever the light passed, the air seemed to be instantly ignited with a crackling sound. My lord beware! The demon next to Gallagher rushed to block the blow for him, and he was hit head-on by the brilliant light. His chest instantly melted out of a large hole. Go! Gallagher clenched his teeth and drank out coldly. He didn't even think that anyone among the humans could actually beat him, and thus delayed too much. Now that He Yunfeng had arrived, if they delayed any longer and more human powerhouses arrived, they would have to suffer heavy losses. After all, this was human territory. Several demons quickly gathered around He Yunfeng, their demonic chi rising as they were clearly preparing to buy time for the other demons to retreat. One of the demons waved his sharp claws and charged towards He Yunfeng, his sharp claws slicing through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. He Yunfeng's eyes, radiant light flashed up once again. With a flick of his hand, a ray of light flew straight out, instantly penetrating the body of that demon race. The demonic figure stiffened in the air for a moment before collapsing with a loud bang, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Seeing this, the rest of the demons didn't have the slightest bit of fear, but continued to surround towards He Yunfeng, while at the same time, Gallagher had already quickly retreated to the exit. Get out of my way, all of you. Seeing Gallagher trying to escape, He Yunfeng was instantly displeased as his entire body glowed like a small sun, directly slamming headlong towards the demon race in front of him. Those devils simply couldn't block He Yunfeng and were sent flying backwards. He Yunfeng was obviously determined to keep Gallagher today. Gallagher's face changed dramatically, clearly underestimating He Yunfeng's strength and determination. Right at this moment, in that crack in the scholarship mystic realm, a large, miserable white hand suddenly poked out and collided with He Yunfeng, who had transformed into a stream of light and rushed straight at him. Bang! The violent collision set off a terrifying energy aftermath, cutting off all the surrounding ancient trees in the sky. And taking this opportunity, Gallagher and the many demons also directly drilled into the crack and returned to the demon tribe's territory. As the smoke cleared, He Yunfeng's figure reappeared, his face very ugly. You demon race can't do anything else, but your escape speed is truly one of a kind. He Yunfeng sneered. There's no point in talking more. If you have a problem with it, you can chase after it. At the head of the black crack, an old and hoarse voice slowly sounded. It will be, and one day, the warriors of the Great Xia will trample on the demon realm with their feet and slaughter all the demon race. He Yunfeng spoke in a cold voice, then turned around and swept a glance at the faces of all the top students. You guys, have any faith? Yes. A mountain of hysterical cries rang out from within the scholar's secret. We are all bloodthirsty teenagers, and have just won the first prize, freshly dressed, inspired by He Yunfeng, naturally boiling blood. Humph, I'll wait for that day. On the day of the rift, the pale and hoarse voice sounded once again, and then there was no movement. He Yunfeng turned around and bowed deeply towards everyone. All of you scholarships who have come all the way from all over Daxia, here, on behalf of Deep City, I apologize to all of you. I'm sorry, it's because we were negligent in our defense, which allowed the demon race to take advantage of the situation and almost caused a great disaster. Don't worry, we, Deep City, will definitely make compensation to you. Looking at He Yunfeng, who was bowing towards them, The hearts of the crowd were shaken. This was a powerful transmuter that ranked high in Dasha, actually willing to condescend and bow to a group of their 20 or so level students. City Lord don't blame yourself. It's all the fault of that group of demons. That's right. It's that group of demons that are so despicable. Right. One day, we'll expel all the demons and devil races from the land of Great Xia. Listening to the comforting words of the crowd, Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Yes, there will be that day. You guys go back and rest well first. The results of the Scholarship Mystic Realms trial will be announced later. Soon the staff of Deep City appeared and helped Zhang Kanki down to heal his wounds, and the candidates who had been seriously injured by Gallagher also began to receive treatment along with them. The candidates who were not injured were taken back to the hotel where they had been staying at the beginning to rest. After Yilin returned to the hotel, he had just opened the door when he realized that there was an extra person in his room. He was instantly alert, and his first thought was that the people Wu Shaoqi had found to take revenge on him had arrived. But after seeing the person's figure clearly, Yilin was taken aback, because this person was clearly Yunfeng. City Lord Yilin shouted politely. I know all about the situation within the scholarship mystery. You're very good. You actually managed to defeat a Demon King level bloodline possessor head-on without any injuries. Thanks for the compliment. City Lord Yilin couldn't figure out what Yunfeng had in mind for a moment, so he could only politely perfume the other party. The demon race is a bloodline system, divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The king level and above, the demon race, looks not much different from humans. Not only can command other demon races, the strength is even more terrifying, can be called the same class invincible. Yunfeng explained the origins of the demon race and smiled faintly, then asked with a twist of words, Yilin, are you interested in serving my deep city? Me? Yilin pointed to his face in confusion. Are you sure? I know that you are a forbidden spellcaster, and training a forbidden spellcaster. It is indeed a laborious and costly thing to do. But now that the demons are stirring, Deep City really needs a terrifying presence that can deter the demons. After hearing Yunfeng's words, Yilin was silent and speechless. There are restrictions on teaming up to brush monsters. The first being that the difference between the highest and lowest level in the team cannot exceed 10 levels. The second thing is that when a demon dies, the experience value is distributed according to the contribution, with a minimum of 1 experience point. If you wanted to train a forbidden spellcaster up, you had to take him to leveling without letting him release forbidden spells. Not being able to release a forbidden spell, then the forbidden spellcaster could only take a knife or a sword and slash at the side, in which case, the experience value that the forbidden spellcaster shared was extremely limited. The financial, human, and material resources spent trying to train a forbidden spellcaster to level 90 would be enough to train hundreds of transmutants of the same level. This is why basically no one wants to train forbidden spellcasters. The big powers can't look at it and don't want to do a losing deal. The small powers are greedy but can't afford to keep it. Yunfeng's meaning was obvious. That is, if he worked for Deep City would cultivate him and use him as a strategic weapon, and he would be equivalent to a nuclear warhead. If one day the demons attacked the city, it would be the time for him to lay down his life to serve Deep City. The wealthy Deep City was willing to fund the training, and if Yilin was really just a forbidden spellcaster, he would have agreed to it with full joy. But it's just a pity that he still has the body of immortality. The speed of upgrading by staying in Deep City was definitely not as fast as if he went to brush the monsters by himself. City Master although I'd love to agree, I have to ask my teacher's opinion before I do so. In order to avoid arousing Yunfeng's suspicion, Yilin only had to bring out his cheap master. Your teacher? Who is your teacher? Yunfeng was greatly surprised. Someone actually took a forbidden spellcaster as a disciple? Zhuge Qianxing. Oh, so it's Mr. Zhuge. Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of essence in the bottom of his eyes. Can it be that Mr. Zhuge has already divined something? Alright, don't worry. When you go back to Qingcheng, I'll go back with you, and I'll personally talk to Mr. Zhuge about this matter. Yunfeng sighed quietly. After repelling the devil race's massive attack last time, the peace has only been maintained for less than 100 years, and the devil race has made another move. The mountain rain is coming down. Yunfeng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the next second, his gaze suddenly became stern as he looked towards the door of Yilin's room. Yelin looked over as well, and someone seemed to have come to the door. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Mr. Yilin. Hello, I'm a waitress from the hotel. I've come to bring you some fruits to calm your nerves. Outside the door, a very sweet female voice spoke. At Yunfeng's eye gesture, Yilin walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a lovely woman in a maid's outfit, wearing cat ears and black silk, and indeed carrying a fruit plate in her hand. Hello, Mr. Yelin. May I come in? The woman exhaled, and her eyes were so dilated that Yellen didn't have the slightest doubt that the woman was inevitably in a state of returning to the south right now. But given years of experience living in the slums, Yellen immediately guessed what the woman was going to do, and if he dared to let the woman in, then the next second an immortal was going to ask him, "Guess how high I can jump?" However, there was still a He Yunfeng in the room, so Yilin didn't bring the slightest bit of fear with him as he directly sidestepped. "Yes, come in. Thank you." The woman stepped in with her fine high heels clicking, and also thoughtfully hooked up her foot to close the door behind her, and when she brushed past, the faint fragrance drilled into Yellen's nostrils. She bent down and placed the fruit plate on the table, and the moment she bent down, the short maid skirt instantly couldn't cover the full color of the garden, and it leaked out at first, but she was oblivious to it, and even deliberately fiddled with the fruit plate as if to make Yilin look at it for a while longer. Yellen was extremely disgusted by this behavior, so he wistfully stared at it with a critical gaze. Deadpan. "Alright, please also ask Mr. Yellen to come over and enjoy the fruit plate," the woman said very gently. Yilin didn't refuse, but walked over and sat down. He would have liked to eat, but the poisoning technique of this fruit plate was really too low end. "Sister, even if the pungent smell of medicine on your fruit plate is enough, what's even more outrageous is that the medicinal powder on it hasn't been stirred well. Do you have the good sense to do that? Even if you were dumb as a pig looking at this fruit plate, you wouldn't eat it, would you?" The woman blushed slightly. "Mr. Yellen, what are you talking nonsense about? What's sprinkled on top of this fruit is clearly sweet plum powder." She sweetly and greedily encircled Yilin's neck, and the pressure like two large mountains suddenly pressed on Yilin's shoulders. "Since Mr. Yellen doesn't want to enjoy the fruit plate, then enjoy me." "Nah, you smell like dead fish." Ugly refusal, haha. Yellen pushed the woman away. The point is that up close the woman's face still has a bit of cardboard powder. The woman's pretty face could no longer maintain that sweet look, and became somewhat hideous. "I had seen that you were not bad looking, and I was going to give you a ride before I got you killed, and die when you would be a fling. But since you don't understand, you can just go to hell." The woman let out a stern cry, and a powerful dagger instantly stabbed towards Yilin's heart with a swift momentum. The dagger was glowing with a faint purple ethereal light, obviously quenched with a strong poison, and the moment this woman made her move, Yilin realized that this woman was actually an assassin profession transfigurator with a level of up to 50 or more. In order to kill him, Wu Shaoqi did shed blood. If it was just him, he would basically have to fight this woman over even if he could win. But alas, it was certainly not his turn to strike today. Before the woman's dagger even touched Yilin, a large hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron vice, and He Yunfeng, whose face was ice cold, slowly stepped out. "Who sent you?" He Yunfeng's tone was incomparably chilly, clearly moved with true anger. Master He?" The woman had an impatient face at first, but when she turned back to see the visitor's appearance, she instantly turned pale with fear. He Yunfeng, the man who was the ceiling of Deep City's battle power. How could this man be in Yellen's room? Originally, when Wu Shaoqi asked her to assassinate a scholar, the woman was not happy. After all, the risk was too great, but there was no way that Wu Shaoqi gave too much, making her willing to take a desperate risk for once. But if you know that He Yunfeng is in Yilin's room, not to mention giving more, Wu Shaoqi can't agree even if he kneels down and kowtows to her and calls her mom. The woman's face was ashen. She knew very well that if she was caught in the act by He Yunfeng, she would either die this time, or her life would be worse than death. "Don't make me ask a third time. Who sent you?" He Yunfeng's tone grew colder and colder. The woman's face was full of struggle, saying, "Offend the Wu family, not to mention, offend the Deep City Lord. It's a dead end either way." The woman's eyes glowed viciously, then she violently twisted her body, slamming into the poisoned dagger at a bizarre angle. He Yunfeng was a good man, and offending He Yunfeng would leave her family fine, but offending the Wu family, she might have to have a whole family. Therefore, in the current situation, the best option was for her to die in front of He Yunfeng, and for the person to die and the debt to be cancelled. As for whether or not He Yunfeng could investigate the person behind her, that was He Yunfeng's business. No way. The good guys deserved to have guns pointed at them. The poison on the dagger was so fierce that in just a few seconds the woman's face flushed an odd purple color before she died. A toxin that can instantly poison a level 50 transmuter requires at least a level 40 or so poison master to configure it. To send out 2 level 40 or above transmuters in one breath and still scare a level 50 transmuter into committing suicide. This umbrella behind it is really big. He Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. The forces that had the guts and were capable of doing such things in Deep City could be counted on one hand. Combined with the fact that Yilin had offended Wu Shaoqi in the scholarship mystic realm, this was, who had sent this female assassin, and the person behind the scenes was already calling out, "Deep City, Wu family." Yilin was silent on the side, He also wanted to see how He Yunsheng would handle this matter. Yi Lin, don't worry. This matter, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will definitely make Wu Shaoqi apologize to you in person. He Yunfeng took a deep breath and said. Hearing the apology, Yelin almost didn't laugh out loud. Wu Shaoqi found someone who was going to come and kill him, and the consequence was just to apologize to him. This punishment, it's too heavy. That, City Lord maybe it's better to forget about joining Deep City. If I really stay in Deep City, I'm afraid I won't live for more than a month. Yilin opened his mouth and said. He Yunfeng froze for a moment at his words, then gave Yilin's a deep look. These guys from the Wu family. He Yunfeng forced down the anger that was churning in the bottom of his heart. He knew that the situation Yilin was talking about was most likely real, but on the contrary, he couldn't move the Wu family yet. Once the demons attacked, the Wu family was an important force in guarding Deep City. In that case, I respect your choice. He Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Between a forbidden spellcaster who hadn't grown up in the powerful Wu family, he obviously still chose the latter. After He Yunfeng left, the results of the Scholarship Mystic Realms trial were quickly announced. With achievements such as ranking first in rank and repelling the demonic king-level bloodline, Yilin deservedly became the top student in the country. When this news broke, some people were happy and sad. Michelle rushed in with excitement when she broke down Yelin's door directly. Yilin, you're the national top student. A national top student. You've honored your ancestors. Yelin, I'm an orphan. Michelle was a bit embarrassed, then hurriedly changed the topic. Anyway, it's just awesome. I actually teamed up with a national top student to brush a secret realm. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Come on, let's take a picture. Michelle pulled Yelin right into a group photo. When Wu Shaoqi learned the news, he immediately became angry and swept everything off the table. The fact that Yelin was able to become a national champion means that the assassin he sent has failed. Because dead people, they don't become national champions. Why can't a level 50 assassin kill a level 25? What a waste. Wu Shaoqi was enraged. As soon as the words left his mouth, an imposing middle-aged man pushed open the door to his room and walked in. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Wu Shaoqi's face immediately became terrified. Dad, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? The middle-aged man snorted coldly and rebuked with a hateful face. I don't care about you if you find someone to deal with that Yilin, but why are you so stupid? Dad, what happened to me? Wu Shaoqi looked confused, not yet knowing what had happened. What's wrong with you? You're just a dumbass. I should have gotten you on paper in the first place. That assassin you found to assassinate a scholar in front of City Lord He Yunfeng. Do you think you're stupid? Wu Shaoqi was scolded by the middle-aged man, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. Dad, then what should we do now? Wu Shaoqi hurriedly spoke. The middle-aged man wanted to slap the Wu Shaoqi in front of him, but thinking that it was his own, he held back. You're a direct descendant of the Wu family. He Yunfeng will at most give you a small punishment and won't take anything from you. Now pack up your things and go with me to apologize to He Yunfeng. Don't cause any more trouble for me. The middle-aged man snapped. Wu Shaoqi was like a frosted eggplant. He didn't dare to retort half a sentence. Only his heart's resentment towards Yilin increased by one more point. Soon after, Yilin also received his reward as the national top scholar, which was personally presented to him by City Lord He Yunfeng. The rewards for the national champion are simple. Just two. A legendary skill scroll and a legendary equipment. When He Yunfeng announced the content of the reward, almost everyone present looked at Yilin with extremely envious eyes. Legendary grade skill scrolls. Legendary grade equipment. This was almost already a top-tier reward. After all, skills and equipment. And further up, one is a forbidden spell and the other is an artifact. Forbidden spells were something that normal people wouldn't dare to practice even if they got them unless they were carrying a blood feud. Artifacts, not to mention, the news that you have an artifact on you just went out 1 second. The next second there will be several level 90 and above masked robbers to rob you. This thing is too precious. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Yelin stepped forward and collected his reward. The legendary grade skill scrolls he directly carried into his pocket without even glancing at it. And immediately after that, he began to study the ring equipment whose grade was as high as legendary grade. The Great Sumeru Ring. Rank, Legend. Attribute, 100% increase in mental strength, washable. Skill number 1, Sumi Hidden Mustard Seed. Sumeru Hidden Mustard Seed. The wearer can absorb attacks in energy form into the Great Sumeru Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power bonus. Skill 2, Mustard Seed Nasu. Mustard Seed Nasuya. The wearer can open the storage space in the Big Sumeru Ring, and the size of the storage space is proportional to the wearer's spiritual strength. Hiss. After seeing the attribute bonus and skills of the Great Sumeru Ring, Yilin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Great Sumeru Ring, which directly doubled his spiritual power, also came with a rare spatial attribute. and was able to absorb attacks in energy form and transform them into temporary spiritual power. Yilin couldn't help but fantasize about a scene of a powerful mage, blasting furiously at himself, with countless skills smashing over his head in a vain attempt to obliterate him. However, after some output, the other party realized that instead of dying, he used the Great Sumeru Ring, absorbing these skills one by one and converting them into spiritual power bonuses, followed by a forbidden spell that directly spiked the other party. This thing paired with one's immortal body, wouldn't he get stronger the more he's beaten? Yilin couldn't wait to take off his Burning Moon necklace and replaced it with the Great Sumeru Ring. The Burning Moon necklace was only a high-level piece of equipment, and the mental power bonus was only 200 points, which was completely incomparable to the Great Sumeru Ring. The moment the Great Sumeru Ring was in his hand, Yilin felt that his spiritual power had been significantly strengthened, and everything around him became much clearer in his perception. Immediately after that, he checked the storage space of the Great Sumeru Ring, which was roughly equivalent to a 4-room, 2-room hall, which Yilin visually estimated to be almost 200 square meters. After wearing the Great Sumeru Ring, Yilin's mental power attribute came to 137.5 points, and it seemed like it should be that for every 10 points of mental power added, the storage space of the Great Sumeru Ring would increase by 1 square meter. He placed the dozen or so pieces of high-level equipment that he had pitched from Wu Shaoqi into the Great Sumeru Ring along with the Burning Moon necklace, and put his luggage in as well. With the Great Sumeru Ring, he didn't need to carry a big bag anymore. After awarding the rewards for Yilin, the nation's top scorer, it was the turn of the top scorer and the scout, except that the rewards for the two of them were much worse than Yilin's. Both the skill scrolls and the equipment were only of epic level. After the award ceremony, all the top students came to the teleportation place in Deep City to gather and prepare to return to their respective cities. Yilin, you're going to Daxia Academy, aren't you? Wait for me. I'll come find you. Mi Shui waved her hand at Yilin and disappeared into the teleportation formation. Yilin laughed dumbly and stepped onto the teleportation array as well. As the scene in front of him fell apart, Yilin once again stepped onto familiar ground. As soon as his figure appeared, crackling sounds rang out one after another. A moment of gongs and drums, startling even Yilin. Back! Our national champion is back! Accompanied by a burst of excited shouts, Qingqing City Lord Huang rushed over with a large group of people in great numbers, surrounding Yilin in the center. Quick! Let me touch it and rub the national scholar's luck. I really didn't think that this small place of ours, Qingqing, could actually produce a national scholar one day. This is now famous. I don't have much culture. I just have 2 words. Bull. The crowd surrounded Yilin. Everyone was excited. Hu Wang was even red-faced. The fact that he produced a national scholar during his tenure is a major highlight on his professional resume. After learning the news, he was even so happy that he kept giggling. I'm Yilin's principal, so move over. I'm his principal. Qingqing High School's principal, Gao Zhenyu, was squeezed into a corner by the crowd, and he desperately shouted, but the surrounding crowd was so loud that no one could hear him. Looking at the frenzied crowd in front of him, Yilin also had some numbness in his scalp, especially the group of Amazons who said they wanted to rub the scholar's chi but were actually groping all over his body, which gave him goosebumps. There was even someone who took advantage of the chaos and tried to strip him of his clothes, which almost didn't scare Yilin to death. He wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to get out of the dense crowd, yet the crowd behind him was still in hot pursuit. Yilin, come on, get on me. Guoqin's figure appeared around the corner at an unknown time, and at this moment, Yilin couldn't care less about Guoqin's strange wording, and made a big jump to ride on Guoqin's back. Whoosh! Guoqin could be a serial flower picker. This aspect of speed was naturally needless to say, leading Yilin through the alleys in 7 twists and turns, directly getting rid of the frenzied crowd behind him and returning to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. Zhuge Qianqing, who was making tea, couldn't help but smile when he saw the wretched Yilin. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. It's not good to be a national scholar, is it? Yilin wiped off the lip prints that he didn't know who had imprinted on his face and laughed bitterly. It's not good to be, but the rewards are still pretty great. Zhuge Qianqing smiled and said as he handed a cup of tea to Yilin, the national scholar represents the face of Daxia. The reward will naturally not be sloppy. Come back, get some rest. There are more important things waiting for you. What is it? Yilin was a bit curious. The gate of the apocalypse has appeared. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes swept over Yilin's abdomen, and there, lying quietly, was a key. Yilin's face also became grave. The importance of the gate of the apocalypse was something he had already learned from Zhuge Qianqing. That was once a portal that had once featured the 7 origin ancient artifacts. Teacher's meaning is for me to travel to the gate of the apocalypse? Yilin asked tentatively. To be precise, it's you who will go with me and Guoqin, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Okay, teacher. Then I'll go to the Transfiguration Guild first. I have some equipment to deal with. Yi Lin nodded very obediently, then got up and left Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. In fact, all along, he had not been able to figure out why Zhuge Qianqing wanted to accept himself as his disciple, especially Zhuge Qianqing's profession, or an extremely mysterious diviner. Yi Lin had even suspected that even Kensen and the people from the Bureau of Investigation were all set up by Zhuge Qianqing for himself. The purpose was to put himself in a desperate situation so that he could logically owe Zhuge Qianqing a big favor. Therefore, Yi Lin actually still had a hint of wariness towards Zhuge Qianqing all along. Growing up in the slums, he is a firm believer that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If the truth was really like what he had guessed, then it meant that Zhuge Qianqing had great plans, and the only thing in himself that could make a character like Zhuge Qianqing covetous was his immortal body. But regardless of whether Zhuge Qianqing was good or bad, Yi Lin could only play the role of a good disciple for now due to his strength. After Yi Lin walked away, Zhuge Qianqing, who was drinking tea, suddenly coughed violently. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out directly, and Zhuge Qianqing's face grayed out a few points. Guoqin, Mr. Zhuge, I'm here. The normally lewd Guoqin became extremely serious at this moment. During this period of time, you follow Yi Lin, don't let him run around. Make sure that no accidents can occur before he travels to the gate of the apocalypse. If there are any interferers, kill. Zhuge Qianqing spoke faintly. Yes, Mr. Zhuge. Guoqin completely disappeared without a trace with a few flashes. It couldn't be easier for someone with his skill to follow someone silently. After both Yi Lin and Guoqin left, Zhuge Qianqing was left alone in the small courtyard. He raised his head and calmly looked at the sky until the sun set and the stars were high. The night is like ink and the stars are dotted. Zhuge Qianqing was still standing quietly in the small courtyard. It was as if his gaze traveled through the dark night sky and saw sights unseen by ordinary people. An ancient tortoise armor silently appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, engraved with complex patterns and mysterious symbols. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as his vast sea-like spiritual power began to surge, and the turtle armor on his hand began to emit a faint glow, mirroring the stars in the night sky. Zhuge Qianqing's face looked unusually mysterious and solemn under the light of the stars. His fingers gently slid over the tortoise armor. Each touch was as if he was conversing with the stars, and after a few moments, Zhuge Qianqing put away the tortoise armor, and his face became even more ashen. It seems that Yellen doesn't fully trust me yet, but as things stand, I can only reluctantly give it a try, and I'm really running out of time. The Transmigrant Guild. In order to avoid causing trouble, before entering the Transfigurators Guild, Yi Lin took out his phantom face and put it on his face. The appearance of the phantom face could be changed according to one's heart, and at this moment, Yi Lin had turned into a mediocre popular face, the kind that couldn't be found even if thrown into a crowd to look for it. After making sure there was no mistake, Yellen turned around and walked into the Transfiguration Guild. Yellen staggered past a man in a suit ready to receive him and walked towards a young lady in black heels. Hello, I have equipment and skill scrolls to sell. Alright, this honorable transmuter, please follow me. The young lady revealed a nice smile and led Yi Lin towards the trading area. And in the trading area, Yi Lin saw a familiar figure. It was a tall woman with a tight leather jacket outlining perfect curves, long hair like a waterfall, and delicate features, which attracted the passing transmigrants who couldn't help but lock their eyes onto this woman. However, when he saw the beautiful woman, Yi Lin frowned instead, because this beautiful woman was Zhuge Ni. In his heart, he was secretly glad that he had put on the illusory face, otherwise, he might have to make trouble when he encountered Zhuge Ni. Yi Lin hurriedly moved his gaze away, not looking away. However, at this time, Zhuge Ni looked as if she had a feeling in her heart and violently turned her head to look at Yi Lin. This person gives me a feeling so familiar. In the month that Yi Lin went to the scholarship mystery realm, Zhuge Ni also did not idle, has been in the wild crazy brush leveling, and now the level has 22 levels. Today just returned to the city. She had also come to the Transfigurator Guild to sell all the excess equipment and unused skill scrolls she had on her body. Zhuge Ni stared intently at Yi Lin until when Yi Lin's back was turned to her, her heart suddenly trembled as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer and fluttered about. This back. It's too familiar. She'll never forget it. This one. This person must be the Ling Knight that she had been searching so hard for with her daydreams and nights. Zhuge Ni couldn't care about anything else at the moment, so she wanted to quickly rush over and directly pull on Yi Lin's arm. Something wrong? Yi Lin frowned. It shouldn't be. He was wearing the illusory face. Zhuge Ni could still recognize him? Hello, it's very presumptuous to disturb you, but you look a lot like a person who saved me before. Can I ask for your name? Zhuge Ni forced herself to speak out with nervousness. Looking at Yi Lin's plain face, that face was clearly ordinary, but Zhuge Ni felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. You've got the wrong person. Yi Lin's heart thumped, secretly saying that a woman's intuition is really scary. He coldly shook off Zhu Ganyi's hand. Zhu Ganyi's mind became even more agitated, and a faint blush rose on her fair and delicate face. There was no mistaking this coldness. When Ling Knight saved her, he was also this cold. This man must be Ling Knight. Ling Knight, I know it's you. Why don't you admit it? Zhu Ganyi rushed forward and blocked Yi Lin with open arms. Yi Lin frowned slightly. He didn't argue with Zhu Ganyi, but looked at the black silk young lady on the side and said, "Can you just mess around in your Transfigurators Guild now?" A flash of embarrassment flashed across Miss Black Silk's face before she hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'll fix that." She walked towards Zhu Ganyi and spoke softly. "This lady, I'm sorry, could you please not disturb the order of the trading area? Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you out." A flash of aggravation flashed under Zhu Ganyi's eyes. Then she hastily nodded her head. "Okay, don't worry. I won't make a scene. Don't kick me out." She didn't block in front of Yi Lin anymore, but silently followed behind him. Now, neither Yi Lin nor that black silk young lady could do anything with her. After all, the Transfiguration Guild might also stipulate that one could not follow another person. And the commotion here had attracted the attention of a number of transmigrants. Zhu Ganyi's figure and appearance was already extremely outstanding. Plus she followed behind Yi Lin like a licking dog. And Yi Lin's appearance was extremely ordinary, which made other people rise up with a burst of envy and jealousy. Grass. Who is he? I'm much more handsome than him. Why aren't there any girls licking my ass? Don't say. I guess this guy must be rich. He got tired of desensitizing pretty girls a long time ago. Or else how could he be so indifferent to a pretty girl? No, man. It's so good looking you could have stood up and stomped on it twice even if you didn't like it. For a moment, the gazes of the transmigrators in the trading area all gathered on Yi Lin's body. Yi Lin was speechless for a while. Originally wanted to act in a low-key manner. Was Zhu Ganyi made into the focus of the whole scene? Good thing he used a false identity. The phantom face of a pic, no one recognized him. Yi Lin simply stopped paying attention to the gazes of the others, and in one breath, he took out a dozen pieces of high-level equipment from the Great Sumeru Ring, the very ones he had pitted over from Wu Shaoqi and the others. There was also the intermediate and low-level equipment that had exploded within the scholar's secret territory, which he had taken out as well. It was a good thing that there was Michelle as a free drudge at that time, otherwise it would have been really hard for him to carry so much equipment without the Great Sumeru Ring at that time. For a moment, within the trading area, equipment was piled up, and the light was bright and dazzling, as if stars had landed on Earth. Some of those pieces of equipment shone with an overpowering light, like divine weapons, while others flowed with a soft halo of light, as delicate as treasures. Each piece of equipment exuded a different aura. Some were full of power, while others revealed mystery. The transmutants in the trading area were shocked by this sudden appearance of piles of equipment, and they stared in disbelief at what they were seeing in front of their eyes. The equipment that was usually precious and incomparable was now laid out all over the place like cheap cabbages. Some people couldn't even help but gulp, a strong greed welling up in their hearts. If this wasn't in the Transfiguration Guild, many people would have to rob it openly. Holy shit, so much equipment? This kid sure is rich. Did you guys see that? There's even a dozen pieces of high-level equipment in there. Any piece of high-level equipment can be sold for several $1,000,000. How the hell did this guy get this? How many demons did he have to kill? Holy shit. I said, why is that pretty girl giving him a licking dog? This banknote ability. I'm a guy who wants to be his lickspittle. Brother, why don't you take a look at me? I have eyes too. The equipment that was all over the ground stunned Zhu Ganyi as well. She had hunted and killed demons in the wild for a month, and had only popped out a dozen pieces of equipment, of which even one piece of high-level equipment was not available, and all were low-level and mid-level. She didn't expect that the man in front of her would actually be able to take out so much high-level equipment. Her heart couldn't help but reinforce her thoughts that this person must be the Ling Knight she had been searching for. Listening to the people around at the moment in admiration and shock, Zhu Ganyi was in a good mood. The corners of her rosy lips couldn't help but hook up slightly. Her beloved making a splash was far more enjoyable than making a splash on her own. The black silk young lady from the Transfiguration Guild froze for a long time before she finally came back to her senses, and her eyes instantly erupted with a refined aura, looking at Yi Lin as if she was looking at a living god of wealth. They led the transmigrants to trade, but there was a commission point. Yi Lin pulled out so much equipment in one breath, and by drying out Yi Lin's order, her commission would be so high that it would be unbelievable. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that right now when Yi Lin said that she was on fire, she would absolutely willingly transform into a fire extinguisher, only to see the black silk young lady hastily unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the deep Marianas trench, and then slightly bent over and said respectfully to Yi Lin, "Greetings, this esteemed Mr. Transfigurator. May I ask you about these equipments?" Are they to be traded for money? No, I want to barter. There are two types of transactions in the Transfiguration Guild. One is bartering for money and the other is bartering for goods. For example, a fire mage who got a piece of equipment that could enhance his water skills could bring it to the Transfigurators Guild and exchange it for a piece of equipment of the same level suitable for a fire mage. Okay, then please choose the type of equipment you want to trade. The black silk young lady's voice was incomparably sweet, bending over the entire time to serve Yilin, handing a flat plate to Yilin's face. Yilin also gave this young lady enough respect. Color or not, he does not know. He only knows that the scenery is just right. Do not look at it, would seem that he is not understanding. Men, they all have the same hobbies. But this scene could infuriate Zhuge and I in the back. Whether it was her figure or her face value, she had killed that black silk young lady from the Transfiguration Guild for many streets. And even the other party's Mariana Trench was just a small river gorge in front of her. But Ling Knight, who she adored, was so cold to her, but kept staring at that black silk young lady. Zhuge and I was puzzled. She looked down at her costume, the tight combat suit wrapped tightly around her, leaving basically nothing bare except her head, neck and hands. Was it because he was overdressed? Ling Knight doesn't like this? Zhuge and I bit her red lips. Female for pleasing herself. Although from childhood to adulthood, she has never worn too sexy clothes. But if it is Ling Knight like words. On the other hand, Yelin had already chosen the equipment he wanted on the tablet. Shaking necklace, grade, rare. Attribute, spiritual strength increase by 50%, washable, skills, none. Although the shaking light necklace didn't have any skill bonuses, the mental power bonus was a staggering 50%. One should know that the red flame staff that Yilin was wearing was an epic level equipment, and the mental power bonus was the same 50%. Skills aside, the shaking light necklace was completely comparable to epic level equipment. Yilin was a forbidden spellcaster, and the last thing he lacked was skills, so he took a glance at the shaking light necklace. Just change this. Yelin clicked to confirm. Okay, I'll account for you. The young lady smiled at Yilin, then had someone start counting Yilin's pile of equipment. When the tally was complete, a flash of embarrassment appeared on her face before she spoke carefully. Sir, if you want to exchange this equipment, you'll have to pay another 3 million to do so. No problem. Yilin nodded. Not surprised by this, Wu Shaoqi and the others who were forced to hand over a piece of high-level equipment. What was handed over to him definitely wouldn't be anything good. The reward for the first prize would have been money. And Yilin cleanly paid $3 million and managed to get the shaking light necklace. The transaction has been completed. Sir, welcome to your next visit. The black silk young lady bent slightly at 45 degrees. This angle was most convenient for Yilin to enjoy the view. I have something else to sell. Yilin took out a stone from the great Sumuro ring. The surface of the stone flowed with a golden luster and a dragon scale pattern that contained an odd magical power. The moment this stone appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for it, emitting a heart-stopping sense of oppression. It's... Miss Black Silk approached in disbelief, took out a magnifying glass for a closer look, and after putting the stone into her hand and weighing it, her face changed violently and she screamed. It's dragon mining gold. Her scream also drew all the eyes of everyone around her. What? There's dragon mining gold out there? That's a material that can create epic level equipment. Precious beyond compare. Dragon mining gold. With dragon patterns on the outside and dragon power on the inside. It is indestructible and unbreakable. When forging sword equipment, dragon mining gold is the first choice. This dragon mining gold is the size of a fist. If we can find a forging patriarch to take a shot at it, it's estimated that we can strike a truly divine weapon. Shock was written all over the faces of the crowd. Far more shocking than the dozen or so pieces of high-level equipment that Yilin had just taken out. A dozen pieces of high-level equipment didn't even count for shit in front of the dragon mining gold. Zhugani's beautiful eyes looking at Yilin were even more colorful, almost flooding with peach hearts. This was the man she Zhuge and I liked. What's wrong? Why are you staggering? Just as the crowd was talking and marveling, a calm and majestic voice came from the crowd. What's going on that you're making such a racket? Don't I usually teach you guys to be calm and collected when things go wrong? The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe with an extraordinary demeanor walk out from the crowd. It's him, the vice president of the Qingcheng Transfigurator Guild, Chen Kai. Someone exclaimed in shock. It's rumored that he's close to level 60. Chen Kai walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on the dragon mining gold in Yilin's hand, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Dragon-striped mineral gold? Not bad. A good treasure indeed. What do you want to trade for it? No one would sell such a precious thing for money. It must be bartered. Change the washing stone. Yilin opened his mouth. Scrubbing stone can scrub the star level of the equipment, so that the equipment becomes more powerful. A scrub to 7 stars of the rare level equipment. The attributes can even be comparable to the epic level equipment that has not been scrubbed. No problem. How about dragon mining gold? For 800 of them? Chen Kai said. 1,000. Yi Lin said decisively. Chen Kai looked deeply at Yi Lin, then laughed. That's fine. 1,000 then. As a friend, and in the future, if you have something like dragon mining gold again, just don't forget about the Qingcheng Transmigrator Guild. Good. Yelin nodded. A staff member soon sent over 1,000 washing stones, and Yi Lin directly put them all into the Great Sumeru Ring. This hand looked at Chen Kai's eyes colorful. Equipment with storage function. It seems that this person's origin is not simple. Happy cooperation. Thinking of this, Chen Kai took the initiative to extend his hand to shake Yi Lin's, and a smile appeared on his face. Chen Kai then turned his head and lectured the black silk young lady who had just been there. See? Be calm and collected when things go wrong. And don't yell and scream to the detriment of my Qingcheng Transfigurator Guild. Got it. Miss Black Silk commiserated. That, I actually have one more thing to trade. Yi Lin scratched his head. Well, just take it out. Chen Kai said gently. Right here? Aha. Okay. Yi Lin took out a bundle of skill scrolls from the Great Sumeru Ring. Chen Kai glanced at it and froze in place on the spot. Then Chen Kai let out a roar that was enough to topple the roof of the Transfiguration Guild. Holy shit! Legendary skill scroll? President! President, you come quickly, President! Chen Kai's earth-shattering roar soon attracted a gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man's silhouette was like the wind. Instantly came in front of the crowd. An invisible majesty emanated from him, making people not dare to look directly at him. This person was the president of Qingcheng Transfiguration Guild, Wang Lichuan. Chen Kai was like seeing a savior at the moment and hurriedly pointed at the skill scroll in Yi Lin's hand and said to Wang Lichuan, President, look, why are you staggering? Didn't I tell you guys to be calm and collected in case of trouble and not to yell? Wang Lichuan frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. He slowly raised his eyelids and his gaze landed on the skill scroll in Yi Lin's hand, and in the next moment, his eyes snapped wide open. An incredulous look on his face. He quickly walked over to Yi Lin and reached out to take the skill scroll in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. This is really a legendary great skill scroll? Although he had already tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, Wang Lichuan's voice could not help but tremble a little. Wait! A flash of shock flashed under Wang Lichuan's eyes and he exclaimed, This legendary great skill scroll? It's still adaptive. When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes all focusing on the skill scroll in Wang Lichuan's hand. Legendary grade skill scrolls were already incomparably precious, and adaptive legendary grade skill scrolls were even more eye-catching. This means that no matter if you are an assassin, warrior, knight, mage, priest, or any other profession, if you use this skill scroll, you will be able to obtain a legendary skill that suits you. Such a treasure. Looking at the entire Qingcheng probably can't find the second one. Looking at the yelling President Wang Lichuan and Vice President Chen Kai, Miss Black Silk silently rolled her eyes. Is this what you call being calm and collected when things go wrong? Sure enough, all leadership speeches are farting. This sir, may I ask what you are preparing to exchange this bundle of legendary skill scrolls for with us? Wang Lichuan calmed his agitated mind and looked at Yi Lin with a touch more respect in his eyes. To be able to take out such a treasure out of the deal, the person in front of him is either appallingly strong or has a powerful background. Wang Lichuan naturally will not offend the other party. I want to exchange for all of the normal skill scrolls within the Qingcheng Transfigurator Guild. Yi Lin opened his mouth. Wang Lichuan was directly dumbfounded at his words, and the faces of everyone present became incomparably odd, looking at Yi Lin with an expression like he was looking at a fool. Taking a legendary skill scroll, or one with adaptive, for a normal skill scroll? It's like Louis Fei wanting to marry you, only for you to refuse even though you've traded Louis Fei for 500 demonic boogeymen back home. This operation is completely anti-human. Ling Knight, you're losing too much money trading like this. Ordinary skill scrolls can be bought with money, only 8,000 to 20,000 apiece. But legendary skill scrolls, this has a price. You can't buy them with money. Zhuge Ni hurriedly persuaded up, then pulled out a pink card from her own bag. If you are very short of money, I have it here. You can take it first. Looking at Zhuge Ni, who had a sincere face, Yi Lin was somewhat in tears. Thanks, I don't need it. He rejected Zhuge Ni outright. With the second career talent extreme sublimation present, the legendary skill scrolls were of no use to Yi Lin whatsoever. Might as well get a few thousand normal skill scrolls. They'll all become forbidden spells when he uses them anyway. Are you sure you want to use the legendary skill scrolls, in exchange for normal skill scrolls? Wang Lichuan carefully inquired. Okay. Yi Lin nodded. Wang Lichuan instantly became excited at his words. This business was simply blood money for their Transfiguration Guild. Chen Kai, quick, Go help this gentleman fetch all the ordinary skill scrolls in my Transfigurator Guild. Not a single one should be left out, Wang Lichuan hurriedly urged, fearing that Yi Lin would suddenly renege. Yes, President, Chen Kai farted and led the people to move the scrolls. This way, sir. Wang Lichuan hurriedly stepped aside and respectfully invited Yi Lin to the lounge. Looking at Wang Lichuan's humble appearance, the crowd looked shocked. Who is Wang Lichuan? The president of the Qingcheng Transmigrator Guild, an existence that could be on par with City Lord Hu Wang. On weekdays, when I see Wang Lichuan is a light and breezy look, as if Taishan collapsed in front of me without changing color. It's amazing that such a person has a nodding head. However, it was also true that what Yi Lin had given was just too much. Exchanging a legendary level skill scroll for a normal level was no different than giving it to the Transmutator Guild for nothing. After inviting Yi Lin into the lounge, Wang Lichuan even personally poured tea for Yi Lin. Here, please have some tea. Wait for a while, they will send the skill scrolls over soon. By the way, I still don't know how to call the little brother? Wang Lichuan asked with a smile. Lu Bengkai. Wang Lichuan's expression was slightly twitchy. Make up a fake name, at least make up a decent point. Really think that his old man is not online? Ha ha, little brother is really humorous. Since little brother is not willing to say it, then old man will not force it. But this, please accept it. Wang Lichuan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Lin. The card was inlaid with intricate golden patterns, emitting a faint glow and looking exquisite. This is the highest ranked membership card of our Transfigurator Guild. With this card, you can enjoy a 70% discount on purchases within the Qingcheng Transfigurator Guild. And even more so, you can enjoy a 15% discount within any of the Transfigurator Guilds within the Great Xia. Yi Lin looked at the black membership card in front of him and couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect that Wang Lichuan would directly give him the highest level membership card. Then thank you, President Wang. Yi Lin took the card and smiled slightly. You're welcome. As long as you have this kind of good thing next time, just don't forget about our Qingcheng Transfigurator Guild, Wang Lichuan said smilingly. Soon, Vice President Chen Kai brought the staff of the Transfigurators Union and carried over tens of thousands of bundles of skill scrolls. It contained the skills of various professions, and this was all the inventory within the Qingcheng Transfigurators Guild. Looking at these tens of thousands of bundles of skill scrolls, Yi Lin's eyes lit up as if he saw tens of thousands of brand new forbidden spells. With a wave of his great Sumeru ring, he collected all of these skill scrolls into the storage space. Thank you, President Wang. Then I will leave first. With everything done, Yi Lin didn't want to linger in the Transfiguration Guild and got up to leave. Alright then, let's wish in advance that we'll have a good time working together next time. Wang Lichuan shook hands with Yi Lin, and both of them smiled very happily. After seeing Yi Lin leave, Chen Kai next to Wang Lichuan whispered, Chairman, should we send someone to secretly protect him? Yi Lin had taken out so many good things that it had long since attracted the attention of quite a few transmutants in the trading area. And those people looked at Yi Lin like vicious wolves with their eyes on their prey. Wang Lichuan shook his head. There's no need. The person who can take out the dragon mining gold and the legendary skill scrolls can never be a simple person. We'll easily cause him to resent us if we take matters into our own hands instead. Yi Lin walked straight out of the door of the Transfiguration Guild, and realized that a silhouette had been waiting for him at the door. And the moment he saw Yi Lin, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly lit up with light. Ling Knight, you finally came out. Come on. You're coming home with me. There's a fraud pretending to be you, and I'm going to prove to my father that you're not the same person as that scoundrel. Zhuge Ni pulled Yellen and tried to walk in the direction of home. Zhuge Qianqing always told her that Yi Lin and Ling Knight were the same person, and she was going to prove to Zhuge Qianqing today that Yi Lin and Ling Knight were two people. Although Ling Knight was mediocre in appearance and far from as good looking as Yi Lin's face, in Zhuge Ni's eyes, Ling Knight was far smoother than Yi Lin. Moreover, Ling Knight was much better than Yi Lin. To be able to take out dragon mining gold and legendary skill scrolls right out of the gate, with these alone, Yi Lin could hardly beat his horse. Yi Lin was also crying and laughing at the moment, asking him to prove that Ling Knight was better than Yi Lin? Wouldn't that be me winning over myself? You really recognized the wrong person. I'm not some Ling Knight. Yi Lin pulled his hand out of Zhuge Ni's hand. No way. Don't lie to me. I will never forget your back. Zhuge Ni said firmly. I told you. You're mistaken. Yi Lin was somewhat speechless. So tell me yourself. Who the hell are you? Facing the aggressive Zhuge Ni, Yi Lin finally lost his patience completely. Unbelievable. He turned around and walked away, not bothering to break it up with Zhuge Ni. When he turned into a place where there were fewer people, he would directly open the dance of instantaneousness and slip away. He didn't believe that Zhuge Ni could still catch up with him. Stop right there. Ling Knight. I really didn't mean any harm. Zhuge Ni hurriedly caught up with Yi Lin, and when she saw that Yi Lin simply ignored her, She bit her red lips helplessly, then dialed a phone number. Seeing Yilin and Zhuge and pulling and tugging at each other, those who followed Yilin out with petty thoughts could only dismiss the idea of killing and crossing over. Although they didn't know Yilin's identity, they knew Zhuge's identity very well. That's Mr. Zhuge's only daughter. In Qingcheng, unless he's out of his mind, who would dare to touch Mr. Zhuge's daughter? Along the way, Yilin specialized in turning towards alleys, with Zhuge and following closely behind him. Soon the two of them turned into a sparsely populated area, and Yilin was about to turn on the dance of instantaneousness to directly get rid of Zhuge and when he saw that two investigators had unexpectedly appeared directly in front of him. I didn't expect that Ling Knight, who is rumored to have gotten the underground King Kenshin killed, would be such a plain and unimpressive looking person. It's really true that you can't tell the difference between a person and a person. Huang Lidian stared closely at Yilin's face and couldn't help but feel emotional. And his disciple, Su Xiao, was nervous and had a stern look on his face. After all, this guy in front of him was the dreadful murderer who had killed Kenshin. Yilin frowned and glanced at Zhuge and Huang Lidian and these two investigators were obviously lured over by Zhuge and Seeing Yilin's icy cold eyes, Zhuge's heart trembled and she hurriedly explained. Ling Knight, don't misunderstand. Uncle Huang and the others aren't here to arrest you. You've been refusing to listen to me. I had no choice but to call Uncle Huang and the others over. I really don't mean any harm. I just want you to come home with me and meet my dad. He's being cheated on by a very bad man. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. These words Zhuge and said very sincerely, afraid that Yilin would refuse. She looked blearily at Yilin, like a little girl praying for her father to take her to the amusement park, looking a little aggrieved. Go. Yilin coldly opened his mouth. He had a headache. Zhuge. This crazy woman was stubborn as hell. He suspected that if he continued to refuse Zhuge and might even call Zhuge Qianqing over on the spot. Since this was the case, it would be better for him to just go with Zhuge and to meet Zhuge Qianqing, since Zhuge Qianqing already knew the secret that he was Ling Knight anyway. Yes. Seeing Yilin agree, Zhuge's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Uncle Huang, Brother Su, I'm sorry for bothering you guys to make this special trip. Zhuge and apologized in embarrassment towards the two Huang Lidian. There's no harm in it. We also want to see if the person who can kill Kenshin really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Huang Lidian coldly glanced at Yilin. Kenshin's case? Originally he was going to investigate to the bottom of the water. The results of the upper suddenly forced the closure of the case. This matter has been a knot in the heart of Huang Lidian. Seeing Yilin and Zhuge and walking away, Su Xiaocai, who was on the side, opened his mouth. Master, it looks like Ling Knight and Yilin are indeed 2 people. Not necessarily. Maybe he used some kind of prop that can change his appearance. Forget it. It's pointless to dwell on this when the case is closed. Huang Lidian shook his head with a bitter smile. He was also just a small investigating officer. Even if he had emotions in his heart, he could only cooperate with the decision of his superiors. You mean, Yilin used illusory face to change into another person's appearance, went to the Transfiguration Guild to sell skill scrolls and equipment, and then just happened to run into NINI, and was mistaken for Ling Knight by NINI, and is now dragging him this way? Even with Zhuge Qianqing's heart, he could not help but be dumbfounded when he heard this news. Such a dogged plot could happen? Yes, Mr. Zhuge. I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be false? That Yilin brat originally wanted to run away, but he was blocked by the investigating officer called by Miss. That's why he didn't run away, Guo Qin said. Zhuge Qianqing rubbed his brow. What do you call this? Wait, you said he appeared before the investigating officer? Right, Guo Qin nodded. Then perhaps, this is instead a good thing. Zhuge Qianqing revealed a meaningful smile. At this time, Zhuge and excitedly brought Yilin back home and pushed open the door directly with a bang. Dad, you come on out here. Look who I brought back. Zhuge and shouted as soon as she entered the courtyard. What's wrong, Nene? What's so happy? Zhuge Qianqing pretended to know nothing and walked out. Yilin saw Zhuge Qianqing and was about to take off his phantom face to show his identity, but was stopped by Zhuge Qianqing with a look. Zhuge and ran over very happily, shaking Zhuge Qianqing's arm and said, Dad, this is Ling Knight. I told you a long time ago, Ling Knight is many times better than that death-crazed Yilin. Yilin doesn't even deserve to be compared to him. You didn't believe me, and you keep saying that Yilin and Ling Knight are the same person. Look, now I've brought the person back to you. I'm telling you, today Ling Knight, he was so powerful in the Transfigurator Guild, he took out over a dozen leveled high-level equipment by himself, as well as dragon mining gold and legendary skill scrolls. You are the one who didn't see how shocked the other people looked at him. At that time, Ling Knight was the center of attention of the crowd, the star of the show, the center of attention. Juga and I chattered away as if she had opened a box of words, happy and with a huge smile on her face. Guo Qi nodded at the side and said with great emotion, Miss hasn't smiled like this for a long time. Juga and I excitedly expounded to Zhuge Qianqing how excellent Yi Lin was, praising him to the skies, so much so that Yi Lin himself was a bit embarrassed. Zhuge and I then turned his words around and spoke with an expectant face. Dad, if you really want to choose a disciple, why don't you kick out that Yi Lin and take Ling Knight under your tutelage? Ling Knight is 100 times better than that death-crazed Yi Lin. Really? I'm not lying. Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart as he watched his daughter's excitement. The authorities are confused. The onlooker is clear. Their own daughter drilled into the bullseye really never came out. Actually to the present is still obsessed with the idea that Ling Knight and Yi Lin are two people. Silly daughter. Yo! Zhuge Qianqing secretly sighed and gently rubbed Zhuge Ni's head. His tone as gentle as coaxing a child. Nimi. You have a good eye. This Ling Knight is indeed an outstanding young man. But accepting a disciple is not a trivial matter. It needs to be carefully considered. How about this? Let Ling Knight go to a place with Dad. I'll test him. And when I come back after going there, I'll accept him as a disciple. How about that? Zhuge and I was thrilled at his words. Really? Yeah. Finally getting what she wanted. Writing the name of her beloved. Zhuge Ni's heart at the moment couldn't be happier. Looking at Zhuge Ni's excited appearance, Yi Lin touched his nose, laughed awkwardly twice, and for a moment did not know what expression to put on. What is this called? Then go rest first. I'll have a good talk with Ling Knight, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Yes. Zhuge and I raised her eyes to sneak a glance at Yi Lin, and after realizing that Yi Lin's gaze didn't fall on her at all, she huffed and puffed her way back to her room. Counting her 2 meetings with Ling Knight, the first time her clothes had been burned to rags by the fire and she was in a sorry state, and the second time she was wearing a tight outfit that was convenient for fighting, and not once had she been properly groomed. She had already thought about taking a shower and changing into a nice outfit to properly wow Ling Knight. After Zhuge and I left, Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but glance at the silent Yi Lin and opened his mouth to ask, Aren't you curious as to why I won't let you reveal your identity in front of Nene? Teachers naturally have their own reasons for doing so, Yi Lin said calmly. Zhuge Qianqing laughed dumbly, then sipped his tea and opened his mouth to explain. Although this matter is a coincidence, it's not a good thing. Think about it. You met the investigator as Ling Knight, and appeared at the location of the Gate of the Apocalypse. Doesn't that perfectly rule out Yi Lin's suspicion? Yi Lin nodded at his words and picked up. In this way, Yi Lin, this person, has never appeared at the Gate of the Apocalypse, and I can go all out as Ling Knight. Of course, in that case, it wouldn't matter if Ling Knight disappeared at the Gate of the Apocalypse, and no one would care, since it was supposed to be a fake identity. And when Yi Lin, the identity of Yi Lin, disappeared, not seeing anyone alive or dead, Zhuge Qianqing could also be cleared of all suspicion because he had a sufficient alibi. Yi Lin had a strong premonition that if Zhuge Qianqing really had any plans for himself, he would inevitably make his move at the Gate of the Apocalypse. It's good that you can understand what I mean. We'll set off the day after tomorrow. You remember to make all the arrangements as Yi Lin first. Zhuge Qianqing nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll go rest first. Teacher. Yi Lin turned around and went back to his room. Zhuge Qianqing's strength was unfathomable. Defense was not an option. He had to make preparations early. After returning to his room, Yi Lin put the shaking light necklace on his body and took off the heavenly green Xian thunder ring. Although the celestial green Xian thunder ring could increase the power of the thunder skills, the mental power bonus was only 15%, and it was definitely inferior to the shaking light necklace in a comprehensive manner. After changing into his new equipment, Yi Lin took out the 1,000 washing stones again. Before going to the Gate of the Apocalypse, he had to strengthen himself as much as possible before he could do so. Scrub stones are able to scrub the attributes of equipment, up to 9 stars, and with each additional star, the attributes of the equipment will increase dramatically. Yi Lin thought about it and used the first cleansing stone on the Great Sumeru Ring. The Great Sumeru Ring was his only piece of legendary great equipment at the moment, and it was clearly the most cost-effective to use the scrub stones on the Great Sumeru Ring. Yi Lin held the cleansing stone and slowly approached the Great Sumeru Ring. The wash stone began to glow faintly in his hand, a shrunken version of a star. He gently affixed the cleansing stone to the Great Sumeru Ring, and a mysterious power instantly surged up. The Great Sumeru Ring seemed to sense the power of the washing stone and began to vibrate slightly and emit an even brighter light. However, in the next second, the light instantly dimmed, and the cleansing stone instantly shattered into a field of broken pieces. Obviously, the shuffle failed. However, Yi Lin wasn't discouraged and pulled out a second cleansing stone. The success rate of shuffling equipment was not high in the first place. Otherwise the world would be full of equipment shuffled to 9 stars. It was only after shattering hundreds of washing stones one after another that a dazzling bright light suddenly appeared. In the light, the great Sumeru ring trembled madly, and the textures on the ring's surface became even more complex and delicate. When the dazzling glow gradually dissipated, the great Sumeru ring in front of Yi Lin's eyes had been refreshed. The texture on the surface of the ring became even finer, and the light flowed as if it contained endless mysterious power. Yi Lin hurriedly checked up on the attributes of the great Sumeru ring. The great Sumeru ring. Rank, Legend. Attribute, Spiritual Strength increase 120%, currently shuffled level, 1 star. Skill number 1, Sumi Hidden Mustard Seed. Sumeru Hidden Mustard Seed. The wearer can absorb attacks in energy form into the great Sumeru ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power bonus. Skill 2, Mustard Seed Nasu. Mustard Seed Nasuya. The wearer can open the storage space in the big Sumeru ring, and the size of the storage space is proportional to the wearer's spiritual strength. A flash of surprise flashed through Yi Lin's eyes. Just by shuffling out 1 star, he had directly gained an additional 20% mental strength bonus, which was already equivalent to wearing an additional piece of high-level equipment on his body. The spiritual attribute bonus of high-level equipment is usually only about 20%. Having tasted the sweetness, Yi Lin next even disliked the trial stones to the great Sumeru ring non-stop, but shuffling to 1 star seemed to have exhausted all of Yi Lin's luck, as he disliked 700 to 800 shuffling stones one after another, all of which failed. Holy shit, that's a low probability, isn't it? Yi Lin's scalp was a bit numb. It was hard to believe that he was actually a non-combatant. Although the higher the grade of the equipment, the more difficult it is to wash it, but 700 to 800 washing stones can't wash out a star. This is too nonetheless. At this time, Yi Lin only had 100 or so trial stones left in his hand, and he was hesitating whether to continue using them on the great Sumeru ring or on the red flame staff. At this moment, a magical voice suddenly sounded in Yi Lin's mind. The more money you don't have, the more you have to pike. 3rd stud, 4th stud, 5th stud, 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 stud. Studs are wise. Thinking of this, Yi Lin gritted his teeth and wrestled with the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. If he gave up now, wouldn't the 700 to 800 washing stones he had in front of him be wasted? He pressed all the remaining washing stones onto the big Sumeru ring, and without saying a word, he directly pokered. More than 100 washing stones surrounded the great Sumerian ring, which was as busy as a tomcat blowing a trumpet. Bang! 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 Every time the sound of a failed shuffle causing the shuffle stone to crumble sounded, Yi Lin was going to be heartbroken. You can't, can you? It can't all be a failure, can it? Yi Lin felt that his current mood was like playing Golden Shovel with 3 stars and 5 costs short of 1. His heart pounding with every shuffle. 10, 50, 100. Seeing that they were really all going to fail, Yi Lin's face turned green. 1,000 shuffling stones and only 1 star came out. The old nonce would have to hand him a cigarette with pity on his face when he saw it. Just when Yi Lin thought it was all over, the last 2 washing stones seemed to sense the despair within Yi Lin. Their light was brighter and more dazzling than any of the previous washing stones, rushing straight towards the great Sumeru ring. As they fell, the vibrations of the great Sumeru ring became more and more violent, as if a powerful force was awakening within. It was as if there were mysterious runes pulsing between the flow of light from the great Sumeru ring. Suddenly, a dazzling light blossomed from the great Sumeru ring, and it blossomed twice in succession. Yi Lin was directly dumbfounded as he picked up the great Sumeru ring and took a look, only to realize that the great Sumeru ring had been successfully shuffled to 3 stars. The spiritual power bonus had also come to a staggering 160%. Yi Lin was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he had actually managed to sneak in at the last minute. Sure enough, Pokies are indeed wise. At level 25, he had 750 points of basic mental power, and with the addition of a series of equipment such as the great Sumeru ring and the staff, his mental power came to 225 points. If we open another burning round, 6,450 points. This terrifying value caused Yi Lin himself to suck in a breath of cold air. A fiery look flashed across the bottom of his eyes. If the current him were to go all out, I'm afraid that no one below level 50 transmogrifier would be his opponent. If he were to rely on his undead body and try to force a battle of attrition with his opponent like he did with Kensen, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance of getting a level 60 transmogrifier killed. However, he also had to worry about encountering the kind of transmuter that specialized in siege and sealing skills. If the other party didn't think of killing him but only thought of sealing him, then his immortality would be equivalent to losing its usefulness. But there should be one of those self-destruct forbidden spells. Yi Lin took out all the skill scrolls that he had obtained from the Qingcheng Transmutator Guild, carefully picking out all the skills that had the potential to evolve into self-destruct forbidden spells. One by one they were then studied. If he can find a self-destructive forbidden spell, then the seal confinement freezing whatever he does not need to be afraid of. The big deal is to directly self-destruct on the line. After Yilin tried one by one, he finally found a suitable skill. Shield of Stars. The mage uses his or her spiritual power to pull starlight into the body, forming a shield of starlight outside the body. Occupational talent Extreme Sublimation activated. Star Shield has been strengthened to Starburst Extinction. Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Star Explosion and Extinction. The forbidden spellcaster burns his soul and pulls the power of the stars of the heavens into his body. And when the power of the stars reaches the maximum that the body of the forbidden spellcaster can hold, he will detonate it completely. Faint starbursts began to surround Yilin, and these starbursts gradually converged to form into a star chain that connected Yilin's body. Yilin could clearly feel that the terrifying and violent star power was surging into his body without stopping. After a few seconds had passed, Yilin's entire body seemed to have turned into a bright star, and his entire body bulged up like a balloon, and his near-transparent skin could even see the trajectory of the blood flow under the illumination of the starlight. Yilin hurriedly stopped casting the star shield. If he continued, he would really explode on the spot. It takes about 5 seconds from the start of the spell until it bursts. With this forbidden spell, Yilin was relieved in his heart. That way, if he ran into an enemy who wanted to seal him at the gate of the apocalypse, or if Zhuge Qianqing wanted to seal him, he would be able to blow himself up on the spot. The shaking light necklace, the great Sumeru ring that had been strengthened to 3 stars, and the tens of thousands of bundles of skill scrolls in the storage space. These things were one's bottom line to go and play with the gate of the apocalypse. Yilin took a long breath of relief. Next, it was time to go out and hang around as Yilin, brushing up on his presents, so that in case he got something good at the gate of the apocalypse as Ling Knight, no one would suspect him. Yilin took off his phantom face, and then after changing his clothes, he was ready to head to the Ji family. In the entire Qingcheng besides Zhuge Qianqing, the only people he was still familiar with were Father Ji and Ji Lingyu. Yilin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to see Zhuge Ni with her back to him in the courtyard as soon as he opened the door. Today's Zhuge Ni is very different from usual. She is wearing a white slim skirt, the hem of the skirt gently fluttering with the breeze, just like a swaying flower of the high mountain. A head of black hair was draped behind her like a waterfall, and her fair and delicate skin was hidden and intertwined under the moonlight. Hearing a movement behind her, Zhuge Ni turned around very happily, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness and excitement. She had obviously dressed carefully for a long time. Even the makeup on her face was just right, reflecting her already extremely delicate face even more appealing. Zhuge Ni was convinced that Ling Knight would be so indifferent to her. It must be because she was too much of a mess in the first 2 meetings, and she wanted to use practical actions to make Ling Knight change his mind about her. Good evening, Ling Knight. What a coincidence. Are you out for some air too? Zhuge Ni turned around somewhat shyly, but when she saw the person behind her, Zhuge Ni's expression froze on her face. Why you? Zhuge Ni didn't hide the disgust and loathing on her face, looking at Yilin as if she was looking at a hopeless piece of trash. What's a bully like you still doing in my house? Didn't my dad tell you? I've already found Ling Knight. He's 10,000 times better than you. My dad is already going to turn him in as a disciple, so why are you still staying here with a stiff upper lip? Come back and pack your things. That's it. Yilin didn't bother to start an argument with Zhuge Ni and went straight to leave. Wait, but when Yilin wanted to leave, Zhuge Ni was instead unhappy and reached out to stop him. She was already extremely disgusted with Yilin, and after dressing up carefully for 2 hours, instead of letting Ling Knight see it, she let Yilin see it first. Zhuge Ni was holding a lot of anger in her stomach at the moment. She said aggressively, I said back then that I would definitely find the real Ling Knight and expose your hypocritical mask. The two of you, one of you is the white moon in the sky and the other is the rotten mud on the ground. There is no comparison at all. You actually have the face to impersonate him. Now that Ling Knight has been found, I'll let you see for yourself now just how big the gap between you and Ling Knight is. As soon as the words fell, Zhuge Ni ran off to find Zhuge Qianqing. Originally, because of Ling Knight's appearance, she was in such a good mood that she didn't even want to bother with Yilin. But on the contrary, Yilin had to come and hang out in front of her. In that case, don't blame yourself for poking him. Dad, which room is he staying in? Ling Knight? Zhuge Qianqing froze for a moment, glanced at Yilin who was standing in the courtyard, and spoke. Ling Knight didn't stay with us. He left a long time ago. He'll only come over the day after tomorrow when we leave. What? Zhuge Ni was aggravated. Then wouldn't she have dressed up for nothing? When she saw Yilin standing in the courtyard, Zhuge Ni was even more furious. Ling Knight might have left just because he saw this guy in the way. Why don't you get lost? What are you still standing there for? SB. Yilin rolled his eyes. This woman if not have a good father he high and low to rub a forbidden spell to smash over. He was even a little skeptical as to whether Zhuge Ni was Zhuge Qianqing's own child or whether Zhuge Qianqing had picked her up from some trash can. With a few clues, Zhuge Qianqing was able to directly deduce that he possessed an immortal body, which could be considered to be as predictable as God. Zhuge Ni is just like hanging 2 eggs under her eyebrows. She does whatever she wants all day long based on her bad brain, and even after putting the truth under her nose, she still has to think that she and Ling Knight are 2 people. The gap between these 2 people, father and daughter, is a bit too big. Yelin walked out the door and directly stopped a cab to leave. Master, take Changhua Avenue to Erxianxiao. The cab drove to the front of a small manor. Around the manor, there stood dozens of bodyguards. Their breath was introverted, but they gave a feeling of unfathomable. Obviously all of them were transmigrators with notable strength. After the last time he was attacked by Kensen, Father G's obviously spent more money on security. Yilin had just walked up to the golden bronze-colored gate when a bodyguard stopped him and droned in a deep voice. Stand still. Private domain. Trespassing is strictly forbidden. Bang! He was slapped on the back of the head as soon as he spoke, and the other bodyguard cursed. Blind your dog's eyes. This is this year's national top student of the college entrance exam, Mr. Yi Lin, the boss of our young master. Young Yi, this way please. That bodyguard hurriedly smiled. The bodyguard respectfully led the way, and Yi Lin had just sat down on the sofa in the parlor when Ji Lingyu rushed out. Boss, I've missed you so much. Why didn't you say in advance if you were coming so I could send a car to pick you up? Ever since the college entrance exam line, Ji Lingyu was completely convinced of Yi Lin as his boss. Are all the injuries on your body healed? Yi Lin laughed. Well, my dad got me the best priest in Xincheng. My dad must be happy to know you're here. I'll go get him. Ji Lingyu hurriedly called Ji's father over as well, and after the 3 of them caught up for a while, Yi Lin mysteriously said, can you let everyone else leave first? I'm here to see you guys this time for business. Ji father and Ji Lingyu looked at each other. Then Ji father said in a deep voice, everyone down. The butler and the maids bowed and left with lightly lifted feet and respectful steps. Say Yi Lin, are you in some kind of trouble? Tell me, as long as it's within my power, Uncle will definitely help you. Father Ji said seriously. Yes, boss, you said it. You're welcome. Ji Lingyu nodded as well. Hey, it's like this. After the college entrance exams were over, didn't I go to the scholar's secret realm? I also encountered a real demonic race within the scholar's secret realm. For more than a month, I've been fighting demons. Before Yi Lin could finish his sentence, Ji's father stood up from the sofa with a pang, his eyes full of concern. Are you hurt? Is it very serious? Don't worry. I'll invite all the healing-related professions above level 40 in Xincheng here. Ji's father hurriedly picked up his cell phone and was about to dial the number when Yi Lin hurriedly stopped him. No, I mean, I've been fighting all my life. I want to enjoy myself. Enjoying yourself? Father Ji froze. It's that kind of thing. Then the music. Then the dancing. Father of the season. Soon, the news that the Ji family was going to hold a celebration banquet for the national top scholar, Yi Lin, spread out. The Ji family hosted a large banquet, and almost all the dignitaries of Qingcheng came and gathered to congratulate the birth of the national scholar. There were also quite a few people who threw olive branches at Yi Lin, wanting to draw him in and even wanting to introduce their daughters to him. After all, for these small forces in Xincheng, the triple identities of a national scholar, a level 25 forbidden spellcaster, and a disciple of Mr. Zhuge were already dazzling enough. Yet Yelin didn't care about anyone, and during the banquet, Yelin only did 3 things: smoking and drinking and playing with women, a living, breathing interpretation of drunkenness. Looking at Yi Lin, who had 2 women in his arms and 3 cigarettes in his mouth, many of the forces that had originally intended to draw Yi Lin in were looking at each other. What's going on here? How did he, a national scholar, fall so far? Harm. He is a forbidden spellcaster, already short-lived, but also overdrawn his body to grab the name of the national scholar. Now I guess he doesn't have 2 years to live, knowing that he is going to die soon, and it is right to be drunken and greedy for enjoyment. Also, hey, if he wasn't a self-exploding truck profession like a forbidden spellcaster, Xincheng, would really have a true dragon. How long has it been since our little place has produced a national scholar? The crowd was privately talking. Looking at Yi Lin's eyes were filled with regret and pity. What a good seedling. How come he was a forbidden spellcaster? However, Yi Lin never cared about these people's eyes at all. Twisting his head, he made the girl next to him laugh daintily and look at him with a somewhat drawn-out look in her eyes. The celebration was over, and the only feeling everyone had when they mentioned Yelin was, done, wasted. But that wasn't all. In the next 2 days, people in Xincheng frequently saw Yi Lin driving an expensive sports car, blowing up the streets. Each time the co-pilot carried a different hot girl. In front of the bar after 12 a.m. in Xincheng, A randomly refreshed national top student would be lying there. One day he could be seen coming out of the hotel with 3 or 4 different girls, each with a shapely figure and delicate face. Everyone guessed that Yilin was probably really dying and that was why he was so depraved. Gradually, no one is paying attention to Yilin anymore. Everyone is very busy. The adult world is about profit. A drunken and self-indulgent scholar can't provide much value to them at all. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, just after dawn, Yilin woke up. He first opened the forbidden spell Karmic Fire Burning Sky, burning all the blood in his entire body, and then took out the Starfall Heavenly Trace and gently slashed it, and an extra large opening was made from his chest to his abdominal cavity. Yilin sliced off all of his lungs and liver, and then threw out a wisp of fire to burn them to ashes. Immediately following the thought, the cells began to rapidly divide and multiply, and new lungs and livers grew. Smoking hurts his lungs and drinking hurts his liver, and in order to play a depraved image, he smoked and drank too much in the past few days, so if he doesn't get new lungs and a new liver, it's obviously going to have an effect on his physical state. Other than that, after smoking more than 20 packs of Huazi a day, Yilin clearly felt that his lung capacity was much smaller. After doing this, Yilin put on his phantom face and quietly slipped out of the Ji family. With the padding of these 2 days, even if he temporarily disappeared for a few days, Ji father and Ji Lingyu would only think that he had gotten into that nook and cranny to have fun again. When Yilin appeared at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, Guo Qin and Zhuge Qianqing were already waiting for him inside. And of course, there was also Zhuge Ni, who stood behind Zhuge Qianqing and was specially well dressed. Coming? I've cooked acacia kanji. Let's eat some together before we set off. Zhuge Qianqing picked up the bowl and gave Yilin a bowl of hot and fragrant acacia kanji. The hot kanji slid across his throat and fell into his stomach, and his entire body was instantly warm and extremely comfortable. Of course, the meal would have been more comfortable without Zhuge Ni, who kept looking at him with a red face from across the room. Zhuge Ni quietly surveyed Yilin from time to time, and when her eyes made contact, she immediately withdrew her gaze like a frightened rabbit. Yilin. It was hard to stay up until the end of the meal. Yilin was finally relieved and got up, ready to leave. At this time, Zhuge Ni suddenly called out to him. Ling Knight, something wrong? Yilin said helplessly. That, when you come back and become my father's disciple, can I invite you to a movie? Zhuge Ni hung her head with a red face, and both hands kept grabbing her clothes. Come back and talk about it. Yilin indifferently twisted his head. Well, Zhuge Ni was a bit lost, but quickly rekindled her fighting spirit. She must still have a certain status in Ling Knight's heart. Otherwise, Ling Knight must have just rejected her directly instead of giving her an ambiguous answer. As long as she continued to work hard, she would definitely be able to melt the iceberg that was Ling Knight. Zhuge Mi. Come on. You can do it. Zhuge Ni secretly cheered herself up mentally. Guo Qin, who was squatting in the doorway, rubbed his chin, looked at Zhuge Ni, then at Yilin, and laughed in a small voice. I can see that she's interested in you. Miss, I'm not interested in her. Yilin shook his head and said, it's actually still quite fun, isn't it? The lady doesn't know that Ling Knight is Yilin, and she likes Ling Knight and hates Yilin. So you'll pick up the lady first, and wait until you've opened the room when the distance is negative. Swish, wouldn't it be nice if you just took off your mask and surprised her? And then yell out, fool, there's no such thing as Ling Knight. I've always been Yilin and then start sprinting like crazy. The more Guo Qin said, the brighter his eyes became, and he even slammed his thigh. Right, why didn't I think of such a fun way to do this before? How is it not a kind of bulldog to have the other person forced to connect by someone you hate, but bully you to yourself? Yelin. Guo Qin's brain was really hopeless. This guy could associate almost any mess with very strange aspects. You talk to him about beanstalks and he gives a strange smile. You talk to him about tigers and he gives a strange smile. You talk to him about fans and he gives a strange smile. Even when you talk to him about how there's a meteor shower at 8 o'clock tonight, he gets a weird grin on his face. Yilin sometimes really wanted to pry open Guo Qin's canopy to see how his head actually grew. What are you guys chatting about? Zhuge Qianqing walked out with a smirk. Nothing. Mr. Zhuge, let's get going. Guo Qin laughed awkwardly. If Mr. Zhuge knew that he was teaching Yilin how to bully Zhuge Ni, Mr. Zhuge would have to skin himself. You better be. Zhuge Qianqing glanced at Guo Qin, sending chills throughout his body. Let's go. Fortunately, Zhuge Qianqing didn't have any intention of getting into it with Guo Qin, and only then did Guo Qin breathe a sigh of relief as he hurriedly boarded a black SUV parked at the entrance and acted as a driver, while Yilin and Zhuge Qianqing sat in the back row. Teacher, are we going to the teleportation array? Yilin asked. No need. The gate of the apocalypse. It's in the wilderness of Qincheng. And don't call me teacher anymore. It's easy to expose your identity. Just call me Mr. Zhuge. Just like Guoqin, Zhuge Qianqing pushed his glasses and laughed. Good, Yelin nodded. Guoqin kicked the gas, and the SUV scurried out like an arrow off a string. At the city gates, when they saw that Zhuge Qianqing was sitting in the car, no one dared to stop them, and directly released them, and the black SUV drove out of Qingcheng unhindered. Once out of town, the road instantly became potholed. Zhuge Qianqing took out a piece of white paper and a pen and wrote and drew on the paper before handing it to Guoqin. Follow the route on this. Okay, Mr. Zhuge. Guoqin started traveling according to the roadmap drawn by Zhuge Qianqing, and Yilin saw for the first time with his own eyes how terrifying the profession of astrologer was. The SUV was traveling on the rugged road, and Yelin was always ready to deal with any magical creatures that might suddenly appear. After all, this was in the wild. However, to Yilin's surprise, they hadn't even encountered a single demon along the way. Those demonic creatures that roamed the wilds all year round and were incredibly fierce. It was as if they had gotten the news in advance and deliberately avoided them. It was clear that the growls and hisses of the demons could be heard around them from time to time, but there just wasn't a single one that appeared to block the way. This discovery caused chills to run down Yilin's back, and he couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Qianqing, who was resting with his eyes closed. To foresee the future, to avoid misfortune, to anticipate the enemy. This kind of means is really too bizarre and unpredictable. If Zhuge Qianqing really has any thoughts about him, it would obviously be an extremely terrifying thing. The SUV came to a stop at the entrance to a valley after going over a hill and through a densely forested trail. Here we are. Get off. Zhuge Qianqing opened his eyes and led Yilin and Guoqin right toward the valley. There was a faint white mist within the valley, and shortly after entering the valley, Yilin saw that there were quite a few silhouettes gathered together in front of him, and in front of the crowd, there stood a huge stone door, which was so high that it could not be seen from the top and was as wide as a cloud, on which were carved the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, dragons, phoenixes, unicorns and other kinds of motifs, which appeared to be mysterious and solemn at the same time. The door stood so abruptly in the valley, and the weird thing was that the door could only be seen from the front, and if you looked from other directions, you could only see the empty valley. Is that the gate of the apocalypse? Yilin looked at the stone door in front of him and couldn't help but marvel out. Not bad. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes behind the gold wireframe were also written with surprise. Even he was seeing the gate of apocalypse with his own eyes for the first time. Mr. Zhuge, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have had to send someone to see if you'd had some kind of accident. A middle-aged man in a straight suit said in a salty manner, followed by a group of transmigrators behind him. The aura emanating from each of them was extremely terrifying, and it was obvious that none of them were below level 30. I'm sorry that Director Tan is worried. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly, looking composed. Seeing Yilin's puzzled face, Guoqin on the side explained in a low voice. He is the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. Tan Xingjiang. When I was a flower picker, it was because I played with his wife that I was arrested and locked up in the Bureau of Investigation. And by the way, his wife is awesome. Yelin fell silent. What do you say? Even if his wife is really great, is it really appropriate to say that in front of her husband? Yilin suddenly felt that Tan Xingjiang is indeed a prime minister who can hold up a boat in his belly. All of this actually did not get Guoqin killed, but only arrested him and put him in jail. And beside Tan Xingjiang, Yilin also saw a familiar figure. He instantly recognized that the other person was the tall, thin man who had tried to get him killed in the investigation bureau's jail at that time. Only the tall, thin man apparently didn't recognize him after putting on the phantom face, and stood guard behind Tan Xingjiang with a cold face. After Tan Xingjiang and Zhuge Qianqing exchanged a few polite words, Tan Xingjiang directly opened the door. Since Mr. Zhuge is already here, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, please open the gate of the apocalypse. Tan Xingjiang took out a mysterious key, which was engraved with complicated patterns, as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. No problem. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly and turned back towards Yilin and Guoqin with a wink. Yilin, Guoqin and the two of them immediately understood and followed. Looking at the backs of the three of them, Tan Xingjiang's eyes flashed with a hidden murderous intent. Mr. Zhuge, why do I feel a chill down my back? Guoqin shivered and said, it's normal, having been set up by me. Tan Xingjiang couldn't wait to kill us right away. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. The ancient key of the apocalypse that he had given to Tan Xingjiang was originally a fake, so naturally he couldn't open the gate of the apocalypse. And in the face of Tan Xingjiang's questioning, Zhuge Qianqing gave the explanation that he had set up a prohibition on the ancient key of the apocalypse, and that only he himself could open the gate of the apocalypse if he came in person. Tan Xingjiang knew that Zhuge Qianqing was trying to come to the gate of the apocalypse to get a piece of the pie, but he could only hold his nose and admit it. After all, right now, while no one knew that the gate of the apocalypse had appeared, they were still able to seize the first opportunity, and when the news spread out, the Gate of the Apocalypse would definitely be able to attract the top batch of powerhouses all over. By that time, they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Gate of the Apocalypse. Mr. Zhuge, are you going to take out the real ancient key of the Apocalypse? Yi Lin inquired. No need, you can just approach this door. Zhuge Qianqing smiled and shook his head. As they spoke, the three of them walked to the stone door. Zhuge Qianqing walked towards the stone door, then pretended to press the ancient key of the Apocalypse close to it and pounded it for a while. At this moment, Yi Lin clearly felt that the ancient key of the Apocalypse in his stomach, at this moment, seemed to have some kind of induction with the ancient stone door in front of him, and was emitting a faint heat, and the Gate of the Apocalypse in front of him seemed to have sensed it as well. There was no shocking apparition or dazzling light. It was just like the opening of a most ordinary door, with a low and long mechanical sound. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passageway that was too deep to see the bottom. An ancient and mysterious aura poured out from the passageway, causing one to be in awe. Seeing the Gate of the Apocalypse, Tan Xingjiang's eyes instantly lit up, and even with his status, he couldn't help but have a flash of surprise and greed surface under his eyes. After all, this was the legendary Gate of the Apocalypse, the place where 7 origin ancient artifacts had once fallen out. Even if it was a true divine artifact, it was still worthless in the face of an origin ancient artifact. It was precisely because of this that such a terrifying great war erupted back then, until the origin ancient artifacts were all smashed to pieces, which ushered in a brief period of peace. Mr. Zhuge, it's time to return the ancient key of the Apocalypse to me. Tan Xinjiang spoke coldly. A dangerous aura was also revealed on the transmigrators following him. It was clear that if Zhuge Qianqing wanted to seize the ancient key of the Apocalypse, then they would have to break out into a great battle before entering the Gate of the Apocalypse. Naturally, the ancient key of the Apocalypse was originally something that belonged to Director Tan. Zhuge Qianqing nodded and handed the fake ancient key of the Apocalypse to Tan Xinjiang. Mr. Zhuge is indeed a smart man. After retrieving the ancient key of the Apocalypse, Tan Xinjiang revealed a faint smile. Just then, but a sudden cry of alarm came from behind him, causing Tan Xinjiang's face to freeze. The Gate of the Apocalypse actually really exists in this world? It's really shocking. Only Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingcheng Transfiguration Guild, and Chen Kai, the vice president, led a group of transfigurationists and appeared in the valley. Tan Xinjiang's face immediately darkened. It was fine for a Zhuge Qianqing to come and get a piece of the pie. How come even the guys from the Transfigurator Guild came? You called for this? Tan Xinjiang gritted his teeth and questioned Zhuge Qianqing. Director Tan thinks that I, Zhuge Qianqing, would do such a foolish thing? Zhuge Qianqing asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. At this moment, Zhuge Qianqing was also a bit puzzled as to why the people from the Transfiguration Guild would get the news, but soon he thought of something and intentionally glanced at Yi Lin. In terms of motivation, the person most likely to call the Transfigurator Guild here was Yellen. After all, if he wants to take action against him, the more muddy the water is stirred up, the more favorable it will be for him. This kid is really a little fox. Zhuge Qianqing's face became a little unsightly. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Zhuge, Director Tan, what a coincidence. You guys are here to hunt for treasure too? How about bringing me along? Wang Lichuan laughed out loud. President Wang, you guys haven't put in any effort and you want a piece of the pie as soon as you arrive. It's not quite right, is it? Tan Xinjiang said in a cold voice. Also, how about this then? Let us from the Transfigurator Guild be the vanguard and scout the way for you. How's that? Wang Lichuan said after pondering for a while. When these words came out, Tan Xinjiang's face then looked a little better. They didn't know what dangers were inside the Gate of the Apocalypse, and he was naturally happy to let the people from the Transfiguration Guild go as cannon fodder. As things stood, there was no better way for him to do it. After all, Wang Lichuan couldn't leave empty-handed when he came. In that case, let's do what President Wang says. Tan Xinjiang pinched his nose and said, ha 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 ha, thank you Commissioner Tan. Commissioner Tan's atmosphere. Wang Lichuan laughed extremely happily and led the people towards the inner gate of the apocalypse. When he passed by Yellen, he cast a glance towards him, but did not greet him. Yi Lin looked like he didn't know anything and calmly followed Wang Lichuan and the others into the gate of the apocalypse. The pitch-black passage stretched towards the depths of the gate of the apocalypse. The world behind the door wasn't as light and strange as Yi Lin had imagined, not to mention any scenes of demons all over the place. On the contrary, the surroundings were extremely silent. Nothing, even so quiet that you could hear your own breathing. After passing through the dark passage, a door appeared again ahead. This time a metal door appeared that only allowed one person to pass through, with a very modern circuitry alignment etched on it that flickered faintly. The door was out of place in its surroundings, as if it had been forcibly torn from another world. Why is there another door? Is this the real door of the apocalypse? When Wang Lichuan and the others saw this door, a puzzled look appeared in their eyes. They turned back to Tan Xingjiang. As the ancient key of the apocalypse was in Tan Xingjiang's hands, Tan Xingjiang fixed his mind, then stepped forward and took out the ancient key of the apocalypse and gently pressed it on the door. Yilin also very cooperatively took a few steps forward, looking as if he was simply curious as to how the door was opened. Along with Yilin's stomach burning, the metal door in front of him opened with a bang, and an intense light burst out from behind the door, instantly illuminating the entire pitch-black passageway. The crowd was blinded by the glare, and it took a while for them to adjust before they opened their eyes. And when they looked at the scene behind the metal door, they were stunned on the spot. How can the world behind the door of the apocalypse be like this? It's impossible. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Some even rubbed their eyes and slapped themselves in an attempt to tell themselves that what was in front of them was an illusion. But it was only a pity that the pain that came through told them that what was in front of them was real. It was no wonder that the crowd was so out of sorts. Even Yilin was filled with disbelief. This was because after the gate of the apocalypse opened, what appeared in front of them was actually Qingcheng. Only, the Qingcheng in front of them was obviously a bit different from the Qingcheng they lived in. The towering walls, winding streets, and verdant trees were reduced to broken walls and ruins. The streets were strewn with cold rubble and dust, as if they had experienced a devastating disaster. A gust of wind blew by, bringing up an unspeakable implication of desolation. The crowd stood dumbfounded, shock and disbelief written all over their faces. They had heard that the world behind the gate of the apocalypse could be full of dangers and unknowns, but they had never imagined that it would be the scene in front of them. This Qingcheng in front of me, is it constructed by an illusion? Or what's going on? Wang Lichuan couldn't help but mutter. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out if we go in and look around. Maybe there will be a living person inside. Tan Xingjiang shook his head and said. The crowd suppressed the shock in their hearts. All of them had already come here. No matter what exactly lay ahead, it was unlikely that they would retreat. The people from the Transfigurator Guild scouted ahead, and Zhuge Qianqing and the people from the Bureau of Investigation followed them. Walking into this ruined version of Qingcheng, they realized that there were traces of various battles all over the place, as if a terrifying great war had destroyed everything in Qingcheng. Pieces of broken and crumbling equipment were everywhere on the ground, from swords and guns to clubs, rings and wands and grimoires. But the weird thing was, even if there was no living thing, all the way there, they didn't even see a single corpse. Whether it was human or demonic, not even a single withered bone. A faint uneasiness enveloped the crowd. The unknown is always the most frightening thing. Zhuge Qianqing crouched down and reached out to pick up an exquisite piece of metal with sharp edges, which was engraved with ancient runes, as if telling of a former glory. What's the matter, Mr. Zhuge? Have you found anything? The others hurriedly looked at Zhuge Qianqing in an attempt to get an answer from him. Sort of a little discovery. Zhuge Qianqing lifted the metal shard in his hand and said softly. This is a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, it has lost all value under the passing of the years. When the crowd heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. Looking at the entire green city, they couldn't even find a single divine weapon, right? But now, they actually found a fragment of a divine weapon in this ruined version of Qingcheng? How intense and terrifying a battle would have to be to break apart the artifacts? The hearts of all the people were a bit depressed, and in the next few hours, they went to the Transfiguration Guild, to the Bureau of Investigation, to the small courtyard where Zhuge Qianqing was located, and to all the well-known buildings in Qingcheng. But without exception, these places have all become ruins, and also cannot find any body. The entire Qingcheng seems to have become an empty city. There was nothing, no danger, no chance, just barren earth, gray skies, and a wasteland of steel and concrete. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly. This was not at all like the Gate of Apocalypse they had expected. President Tan, don't you have the ancient key of the apocalypse in your hand? It's not responding? Didn't give you any guidance or anything? Wang Lichuan asked with a slightly dissatisfied look at Tan Xingjiang. I said no. Tan Xingjiang's face didn't look too good either. Ling Knight, do you have any clue? Zhuge Qianqing lowered her eyes and asked Yilin. No. Yilin shook his head, his expression calm. In fact, the ancient key of the apocalypse in Yilin's stomach had been restless as early as just now, desperately wanting to run in one direction. With Yilin's familiarity with Qingcheng, if he wasn't wrong, that direction, it was to the slums. However, Yilin did not intend to tell anyone, because whether it was Wang Lichuan, who he had called, or Zhuge Qianqing, he could not trust any of the people here. In the face of interests, even biological brothers might kill each other, let alone when it came to a heaven-defying chance like the origin ancient artifact. Grass. Is it really possible that there's nothing behind this gate of the apocalypse? Wang Lichuan was a little anxious. entering the gate of the apocalypse but returning empty-handed. This will not be willing for anyone. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses and said calmly, in that case, why don't we have everyone search separately? See if we can find something? Yell out if there's danger. This place is quiet and the sound carries far enough. Good thing too. X2. Tan Xingjiang and Wang Lichuan nodded, agreeing to Zhuge Qianqing's proposal. After all, there just didn't seem to be any danger in this ruined version of Qingcheng. The three waves spread out, each searching out in one direction. For a moment, not only did Jilin have the opportunity to act alone, but the direction he was assigned happened to be heading to the slums. There aren't that many coincidences in the world, and if there are, there's a big hand behind the curtain moving things along. Yilin had reason to believe that Zhuge Qianqing had begun to doubt himself, so he didn't rush to follow the guidance of the ancient key of the apocalypse to the slums. Instead he searched all the way there, and any building he came across on the way he had to walk into it to see if he found anything. Gradually, the sky began to gradually dim, and the night enveloped the entire Qingcheng, and strangely enough, this ruined version of Qingcheng couldn't see a single star, and all there was a deep darkness. Yilin's face had no expression on it, still diligently carrying out the work of searching, waiting to turn and burrow into a public restroom. Humongous unleashed his skills. The transported man. Evasion. A mage uses his or her spiritual power to manipulate the surrounding earth elements, allowing him or her to move freely beneath the earth, at a distance of no more than 50 meters. Occupational talent extreme sublimation activated. Transportation technique has been strengthened to space leap. Forbidden spell, space leap. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices his own organs to move across space for a short distance, during which he is immune to all physical attacks and most energy attacks. In an instant, space was torn apart, revealing a black, deep, infinite void that swallowed Yilin directly and disappeared. After a few moments, another person entered the public restroom. The man, cloaked in a trench coat and with a slender figure, searched around the public restroom, and after realizing that there was no Yilin at all, his golden frames flashed a ray of coldness in the darkness of the night. The space in front of him was first completely shattered and then put back together like a puzzle. Yilin's figure flashed through the void and appeared in the slums he was familiar with. In front of them were dilapidated, low-slung houses with walls crawling with withered vines and moss. There was an indescribable odor in the air, and everything here was even more dilapidated and desolate than he remembered. Although he had temporarily gotten rid of everyone, Yelin knew that he wouldn't have much time. Whether it's Tan Xingjiang or Wang Lichuan or Zhuge Qianqing, when they suddenly realize that someone has disappeared, they will definitely start searching. He opened forward by following the guidance of the ancient key of the apocalypse in his stomach. After about 5 minutes of driving around the slums, Yelin stopped in front of a low bungalow. This was the end of the ancient key of the apocalypse's guidance, and Yelin's entire body stood still as a chill traveled all the way up from his tailbone to the sky. For this low bungalow was his home in the slums of Castle. He's lived here for more than 10 years. And he'll never be mistaken. Yilin's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit, couldn't help but feel a thrill of horror. Was it a coincidence? Why was the ancient key of the apocalypse guiding himself to the ruined version of Qingqing's home? Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Yelin walked forward and pushed open the door to the room. The interior of the room was dim and cold, as if time had stood still here, and the air was filled with an indescribable sense of age and decay. As soon as the door opened, Yilin's gaze froze in the corner of the room, where a huge ball of meat unexpectedly appeared. This ball of meat was more than 1 person high, with an uneven surface as if it was made from countless small pieces of meat spliced together, and its color took on a sickly purple-red color, emitting a sickeningly fishy stench. A myriad of tiny tentacles protruded from the surface of the meatball, sticking it to the wall of the bungalow. Knock, knock, knock. After Yelin opened the door, the meatball fluttered like a heart. This bizarre scene made Yilin's scalp numb. What kind of monster was this? They had searched the ruined version of Qingqing for so long without finding a single living thing. Was it because of this monster? Just as Yilin was in disbelief, the monster-like meatball actually spoke. Yelin, you're finally here. Yelin. This voice seemed to ring directly from the bottom of Yilin's heart. An unspeakably grotesque thrill filled Yilin's heart. This monster knew his name, and also knew that he would appear? Who are you? Yilin quickly suppressed his emotions and asked back. I am the guardian of the origin ancient artifact. I have waited for you for many years. Yilin's pupils shrunk violently. Guardian of the origin ancient artifact? Behind the gate of the apocalypse, was there really an 8th origin ancient artifact? Suddenly, the large ball of flesh squirmed violently, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light erupted from the meatball, illuminating the entire room. When the light gradually dissipated, an ancient artifact appeared in front of Yilin's eyes. The artifact looked like a balance, its luster ancient and deep, its surface carved with intricate patterns. The appearance of this pole of scales made the air of the entire room freeze. At the two ends of the scales, on one side there was a brilliant golden jewel suspended, and on the other side there was a pitch-black mist. The two seemed to represent light and darkness, eternally confronting each other. Yi Lin's heart fluttered wildly, and he could clearly feel that the scale in front of him contained a power that was enough to drive all the transmigrators crazy. Since you're here, it's time for the eternal scales to return to their rightful owners. After spitting out the scales, that ball of flesh's breath was obviously much weaker. This origin ancient artifact, it belongs to me? Yi Lin was shocked. What about me being so awesome? The meatball was silent for a moment before its voice continued. It used to belong to you, or else what do you think your immortality? Where did it come from? Yi Lin's heart clunked and his pupils shrunk violently. This meatball in front of him actually knew that he had an immortal body? This was the biggest secret on him. Only an origin ancient artifact can create this ability that is completely beyond common sense. The meatball squirmed a bit, and the pole of scales flew towards Yi Lin, hovering silently in front of him. As the eternal scales approached, a sense of familiarity engraved in his soul swept through Yi Lin's entire body. It was as if, a long time ago, this scales had been with him, had become part of his body, intermingled with his flesh and blood. He carefully reached out his hand, wanting to touch this legendary origin ancient artifact, and just at the moment his fingertips were about to touch the scales, a bright starlight suddenly lit up behind Yi Lin. The bright starlight instantly erupted, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Yi Lin only felt a powerful suction force coming from him, and his arm even gradually disappeared under that starlight, turning into nothingness. Fear and consternation were intertwined in Yi Lin's mind as he retreated back and forth, which allowed him to escape from the range of that starlight. However, his right hand had already been severed flush with the roots and completely disappeared. If he had retreated a little slower, he was afraid that his entire body would have been annihilated under that starlight. A figure stepped out slowly in the starlight. It was a refined middle-aged man wearing a trench coat, but his face, at the moment, was written with coldness, and the starlight in his eyes behind the golden frame was bright. It was Zhuge Qianqing. This was the first time Yi Lin had seen Zhuge Qianqing strike, and his terror was simply chilling. With a thought, the disappeared right arm was reborn once again, and Yi Lin gripped the red flame staff tightly, looking at Zhuge Qianqing with a complicated expression. Although it had long been guessed that the two would have a day to meet in arms, but when it really came to this time, it still made Yi Lin's heart a little hard. After repelling Yi Lin with a single strike, Zhuge Qianqing didn't pay any more attention to Yi Lin, but instead raised his hand and grabbed towards the pole of scales. Those who snatched the origin ancient artifact, die. The meatball squirmed violently, and a cloudy wind blew through with a piercing chill, only to see a black figure slowly emerge from the ruins. These figures were tall and twisted, exuding a fierce aura that sent shivers down one's spine, and their eyes flashed crimson, like one beast after another ready to devour someone. After these black shadows appeared, they directly ignored Yi Lin, who was much closer to them, and rushed towards Zhuge Qianqing. Starlight extinction. Zhuge Qianqing gently lifted his hand, his movements elegant and calm, and bit by bit, the brilliant starlight lit up, gathering into a terrifying torrent that swept towards those black shadows. Wherever the starlight passed, the black shadows dissipated, as if they had been completely turned into nothingness, without even a trace left behind. I'm afraid that any one of these black shadows could be comparable to a level 50 or above transmuter, but they were as fragile as paper mache under this starlight. The meatball shuddered even more violently and shrieked in alarm. Yi Lin, take the eternal scales and run. I can't block him. As an ancient artifact of origin, the eternal heavenly scales possesses the ability of equal exchange, and this man wants to utilize the eternal heavenly scales to displace your immortality onto himself. Yi Lin's heart boomed. Past. All logic is through. There is no good in the world for no reason. The profession of astrologer can peep into the heavens, with Zhuge Qianqing's power, can even see a corner of the future. So powerful profession, naturally, will be subjected to backlash, and if you have the body of the immortal body, peeping into the future to bring about backlash, can be ignored. If Zhuge Qianqing wanted to calculate his own immortal body, then the previous behavior of Zhuge Qianqing inexplicably wanting to accept himself as a disciple, and giving himself the ancient key of the heavenly enlightenment, and everything else would make sense. Perhaps the ancient key of the apocalypse is to be found in one's own hands. In order to find this eternal balance, that sense of familiarity engraved in the depths of the soul couldn't be fooled, and this eternal balance must be inextricably linked to himself. Perhaps all along the way, from the moment he started the transfer ceremony, Zhuge Qianqing had begun to count on himself, and with the horror of an astrologer, it was entirely possible. Even so, everything he was doing now was still within Zhuge Qianqing's calculations. A deep sense of fear rose in the bottom of Yi Lin's heart. And with such a person as an enemy, no matter who it was, it would definitely be difficult to sleep or eat. Your words, too many. Starblade. Zhuge Qianqing raised a slender finger to point at the ball of flesh, and countless starlight condensed into sharp swords appeared out of thin air, densely packed and spreading across the entire sky. These sharp swords exuded a cold and dangerous aura, instantly piercing through the ball of flesh and stabbing it into a sea urchin, with fishy pus constantly overflowing from its wounds. The smell was like stuffing a foot fungus sufferer's socks that hadn't been washed in 2 months with durian stinky tofu and then putting them in the microwave to heat them up. The meatball squirmed violently, as if it was going to burst right open the next moment. Yelin, take the eternal scales and go. As soon as the words fell, the ball of flesh was completely strangled by the sharp blades transformed by the starlight. Not even a single bit of flesh and blood was left behind, as if it had never existed. And the eternal heavenly piece turned into a stream of light and flew towards Yilin at an extremely fast speed. Yilin raised his hand about to grab the eternal scales while secretly building up his strength and preparing to cast a forbidden spell. As long as he was able to get his hands on the eternal scales, he would make use of space leap to escape at the first opportunity. With his immortal body, he was completely able to continuously perform space leap for instantaneous movement. No matter how terrifying Zhuge Qianqing was, it would be impossible for him to catch up with him in a short period of time. But the moment his hand sense had touched the eternal scales, the familiar starlight appeared again, and Yilin's outstretched hand was directly annihilated. Zhuge Qianqing's power was too terrifying. Yilin clenched his teeth and with a thought, the broken arm quickly regenerated. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Blood flames ignited on his body, while at the same time, Yilin raised his staff and directed a fireball spell towards Zhuge Qianqing. The Great Sumeru Ring had already been shuffled to 3 stars by him, and the mental power bonus came to a terrifying 160%. Plus the red flame staff had originally had a power bonus of up to 50% for fire spells, and a fireball spell cast at full strength by Yilin under the burning will state could even make a level 60 transmuter change color in power after being sublimated into a forbidden spell at the extreme end of the spectrum. The red golden sun smashed towards Zhuge Qianqing, and the blazing heat caused the surrounding houses to be instantly vaporized. However, in the face of a strike with such a terrifying power, Zhuge Qianqing still did not change his face. Yilin, no matter how powerful the forbidden spellcaster with immortality is, you're only level 25, so don't make a pointless struggle. Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth indifferently, and then with a lift of his hand, the star glow flashed, and it directly annihilated the red golden sun. Yilin naturally wouldn't be a sitting duck as Zhuge Qianqing said. Attacking the enemy must save himself. He had to attack until Zhuge Qianqing had no time to care about him, so that he could have a chance to get the eternal heavenly scales and escape. Fireball, flame shock, firewall spell, illumination, flamethrower, rain of fire descends, one after another. Basic fire skills were unleashed by Yilin as if he didn't want to die, and all of them became forbidden spells under the extreme sublimation enchantment. It was as if the surrounding air was instantly ignited, and blazing flames raged madly around Yilin's body, turning the surrounding houses and streets into a sea of fire. Each fire skill was as terrifying as heavenly punishment as countless flames swept out, turning everything around Zhuge Qianqing into ashes. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of one forbidden spell after another, even a level 60 transmogrifier would have to turn pale with fear when they arrived. But in the sea of fire, Zhuge Qianqing's figure loomed large, as if the surrounding heat that was enough to melt steel had no effect on him. Yilin, don't you understand? In front of absolute strength, struggling is useless. Starlight imprisonment. Zhuge Qianqing lightly drank, and the starlight converged into a bizarre square. It slowly rose from the sea of fire, and the surrounding heat dissipated the moment it touched the square. That square body flickered and changed to arrive in front of Yilin, directly enveloping Yilin. Yilin only felt as if his body was being pressed down by an invisible mountain, and even moving his fingers became difficult. He tried with all his might to break free from this bond, but the power seemed endless, and it was simply beyond his ability to resist. The best way to deal with an enemy with an immortal body is to freeze, seal or imprisonment. But fortunately, Yilin had already anticipated this situation before he came to the gate of the apocalypse. Star Shield. The moment it was cast out, the Star Shield Extreme sublimated into a heavenly star burst. Yilin's eyes became as bright as stars, as if there was an endless convergence of star power, as if they were pulled by some kind of power. The air around them shook violently. Yilin's body was rapidly expanding like a balloon. 5 seconds. He had tested it before, and it only took 5 seconds for the heavenly star exploding destruction to completely explode from the moment it was cast. As long as the self-detonation was successful, Zhuge Qianqing's confinement on him would also be lifted. But Zhuge Qianqing's next maneuver caused Yilin's heart to sink to the bottom. Playing with the power of the stars in front of me. Are you looking down on me as an astrologer? Zhuge Qianqing pushed his glasses, and in the next second, the star power that had built up in Yi Lin's body quickly receded like a tidal wave, and Yi Lin's face changed violently. Was the difference in strength between Zhuge Qianqing and him so great that even accomplishing self-destruction in front of the other party was a luxury? Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and that pole of eternal scales was held in his hand. Even with Zhuge Qianqing's heart nature, a touch of fire could not help but well up under his eyes at this moment. The eternal scales, one of the 7 great origin ancient artifacts, is truly exquisite. Zhuge Qianqing sighed out in praise, and then he couldn't help but cough violently, and stream after stream of blood coughed out of Zhuge Qianqing's mouth, staining the lapel of his chest, and Zhuge Qianqing's entire breath shriveled up. TSK, Yi Lin, you almost really dragged me to my death. I divined too much and encountered heaven devouring. I was already dying. Invoking the power of the stars is like adding insult to injury, but alas, it's still almost there in the end. This is probably the will of heaven in the underworld. Zhuge Qianqing let out a bitter smile. Holding the eternal scales, he walked up to Yi Lin and calmly looked at him. When did you first suspect me? Always. Unfortunately, if you had trusted me completely, the process would probably be a little less painful now. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head with some regret, holding the eternal scales in one hand and pressing the other hand on top of Yi Lin's head. In an instant, the eternal scales bloomed with a bright and dazzling light. Yi Lin clearly felt a powerful suction force coming from the top of his head. His consciousness began to blur little by little, and it was as if something in his body was being crazily drained away by the eternal scales in Zhuge Qianqing's hands. Ah! Yi Lin let out a hysterical hiss. As an immortal body, his tolerance for pain had long since reached a ridiculously high level. Even if they were to break their arms and legs, or even cut out their hearts and livers, it would be hard to make Yellen budge. But even so, at this moment, he still felt a great pain that was hard to describe in words. A pain that was like a pair of big invisible hands tearing his soul into pieces bit by bit. A pain that was far from being comparable to the pain of the flesh. Yi Lin's eyes even began to go off in front of him, and he saw scene after scene that he had experienced in the past. The aura of death was getting thicker and thicker, and Yellen clearly felt that his ability to not die was leaving him little by little. Yi Lin wanted to resist, but his body was completely out of control, and he could only watch Zhuge Qianqing act recklessly. Just as that pain that tore through his soul reached its peak, a dazzling light shot up from Yi Lin's body. Within that light, half of an exquisite and incomparable black heavenly balance was vaguely visible, echoing the eternal heavenly balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. It was as if this half-pole of scales had emerged directly from the depths of Yi Lin's soul, carrying an ancient and mysterious power. Only if one looked closely, one could clearly see that the half-pole balance was covered with dense cracks, as if it would completely collapse with the slightest touch. Yi Lin's entire body had been drenched in cold sweat. His muscles couldn't help but start twitching. He clearly felt that his immortal body, gone. The previous feeling of the cells quickly starting to replicate and multiply at the movement of the mind disappeared without a trace. At the moment, he was just an ordinary to ordinary forbidden spellcaster. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and raised his eyes to look at the half-pole of black scales. Was that the thing that had created his immortality? Why does this thing look a bit like the eternal balance? Could it be that the eternal balance had 2 rods? Countless questions filled Yi Lin's mind. Right at this moment, the eternal scales in Zhuge Qianqing's hands unexpectedly vibrated violently at this moment, as if it was about to break free from his control and run towards that half-pole of scales. And that half-pole of black scales also wanted to rush back into Yi Lin's body at this time. Star of Heaven Forever Town. Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand unhurriedly, radiant star power condensing at his fingertips as he divided his mind into 2, gently tapping on the eternal scales and the half-pole of black scales. The black balance was suppressed by the power of the stars and could no longer fly towards Yi Lin. The restless eternal horizon also calmed down in an instant, and strand after strand of black aura kept surfacing from the eternal horizon and being strangled by the power of the stars. When the black aura completely disappeared, the pole of eternal scales suddenly turned into a golden fragment, which was no longer agitated, but quietly suspended above Zhuge Qianqing's palm. The golden shards echoed the black half-pole scales, giving off a shockingly ancient aura. This scene saw Yi Lin's entire body frozen in place. Why did half a pole of heavenly balance appear in his body? Why did that pole of eternal scales become a golden fragment? Could it be that the origin ancient artifact eternal scales had half of it inside him all along? The eternal scales, one light and one darkness. When the eternal scales are tilted, they magnify the power of one side infinitely. Those who control the eternal scales will increase in strength as the sun rises, reaching invincibility in the world at the moment of noon. As the sun sets, the strength of those in control will gradually diminish, while their body's ability to recover rises dramatically until night falls completely. And at that moment in the early hours of the morning, they will have the body of immortality. Possessing the two major abilities of immortality and invincibility, the eternal heavenly scales are therefore also known as the strongest origin ancient artifact. It's a pity that, in this world, there's no longer an eternal balance. This thing, 10,000 years ago, was already crumbled by the successive great battles. Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be talking to himself and to Yilin. Moreover, the complete eternal balance also possesses an extremely heaven-defying equal exchange ability, as long as both parties are willing. Whether it's level, occupation, lifespan, or even gender, they can all be exchanged for equal value. Back when the eternal scales still existed, the forbidden spellcaster was the strongest SSS-ranked profession, bar none, because as long as a level 90 transmuter was allowed to make an equivalent exchange with a forbidden spellcaster and swap his or her level over, a level 90 forbidden spellcaster could be created in an instant. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing in astonishment and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you mean by talking to me about this?" A smile suddenly appeared on Zhuge Qianqing's pale face, and instead of answering Yilin, he raised his hand and pushed his glasses. The half-rod black balance and the golden piece of debris hovered in front of Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes revealed an unspeakable concentration, as if he had completely sunk into another world. The power of the stars was like lively elves bouncing ceaselessly between Zhuge Qianqing's 10 slender fingers, as if it was an artist playing a difficult piece of music. The golden fragment trembled slightly under the wrapping of the star power, seemingly responding to his call, and then the golden fragment, surprisingly, was refined by the radiant star power, forming a ball of golden liquid. Cough, 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 cough. Zhuge Qianqing once again coughed violently. His face grew paler and paler, but the movements of his hands did not pause in the slightest. As Zhuge Qianqing's finger tugged, the mass of golden liquid was like a spiritual stream, slowly flowing towards the half-pole of black scales. Under the urging of the power of the stars, the half-pole of black scales began to emit a faint glow that was warm and mysterious, as if it contained a vigorous life force. The golden liquid began to seep along those thin cracks in the half-pole scales. Yilin looked surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be repairing the half-pole of black scales? This is a legendary origin ancient artifact. In Yilin's shocked gaze, those fine cracks on that half-pole black balance were actually really being repaired bit by bit. Zhuge Qianqing was like one of the world's most skillful top-notch craftsmen, as his 10 fingers flipped and fluttered, precisely mending every crack and crevice in the scales. As time passed, the half-wrought black scales that had originally looked very awkward unexpectedly glowed with a dazzling luster. A complete and undamaged balance appeared in front of Yilin's eyes, looking exactly the same as the eternal balance, except that it was no longer a gold and a black light, but the whole body flowed with a deep black luster, and the balance was tilted towards one side, as if it could devour everything in time. Zhuge Qianqing at this moment has been so weak that it cannot stand. That face is so pale that 1,000 years of zombies have to be. Zhuge Qianqing sucked away a little bit of young qi, but the moment Zhuge Qianqing reached out to hold that black scale, his pale face instantly turned rosy, and his entire body seemed to be revitalized. Yilin's heart thumped. He was more than familiar with this state. Once upon a time, when he unleashed his undead body's ability, he was in this state. Looks like I made it. Surprise was written all over the bottom of Zhuge Qianqing's eyes, and when he lifted his eyes again to look at Yilin, a cold killing intent flashed across the bottom of Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. Then you're useless. He raised his hand, and a brilliant star power was brewing in his palm, and that terrifying power was enough to obliterate Yilin, who had lost his immortality at this moment, hundreds of times. Watching Zhuge Qianqing raise his hand and press it towards himself, an intense panic rose in Yilin's heart. His pupils contracted violently. Having an immortal body, he had never considered the question that he would die. When death truly came to him, Yilin realized how terrifying it was. He closed his eyes in despair, but the sharp pain he had imagined did not come. Instead, he only felt a large warm hand rubbing his head. I scared you, silly boy. With a thud, Zhuge Qianqing's body fell to the ground as if he had pushed a gold mountain and fallen a jade pillar. Puffing, 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 Yilin's eyes widened and he gasped for air, a look of horror still lingering in the bottom of his eyes. Himself, alive? That feeling of despair enveloped by death made Yilin's head stop thinking. At the same time, a familiar power returned to his body, and Yilin clearly felt that his immortal body had returned, and it seemed to be even stronger than before. When he lowered his head, he realized that Zhuge Qianqing had already fallen to the ground and was breathless. Yilin hurriedly helped Zhuge Qianqing up as he looked at him with a complicated gaze. Why? He didn't understand why Zhuge Qianqing would return his immortal body to himself when he could clearly take it from him. Can anyone in this world really resist the temptation that comes with eternal immortality? Moreover, what exactly was Zhuge Qianqing doing this for? Yilin was puzzled. Putting his heart in the right place. If he were Zhuge Qianqing, he would definitely kill himself without hesitation and then commandeer the immortal body. Cough. Cough cough cough. Zhuge Qianqing coughed and blood gushed out of his mouth. But a smile appeared on his face. What have I done to make you disrespect me so much that you won't even call me teacher? Teacher. Hearing that Zhuge Qianqing still had the heart to joke around, Yi Lin's heart was complicated. He didn't seem to know anything about this cheap teacher of his. Don't worry, you guessed right. I've actually been counting on you the whole time. Zhuge Qianqing calmly looked at the ceiling, seemingly unconcerned about the impending death, and slowly spoke. But I'm counting on you, not for your immortal body, but for the future of the human race. You know what? When I watched the stars at night, I saw countless endings for my daughter Nene's future, but in those countless futures, she would all die at the same point in time. Even if I had gotten the immortal body myself, or even given it to Nene, she would still have died at that point in time, in one way or another. In the future I saw, she died 136,675,523 times. Zhuge Qianqing's tone was calm, but Yi Lin heard his heart tremble violently. Watching your favorite biological daughter die over 100 million times is the most brutal torture in the world for a father. Once is a coincidence, but 136,675,523 times the future is the same. It can't be a coincidence. It will happen. Then there is only one explanation. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes flashed with a flash of intense worry. That is, at that point in time, it's likely that the entire Xia, or even the entire human civilization, went completely extinct. Yi Lin's breathing was instantly shortened. What kind of catastrophe would it have to be to exterminate all of the human race? Even an immortal body can't be spared? Yelin, the only one whose future I can't fully see is yours. There are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, and one human being is hiding. And you are, most likely, that one. Yi Lin scratched his head. Teacher, why don't you just speak Mandarin? I don't understand much of the literature. Zhuge Qianqing. In heaven and earth, the laws of operation and development of all things total 50. Zhuge Qianqing pointed to the sky and continued. In this heaven, only 49 can be derived, and the one that was vanished is the variable. You may, perhaps, be the only one who can change the future of the human race. In the corner of the future I saw, there are 6 others beside you fighting alongside you. I have their characteristics memorized. They will come to you of their own accord. Don't deny them their request. Zhuge Qianqing handed a brocade pouch to Yi Lin. I'm sorry, Yelin, forgive me for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders. Going forward, you may have to suffer a lot. Yi Lin looked at the brocade bag with a complex expression, then spoke. Teacher, when the cataclysm comes, no one can stay out of it, can they? Zhuge Qianqing had already told him with his actions that his immortal body was not flawless, and if the other party was too much stronger than him, they could forcibly deprive him of his origin ancient artifact after confining him. How could there be no egg under the nest? If the entire Grand Xia and even the entire human race were to be destroyed, Yi Lin didn't think that he would be able to survive on his own. Yi Lin carefully put the brocade pouch inside the great Sumeru ring, then asked after him, by the way teacher, what about that meatball that just claimed to be the guardian of the origin ancient artifact? Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but smile and shake his head at his words. He's a bullshit origin ancient artifact guardian. That thing? A wisp of the demon butterfly emperor's incarnation. In order to do so, it's to use a fragment of the eternal heavenly scales to trap that half of the eternal heavenly scales in your body. Within the gate of the apocalypse, origin ancient artifacts can be forcibly stripped away, and if you do touch that fake eternal balance, you're done for. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find the right materials to mend that crippled eternal heavenly scale in your body, so I simply willed it to be a good idea. There's nothing better than using the eternal heavenly scale's own materials to mend it. Yi Lin's mind was a bit complicated. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? You kid is so suspicious. If I explain to you in advance, will you believe me? Zhuge Qianqing was dumbfounded. Yi Lin fell silent. He wanted to refute Zhuge Qianqing, but it was obvious that he, who was already skeptical of Zhuge Qianqing, would definitely feel that Zhuge Qianqing had other plans even if he had heard these words beforehand. When Zhuge Qianqing was calculating the demon race, he had incidentally included the reaction he would have, counting on nothing. These 4 words suddenly surfaced in Yi Lin's mind. There was nothing better than these 4 words to describe Zhuge Qianqing. Cough cough. Zhuge Qianqing coughed again, and his breath, which was already shriveled, was even more breathless at this moment. Teacher, Yi Lin's heart tightened violently. Panic flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly assisted Zhuge Qianqing's faltering body. Yelin, can I ask you one more thing? Zhuge Qianqing slowly spoke, some sadness in the bottom of his eyes. If you can, for the sake of me helping you repair the origin ancient artifact, Take care of Ni and I for me, she's the only thing I can't let go of in this world. Good. Yilin nodded with a complicated expression. Thank you. Zhuge Qianqing revealed a smile as his pupils gradually began to lax. Strange. Obviously I had already counted my death. Why would I still be so reluctant to part with it? The famous Mr. Zhuge is dead. Died in a small, dilapidated bungalow within the gates of the apocalypse that the world tends to favor. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. His face complex. Zhuge Qianqing was undoubtedly a figure as high as a mountain in his eyes. Calculating nothing, as if everything in the world was under Zhuge Qianqing's control. If Zhuge Qianqing wanted to kill himself, the corpse lying on the ground right now would be himself. As for Zhuge Qianqing, he could also take the repaired eternal scales and enjoy immortality, and he would at least be able to accompany his own daughter and live until the moment the cataclysm descended. But Zhuge Qianqing didn't. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the human race, or for the sake of Zhuge and I, he resolutely chose to go to his death, only for the sake of that illusory future. Yilin was actually very confused, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He didn't understand why, in this world, anyone would be able to resist the temptation brought about by immortality. Why would anyone in this world willingly die for the so-called world's sake? Isn't this foolish behavior? If you die, won't there be nothing left? This was a question that Yilin couldn't think of an answer to, but Zhuge Qianqing did just that in front of him, which made Yilin unable to help but be touched by it. Teacher, disciple Yilin, to see you off. Yilin fell to his knees and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing. Since Zhuge Qianqing became his teacher, he hadn't taught him any great truths, but he had taught him the most vivid lesson by word and example. At this moment, Yilin recognized the teacher from the bottom of his heart. The stars were high in the sky, and the gentle moonlight reflected on this small, dilapidated bungalow within the slum, and everything seemed so peaceful. However, this peace was shattered by a rush of footsteps, only to see Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan leading a group of people rapidly approaching towards this place. The commotion of Zhuge Qianqing's action just now was too great and naturally drew them over. Tan Qingjiang's face was gloomy, and when his eyes swept over to Zhuge Qianqing, who was lying on the ground without the slightest bit of life left in him, his pupils shrunk violently and he questioned in a stern voice, "You killed Mr. Zhuge?" Yilin ignored him and just took out a piece of cloth, dipped it in water and then began to wipe the bloodstains on Zhuge Qianqing's body. His own teacher was a decent man when he was alive, and he couldn't be allowed to go too badly on his last journey. Quickly, what exactly happened here? Did you kill Mr. Zhuge? Did you get something? Tan Qingjiang snapped. In his opinion, the one that could cause Zhuge Qianqing to fight was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Seeing that Yilin still didn't pay any attention to him, but continued to wipe the bloodstains on Zhuge Qianqing's body, Tan Qingjiang gave a wink towards one of his men next to him. Go, snatch Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. Zhuge Qianqing was already dead, and the man in front of him was still moving so carefully. So maybe that treasure was still in Zhuge Qianqing's body. Tan Qingjiang's men instantly struck, pulling out a knife and attacking towards Yilin. Blade Qi was running through this not-so-big room, making people look sideways. Just by looking at the movement of this strike, they knew that the level of the person who struck was at least level 40. Bring it on you. The man chopped down directly towards Yilin with a knife, while his other hand grabbed directly towards Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. However, Yilin didn't even return his head, only his body lit up with blood-red flames, and then he murmured in a low voice that only he could hear. Teacher, would you really not regret dying to save such scum? Tree growth technique. Under extreme sublimation, the tree growth technique instantly sublimated into the forbidden spell Wood Realm Descent. In an instant, the ground underneath his feet began to tremble, completely plunging into an earthquake, as if some behemoth was about to awaken from the underground. A vine drilled out from the ground and blocked towards that blade Qi. The blade Qi that the man chopped out was as fragile as paper mache in front of the seemingly slender vine, and instantly dissipated into nothingness. Immediately afterward, countless green vines stretched out from under the ground, directly binding that person firmly in midair, making it impossible for him to approach Zhuge Qianqing's corpse by half again. He tried to struggle, but realized that the more he struggled the tighter the vines bound him. Those who disturb Mr. Zhuge's resting place shall be killed without pardon. Yilin stood up, then raised his hand and gently pressed it on the top of the knife-wielding man's head. No! No way! What have you done to me? Ah-ha! The man's face changed drastically as he looked at Yilin in horror and let out a mournful wail. Immediately afterward, a scene that made everyone feel incredible appeared, only to see that the man's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and one by one regular gaps began to appear on his skin, as if there were countless unseen gnawing on his body, and the entire person began to be disintegrated little by little. Tan Qingjiang and the others stared at this scene with wide eyes, horrified. They had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying scene before. The man's wailing gradually became faint and finally disappeared completely. Not even a remnant remained, as if he had never existed. And at that moment, a series of prompts rang out in Yilin's mind. Devour level 42 transmogrifier *1. Gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals and a small amount of trace elements. Increase life expectancy by 45 years. Experience value by 420 points. Strength attribute by 4 points. Agility attribute by 2 points. And mental attribute by 1 point. This ancient artifact of origin, the Eternal Scales, was completely tilted towards the dark end after its restoration was completed by Zhuge Qianqing, and although it lost the attribute of being invincible in the world at the noonday hour, it permanently retained its immortality. As the scales tilted towards the dark end, the original equivocal power of the eternal heavenly scales became endless devouring. While there was no way to displace someone else's level or whatever to yourself like before, there was an additional ability to loot others. For Yelin, that was enough. What the hell did you do? Tan Xingjiang was shocked and angry. That henchman of his, he actually just disappeared into thin air, looking as if he had been swallowed by some unseen monster in one gulp. Wang Lichuan's face was also in a state of shock and doubt at the moment. Before, when he traded at the Transfiguration Guild, he still felt that Yilin was quite a nice person to talk to, but he didn't expect to be so terrifying when it came to moving his hands. In the face of Tan Xingjiang's questioning, Yilin didn't say anything more and just silently took out the red flame staff. Yilin did not have his own teacher Zhuge Qianqing's kind of heart of the world's temperament. He only knew that grievances should be resolved. It is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. He killed Tan Xingjiang's men, and Tan Xingjiang would definitely hold a grudge against him, so he might as well just kill all of Tan Xingjiang's group, and then swallow them cleanly with endless devouring without leaving any traces. In this way, the grievance, too, is dissolved. Tan Xingjiang and his group hadn't recovered from the shock. There was no power fluctuation, yet a large living person was directly annihilated. They had never seen such a bizarre means before. I see. Did you obtain the 8th origin ancient artifact? Tan Xingjiang was shocked and delighted, and his eyes were covered in a greedy light. This was the interior of the Gate of the Apocalypse, and something that could cause even Zhuge Qianqing to fight and even perish. Even if it wasn't an origin ancient artifact, it was certainly a treasure that wasn't weaker than an origin ancient artifact. If the other party was in possession of an origin ancient artifact, then everything would be explained. Origin ancient artifacts were originally synonymous with terror. When Wang Lichuan and the others heard this, their breathing couldn't help but get ragged. That was an origin ancient artifact, something that even the top transmigrators would be moved by. However, the people from the Transfigurator Guild didn't make a move and chose to sit back and watch the tigers fight. Without explaining anything, Yilin raised his hand and fired a fireball spell at full power. A round of red golden sun appeared in the air and smashed towards Tan Xingjiang and the others. Tan Xingjiang's face changed as his entire body quickly retreated, and with a flip of his palm, a bow and arrow appeared in his hand. The body of the bow was made of a dark gold material that flowed with a harsh luster, while the bowstring was woven from an unknown silver fiber that emitted an icy aura. A ray of coldness flashed in Tan Xingjiang's eyes as he quickly tightened his bowstring and aimed it at the incoming reddish golden sun. Whoosh! A harsh air-breaking sound rang out as Tan Xingjiang loosened his fingers. The bow and arrow in his hand transformed into a meteor that shot straight to the center of the fireball. The moment the arrow came into contact with the fireball, like Hoi shooting the sun, the fireball was directly torn apart by the power of the arrow, and the exploding flames were forcibly suppressed, transforming into countless fire snakes that drifted away. Cover me! Tan Xingjiang gave orders towards his men, and right after that, he once again tightened the bowstring and aimed the tip of the arrow at Yilin. He was a level 62 sacred bow hunter, and at this distance, he was completely sure of hitting 100 shots. Whoosh! The powerful arrow turned into streams of light and came towards Yilin's brow. Before the arrow even arrived, Yilin's brow already felt a stinging sensation. The transported man. The evasion technique was extremely sublimated into a spatial leap. Yilin's figure shattered like a puzzle piece, and the arrow that was bound to kill him landed in the air. Wood-type spells, fire-type spells, and now earth-type spells. What exactly is this kid's profession? Tan Xingjiang exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and anger. How could one person be proficient in 3 very different spells at the same time? Is it hard to be an elemental mage? Just as he was surprised, Yilin's figure reappeared, and instead of choosing to flee, he appeared behind a tall and thin man like a ghost. Yilin, this person does not hold grudges. He usually has a grudge on the spot, and if he is not strong enough, he waits until the next meeting. This tall, thin man had tried to get him killed in the Investigation Bureau's jail cell before, and it was only natural for Yilin to return the favor from a drop of water. The water curtain is heaving. Occupational talent extreme sublimation activated. Water curtain heave has been strengthened to Neptune's fury. Forbidden spelled Neptune's wrath. The spellcaster sacrifices 2 of his kidneys to gather the water elements around him and summon the trident shadow of Neptune. When cast in a place with sufficient water, the power of the spell is increased by 200%. The water elements in the surrounding air instantly rioted and kept gathering together, forming the shadow of a golden trident. A terrifying aura rose from the trident, and the surrounding space seemed to be locked by this power. The tall and thin man felt a coldness in his back. His body hairs stood straight up. A strong sense of crisis made his soul horrified. He just wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The golden trident shadow directly stabbed down fiercely towards the tall and thin man. "No! My lord, help me!" The tall and thin man was shocked, and he tried his best to escape, but the golden trident was like a maggot in his hock, locking onto him with a deadly grip, directly penetrating through his back heart. Blood gushed out from the tall and thin man's mouth, and he clearly felt that his life force was constantly draining away. When meeting Yilin's cold eyes, he subconsciously felt that the other party's eyes seemed a bit familiar. Only, he couldn't recall, his consciousness slowly falling into a darkness. "Let's see you run this time." Tan Xingjiang once again drew his bow and drew his arrow, and a powerful arrow shot towards Yilin's brow. He actually had the opportunity to step in and save the tall thin man just now, but he didn't because the tall thin man's life would be worthless compared to killing Yilin to capture the origin ancient artifact. It had to be said that Tan Xingjiang had chosen a very good time, just when Yilin's old strength had just been exhausted and new strength had yet to be born. If an unusual mage was here and had unleashed 4 skills one after the other, he would definitely be more or less depleted, but it was just a pity that he was facing Yilin, a monster. After the eternal heavenly scales were finished being repaired by Zhuge Qianqing, Yilin's immortal body became even more terrifying, even reaching the point of regenerating from drops of blood. Organs that have just been sacrificed can even grow back in just a few breaths of effort. The transported man. Yilin's figure disappeared once again, and when he reappeared, he fired another mediocre normal skill, directly taking away the life of one of Tan Xingjiang's men. What? Tan Xingjiang was in a state of shock and fear. He didn't expect that Yilin would actually be able to perform another instantaneous transfer in a short period of time. This guy's skills, did they not consume without a cooldown? Attack him for me. Tan Xingjiang was obviously a character who had experienced great storms. He forced himself to calm down, then once again opened his bow and strung an arrow. Only this time, he didn't strike easily, but instead, he let his men strike first to attack Yilin. Although skills like these that could perform instantaneous movement were powerful, when the opponent was performing them, as long as they paid careful attention, they would be able to catch the fluctuations in space and predict the opponent's landing point. At that point, the other side is a lamb to the slaughter. Tan Xingjiang's men shot out one after another. Flames, frost, thunder, wild wind, sword awnings, blade chi, and all sorts of skills smashed towards Yilin in a brainstorming manner, covering the sky. This time, however, Yilin didn't choose to dodge with an airborne leap, but directly raised his hand. The Great Sumeru Ring instantly activated. The attacks of Tan Xingjiang's men, but all of them were in energy form. The moment they touched Yilin's body, they were directly swallowed up by an invisible force, and all of them surged into the ancient ring on Yilin's hand. The Great Sumeru Ring, with its runes flowing and streams of light flickering, seemed as if there was a universe that had shrunk countless times rotating in it. Sumeru Hidden Mustard Seed. The wearer can absorb attacks in energy form into the Great Sumeru Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power bonus. In an instant, the spiritual power bonus of the Great Sumeru Ring, which had been shuffled to 3 stars, increased from 160% to 220%. As for physical attacks, Yilin dodged when he could, and if he couldn't, he just took it hard. After his mental power was increased, Yilin raised his hand and fired a group attack fire skill. Rain of Fire descends. Under the extreme sublimation, the Rain of Fire descended into a forbidden spell, Heavenly Fire Extinction, only to see dark, ink-like clouds converging above the sky, as if the end of the world was coming. Countless red-gold high-temperature flames coalesced out of the dark clouds, and then poured down towards Tan Xingjiang and the others with a heaven-destroying might. Not good. Get out of the way. Tan Xingjiang's face changed drastically as he sensed the terror of the strike and hurriedly spoke out to warn him. However, the speed and range of the heavenly fire was too fast and too wide. Tan Xingjiang's men had nowhere to hide. They could only watch the rain of fire fall down and submerge their bodies. They struggled in the flames but were unable to break free, letting out mournful screams. Tan Xingjiang's face changed and changed. He really couldn't figure out why a single shot of fire rainfall would have such a terrifying power. Seeing Yilin who stood there blandly and calmly, he gritted his teeth, sweat slipping down from his cheeks. It was impossible for him to spare the other party even if he struck again. In that case, a flash of sternness flashed under Tan Xingjiang's eyes, Then he turned his head and shot an arrow at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. He could already tell that Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be extremely important to the man in front of him, and instead of aiming for a target that could instantly move, it would be simpler to aim for a dead man. He's gambling that Yi Lin would go and stop this arrow. As long as Yi Lin wanted to stop this arrow, it would inevitably give him a chance to kill him with a single blow. This arrow, Tan Xingjiang did not hold back anything, and swept out with a furious aura. With his level as high as 62, this arrow was enough to leave Zhuge Qianqing's corpse with no bones left. However, the moment the arrow was about to hit Zhuge Qianqing's corpse, a violent fluctuation came from the space in front of him, and Yi Lin's body instantly moved and appeared in front of Zhuge Qianqing. Pust! The arrow shot by Tan Xingjiang instantly penetrated Yi Lin's chest, and then the berserk force attached to the arrow even exploded, blowing out a bloody hole the size of a human head at Yi Lin's chest. When Tan Xingjiang saw this, a look of ecstasy appeared in the bottom of his eyes. He had gambled correctly. This kid, he's so stupid as to use his own body to block an arrow for a dead man, when really it's so stupid that it can't be saved. Snap, snap, snap. Some sticky blood kept dripping to the ground along the lurid bloody hole in Yi Lin's chest. This injury was obviously fatal. Yi Lin, on the other hand, didn't bother to focus on his own injuries, but instead turned his head at the first opportunity, and only breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that Zhuge Qianqing's corpse was unharmed. Ha 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 ha, kid, I have to admit, your strength is indeed terrifying. Almost I really fell into your hands, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. Tan Xingjiang laughed out loud in triumph, his heart bursting with excitement at the thought that he was about to obtain the legendary origin ancient artifact. It's just a dead man in the district. You would actually block arrows for him. Ridiculous to the extreme. Yi Lin slowly stood up and walked towards Tan Xingjiang. What Tan Xingjiang had done had completely enraged him. Mr. Zhuge would probably regret it too if he knew he died for the likes of you. It doesn't matter. I'm sending you to confession. Scarlet-colored flames emerged from Yi Lin's body. That was his life force that was burning madly. At the same time, a muscle fiber like a silkworm kept building together, and the flesh and blood regenerated in the blink of an eye. But in a few breaths of time, the terrifyingly large bloody hole in Yi Lin's chest had completely healed, and not the slightest trace of injury could be seen. What died for me? Cut the bullshit here. Tan Xingjiang was just halfway through his sentence when he was stunned in fear, his eyes filled with disbelief. It can't be. This can't be possible. This injury is obviously fatal. So how come you were able to recover so quickly? Tan Xingjiang retreated several steps in a row, looking at Yi Lin as if he was looking at a monster. Immediately after that, as if he thought of something, he raised his head to look at the starry night sky, and then came to a realization. I see. That origin ancient artifact inside you is the eternal heavenly scales. Only the eternal heavenly balance. It's the only one that has the ability to grant such a terrifying recovery to the controller when darkness covers the land. Tan Xingjiang thought carefully. No wonder you have such a terrifying power when you casually cast a normal skill. It's another ability of the eternal scales. Invincibility. Yi Lin didn't explain anything more to Tan Xingjiang, but instead lifted his red flame staff and directly clicked 3 times in a row, and began to show off what was meant by a true wild bombardment. Fireball. Illumination. Firewall spell. The moment the red flame staff was lit up, the entire night sky seemed to be completely ignited by monstrous flames. The crimson flame forbidden spell cut through the sky like a meteor, whistling towards Tan Xingjiang. The firelight illuminated the entire night sky, and the flames with destructive power seemed as if they were going to completely engulf Tan Xingjiang. Tan Xingjiang's face changed drastically as he opened his bow and shot out 3 arrows in a row, desperately trying to defuse Yi Lin's incoming flame blasts. However, he soon realized something outrageous, and that was that the speed at which he opened his bow and strung up his arrows was actually not as fast as the speed at which Yi Lin cast his spells. This guy unleashed his skills as if he didn't have any cooldown or any consumption, one after the other, without even taking a breath. A mage's speed of releasing skills was actually faster than a shooter's flat A. If this was spread out, I don't know how many people's eyes would be stunned. At least Wang Lichuan and the others had looked dumbfounded. At least it was the first time they had seen a spell machine gun. The surrounding temperature kept climbing under Yi Lin's flame forbidden spell and soon reached an extremely exaggerated level. Tan Xingjiang's entire body was already drenched in sweat. He understood that if he dragged on like this, even if he wasn't blown up, he would be roasted alive. His eyes locked onto Yellen like eagle eyes. Capture the thief first. Things have come to a head. Tan Xingjiang can only choose to let go of the fight. Tan Xingjiang tightened his grip on the longbow, and the strength of his entire body surged madly into the bow. The longbow trembled continuously in his hands, as if it would collapse apart at any moment. Divine Demon Zimmer Arrow, accompanied by Tan Xingjiang's low voice. A golden arrow instantly broke through the air and directly shot explosively towards Yilin. Wherever the arrow passed, it was as if even space could be directly torn apart, and the surrounding flames were all rushed by this golden arrow and collapsed. Yilin's brows furrowed slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this arrow, so he didn't choose to fight it hard. Instead, he used a spatial leap. After all, Tan Changjiang's level was a full 62, and it was obviously unwise for him, a level 25, to go head-to-head with Tan Changjiang. But the moment Yilin's figure was about to disappear, the corner of Tan Changjiang's mouth lifted into a smug smile as he raised his hand. Blast! Bang! That golden arrow instantly exploded. This arrow targeted not Yilin at all, but also the space around Yilin. The originally calm space around him was instantly stirred into chaos by this violent force, and Yilin, who was about to be hidden in space, was shaken out. And after that golden arrow exploded, a black arrow rushed out from it and came straight towards Yilin's brow. At this distance, it was simply unavoidable. The black arrow transformed into a black stream of light and shot directly into Yilin's brow, followed by a booming explosion. Yilin's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Broken pieces mixed with blood splattered all over the sky, and one of the fingers even fell behind Tan Changjiang. Watching this scene, Tan Changjiang let out a cold snort as a flash of essence flashed under his eyes. So what if you master the eternal scales? It's not 12 a.m. Even if your recovery ability is strong, I don't believe that you can still recover from blowing up into a piece of broken meat. What he didn't notice was that as soon as the words left his mouth, the finger behind him changed and began to regenerate crazily. In one breath a finger grew into a palm. In 2 breaths a palm grew into an arm and half a shoulder. And in 3 breaths a head attached to a shoulder grew. Although there was only a head and a hand, it was enough. And Yelin raised his hand to send a forbidden spell at Tan Xingjiang's back. Feeling the terrifying energy rising up behind his buttocks, Tan Xingjiang realized that something was wrong. And before he could turn back, a golden lance skewered him from tail to head like a roasted whole lamb. Ah! The intense pain caused Tan Xingjiang to stifle a miserable scream as his entire body convulsed. And at that moment, the blood and flesh that had been blown up in all directions surged towards Yilin. And in the blink of an eye, Yilin's body had completely recovered. And if it wasn't for the fact that his clothes had been blown up into shreds of rags, he wouldn't even be able to see the slightest trace of the injuries he had suffered. He crouched down and placed his hand on top of Tan Xingjiang's head, shaking it gently. You don't hit the mark even when you're given the chance. Tan Xingjiang had been completely dumbfounded, and for the first time, fear appeared under his eyes. You can't kill me. I'm the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Yeah, I'm so scared. Yilin directly executed endless devouring, and Tan Xingjiang screamed miserably as his body was disintegrated bit by bit and then turned into Yilin's nutrients. Devour level 62 transmuter *1. Gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals and a small amount of trace elements. Increase life expectancy by 2.5 years. Experience value 620 points. Strength attribute 8 points. Agility attribute 4 points. And mental attribute 4 points. This Qingcheng's #1 big shot had just disappeared into the human world without even leaving a trace. Oh no! It's still there. And he's giving Yelin quite a bit of experience value. Immediately after that, Yilin followed suit and devoured Tan Xingjiang's men as well. After using it more times, he had also figured out the technique of using endless devouring. For example, when he devoured Tan Changjiang, a holy bow hunter, the attribute that provided the most was strength, while when he devoured a mage profession transmigrant, the attribute that provided the most was spirit attribute. It was thought that this would be related to the 3-dimensional properties of the devoured person themselves. In a few minutes, Tan Changjiang and his men had completely disappeared into thin air, with only the occasional puddle or two of bloodstains remaining on the ground being able to indicate that Tan Xingjiang and his men had existed, managing to kill and bury. Yelin felt that he was simply the forerunner of environmental protection. After all, if too many corpses are piled up and not disposed of, it is very easy to produce diseases such as plague. The onlookers Wang Lichuan and his party had long been completely stunned, all blown into a bloody mist, but still able to recover? Who can win against such an enemy? They were now suddenly a bit thankful that their party had chosen to stand by and watch, instead of rushing up at the first opportunity like Tan Xingjiang. Otherwise, they would probably have been corpses and bones by now as well. Seeing Yilin's eyes looking towards them, Wang Lichuan was startled and quickly opened his mouth. Ling Knight, but you informed us to come here. You're not going to rush us all, are you? How is that possible? It's not like I'm some kind of demon. Yilin smiled brightly, and Wang Lichuan looked shocked. Then what are you pulling out your staff for? I asked you what you're pulling out your staff for? Wang Lichuan retreated several steps. Oh, I'm a mage, so it makes sense for me to carry a staff with me, right? Yilin shook the red flame staff in his hand. Have you forgotten? You came to the Transfigurator Guild and made a deal. I also gave you a membership card to the Transfigurator Guild. We're friends. Wang Lichuan's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit in an attempt to awaken Yilin's conscience. Well, bad night friend, goodbye friend. Responding to him was the fire that lit up the top of Yilin's staff. A friend? Unsurprisingly, if he spared Wang Lichuan and these friends, the next day the whole world would know about his possession of the origin ancient artifact. By that time, I'm afraid that the entire Qingchang would be turned over and dug up. Never mind if he was Yilin or Ling Knight. Those big shots would definitely prefer to kill the wrong person rather than let him go. You shall not die. Seeing that Yilin was really going to make a move, Wang Lichuan's eyes instantly became resentful, and then he led the crowd of the Transfiguration Guild to start counterattacking. However, facing an enemy that couldn't be beaten and killed, and whose forbidden spells were still flying all over the place, how could Wang Lichuan and the others be opponents? After being blown up a dozen times by Wang Lichuan and the others, Yilin lived to drag Wang Lichuan and all of them to their deaths by relying on his undead body, and in the process, swallowed all of them with endless devouring. After doing this, Yilin's level had also increased from level 25 to level 28, and the three-dimensional attributes had also been significantly increased. Name, Yelin. Occupation, Spellcaster. Rank, 28, 4.23%. Power, 365. Agility, 520. Spirit, 908, plus 2,996.4. Occupational Talent 1, Endless Spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Occupational Talent 2, Extreme Sublimation. All skills used by a spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. If he were to hunt demons in the wild or in a copy, if he wanted to level up from level 25 to level 28, it would take Yilin at least a month to do so. However, under the effect of Endless Devouring, it took him less than 2 hours to complete the upgrade. If one were to find a city, directly go on a killing spree against the transmogrifier, and then perform Endless Devouring, I'm afraid that leveling up by 10 levels in a day wouldn't be a dream. But soon Yilin shook this dangerous idea out of his mind. If he really wanted to do this, I'm afraid that the next thing he would have to face would be the pursuit of all the transmutations. He didn't think that he could be so bullish as to be able to fight the whole world with one person. However, with the Endless Devouring skill, one's strength would obviously increase much faster than before. After resolving Wang Lichuan and the others, Yilin looked in a direction and faintly spoke. Had enough of the drama? It's time to come out. Seeing that no one chimed in, Yilin raised his hand and slammed it directly over with a fire forbidden spell, and the endless sea of fire swept away all of that space. A silhouette rushed out from the sea of fire, as fast as streams of light, and it was none other than Guoqin. Forbidden spell, Necromancy returns to the realm. Yilin lightly drank, and countless skeletons, witch demons, bone dragons, headless knights, and other necromantic creatures crawled out from the ground, bringing with them ghostly flames that completely surrounded this space. Now both Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan's gangs have been killed by Yilin, and Zhuge Qianqing has also passed away. Within the entire gate of the apocalypse, there were only two living people left, Guoqin and Yilin. And Guoqin also knew that Yilin and Ling Knight were the same person. For such a person, Yilin would naturally be all too careful to deal with him. You want to kill even me? Guoqin's face was a bit odd. Brother, I've thought about introducing my niece to you once. Remember, 33 years old. In order to buy the latest model of 13, to sell their 13 that well, you do not mention this, okay? You mention this then you are dead today. Yilin's face was black. No, you're 18 and she's 33. Isn't that a perfect match? The time you want it the most meets the time she needs it the most. Are you still not satisfied with that? Guoqin asked rhetorically. Without another word, Yilin raised his red flame staff and was about to start throwing forbidden spells. Grass. You take it easy for now. Take a look at that pouch Mr. Zhuge gave you first. Seeing the coldness and killing intent under Yilin's eyes, Guoqin had some numbness in his scalp, and he felt that if he said another second later, Yilin would really throw a forbidden spell over. Yilin narrowed his eyes, then took out the brocade pouch that Zhuge Qianqing had given him before his death. With the necromantic returning boundary in place, he wasn't worried about Guoqin running away. This boundary would never be able to get out without killing him, unless the other party was strong enough to harden the entire necromantic boundary. Yilin slowly opened the brocade bag. The contents of the brocade bag were very simple, only a parchment letter paper and another smaller brocade bag. Yilin opened the parchment and read it carefully, and his face gradually became stunned. The content on the letter paper was completely out of his expectation. The night was dark as ink and hung with a few stars. Zhuge Qianqing sat in front of the window, a fountain pen clutched in his hand. the tip of the pen gently dancing on the parchment letter paper. His handwriting as smooth as flowing water, each word full of life, as if it were jumping and breathing on the paper. Yellen Pro-Enlightenment. Yellen, before you read this letter, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry. From the first time I saw you, I had already started the layout. I am the one who laid out the plan. You are the one in authority. I am the one who executes the chess. You are the chess piece. And my opponent in the game is this day. I want to win this day. I want to change the future. I don't want the human race to be destroyed. I don't want the great Xia to perish. And I don't want to see my daughter die as miserably as I divined. I don't dare to divine the future of the human race. The karma involved is too great. It's not something I can carry. That's why I only divine 2 people. You and Nene. I've already told you the results of Nene's. And I can't see your results. I can only vaguely see some incoherent and broken images. I wanted to write down everything I saw and tell you, but I was afraid that if you knew what the future was like, you would subconsciously start to avoid some dangers or events you felt bad about, which would cause a butterfly effect that could lead to a change in the final outcome. So I thought about it and left you 7 pouches, which will be opened automatically at important points in your life's trajectory. Or you can just discard them if you don't want to take my advice. As for Guoqin, this person, in addition to being too horny and prone to bad things, there is no big problem. You can trust him. If you can cut him to Yangji, he will become your right-hand man. Finally, please bury me with my wife. Zhuge Qianqing stays. The wind outside the window blew gently, drying the handwriting on the paper and dispersing Zhuge Qianqing's thoughts. He put down his pen and gently rubbed his temples, his gaze deep and determined behind his gold wire frames, gazing calmly at the stars. And this letter, too, appeared in Yilin's hands 3 days later. After reading the letter, Yilin took a deep breath and calmed his churning mind. He took out the small brocade pouch that fell out of the large brocade pouch, thinking that the 7 brocade pouches that Zhuge Qianqing was talking about should be the same as the nesting pouches, one on top of the other. He can only get the next brooch if he opens the first one. Now that he's opened the first one, is this the important node Zhuge Qianqing was talking about? Then this node should be Guoqin? Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? What did Mr. Zhuge say? Seeing that Yilin's body was free of killing intent, Guoqin then dared to open his mouth to inquire. Yilin looked at him with an odd expression. Mr. Zhuge said to castrate you, Guoqin. So, well, what did you think then? Guoqin's throat beads rolled up and down for a while, then carefully took a few steps backward, an expression of horror clearly showing on his face. He's really scared. Qingqing still has so many young women, imperial sisters, lowly wives, mature women, vegetarians waiting for him to pick chrysanthemums under the east fence. As a man, or an extremely horny man, what's the point of living if that job is gone? Yilin frowned and had a bit of a headache for a moment. Cutting a guy like Guoqin, who regarded color as his life, I'm afraid it would be more difficult for him than killing him, right? If he castrated him, he'd be lucky if he didn't come after him, and he'd still be his right-hand man? But Zhuge Qianqing didn't need to fool him. Could there be some hidden secret that he didn't know about? Yilin put away the red flame staff and silently took out the Starfall Heavenly Trace. Practice, the only standard for testing truth. Don't you come over here. Looking at the half-man tall machete in Yilin's hand, Guoqin was directly scared out of his mind. A matter of an inch or two, with such a big knife? Don't be afraid. My knife. It will be quick. Yilin walked towards Guoqin with his sword. All along, Zhuge Qianqing had been calculating, so he thought that this time would not be a surprise. It was late at night at the moment, and the Starfall Heavenly Mark's power bonus had changed from 300 to 600, which, when added to Yilin's own power attribute, amounted to 965 points. When this blade went down, not to mention an ordinary koan, even if a deep-sea giant koan came, it would be impossible for them to carry it. I'll be damned if I'm not afraid. Grass. Are you serious? Seeing that Yilin really had the intention of raising his hand, Guoqin's entire body exploded in sweat. This is the teacher's intention, Mr. Guoqin, and you don't want to go against Mr. Zhuge's last words, do you? Yilin raised the Starfall Heavenly Trace and started aiming. Guoqin instantly felt his was locked by a terrifying aura. Swish! A starburst flashed by, splitting the ground with a clang, sparks flying everywhere. Stigmata? Yilin was surprised, only to see Guoqin's begin to slowly dissipate in front of him, while the real Guoqin had already appeared dozens of meters away. Although he had known Guoqin for quite some time, but all this time Yilin had never seen Guoqin go all out. Judging by this speed, Guoqin's strength was probably a bit more terrifying than he had imagined. You actually cut for real. Damn you! Guoqin cursed and grabbed his hair with a devastated look on his face. I fucking knew it. I knew things weren't that simple for sure. Yilin raised an eyebrow. He knew that it was definitely not that simple. He didn't continue to chase and chop. Instead, he listened to Guoqin at ease. Yilin, there are some mistakes that really can't be made, and there are mistakes that really have to be repaid with a lifetime. When Guoqin looked up again, he was already in tears. At that time, Mr. Zhuge told me that as long as I accompanied him to the gate of the apocalypse, I would be set free, and none of my past events would be investigated, and I thought that I was going to be freed early, but I didn't think that. It was actually waiting for me here, Guoqin said, spreading out a yellowish paper, on which was drawn a very complicated spell formation, with a few ancient seal characters written in the center of the formation, faintly glowing with the luster of the stars. Here, sign your name. Guoqin's face was ashen. What is it? Yelin was a bit curious. This is my deed of sale, made by Mr. Zhuge himself, and according to the rules on it, I have to work for Mr. Zhuge for free for 30 years before I can regain my freedom. One must not betray one's boss during that time. If the boss dies, so will I. Guoqin's voice was a little choked. He took out a cigarette, snapped and lit it. The bottom of his eyes was so thick that he couldn't dissolve the sorrow, and immediately continued. This year is the 10th year. Before I came here, Mr. Zhuge suddenly lifted the deed of sale and gave it back to me. I thought that it was my 10 years of hard work that moved Mr. Zhuge, but I didn't expect he was trying to give you the 20 years behind me. Guoqin indignantly twirled out his cigarette. Damn, the capitalists of all evil. Yilin froze for a moment. Feeling Zhuge Qianqing said that as long as he castrated Guoqin would become his right-hand man. So that's what he meant? Then why did you sell yourself to Mr. Zhuge for 30 years? Yilin was curious. Guoqin glanced at Yilin. His eyes were very complicated, with 3 points of remorse, 3 points of fear, and 4 points of resentment, and then opened his mouth. Put the idea on Mr. Zhuge's wife. Yilin sniffed, and his tiger body shook violently. Bull! Yilin gave a heartfelt thumbs up towards Guoqin and let out a heartfelt admiration. He had thought that Guoqin had already peaked when he became a flower picker and picked the head of the wife of the deputy director of the Qingqing Bureau of Investigation. I didn't expect Guoqin to be even more powerful than he had imagined. It was actually colorful and daring to such an extent. Such bravery. Whose men are these? That's Zhuge Qianqing. Who's a mastermind? If Guoqin dares to hit on his daughter-in-law, it's not like turning on a light in the toilet, purely looking for death. Don't mention it. At that time, I was a newborn calf, thinking that with my speed, no one could catch me. And when I heard that Mr. Zhuge's wife was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, I didn't hold back and went there. I ended up going over the courtyard wall of Mr. Zhuge's house, and before I could even see what his wife looked like, I was pinned to the ground. Guoqin sighed quietly, obviously regretting this matter extremely. Mr. Zhuge's kind heart didn't kill me. He said that as long as I work for him for 30 years, he'll let me go, and he won't interfere with my normal life during that time. It's lucky that I ran into Mr. Zhuge. Now that I think about it, if I had messed with someone else's head, I'm afraid that I would have already been a corpse. Yelin. He looked at Guoqin with an odd gaze. Perhaps this was the typical case of being sold and still counting money for others. To Zhuge Qianqing's strength, estimated that early even to the Guoqin will be on the door. Probably even his wife's beautiful news as Zhuge Qianqing himself put out. And even the deed of sale is prepared in advance. However, Yilin didn't say anything more, but silently took Guoqin's deed of sale and signed his name in the position of Party A. It's a waste not to have a free wage earner, and Guoqin is really incredibly fast, which could come in handy at some point. As soon as he signed the deed of sale, Yilin felt like there was some kind of connection between himself and Guoqin, and if he sensed carefully, he could even sense Guoqin's current state. Hey, life is hard, still have to work for 20 years, Guoqin sighed. Then why don't we tear up the contract of sale, leave everything as it is, and castrate you? Yilin said while putting away the necrotic returning realm. That's better. A part-time job is definitely a part-time job. I super love part-time jobs. I definitely don't dare to go west if you point me east. Little boss. Upon hearing that he was going to be cut off from eternal rule, Guoqin quickly expressed his loyalty. Yilin ignored him and walked straight to Zhuge Qianqing. Forbidden spell Extreme Ice Casket. Yilin raised his hand to release the forbidden spell. The Extreme Ice Soul Coffin was an ice-based forbidden spell that used one of the caster's own arms as a price to freeze the enemy in an ice coffin that would never merge, obliterating all of the enemy's vitality. And at the moment, this forbidden spell was being used by Yelin as a coffin building technique. Ice blue light spread rapidly underneath Zhuge Qianqing's body, like a gorgeous flower blooming from ice crystals. The air was filled with a terrifying chill that was enough to freeze everything, as if even time was frozen at this moment. Icy blue light condensed around Zhuge Qianqing to form a crystal-clear ice coffin, which looked like it was carved from the purest blue ice, smooth and incomparable, emitting a strong cold aura. Zhuge Qianqing was lying quietly in the ice coffin, and if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't the slightest bit of blood on his face, It would have looked like he had fallen into a deep sleep. Teacher, I'll take you home. Yilin walked forward and carried the ice coffin on his shoulder, heading back along the road towards the way he came. As it was when it came, this Qingcheng within the gate of the apocalypse was dead silent, and no sign of life could be found. This place is really weird. Didn't it say that there are countless treasures in the gate of the apocalypse? How come there's nothing? Guo Qin muttered. This place, I'm afraid it's not something that the current us has the ability to explore. Yilin also raised his eyes and took a deep look at the world. This trip to the gate of the apocalypse was rewarding enough for him. At least he figured out why he had an immortal body. As for more secrets within the gate of the apocalypse, it wouldn't be too late to leave them to be unlocked after he was strong. The most important thing right now is to put Zhuge Qianqing in the ground first. A person who could openly die for the entire human race. Yilin did not want Zhuge Qianqing to have no peace after his death. When they walked out from that stone door, a sharp pain came from Yilin's stomach, and that ancient key of the apocalypse uncontrollably broke through Yilin's stomach and flew out, flying into the door of the apocalypse and disappearing. Immediately after that, the massive stone door also began to slowly dissipate, eventually disappearing completely. The next time the gate of the apocalypse and the ancient key of the apocalypse appeared again, there was no telling when or where. Yilin carried the ice coffin towards the outside of the valley, without Zhuge Qianqing's guidance. He and Guo Qin weren't so lucky this time. Just a few steps out, a huge demonic creature slapped its claws towards them. It was clearly a level 34 dragonblood beast. Fireball. Yilin raised his red flame staff and sent this dragonblood beast directly to its death with a fireball spell, followed by him unleashing endless devouring on this dragonblood beast. Devour level 34 common magical creature *1, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon blood. Increases life expectancy by 424 years. Experience value by 340 points. Strength attribute by 6 points. Agility attribute by 2 points. And mental strength by 1 point. Yilin was slightly flabbergasted. What he got from devouring demons and devouring humans seemed a bit different. With a strange extra dragon bloodline. Dragon's bloodline, current concentration 0.00001%. Effect, unknown. Yilin then killed and devoured another demonic creature. But this time, it didn't increase the concentration of the dragon's bloodline any further. I think it should be something that the devoured target itself possesses that will be transferred to me. Yilin muttered. It seemed like there was a lot more waiting to be explored by himself with this ability of endless devouring. But Yilin didn't have time to think about that in detail right now. He carried the ice coffin and killed all the way back. While killing, Yilin cleaned up the battlefield with endless devouring. The demons near Qingqing couldn't hold back Yilin, who was at full strength. The flesh of a demonic creature was far more enhanced than that of a human. So with every demonic creature that he devoured, Yilin's power attributes could be greatly strengthened. When he returned to Qingqing, Yilin clearly felt that the strength of his physical body had been greatly improved, and he could even physically fight some low-level demons without any forbidden spells. This was obviously extremely unbelievable when placed on a forbidden spellcaster. The ice coffin that was originally a bit heavy on his shoulders became lighter at the moment. Yilin carried the ice coffin to the door of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Soon the door to the small courtyard was opened, and seeing the person at the door, Zhuge Ni smiled like a flower, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Ling Knight, you're finally back. Where's my father? Did he promise to take you as his disciple? Facing Zhuge Ni's question, Yilin didn't know how he should answer. He didn't know how he should go about telling Zhuge Ni this matter of Zhuge Qianqing having passed away. Although he had never been very fond of Zhuge Ni, and still felt that this bitch was lacking in brains, but to personally tell Zhuge Ni about her father's death, Yilin still didn't know how to open his mouth. Zhuge Ni looked at Yilin with burning eyes, and when she saw that Yilin was silent, she was a bit puzzled. Her gaze then also caught a glimpse of the ice crystal coffin that Yilin was carrying on his shoulders, and her heart suddenly thumped as she pulled an awkward smile somewhat reluctantly on her face. Ling Knight, why don't you say something? What's this you're carrying on your shoulder? I'm sorry. Yilin took a deep breath and lowered the ice coffin on his shoulder, clanging it down in front of Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni went up to take a look, and when her eyes saw Zhuge Qianqing's pale face through the ice, a smile suddenly appeared on her face before she raised her eyes to Ling Knight. Ling Knight, this is a prank you're playing with Dad, trying to trick me, isn't it? My dad, he's the famous Mr. Zhuge of Desya. How could he possibly be dead? You guys are trying to trick me, aren't you? Zhuge Ni's eyes stared at Yilin in death, like a drowning person desperately trying to grab the last straw. At this moment, she very much wished to hear from Yilin's mouth that everything she had seen was a fake, that it was all just a prank. Seeing that Yilin didn't say a word, Zhuge Ni rushed forward and directly grabbed Yilin's collar. Say it. You say it. Tell me this is your prank. Come on now. That's not my dad lying in here. Say it. Say it. Jugani's emotions completely collapsed as she cried hysterically, tears slipping uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Mr. Zhuge, he said, I hope to be buried with your mother. Yilin spoke in a hoarse voice. You're lying. How could he die? My father. He's Mr. Zhuge. Zhuge and I held onto Yilin's shoulders for dear life, not even daring to turn around and look at that ice coffin for a second time. Ling Knight, I'm begging you, tell me, this must be fake, right? Am I still dreaming? I'm sorry, everyone will know later. Mr. Zhuge is a hero. Yilin murmured softly, as if he was giving Zhuge and I a guarantee, and as if he was giving himself a promise. I don't want a hero. I just want my dad back safe and sound. Zhuge and I threw herself on the ice coffin and lost her voice. Tears slid down her cheeks and dripped on the ice coffin to condense into ice. Yilin took a deep breath. To accept this matter was still too cruel for Zhuge and I. There are not many people in this world who can remain calm after seeing a close relative pass away unexpectedly. He didn't know how to comfort Zhuge and I, and could only stand in place like a statue, quietly watching Zhuge and I, preventing her from doing something stupid because she was too emotional. After crying for an indeterminate amount of time, Zhugani's cries only lessened a bit, and her gaze kept falling on Zhuge Qianqing's body as she calmly asked, My father how did he die? There's no way anyone could have killed him. Divining too much and encountering heaven's devouring, he died for the sake of the world. Yilin spoke softly. Mr. Zhuge figured out long ago that he would die. Zhuge and I nodded calmly. He's so heartless, he won't even bother to say a proper goodbye to me. Perhaps, Mr. Zhuge is afraid to. Yilin's eyes were complicated. There was a chance that Zhuge Qianqing could live, as long as he didn't bother with all that crap and seized the eternal heavenly scales and left. If he said goodbye to Zhuge and I, perhaps Zhuge Qianqing would really not be able to give up death. He didn't dare to say goodbye to Zhuge and I because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to be cruel to himself. Zhuge and I reached out her hand and gently rubbed the ice coffin. Looking at Zhuge Qianqing in the ice coffin, she calmly spoke. I know, Ling Knight, go away and let's pretend we never knew each other. Yilin opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Perhaps what Zhuge and I wants more now, is to be alone and quiet for a while. Yilin turned around and left, closing the door gently behind him as he went, and after the door closed, a burst of suppressed cries came from behind the door. AI, the young lady is also pitiful. When Madame left, there was still Mr. Zhuge with her. Now that Mr. Zhuge is also gone, she is truly alone in this world. Guo Qin, who had been guarding the doorway, sighed quietly. You these days, guard this place. If there's any situation, notify me at any time, and remember not to show your face in front of people again. Yilin instructed. Good. Guo Qin nodded and hid in the shadows. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan were not small people. One of them was the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, and the other was the president of the Transfiguration Guild, and their deaths would surely cause a stir within Qingcheng. Zhuge Qianqing was even more so. The entire Xia would be shaken by the passing of such a figure, and he and Guo Qin had to make early preparations to do so. With just a little bit of investigation, one could find out that Zhuge Qianqing had gone out with himself and Guo Qin when he left the city that day. This also meant that from now on, the two identities of Ling Knight and Guo Qin could never appear in front of people again. Yilin directly used the forbidden space leap and disappeared. Next, he was going to create some more evidence for himself that he hadn't left Qingcheng in these 2 days. A few moments later, Yilin, who had taken off his phantom face, walked out drunkenly from the villa that the Ji family had arranged for him, with a look that he had just woken up from a nap. And after walking out of the villa area, Yilin stopped a cab. Master, go find the centipede's natural enemy. Ha! The driver's master's face was full of horror. What kind of person has to go looking for the centipede's natural enemy in the morning? But when looking back to see the face of the person in the back seat, the master driver was relieved on the spot. The national champion, Yelin. This kid recently in Qingcheng are fast female tickets to Lost. All day drunkenness. It is his words. Big morning to go to find centipede natural enemy seems to be quite reasonable. Looking for what price point? 698, 888 or 1888? The master driver asked in a whisper after looking around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Don't you recognize me? Of course I want the most expensive one, and I want 5. Yilin stuffed a pile of money to the driver, and the driver, who received the money, without saying anything, directly drove the car and scurried to the place in Qingcheng where there was a natural enemy of centipedes. Just as the driver master was driving, Yilin suddenly opened his mouth. Master, why do you look a bit familiar to me? Have I been in your car in the past 2 days? Ha? Seriously? If I've pulled a scholarship on you, I wouldn't know? The driver's master thought carefully for a moment, and then said with a slap of his thigh, "Oh, I remember. I did pull a kid yesterday, with two beautiful women on the car, one wearing black silk and one wearing white silk. That kid once on the car buried his head in someone else's big thunder. So that person is you, ah? Right." I said, "Why do you look familiar? Master has been working as a cab in Qingqing for years, right?" Yilin laughed and chimed in. "That's not true. I've been driving a cab for 30 years. Young man, not master, I'm bragging with you. The streets and alleys of Qingqing are too familiar to me. Even if there's an extra piece of shit, I know who pulled it." Talking about his profession, the cab master was energized and chattered away. Yelin listened quietly, praising a few words every now and then, coaxing the cab master into a state of confusion. The cabbie was still intent on droning on when he arrived at his destination. "Young man, the underground wonderland is here. You remember, if you run into the pornographers, don't take the elevator, take the safe passage, and then jump directly from the second floor window. You won't be caught for sure. By the way, mechanic number 6 is a little more expensive, but beautiful." The corner of Yi Lin's mouth twitched slightly. "Okay, thank you, master." Yi Lin walked straight into the underground wonderland clubhouse and an opulent hall appeared in front of him, with crystal chandeliers inlaid on the ceiling, refracting colorful light. The walls are hung with exquisite oil paintings, the carpet under the feet is soft and thick, the air is filled with a light aroma, which is refreshing, and every place is full of luxury and sophistication. At this time the time is morning. Underground Wonderland Club had a quiet, but the front desk of the two young ladies are still conscientious to stay in their positions. Underground Wonderland is a 24-hour clubhouse that combines bathing, eating, and entertainment, although fewer guests come in the morning. "Hello, welcome," the front desk lady said to Yilin with a smile. "Get that technician from yesterday to come and stay with me, quickly, and give me another private room. And remember, the usual rules, no doors with glass windows. The door should be able to be unlocked," Yilin ordered. "Ha, sir, which last time are you talking about?" The receptionist lady was a bit confused. "You don't recognize me, do you? Don't watch the news." "Ha, me, the national top student, Yilin," Yilin said with his nostrils turned up. Oh, sorry, so it's you. I'll have someone take you to the box first," the front desk young lady said with an apologetic face. A waiter soon came over to guide Yilin, who nodded, and when he turned around, he accidentally broke the vase at the front desk. Yilin waved his hand with a calm face. "Put it on my tab and settle it together later." After Yilin left, the two front desk ladies leaned in and started discussing. Which was the last female technician he was talking about? "I don't know. I guess he was greeted by a late shift coworker when he came in yesterday. What can we do with so many guests yesterday? And this can't be checked for records? Never mind. It's always right to put the prettiest one over for him." Yelin began a life of drinking as he had before entering the gate of the apocalypse. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the events within the gate of the apocalypse had begun to ferment. Early that morning, everyone in the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau cancelled their vacations and entered a state of emergency. Huang Lidian took his apprentice, Su Xiao, and looked at the report in front of him, his brows furrowed together. Deputy Director Tan Qingjiang, Transfigurator Guild Wang Lichuan, and Vice President Chen Kai. The deaths of these 3 people are unknown. Mr. Zhuge, confirmed dead. Huang Lidian trembled and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, trying to light it, but found that the lighter could not be struck. He simply rubbed the cigarette into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. The pungent taste of tobacco cleared Huang Litian's head a few times. "The sky is falling." Huang Litian's eyes were filled with horror. Tan Qingjiang, Wang Lichuan, Chen Kai, Zhuge Qinqing, which one of them is not the top big shot in Qingcheng? Now that one is dead and the rest are all missing and unaccounted for, how can Huang Lidian not be alarmed? "Master," Su Xiao pushed another report in front of Huang Lidian. "This is the record of exits from the city gates. Records show that Deputy Director Tan Qingjiang has been taking people out of the city frequently for a while now, as if he was looking for something, and the last recorded trip out of the city was 7 days ago. And Mr. Zhuge and Wang Lichuan from the Transfigurator Guild, they and others, left the city 5 days ago, one after the other, with Mr. Zhuge in the lead. None of them have returned since then, until 3 days ago, when Mr. Zhuge's body was returned." "Who sent it back?" Huang Lidian asked with a frown. "The 2 people who left the city with Mr. Zhuge. One is called Guoqin, who was previously brought in for being a flower picker, and the other is called Ling Knight. The other colleagues are already searching for these 2, but there aren't any clues as of yet." Su Xiao replied. "Ling Knight, it's Ling Knight again." Huang Lidian stood up in a flash. The name Ling Knight had appeared frequently before when Kensen had been overthrown along with the entire underground black market. That time, he was almost about to catch the real culprit. He was almost sure that Yilin and Ling Knight were the same person, but it turned out that Tan Qingjiang, the dog, personally released the person, and didn't let him continue to investigate. This is good. Zhuge Qianqing is dead. Along with Tan Qingjiang Wang Lichuan they all disappeared. Where's Yelin? Where is that guy? Arrest him for me. Huang Lidian immediately ordered. Master, he's now a national scholar. We'll be in big trouble if we arrest someone without any evidence, Su Xiu awkwardly said with a smile. Huang Lidian clenched his teeth, then said in a cold voice, in that case, find out where he is and I'll pay him a visit myself. A few moments later, Huang Lidian found Yilin at the head of a famous bathing center in Qingcheng. When he found Yilin was wearing a handtag and wearing a bathrobe lying on the sofa, and a white-skinned young lady was pressing his feet. Huang Lidian pushed the door in with a bang, and the young lady thought that it was a pornography crackdown, and she was so scared that she quickly held her head and squatted down. Huang Lidian ignored her, but walked straight towards Yilin and said in a cold voice, Yelin, you're really in a good mood for a national scholar, and you still have the heart to wash your feet. Yo, if it isn't Investigator Huang, come on, call 2 more beautiful technicians over to serve Investigator Huang and put it on my tab. Yilin said very generously. No need. Huang Lidian had crossed paths with Yilin, and he knew very well that this seemingly young fellow was actually trickier than many old foxes. So he opened the door. Yelin, where have you been all week? Huang Lidian asked as he stared closely into Yilin's eyes, and at the same time, his ability as a living profession lie detector began to activate. As long as Yelin dared to lie, it would never be possible to hide it from him. Investigator Wang, how can I possibly remember this if you ask? 7 days a week. I've done so many things, Yilin replied with a simple face. Like this? Huang Litian's words changed. Then let me ask it this way. Did you disguise yourself as the so-called Ling Knight and follow Mr. Zhuge out of the city 5 days ago? Yilin was all smiles. Investigator Huang, what are you talking about? How come I can't understand? Answer my question positively. Did you disguise yourself as Ling Knight as an identity and follow Mr. Zhuge out of the city? Yes. Or no? Huang Litian's gaze was like a knife. The smile on Yilin's face also began to slowly tighten. Investigator Huang, you have to speak with evidence. You suspect me. No problem. Where is the evidence? Without evidence you don't talk nonsense. Beware of me suing you for slander. Yilin leaned back in a tactical manner and lay directly on the sofa, signaling the technician to wash his feet and continue. And then no matter what Huang Lidian asked him, he kept his mouth shut. Huang Litian's face turned blue. Now he was certain that Yilin and Zhuge Qianqing's death as well as Wang Lichuan's disappearance with Tan Qingjiang and the rest of them were absolutely unrelated. But Yelin was right. This time, like the last Kensen case, there was still no evidence. And even trickier than last time, the current Yilin was not only the top scholar of Qingcheng, but also the top scholar of the whole country. With such a status, without substantial evidence, he couldn't move Yilin one iota. Don't you worry. I've already had someone go and retrieve all the surveillance over this period of time. If you left the city disguised as Ling Knight, then there will definitely be evidence of you not being in the city during these 7 days. Huang Lidian spoke coldly. Soon, Su Xiu pushed the door and walked in. Huang Lidian didn't notice Su Xiu's ugly face and asked in a cold voice, Yilin, don't you want proof? I'll give it to you right here. Huang Lidian put his hand in front of Su Xiu's face. That, master, the surveillance from 5 days ago to 3 days ago were all destroyed for unknown reasons, Su Xiu said with a bitter expression. What? Huang Lidian was so shocked and angry that his face twisted. Yes, and then 3 days ago, the first time the surveillance captured Yilin's appearance was at the entrance of the villa area in the suburbs. He took a cab, and the cab master we have found. The master said that he had seen Yilin 4 days ago and drove him twice. Su Xiu said. No way. Bring me the people. Huang Lidian was extremely angry. Soon, the cab master who had previously picked up Yilin was brought to Huang Lidian. When he entered the private room, his face immediately changed when he saw Yilin, and he stuttered a bit as soon as he opened his mouth. Tune hanging off the eagle. Mr. Investigator, I really didn't introduce him here to find the centipede's natural enemy. Don't arrest me. Huang Lidian. His lie detector skills had already detected that the cabbie was lying, but he wasn't from the vice squad. Who asked you about this? Huang Lidian asked as his forehead veins popped and he pointed at Yilin. You drove him 4 days ago, didn't you? I didn't. The cabbie's eyes dodged. Tell the truth. I won't arrest you. And if you lie again, I'll arrest you right away. Huang Lidian snapped. At the same time, his occupation lit up. Huang Lidian, Master Lie Detector. The cabmaster took a look at Huang Litian's occupation and instantly blanched. Having taken the life occupation of Lie Detector to the level of a master, he didn't need to be told that Huang Lidian must have interrogated an unknown number of people. Trying to lie in front of Huang Lidian is definitely asking for death. That, if I confess, can you not leave me a record? I still have a child at home. I'm afraid that it will affect his public examination, the cab master said with a crying face. Tell me everything you know. If it helps the case this time, instead of arresting you, you will be rewarded. Huang Lidian followed the advice. Good. I'll talk. The cabbie nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. I did give him a ride twice, but the exact time, I really can't remember. Anyway, it was almost 3 or 4 days ago. The first time was when he got drunk and took 2 women to the car, and buried his head in the big thunder of the woman next to him. The investigating officer, you don't know, that thunder is really big and white. Stop. Huang Lidian had a head full of black lines. Get to the point. And then the next morning I got him again. And this time as soon as he got in the car he said he was looking for Centipede Heavenly Enemy, and gave me a bunch of money. And in a moment of haunted fascination I took him there. Saying that, the driver master even took out all the money that Yilin had given him and placed it on the table very honestly. And I beg you to be lenient. I haven't dared to spend a single penny. Huang Litian's chest rose and fell violently as he stared intently at the driver's master and asked, Are you sure? You picked him up twice, and once at night and once in the morning? Okay, the cabbie nodded. Huang Litian's head exploded as he realized that the driver master actually didn't lie. Then where did you send him? Huang Lidian pursued. Underground Wonderland Clubhouse. The cab master blushed a little. Huang Lidian immediately signaled Su Shou to go and bring over the staff of the Underground Wonderland Clubhouse. However, interrogating the staff of the clubhouse, the reply was that Yilin had indeed been there. The time was about 3 or 4 days ago, and went there twice, and even broke a vase. After Huang Litian's appraisal, all these people were telling the truth. Huang Litian's face grew darker and darker. The surveillance was destroyed, and the witnesses investigated are all proving that Yilin was in town for the past few days and didn't go anywhere. The evidence he currently had actually all pointed to Yilin being innocent. Investigator Wang, don't be so angry. I'll call a couple of technicians to come over and help you let off some steam. Don't worry. I've tried it. It's very moist. Yilin smiled and looked at Huang Lidian. As early as when he hadn't even left the city, he had already begun to lay out his plans. Now the entire Qingcheng, who mentioned his national scholar Yilin, the first word associated with it, is certainly self-indulgence. How could such a person be connected to the death of Mr. Zhuge and the disappearance of such big names as Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan? As for the fact that the cabmaster and the staff of the Underground Wonderland would testify on his behalf, it was even easier. Where do you remember so much about these two professions? When you have to come into contact with a whole bunch of people every day, the human brain is automatically folding some repetitive memories. For example, if you live exactly the same life every day, you will feel that the days go by very fast. At this time Yilin just need to give a little psychological hints. When a person tells a lie that even he believes, it is not a lie. Then let Guoqin destroy part of the surveillance. With Guoqin's speed even Tan Xingjiang's wife can get a surveillance is even easier. In this way, Yilin had perfect proof of not having left the city. Yilin, don't think you've really done it seamlessly. As long as you do it, you'll leave traces. I will definitely find it. Huang Lidian said through gritted teeth. Is that so? Officer Huang, as a master lie detector, you should firmly believe that no one can lie in front of you, right? Yilin asked with a smile. That's natural. Huang Lidian narrowed his eyes. Although he was not good at fighting or anything, when it came to lie detection, he had absolute confidence. Yilin glanced at Huang Lidian, then spoke calmly. Haven't you always suspected that Ling Knight and I are the same person? Then I might as well tell you that just a few days ago, I personally saw Ling Knight explode into a mist of blood in front of me. Huang Litian's eyes widened. The bottom of his eyes filled with panic, and he felt his heartbeat miss half a beat, because he realized that Yilin really wasn't lying. All of what he said was the truth. However, this contradicted what he had been inferring all along. If Yilin was Ling Knight, then how could Yilin see Ling Knight explode into a mist of blood in front of him? But if Yilin wasn't Ling Knight, then how could he explain all those things he had investigated before? At that time, Zhuge and I traced the traces of the karma fire and found the investigation bureau's prison cell, and all the evidence was pointed at Yilin's head. Huang Lidian felt like his head was completely messed up, like a large pile of threads tangled together, but he couldn't even find a single thread. Huang Lidian pulled his hair, a face of collapse. Is he really suspect wrong? There's nothing else. I'll leave now. Investigator Huang, let's wash our feet together sometime. Yilin withdrew her jade feet from the technician's hands, then put on her shoes and prepared to leave. Wait, what the hell else do you know? Even if you're not Ling Knight, you definitely know Ling Knight. Huang Lidian unwillingly grabbed Yilin's clothes. You guess? Yilin smiled faintly, then broke Huang Litian's hand and turned to leave. Unsurprisingly, Huang Lidian wouldn't even bother him for the next while. By the time Huang Lidian reacted to something, he was long gone to college himself. He, a Qingcheng investigator, didn't have that much power to run into the Dasha Academy to investigate himself. As a matter of fact, right now, within the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, the only one who suspected himself was Huang Lidian. After leaving the clubhouse, Yellen once again stopped a cab to Mr. Zhuge's house. Hey! As soon as Yellen's words left his mouth, the cab master sighed. Young man, you're also there to offer condolences to Mr. Zhuge, aren't you? Yellen nodded and didn't say anything more. Mr. Zhuge is a good man na. After he came to Qingcheng, he did a lot of good things. Even the economy of Qingcheng was driven up by him. The previous Qingcheng can be much poorer than now. Cab master cannot help but feel emotional. Nearly 60 years old, his eyes a little red. Young man, don't blame me for talking too much. I grew up in Qingcheng from a young age. At that time, everywhere in Qingcheng was exactly like that slum now. I was so poor as a child that I didn't even have food to eat. Mr. Zhuge's arrival brought a lot of resources to Qingcheng. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhuge, the current Qingcheng would probably be overthrown or not. Such a good one, how do you think it's suddenly gone? The driver master slapped the steering wheel with some excitement. Yi Lin was silent. Not every city would bother to maintain it. If a city had too few people, they would transfer the people in the city to another city and merge it, abolishing the original city. He had only come to this world for a dozen years, and he really wasn't clear about what happened before Qingcheng. He was even more surprised that Zhuge Qianqing was not only admired amongst the transmigrants, but also amongst the common folk. When Yilin arrived at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, the two sides of the small courtyard were already densely filled with yellow and white chrysanthemums. The small courtyard was surrounded by a mournful atmosphere. In the center of the courtyard, Zhuge Qianqing's effigy was placed, his face still wearing a faint smile. There were people standing around, their faces written with dismay and grief, some silently weeping, others bowing their heads in prayer. Many of Qingcheng's usual rare big shots were converging here at this moment. Even City Lord Hu Wang was wearing a black suit and stood among the crowd with a sad face. Even with Hu Wang's identity, he could only stand in the second row. The first row were a group of raw faces. Their aura was so powerful that it was as if there was a faint layer of light shrouding around them, so that people didn't dare to look directly at them. The identities of these people were obviously not comparable to those in a small place like Qingcheng. Yilin walked straight in and came to Zhuge Qianqing's effigy. When they saw Yilin, the faces of the crowd all changed slightly, and then they were talking. Isn't this the disciple of Mr. Zhuge? This guy is so unreasonable. After the news of Mr. Zhuge's death came out, he was actually still spending his time in the clubhouse. If Mr. Zhuge knew that he had accepted such a disciple during his lifetime, I wonder if he would regret it. Yeah, and when Mr. Zhuge held his funeral today, he dragged it out until so late. This guy probably doesn't even have Mr. Zhuge as a teacher in his heart. Humph. And a national scholar. Ugh. Luckily, he's still a short-lived ghost forbidden spellcaster, so it's really God's eyes. Say a few words less. Man is at least Mr. Zhuge's only disciple. Yilin did not pay attention to these people, these tirades, flung himself in front of Zhuge Qianqing's statue and knelt down, kowtowing 3 times. Many of those big shots in the first row converged their gazes on Yilin's body. One who could be accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing certainly wouldn't be a simple person. Teacher, I apologize for my disciple's late arrival. Yilin's eyes were complex. He wanted to rush to offer condolences to Zhuge Qianqing at the first opportunity, but unfortunately he couldn't. It was about the gate of the apocalypse and the ancient artifact of origins. He had to be careful in everything. Once the matter of the origin ancient artifact was exposed, Yilin's fate could be imagined. Are you done worshipping? Leave when you're done worshipping. You're not welcome here. Zhuge and I spoke in a cold voice. Also, in the future, don't call yourself my father's disciple, and even more so, don't wave his name around. He has long since severed his ties with you. The deceiver. When Zhuge and I said this, the entire room was in an uproar. Many people looked at Yilin with eyes full of disgust and ridicule. What the hell? So Mr. Zhuge has severed the master-disciple relationship with this person? Then he still has the nerve to come to worship Mr. Zhuge with a shy face? I guess he knew that there would be a lot of big shots coming today and deliberately came here to mix things up. Didn't you listen to Zhuge and I? This guy is apparently infamous for his frequent solicitation. If Mr. Zhuge knows in his grave, he'll probably be angry. Why is this man so thick-skinned? Why don't you get lost? Waiting for the banquet? TSK. Mr. Zhuge is such a gentle person. How much of a deviant thing did he have to do to make Mr. Zhuge expel him from the division? The crowd murmured, and those bigwigs in the first row who had originally raised some interest in Yilin frowned. Then they all withdrew their gazes as well. Without this identity of Zhuge Qianqing's disciple, Yilin was no different from an ant in the eyes of these big shots, and they naturally didn't want to waste their energy on an ant. For a moment, Yilin became the target of 1,000 accusations, as if he really was a man of 10 evils. But Yilin was unmoved and just looked at Zhuge Ni and said, I don't mean anything else. I just want to send Mr. Teacher. I want to send Mr. Zhuge on his last journey. Don't worry, I won't make any trouble. After I send Mr. Zhuge on his last journey, I will leave. Zhuge Ni's pretty eyebrows tightened as she sniffed. Yilin, are you unable to understand human language? I said you're not welcome here. Scram. In the face of Zhuge Ni's difficulties, Yilin didn't say anything more and just silently retreated to the door. He didn't want to argue about anything with someone who had just gone through the loss of his father, and there was no point in arguing about it. After sending Zhuge Qianqing on his last journey, according to Zhuge Qianqing's last request, to keep Zhuge Ni as safe and sound as possible, that was enough. Other than that, he wouldn't cross paths with Zhuge Ni again, and there's obviously bigger trouble at this funeral than Zhuge Ni. Yilin's eyes could not help but sweep to the first row of those big names who had come from all over Daxia. He did not believe that these people had simply come to offer condolences to Zhuge Qianqing's. Huang Litian's side is good to deal with. These old foxes are the real tough characters. Soon, the ice coffin containing Zhuge Qianqing's corpse was lifted out of the hearth, ready to be transported to the Qingqing mausoleum for burial. The ice coffin was carried to the top of the hearse, and the black hearse walked in front, with the mourners walking behind. Every now and then a low sob could be heard, and even the air was colored with a mournful atmosphere. Zhuge Ni sat on the hearse, looking at Zhuge Qianqing lying quietly in the ice coffin as if she was asleep. Tears unconsciously began to slide down her face. Right at this moment, the hearse suddenly drifted and flung its tail, throwing Zhuge Ni directly headfirst into the corner of the ice coffin, and crimson blood immediately seeped out from Zhuge Ni's white forehead. What's going on? Why the sudden sharp steering? Zhuge Ni looked at the hearse driver and questioned. Ms. Zhuge, someone is blocking the road ahead. The driver pointed ahead of the hearse, only to see several men dressed in black robes, hiding their real faces behind masks standing in the middle of the road. These people are all holding sharp weapons, obviously coming from a bad place. Who are these people? Zhuge Ni frowned as a wave of uneasiness welled up in her heart. I don't know. They suddenly appeared in front of the car. I just subconsciously hit the direction sharply. The driver shook his head with a helpless face. The hearse slowed to a stop and the atmosphere became tense. Zhuge Ni jumped down from the car and stared at these people with a stern gaze. Who are you people? Do you know whose car you are stopping? Of course I know. Inside the hearse is Mr. Zhuge. A man wearing a ghost face mask at the head of the group spoke coldly. You know that you guys still dare to stop the car? Zhuge Ni's face was filled with anger. Don't worry. We don't have any malicious intent. It's just that Mr. Zhuge died in a strange way. We want to open the coffin to properly check the cause of Mr. Zhuge's death. The ghost face masked man said. You dare. My father died of too much divination sky devouring. I know this very well. Blazing fire immediately erupted from Zhuge Ni's body, and the surrounding space distorted under the heat. Being stopped from opening the coffin and examining the corpse in full view of the public was undoubtedly a humiliation for Zhuge Qianqing, and not being able to have any peace after death. Zhuge Ni absolutely did not allow such a thing to happen. The people of Qingcheng who had gathered were also instantly enraged. Zhuge Qianqing was the savior of Qingcheng, and had done countless good deeds in Qingcheng. Now that someone wanted to cause trouble at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral, how could they allow it? I don't care where you're from. Get the hell out of my way. Mr. Zhuge's funeral has no room for anyone to make trouble. A burly man led the way, trying to push the ghost-faced masked man out of the way. Swish! Only a white aura flashed by, and the head of that stout man rolled out a dozen meters like a soccer ball, blood staining the street. And in the hand of that ghost-faced masked man, he was clearly carrying a long knife. This sudden scene scared everyone so much that they didn't dare to move again. Even Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes widened. No one could have imagined that this ghost-faced masked man would actually dare to kill someone in plain sight. Many people were so frightened that they scattered in all directions. It was not true that they respected Zhuge Qianqing, but if they were to be asked to die for Zhuge Qianqing, most of them would be unwilling to do so. Only Zhuge Ni took a deep breath, his face grave. This was inside the city, and with the ghost-faced masked man going on a killing spree as a transmogrifier, the people from the Bureau of Investigation should be arriving soon to take him away. She only needed to guard Zhuge Qianqing's corpse from being disturbed before the people from the Bureau of Investigation arrived. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Get out of the way. The ghost-faced masked man spoke in a cold voice. Never. Red flame sea of fire. Zhuge Ni clenched her silver teeth. She would never let anyone disturb her father's resting place. In a blink of an eye, the air around them became scorching hot, and the temperature climbed rapidly. Dazzling red golden flames gushed out from Zhuge Ni's body, forming a sea of red golden fire that blocked the middle of her and the ghost-faced masked man, like an insurmountable flaming moat. However, in the face of Zhu Ganyi's all-out attack, the ghost-faced masked man did not put it in his mind at all. Facing the sea of blazing fire, the ghost-faced masked man no longer suppressed the aura on his body and directly lifted his feet and walked in, the reddish-golden flames blazing but unable to hurt him in the slightest. At this scene, an unspeakable fear rose under Zhu Ganyi's eyes. "You're a level 50 transmuter?" He himself was already a level 22 transmuter, and with the SSS-ranked fire mage profession, the power of the fire skills he cast was certainly not to be underestimated. The fact that this ghost-faced masked man was able to walk freely in his own flames meant that he was at least level 50 or above. A level 50 transmuter was already considered a ceiling-level existence in Xinjiang. As long as one didn't mess with a very small handful of people, a level 50 transmuter could completely walk sideways in Xinjiang. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're Zhuge Qianqing's daughter. You'll be in trouble if you die." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ghost-faced masked man reversed his blade and slashed at Zhu Ganyi's body with the back of his blade. Zhuge Ni only felt a huge force hit her, and her entire body flew straight out, hitting the guardrail on the side, her face in pain. "Stop! Don't go near my father's coffin." Seeing that the ghost-faced masked man had already walked towards the ice coffin, Zhuge Ni struggled to stand up, but a sharp pain came from her chest and abdomen. It was obvious that the ghost-faced masked man's knife had already caused her ribs to break, completely losing her ability to stand up. Zhuge Ni could only watch as the ghost-faced masked man approached the ice coffin. Why hasn't anyone from the Bureau of Investigation moved at all after all this time? Where are the guys from the Bureau of Investigation? Zhuge Ni looked like she had thought of something. She looked back and realized that many of the dignified figures in Xinjiang had disappeared from the group that was originally following the hearse. City Lord Hu Wang, the director of the Xinjiang Investigation Bureau, and even quite a few of the bigwigs who had just stood in the first row had quietly left at some unknown time, as if they had been agreed upon long ago. A great sense of fear wrapped Zhuge Ni deeply, sending chills down her body. It was only then that she realized that these few people who stopped the car were nothing more than a few pawns. How could Zhuge Ni not have thought that her father had only just passed away, and that someone would actually dare to start counting on her so blatantly? The Bureau of Investigation, apparently, is not coming. Zhuge Ni didn't dare to put her hopes on the people of the Bureau of Investigation anymore. But when Zhuge Ni turned her eyes to the others, those people who, when her father was still alive, had a mouthful of Mr. Zhuge, who flattered her father and couldn't wait to kneel down to kowtow to Zhuge Qianqing, all of them were averting their eyes at the moment, and none of them dared to meet Zhuge Ni's eyes. That ghost-faced masked man looked like a murderous and vicious person, and his strength was extremely strong, so they wouldn't take their own lives as a joke. Zhuge Ni was grief-stricken. "Uncle Wang, have you forgotten? Back then, when your son disappeared and was almost used as a ration by the demons, my father, without receiving any payment, used astrology to point out your son's direction for you, and now that he's still not at peace after his death, and you're just watching from there, doesn't your conscience bother you?" Zhuge Ni looked at a middle-aged man and questioned. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Uncle Wang's face first flashed with a flash of shame, and then became hideous. "So what? I was begging Zhuge Qianqing for help. What did he do? He just gave me a direction, and I saved my son from the demon on my own. I was seriously injured and spent half a month in bed trying to save my son. If Zhuge Qianqing had been willing to do this, why would I have to suffer?" Zhuge Ni blanched and looked to the other young, tall woman. "Sister Xie, do you feel the same way? You participated in the transfer ceremony with two professions stacked on top of each other and almost burst into flames. But my father personally stepped in to set things right for you. That's how you survived. And even you want to stand by and watch?" Sister Xie's face was a bit unnatural. Then she sneered. "Did I beg him to save me? Maybe if he hadn't stepped in, I would have become the first ever dual professional and gone down in history. Facts aside, maybe Zhuge Qianqing is a male chauvinist who interfered with me out of fear that we women would surpass men." Zhuge Ni bit her red lips tightly. Until the bite bled she didn't even feel it. She had never imagined that people in this world could still be shameless to this extent, and that people in this world could still turn black and white upside down to this extent. Zhuge Ni also questioned several Zhuge Qianqing to his favor, but these people without exception, but not willing to take action, but also on Zhuge Qianqing a verbal attack. A great kindness is a great hatred. They used their own actions to Zhuge Ni vivid interpretation of what is a person away from the tea cooler. What's more, these people had already seen that the situation on the field was not right, and the fact that the people from the Bureau of Investigation had not appeared for so long obviously meant that there was a big shot behind the scene who was intervening. For the sake of a dead Mr. Zhuge, to offend a big shot who was still alive was obviously an extremely costly deal. Zhuge Ni laughed, and laughed extremely ruefully. She had thought that after Zhuge Qianqing passed away, her life would definitely be difficult. But how could she have imagined that it would actually be bad to this extent? Stopping the hearse in the street, seriously injuring her, and wanting to force the opening of the coffin to examine the corpse. Even if the ghost-face masked man and his party had been heartless to this extent, there was still not a single person who was willing to come forward. These people had all been favored by Zhuge Qianqing, but at this moment, it was as if they were deaf and blind. Father, does everything you do really make sense? 2 lines of clear tears slid down Zhuge Ni's cheeks. In this moment, she was lost, confused about the world. Just then, a hysterical roar rang out. Bastard! Do not approach Mr. Zhuge's coffin. A white-haired old man resolutely rushed towards the ghost-faced masked man, his face red with excitement, but in his hand, he was only carrying an ordinary shovel. The ghost-faced masked man was unmoved, lifting his foot and kicking the old man out, falling heavily to the side, alive or dead. But the old man's roar was like a horn that launched a charge, and a dense crowd surged towards the side. Of these people, there were old men, women, youths, and half-grown teenagers, just not a single transient. They were all just ordinary people. And in their hands, they held pots and pans as weapons, and the sharpest weapons were just kitchen knives and watermelon knives. A large, warm hand landed on Zhuge Ni's shoulder. Nizi, don't cry. You're Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Mr. Zhuge has done so many good things for Qingcheng. We won't let you suffer. A farmer-looking uncle spat 2 mouthfuls of spit into his hand and rushed towards the ghost-faced masked man with a machete. Mr. Zhuge is the benefactor of the entire Qingcheng. Don't worry, we won't let him die without peace. A plainly dressed ant carrying a pressure cooker also rushed over. Zhuge Ni's tears slid down uncontrollably as if they had broken the levee. Don't go, you'll die, don't go, damn it, when have we Dasha's men ever been afraid of death? If we let good people end up like this, who will dare to be good in the future? Brothers, follow me. A master mechanic joined the fight carrying a wrench, and behind him, followed more men. Those transmigrators who had been favored by Zhuge Qianqing had chosen to protect themselves. But these ordinary people with no hands had chosen to step forward at this moment. Countless silhouettes flashed past Zhuge Ni's face. These people simply did not have the ability to fight against that ghost-faced masked man and his party. But at this moment, their footsteps did not pause in the slightest. I'm sorry, I'm the one who's useless. I'm sorry. Zhuge Ni's eyes were already blurred with tears. She suddenly hated herself at this moment. She hated her weakness. She hated the fact that as Zhuge Qianqing's daughter, she could only watch a bunch of ordinary people stand in her way. Boss, what should we do? Kill them all? Another man wearing a smiley face mask looked to the ghost face masked man and asked excitedly. Although the number of these people was large, they were basically all old, weak, sick and disabled. And if a few of them launched a massacre with all their might, it would only be a matter of 1 or 2 hours. Are you insane? Mass slaughter of civilians? Don't drag me along if you want to die yourself. The ghost-faced masked man couldn't wait to directly give this guy a knife. Just have old 3 set up a boundary to stop these people. Hey, okay, the smiling man shrugged, then said to the other person wearing a crying face mask, Third sister, the boss told you to make a boundary to stop all these annoying guys. The weeping-faced woman nodded, then raised her hand and whispered, the crystal wall. A faint white light emerged from the cry-faced woman's white palm, followed by a rapid spreading out, forming a transparent wall that blocked out those angry crowds. This wall of light was invisible, but it was impenetrable, and those ordinary people who tried to rush through were bounced back and fell to the ground, unable to get past this invisible barrier. But they still didn't give up, trying their best to break through the transparent wall in front of them. It was a pity that the power of ordinary people was just too small in front of the transmogrifier, and even with a large number of people, they still failed to leave any traces on the wall in front of them, not to mention destroying it. Seeing that Ghostface Mask stood in front of the ice coffin and raised his long knife, the crowd that was blocked by the boundary immediately boiled over, and tens of thousands of people began to greet the ghost-faced man's ancestors in a variety of profound nationalistic languages. It was a pity that the ghost-faced man was not moved at all, and the long knife in his hand violently slashed at Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin. Stop! Zhuge Ni's jaws were splitting, but she was seriously injured. She was simply powerless to stop the ghost-faced man, and just when she was completely in despair, a voice containing crazy killing intent and coldness suddenly exploded. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. In a flash, the sky above Qingcheng was filled with lightning and thunder, with dark clouds churning, as if the end times were coming. Boom! A thunder with a purple intent descended from the sky, carrying the might of destroying everything, and furiously slashed at the ghost-faced masked man. The power of that thunder was as if even the entire heaven and earth was going to be torn apart by it, and the space around it distorted between the flashes of purple light. Everyone within Qingcheng felt an unprecedented fear at this moment. as if the thunder was not just slashing at the ghost-faced masked man, but was going to slash at each and every one of them. Even the sound of thunder far away in the sky was as deafening as if it had exploded in your ears. The ghost-faced masked man's face suddenly changed. He had not expected at all that someone would actually unleash such a terrifying attack on him at such a time. The long sword in his hand swung, transforming into a cold aura that slashed towards that thunder in an attempt to block it. However, the power of the thunder was far beyond his imagination. The ghost-faced masked man's long knife touched with it, but as if papier-mâché was directly destroyed, unable to block the thunder in the slightest. The thunder's momentum did not decrease, and it fiercely bombarded the body of the ghost-faced masked man. Purple light flashed, electricity splashed everywhere, and the ghost-faced masked man's entire body was instantly drowned by the thunder, and he screamed miserably, and his entire body was blown away. By the time the thunder dissipated, the black robe on the ghost-faced man had become rags, and the ghost-faced mask had shattered in half, revealing a terrified eye. The remaining 4 masked men froze in place, not knowing what to do. They knew the strength of the ghost-faced man, but now they were actually heavily injured in a single glance? The surroundings fell into a dead silence in an instant, and a faint odor of scorching filled the air. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this sudden scene. That invincible, incomparably powerful ghost-faced man in front of everyone's eyes was actually heavily injured by a thunderbolt in a few breaths? Is it possible that the heavens have seen fit to send down the wrath of God? Only Zhuge and I looked in Yi Lin's direction in the first instance, her face filled with disbelief. This forbidden spell. In Qingcheng, there was only one person, Yi Lin. Who knew it? She hadn't even expected that Yi Lin would actually make a move. With a pale face, Yi Lin crossed the crowd and walked towards the ghost-faced men. He didn't say anything more, just calmly blocked in front of Zhuge Qingcheng's ice coffin. A flash of resentment flashed under the bottom of the one eye that the ghost-faced man had revealed. It's that forbidden spellcaster. Lao San. Trap him with a boundary. Lao Air. Lao Si. Lao Si. Lao Si. Get this guy. Under the reminder of the ghost-faced man, the 4 of them woke up as if from a dream and split into 4 directions to encircle towards Yi Lin. Before they came, they had already read Yi Lin's information. The profession of forbidden spellcaster was even stronger, and Yi Lin was only a little over 20 levels. Kid, no one's looking for trouble from you yet by hiding obediently. Since you have to come out to seek death, then we'll give you a ride. The smiling man hemmed and hawed, his figure flickering like a ghost. 4 against 1, and their levels were all much higher than Yi Lin's. All level 50 transmuters. This battle was not at all suspenseful in the smirking man's opinion. It was a pity that they still underestimated the fearsomeness of a forbidden spellcaster, especially a forbidden spellcaster who didn't want to die. As soon as the crying face woman closed her hands, 6 invisible walls closed in with Yi Lin at the center, to form a boundary to seal him in. Forbidden spell Eternal Gangjin. Yi Lin surfaced a bit of golden aura, and his original body, which was still quite robust, was also wasting away at this moment. The golden lance cut through the sky, instantly piercing through the boundary in front of him as if it was destroying everything, and then directly pierced through the brow of a masked man. The masked man hadn't even reacted to the fact that he was already dead, and charged forward for some distance before crashing to the ground. Old 5. The smiling man was startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Instant kill. A forbidden spell from Yi Lin directly killed one of them instantly, and the power of it made his scalp numb. But Yi Lin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, only to see Yi Lin raise his hand again, a terrifying aura brewing in his hand. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. Another terrifying thunderbolt fell, and this time, Yi Lin aimed at another masked man. That person wasn't as lucky as the ghost-faced man. The violent thunder exploded on his body. Thunder arcs shot out in all directions, and when the power of the thunder dissipated, it only left a hot, charred corpse in its place. Yelin's face became even weaker. The smiling man was silent as he quickly approached Yelin, wanting to kill him in one blow. Yi Lin acted as if he couldn't see him, locking his gaze on the crying face woman, who trembled. In this instant, she felt an unspeakable aura of death, as if she was being targeted by the god of death. Fuck you. Right at this moment, the smiling man had already arrived beside Yi Lin, and a cold light appeared as a dagger rushed straight to Yi Lin's throat. Pust. Yelin's throat was pierced with a bloody hole that ran back and forth, and crimson blood spurted out of the artery. With these injuries, it was clear that death was certain. Both the smiling man and the crying woman were secretly relieved in the bottom of their hearts. The forbidden spellcasters who put up a fight were just too terrifying. The good thing is, it's all in the past. Humph. Stupid. The smirking man pulled out his dagger in triumph, a sneer pulling up from beneath his mask. But even when his throat was penetrated, Yelin didn't move a bit. Forbidden spell immortality. The bloody hole in Yi Lin's throat was rapidly repairing and regenerating at an unbelievable speed, and as far as he could see, The smiling man and the crying woman were both within sight. Forbidden spell, eternal frozen eyes. Yi Lin's pair of eyeballs instantly dried up, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed out of his empty sockets. No good. Escape. The smiling man's face changed wildly. The reason why the 4 of them had to attack separately was to avoid Yi Lin finding an opportunity for a forbidden spell to ripple through the 4 of them. But now, both he and the cry-face woman were clearly locked by Yelin's forbidden spell. A cold and bone-piercing freezing aura instantly spread out. The smiling man and the crying woman only felt as if their bodies were imprisoned by an irresistible force. They wanted to run away, but realized that they could no longer move. Everything around them began to slowly freeze. Even the air seemed to be frozen. In their line of sight, Yi Lin's figure gradually became blurred, and in its place was a pair of eyes that flickered with an ethereal blue light. And the coldness and deadness that came out of those eyes caused the fear in their hearts to magnify infinitely. No! The smiling man let out a resigned hiss, his voice filled with despair. Both he and the crying face woman were then frozen into crystal clear ice sculptures, completely cutting off their lives. 4 forbidden spells to kill 4 level 50 transmutants in a row. That record is enough to make one's head spin. Everyone looked at Yi Lin with a touch of panic in their eyes. Even though Yi Lin was blind and as thin as a withered bone at the moment, no one dared to belittle him. On this day, the crowd finally recalled just how terrifying the profession of the forbidden spellcaster really was. The severely injured ghost-faced man had been completely stunned. He hadn't even thought that forbidden spellcasters were actually so terrifying when they put their lives on the line. The situation was completely out of his control at the moment. He didn't even expect to actually die 4 brothers. And, Yi Lin didn't seem to have the intention of letting him go. The blinded Yelin crouched down and fumbled to pick up the shovel that the old man had dropped on the ground at the very beginning. He used the shovel as a guide stick and stumbled to where the ghost-faced man was. Just as the ghost-faced man was wondering what Yelin was going to do, Yelin raised the shovel and shoveled it onto the ghost-faced man's body with a click. Ah! The ghost-faced man let out a painful scream. Yi Lin was not like other forbidden spellcasters. Endless Devouring had increased his power attribute by quite a bit, and now Yi Lin was able to inflict a certain amount of damage even if he didn't cast any forbidden spells. Yelin was oblivious to the screams of the ghost-faced man. Shoveling, slapping, chipping, stabbing, every use a shovel could be put to, he used it on the ghost-faced man, and soon the ghost-faced man's body was a bloody mess. Whether the ghost-faced man was screaming or begging for mercy or threatening, Yi Lin didn't stop in the slightest. He was like a tireless machine, with no expression on his face, swinging one after the other to go at the ghost-faced man's body. This bloody and bizarre scene caused many people to involuntarily shiver. Looking at Yi Lin's meaning, it was clear that he was going to use a shovel to beat the ghost-faced man to death alive. Knowing that Ghostface Man was a level up to level 50 transmuter, killing him with something like a shovel would be like taking a soup ladle to kill an ordinary person. It was definitely a torturous and long process for the ghost-faced man, physically and even more mentally. The shovels fell rhythmically one after the other, and soon the ghost-faced man was completely broken. Stop fighting. Please give me a hard time. Don't you just want to know who's behind me? I'll tell you. It's... Yi Lin sniffed and without hesitation slapped a shovel on the ghost-faced man's mouth to prevent him from continuing. At the same time, a cold aura as fast as lightning flashed out, directly piercing through the ghost-faced man's temple, leaving a faintly undetectable wound. The ghost-faced man's eyes were bloodshot and he was lifeless almost instantly. Yi Lin pretended that he didn't know anything, still swinging the shovel, smashing it one after another on the corpse of the ghost-faced man. Of course he knew that there was someone behind the ghost-faced man, but that person was definitely not someone that his current self could provoke. That was an existence that could mobilize the entire Qingqing's power to work with him. If one learns to break the pot like Huang Lidian, then in less than 3 days, one will mysteriously disappear in this world due to force majeure. With his current strength, playing dumb was the best option. After smashing the ghost-faced man's body into a puddle of rotten meat, Yi Lin dropped the shovel and spoke in a cold voice. Zhuge Qingqing used to be my teacher. He was kind to me. I want him to have a peaceful last journey, not to be disturbed. If there are still people who have to make trouble, I will accompany them to the end. I don't have a few years left to live as a forbidden spellcaster anyway, so I don't mind dragging all of you to die with me. The words were loud and clear. No one doubted Yi Lin's determination. And just now, he had proved with his actions that he would really do it. For a moment, the room was silent. After Yi Lin lost his eyeballs, the 2 black eye sockets on his face looked a bit gruesome. But at this moment, none of the people in Qingcheng who had converged due to Zhuge Qingqing were afraid of Yi Lin, and they looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Some people even went forward and took the initiative to assist Yi Lin. Zhuge and I was also helped up. Zhuge Qingqing's ice coffin was relifted onto the car, and everything was in order, as if nothing had happened. Only the 3 bodies lying on the ground and the 2 ice sculptures standing interpreted what had just happened. The crowd had thought that the farce would end here, but a sorrowful voice sounded in the dark. A forbidden spellcaster wants to fight for his life? That's scary. But how many people can you fight off when you're even blind? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. That ghost-faced man, he actually has an accomplice. A look of despair surfaced in Zhu Bin's eyes. Could it be that her father really could not have peace even after his death? Yilin's bottom of the heart is also a slight sinking. Should not is that the person behind the scenes? When the eyes of the sky to such a degree, one forbidden spellcaster isn't enough? Then how about adding me? Just as the crowd fell into despair, a stream of light came from the sky and arrived in an instant, transforming into a middle-aged beautiful woman in a white dress, precisely Su Qingxin with a gloomy face and red eyes. I don't care who the people behind you are, as long as you dare to come forward today, I, Su Qingxin, will dare to be immortal with you. In the crowd, many people sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Su Qingxin in surprise. This woman they had seen on TV not too long ago. The other party was the enrollment teacher of the Supreme Academy. The crowd was a bit curious. Before they obviously saw Su Qingxin and Zhuge Qianqing going head-to-head over Yilin on the live broadcast. How come the Su Qingxin looked so excited now that Zhuge Qianqing passed away? Well said. Zhuge Qianqing is an old man's forgotten friend. I'd like to see just what kind of youngster dares to come and cause trouble. An old man with a white beard and hair quickly rushed over. The aura emanating from his body was extremely appalling, and he was obviously also a transmogrifier with terrifying strength. Elder Lai, count me in. And me. One after another, powerful people arrived, all of them galloping to Zhuge Qianqing's aid. Listening to these movements, Yilin was relieved. He said, with Zhuge Qianqing's connections, how could he let people bully him so much at the funeral? If the person behind that curtain was truly able to block all the people who had rushed to Zhuge Qianqing's aid, it would truly be a fine thought. With Su Qingxin and these powerful people escorting him, the person who was hiding in the shadows didn't appear again. Soon, the hearse started up again and headed toward the cemetery, all the way unimpeded. In a high-rise building not far away, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the hearse procession leave. His eyebrows revealed a majesty, obviously an aura that could only be cultivated by years of high position, and his gaze was deep, as if he could see into the hearts of the people, so that people did not dare to look at them. A black-robed man wearing a rat-faced mask knelt behind this middle-aged man. Have the tiger and rabbit returned? The middle-aged man spoke faintly. Your Excellency, it's back. In a valley 79 kilometers east of Qingcheng, there are indeed traces of the gate of the apocalypse having appeared before. The rat-faced masked man let out a burst of electronic sounds that seemed to use a voice changer, making it impossible to tell even male from female. Did the gate of the apocalypse appear? I told you that Mr. Dang Zhuge. How could he die somehow? The middle-aged man muttered. My lord, then should we continue to send people to intercept Zhuge Qianqing's hearse? The rat-faced masked man asked. The middle-aged man's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desktop, making a thumping sound. There's no need. Su Qingxin and those people have already stepped in. It's not a good influence to cause further trouble. So far, neither the Jilin nor Zhuge and I seem to know about the matter of Zhuge Qianqing going to the gate of the apocalypse. You only need to send someone to monitor Yilin and Zhuge and I, and that's enough. As for yourself, bring the others and search for that Ling Knight and Guqin with all your might. Alive or dead, no matter the cost. Yes. The rat-faced masked man disappeared in place like a ghost, and the middle-aged man was the only one left in the large office, and he narrowed his eyes. The bottom of his eyes filled with a dangerous light. Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge Qianqing. What exactly did you go to the gate of the apocalypse to do? Even your life was taken in. Can it be that within the gate of the apocalypse, is there really a new origin ancient artifact that has appeared? With the last handful of yellow soil gently sprinkled down, Zhuge Qianqing's funeral came to a successful end in a solemn. The afterglow of the setting sun was cut into mottled golden fragments by the leaves of the trees and sprinkled on the freshly turned soil, casting a faint glow over the final resting place of the famous Mr. Zhuge of the Dasha. As time went by and the night was high, the crowds that came to pay their respects gradually dispersed, leaving behind a silence and solemnity. In the end, only Yilin and Zhuge and I were left standing in front of Zhuge Qianqing's grave like statues. Zhuge and I turned her head somewhat stiffly, looking at Yilin's eyes that had gone blind in his bone-thin body. Zhuge's expression was very complicated. These were the backlash from unleashing a forbidden spell at full strength, which also meant that Yilin would only be a blind man in the future. Today's battle also made her impression of Yilin change slightly. This person, it seemed, wasn't as useless as she had imagined. Yelin, thank you for today. She pulled a card out of her hand, walked up, and shoved it into Yelin's hand. In this card, there is a lot of money. Even if you lose your eyesight, it will ensure that you will be able to feed and clothe yourself for the rest of your life. I, Zhuge, don't like to owe others. Yilin nodded. then fell to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing's, got up and broke the card in his hand before turning to leave. A crunching sound caused Zhuge Ni's brows to instantly furrow. Yi Lin, what do you mean by that? Isn't it enough to give you money? I know that you fought to the death for the sake of my father, but what I gave was enough to compensate you, right? Is it hard to believe that you still want to hold a favor in return? Yi Lin's body gave a slight lurch and said softly, Zhuge mi, you are too self-righteous. What I mentioned doing today is just to repay my teacher for 1 session. I don't need any return. As a matter of fact, from the first time we met, I didn't want to have anything to do with you as a person, and if it wasn't for your father, Mr. Zhuge, you would have been a corpse under me long ago. You should know very well that it would be no more difficult for me to kill you than it would be to kill a chicken. Yi Lin's tone was light, but it stuck into Zhuge Ni's heart like a sharp knife. Yelin, what did you say? Explain it to me clearly. Zhuge Ni questioned. Why should I explain myself to you? Putting aside your father Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge mi, what are you? Yi Lin's words caused Zhuge Ni to freeze in place, her face green for a while. Extremely brilliant. She was tempted to retort, to rage, to argue her case, but she realized that what Yelin said was hard to hear, but it seemed, every word was the truth. All along, she had lived under the protection of her father, Zhuge Qianqing, and it was not until her father passed away that she realized her power was so weak that she could barely even protect her father's casket. After losing Zhuge Qianqing, it really seemed that she had become a complete waste. At this moment, Zhuge Ni's lofty pride was completely shattered. Zhuge mi, as if she had lost her soul, dropped down in front of Zhuge Qianqing's grave, gently rubbing Zhuge Qianqing's tombstone. Dad, did I really do wrong? Yi Lin took a stick he had picked up and groped his way out of the cemetery. Subsequently losing his eyes was a bit inconvenient, but he, a forbidden spellcaster, would inevitably arouse suspicion if his level skyrocketed, and yet he remained strong and fit. After this incident today, he should be able to completely disassociate himself from the identity of Ling Knight. When Yi Lin walked out of the cemetery, Ji Father and Ji Lingyu were already here to guard him. Boss. Seeing Yi Lin's miserable condition, Ji Lingyu couldn't help but redden his eyes and his voice choked a little. Why are you crying? I'm still alive. Yi Lin grinned. Only with the empty eye sockets. It looked inevitably a bit oozy. Yi Lin reached out his hand and fumbled to pat Ji Lingyu's shoulder, comforting him. Don't cry. I'm really fine. Ji's father, on the other hand, looked at Yi Lin with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, Yi Lin, what are your next plans? Why don't you stay by my side? I'll have someone else to talk to. This path of a transmogrifier, it's too hard to go on, so we won't. Yelin laughed dumbly. Ji's father meant to support himself for the rest of his life. But how could Yi Lin agree? He was only forced by life to need to temporarily pretend to be blind. It's not like he's really blind. Uncle Ji, I understand your good intentions, but I still want to go to the university. I don't have long to live anyway, so I might as well go out and experience more scenery, so that the day death does come, I might have less regrets. Ji's father sniffed and was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Good, since you've made your decision, then I'll support you. No matter where you go, the Ji family will be your backing. On the way back, Father Ji also gave Yi Lin a card. Although Yi Lin didn't know how much money was in the card, it shouldn't be less than the one Zhuge Ni gave. Yi Lin then settled down in the Ji family at ease and began to adapt to life with blindness. After losing his sight, Yi Lin's senses such as hearing and smell became much sharper, and he gradually learned to listen to sounds. Just a few days later at night, a figure suddenly landed beside Yi Lin like a ghost. The silhouette was extremely fast and moved extremely lightly, like a feather falling to the ground, but it still didn't escape Yi Lin's ears. Guoqin? Among the people he knew, only Guoqin had this skill. Little boss, it's me. I have to leave. There's a bunch of people arresting me all over the world lately. I can't stay in Xinjiang anymore, otherwise I'll be in trouble sooner or later. I have to go out to get out of the wind first. Also, the identity of Ling Knight is wanted, and beside yourself and Zhuge Ni, there are people who are equally on the lookout, so I won't be able to stay for long, so take care of yourself, and take care, little boss. Guoqin spoke in a low voice and then left silently. Yi Lin's heart thumped. He didn't expect that there were actually people watching even his own side, and he actually hadn't realized it yet. This could only mean that the strength of the person who was secretly watching was definitely extremely terrifying. It was a good thing that he had been doing all he could to play the role of a good blind man for the past few days, and had not revealed any abnormalities, or else he was afraid that something serious would have happened. Originally, he had also planned to sneak out of the city to hunt demons and quickly increase his strength with endless devouring, but now it seems that this matter can only be put on hold for the time being. However, Yi Lin was a bit unwilling to waste his precious time just like that. Yi Lin took a deep breath, his heart rippling with layers as he sat quietly in the darkness, contemplating a countermeasure. Since he was already being watched, he couldn't act rashly. He needed to find a safe place, a place where he could meticulously develop and raise his strength without fear. But where to find such a place? Who knows how long the person watching him will be watching him? What if he's been watching him for years? Could it be that Yilin would really be blind for several years and not even level up? This was clearly not something that Yilin could accept. Just as Yilin was torn, something suddenly fell out of his Great Sumeru ring itself. Yilin froze. Although the Great Sumeru ring had a storage function, if he hadn't activated it himself, the things in the storage space wouldn't have been able to come out at all. Puzzled, Yilin reached out and felt around on the ground, and soon felt a soft pouch. Yilin immediately reacted to the fact that these were the 7 pouches that Zhuge Qianqing had left for him. Zhuge Qianqing had told him that at important points in his life's trajectory, these pouches would open automatically. The first brocade pouch was opened when he hesitated to kill Guqin earlier, and now it was the second. Yilin took a deep breath. He was curious to know what was inside the brocade bag. But there's a problem. Now he's blind. The corners of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. Then he stuffed the brocade pouch into the Great Sumeru ring before twisting his head and burrowing into the restroom, and driving out all the maids in the restroom who were ready to serve him. He didn't believe that the person who was secretly spying on him, no matter how awesome he was, could still spy on what he did in the toilet. Once inside the restroom, Yilin scrambled to regenerate his eyeballs quickly. After regaining his sight, he hurriedly looked at the second brocade bag, wanting to see what Zhuge Qianqing had left for him. But strangely enough, the first brocade bag was different. In the second brocade bag, Zhuge Qianqing left him nothing to say, and only left behind 2 skill scrolls, and the grade was still the most common. Not even a rare grade skill. Teacher, what do you mean by that? Yilin was a bit puzzled. Didn't he say that this was an important point in his life? Zhuge Qianqing just left him 2 bundles of scrolls? Nope. According to one's understanding of Zhuge Qianqing, the teacher, Zhuge Qianqing would never do anything meaningless. Perhaps the secret was hidden in these 2 bundles of ordinary skill scrolls. Yilin checked up the 2 bundles of skill scrolls. Remnant Shadow Technique, the user creates a shadow in front of his body, which is used to confuse the enemy. Turtle Breath Technique, the user can make the rhythm of their breathing slower and slower until it stops completely, entering a state of fake death. Yilin glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Shadow Strike was okay, and for the assassin and warrior professions, this skill was kind of useful. As for the Turtle Breath Technique, can enter the state of fake death is not bad. In case you cannot beat the enemy, can also pretend to die. But the problem is that this skill has a foreshock. It has to control a period of time to control the rhythm of breathing in order to enter the state of fake death. This is not a pitiful it. But fortunately, Yilin had a second professional talent, which was extreme sublimation. Teacher, is it hard to believe that you've even calculated my second career talent? Yilin muttered and directly activated the Turtle Breath Technique. And it was no surprise that the forbidden spell that was upgraded from these 2 skills should be of great use to him. Occupational Talent Extreme Sublimation activated. Turtle Breath Technique has been strengthened to Great Void Technique. Forbidden Spell, Great Void. The spellcaster sacrifices a piece of his own bone every minute, causing himself to enter a state of nothingness to achieve the effect of complete invisibility. And the spell will be invalidated when an attack is launched or when he is hit by an attack. Looking at his body that gradually became transparent and finally disappeared completely, a hint of amazement appeared under Yilin's eyes. With this forbidden spell, he was indeed able to silently get rid of the people watching him. However, it was useless. If that person who was watching realized that Yilin had disappeared, then it would only invite even more trouble for Yilin. It seems that the answer may lie in the second bundle of skill scrolls. Yilin believed that Zhuge Qianqing would definitely not be aimless. Yilin directly launched the Remnant Shadow Technique. Occupational Talent Extreme Sublimation activated. The Remnant Technique has been strengthened to 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Forbidden Spell, 1 breath transforms 3. The forbidden spellcaster loses half of his or her own lifespan to manifest a doppelganger that is identical to his or her current body. Up to 3 doppelgangers can exist at the same time. Note, when the bilocation dies, the main body is not affected. And when the main body dies, the bilocation disappears with it. As a mass of flesh and blood continued to construct before his eyes, an identical version of himself appeared before Yilin's eyes. This doppelganger was indistinguishable from his real self except for the fact that he had no clothes on his body and didn't have the equipment such as the Great Sumeru ring, and even his level and stuff were the same as his own. Yilin had originally been a little curious about how he would control the bilocation after it appeared, but now he realized that after having an additional bilocation, it was actually no different from having a part of his flesh and blood extended, and with just a thought, the bilocation would be able to react accordingly. Yilin's breath hitched, and he then said that there was no way Zhuge Qianqing would fool him. These 2 forbidden spells, The Great Void technique and the One Breath transforms 3 purities, stacked on top of each other, could completely and perfectly solve his immediate predicament. First, he used the One Breath transforms 3 purities to leave an alter ego to continue hanging around in the G family, so that the person who was secretly watching would think that he was still here, while his main body used the Great Void technique to sneak out, and used the illusory face to change his face to brush the monsters. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Saying that he would do it, Yellen took off all of his clothes and put them over his doppelganger's body. In order to be able to be more realistic, he even took off the yin-yang dual life bracelet and the royal dragon Rui ring on his body and gave them to his doppelganger. After this operation, the doppelganger was already exactly the same as the original Yilin, except for not having an immortal body. Perfect. Yellen nodded in satisfaction, then froze. Nope, almost forgot about that. Yellen reached out, snapped off the eyes of his doppelganger, and flushed them directly into the toilet. He had just regenerated his eyeballs in order to look at the brood, so the doppelganger also had eyes, which was fine now. Yilin maneuvered his doppelganger so that he pushed the door and walked out, while he himself unleashed his stigmata technique and completely entered a state of invisibility. The doppelganger walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows and muttered, "Open the balcony doors, I want a breeze." "Okay, Yi Xiao." The 2 black silk maids immediately opened the door to the balcony for their doppelgangers, while Yilin's main body also slipped out in the meantime. With the existence of the Great Void technique, although there were many people up and down the G family, none of them were able to discover Yilin's existence. Yilin's main body didn't leave in a hurry, but kept a close eye on the movements of the bilocation. He took control of his doppelganger and walked out onto the balcony, enjoying the night breeze. Immediately afterward, Yilin noticed a very subtle change in front of him, and a faint shadow, like a ghost, surfaced on the wall on the other side of the balcony without making a single sound of movement. Yilin's heart fluttered, and he knew that this was the person who was secretly spying on him. If he hadn't fooled this person with 2 forbidden spells, Yilin wouldn't have even been able to discover where this person was hiding. Just as Yilin stared at the other party, the shadow suddenly raised its head violently, its sinister eyes instantly meeting Yilin's line of sight. Yilin's face changed violently, and his entire body froze in place. Could it be that he had been discovered? He held his breath, not daring to move the slightest bit. It was a good thing that the shadow looked in Leafwood's direction for a while before muttering and withdrawing its gaze. Strange, why do I feel like someone is looking at me? Only then did Yilin let out a sigh of relief. So it turned out that the shadow hadn't noticed him. It just subconsciously didn't feel quite right. It seems that the stealth effect of the Great Void technique is still quite good. Now that there was a doppelganger at the top of the G family, Yilin could finally let go of his hands and level up. Teacher, you're really 10 big black cows and a heifer in a hotel bullishly miserable. On the way out, Yilin couldn't help but lament Zhuge Qianqing's unerring calculations, actually being able to calculate even what kind of predicament he would encounter now. Relying on the stealth effect of the Great Void technique, Yilin first went to smooth out a new set of clothes, and only immediately after did he burrow into a secluded place where no one was, change into his clothes, and put on his phantom face. In doing so, he swung into a whole new identity. From now on, the skills used should also be standardized. So, ice system it is. There are more ice system skill scrolls. From now on, I'm an ice system mage. Yilin categorized all the ice skill scrolls in the Great Sumeru Ring. With the existence of the second profession talent extreme sublimation, Yilin could completely disguise himself as a transmigrant of another profession. What can I say? It makes sense for ice skills to be more powerful, right? After making his preparations, Yilin drove his Great Void technique to the edge of the city wall, followed by a spatial leap to the outside of the city. While smelling the fishy air outside the city, Yilin felt an unspeakable sense of comfort. From now on, it's really a case of the sky is high and the sea is wide. However, Yilin didn't rush to kill the monsters, but instead launched spatial leaps one after another, and pulled away from Qingqing for hundreds of kilometers before officially starting his upgrade journey. There was a sudden rustling in the bushes not far away. Yilin followed the sound and a hideous-looking demonic creature gradually appeared. It was on all fours, its fur as black as asphalt, a pair of scarlet eyes with a ferocious light flashing in them, its mouth revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, drool dripping to the ground, making a nuisance sound and emitting a strong stench. What a cute puppy dog. Come here and sip. Yilin was in a good mood at the moment, and seeing the demonic creature even left him free to flirt with the other party. Sensing Yilin's provocation, the demonic creature that looked a bit like a dog let out a low growl before its limbs stomped on the ground and lunged towards Yilin. I'm going to have to start a pot of onion, ginger and garlic if you do that. The corner of Yilin's mouth picked up as he flicked his finger, and an icy aura instantly filled the air. Ice Blade Jutsu. The moment it was released, the Ice Blade art was instantly polarized and sublimated into the forbidden spell Frost Sorrow. A huge sword blade made of pure ice crystals condensed in the air, razor sharp and chilly. The blade seemed to be carved from the purest cold ice in the world, crystal clear and emitting a faint blue light. The moment Yilin flicked his finger, the ice sword whistled out with a biting cold air, pointing directly at the hideous demonic creature. The ferocious light in the demon's eyes instantly disappeared, turning into panic and despair, and it only then reacted to what kind of thing it had provoked. The demonic creature whimpered and tried to escape, but as soon as it turned around, a coldness that seemed to come from the nine hells froze it completely. The ice sword chopped down without any hindrance, splitting the demonic creature's body in two. The ice crystals shattered and turned into a cold, overflowing frost, and the demonic creature's body became two ice sculptures with it. Yilin smoothly launched Endless Devouring. Devour a level 32 common magical creature *1 to gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 125 years. Experience value by 320 points. Increase strength attribute by 5 points. Agility attribute by 1 point. And mental attribute by 1 point. Although the 3 pieces of equipment, the Royal Dragon Rui Ring and the Yin Yang Twin Life Bracelet, were missing, Yilin's combat power at the moment was by no means something that an ordinary demonic creature below level 50 could touch. On this day, the demons 100 kilometers away from Qingcheng once again recalled the fear of being slaughtered by humans. Devour a level 36 common magical creature *1 to gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase life expectancy by 360 years. Experience value by 360 points. Increase strength attribute by 7 points. Agility attribute by 2 points. And mental attribute by 1 point. Devour a level 37 common magical creature *1 to gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 245 years. Experience value by 370 points. Increase strength attribute by 5 points. Agility attribute by 1 point. And mental attribute by 3 points. Under the effect of Endless Devouring, not only was Yilin's experience value rising, even his 3-dimensional attributes were rising. Moreover, the various energies required by his body were constantly replenished, which made him not feel any fatigue at all. Like a perpetual motion machine madly slaughtering the surrounding demonic creatures, Yilin couldn't help but feel some emotion. It was no wonder that the Origin ancient artifacts caused a series of terrifying wars every time they appeared. The existence of this kind of thing was just too heaven-defying. This seems a bit slow, Yilin muttered, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Yilin's level had risen to level 29, leveling up in 3 days. This kind of speed was already appalling when there were no high-level specialists to team up with and it was completely solo, but Yilin still wasn't too satisfied. In that case, Forbidden Spell, 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Yilin directly released the forbidden spell and managed to summon 2 doppelgangers after sacrificing 3/4 of his young life. 1 Qi transformation 3 Qing could appear as 3 doppelgangers at most, and 1 had to stay in the Ji family to cover his ears. Then currently Yilin could only summon 2 doppelgangers as well. However, when he saw the face of the doppelganger, Yilin's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, because the faces of these 2 doppelgangers looked just like his own. After all, doppelgangers didn't have phantom faces to wear. If you wear this face, it is estimated that you will have to be bad if you meet someone, and the face of the national top student, Yelin, is still quite recognizable. Thinking of this, Yelin coalesced an ice blade and then smeared the faces of the 2 doppelgangers. For a moment, blood flowed, and soon the 2 doppelgangers were completely disfigured, becoming horribly disfigured. Both doppelgangers' faces were covered with various knife-edge scars, knife-edge eyebrows, knife-edge noses, knife-edge lips, knife-edge jawlines, and knife-edge faces. Well, that's about right. Yilin nodded with satisfaction. If these 2 doppelgangers were to be put into a hegemonic novel, it would be designated as a standard hegemonic modeling face. After dealing with the faces of the 2 doppelgangers, Yilin looked towards a low-level demonic creature not far away that was munching on leaves. If he dares to eat leaves today, he'll dare to eat people tomorrow. Go on, finish him off. Yilin maneuvered his doppelganger and charged towards the demonic creature. The demonic creature also sensed that a human was approaching him. It was a corrupted hammer dragon, and although it was a vegetarian, its strength was not vegetarian. Seeing Yilin's doppelganger coming towards him, the corrupted hammer dragon stopped eating and turned around, then flicked its tail with great force, and that tail covered in scales and armor swept across like an iron whip. However, although Yilin's doppelganger didn't have any equipment on him, he could be a level 29 forbidden spellcaster. Facing the attack of the corrupted hammer dragon, the doppelganger opened the instantaneous dance and directly dodged it, and then raised his hand and sent out a forbidden ice spell. Frost Sorrow. The huge ice sword descended from the sky, directly decapitating the demonic creature. Indeed? Looks like I guessed right. Yilin's main body muttered that the split body would not gain any experience value when the main body killed the demonic creature. But also, if the split kills the demonic creature can increase the experience value to the main body, then 3 splits can mean an additional 3 times the speed of monster upgrading, which is not too heavenly. That Yi Chi Hua Sanxing can't even be considered a forbidden spell anymore. It has to be considered an immortal art at a high or low level. However, for Yilin, it didn't matter if the split killed demons or not to provide experience value. The demonic corpse was still on the line. Yilin walked forward and directly launched Endless Devouring at the corpse of the corrupted hammer dragon. Devour a level 33 common magical creature *1, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increase life expectancy by 666 years. Experience value by 330 points. Increase strength attribute by 4 points. Agility attribute by 1 point. And mental attribute by 2 points. After devouring the corrupted hammer dragon, the concentration of Yilin's dragon bloodline instantly doubled. Dragon's bloodline, current concentration 0.00002%. Effect, unknown. A look of surprise appeared in the bottom of Yilin's eyes. It seemed like his plan was working, letting the 2 doppelgangers hunt demons with him, and then he himself would use Endless Devouring to gobble up the demonic corpses that the doppelgangers had killed. In this way, the speed of his upgrades would definitely be able to be greatly increased. Yilin gave the 2 doppelgangers a few ice skill scrolls. Then with a thought, the 2 doppelgangers immediately rushed out in opposite directions, and is being swept out toward the front of the room. As the saying goes, 10 years to sharpen a sword, 5 years to sharpen a half. Under this 3-person combined mode, Yilin's already extremely terrifying speed was once again drastically increased. Devour level 29 normal magic creature *1, gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, mineral, increase life expectancy by 85 years, experience value by 290 points, increase strength attribute by 3 points, agility attribute by 3 points, and mental attribute by 1 point. Devour a level 38 common magical creature *1, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increase life expectancy by 15 years, experience value by 380 points, increase strength attribute by 9 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and mental attribute by 2 points. Endless Devouring rapidly decomposed the corpses of one demonic creature after another. This terrifying rate of improvement caused even Yilin to exude a look of surprise. 3 days later, Yilin's level had risen again, reaching level 30. It was important to know that the experience value required to raise level 29 to level 30 could be even more than level 28 raising level 29, but he had similarly completed the upgrade in only 3 days. At this rate, if he were to sink his teeth into this hard brush for a month, Yilin would be able to reach level 35 at least. Still too slow, but even though the upgrade speed was already so fast, Yilin was still a bit dissatisfied. If he continued at this rate, even if he didn't eat or drink and kept brushing, he would have to brush for at least a few years to reach level 90 or above. And that's if the experience value required to upgrade doesn't become more. In the end, it was still the fact that the demons near Qingqing were too weak and too few. They were spread out, and it was also difficult to see demons with a level over 40. High-level magic creatures are not to be mentioned. They are completely unseen, and the doppelganger wasn't able to help him hunt demons all the time. After all, the doppelganger that was transformed out of the One Breath Transforms 3 purities didn't have an immortal body. Basically, as soon as you put in more banning spells, the doppelganger dies outside. Yilin had tried to use Endless Devouring to devour the bodies of his doppelgangers, but the doppelgangers he devoured could only provide him with a lifespan and nothing else. This also made Yilin a little disappointed. If only the doppelganger could also provide experience value. He had an unlimited lifespan anyway. Yilin then also began to think about whether there was a faster way to upgrade, but after careful thought, he couldn't come up with anything better. After all, he was just a loner without any powerful transmuter forces behind him other than the G family. He has nothing but money. This left Yelin with a lot less room to maneuver. AI. If only I were the human emperor of Disya, wouldn't it be nice to give an order and have the entire Disya's transmigrants come together to hunt demons for me and send the demonic corpses in front of me? This way, I guess it only takes 1 day for my rank to explode. Yilin laughed bitterly and laughed at himself, but immediately after, Yilin suddenly realized that there seemed to be something going on with this matter. Although he wasn't the human emperor of Disya, he could use his money to buy the corpses of demons. Generally speaking, the corpses of magical creatures were useless to combat-oriented transmutants. However, for the life profession, the corpses of magical creatures would be of great use, Because the corpses of demonic creatures? For professions such as forgers, alchemists, and alchemists, there were many materials that could be extracted for skill training. Therefore there were many combat-oriented professionals who would drag the bodies of the magical creatures back to the Transfiguration Guild and sell them to the Transfiguration Guild after hunting and killing them. There would also be life faculty professionals in the Transfiguration Guild who would post quests and beg heavily for materials from certain magical creatures. So is it possible to do the same for yourself? Yelin found himself spotting Watson. When he said he would do it, Yilin immediately went back to Qingcheng, exchanged identities with his doppelganger and went to find Ji's father to ask for money. In order to avoid leaving traces, Yilin didn't ask for a bank card, but the gold he asked for. Gold is small and easier to carry than cash, and a nugget the size of a fingernail can be worth tens of thousands of dollars. Although Ji's father didn't know what Yilin wanted the gold for, but Yilin opened his mouth and asked for the money he was least short of, so Ji's father naturally wouldn't refuse. How much do you want? Father Ji asked bluntly. I only need $30 million, Yilin replied honestly. Ji's father sniffed, picked up his coffee, and spoke in a deep voice. You're still young. $30 million isn't enough. 300 million. 300 million and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. 300 million? 300 million is too much. Uncle G, calling so much money at once will easily cause others to be suspicious, right? And this money needs to be kept secret. It can't be known by anyone that it was given to me. Otherwise both of us will easily be in trouble. Yilin frowned. Ji's father's brow furrowed, then slowly stretched. Don't worry, it's not much, and it's absolutely confidential. No third person will know that you got such a large sum of money, Father Ji said, opening his padded safe. The moment the safe opened, Yilin realized that poverty still limited his imagination, and even his face was reflected in a golden color, only to see the safe, divided into two layers. The upper layer was filled with some A4 papers, which seemed to be some important documents. The lower level, on the other hand, was neatly stacked with rows and rows of gold bricks, which made Yilin's breath catch a little. He had thought that Father Ji was rich, but he hadn't expected that he would actually be rich to this extent. Without saying a word, Ji's father began to move the gold bricks out, and Yilin immediately began to help. Soon, the safe was emptied of gold bricks, leaving only an empty safe, and in front of Yilin, calf-high piles of gold had been stacked up. I haven't counted exactly how much of this gold there is, but 200 to 300 million should be there. I already have the habit of collecting gold, Father Ji said with a tired and sweaty head. Yilin also had to sigh with emotion. The gold thing was really worth money. If it was replaced with $200 or $300 million of paper money, I'm afraid that his big Sumeru ring can't even hold it. With a wave of his hand, Yilin put all the gold into the great Sumeru ring. Thank you, Uncle Ji. Consider this money as something I borrowed from you. I will pay it back in the future, Yilin said sincerely. What thanks in borrowing? Next time you let Uncle hear those words, Uncle is going to get angry. Father Ji frowned. I've got you to thank for that, if it really counts. After Kensen died, a big piece of the cake was left empty, and since everyone thought that I screwed Kensen over, no one even dared to grab that piece of cake from me. Ji's group relied on the various businesses before the annexation of Kensen, and their assets have risen substantially, even reaching 3 times their original value. Yilin, having you is a blessing for me. Yilin scratched his head at that. He didn't realize that there were actually all these doors and ways. Okay, then I won't say anything polite. Don't worry, in the future, if there's a mouthful of food for me Yilin, there'll be a bowl for you to brush. Let's go. Ji's father first stared at his words, then couldn't help but shake his head. Brat. After bidding farewell to Father Ji, Yilin once again went to the restroom and exchanged identities with his doppelganger before heading straight to the Transfiguration Guild. The deaths of the 2 presidents and vice presidents, Wang Lichuan and Chen Kai, didn't seem to have any effect on the Qingcheng Transfiguration Guild, and the entrance to the Transfiguration Guild was still full of people. Yilin walked in and came to the counter in the quest area. Hello, I'd like to post a quest. Hello, a man with a long face at the counter flashed a smile. May I ask what quest you're posting? Recycle the demonic corpses, Yilin said. Okay, may I ask what price you are prepared to recover it for? The horse-faced man politely inquired. What is the normal recovery price now? Yilin asked. Sir, this specifically depends on the level and type of the demonic creature. A normal level 10 or so demonic corpse is 300,000 a head. Special demonic creatures, such as the golden armored demon rhinoceros, will have to increase the money, probably up to 450,000, the horse-faced man explained. What about below level 20? Yilin pursued. Level 20 is going to be slightly more expensive, probably around 800,000, and for a level 30 demonic corpse, probably around 2 million, the horse-faced man thoughtfully explained. Then I understand. Yellen nodded. Then said. A level 10 demonic corpse. I'll take 400,000. A level 20 demonic corpse. I'll take 900,000. And a level 30 demonic corpse. I'll take 2,100,000. And to put it bluntly, I'll beat the market price by 100,000 for whatever the market price is. The horse-faced man's heart trembled at his words, secretly saying that this was a wealthy and generous lord that had come. No problem. Then is it convenient for you to move over? On our side of the Transfigurator Guild, we need to check your funds first. The horse-faced man brought Yilin to an independent enclosed lounge, after which Yilin took out all the gold in the large Sumeru ring. The moment he saw the gold, the horse-faced man's breathing stopped instantly. The impact of so much gold was no less than a forbidden spell. The knots in the horse-faced man's throat rolled up and down. Then he picked up a gold brick and bit it. And when he saw a tooth mark appear on the gold brick, the horse-faced man instantly became excited. That, sir, if you post a quest, we in the Transfigurator Guild charge a 1% handling fee. Is that okay with you? Yes. Then I'll leave it all to you. The corpses of the demons. I'll take as many as I can get. I'll come over to pick them up every 3 days. Yilin nodded. No problem. I'll take care of it. The horse-faced man was very excited. The commission from this order was enough for 10 years of his salary. May I ask what is your name? Sir? Liu. Alright Mr. Liu. I'll go release the mission. The horse-faced man almost tripped over himself on his way out the door due to his overwhelming excitement. Subsequently, a new quest was added to the Qingcheng Transfiguration Guild. Unlimited recovery of demonic corpses. Level 1 to 4 demonic corpses. 100,000 a head. Level 5 to 8 200,000 a head. Level 9-12 400,000 a head. Level 37 to 40, 5 million a head. The moment this quest appeared, the entire room in the quest hall was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by the exaggerated recovery price. It was important to know that the corpses of level 1 to 4 magical creatures were normally only 30,000 to 40,000 a head, and the only ones that could be sold for more than 100,000 were those that were captured alive. But now, there are 100,000 dead ones? Killing demons and dragging the bodies back is much easier than capturing them alive. And not only level 1 to 4 magical creatures, but even the corpses of magical creatures of other levels were much more expensive than normal. The moment the quest appeared, there were quite a few people who ran to the quest hall to ask the staff of the Transfigurator Guild for confirmation of the authenticity of this quest. When they got confirmation from the Transfiguration Guild that the quest was true, all the transfigurants boiled over, and the desire for money showed in one pair of eyes. An hour after the mission was released, the mission hall was full of people, crowded, and the degree of crowding was comparable to a popular scenic spot on a holiday. 3 hours after the quest was released, the entrance of Qingcheng City was full of people. People were gathering, and all of these people without exception were transmigrators, giving the soldiers guarding the city a frightening pale face. They almost thought that it was the Qingcheng transmigrants who had collectively started to riot. After learning about it, I realized that these people, all of them are actually going out of town to do a mission. Hu Wang, the city lord of Qingcheng who learned of this news, was even more in tears. He had been the city lord for so long, but it was the first time he had seen Qingcheng's transmigrants doing quests with such a high level of enthusiasm. Is this the ability to pay money? Let them be. This trend won't last long. Recycling demonic corpses at those prices. No amount of money is enough to burn. Hong waved his hand graciously and didn't bother with the matter. Qingcheng had a real big shot coming these days. He didn't have the time to care about what Qingcheng's transmogrifier was going to do. Keeping the big shot company was the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After Yi Lin's demon corpse recovery quest was released, some people were happy and some people were sad. While Qingcheng's combat profession transmigrants ran out of the city to do quests with great vigor, Qingcheng's life profession transmigrants were sighing and complaining. Fuck! Which loser is this? What does he need so many demonic corpses for? I haven't seen a single demon corpse in the past few days. How can I forge without materials? Who isn't? I wanted to see if I could go one step further and upgrade from a senior alchemist to a master alchemist, but it turns out I couldn't buy a single bit of demonic material these past few days. That price of his is too high. Who in their right mind would recycle demonic corpses at that price? It's a loss. Originally, the combat profession hunted and killed magical creatures and sold them the materials from the magical creatures, who then crafted them into equipment or potions and sold them to the combat profession. This was a virtuous cycle. But now, once Yi Lin's mission was released, they couldn't collect any materials unless they were willing to increase their money as much as Yi Lin. The many forges and refiners and alchemists all hated this nonsense. They had to think of a way to solve it before they could do so. Since we can't solve the problem, let's solve the person who asked the question. At this time, Yilin had already arrived at the Transfiguration Union once again, because today was the time he came to the Transfiguration Guild to pick up the corpses of the demons. Upon seeing him, the horse-faced man instantly lit up. Mr. Liu, this way please. The horse-faced man brought Yilin to the front of a huge warehouse, and at the horse-faced man's signal, the security guard of the warehouse immediately opened the warehouse door. The moment the warehouse opened, a rush of cold air hit the room. The interior of the warehouse was dim and chilly, a stark contrast to the sunny weather outside. The tall shelves were stacked with all kinds of demonic corpses, some already disposed of, some still with blood that had been frozen into ice crystals. Even with the extremely low temperature, there was still a faint putrid odor in the air, intertwining with the cold air and causing someone discomfort as it ran through their nose. Mr. Liu, these are the demonic corpses received in the past 3 days. Can you see if you are satisfied? The horse-faced man said as if inviting credit, and specifically looking for a cold storage. Thoughtful, Yilin nodded and lifted his foot to walk in. Close the door for me. Close it? The horse-faced man froze, then nodded in a hurry. Okay, no problem. Although he didn't know why Yelin was doing this, but the Golden Master's father's meaning, just do it, no need to ask why. It's like if someone just puts $5 million on your card and tells you to run around naked. Are you going to ask why? As the door of the cold storage slowly closed, Yilin's heart couldn't help but be a little excited. It's true that there's strength in numbers. If he had only relied on himself and his 2 doppelgangers, not to mention 3 days, he wouldn't have been able to get this many demonic corpses in 3 months' time. Although none of these magical creatures had a high level when they were born, but quantity produces quality, and a dollar coin can buy a car or a house once the number of coins is high. After checking to make sure that there wasn't any surveillance in this cold storage room, Yilin immediately turned on endless devouring and began to feast. Devour a level 2 common magical creature *1. Gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, increase life expectancy by 10 years, experience value by 20 points, and increase strength attribute by 1 point. Devour a level 8 common magical creature *1. Gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increase life expectancy by 16 years. Experience value by 80 points. Increase strength attribute by 2 points and agility attribute by 1 point. Devour a level 5 common magical creature *1 to gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increases life expectancy by 15 years. Experience value by 50 points. And increases agility attribute by 1 point. One after another, the corpses of the demons were disintegrated and devoured. And after half an hour had passed, all the demonic corpses in the entire cold storage had been devoured. As for Yilin's level, he had also managed to raise it to level 32. It was important to realize that when he entered the gate of the apocalypse, Yilin was only level 25. In just over half a month's time, from level 25 to level 32, this kind of upgrading speed if it was spread out, I don't know how many people would have their jaws dropped. I'm afraid that if we look at the entire history of the human race, there has never been such an appalling upgrade speed. Yilin was also even more convinced that he had been right in mobilizing all of Qingqing's transmigrators to go hunting demons for himself. After calming his agitated mind, Yelin asked the horse-faced man to open the door of the cold storage room and walked out. When he saw the empty cold storage, the horse-faced man froze on the spot. So many demonic corpses, actually just gone? As if he could see the horse-faced man's doubts, Yilin shook the large sumaru ring in his hand. No need to make a fuss. It's all been put away in my storage ring. The horse-faced man revealed a dawning realization, and then a touch of envy was added to his eyes as he looked at Yilin. Equipment with storage functions are not cheap, and storage equipment with a storage space so large that it can be compared to a cold storage, the price is even more astronomical. It's no wonder that people can come up with so much money to recycle demonic corpses. Go away, Yelin burped. Take care, Mr. Liu, the horse-faced man said respectfully. Yilin, who had just finished leveling up, went out of the Transfiguration Guild in high spirits, but just before he had gone far, his eyebrows were slightly raised. He's being followed. The spiritual power of the forbidden spellcasters could not be underestimated, unless the other party was particularly good at the profession of concealment, or the spiritual power was still above Yilin's. Otherwise, if someone was following, Yilin basically found it at the first time. He did not make a sound, but did not move out of the city, and even very thoughtful to find a secluded and uninhabited place, which at first glance is a treasure trove for killing people. As expected, 2 men, one tall and one short, instantly blocked Yilin's path one after the other. You're the one who posted a quest to recycle demonic corpses in large quantities, aren't you? Someone has offered money for your life. The tall man spoke in a cold voice, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yilin raised his eyebrows slightly. How much did they pay you guys? Tell me who they are and I'll give you double. Still bargaining at the end of your life? If we kill you, won't all your money be ours? The tall man had a sneer on his face. By this time, the other short man had brazenly struck out. What are you bothering with him for? Look at the aura on his body. The level is more or less the same as ours. Kill him and we still have to hurry to Qingqing's 79th secret realm. That's a new secret realm. There might be something good. A flash of cold on cut towards Yi Lin's throat. This short man was obviously an assassin profession. His level wasn't low. He should be around level 30. Yi Lin sighed a little helplessly. Originally today he had just risen 2 levels in a row in a good mood, did not want to kill people. Why should he be forced to do so? Freeze spell. Just at the moment when the cold aura in the short man's hand was about to touch Yi Lin's throat, an extremely cold aura suddenly erupted, centering on Yi Lin and quickly spreading out. The short man only felt a wave of cold air hit his face, and immediately afterward, his body began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the tall man saw this, his face changed violently, but before he could escape, the extremely cold aura froze along with him. In a blink of an eye, there was an ice sculpture in front of and behind Yi Lin's face, and apart from their heads, both the tall man and the short man's bodies were completely frozen, with panic written all over their eyes. Only then did they realize what a terrifying existence they had incurred. Alright, can we talk properly now? Tell me, who told you guys to come? And also, what about the 79 secret realm that you guys just talked about? Yi Lin asked with a kind face. Both the tall man and the short man were trembling, and no one dared to open their mouths to say anything more. Hurry up. Whoever speaks positively will live. Yi Lin droned. This deep cry instantly woke up the 2 men, and the taller man hastily took the initiative to open his mouth and shouted, "Me! I'm inflamed. I'm really inflamed." What the hell is inflamed? Yelin furrowed his brows in some confusion. The tall man's face reddened and he said with some embarrassment, "I went to wash my feet earlier and didn't have it on, so I got infected and inflamed." Yelin, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm not asking you if you're inflamed. Yi Lin was almost laughed at by the anger. He had never seen such a seizure. He was even a bit reluctant to kill these 2 talents. The shorter man was the first to respond, cautiously inquiring, "So, if I tell you, will you leave me alone?" "Of course I will. Don't worry. If I lie to you, I'll cut my head off myself." Yi Lin patted his chest and swore with conviction. The shorter man then breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke. "The people who hired us to kill you are a few life profession professionals from Qingqing who feel that quest you posted is disrupting the market." "Name?" Yelin pursued. "Senior Forge Master Yin Xiang. Senior Alchemist Yuning Fa. Senior Alchemist Zhou Heping." The short man sold all of his employers without hesitation. "Alright, I'll make a note of it. Then what's up with the 79 secret realm you just mentioned?" Yi Lin continued to ask. The 79th secret realm is a new secret realm that suddenly appeared not far from Qingqing in the past 2 days. The location is just 30 kilometers north of Qingqing. I don't know about the rest of it, but every time a new secret realm appears, there are quite a lot of good things. The short man was shivering from the cold, but he still answered Yelin's questions very seriously. Yi Lin also pondered upon hearing this. The 79 secret realm by himself or not? It's better to go. After all, the number of demons has been much lower lately as there are transmigrators out hunting demons everywhere around Qingqing. Moreover, he had just finished picking up the demonic corpses from the Transfiguration Guild side, and the next time he went to pick them up would have to be 3 days later. 3 days is enough for a trip to the secret world. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? The short man's upper and lower rows of teeth were chilling. He was just too frozen to stand. Release you? How could such words come out of your mouth? Yi Lin's mind moved, and then the ice crystals began to freeze once again, spreading towards the faces of the taller man and the shorter man. You go back on your word. You're shameless. The short man's eyes were filled with panic and indignation. Yi Lin sniffed and was instantly displeased. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yelin coalesced an ice blade and flicked it around his neck, removing his head. The wound was frozen just as it appeared, and not even a drop of blood was shed. I'm a man of my word. A promise is a promise. I said I'd cut my head off if I lied to you. Here, look, it's cut off. Looking at Yi Lin, who had taken his head off and was still able to speak, the tall man's eyes rolled white and he directly fainted in fear. And although the shorter man wasn't stunned, his face wasn't much better. His 2 rows of toothbeds knocking together frantically, and he didn't know if he was freezing or scared. When Yi Lin put the head back on, both of them had frozen into ice sculptures, and with a flick of Yi Lin's finger, they turned into 2 balls of ice crystal powder that dissipated between heaven and earth. Alright, let's go. The 79th secret realm. Along the way, Yi Lin encountered quite a few teams that were hunting magic creatures, which made him look at the old man with great relief. It seemed that after 3 days, his level would definitely be able to go up another notch. As night gradually fell and starlight dotted the sky, Yilin arrived at a place 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng. The entrance to the 79th secret realm was like a gigantic black whirlpool, constantly gulping in darkness, and Yilin could feel a powerful force emanating from it. At this moment, there were quite a few transmigrators gathered at the entrance to watch and talk. What's in this secret realm? Why is it that no one who went in has come out? Yeah, the first people who went in have been in there for almost 2 days now, and there's no movement at all. I'm going to wait until someone comes out before I go in anyway. Who knows if it'll be a dead end? The secret realm will come again later, and there's only one life per person. Many of the people gathered here were harboring the thought of waiting for others to explore the path first. Not all secret realms were suitable for transmuters to go in and brush up their levels to improve their strength. The reason why this secret realm was called the 79th secret realm was because this secret realm was the 79th secret realm that had appeared in the vicinity of Qingcheng. Putting aside the 79 secret realms, almost half of the other 78 secret realms were dead. Go in and die. The temperature in those secret realms was either so high that a body of flesh and blood would be burned to ashes the moment it stepped into it. Either that, or the temperature is so low that the transmogrifier will be frozen into an ice sculpture as soon as he enters. Either it is filled with poisonous gas or it contains enough radiation to kill. These were the ones that other bold transmogrifier seniors had once used their lives to help them scout out. So every time a new secret realm opens, the first, second, third, and fourth central hospitals of Qingcheng will send ambulances to grab business at the entrance of the secret realm. Transfigurators were all masters who didn't lack money, and doing a single business with a high-level transfigurator could support the hospital's revenue for a month. The 79th secret realm was just opened 2 days ago, and after it was opened, all the people who went in didn't come out. So who knows if it will also be a place of death. Just as the crowd was talking, the black vortex at the entrance of the secret realm suddenly became transparent. Through that transparent vortex, the crowd saw a brilliant light, and within that light, there seemed to be an object vaguely rotating slowly. Just as the crowd held their breath for an instant, staring at the object in death, only to see the light in the center of the vortex suddenly erupt, radiant to the extreme, as if a blazing sun had risen from the depths of the earth's core, piercing the crowd so much that they had to close their eyes. When the light faded a little and the crowd cautiously opened their eyes again, they saw a scene they would never forget. Only a slender scepter was seen floating in the light, its body flowing with 7-colored light, as if it contained the purest power in heaven and earth. The top of the scepter was set with a transparent crystal gemstone, which was carved with ancient runes, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it could lead all beings to an unknown world. The crowd gathered at the entrance was shocked beyond words, staring blankly at the scepter that had suddenly appeared, unable to say half a word. What a terrifying aura! That scepter couldn't be a divine artifact, could it? An unknown person in the crowd murmured in a low voice. This sentence was like dropping a boulder into the surface of a calm lake, and the crowd instantly boiled up. Immediately afterward, the many transmigrators who were still in a wait-and-see state rushed towards the entrance of the 79th secret realm like locusts crossing the border. The artifact is mine. Whoever snatches it from me, I'll kill anyone. Humph. That depends on whether or not your excellency has the skill. Anyone who kills can be killed by anyone. This kind of treasure is naturally for those with virtue. Martial virtue is also virtue. The gnarled muscles behind a transmogrifier's back slowly coalesced into the word deity. The sudden change at the entrance of the 79th secret realm caused all the transmigrators to go crazy over it. Human greed was endless, and the moment that scepter appeared, reason was instantly thrown out of their minds. After all, that scepter was probably a legendary heaven-destroying artifact. If we can capture that scepter, why would we worry about not accomplishing great things? As he watched the many transmigrators frantically pouring into the 79th secret realm as if they were crazy, Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a vague feeling that it was probably a trap. After all, if there was really a divine artifact in this secret realm, where would it be their turn to get these little caramels? It was expected that a truly powerful person would have arrived long ago. Just as Yilin hesitated to enter or not, a very pleasant voice rang out. This brother, you can also see that this secret realm is not right? A man with an inch-haired head appeared beside Yilin. Even with an inch of hair, it was still difficult to hide the other party's delicate features and clear face. Yilin swept a glance at the other party, frowned slightly, and took a slight half-step backward in his footsteps. What are you doing dressed as a man? How did you see that I'm a woman dressed as a man? Xia Xiaoxiao's pupils shrunk violently at his words. She had obviously changed into boy's clothes, didn't wear any makeup, and specially shaved off her long hair, and she had looked at herself in front of the mirror several times to make sure that she was now a complete tomboy before she left the house, only to have the first person she ran into out of the house actually recognize her straight away as a man dressed as a woman. Number 1. Guys don't wear such thick lipstick unless their lips are cracked. Yilin pointed at Xie Xiaoxiao's rosy lips that looked like they had been smeared with lard. Secondly, you know how to change into men's clothes and shave your inches. You don't know how to hide such a big pair of thunders? You're not a crossdresser, then it's a siren. Yilin pointed at Xie Xiaoxiao's dare again. Xie Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a little. She realized how poorly she had disguised herself. No wonder everyone along the way was looking at her a little strangely. Damn! She'd gotten used to the pair being there so long ago. Where would she think to hide it? Yilin shook his head helplessly, turned around and wanted to leave. He vaguely felt that this bitch's head seemed to be even worse than Zhugani's brain. He didn't want to mess with another brain-dead bitch. Wait! Don't you go yet! Seeing that Yilin was about to leave, Xie Xiaoxiao hurriedly blocked in front of him. I see that you're quite smart. How about this? How about we team up and enter the 79 secret realm? If I'm not wrong, there should be a demon race present in this secret realm. Only a demon race would use this technique to lure humans in. Ordinary demons don't have this intelligence, Xie Xiaoxiao said very seriously. Demons? Yilin's footsteps slightly lurched as he heard this, and he remembered the demonic man he had encountered in the scholarship mystery territory. Gallagher. Devils, the strength is indeed powerful. If you can go to swallow a few devils with endless devouring. Yilin's heart thumped and he immediately decided to enter the 79th secret realm. However, he didn't want to team up with a woman who was dressed as a man and didn't know how to hide minds. Yilin coldly tried to leave. At that moment, Xia Xiaoxia spoke again. I can give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry, the education I received from a young age doesn't support me to do this kind of thing. You're looking at the wrong person. Yilin's footsteps did not stop. An epic piece of equipment. The moment Xie Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, Yilin instantly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head with a cold face, then suddenly broke into a smile. What a good judge of character. Women with bad brains he scoffs at. Rich women with bad brains he swoons over. Lu Sun said that even if you hate a person, the corners of your mouth will still involuntarily rise when he hits you up for money. May I ask how to address you? By the way, is that epic equipment being given now? Yilin asked one after another. You can just call me Xiao Xiao, Xie Xiaoxiao said. As for epic equipment, what type do you want? A ring? Necklace? Or a sword? Hiss. Yilin sniffed and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. You can choose the type? This is a real rich bitch. When did Qingcheng have such a rich woman? Why hasn't he heard Guoqin mention it? Didn't Guoqin say he knows all the rich women in Qingcheng? It was important to know that the only epic level equipment that Yilin had on him was a red flame staff, which was still pulled out of the belly of the golden toad of many treasures. Although it was said that the price of epic level equipment was in the tens of millions of dollars, it was often priced out of the market, and very few people would take epic level equipment out for money. Otherwise, Yilin would have asked Father Ji to use his banknote ability to help him change his entire body's equipment to epic level. I'm an ice mage. Just give it as you see fit. I'm not picky. Yilin rubbed his hands together and smiled. He. An ice mage? That's just as well. I do have one here for you. Xie Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Then with a wipe of the ring on her hand, a box appeared in her hand. The surface of the box was inlaid with silver patterns, giving off a mysterious and noble aura. This hand made Yilin's eyes narrow slightly. Equipment with storage? This chick does have money. Xie Xiaoxiao opened the box, revealing the item inside. It was a crystal clear bracelet. The bracelet was inlaid with one blue gemstone after another, like 10,000 years of immutable blue ice, emitting a faint coldness. This is the heart of ice crystal. An epic bracelet. Xie Xiaoxiao handed the ice crystal heart to Yilin. Yilin took the box and only felt a cold breath coming through his hand, as if there was ice and snow jumping on his fingertips. Heart of ice crystal. Class, epic. Attribute, spiritual power increased by 60%, washable. Skill, absolute zero. Absolute zero. The wearer expands a field infinitely close to absolute zero with himself as the center, and the power of ice skills performed within this field is increased by 100%. It's actually a domain skill? After reading the description of the heart of ice crystal, Yilin couldn't help but be a little staggered. Domain-type skills were extremely rare. After all, for a mage, the difference in the battlefield has a huge impact on the mage's strength. For example, if two mages of equal strength, one fire-type and one ice-type, and you asked them to go to the crater to fight, then the fire-type mage would definitely win. But with the presence of the domain skill, the impact of the field on the mage can be minimized. This ice crystal heart, even if it was placed in the epic level equipment, it was considered to be the existence of the best. This kind of equipment, the Xie Xiaoxiao in front of her actually said that she would give it away? What more heaven-defying thing should she have on her body? Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, killing intent flickering from the bottom of his eyes. He was already up to killing people. Just as Yilin was about to make his move, it was as if he suddenly thought of something, and his footsteps suddenly lurched. Extremely rich, sitting on a lot of resources, extremely broad insights, but lack of common sense in life, and even look a little stupid. This is obviously some long-lived in the deep walls of the compound of the second generation. It's like a rich boy not knowing how much starch sausage costs $3 a piece for two. Such a person could certainly not exist in a small county like Qingcheng. Combine that with the person behind the funeral of Zhuge Qianqing who was able to make the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau not dare to show up. This woman in front of me. She wouldn't be related to that mysterious big shot, would she? A cold sweat instantly broke out behind Yilin's back, and he was taken aback by his own guess. Your mom. What's wrong? Xia Xiaoxia turned her head in some confusion. Nothing much. Wish your mom happiness and well-being. You know my mom? You didn't lie to me, did you? Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, shock written all over the bottom of her eyes. Yilin, I'm talking nonsense. Come on, let's go into the secret realm. The corner of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. To be so simple and still be able to live peacefully for so long. Xia Xiaoxiao's origins are absolutely astonishingly large. It is impossible for a child raised in an ordinary family to keep his or her simple thoughts and enthusiasm for the world all the time. This is something that Yilin, who grew up in the slums, knows especially well. He was glad that he merely had the idea of killing and crossing over without taking action. If this woman had a relationship with that big shot in Qingcheng, there might be someone protecting her in the dark. And even if he really succeeded in killing and escaping, the next thing he had to face could be a wildstorm like overwhelming pursuit. Phew, I told you, if you know my mom, I'll be in deep shit. Let her know that I ran away from home. She'll definitely nag me to death. Xia Xiaoxia took a breath of relief and muttered in a low voice. So you snuck out? Yilin inquired. Right. I'm awesome, right. Xia Xiaoxiao proudly raised her little head, with a look of waiting for someone to praise her. Awesome. Yilin wasn't quite able to understand the brain circuits of these rich girls. Say, what's your name? What's your level? I can feel that you seem pretty powerful. Xia Xiaoxiao curiously sized up Yilin. My name is Yi Mushuang. My level is almost 60. What about you? Yilin asked rhetorically. With his current level, the skill he cast was strengthened into a forbidden spell. It was indeed about the same power as a skill released by a level 50 or 60 professional. The level was said to be too low. Instead, it was easy to attract suspicion. Almost level 60? You're awesome. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. No wonder my father always told me that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Looking at your age, you should only be 25 or 26, right? At the age of 25 or 26, to have a rank of nearly 60, looking at the entire Grand Xia, it's considered a genius. Yilin smiled and didn't say anything more. At the moment, after wearing the illusionary face, he did look 25 or 26 years old. However, compared to me, you're still that much worse. I'm 17, but I'm already at level 37. When I reach your age, I'll definitely surpass you, Xia Xiaoxiao said proudly. 17? 37 grades? Then wouldn't you have become a senior high school student a long time ago? Yilin was a bit surprised. I didn't take the college entrance exam. My friends around me. No one went to take the college entrance exam either. My father said that the college entrance exam is a waste of time for me, Xia Xiaoxiao said truthfully. Yilin was silent for a moment. It was also true. After all, the national first prize winner was only rewarded with a piece of legendary grade equipment. There is no problem at all with the idea that for people with strong backgrounds, attending high school trials is a waste of time. In between their conversations, they had both entered the 79th secret realm. To the eye was the black earth, vast and boundless, as if it were an ancient battlefield that had been abandoned. On the ground, there was dark red dirt everywhere, as if it had formed after the blood had dried. In the sky, there were only 2 or 3 stars, flickering with a strange light, like an eyeball hanging overhead. Observing everyone who entered the secret realm, and looking into the distance, some lofty mountains could be seen vaguely. Their shapes were different. Some were like giant dragons meandering. Some were like fierce tigers. Those peaks were like having their own life. Every now and then the roar of a demonic creature would resonate from the depths of the mountain range. Yilin stood at the entrance of the secret realm, feeling the surrounding atmosphere, his brows slightly frowning. The entire secret realm was filled with an oppressive and dangerous atmosphere. It seems that my guess was right. There are definitely real demons in this secret realm. This stench, it's very familiar. Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cover her nose as soon as she entered the secret realm. Do you deal with demons very often? Yilin wondered. Yes, but when I've seen demons before, they were all brought along by the elders of my family, and this is the first time I've faced a demon on my own. Xia Xiaoxiao's big eyes flashed with excitement. Am I not? Am I human or not? Yilin asked, pointing at himself. Of course you're human. but you're not the same as my elders. You're a teammate in my group. It's not like you're going to lay down your life to protect me, Xia Xiaoxiao said very soberly. How do you know it won't? Yi Lin smiled faintly. What did you say? Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. Nothing. Yi Lin moved his gaze away. Xia Xiaoxiao was no less than an excellent way for him to learn about that big shot behind the curtain. If he could gain Xia Xiaoxiao's trust, he should be able to obtain a lot of useful information. After all, it was only a matter of time before he and the big man behind the curtain would come up against each other. It's just that there's no rush in gaining trust, and you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The two continued to go deeper into the 79th secret realm, and during that time, they also saw quite a few transmigrators fighting demons. The strength of the demonic creatures in the 79th secret realm was not bad, and several high-level demonic creatures that were comparable to the three-headed dogs of hell had even appeared, while more transmigrators were searching everywhere for the radiant scepter they saw outside the secret realm earlier. Seeing is believing. They firmly believed that there must be that one treasure inside the 79th secret realm. As Yi Lin and Xia Xiaoxiao walked, they also encountered quite a few demonic infestations, but they were all solved by Yi Lin one by one. Ice Blade Jutsu. Yi Lin casually froze an incoming demonic creature into an ice sculpture, then put the corpse into the Great Sumeru Ring. Why have you been collecting the corpses of demons? Xia Xiaoxiao on the side was a bit curious. Along the way, no matter if it was a demonic creature killed by someone else or a demonic creature killed by Yi Lin himself, Yi Lin would put the corpse into a storage ring, which made Xia Xiaoxiao extremely puzzled. What could a demonic creature corpse do? I'm an orphan, and the corpse of a demonic creature can be worth a lot of money. Yi Lin casually found a reason that was still reliable. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask that. Xia Xiaoxiao was a bit ashamed. It's fine, but since just now, you've been intentionally or unintentionally leading me in a direction. Are you able to sense where the demons of the secret realm are? Yi Lin asked. But, I can't explain the principle to you on this one. It's my secret, Xia Xiaoxiao said seriously. It's fine, Yi Lin shrugged indifferently. Don't worry, when you hunt and kill the devils later, the corpses can all be given to you. I don't want any of them. The corpses of the devils can be worth much more than the devils. But can you promise me one thing? Xia Xiaoxiao asked. What is it? Yellen asked. Xia Xiaoxiao pulled out a pink cell phone from her pocket and said with some embarrassment, when I deal with the demons later, can you make a video for me? I want to prove to my family. I'm not that little kid who needs their protection anymore. I already have the strength to hunt the demons alone. Yi Lin was silent for a moment, running away from home and running inside the secret realm to deal with the demons just to prove himself to his family. The pursuit of a rich kid was really inscrutable. Still, he took the phone and nodded. Thanks. Xia Xiaoxiao smiled happily, revealing a cute little tiger tooth. The two of them went deeper and deeper into the 79 secret realm, and had already arrived at the foot of the mountain range they had just seen from afar. There were also quite a few transmigrators already gathered here at this moment, and when they saw Yi Lin and the two of them arrive, they all revealed wary gazes. This is the head of the secret world, but there is no interference from the Bureau of Investigation, where killing people is common. That's why trannies are on each other's defense. Ignore them. Let's head this way. I can feel that the demon race is already close to us. Xia Xiaoxiao's words revealed a strong excitement. Yellen nodded and followed her. The two of them went deeper into the mountain range, and the air around them seemed to have condensed. Even the wind blew with a sense of solemnity, as if foreshadowing something. Over there, Xia Xiaoxia said in a low voice as she took a step. Yi Lin looked in the direction that Xia Xiaoxiao had spoken of, only to see a huge demon race, nearly 3 meters tall, slowly walk out of the woods. It was covered in black scale armor, with scarlet glinting in its eyes and fangs exposed in its mouth, making it look unusually vicious. Ready? It's going to be shot in HD. Xia Xiaoxia was a little excited. That demon. Looking at the scent, it's estimated that it has to be 40-something levels. Are you sure it's okay? Yi Lin was concerned. On the premise of the same level, the combat power of the demon race could be much more terrifying than that of the demons. A level 40 fiend could easily hang a dozen level 40 fiends, and it could be said that the fiends were the enhanced and evolved version of the fiends. No problem. Don't you dare underestimate me. A flash of cunning flashed under Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes as she waved her hand as if something had appeared, but Yellen couldn't see anything. But he instinctively felt that there seemed to be something very dangerous extra in the air. In the next moment, Xia Xiaoxiao's 10 jade fingers began to gently swing up, and the surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and began to tremble slightly. Yi Lin borrowed the high-definition lens of his cell phone to zoom in, and only then did he see that a thin thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, kept flying out from Xia Xiaoxiao's fingertips. These thin threads would only occasionally flash out a faint glow when illuminated by the light, and the thin threads, like flexible snakes, quickly wrapped themselves around the demonic race. The demon seemed to have sensed the danger as it let out a roar. The black scale armor on its body seemed to have become even harder as it attempted to fend off the attack of these thin threads. However, the sharpness of these thin threads was comparable to that of a sharp sword, directly ignoring the defense of that demon race's scale armor and easily penetrating through. In a flash, purple blood began to ooze out nonstop from underneath the black scale armor. Yi Lin, who was taking the video, watched in amazement. Although he didn't see what exactly Xie Xiaoxiao's occupation was, from the way Xie Xiaoxiao operated with this hand, her combat prowess definitely wouldn't be bad. These near-transparent silk threads were definitely the best sneak attack weapon. Even a level 50 transmuter would easily have his head cut off by Xie Xiaoxiao if he wasn't careful. It's humans. I can't believe how fast you guys are. That demon clan was shocked and furious. He simply didn't expect that someone could actually find their way here so quickly. He let out a hiss and tried to break free from the silk threads. It's useless. My star puppet strings, as long as they are wrapped around the prey, it's impossible to break free. A flash of smugness flashed under Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes. As expected, as he struggled, the silk threads on that demon race's body wrapped closer and closer, completely strangling into his flesh and blood, but at that moment, that demon race forcefully endured the severe pain and pulled with force. Although Xie Xiaoxiao's combat power was extremely strong, her combat experience was obviously a bit lacking. The power gap between Xie Xiaoxiao and that demon race was obviously huge, and by that demon race's tugging, the whole person was directly torn and flew over. That demon race revealed a cruel smile, then opened its bloody mouth as terrifying energies gathered in its mouth. If this strike were to be blasted on his body, then Xie Xiaoxiao would definitely be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Luckily, Xie Xiaoxiao's reaction was particularly quick, as countless thin filaments twisted and crossed in front of her, forming a semi-transparent shield. Boom dash! The energy brewing in the mouth of that demon clan member was violently spat out, forming a pillar of energy light that heavily bombarded the shield in front of Xie Xiaoxiao. Xie Xiaoxiao was pushed back dozens of meters, but fortunately, with the fine silk shield guarding her, she was not injured. Only the breath on her body was slightly disturbed. However, after this battle, that demon clan also managed to get rid of the invisible silk threads. Underestimate you. Xie Xiaoxiao's little face became serious as she raised her hand and invisible threads once again surged out, winding towards the demonic race. With the experience of the last time, where would that demon race dare to be entangled by Xie Xiaoxiao's star puppet strings? If it wasn't for Xie Xiaoxiao's lack of combat experience, he wouldn't have had a chance to get away just now and would have been directly strangled. That demonic race did not hesitate to turn around and flee. Although the star puppet strings were powerful, they were obviously lacking in this aspect of pursuit, and they directly pounced. Don't try to escape. Without hesitation, Xie Xiaoxiao chased after him, refusing to let go of the demon. After all, this was an important prey for her to prove herself to her family. Hey, it's a trap for the poor. Yi Lin hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him, but where would Xie Xiaoxiao listen to him? Rest assured, in the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are useless. Looking at Xie Xiaoxiao's speeding back, Yi Lin was somewhat helpless and could only open the dance of instantaneousness to chase after him, only to see the demon race borrowing his familiarity with the terrain. He kept weaving in and out of the mountain ranges and went over 2 hills in a row, with Xie Xiaoxiao in hot pursuit behind him. But when it came to fleeing to the 3rd hill, that demon race suddenly stopped in its tracks. Humph! Run why don't you keep running? Xie Xiaoxiao tugged at the silk thread in her hand. She thought it was the demon race that couldn't run anymore. Run? Jia 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 jia. That demon race let out a chilling laugh. Now, the one who should run, is you. As soon as the words fell, the originally quiet mountain suddenly became noisy. The scene in front of Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly changed, as if she had jumped out of a landscape painting and intruded into another world. On top of the originally empty mountain peak, at this moment, a full 24 demonic races had unexpectedly appeared. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some are as tall and powerful as towers, others are short and cunning, hiding among the rocks and trees. The only thing that was the same was that the eyes of all the demon race were glittering with a ghostly cold light, as if hungry wolves were staring at their prey, making people shudder. Xie Xiaoxiao's face suddenly changed. How is it possible? Xinjiang is just a small county. How could so many demons appear in the secret realm here? Xie Xiaoxiao's delicate face was filled with disbelief. She simply didn't expect the number of demons in the secret realm to actually be this high. Taking a deep breath, Xie Xiaoxiao revealed a look of determination on her face and whispered to Yi Lin. One person does everything. I'm the one who harmed you. When we fight, I'll use the star puppet line to hold back all the demons. You run straight away. Don't mind me. Do you hear me? I run? What about you? Yi Lin came to be interested. He didn't expect that Xie Xiaoxiao, the little rich girl, actually didn't push herself to block the knife at the critical moment, but let herself go first. Don't worry. I have a way to get out of this. You just run. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were very grave, and the star puppet strings in her hands had already drifted apart, ready to block the 24 or so demons with her own strength. Without saying anything more, Yellen turned around and left. Don't let him escape. Not a single human in this secret realm can be let go today. The scaled demon race at the very beginning shouted out sternly. As soon as the words fell, several demon clansmen struck out at the same time. A demon carrying a giant axe swept in, and the giant axe in his hand directly slashed at Yilin's back. The other demon race clasped his hands together, and a black flame blazed, forming a flaming tornado that attacked. There were several other demons who similarly began to attack. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding sky was filled with demonic chi rising. Xia Xiaoxiao's face was grave, and the fine silk threads in her hands kept intertwining together at an extremely fast speed, forming a fine net in front of her, intercepting all of the demon race's attacks. However, Xia Xiaoxiao's own level was only 37, and faced with the simultaneous attacks of so many demons, she also appeared to be a bit out of her depth. The large net was twisted into a bizarre shape, as if it would be torn right through in the next moment. Xia Xiaoxiao turned back and realized that Yilin had already run out of sight, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She then stopped fighting and put away her star puppet strings and tried to escape straight away. But after such a delay, how could those demons do what she wanted? Xia Xiaoxiao just turned around and realized that she was already surrounded by the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao's face was a bit ugly, but she didn't give up, only to see a large mass of fine silk threads coalesce in front of her eyes to form a sharp silver lance, which then fiercely stabbed towards that scale-armored demon clan. Xia Xiaoxiao's thoughts were clear. This demon race had already been injured before. The possibility of breaking out from him and succeeding was the greatest. The scaled demon's eyes slightly condensed, facing Xia Xiaoxiao's silken lance. He definitely didn't dare to block it. The frightening degree of this thing made the demon chilled. But just because he didn't dare to block the silk lance didn't mean he didn't dare to block Xia Xiaoxiao. With a flash, the scaled demon directly dodged the stabbing attack of Xia Xiaoxiao's silken lance, and then raised his sharp demonic claw and slapped it down towards Xia Xiaoxiao. If Xia Xiaoxiao continued to break out, then the silk lance would definitely be able to break out. But Xia Xiaoxiao himself would definitely have to stay here. Right at this moment, a wry look flashed across the bottom of Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes, and immediately after that, the silk lance actually violently reversed its direction and stabbed into another demon race that was preparing to support over. The demon clan froze for a moment, as if it hadn't reacted to the fact that its body had been pierced through. As Xia Xiaoxiao's mind moved, the lance, which was originally a gathering of silk threads, instantly turned back into silk threads and wreaked havoc within that demon race's body, destroying all the organs in its body to the bone. He had wanted to rely on the powerful life force of the demon race to recover, but Xia Xiaoxiao obviously hadn't dealt with the demon race too often, and countless threads of silk stabbed out from that demon race's body, stabbing him into a hedgehog and completely cutting off his life force. That demon race's eyes were filled with unwillingness, then slowly collapsed. As soon as this demon race died, a small gap appeared in the original encirclement, and Xia Xiaoxiao rushed over without hesitation, her speed incredibly fast. A closer look would reveal that it was the threads that were pulling Xia Xiaoxiao forward, and the death of this demon race didn't cause any fluctuations. The faces of the rest of the demon race were incomparably calm, as if the one who died was just a mole cricket. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Farewell. Seeing that she had already rushed out of the encirclement, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but rejoice. But at that moment, the scaled devil raised his hand, and a black energy ball of light appeared in his palm. He smiled coldly and threw himself violently at Xia Xiaoxiao's back. Want to go? It's not that easy. The black energy ball of light drew a bizarre trajectory in the air, carrying a bizarre aura as it hurriedly chased after Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao's heart tightened as she felt the powerful oppression coming from behind her. She tried her best to speed up and escape, but the force was like a bone attached to her, locking her in tightly. The moment the ball of light was about to touch Xia Xiaoxiao, the star puppet strings on her body suddenly lit up, as if it had triggered some sort of defense mechanism. But this time, these fine threads didn't seem to be able to completely withstand the power of that black ball of light. The ball of light exploded, and Xia Xiaoxiao only felt a huge force pulling her hard, and the whole person, as if engulfed by a huge wave, fell towards the center of that force without any choice in the matter. Only when the power disappeared did Xia Xiaoxiao realize that she had been trapped in the very center of the ball of light. Heavenly demon cage? You're really willing to spend money. Xia Xiaoxiao clenched her silver teeth. The Heavenly Devil's Cage was a human capturing device that only devils with bloodlines of emperor level or above were capable of refining. And once trapped, unless one's strength was even stronger than the refiners, one could not break free at all for a moment. Even Xia Xiaoxiao didn't expect that the other party actually had something like a heavenly demon cage in their hands. This 79 mysterious realm Could it be that it could still be related to a demon race with an imperial-level bloodline? I naturally wouldn't be willing to put down this amount of money for an ordinary person. But you're not an ordinary person. I've just thought about it and finally remembered what you're holding in your hand. A divine artifact. A star puppet thread. The bottom of the scaled demon's eyes were filled with excitement. At your age, with this strength, and to be able to obtain this kind of treasure, your status in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom must not be low. As long as I can capture you alive and return to the demon realm, the reward I will receive will surely be far more than a single heavenly demon cage. Xia Xiaoxiao's face turned ugly as she realized that she was still too careless. In the past, when she watched the elders of her family deal with the demons, it was as easy as killing a chicken. Until she was alone against them herself, she didn't realize that the demons were actually so cunning. You want to use me as a bargaining chip? Don't you dare! With a single movement of Xia Xiaoxiao's mind, all the star puppet strings pierced into her body with a determined gaze. The most you'll get is a corpse. With just a thought, the star puppet strings would be able to strangle all of her own vitality. And although she was a bit unwilling, Xia Xiaoxiao didn't have any other better way. The current situation was the result of her capriciousness and gullibility. The only thing she was thankful for now was that Yellen had escaped, and that her capriciousness hadn't involved any innocent people. The scaled demon's gaze became extremely cruel as he grinned. Did you know that? Among our demon race, there is a kind of demon race called the sheep demon people. Extremely lustful by nature. Each mating can last for more than 3 hours, and they are obsessed with human females. If you kill yourself, I'll get 20 goat demons while it's still hot and have them dunk you into cream puffs and spread the images throughout the human race. Saying that, the scale-armored demon pulled out a DSLR camera with a high-definition camera. I have to say, some of the things you humans have researched are quite useful. Jia. When Xia Xiaoxiao heard this, her face turned pale. She wasn't afraid of death. She had heard countless stories of heroes dying in battle for the peace of the people of the human race since she was a child. Xia Xiaoxiao very much hoped that she could be like that one day, so she had long been mentally prepared for death. But the downfall that the scaled demon clan was talking about was simply unacceptable to her. To die and be abused. This was worse than death for Xia Xiaoxiao. She froze in place, not knowing what to do for a moment, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. It was then that she realized that there was a fate worse than death when fighting a demon race. You're shameless. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were reddened, and there were already tears welling up in the bottom of her eyes. In the end, she's just a little girl under 20. That's right. An old saying of yours in Daxia is that those who eat food are Wei Jingjie. Seeing that Xia Xiaoxiao had already given up on the idea of suicide, the scale-armored demon laughed extremely wildly and reached out his hand to remove Xia Xiaoxiao's star puppet strings. Xia Xiaoxiao had completely despaired. She didn't know what to do and could only watch as the scaled demon race approached her. But the moment his hand approached Xia Xiaoxiao, ice crystals suddenly condensed from his fingertips. Immediately after that, the ice crystals spread rapidly, directly freezing half of his arm. That scale-armored demon race was horrified. He could not care much. He raised his hand and chopped, directly cutting off one of his arms, purple blood gushing out, and the arm that fell to the ground directly shattered into a cinder of ice. What person? The scaled demon clan was shocked and angry, and the rest of the demon clan was immediately on guard. Xia Xiaoxiao looked like she had thought of something and widened her eyes, but there was some disbelief in the bottom of her eyes. It wasn't until she saw Yilin appear in front of her eyes that she opened her small mouth wide in surprise. Here, I cut off the second half of the video for you, and only kept the part where you fought 24 demons by yourself, and then managed to break out of the encirclement by killing one back. Yilin threw a pink cell phone to Xia Xiaoxiao, and after Xia Xiaoxiao took the phone, her face was still written with dullness. You didn't run away just now? Instead, you hid in the shadows and took a video of me? Xia Xiaoxiao asked incredulously. Yeah, wasn't it you who explained to me? To take a video of you defeating the demon race alone, so that your family would recognize you, Yilin said rightfully. You're stupid. It's all this situation. You run. You're still shooting a bullshit video. You can't run away even if you want to now. Xia Xiaoxiao clutched her cell phone, her mind extremely complicated at the moment. How could she not have expected that the reason Yilin didn't flee was actually to make a video of herself? This man, so strange. Xia Xiaoxiao's current mood, as if you are not easy to ask the goddess to go home with you. You pounced on the goddess as ready to sprint it. The results of your mother with a bowl of noodles pushed the door came in, said you have not eaten for a day, so that you eat a bowl of noodles first. Absurd, outrageous, with a hint of plausibility. 24 demons, several of them are level 50. It's really a bit tricky. Yilin swept a glance at the demon race in front of him, his face a bit gloomy. Can you win? Xia Xiaoxiao asked with a glimmer of hope, although she knew that Yilin's chances of winning were slim. After all, the demons in front of her were all very strong. she still retained her last glimmer of hope. Who wants to die if they can live? It's going to win. Yi Lin revealed a confident smile, then said with some sadness, I will definitely do my best to defeat the other side, even if it means blocking my life. Don't worry, I'm an orphan. No one will be sad if I die in battle here. Xia Xiaoxiao's petite body trembled slightly at the words, as if the softest part of her heart had been struck. Yi Lin's tone was calm, but it revealed a sadness that was too thick to be melted. I will. Xia Xiaoxiao blurted out. She took a deep breath and said with a serious face, I'll be sad when you die. So, please, live. Even if it means running away. Really? Yi Lin suddenly laughed, smiling happily. It's so good. In this world, there's finally someone who will be sad because of my death. Then in that case, my death won't be meaningless. Yi Lin turned around and walked towards the 24 demonic races. His back was depressed and forlorn, rather like a feeling of the wind and the water being cold, and a strong man going away but not coming back. Xia Xiaoxiao felt that her heart was gripped by a heart. She never thought that she would actually just met a stranger not long ago, in order to go to fight to the death for herself. Please, live. You must live. The heavenly devil's cage could only enter but not leave, and before the power of this cage was exhausted, Xia Xiaoxiao could do nothing but silently pray for Yi Lin. A powerful freezing aura, centered on Yi Lin, spread out towards the surrounding ones, forming a field of extremely deep cold, precisely the skill of Ice Crystal Heart. Absolute Zero. In the realm of Absolute Zero, the power of all ice skills would be doubled. Ice Spin Curse. In an instant, countless huge ice cones blasted down towards the 24 or so demon race members. Seek death. The scaled devil drank coldly, the bottom of his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Having had an arm severed by Yi Lin, he obviously hated Yi Lin to the bone. Judging from the power of this skill, the person in front of him should only be level 50 or 60, and there was no way he could be a match for so many demons. As expected, not long after the battle started, a demon race took the opportunity to approach Yi Lin, and chopped an axe on Yi Lin's back, and in an instant, blood was pouring out, and the gash on his back could even be seen as a white bone. If Yi Lin hadn't blocked it with the ice, the axe would have even split his entire body in half. Yi Lin's eyes glowed with viciousness, and he pressed his backhand on the face of this demon race. Freeze spell. The freezing technique was extremely sublimated into a forbidden spell, and with the support of the Absolute Zero realm, in just 2 or 3 breaths of effort, the demonic race holding a giant axe was frozen into an ice sculpture, and its vitality was cut off. Yi Lin managed to solve one of the demons, but at that moment, another demon took the opportunity to sneak attack, and his sharp claws instantly pierced through Yi Lin's belly with a vicious twist. A pained look appeared on Yi Lin's face, but he didn't pause in his hands. Ice Blade Jutsu. The huge ice sword coalesced out and came out, directly chopping this sneak-attacking demon race into 2 halves, at the cost of which, part of Yi Lin's intestines were ripped out. Xia Xiaoxiao looked shocked. She had only seen such a gruesome battle in books and videos, but this was the first time she had seen it with her own eyes. Looking at Yi Lin, who was constantly wounded under the siege of a group of demons, his entire body died into a blood gourd. She fell to her knees, her tears slipping down as if she couldn't stop them. Yi Mushuang, I'm begging you, stop fighting, just run away and leave me alone. If this continues, you'll really die. Looking at the blood-soaked Yi Lin, the guilt in Xia Xiaoxiao's heart had reached the extreme. It's her fault. Blame her for being so good. Obviously just now Yi Lin has told her not to chase is likely to have a trap. Why do you just do not listen to it? The more Yi Lin looked indifferent, the more self-blaming Xia Xiaoxiao's heart became. If it wasn't for himself, how could Yelin be in danger and seriously injured? I'm not going to run away. You're, like, the first person who's going to be sad for me, yeah. Yi Lin, who had been blown away by the demonic chi, once again wobbled and stood up, revealing a sunny smile as blood could not stop spilling out of his mouth. The sharp-eyed Xia Xiaoxiao also discovered that in those blood, there were clearly some fragments of internal organs mixed in, and Yi Lin had obviously suffered serious internal injuries, yet the smile on Yelin's face was still wide. I've never been wanted before, and this is the first time. Thank you, it's nice to be needed. If I die, can you please take me out of the secret world and bury me? I don't want to die in the wilderness, and I don't want to be chewed up and swallowed into my stomach by a demon. For the tombstone, just find me a square stone, okay? As soon as Yi Lin's words fell, a terrifying demonic chi blasted towards him head-on. Yi Lin only had time to coalesce a ball of ice shield in front of him to fend it off, and the ice shield only lasted for a few seconds under the erosion of the demonic chi before it was directly shattered. Immediately after that, the demonic chi fiercely blasted onto Yi Lin's body. Yi Lin's body drew a parabola, and like a broken sack, he heavily smashed into Xia Xiaoxiao's side. Yi Mushuang. Xia Xiaoxiao's tears kept sliding down like broken pearls. Cough. Cough cough cough. Yi Lin coughed violently, and with every cough, blood kept spilling out, but he still managed to force a smile. Don't cry. Crying, it's not pretty. I like to see you smile. Xia Xiaoxiao was heartbroken, wiping away the tears on her face in a hurry, forcing her heart to hold back the sadness to squeeze out a smile. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. I'm begging you, just run away, okay? They're going to use me as a hostage. They won't kill me. You don't have to care about me. You run away. I told you. I won't run away. Even if, burn my last drop of blood. Forbidden spell Extreme Ice Casket. Along with Yi Lin's shout, the terrifying freezing chi came on like a storm in a frenzy. The extreme ice hearse was greatly strengthened under the enchantment of the Absolute Zero realm. A demon race that wanted to attack Yi Lin had just gotten close when an ice coffin formed around him, permanently freezing him inside. Unlike that time with Zhuge Qinxing, this time, Yi Lin didn't want to build coffins, but to kill people. Thus, as soon as the ice coffin was formed, that demon race's vitality was instantly erased by the terrifying freezing chi. No! Seeing Yi Lin start casting forbidden spells, Xia Xiaoxiao was even more grief-stricken. There was only one situation in which a transmogrifier would start casting forbidden spells. That's thinking you're dead, ready to turn your back on death. In other words, once a transmuter started casting forbidden spells, it was definitely the start of a spell. Just as Xia Xiaoxiao was worried that Yi Lin would die at any moment, the people on the demon race's side were also shocked as to why Yi Lin hadn't died yet. For fuck's sake, this guy took 3 axes, 8 knives, 12 swords, 24 demonic chi infestations, 50 or so punches, and over 100 kicks. Why isn't he dead yet? Right. It's too unreasonable. We all have 10 of our brethren dead in his hands, and he's still able to stand up and forget about it. How can he still release forbidden spells? For fuck's sake, this life force is scarier than all of us demons. That's right. Why don't we just give him this demon as a favor? The expressions of the only remaining dozen or so demons looking at Yi Lin were all complicated. They couldn't figure out how a human, or a mage who was known for being brittle, could actually be alive and well despite taking so many attacks. This is definitely just a flashback before he dies. Keep going. I don't believe he can still kill a dozen of us back. The Scaled Demon clan clenched their teeth, their eyes filled with ferocity. It was impossible for a human race to just keep on fighting despite being so severely injured. Once these words came out, the rest of the demon race also felt that it made perfect sense, and they once again attacked towards Yi Lin. Facing the raging and murderous demon race, Yi Lin flashed a bright smile at Xia Xiaoxiao. Remember, don't cry. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Lin unhesitatingly greeted towards the dozen or so demons. Facing the siege of a dozen demons, instead of retreating, Yi Lin took the initiative to attack. He quickly made seals with both hands, and an ice-blue magic formation floated in the air. Forbidden spell, Sky Ice Forever. As Yi Lin recited the incantation under his breath, the air around him seemed to freeze, as wave after wave of powerful cold air emanated from the magic array, followed by one blue icicle after another blasting towards the dozen or so demons. However, these demons were not idle as they quickly backed up and dodged the strike from Yi Lin, preparing to launch a more violent attack towards Yi Lin. But when the demon race's people crossed those blue icicles, Yi Lin suddenly revealed a smile. It's over. Blast! The blue icicles instantly seemed as if they had all come to life, violently erupting with amazing power, as if a bomb had been detonated. One icicle after another exploded, turning into countless sharp pieces of ice, which, under the guidance of magic, swept towards the demons like a violent storm. Retreat! The dozen or so demons were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their originally planned rhythm of attack was disrupted, and they could only hastily dodge this sudden attack. Ice shards flew in the air, each one emitting an icy aura of death as they kept piercing through the demon clan's defenses and harvesting their lives. For a moment, the cold aura ravaged the surroundings, and by the time the cold aura completely dissipated, there wasn't a single standing demon race in front of Yi Lin. At that exact moment, the power of the heavenly demon cage also ran out. Xia Xiaoxiao's stunned dumbfoundedness. She hadn't thought that Yi Lin would actually be able to solve the 24 or so demons. This kind of battle power was simply chilling. Hey, I did it. I told you. It's a sure thing. Puff. As soon as the words fell, Yi Lin's body slammed heavily onto the ground. Yi Mushuang. Xia Xiaoxiao rushed over towards Yi Lin, heartbroken, and helped Yi Lin up. Yi Lin looked at Xia Xiaoxiao's face as if he wanted to say something, but in the next second, Yi Lin's pupils shrunk violently. Look out. Already dying from serious injuries, he didn't know where he got the strength to violently roll over and push Xia Xiaoxiao out, and behind Xia Xiaoxiao, the scaly demonic race appeared. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, and it was obvious that he had also been seriously injured and dying. only to see the scaled demon clan with a scowl on its face. Using its only remaining claw, it slammed down with a fierce claw. Bang! This powerful claw landed solidly on Yi Lin's body. It was as if the slow play button had been pressed on everything in front of me. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze was empty as she watched Yi Lin get slapped away from her face. She could even make out the miserable cold smile on Yi Lin's face. Yi Lin's already tattered body was even worse under this claw, and he smashed heavily to the ground. Blood kept spilling out and soon dyed the ground a bright blood red. Ah! Xia Xiaoxiao let out a desperate hiss as a terrifying aura spread out from her. The star puppet strings in his hand seemed to be completely alive at this moment, and like a spiritual snake, they kept twisting towards the scale-armored demon race. That scale-armored demon race had first had one of its arms broken by Yi Lin, and had been seriously injured by the blue icicles, so how could it still have the strength to resist Xia Xiaoxiao's attack? Under the star puppet strings that were as sharp as swords, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, directly cut into a field of fishy, smelly minced meat. This strike was delivered by Xia Xiaoxiao with hatred, and there was no holding back at all. Even a demon race with a strong life force would definitely not be able to live again under such injuries. After completely strangling this demon race, Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed towards Yi Lin. Yi Mushuang, you pull yourself together. Don't be afraid. I have medicine here. Medicine that's especially good for treating injuries. It was made by a top-level pill refining master. It'll definitely save you. Xia Xiaoxiao's hands were busy pulling out medicines from her storage space outwards. As long as it was helpful in healing her injuries, she didn't care, and stuffed a brain into Yi Lin's mouth. However, the pill had just been stuffed into Yelin's mouth before it was washed out again by the blood gushing from Yelin's throat. Please, don't you die. Xia Xiaoxiao didn't give up and kept shoving pills into Yi Lin's mouth. You have to get stronger and don't be careless about your enemies when you meet the demons. In the future, it's not always possible to run into a fool like me to save you, Yelin said while spewing blood from his mouth. Don't you say anymore. You're hurt badly. Xia Xiaoxiao reddened her eyes. I'm afraid, if I don't say it, I won't get a chance to say it. Don't cry. Crying doesn't look good. I like to see you smile, Yi Lin said. Okay, I won't cry. You want to see me laugh? I'll laugh for you every day from now on. Okay? Don't you die. Xia Xiaoxiao tried her best to squeeze out a smile that still looked good. Unfortunately, Yi Lin could no longer see. His pupils began to lax. He raised his hand to the sky as if he was trying to catch something and murmured in a low voice. To be needed at the end of my life. It's wonderful. As soon as the words fell, Yelin's hand dropped from the air and his eyes slowly closed together without a sound. Xia Xiaoxiao was silent. She hugged Yelin's body without opening her mouth or moving, just holding it quietly. Snap, snap, snap. One bean-sized teardrop after another slid down the side of Xia Xiaoxiao's face and dripped onto Yi Lin's face. Yi Mushuang, I will definitely become stronger to avenge you. I will definitely bring you out of this secret realm. And I will definitely choose a grave well for you. So, can I cry now? Xia Xiaoxiao clenched her red lips, but tears still kept dripping indisputably. Self-blame, guilt, sadness, grief, pain, all sorts of different emotions mingled together, thickly pasted in Xia Xiaoxiao's heart. Yi Mushuang, say something, don't you die. Yi Mushuang. Xia Xiaoxiao lost her voice and cried, hugging Yi Lin to death. As long as Yi Lin could come back to life at this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao would be willing to do anything. Cough, 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 cough. A violent coughing sound came, followed by a weak voice. Big sister, can you let go of me first? I didn't get killed by the demons. I'm going to be strangled to death by you. Xia Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled violently as she raised her head in disbelief, and she saw Yi Lin's face that was so pale that it was bloodless, though it looked like she would gag at any moment. She was certain that Yelin was alive now. Yi Mushuang, you're alive. You're alive. Great. Tears once again welled up in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. Only, this time, they were tears of joy. Lost and found. There is nothing in the world more heartwarming than those 4 words. It's probably because the king of hell doesn't accept me. Or maybe those pills you fed me worked. Yi Lin revealed a weak smile. Then without moving, he put all the demonic corpses into the great Sumeru ring. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to a priest right now. I'll get you the best priest in all of Daxia to heal you. Xia Xiaoxiao used the star puppet strings to bind Yi Lin to her back and carried him on her back. Yi Lin's body was tall, and it was a bit of a strain for Xia Xiaoxiao to carry him, but she still carried Yi Lin without any hesitation. The two people's body heat was transmitted to each other through a thin layer of fabric, and the blazing body heat coming from Yi Lin's chest caused Xia Xiaoxiao's face to blush slightly. Growing up, she had never been this close to any member of the opposite sex who wasn't related by blood. Generally speaking, if a strange member of the opposite sex tries to get near her, she will basically disappear from the world somehow the next day. But at the moment, Yi Lin was seriously injured, so Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't care less. She carried Yi Lin with difficulty and rushed towards the exit of the 79th secret realm. Xia Xiaoxiao only had one belief left in her heart at the moment, and that was that she must save Yi Lin. However, when he rushed to the exit of the secret realm, Xia Xiaoxiao was suddenly ashen. This was because at the entrance of the secret realm, there was clearly a dozen or so demon race members guarding it as well, and not far away, there were countless corpses of transmutants stacked up, almost piled up into a small mountain high, with limbs and broken arms all over the place, emitting a putrid odor. Obviously, the entire 79th secret realm was an entrapment operation by the demon race against the human race to trap and kill all those who entered the 79th secret realm. Anyone who tried to leave the 79th secret realm would be surrounded and beheaded by the demon race. If she was alone, Xia Xiaoxiao was naturally not afraid of a dozen or so demons. Unless these dozen or so demons also had a great killing weapon like the heavenly demon cage in their hands, it was impossible for them to stop Xia Xiaoxiao. But now, Xia Xiaoxiao was also carrying Yi Lin, a seriously injured man, on her back, and the difficulty of breaking out had obviously doubled several times. Yi Lin also saw what was in front of him, and he struggled to get off Xia Xiaoxiao's back. You put me down. You break out on your own, and when you do, just bring someone back to rescue me. I don't want to be a burden to you. No. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were firm as she moved her mind, and the star puppet strings were bundled tighter, not allowing Yi Lin to break free. You're not the one who's a liability. Have you forgotten that? You're the one I need. If you die, I'll be sad. If you want to go, we'll go together. I'll never leave you behind. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were firm. Obviously, she would never abandon Yi Lin to escape alone. Seeing this, Yi Lin looked at the mountain of corpses in the distance, then at Xia Xiaoxiao, and sighed quietly. But you're carrying me, and there's no way either of us can escape unless. Forget it. Yi Lin shook his head violently, as if trying to shake some horrible thought out of his mind. Unless what? Xia Xiaoxia hurriedly pursued. I'm sorry. Forgive me for not being able to tell you, but while this skill will keep us all alive, I once made a poisonous oath in front of my father to let this evil skill rest long in the ground with my death, or else let me be pierced by a million arrows. A pained look appeared on Yi Lin's face, as if he had recalled some extremely poignant past event. Yi Mushuan, you're wrong, Xia Xiaoxia said immediately. There is no such thing as evil or good skills, just like flames that can make a delicious meal or turn into a life-devouring beast. Whether that skill is evil or not depends on your heart. If your heart is righteous, then the skill is righteous. Xia Xiaoxiao's words caused Yi Lin to tremble, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes, as if he was in a celestial battle. Yi Lin took a deep breath and his face slowly became firm. You're right. I'm the one who got carried away. Skill. There is no such thing as good or evil. Xia Xiaoxia nodded slowly and continued. Exactly. It's like my star puppet strings. Do you know who its previous owner was? Who is it? Yi Lin wondered. Bailey Su. Speaking of this name, Xia Xiaoxiao's face also became very grave. Bailey Su? Yi Lin froze for a moment. Then his face changed violently. That human butcher? Not bad. Xia Xiaoxia nodded. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. The name Mantu Bailey Su was enough to stop a child from crying at night 10 years ago. This is an inhuman psychopathic murderer who kills people on a whim. In a fit of rage, he would slaughter thousands of people, thus earning him the title of Man Butcher. Because of this, Bailey Su was also under a joint siege from many of the top transmutants in Dixia. No one knew the outcome of that battle, only that many top transmutants had died in that siege of Bailey Su. As for Bailey Su himself, he had completely disappeared since that battle. When the star puppet strings were in Bailey Su's hands, it was a murderous weapon that slaughtered innocent people, but in my hands, it has become a powerful weapon to fight against the demon race, and there is no right or wrong, good or evil, in the item itself. Xia Xiaoxiao persuaded in a serious tone. I understand. I was just worried. You'll be afraid of me when you know about this skill, Yi Lin said with a bitter smile. It's fine. I'm not afraid, Xia Xiaoxiao said very seriously. It's like this. In fact, I have an ancestral skill that allows me to rely on devouring corpses to heal my own injuries. If my injuries can be recovered, it's obviously going to be much easier for the two of us to break out together. Yi Lin pursed his lips, seemingly intolerant, and then continued. But if I were to devour the corpses of the demon race, I naturally wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. The problem is, it's the corpses of my compatriots that I'm devouring. I really can't bear to see them die without a corpse. Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't stop herself from freezing for a moment when she heard this. She didn't expect that the skill that Yi Lin was talking about would actually be like this, and it was no wonder that Yi Lin would say that this skill was evil. For a moment, Xia Xiaoxiao was also a bit hesitant. After all, this matter of devouring corpses was not like proper behavior in any way. Seeing this, Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh. I understand. This skill, It is indeed against human decency, so it's better to let it rest with me in the ground for a long time. No. Xia Xiaoxia hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade her. Yi Mu Shuang, don't think like that. The corpses of those people will definitely become rations for the demons in the end as well. Instead of that, if you devour their corpses, and after recovering from your injuries you can kill all the demons to avenge them, how would that not be a good thing for them? This, Yellen was a bit hesitant. Don't this and that. It's decided. Later on, I'll go attract the attention of those demons. In order to buy time, you take the opportunity to go and devour the mountain of corpses over there. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were firm. She was not an indecisive person by nature. Good thing too. At least, I can't let you die here with me. A flash of determination flashed in Yi Lin's eyes as well. The two of them then began to move in two directions. Xia Xiaoxiao untied Yellen from his back. Considering that Yellen was severely injured and unable to move, Xia Xiaoxiao left behind a star puppet thread to be wrapped around Yellen's body. Immediately afterward, Xia Xiaoxiao took the initiative to charge towards the dozen or so demon race by herself. When she moved, the demons guarding the exit were immediately aware of it. A human is trying to break out. Stop her. Hey, it's just one guy, but he's just looking for death. A dozen or so demons laughed as they gathered towards Xia Xiaoxiao to exterminate her. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were icy cold. She was not in a hurry to make a move, but quietly waited until a dozen or so demons surrounded her, and only then did she violently activate the star puppet strings in her hand. In a blink of an eye, countless star puppet threads as thin as silk swept out from her hands, strangling towards the surrounding demon race. At the same time, taking advantage of the many demons being off guard, Xia Xiaoxiao silently pulled another star puppet strand. Yi Lin, who had been placed aside by Xia Xiaoxiao, then flew towards the mountain of corpses. Hesitantly at this moment, the attention of the dozen or so demons was focused on Xia Xiaoxiao's body, busy dodging the sharp and terrifying star puppet strings. No one even noticed Xia Xiaoxiao's small movements. With that, Yellen dove headfirst into the mountain of corpses, which was littered with the corpses of transmigrants, so an extra Yellen wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Yi Lin, who had fallen into the mountain of corpses, looked at the corpses piled up in front of him, and his eyes lit up like two large light bulbs. Holy shit, this is going to be awesome. Yi Lin raised his hand, activated the darkness scales within his body, and unleashed endless devouring without hesitation. On a normal day, unless a large-scale massacre was launched, where would Yi Lin have the chance to come across the corpses of so many transmigrators? Yi Lin was a little thankful for these demons for a moment. The people were killed by the demons anyway, and he didn't feel any guilt in devouring them. Wouldn't it be great to devour these people, then kill the demons to avenge them, and then swallow the demons as well? Devour level 22 transmogrifier *5, gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increase life expectancy by 250 years. Experience value of 1100 points. Strength attribute of 10 points. Agility attribute of 8 points. And mental attribute of 10 points. Devour level 25 transmogrifier *4, gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals and a small amount of trace elements. Increase life expectancy by 310. Experience value by 1000 points. Strength attribute by 8 points. Agility attribute by 6 points. And mental attribute by 14 points. Although the level of these transmutants killed by the demons were not high, but the victory was that the number was very large. The main one was a large amount of food. Under the effect of endless devouring, Yi Lin's experience value was soaring. The 24 or so of the demons that he had just gotten killed Yi Lin didn't waste either, taking the opportunity to pull them out of his storage ring and digest them together with endless devouring. All the other demons only provided themselves with a large amount of experience value and three-dimensional attributes, and the only time the situation changed a little bit was when he devoured that scaled demon. Devour a level 45 common demon *1, gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a thin sliver of dragon's blood. Increase lifespan by 233 years. Experience value by 1350 points. Increase strength attribute by 16 points. Agility attribute by 12 points. And mental strength by 6 points. Dragon's bloodline, current concentration 0.10086%. Effect, unknown. Yi Lin couldn't help but freeze for a moment. That scaly demon race had actually provided him with a 0.1% concentration of dragon's bloodline? Wouldn't this mean that if he could devour 1,000 existences like that scaled demon race, his dragon's bloodline could just stack up? This instantly gave Yellen hope, although he didn't know what this dragon's bloodline did. As a Daxia person, he subconsciously felt that anything that could be associated with a dragon was definitely something good. After taking a deep breath, Yi Lin suppressed his excitement and continued to start feasting. Soon, the mountain of corpses in front of him was completely disintegrated and swallowed by Yi Lin. As for Yi Lin's level, he had also jumped from level 32 to level 37. At this moment, Yi Lin had come to a level with Xia Xiaoxiao. To know, Xia Xiaoxiao is sitting on countless resources, grew up with a golden spoon, can be said to have what you want, even the equipment in the hands, is a divine weapon. But on the contrary, what about Yi Lin? Aside from an origin ancient artifact, Yi Lin had nothing. But now, Yi Lin actually had the same rank as Xia Xiaoxiao, and if this news was spread, it would inevitably cause a sensation. Yi Lin's heart was also excited. Entering the secret realm is really much faster than hunting some demon or something by yourself. He couldn't help but look forward to his life after going to the Great Summer Academy. One should know that the reason why the major academies could attract all the transmigrators to rush to them was because almost every academy held several powerful secret realms in their hands. Unless it's a spinning second generation with a deep background like Xia Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, entering a university is a huge temptation that is hard to resist for any transient. Just as Yi Lin's side was frantically upgrading. On the other side, the battle between Xia Xiaoxiao and a dozen or so demons had also entered a white-hot stage. Although she had the divine artifact star puppet strings in her hands, Xia Xiaoxiao still appeared to be a bit overwhelmed by the siege of a dozen or so demons. But even so, Xia Xiaoxiao fought to the death. The image of Yi Lin just now, alone and disregarding his life and bloodily battling 24 demon race members for her, had obviously touched her deeply. Now that Yi Lin was grasping the opportunity to heal his wounds, she had to fight to the death to buy Yi Lin time to heal his wounds. Xia Xiaoxiao's figure was agile, like a spirit butterfly weaving in and out of the middle of a dozen or so demons. The star puppet strings flipped in her hands, each swing leaving a deep bloody mark on the body of a demon race. However, the demons were numerous, and with them cooperating with each other, although Xia Xiaoxiao had the chance to injure them, she had no chance at all to decimate them. Xia Xiaoxiao's body was already stained with a lot of blood, both from the demons and her own. Under the prolonged battle, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but show a hint of fatigue on her face. Right at this moment, a demon race seized the opportunity and attacked from Xia Xiaoxiao's back with a terrifying demonic aura. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes flinched as she quickly turned around, and the star puppet strings gathered together, transforming into a Milky Way as she headed towards the back to meet them. Galactic starburst. With a boom, the two collided, and that demon race was knocked back by the star puppet line. But Xia Xiaoxiao also felt a surge of qi and blood in her body. She clenched her teeth and forced down the discomfort in her body by sheer force of will. She knew that she couldn't fall, because Yi Lin still needed her, but there are many things that can't be solved by willpower. Seeing that Xia Xiaoxiao's injuries had worsened, the dozen or so demon races' attack became even more vigorous, clearly wanting to take Xia Xiaoxiao down in one fell swoop. Under this, Xia Xiaoxiao's defense soon had a loophole, and just as a demon race member laughed and was about to strike Xia Xiaoxiao heavily in one fell swoop, a large, warm hand had been encircling Xia Xiaoxiao's waist at this moment, taking her into his arms. Ice Blade Jutsu. Yi Lin raised his hand and a terrifying ice sword coalesced out, chopping down in the air towards the dozen or so demons. Not good. Be careful. This strike is terrifying. The dozen or so demons obviously all sensed the uncomplicated nature of Yi Lin's strike, and they all began to turtle up in defense. Boom! A sword chopped down, and cold air raged in the sky. By the time the cold air and smoke dissipated, both Yi Lin and Xia Xiaoxiao's figures had disappeared. A dozen or so demons were wounded, frozen like grandchildren, and their faces were very ugly. How could there be such a terrifyingly strong person near Qingcheng? Wasn't it said that Qingcheng is a small county of the human race? I don't know. I suggest we should hurry up and report the news here to His Excellency and apply for support. I agree. Me too. On the other side, Yi Lin had already escaped a few kilometers away with Xia Xiaoxiao in his arms. Xia Xiaoxia also finally slowed down at this moment. She looked around and asked with some doubt, Yi Mu Shuang, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape from the secret realm, instead of running deeper? Yi Lin was silent. Yi Mu Shuang, why don't you say anything? Xia Xiaoxiao pursued. Yi Lin no longer opened his mouth as he found a secluded place and set Xia Xiaoxiao down. In the next second, Yi Lin poofed and opened his mouth to spray out a large mouthful of blood that was shocking to the eyes. Xia Xiaoxia instantly panicked and hastily cared. Yi Mu Shuang, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just the injuries on my body that haven't healed yet. Yi Lin barely pulled out a smile. It's not that I didn't want to bring you to rush out of the secret realm just now. It's really that my heart is, and not enough power. Looking at the self-condemning Yi Lin, Xia Xiaoxiao's heart clenched. He's clearly doing the best he can, but he's actually blaming him for why he's not doing better. I'm sorry, Yi Mu Shuang. I didn't realize your injuries hadn't healed. Yi Lin smiled and reached out his hand, rubbing it on Xia Xiaoxiao's head. Fool, You'll never have to apologize to me because you're the first person who would ever be sad for me. Yilin's words were like an arrow that instantly pierced through Xie Xiaoxiao's heart. Her eyes were like pools of water, gently welling up. Am I the first? Xie Xiaoxiao felt a wave of emotions rise in the bottom of her heart that she had never felt before. Indescribable and indefinable. It was a feeling she'd never experienced before. And it seemed kind of sweet. Yeah, you're the first. And to me, Dash is the most special person in the world. Yilin said it very naturally. And his eyes were even clearer, not mixed with any distractions. Don't you say that again. Xie Xiaoxiao hastily backed away. She felt like her face was burning. Aren't you still injured? You hurry up and heal your wounds. Xie Xiaoxiao ran aside like a frightened bird. Yilin laughed dumbly. It was so fast to upgrade in this 79 secret realm and there was nothing dangerous. So he naturally didn't want to go out so soon. Forbidden spell, one breath transforms 3 purities. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao walk away, Yilin hurriedly released 2 doppelgangers and scratched their faces before releasing them. When the 2 doppelgangers opened their instantaneous dance, they each dashed out in one direction. The role of the 2 doppelgangers was to scout for Yilin to see if there were any higher level demons in this secret realm. If there were several level 70 or 80 demons in the 79th secret realm, Yilin would definitely not hesitate to turn his head and leave. If not, then Yilin will not be polite. A moment later, Xie Xiaoxiao went and returned, her left hand holding a few wild fruits and her right hand dragging the corpse of a 4-eyed demonic pig. The 4-eyed magic pig was a low-level magic creature. Because of its strength and quick movement, its meat was also strong and delicious, and was loved by the transmigrators. When there was a lack of food in the wilderness, the transmigrants would often hunt 4-eyed magic pigs. It was obvious that Xie Xiaoxiao, who had just left, had gone to find food for Yilin. Xie Xiaoxiao maneuvered the star puppet threads and easily cleaned up the 4-eyed demonic pig in 3 tries, then started a bonfire and placed one of the 4-eyed demonic pig's legs directly on the fire and scorched it. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes were very serious, and under her efforts, the pig's leg of the 4-eyed demonic pig was unsurprisingly roasted. As he watched Xie Xiaoxiao excitedly pass the pork leg in front of his eyes, Yilin was a bit silent, but he wasn't surprised by this. With Xie Xiaoxiao's status, she certainly didn't have the opportunity to cook on weekdays. Just burning the paste was already very good. Looking at Xie Xiaoxiao's expectant eyes, and thinking about the fact that he possessed immortality, Yilin didn't hesitate to take a bite at the pig's leg. As this mouthful went down, even with Yilin's ability to withstand it, his face twisted a little. Xie Xiaoxiao had just placed the pig's leg directly in the fire, and now although the skin on the outside was burnt, the meat inside was not yet cooked. The main attraction is a burnt and sandwiched one. Is it good? Xie Xiaoxia asked with some apprehension. This was her first time roasting meat, but she saw that the elders in her family used to roast it the same way, so she should not be wrong if she followed the example. Yilin chewed the pinched and burnt meat in his mouth a few times, and his eyes lit up. OMG! It's so delicious! Really? I'll finish it. Although Yilin was immortal, he would still have the most basic human physiological reactions. He didn't want to but he couldn't help it. Seriously, he hadn't even eaten anything this bad before when he lived in the slums, and he even felt a little bad for the death of the 4-eyed demon pig. Looking at Yilin's reaction, Xie Xiaoxiao fell silent, and there was some loss under her eyes. Yi Mu Shuang, don't push yourself if it's hard to eat. Where? Don't be ridiculous. It's obviously delicious. So what? Why don't you get me some water? I'm choking and can't control my hiccups. Xie Xiaoxiao sniffed and hurriedly went to help Yilin get water. Just as Xie Xiaoxiao turned her head, Yilin couldn't hold back any longer and directly unleashed endless devouring, disintegrating all of that damned pig's leg. And to avoid Xie Xiaoxiao's suspicion, he also left the bones behind, devouring broken pieces of toxic demonic corpses to obtain brain parasites *12, intestinal parasites *25, class 2A carcinogen acrylamide, genetic mutant heterocyclic amine, and class 1 carcinogen benzo, A, pyrene. Yilin, silence, it's Cambridge tonight. How could Yilin not expect that Xie Xiaoxiao grilling a meat could directly kill him? This ability, do not go to practice poison but go to practice star puppet line, is really a talent. When Xie Xiaoxiao came back with the water, she was also a bit surprised to see that there was only a pig bone left in Yilin's hand. How do you eat so fast? Well, because it was so delicious. I enjoyed it so much that I couldn't help but finish it. Yilin forced a smile on his face. Really? This is the first time I've cooked for someone. I was worried I'd make it bad. I really am a little genius. Xie Xiaoxiao was very happy. Yilin was silent again. Xie Xiaoxiao, this is no longer a question of cooking well. If he is not immortal, eat 2 meals of her basically ready to go on the road to meet the king of hell. Right. I just ran into other transmutants when I went to hunt the four-eyed demon pig, Xia Xiaoxiao said suddenly as if she had thought of something. Oh, Yellen came to be interested. They also seem to have sensed that this 79th secret realm is a conspiracy of the demon race, so they are preparing to converge together and resist these demons together. Here's what I think. We won't be able to get out for a while. After what just happened, the demons at the exit will surely step up their guard as well. So why don't we go and join them as well? There's more power in a crowd, and break out together. How about it? Xia Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Lin and inquired. I think it's fine. In that case, the pressure on both of us will be much less. After all, my injuries have not yet healed and I can't exert my full strength yet. Yi Lin laughed bitterly. It's fine. Then until then, let me protect you. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were very determined. Yellen laughed dumbly. That's fine. Let's go then. Good. You wait for me. Xia Xiaoxiao turned around and put the four-eyed devil pig with only 3 legs left into the storage space. What are you doing? Yi Lin's heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't you like the roast I made? I'll bring it with me and roast it for you to eat when you're hungry, Xia Xiaoxia said very sweetly. Yellen. Yi Lin was somewhat helpless. Looking at Xia Xiaoxiao's simple and innocent smile, he really couldn't say anything to refuse. One could only secretly pray in his heart, hoping that Xia Xiaoxiao's grilling skills would skyrocket during this period of time. Not to say that it would become tasty, but at least it would be free of poison. The two of them left their original location, and Xia Xiaoxiao assisted the severely injured Yi Lin towards the gathering place of the human transmigrants. Along the way, they saw quite a few traces of battles, obviously left behind by the previous engagements between the demon race and the human transmigrants, and even 1 or 2 corpses would appear from time to time. Yi Lin couldn't bear the exposure of these people to the wilderness, so he used endless devouring to disintegrate all of them in passing, mainlining an eagerness to help people. Shortly afterward, the two of them came to a wide plain. It is unobstructed in all directions and the terrain is open with excellent views. If the demons attacked, the people on the plains would be able to spot the demons at the first opportunity and avoid being wrapped up by the demons. In the middle of the plains, a group of human transmigrators were sitting around, exchanging information about each other, and almost all of them didn't look too good, and some of them had injuries on their bodies. This 79 secret realm is a huge trap. Where are there any divine artifacts? What there is, are just ferocious demon clans. This is Green City. In the vicinity of Qingcheng, even high-level demons are rare. So how could so many demons suddenly emerge from a secret realm? Is it hard to believe that the demon race is brewing some kind of plot? What conspiracy there is also has nothing to do with us little people. The sky is collapsing with a taller one holding the roof. The priority now is to think of a way. How to escape from here? Escape? How can I escape? The exit is full of demons. Going is a death sentence. The crowd murmured, clearly all having recognized the cruelty within the 79 mysteries. The blood and the corpses of their compatriots completely awakened them from the fantasy of finding a divine artifact to change their fate against the heavens. It was a pity that none of the people at the moment had any way out of the trap. The demon race was too powerful, and just dodging the demon race's pursuit exhausted them, not to mention highlighting the siege. The crowd couldn't help but turn their eyes in unison to a man in the center of the crowd. He had a slim figure, a pair of black eyes that were deep and incomparable, and in his hand, he held a slender battle knife that was still stained with purple blood. So it was obvious that this knife had already slashed quite a number of demons. This man was named Wu Hao, and was the most powerful of the transmigrators currently gathered here, with a level as high as level 48, and an occupation of the S-ranked extreme amazing bladesman. Earlier, it was also thanks to Wu Hao's intervention that he managed to repel the demon race and bring the crowd to stand out. Wu Hao stood up, looked around at the surrounding transmigrants, and said in a deep voice, I won't say anything nice. The current situation, you all understand. As things stand now, there is only one way that can help us break out. Wu Hao, right now you're the strongest here. If you have a solution, just say it. Exactly. We might be depending on you. If you take us out, you're a big hero, and we'll definitely remember your favor. Upon hearing that Wu Hao had a solution, the crowd instantly became excited and looked at Wu Hao, waiting for him to continue. Wu Hao didn't open his mouth in a hurry, but instead looked aside. There were a lot of people who were seriously injured and dying. All of them were injured by the demon race, and their injuries were extremely serious. Some of them could barely stagger and run a couple steps, and some of them could no longer move, and could only gasp for air. My method is a bit cruel. These severely injured people are obviously very difficult to escape from this secret realm. They are even more of a burden to us, but waste can be turned into treasure when utilized well. When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other with horrified faces as a terrible possibility came to their minds. Wu Hao ignored them and continued indifferently. Although the demons are individually powerful, their numbers are much smaller than ours. Therefore, I propose to use the seriously injured as bait, cut out their tongues to avoid them talking nonsense, and then throw them out to attract the demons and buy us a chance to break out. In this way, a number of us will surely succeed in breaking out and surviving. Who is in favor of this and who is against it after my words? As soon as Wu Hao's words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. The crowd did not expect that Wu Hao's so-called method was actually cruel to such an extent. This was clearly to use the corpses of those who were seriously injured to pave a hard path to life. To put it mildly, this is to make them kill the seriously injured people themselves. I object. This move is too cruel. It's against human harmony. A righteous transmigrant stood out with an angry expression on his face. Someone led the way, and immediately several others rose to their feet as well. I'm against it too. My brother is also seriously injured, and I can't stand by and watch my own brother die. Right. My husband is also seriously injured. There's no way I'm leaving him behind. Husband, say something. Although I have no beloved relatives or friends who have been injured, if I use this method of giving birth to a child without skin swallows, even if I succeed in surviving, I will suffer from conscience for the rest of my life. So I am also against it. Although some people objected, more people remained silent and did not open their mouths, and some even buried their heads in their chests and pretended to be ostriches. Looking at the opposing few, Wu Hao smiled faintly. In the next second, Wu Hao's figure disappeared like a ghost. Swish swish swish. Several cold ons flashed by, fast to the extreme and chillingly harsh. Those few opposing people let out miserable screams and fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring from their limbs. They didn't have time to make any reaction at all, and their hand and foot tendons had all been picked off by Wu Hao's knife. Well, now that there are a few more seriously injured people to attract the attention of the demons, our probability of success in breaking out is a few more points. Wu Hao opened his mouth with a smile, then raised those black eyes and swept around the faces of all the people, who lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him. Now, is there any objection? Seeing that no one dared to answer, Wu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Since no one is against it, let's do as I say. First, cut out all the tongues of those who are seriously injured, to prevent them from harboring grudges and tipping off the demon race. But just at that moment, a dainty cry rang out. I object. The one who opened his mouth was none other than Xie Xiaoxiao, who had assisted Yi Lin all the way. At this moment, Xie Xiaoxiao had a furious look on her face. She had brought Yi Lin to join up with the other transmigrants, originally thinking that there was strength in numbers and unity could try to rush out together. As a result, he did not expect to witness such a cruel scene. Our enemy is clearly the demon race. How can you be so contrary? You've gone too far. Xie Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was trembling. Having lived in a deep-walled compound since she was a child, she had never imagined that a person could still be so cruel to their fellow countrymen, even seriously injuring the other party at the drop of a hat. But having grown up reading poetry and songs, she simply couldn't think of any expletives to express her anger. Too much was the harshest accusation she could come up with. Facing Xie Xiaoxiao's accusation, Wu Hao was really indifferent, and without any fluctuation in his heart, he just laughed coldly. After all, Xie Xiaoxiao's kind of scolding would do close to zero damage to one adult. Seeing this, Yi Lin couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Xie Xiaoxiao was still not deeply involved in the world, so he could only let himself teach him. Like this kind of pig and dog, worse than a beast. You can't scold like that. I'll teach you a more elegant and easygoing way of scolding. Yi Lin finished with a flat tone, a twist of the head to look at Wu Hao. The moment the two of them looked at each other, Yi Lin's spell casting had no forward swing and was instantaneous in 0 frames. You in 3 days. I'll fry the ash in freshly squeezed peanut oil and serve it to you with rice. Shit. You look like I see you and I want to put a flip film juicing cup on you. What the fuck did you just say? You're a human being? Q. I've never seen anyone so brazen. Yelin's beautiful words made people like listening to fairy music ears temporarily bright. Everyone froze in place, staring daggers at Yi Lin, as if they didn't expect that there were actually people in this world who could curse so dirty. And the one who was most shocked was definitely Xie Xiaoxiao. Growing up living under the shelter, not to mention swearing, usually even a word of fuck was rarely heard, but now she personally heard this big string of tiger and wolf words from Yi Lin. The shock is no less than if you hadn't even touched a girl's hand for the first 20 years of your life, only to come home one day and open the door to find a dozen beautiful women opening a party at your house and inviting you to join them. Her eyes widened as she stared at Yelin as if she had discovered a new world. Wu Hao's face had already risen into a pig liver color. He had never seen someone curse so dirty. It's simply too much. Good. Wu Hao squeezed out 4 good words from between his teeth. Since there are still 2 seriously injured people coming to my door, I'm not going to be polite. Wu Hao drew out his battle sword. His face was filled with anger, and his anger carried over to his battle sword. And with a clamor, A blazing flame ignited above the blade of the battle sword. At this scene, the others were silenced as they understood that Wu Hao had moved to true anger, to go all out. The eyes of the crowd looking at Xie Xiaoxiao and Yi Lin suddenly had a touch more sympathy in them. Wu Hao's level was as high as level 48, and if he went all out, these two youngsters would definitely not end up well. Come on, let me hear you curse again? Wu Hao said as he carried his battle sword and looked at Yi Lin sinisterly. No more cursing. I'm afraid that cursing too much will make you secretly feel good. Yi Lin shook his head. Wu Hao first froze, then instantly became furious. This was simply even worse than the string of curses he had just used. Sharp teeth. I'll crack your teeth one by one and cut out your tongue. Wu Hao instantly struck out. The flame battle knife in his hand cut through the sky, forming a flame tornado that chopped down towards Yi Lin and his duo's heads. Wu Hao's knife was extremely fast, and the two of them could not avoid it at all. But just when Wu Hao's battle sword was about to slice into the two of them, his battle sword suddenly stopped in midair, and no matter how hard he pushed it, he couldn't inch in any further. What's going on? Wu Hao was shocked and furious. He felt as if his battle sword was wrapped around something, but when he looked up he couldn't see anything. In the next second, a sonic boom rang through the air, as if something was approaching rapidly. Although Wu Hao could not see anything, he instinctively felt a sense of fatality. He hastily let go of his own battle sword and dodged towards the side. Whoosh! Even though Wu Hao had reacted quickly, a piece of skin and flesh on his body was still directly cut off, dripping with blood. When the crowd watching the battle saw this, their pupils contracted violently. They hadn't expected that Wu Hao would actually be the one to be injured first. What exactly is this means? The bottom of Wu Hao's eyes were filled with a look of disbelief. Why should I tell you? As soon as Xie Xiaoxiao pressed her wrist, all of the star puppet strings were retracted by her. Humph! Pretending to be gods and goddesses. See if I won't clean you up. Wu Hao picked up his own battle sword and was ready to strike again. Stop. You can't beat me. Xie Xiaoxiao persuaded. As a matter of fact, if Xie Xiaoxiao hadn't just stayed his hand, under the intention to count, Wu Hao would have to be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Don't look at Xie Xiaoxiao's low level, but the star puppet thread. It was a solid artifact. The crushing equipment was enough to make up for the difference in level. Ha 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 ha. I won't be able to beat you? Joke. Wu Hao didn't believe Xie Xiaoxiao's words at all, picking up the knife and wanting to strike again. Xiao Xiao. He's just bullying you for being a cultured person. Why are you wasting your words with him? Ice Blade Jutsu. Yellen raised his hand to send out a forbidden spell, with his level as high as 37. Even if he didn't turn on the burning chakra, this forbidden spell that had been extremely sublimated into Frost Sorrow wasn't something Wu Hao could resist. As they leveled up, the terror of the profession of the forbidden spellcaster manifested bit by bit, only to see a terrifying round of ice blades instantly fall from the sky with a biting cold aura. Before the ice blade arrived, the terrifying cold air had already frozen out all the blazing flames burning on Wu Hao's battle sword. What? Wu Hao exclaimed in shock, his face pale, not knowing whether he was frozen or scared. He clearly felt the aura of death from the ice blade. He then realized that he had really kicked the iron plate. Yi Mu Shuang. Don't! Xie Xiaoxiao's exclamation of surprise rang out, and the ice blade also hovered and stopped above Wu Hao's head. A drop of cold sweat slid down along Wu Hao's forehead and was instantly frozen into ice crystals again. He fell to the ground with a thud, and his whole body felt as if it had lost its soul. Yi Lin looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who took a deep breath and said, Yi Mu Shuang. I know this guy is annoying and even deserves to die, but now that the demon clan is present, I think we should still be united. Instead of killing him, we should throw him out against the demon clan. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'm not much of a killjoy to begin with. Without saying anything more, Yi Lin snapped his fingers, and the ice blade hanging above Wu Hao's head turned into a sky of ice crystals and dissipated. This scene caused the rest of the transmigrants to look in awe, and then they all became excited. The stronger Yi Lin's strength was, the more likely they were to survive. Hugging Yi Lin's thigh was obviously more reliable than hugging Wu Hao's thigh. Ah, this girl is right. A great enemy like the devil race is at hand. Our fellow human compatriots should indeed be united. That method of Wu Hao's is too cruel, sacrificing fellow human compatriots to pave the way for himself. I've long looked at him with displeasure. Not bad. This act is simply the work of an animal. Thanks to you two's righteousness, this has saved many compatriots from suffering. We were all forced by that Wu Hao before. I've been wandering around for half my life, and I only hate that I haven't met a bright master. If you don't abandon me, I'd like to be your father. Those transmigrators who had just stood on Wu Hao's side at the moment were like wallflowers who turned against him, accusing Wu Hao one after another. One even knelt down and kowtowed on the spot, wanting to recognize Yi Lin as his righteous father, but luckily he was blocked. Yi Lin just calmly looked at these people and didn't say anything more. He had already seen too many vivid examples of the ugly side of human nature. The only thing that could surprise him was that there was only one Zhuge Qianqing in this world. It was a pity that Zhuge Qianqing was no longer there. Compared to Yi Lin's indifference, Xia Xiaoxiao's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Don't worry guys, as long as we work together, we can definitely leave this secret realm. Xia Xiaoxiao swept the ground with her hand and swept out a flat piece of land. Then she poured some water on the ground and began to write and draw on this small piece of flat land. Half an hour later, a model built out of clay rose up from the ground. And if one looked closely one would realize that the model was none other than the 79 secret realm that had been shrunk countless times. A sandbox? You know the art of war? Looking at the model that Xia Xiaoxiao had built, Yi Lin was a bit surprised. My grandfather taught me a little. Xia Xiaoxia nodded seriously, her entire aura becoming stern as her fingers gently slid across the dirt. She drew out the terrain of the 79 secret realm in detail, labeling the location of every road, every mountain, every river, and even every tree. Even Yi Lin had to admire Xia Xiaoxiao's powerful memory for the terrain. Staring at the model of the 79 secret realm that had shrunk by countless times before her eyes, Xia Xiaoxiao sometimes frowned in deep thought, and sometimes her eyes lit up. There, come here, all of you. When Xia Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, the many transmigrators who had long been curious gathered around. Look here, this is our starting point, Xia Xiaoxia said as she pointed to a plane on the model. And here, the exit, which will be guarded by at least 15 demons. And only more now. Her finger traced an arc in the air and landed at the exit location. We're still going to split up, but this time, instead of sacrificing the seriously wounded to give the others a chance to live, we're going to let those who are capable of fighting go and give the seriously wounded a chance to live. To make it easier to differentiate, I'll call the two teams Team A and Team B. A Team A will take this route and be responsible for attracting the attention of the demons. So the number of a team doesn't need to be too many. 100 people is enough. But for the A team, they must be warrior assassin type professions, not mages. Mages are too slow. Hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's words, many mages instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The danger of going to Team A was obviously much greater than going to Team B. Xia Xiaoxia ignored these people's petty concerns and continued. Mages and the seriously injured. All of you will be organized into Team B. After the people in Team A draw away some of the demons, you will go from here, around to the side of the exit. Xia Xiaoxiao's fingers traced a zigzagging route on the model, as if an invisible war team was traversing the many dangers under her command. Upon arriving at this position, it's time for the mages to utilize your staking output advantage. Your task isn't light either. You need to take care of the only remaining demons at the exit, then pick up Team A to arrive at the exit, and the two teams of people will go out together. Do you hear me? Xia Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Her heart was also incredibly tense at the moment, because this was the first time she had ever applied what she had learned to an actual battlefield, and this was something that would cost, in human lives, if something went wrong. The many transferees nodded to show that they understood. Xia Xiaoxia's approach was actually similar to Wu Hao's, except that it wasn't taking a seriously injured person as a tool person, and there were a lot more details to make the execution more feasible. Good. So who wants to come to Team A now? Team A is indeed more dangerous, so I won't force you all. I will act as the captain of Team A myself, Xia Xiaoxiao said seriously. Unexpectedly, just after Xia Xiaoxiao's words fell, the many transmigrators looked at me and you, and no one had the intention of standing out, contrary to their just now enthusiastic and fiery attitude. After all, into the A team, life can be in the hands of others. In case the B team of people to solve the exit of the demonic tribe will be their own escape, then the A team of people no one to receive can be dead. I'll do it. Yi Lin was the first to walk towards Xia Xiaoxiao. No way. You still have injuries on you. You go to Team B. Xia Xiaoxiao was instantly anxious. So what if you have injuries on your body? Just because you have injuries on your body doesn't mean you can't fight. I'll come too. Take me one. And me, my husband can live. Fool, if we are going to die together, how can my husband live alone? For silhouettes staggered towards Xia Xiaoxiao, the very same few transmigrators who had just had their tendons picked off by Wu Hao. After a brief treatment, they were barely able to stand up, and at the moment did not hesitate to join the A team. You guys, Xia Xiaoxiao was surprised. There were only 6 people in Team A at the moment, and other than Xia Xiaoxiao, the other 5 were all seriously injured. The scene touched many people, and soon there were more transferees who joined the A team as soon as they could bite the bullet. However, in the end, the number of people in the A team was only 50 or so, which was half of what Xia Xiaoxiao expected to see in 100 people. One should know that there were 700 to 800 transmutants here, even excluding the seriously injured, but now they actually couldn't even come up with 100. Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She did her best to try and get as many people out alive as possible, but more people, it seemed, only cared about whether they could live or not. Just, Xia Xiaoxiao shook her head, her gaze becoming firm again. The books have written, but do good deeds. Don't ask about your future. 50 or so people. That's actually enough. Since no one wants to join the A-team anymore, I won't force it. Let's follow the original plan. After saying that, Xia Xiaoxiao set off along the original route with the A-team, preparing to go attract the attention of the demon race. The transmigrators who stayed in place all breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Xia Xiaoxiao would forcefully draw people to the A-team. They couldn't help but get excited when they saw Xia Xiaoxiao leave just like that. Great! Bumping into a stupid chick. Yes, ha 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 ha. This stupid girl is also too good at fooling around. Holding her up for a couple of sentences and she still takes it seriously? It's also thanks to this stupid girl. Otherwise how would we have the chance to escape from this hellhole? So what are we gonna do? Really listen to that chick and take these tired people with us? Someone pointed at the severely injured who were already too injured to move. Bring it on, my ass. Just leave these people here to fend for themselves. We'll follow the route, she said. And when they distract the demons, we'll just break out. I don't care if they live or die. Such a stupid chick. She deserves to die. Brother has a point. Ha 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 ha. The transmigrants who stayed in place dropped all of the seriously injured, and then lightly loaded up and began to rapidly approach towards the exit following the route that Xia Xiaoxiao had just pointed out. Those seriously injured could only watch the scene, without the others to protect them. These severely injured could only stay where they were and wait for death in despair. Soon a demonic creature found its way along the scent of blood. It was a scavenger, with an unpleasant stench of corpses emanating from its body. It eats carrion and prey that can't move. Obviously, all of these seriously injured people in front of us would be its main meal. It crawled up to a seriously injured man, then opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow it in one gulp. That seriously injured man was bloodless with fear, and just when he thought he was about to be chewed up and swallowed, a cold voice rang out. Forbidden spell, karma fire burning sky. A purplish-red demonic flame blazed, and in the blink of an eye the scavenger was burned to flying ash. A man appeared in front of the crowd, a face like a knife cut. His face was covered with knife cuts. It was impossible to see his appearance. Under normal circumstances, seeing such a person, everyone's first reaction would definitely be horror. But at this moment, there was only gratitude in the eyes of the crowd. They, saved. Just as they were secretly surprised with this thought, they didn't realize that the slash-faced man in front of them was looking at all of them with a pair of deep and incomparable eyes. Forbidden spell, eternal frozen eyes. Just as Team B's people began to rush towards the exit, Xia Xiaoxia and her group were even faster and had already approached the exit. As they expected, there were indeed more demons at the exit. Yilin counted 24 of them, and the demons following them around were countless and solid. With a lineup of this size, it was clear that they were not prepared to give them a chance to live at all. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes became grave. If they were to lure away so many demons and devil creatures, with the 50 or so people in the A-team, the difficulty would obviously be very great, and the slightest bit of inattention and they would most likely all be wiped out. But now, there was no way back for them. Letting go of the fight, there might still be a chance of survival. Xia Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "We're going to act like we're ready to break out and lure away as many demons as possible. I can't guarantee that all of you will survive, but I can guarantee that I'll be at the front of the line later." When these words came out, quite a few people from Team A couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing heartily. "What are you talking about? Don't worry, we're not so bad that we have to live on a sacrifice of a girl doll. Not bad. If we wanted to steal our lives, we wouldn't have come to Team A. From the moment we stepped into this place, we were already prepared to die at any time. Anyway, it's best if we can rush out and live. If not, killing one is enough. Killing two is bloody profitable. These beasts of the devil race, I've long looked at them with displeasure." You guys, listening to the words of the crowd, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be a little moved as well. Then, let's go. The bottom of Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were written with wariness and determination, and when she looked at Jilin's several people, the determination in her eyes turned into worry. "A few of you have injuries on your bodies, so wait, you'll rush slower, or you definitely won't be able to escape." At this time, however, Yilin suddenly raised his hand to stop her. "Actually, there's no need to go to so many people if it's just to attract the attention of the demons, but with fewer people going, there will definitely be fewer people sent by the demon race to hunt them down," Xia Xiaoxiao said doubtfully. "That's indeed the reasoning, but what if there's something that can attract the attention of all the demons?" Yilin said. "You mean?" Xia Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, then looked down at the star puppet strings in her hands. The star puppet line was a solid divine artifact, and even the demon race couldn't help but be moved when confronted with a divine artifact. "I see." Xia Xiaoxiao nodded. "It's enough for me to attract the attention of the demons alone." Saying this, Xia Xiaoxiao was about to move to the exit, when Yilin raised his hand and knocked her on the head. The bang was extremely crisp. Ouch! What are you doing? Xia Xiaoxiao covered her head and cried out in pain. What do you understand? You understand. If you lead away the demon race by yourself, isn't that just going to die? Then wouldn't I be saving you for nothing? You give me the star puppet strings. I'll go. Then you hid in the shadows and still managed to manipulate the star puppet strings to save me. Yilin said. No way. Xia Xiaoxiao balked. You still have injuries on your body. I can't let you take such a risk. In this world, there are some things that someone has to do, aren't there? If dying me alone can keep you all alive, that's pretty good too. Yelin gave a spontaneous smile. Besides, who says I will definitely die? If the number of demons that we lured is not too large, we can even ambush them to kill them back. And you've dabbled in the art of war, so you definitely can't go. But it's decided. If it drags on, it'll be too late. Xia Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Yilin. Looking at how determined Yilin was, Xia Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, then handed over a piece of transparent silk thread the length of her index finger to Yilin's hand. This cut-off silk thread emitted a faint starry glow, as if it had been intercepted from a piece of the Milky Way. Star puppet strings. Rank, Divine. Attribute, Spiritual power increased 320%, wash level 5 stars. Skill 1, Infinity. Infinity, 100% increase in mana recovery speed for the user of the star puppet strings. And the star puppet strings can grow indefinitely before they run out of mana. Skill number 2, Moriaka. Moro, the star puppet strings can take on any form according to the user's mind shift. Skill 3, Star Devouring. Star Devourer, after being pierced by a star golem's strings, the user can extract 10% of the opponent's life force to replenish themselves. Is this the star puppet thread? Yilin was a bit shocked. It was also the first time he had seen a true divine weapon. Even if you put aside those 3 skills, just a 320% increase in mental power was enough to go against the grain. If it was placed in the outside world, the star puppet strings would be enough to attract the real top powerhouses to fight for it, and it could be said to be worth a lot of money. But Xia Xiaoxiao handed it over to Yilin without the slightest hesitation, which was enough to see her trust in Yilin. Yilin couldn't help but ask with a light laugh, aren't you afraid that I'll take the star puppet strings and run away? Fear not, as long as you live. Xia Xiaoxiao looked at Yilin with a burning gaze. The temperature contained in that gaze scalded Yilin with some raw pain, and he couldn't help but move his eyes away. Don't worry, I'll live. Yilin didn't dare to look at Xia Xiaoxiao again and turned around to lurk towards the demon clan's location. On the other hand, Xia Xiaoxiao and the others were waiting in place, ready to receive Yilin. Some people, when they die, and some people, it's better to keep on living. Yilin muttered and continued to approach the exit, at which point a demonic creature had already spotted him and roared as it charged towards Yilin. Yilin poured his mana into the star puppet strings, and the star puppet strings, which were originally only the length of his index finger, instantly began to grow wildly like seaweed. Yilin manipulated the star puppet threads with his mental power, and the vigorously growing star puppet threads instantly strangled towards the demonic creature, which was almost instantly strangled into a field of broken pieces. The strong smell of blood startled all the demon clans guarding the exit, and they all looked this way. It's him, the expert ice player who just played with ice. Be careful, this guy's strength is extremely terrifying. Just now a dozen of us failed to stop him. I won't let him escape this time. But Yilin didn't have any intention of escaping at all, but instead maneuvered the star puppet strings to continue growing and rushing up into the sky. Yilin didn't let the star puppet thread conceal its own sharpness like Xia Xiaoxiao did, but instead let it light up completely, and in a flash, it was as if a curtain of stars had appeared above the sky. This is, as thin as a hair, as brilliant as a star. This is a divine weapon. Star puppet thread. This human brat actually has a divine artifact in his hand. Take him. Be careful. The power of a divine weapon is extremely terrifying. This kid might be brewing some big move. For a moment, all the demons were all on guard. No one dared to get close to Yilin for fear that Yilin would hold back a big one. Xia Xiaoxiao, who was hidden in the shadows, also didn't see what Yilin was actually doing. And the star puppet strings served no purpose at all if they were used like this, other than being better looking. Only under Yilin's control, the star puppet strings intertwined and changed with each other above the sky. In the end, the star puppet strings unexpectedly formed 4 large words shining with starlight above the sky in a golden light. Come here you. Silence. Whether it was the demon race, the demons, or Xia Xiaoxiao and his group who were hidden in the shadows, or even Team B who had just arrived not long ago, all of them fell into silence at this moment. They had thought that Yelin was going to hold a big one for them, but they didn't expect that Yelin had pulled a big one on them. It's so hot to be so poorly provoked. but it has to be said that sometimes the simplest is, instead, the most effective. Realizing that they were fooled, the demon instantly ignited anger. The leading demon looks a little similar to humans, just as tall as 3 meters. The muscles on the body are like granite, sinking into a bizarre grayish-white color. Come 10 people to follow me to deal with this guy. The rest of you continue to block the exit. Notify me immediately if there is any movement. This is most likely the trick the human race call the transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Norris spoke in a deep voice. He possessed a quarter of the royal bloodline and was very strong. As soon as the words fell, Norris brought 10 demons and a group of demons towards Yilin to surround and kill. Even though they knew that it was probably a trap, they still chose to take the bait. This was the temptation brought by the divine weapon. Yilin didn't try to be brave and turned his head to run, with Norris leading the demons in hot pursuit. He made it, lured away nearly half of the demon race. Quick, let's go help him. The A-team transfigurationists hiding in the shadows rejoiced at the sight. Xia Xiaoxiao wanted to go and receive Yilin, but she hesitated when she looked at the dozen or so demons still at the exit. Wait a minute. Xia Xiaoxiao called out to the crowd as she gritted her teeth as if she had made a major decision. There are still a dozen or so demons at the exit. Our mission is not yet complete. On Team B's side, there are a large number of seriously injured people. Breaking out is definitely not as easy as it is for us. There are still too many demons. We have to lure away more demons before we can do that. So we, Team A, will have to split up into 2 groups, with one group going to meet Yi Mushuang, and the other heading to the exit to lure away another group of demons. Xia Xiaoxiao was halfway through her sentence when she was suddenly interrupted. Look, girl, who is that? Only to see a man with blindness full of knife scars like a moth to a flame directly rush to the exit of a dozen or so demons. This kind of behavior, completely is to send death. You guys of the demon race, don't underestimate the bond between us humans, asshole. My compatriots, you have to take my share and live well together, The knife sharp-faced man bellowed and directly rushed towards the center of the demon race. Immediately afterward, his body kept colliding up like a balloon, expanding into a large circle in a few breaths. Run. This is a self-destruct forbidden spell. It was only then that the people of the demon race reacted to what this knife-sharpened man was trying to do, and they were scared to death. But it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of intense light, the man exploded to his bones and a huge starfish floated in mid-air, followed by a violent explosion that was deafening, and the surrounding demons and devils weren't doing well either. The power of this self-detonation was too terrifying. It could even be comparable to the full power strike of a level 70 powerhouse, but anyone who got close, whether it was a demon or a demonic creature, all of them were blown up. After the explosion, there were limbs and broken arms all over the place, and no more than 5 of the dozen or so demon race members could still stand, and these 5 demon race members were all injured. Crazy person. In the human race, how can there be this kind of madman? The people of the demon race were trembling with fear. After rushing up without saying a word, without releasing any skills, they directly exploded themselves. Who is not afraid of this kind of madman? No good. Norris in the distance had originally been on the verge of encircling Yilin, but as soon as he heard such a terrifying explosion, he immediately realized that the situation was not right, and no longer caring about Yilin, he began to rush back with all the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao and his group were first stunned, then they became ecstatic. It worked. There are only 5 demons left, and all of them are still wounded, so Team B's people can definitely charge out. Whenever there is a time of despair, there are always heroes that emerge from the human race who put life and death at risk. I am ashamed to be inferior. It's just a pity that this one iron bone heroic man, he actually died just like that, and he didn't even know what his name was. The crowd murmured, all of them somewhat regretting the man who had just directly exploded himself, although they didn't know where that guy had appeared from, but he had truly saved everyone. Xia Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, then turned around and chased after Yilin in his direction. You guys break out and go first. I'm going to meet Yi Mushuang. The people of Team A looked at Xia Xiaoxiao's departing back. They looked at each other in dismay, and then very silently revealed a smile. Woman child, are you kidding? Where's the argument that we break out first? You're the captain. Wherever the captain goes we go. That's right. We haven't done anything yet. Looking at the crowd that had coincidentally decided to continue following her, Xia Xiaoxiao's heart was also somewhat indescribably moved. She threw down the distractions in her mind and desperately rushed towards the direction where Yilin was. Yi Mushuang, you must live. Xia Xiaoxiao was worried. Meanwhile, the crowd of Team B saw hope for life. Holy shit, there's a fool who's gone to die with the demon race. There are only 5 demons left. Here's our chance. Let's charge. That's right. Such a few demons will definitely not be able to stop us. Charge. Team B's transferees had left behind their seriously injured early on, so they charged with such speed that they approached the exit almost instantly. At this moment, the devils and demonic creatures were exploded by Yi Lin's detached self, and facing them as a raw force, they naturally did not have the ability to resist, and were instantly pushed horizontally. Everyone got excited as they watched the exit come near. Ha 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 ha, survived. Thanks to the fact that we lost all those seriously injured and tired people, and even more thanks to that stupid girl and that stupid guy who just blew himself up. That's true. I'm sure I won't be such a fool, but I wish there were as many such fools in the world as possible, so that I could live a long life. Haven't you heard of the saying that good people don't live long, and misfortune lasts 1,000 years? It's only right for good people to go to their deaths. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in Team B excitedly rushed towards the exit. As long as they rushed out of this secret realm, they would be able to survive. As for the deaths of the others, what did it matter to them? The matter of picking up the A team had long been behind all of them, but at that moment, a dark shadow suddenly blocked in front of them. It was a slim man. The man's face was covered with all kinds of twisted and hideous scars. His appearance was ugly. It belonged to the type of person who would have nightmares just by looking at it. Only to see the man raise his hand to the excited Team B crowd, and then a terrifying force rose up from the ground. Forbidden spell wall of size. A gray stone wall rose up from the ground, blocking everyone in Team B, and blocking the exit of the 79th secret realm. For a moment, everyone panicked. Fuck! Where's the wall? Get out of here! This could be the demon race's backhand. It's just a wall. Let's blast through it together. It's not the demon race. I saw it. It was a male who just made this stone wall. Blast this stone wall. Let's kill him. After the crowd panicked for a while, they quickly calmed down, and they all struck out together, blasting towards the wall of size that stood in front of them. In a moment, flames, cold ice, thunder, sword, blade, and gunblade, all kinds of attacks came out at once, fiercely bombarding the seemingly ordinary stone wall in front of them, sending out bursts of roaring sounds. The crowd had thought that this strike would be enough to completely destroy the stone wall, but when the smoke cleared, their faces instantly changed. It was because facing the siege of several hundred transmigrators on the scene, that stone wall unexpectedly didn't move at all. Not even a single crack appeared. Their attacks couldn't even leave a trace on the stone wall. How is this possible? With so many of us striking together, how could it be possible that we couldn't even break through a wall? Someone cried out in shock, his face filled with a look of horror and disbelief. Then the unbelieving crowd joined hands again and bombarded the stone wall. But it didn't work at all. No matter what methods they used, they couldn't damage the stone wall by half. That stone wall was like an insurmountable moat, blocking all their hopes of living. How could they have known that the level of the doppelganger transformed by the one chi transforming 3 chi was exactly the same as that of Yi Lin's main body? With the wall of size cast by the doppelganger's current level 37, it was impossible to break it without the intervention of a level 57 or higher transmogrifier. If it were any other place, if you can't break it, you can just go around it. But at this moment, the wall of size is blocking the exit, so there is no place to go around it. It was clear that if they only took one more step, they would be able to escape, and the exit was close at hand. But it turned out that none of them could escape. This kind of ups and downs from life to death caused many people to instantly break down and, please, let me go. I'm innocent. You're human too. How can you help the demons to help the demons? That's right. You are betraying the human race by acting like this. You are a human traitor. I don't want to die. Somebody save me. I have 5 wives at home waiting for me to come home. I can't die. What will they do if I die? See, come hard simply cannot break the wall of size. Some people even flopped on the wall of size, kneel down, began to complain and beg for forgiveness. There are also people directly cursing. All beings are not like this. But no matter what they said or did, the stone wall remained unmoved, just standing there quietly, blocking everyone's way. Just as the crowd was about to fall into despair, Norris rushed back with the demons. Seeing that so many human transmutants had gathered at the exit, and that the demons and magical creatures that had remained behind were heavily dead or injured, Norris instantly became furious. You bunch of damned humans! I want you, all of you, to die here. Accompanied by Norris' command, the demons led the demons and instantly unleashed a massacre on the crowd of Team B. In front of them was a wall of size that could not be broken at all, and behind them was the furious and raging demon race. And it was only at this moment that these people finally experienced what true despair was. For a moment, the screams, cries for help, and pleas for mercy resounded through the sky. Under the shadow of death, these transmutants quickly began to fight back. A dog will jump over the wall when it's anxious, let alone the fact that these people are all transmigrators with great strength. For a while, the demons and Team B's transmutants fought together in an extremely fierce battle, and the battlefield was like a giant meat grinder that kept harvesting lives. On the other hand, Xie Xiaoxiao led the people of Team A and finally found Yi Lin. Only Yilin was seen leaning on a tree, his eyes closed tightly, his life and death unknown. Yi Mushuang. Xia Xiaoxiao let out a cry of alarm and rushed over. After realizing that Yilin was still breathing, she was relieved. It seemed that the other party was just unconscious due to his injuries. Hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's voice, Yilin raised his eyelids with some difficulty. When he saw Xia Xiaoxiao and his party, Yilin's face instantly changed. Why are you guys here? Can't you escape? Is it hard to believe that the demon race still has a backhand? Don't worry. After you lured away a part of the demon race, some people pulled the demon race along with them to die together, and used their lives to open the exit, and the people from Team B should have all escaped safely, Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained. When Yilin heard this, he let out a sigh of relief, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Have they all escaped? It's good to have escaped. Then my efforts, after all, have not been in vain. By the way, this is back to you. Yilin took out the star puppet strings and handed them to Xia Xiaoxiao. The bottom of Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Then she spread a smile and tied Yilin to her back after receiving the star puppet strings. Go! I'll take you with me to break out. The 18 transfigurators couldn't help but laugh and tease even as they watched the scene. TCH, saving her husband by 1,000 miles worked. It's a good ending too. Yes, don't you think so? These two dolls look quite good together. I really envy the young people dare to love and hate, can experience a sensational love story? Think about my younger days. The only experience related to love is online dating was cheated 38,000. In the face of the crowd's flirting, Xia Xiaoxiao's little face flushed a little, but she had no intention of untying Yilin down. Instead, she tied it tighter. After carrying Yilin on his back, Xia Xiaoxiao led the 18 crowd in the direction of the exit. But when rushing to the exit, the scene in front of them froze everyone in place. Purgatory on earth. It was the same word that came to everyone's mind when they saw the sight before them. As far as the eye could see, there were human body parts and broken limbs everywhere, and the oozing blood soaked the ground into a dark red color that was shocking to the eyes. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, a river of blood. The scenes described by these two idioms were truly displayed in front of their eyes at this time. There were even people who were so frightened by the cruel and bloody scene in front of them that they fell to the ground with a thud, their faces pale. How is this possible? What the hell happened? Did all the people from Team B die here? Xia Xiaoxiao muttered, a look of disbelief written all over her face. She clearly remembered that when she went to look for Yilin, the exit was no longer guarded by many demons. With the strength of those people from Team B, it was not a difficult task at all to solve those few demons rushing out. But now, how could all the people from Team B be slaughtered? Just as Xia Xiaoxiao and his party were immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves, not being able to figure out what was happening at all, a heart-rending scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Blame me. It's all my fault. I'm the one who killed them. Yilin broke free from Xia Xiaoxiao's back, his face full of self-reproach and chagrin. Only Yilin was seen gripping his hair in a death grip, pain written all over his face as tears welled up in his eyes. It must be because those demonic support coming back after me that Team B's people died and were injured so badly, even to the point of total annihilation. It's all my fault. If I could have dragged those demons for a little while longer, all of Team B's people would surely have survived. It's all because I was too weak that I killed them. It's all my fault. Hearing Yilin's shout, the crowd then reacted to what was going on, and now that they thought about it, this was the most probable. No wonder when they found Yilin, there was no trace of any demons beside Yilin. So it turned out that those demons who were chasing Yilin had all returned to support the people who were besieging Team B. Thinking about this, the crowd rose up to fight for Yilin. Brother Yi, you don't have to blame yourself so much. You've done your best. You can't be blamed for this. If you want to be blamed, you have to blame those damn demons. Good. The ones who killed were those demons. What does it have to do with you? You were exhausted and unconscious when we found you. You don't have to blame yourself. Nowadays the priority is that we have to escape, and then find a way to avenge those dead brothers of Team B. The dead are dead. The living are alive. Brother Yi, cheer up. Listening to the encouragement of the crowd, Yilin's emotions finally calmed down a bit, and he clenched his fists in death, his eyes filled with hatred. You guys are right. Revenge. We can't let the brothers of Team B die in vain. Yilin staggered to his feet, fuming. I want there to be not one more demonic race, not one more demonic creature within these 79 secret areas, in order to console the souls of my dead compatriots in heaven. Xia Xiaoxia hurriedly stopped him. Yi Mushuang, I know you're angry right now, and so am I, but you're still injured. So listen to me and let's go first. We'll come back for revenge when we've recovered from our injuries. Okay? No. Have you forgotten? I have a secret method to be able to recover from my injuries. I'll cover you guys. You take the others and leave. I must avenge Team B's people. They can't die in vain. Yilin shook his head, his eyes firm. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilin stumbled towards the exit. Demon cubs, take your lives. Ice spin curse. Countless terrifyingly huge ice cones condensed under Yilin's maneuvering, whistling toward the front. It's you! Norris turned his head and instantly recognized Yilin as he wiped the traces of blood on his face that belonged to the human race and spoke in a cold voice. Throw yourself into the net. You want to seek death. I'll fulfill you. Norris clapped his hands together, and terrifying demonic chi roared out like a demonic dragon, sweeping towards the ice cones in the sky. The ice cone and the demonic chi entangled together, canceling each other's power and emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Norris was just about to continue striking when he suddenly felt a palpitating sensation, as if some danger was creeping closer. He subconsciously raised his hand and swung it to the side, and several transparent silk threads wrapped around his arm like hawk ants. The silk threads were as sharp as swords, instantly causing blood to seep out of his arm. Star puppet strings? And the masters? Norris's vertical pupils condensed slightly, and he twisted his head to look at the other end of the silk thread, which was none other than the cold-faced Xie Xiaoxiao. Yi Mu Shuang, leave this first. When you've recovered from your injuries, you'll definitely have a chance to take revenge. Xie Xiaoxiao persuaded. If I leave like this, these people from Team B will have died in vain, and then my conscience will be condemned for the rest of my life. Yilin said righteously. He then turned around, a pair of black eyes staring tightly at Xie Xiaoxiao. Do you trust me? Xie Xiaoxia froze for a moment, then nodded seriously. Believe. Good. Then you take the 18 people and hurry to leave. Leave this place to me, Yilin said as he pointed to the exit. But, Xie Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but at that moment, a pair of big warm hands suddenly cupped Xie Xiaoxiao's face, and Yilin stared earnestly into Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes. Be good. Listen, I won't lie to you. I'll get out alive. I can't let these people die in vain. Yilin's gentle voice rang in his ears, causing Xie Xiaoxiao to resist a flurry of emotions. You must come out alive. I'll be back to help you after I send them all out. Xie Xiaoxiao ultimately chose to trust Yilin, and then without any hesitation, she rushed towards the exit with the A-team. Want to go? No way. Norris shouted angrily and was ready to strike. Just then, a wall of ice rose up one after another, blocking in front of him, and at the same time, a blade of ice containing an intense cold aura descended from the sky and chopped towards Norris. With the support of the absolute zero domain, Yelin's ice skills were extremely terrifying, and even Norris couldn't break through Yelin's attack for a moment. Seeing that all of Xie Xiaoxiao's group disappeared into the exit of the 79th secret realm, Yilin sighed in relief. At the same time, Norris smashed through several ice walls like a bullet and appeared in front of Yelin. Seeing that Xie Xiaoxiao and the others had already left, Norris's heart ignited with anger and he said sorrowfully to Yilin, Kid, you're really stupid. If that chick has stayed here, I'd still have to be afraid for 3 points. But now, you let your helper go first. You are dead. I will definitely make you taste the torture of the demon race. As soon as Norris's words fell, several demons surrounded Yilin with a murderous spirit. What makes you think that her being gone would be bad news for me? I'm exhausted from acting. Yilin stretched his back, and the injuries on his body healed like new almost instantly. Watching this scene, Norris's vertical pupils shrunk violently. This recovery speed was too terrifying. Not even the demons could have such a fast recovery speed. But what shocked Norris even more was yet to come, only to hear a sudden sound of something heavy dragging from behind. Norris looked back to see a man with a knife-like face dragging a huge mass of ice this way. What dazzled him even more was the fact that there were a lot of humans frozen inside that mass of ice. The humans were lifelike, some of them keeping a smile on their faces, and seemed to have been frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Yilin approached the giant mass of ice, then raised his hand and pressed it against the ice, directly launching endless devouring. In a dozen breaths of effort, that huge mass of ice was as if it had been disintegrated by the invisible swarm of insects, disappearing into thin air, and together with it, there were also those humans frozen inside the ice. After devouring the huge block of ice, Yilin didn't stop, but instead set his gaze on the people of Team B. Yilin was like a diligent battlefield scavenger. Wherever he went, the remnants of the corpses and bloodstains would be cleaned up, and the aura on Yilin's body was also climbing up at this moment. Norris retreated several steps in fear and looked at Yelin in horror. He finally saw what Yelin was doing. You actually devour even your own kind. You're a devil. Even within the demon race, cannibalism of one's own kind was a rare occurrence, and only lowly demons would devour each other. Facing Norris' accusation, Yelin revealed a kind smile. I said I won't let them die in vain. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. You won't die in vain either. Yelin moved his body a bit. Children only make choices. Adults must want them all. Not only did he want to swallow these people from Team B, He wouldn't let go of any of the demon race in this 79 secret realm. These people can be walking experience values in his eyes. Outside he wouldn't have had the chance or the guts to unleash such a massive massacre. Now it was good. The people were killed by the demons. The demons were killed by him. And instead of being wanted, he would become a great hero for killing the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao and those who made it out alive from the 18 could testify for him. He's clean. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation. Blood-red flames rose from Yi Lin's body. As the level rose, the dreadfulness of the forbidden spell burning reincarnation also began to gradually manifest, ignoring any restrictions, directly doubling the three major attributes of strength, agility, and spirit, which was completely the existence of a plug-in. Forbidden spell extinction wild thunder. The roiling thunder hung down from the distant sky, and Yi Lin, who had struck out with all his might, caused Norris' face to turn a little white. He sensed a deadly crisis from Yi Lin. Come on people, strike together. Norris hurriedly called out to the other demons to help him. If he were to face Yi Lin alone, he felt that he wouldn't even be able to walk under Yi Lin for more than 3 moves before he would be directly killed. All the remaining demon races and demonic creatures within the 79 mysteries gathered behind Norris, and together they struck out to defend against the terrifying thunder that kept coming. Ethelwood positive thunder, Sea Fire Yang thunder, Capricorn Waterine thunder, Gung Gold robbery thunder, Earth underworld thunder, evil punishing divine thunder, God killing demonic thunder, life destroying purple thunder. All sorts of thunder kept on splitting and falling, and the crowd of the demon race was as if they had violated the rules of the sky, and they were being chopped up by the heavenly thunder. The demon race could still barely resist, while those demonic creatures were completely cannon fodder-like existences in the face of the incoming heavenly thunder, dying when they were hit, and being seriously injured when they were rubbed. On Yi Lin's side, his internal organs were also regenerating, and it was clear that he was only one person, but he was hardened to block the army of demons led by Norris. He's using forbidden spells. He won't last long. Block it, Norris shouted angrily. When the other demons heard this, they instantly launched themselves into a fierce fight. Norris was right. The human race casting forbidden spells could cause irreversible damage to their bodies. Yeah, that's right. I'm about to lose my grip. Yellen echoed with a grin, then asked with a tilt of his head at Norris, has your excellency heard of ice and fire? It's very cool. Norris first froze, then looked at Yellen with some confusion, and Yellen didn't let him down, quickly making him understand the gold content of these 5 words. Forbidden spell extreme cold forever freeze. Forbidden spell inferno god sigh. Forbidden spell frost sorrow. Forbidden spell karma fire burning sky. For every ice forbidden spell that was thrown, Yi Lin would make up another fire forbidden spell in the meantime. The devils and demonic creatures first saw frost flying all over the sky, and then it was as if they were in a place of extreme cold, frozen to the point of shivering, and those who were hit head-on were even directly frozen into ice sculptures. But immediately afterward, they were greeted by super high-temperature flames that blazed and burned like the sun, enough to burn their bodies directly into flying ashes. They just kept alternating between extreme cold and extreme heat, with demons being burned to a crisp or frozen into ice sculptures. Forbidden spell, one breath transforms 3 purities. Yi Lin manifested 2 doppelgangers and told them to continue throwing forbidden spells while he himself strolled idly across the battlefield and began to absorb the slain demons with endless devouring. Damn, how come he still has helpers? Seeing 2 more people suddenly appear, Norris' heart couldn't help but sink. Just one Yi Lin had made them cope with the situation, and now 2 more helpers had appeared. How could they fight? Yellen didn't care what Norris thought. He was completely letting go now. Devour a common magical creature *185 to gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace amount of extremely rare dragon blood. Increase lifespan by 5,000 years. Experience value by 24,580 points. Increase strength attribute by 198 points. Agility attribute by 150 points. And mental strength by 88 points. Devour high-grade magic item *32. Gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a very thin strand of dragon's bloodline. Increase life expectancy by 7,800 years. Experience value by 16,900 points. Increase strength attribute by 254 points. Agility attribute by 170 points. And mental strength by 180 points. Devour demon *2. Gaining water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a thin sliver of dragon's blood. Increase life expectancy by 450 years. Experience value by 2,800 points. Strength attribute by 33 points. Agility attribute by 18 points. And mental strength by 18 points. Cool. Feeling the rapidly increasing experience value and 3-dimensional attributes, Yi Lin's entire body became excited. If Zhuge Qianqing hadn't repaired the origin ancient artifact for him, where would he be able to possess such a heaven-defying divine skill as endless devouring? Yi Lin even felt that the existence of endless devouring was even more terrifying than immortality. Immortality was only able to keep him from dying. If he hadn't been converted into a forbidden spellcaster, it would have been difficult for just an immortality to actually give him great power. But endless devouring was different. With endless devouring in place, even if he had awakened the most trashy F-ranked profession, as long as he could meticulously develop, he would be just as invincible one day. Other than that, as long as the strength attribute was raised to a certain height, he would be able to inflict extremely terrifying damage even if he casually blasted out a punch. Watching his men being blasted to death by forbidden spells one by one and turned into Yi Lin's sustenance again, Norris was so anxious that he was about to cry out. But on the contrary, he couldn't do anything about Yi Lin, and under the furious bombardment of the forbidden spells, the demons that had gathered completely collapsed. Although their intelligence was not as good as that of the demon race, they also had the most basic survival instincts, and the life of a demon was also a life. Soon, along with the first demonic creature turning around and fleeing, it soon caused a chain reaction. The lingering demons couldn't take it anymore and turned their heads to flee, but they hadn't escaped for long before Yi Lin's voice sounded behind them. Forbidden spell, necromancy returns to the realm. A green smoke rose up not far away, and the smoke shimmered with an eerie light of green and ghostly color. A white skeleton then emerged from the smoke with a rusty longsword in its hand. Necromantic creatures. Skeleton warriors. Along with the skeleton warriors appearing, soon one head followed by a head of other necromantic creatures appeared, surrounding the area and cutting off all hope of escape for these demonic creatures. Any demonic creature that tried to escape from this place would be attacked by the madness of the necromantic creatures, and would end up either being slapped into mincemeat by the bone dragon or being split into pieces by the skeleton warriors' messy swords. It was clear that Yellen was not prepared to let go of a single demon. The demons let out mournful cries of grief, and the terror of death was written all over their large eyes. You can't fight and you can't escape. There is nothing more desperate in this world. But Yellen wouldn't be merciful. Any creature in this world that was attacked would feel pain, fear or reveal a breach. But demons wouldn't feel that way. Demons had no sense of pain. Seeing that the two doppelgangers were about to perish on the spot because they had cast too many forbidden spells, Yi Lin immediately commanded the two doppelgangers to charge towards the battlefield. The star chain connected to the bilocation, and the star power kept pouring into the bilocation. And the two bilocations were like balloons, rapidly expanding. Immediately afterward, along with two deafening muffled sounds, the two doppelgangers all exploded into two huge starfish. The violent explosions harvested the lives of the surrounding magical creatures as if the god of death was wielding a scythe. Hearing these two successive explosions, Norris said as if he had reacted to something and stared at Yellen dead in the face. I know. The explosion that just happened at the exit was your doing too. Correct answer. But unfortunately no prize. Yellen continued to clear the battlefield, and soon, only Norris was left as a bare-bones commander on the demon side. And when Yi Lin checked up on his attribute panel, he was shocked by his current panel. Name, Yellen. Occupation, spellcaster. Rank, 43, 5.11%. Power, 1120. Agility, 1024. Spirit, 1998, plus 6,393.6. Occupational talent 1, endless spells. A forbidden spell can be unlocked with every level up of the forbidden spellcaster. Occupational talent 2, extreme sublimation. All skills used by a spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. After this massacre within the 79th secret territory, Yi Lin had not only gotten a huge boost in level, but his three-dimensional attributes, too, had all broken 1,000. The strength attribute, which determined muscle strength and physical quality. As a forbidden spellcaster, originally the strength attribute should have been Yi Lin's least skillful, but now, after devouring enough demons and fiends, Yi Lin's strength attribute had also reached 1120 points. Even for a warrior profession of the same level, the strength attribute was estimated to be about the same as Yi Lin's without taking into account the equipment enchantment. A forbidden spellcaster with a power of 1,000. Yi Lin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth just thinking about it. As a forbidden spellcaster, it makes sense to be born with godly powers, right? Now if he were to face an opponent like Kensen again, Yi Lin wouldn't even need any other forbidden spells. He could just use a handful of Starfall Heavenly Scars in conjunction with the Yang Longevity Blade technique to hack Kensen to death the hard way. Unfortunately, the next time I want to encounter a human-demon war of this magnitude, it won't be that easy. Yi Lin couldn't help but shake his head. The 79th Secret Realm's grandeur could be encountered but not sought. And when he did this, not only did the demon race suffer heavy losses, but at least half of Qingqing's transmigrators were also lost in the Secret Realm. Norris had completely fallen into despair. He had originally wanted to fish for law enforcement with artifact illusions, luring the human transmigrants into the 79 secret realm before pitting them all to death, but did not expect. Fishing is caught, but the fish caught inside. There is a megalodon shark. At this moment, the only living thing within the entire 79th mystery, other than Yi Lin, should be himself. The great demon lord will one day enslave all of you humans. Norris hissed as if to embolden himself, then charged towards Yi Lin with a determination to die. Yi Lin raised his hand and was about to strike when a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the location of the exit, and Yi Lin immediately put away the forbidden spell he was about to release. This chick came back so quickly? Forget it. One less demon race to swallow is one less demon race to swallow, Yelin muttered, ignoring Norris, who had begun to put up a fight. Norris's fist containing demonic chi violently blasted out, but to his surprise, Yi Lin didn't have the intention to dodge at all, and the punch landed solidly on Yi Lin's chest. With a bang, Yi Lin's entire body was blown away as the demonic chi kept raging, destroying his body. With a poof, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently from Yi Lin. This scene also happened to fall into the eyes of Xie Xiaoxiao, who had re-entered the 79th secret realm. Xie Xiaoxiao had just sent all of Team A out of the secret realm when she saw a scene that made her jaw drop. Yi Mu Xuan! Xie Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock and rushed forward to support Yi Lin. Cough. Cough cough cough. Yelin coughed weakly. I'm sorry, I really tried my best. This Norris is too strong. And he also has an evil method that allows him to absorb the power of other demons and magical creatures to strengthen himself. Otherwise, I should have been able to win. It's okay. It's okay. You've done a great job. I'm back. Just leave the rest to me. Xia Xiaoxiao's heart clenched as she looked at Yi Lin's injured appearance. However, Norris instantly exploded when he heard Yelin's words. You fart. All the demonic fiends, including those human corpses, were clearly devoured by you. Don't believe him. He's a liar. He's a demon. Norris hastily defended himself. If I don't trust him, do I trust you? A demon? After Xia Xiaoxiao settled Yi Lin, she coldly stood up, and the star puppet threads that were as thin as hair began to spread out, and an extremely strong killing chance emanated from her body. What's wrong with the demon race? There are some people within your human race that are more like demons than us demons. Norris was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Shut up. One day a demon. You'll be a demon for the rest of your life. Demons are evil and cunning by nature, and they lie all the time. Do you think I'll fall for your scheme to sow discord? Xia Xiaoxiao raised her hand and waved it. Countless threads of silk were entangled towards Norris, who tried his best to dodge before he managed to dodge, but his face was still cut with a scar by the star puppet threads, and when he saw Yi Lin making faces at him behind Xia Xiaoxiao's back, Norris was so angry that he almost lost his breath. As a demon, Norris felt the sinister nature of the world for the first time, and he really didn't expect that there were actually humans in this world who were more like demons than demons. Little girl, I really didn't lie to you. So many human corpses, so many corpses of demons and devil creatures, all of them disappeared cleanly. Don't you think it's fishy? Think about it, Norris persuaded bitterly. However, in the face of Norris's mouth, Xia Xiaoxiao's face didn't move in the slightest, only slowly picking up a cold smile. I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. Star puppet strings. Shay didn't care what Norris said. The education she had received since she was a child and the bloody history of the human race all spoke of the hatred of the demon race. It's like when you bump into your best friend on the road with a small day. You're going to scrutinize who's right and who's wrong when you see a conflict between your best friend and someone who's having a good day. Demons, that is, deserve to die. The star puppet strings twined towards Norris under Xia Xiaoxiao's manipulation, containing a strong killing intent to strangle Norris directly. Norris raised his hand to fend it off, and the star puppet strings wrapped around the top of his arm, instantly strangling into the flesh and cutting his arm into a bloody blur. But the pain in his arm was nothing compared to the pain inside. Norris knew for sure he wouldn't survive today, but he just couldn't swallow the monstrous aggression in his heart. Just like Xiao Luzi had to prove that he had only eaten a bowl of flour even if he disemboweled himself, Norris even if he gambled his life. He must dismantle Yi Lin's true colors today, prove that he was wrongly accused. You despicable and shameless human, you bully the devil too much. Norris growled and angrily charged towards Yelin. He didn't believe that Yi Lin would still be able to disguise himself in the face of a deadly attack. You seek death. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes condensed at the sight, and the star puppet strings in his hand instantly shot out like an arrow off the string. But Norris didn't dodge, letting the star puppet strings pierce a bloody hole through his body one by one back and forth, but also continued to charge towards Yi Lin, enough to see the aggression and anger in his heart at the moment. Is this demon race crazy? Xia Xiaoxiao was also taken aback. Norris's style of fighting was clearly already disregarding his own life, but scared as she was, Xia Xiaoxiao wouldn't let Norris hurt Yi Lin. Her fingertips closed back, and those star puppet strings that had penetrated Norris's body then instantly contracted, pulling Norris backward. Ah! Norris let out a hysterical growl as his eyes went red and he panted like a cow. He then unexpectedly struggled with all his might regardless, and the sharp star puppet strings instantly cut through his body, and he just rushed towards Yilin, drenched in blood. Yi Mu Shuang! Watch out! Xia Xiaoxiao also didn't expect Norris to actually put up a fight to such an extent, and for a moment she couldn't respond in time, so she could only loudly remind Yilin. Looking at the Norris with a hideous expression who lunged towards himself, Yilin almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but considering that Xia Xiaoxiao was still there, Yilin finally held back. Only the corners of his mouth still couldn't be restrained from rising. I'll kill you! Norris roared, and his sharp knife-like devil claws slashed down towards Yilin's head. He must force out Yilin's true colors, but just when his attack was about to land on Yilin's body, Yilin raised his hand, and the absolute zero domain enveloped Norris, and his body began to freeze bit by bit until he couldn't move at all. I am not willing. I'm not willing. Can the demon race be wronged by just anyone? Norris let out an unwilling roar. Nonsense. If you're not wronged, should I take the blame myself? Yilin said in a low voice. With a flash of coldness, Xia Xiaoxiao's attack came afterward, chopping Norris's head right off. Yi Mu Shuang, are you alright? Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly checked the injuries on Yilin's body. No harm done. It's all just a few minor injuries. Yilin revealed a gentle smile. Phew, that's good. Xia Xiaoxiao's hanging heart was then released and she breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go out then. Yilin nodded, and the two of them walked side by side towards the exit, each other tacitly not opening their mouths along the way, as if each had something on their mind. Walking up to the exit, they both stopped at the same time and spoke at the same time again in unison. I, X2. You, X2. You first, X2. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll start then. Xia Xiaoxiao gathered her courage and said very seriously. Yi Mu Shuang, my father is right outside. After you leave this door, you must pretend that you don't know me well. You're just meeting in passing and are of the same human race, so you've helped each other out a bit. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will die. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the essence of his eyes flashed before he asked with a smile. What? Is your father still a flooding beast that eats people? No. Xia Xiaoxiao shook her head, her face serious. My father, probably a bit more powerful than a flood beast. Ever since I was little, the opposite sex that dared to approach me without his permission would somehow disappear. Is he a very powerful transmuter, or is he very powerful? Yilin pursued. Xia Xiaoxiao shook her head with a bitter smile. Yi Mu Shuang, don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Being able to know you, I'm already very happy to know you. No. Yilin rushed forward and grabbed Xia Xiaoxiao's shoulders, his burning gaze firmly looking at Xia Xiaoxiao. I won't give up, no matter how much resistance there is. I will come to you. Let me know. At least let me know how high a mountain I need to climb to see you again. A blush instantly rose on Xia Xiaoxiao's face as she grabbed the corner of her coat and hung her small head. Tell me. Dash. I'm really unwilling to never see you again. Yilin's voice was filled with aggression, like an innocent puppy that had gotten caught in the rain. Xia Xiaoxiao lifted her eyes to meet Yilin, who didn't budge in the slightest and stared at Xia Xiaoxiao, the clear bottom of her eyes reflecting each other's appearance. Will you really come to me? You're not lying to me to make me happy, are you? Xia Xiaoxiao asked, biting her rosy lips. I, Yi Mu Shuang, swear to the heavens that if I have lied to you, let me be struck by the heavens. Before Yilin could finish his sentence, Xia Xiaoxiao raised her hand and encircled his neck, and immediately afterward, Yilin noticed that his lips came into contact with something soft, like a warm jelly. This sudden move by Xia Xiaoxiao caused Yilin to freeze in place as well. When they parted a few moments later, Xia Xiaoxiao's face was already red through and through as she trembled and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. Even if you are lying to me, I want you to be safe. My father is the head of the Xia family, one of the 5 ancient clans of Great Xia. Xia Hong, the 5 great families? What's that? Yilin was a bit puzzled. He had never heard of this expression before. You move around Qingcheng, so you must have heard of Mr. Zhuge, right? Xia Xiaoxiao asked. Yilin nodded. Naturally, I've heard of Mr. Zhuge's great name. Without Mr. Zhuge, I'm afraid that Qingcheng would have long been overrun by demons. The 5 great lineages, with their long history, are the 5 lineages with the longest heritage within the entire Grand Xia. Each one of them is powerful and capable. Even the human emperor of the Grand Xia has to sell the 5 great lineages a face. Mr. Zhuge. Mr. Zhuge comes from the Zhuge family, one of the 5 great families, and the Zhuge family has the least number of people in the 5 great families, but every one of them is an amazing talent. Listening to Xia Xiaoxiao's explanation, Yilin's pupils couldn't help but shrink as well. This was the first time he had learned of Zhuge Qianqing's origin. He had only known that Zhuge Qianqing was famous in Kyoto before, and then tired of the bustling Kyoto, he found this small place in Xinjiang and lived an idyllic life. I didn't expect Zhuge Qianqing's origin to be so astonishing. Then it seems that one's guess is about 8 or 9 out of 10. The one who messed up at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral should be this Xie family head, Xie Hong. When he thought that the person who investigated and chased after him not long ago actually came from such a big place, Yi Lin was shocked out of a cold sweat, secretly saying that he was really lucky. If he hadn't used a fake identity, he would probably have been sliced up and studied by now. At the same time, he couldn't help but be a little worried about Guo Qin. This guy wouldn't have been caught already, right? Humph. How about, after knowing my identity, do you still dare to speak up about coming to me? Xia Xiaoxiao asked. Of course. Yi Lin's eyes did not waver in the slightest. So what if there are 5 great families? Wouldn't a king or a marquis rather have a breed? What I, Yi Mushuang, have determined, I will definitely accomplish. Xia Xiaoxiao gave Yi Lin a deep look, as if she wanted to thoroughly memorize Yi Lin's appearance in her heart. I'll wait for you. Remember, my name is Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao withdrew her eyes and walked towards the exit. Yi Lin took a deep breath and adjusted his complicated mind, then followed suit and walked out. At the exit of the 79th secret realm, a middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe stood there. His face had wrinkles and his eyebrows were filled with a majestic look. Su City Lord Hu Wang followed behind this middle-aged man like a servant, and when he saw Xia Xiaoxiao's figure, Hu Wang let out a sigh of relief, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with a look of surprise. It was fine that Xia Xiaoxiao was alive, but if Xia Xiaoxiao really died here, Hu Wang suspected that the entire Xinjiang would be bloodied. Dad! The moment she saw this middle-aged man, Xia Xiaoxiao walked over with her head hanging down, like a frosted eggplant. Obviously, this middle-aged man was Xie Hong, the head of the Xie family, quite capable. Shaved his head and learned to run away from home? Xie Hong opened his mouth lightly. No joy or anger could be heard in his tone. I know it's wrong, but look, I can deal with the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao took out that pink cell phone and pulled up the video that Yi Lin had taken for her. In the video, Xia Xiaoxia faced 24 demon race alone, and even killed one back. Breaking out in style, Xia Hong accepted the cell phone with an expressionless face, and Xia Xiaoxiao looked at him blearily, as if she was expecting a compliment from her father. But the next second, Xia Hong's broad palm slightly exerted force, and that pink cell phone was clutched into a mass of scrap metal by him, and Xia Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned white. And then what? What does that tell you? Have you ever thought that the family spends so much energy and resources to cultivate you? It's only right for you to be able to do these things. If you can't do it, only then is it really a waste. You've disappointed me too much. After you go back, you'll go into the Dragon Pool secret realm to reflect. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Pool mysterious realm, Xia Xiaoxiao's petite body trembled violently, clearly terrified of this secret realm. Xia Hong casually discarded the crushed cell phone as if it was a piece of trash. Xia Xiaoxiao hung her head low. Tears were already rolling in her eyes, but she didn't dare to refute Xia Hong in the slightest. Yes, my daughter knows it's wrong. I'll reflect on it. Xia Hong ignored Xia Xiaoxiao. His gaze landed on Yi Lin, who was not far away, and Yi Lin's heart instantly tightened as he felt like he was being targeted by a flood beast. Who is he? Xia Hong asked in a deep voice. An ice mage with decent strength. Quite a few demons were killed by him in the 79th secret realm. Xia Xiaoxiao replied. Oh, you're familiar with him? Xia Hong spoke faintly. Not familiar, but have fought side by side. Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth to defend. She felt her heart jumping out of her throat. Since she was a child, it was the first time she lied in front of her father. Xia Hong. Yeah, let's go then. Xia Hong didn't say anything more and moved to leave with Xia Xiaoxiao. Hu Wang hurriedly and respectfully followed. It wasn't until Xia Hong walked away that Yi Lin let out a breath of relief. The sense of oppression that Xia Hong gave him was too strong. Other than Zhuge Qianqing within the gate of the apocalypse, Yi Lin had never felt such a strong sense of oppression, and even breathing became difficult. It was also thanks to Xia Xiaoxiao that he had seen the true face of the man behind the curtain. The Xia family, one of the 5 great families? Yi Lin's eyes were full of scorn. To put it bluntly, the current Xia family wanted to pinch him to death as if they were crushing an ant. Good thing his identity hadn't been exposed yet. The Xia family wanted to look for Ling Knight and let them find it. The 79th secret realm has been taken care of. Yi Lin is also ready to go back to Qingqing to find those forges alchemists and whatnot to have a good cup of tea. He has always been good to people and doesn't like to hold grudges, so he doesn't really like the fact that his enemies are living in the same world as he is. But just after walking out not far, Yi Lin's footsteps suddenly lurched. As if he had a feeling in his heart, he suddenly twisted his body forcefully in another direction. Whoosh! Yi Lin had just made a move when a sharp arrow pierced through his shoulder. and if he hadn't twisted his body a bit, the arrow that pierced through would have definitely been his head. "Ha! I can't believe I'm not dead?" a puzzled voice rang out, and then a man carrying a longbow stepped out of the darkness. His face, a mask of a ghostly face with a spitting tongue. Yi Lin's heart flinched. This man, obviously came from the same force as the masked men who appeared at Zhuge Qinqing's funeral before. It seems, Xiahong still has no intention of letting himself go. To be able to dodge one of my arrows without knowing it, you are also considered gifted. It's just a pity that you shouldn't have gotten too close to the lady. Ah, in your next life, cast a good birth. The tongue-spitting masked man pulled his longbow and aimed at Yi Lin's brow before firing another arrow. This arrow contained a terrifying power, and if it hit, Yi Lin's head might even blow up directly. Yi Lin was a bit furious. His face was wearing a phantom face. If the tongue-spitting masked man was aiming at some other vital point, he would have just let the other party hit him with an arrow, and then he would have just gone along with it and started playing dead. However, this tongue-masked man is aiming at his head every time. His head being shot through is a small matter, but the phantom face mask being shot and damaged is a big problem. Yi Lin captured the trajectory of the arrow as much as he could, then he summoned an ice blade and chopped towards the arrow, which was deflected by him by a few points and happened to strike through his heart. Bang! The power on the arrow exploded, and a bloody hole was blown out at Yi Lin's heart that ran back and forth. Yi Lin stared at the tongue-spitting masked man unwillingly, blood gushing out of his mouth unceasingly, and then his entire body went limp, and his life breath disappeared unceasingly. The tongue-spitting masked man walked over indifferently, looking at Yelin still twitching. He once again raised his bow and arrow aiming at Yelin's head. Give you a good pain in the ass. Now Yelin couldn't pretend at all. Fuck. You had to fucking shoot yourself in the face, didn't you? Yi Lin was almost furious. He was ready to play dead, but the result was that this guy was like a stubborn donkey pulling a mill, dying to take an arrow to his head, as if he was sick. I'll go to your grandma's eggs, Uncle Six Cantaloupe Sisters Big Wimpy Melon Grandpa's Big Chicken Legs Auntie's Big Grapes. Yi Lin, who couldn't pretend anymore, leapt up and after turning on the burning chakra, he fiercely blasted his fist into the face of the man in the tongue-spitting mask. You can still move? The masked man with the tongue was shocked. This guy's heart was shot through by him, and he was about to die. Why did he suddenly pop up again? Can't it be that it is the return of light before death? Then the tongue-spitting masked man sneered. If he thought that the archer was a brittle profession that was not good at melee combat, he was very wrong. If the strength is small, you can't even pull the bowstring, so the strength attribute of the archer profession, in fact, is not low at all. You think that the archer is a brittle skin. In fact, the Yuanyuanman shot the halberd of LVBU is also an archer. An ice mage dares to play me in melee combat? Facing Yi Lin's incoming punch, the tongue-spitting masked man didn't hesitate to return the favor and clashed with Yi Lin's punch. Bang! After a punch-to-punch, the tongue-spitting masked man was instantly startled as he realized that Yi Lin's strength didn't seem much weaker than his. How is this possible? Isn't this guy an ice mage? What kind of mage majors in power attributes? Before he could figure out what was going on, Yi Lin had already bullied his way forward, coming up with a left square stomp, a right whip leg, and a left jab. 3 moves came in succession, knocking the tongue-spitting masked man back, and one dodge was so bad that a corner of his mask was shattered, revealing a left eye that had shock written all over it. It's not right. It's not right. Why aren't you dead yet? The more the tongue-spitting masked man thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could this guy's power be so amazing for an ice mage? It was fine if his strength was amazing. At most he was born with divine power. But the more crucial thing was that this guy's heart had been shot through him long ago, so why was he still able to move around freely, and even hit people with so much strength? Don't you know that some people's hearts grow on the left side? The one who dies today will only be you. Yi Lin spouted nonsense in a serious manner. The heart grew on the left side? So that's how it is. The tongue-spitting masked man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the doubts and uneasiness in his heart, and then quickly adjusted his posture, gripping his longbow tightly as his eyes turned cold. He instantly drew a full bow. His entire body's strength seemed to converge on the bow and arrow in his hand, and the moment he loosened his fingers, 3 arrows shot out like lightning, slicing through the air and heading straight for Yi Lin with a sharp whistling sound. These 3 arrows were aimed at the 3 vital points of Yi Lin's brow, throat, and chest, and it was clear that this time the tongue-spitting masked man did not intend to give Yi Lin any more chances to live. You shot your face again. Yelin was almost infuriated. The level of anger was like seeing little Blackie hacking Quinquin every day. At this moment, he completely moved to kill. Forbidden spell wall of size. A stone wall rose up from the ground with a roar, and those 3 arrows crashed into the stone wall, but they were instantly destroyed by their own power, while the stone wall was motionless. After all, Yi Lin's current level was as high as level 43. and a transmogrifier below level 63 wouldn't be able to shake the wall of size in the slightest. What? The tongue-spitting masked man's heart was shocked. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew very well that he shouldn't be able to kill the man in front of him. Even he himself would be in danger if he didn't leave soon. He turned around and tried to escape, but at that moment, one after another of the necromantic creatures crawled out of the ground, forming an impenetrable line of defense and stopping in front of him, and the face under the spit-tongued masked man's mask suddenly turned pale. Tell me about you. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Yi Lin gritted his teeth. You kill me. You go back and deliver. Everyone is happy. Isn't that good? Why did you have to shoot me in the face with an arrow? Now it's good. You're going to die. And I can't use this identity, so I'm designated to be hunted down next. Who the hell are you? The tongue-spitting masked man bellowed out in a voice. At the same time, he quietly fumbled for a button from behind him, and then pressed it with one hand. It was their organization's way of contacting each other, and by pressing it, he was able to deliver the news of his distress. After pressing the button, the tongue-spitting masked man secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart. Next, as long as he was able to hold out for a few minutes, his helpers would arrive. He didn't believe that he couldn't even hold out for a few minutes. Just as the tongue-spitting masked man was holding that thought, a pair of deep eyes had looked up at him. Forbidden spell, eternal frozen eyes. In a blink of an eye, the tongue-spitting masked man was frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Lin then walked forward and raised his hand and pressed it onto the top of this ice sculpture's head, and endless devouring was instantly unleashed. Devour level 58 transmogrifier *1. Gain water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements. Increase life expectancy by 35 years. Experience value by 580 points. Strength attribute by 9 points. Agility attribute by 5 points. And mental attribute by 4 points. After a few breaths, the entirety of the tongue-spitting masked man was disintegrated to nothing. WDNMD 2A. Although he killed the spit-tongue masked man, Yi Lin was not happy at all. He picked up the spit-tongue masked man's bow and arrow, then turned around and slipped away. Now this identity definitely couldn't continue to be used, and those demonic corpses stored by the Transfigurator Guild definitely couldn't be picked up anymore, so he was losing money any way he counted it. After a spatial leap away, Yi Lin opened the turtle breath technique and put himself into a state of nothingness. As soon as the spit-tongued masked man died, he would have more trouble behind him. It was better to hide for a period of time to avoid the wind. As expected, not long after Yi Lin left, a black-robed man wearing a rat-faced mask appeared where he had just been. Killed in such a short time and finished destroying the corpse? When did Qingcheng have such a strong person? This doesn't make sense. The rat-faced masked man muttered something with a puzzled tone. Then he ambled down and sniffed around. There are fluctuations of ice spells. That guy has obviously moved. There is also a fluctuation of earth spells. And space. Did more than one person strike? That makes sense then. Just then, a shimmering light flashed at the rat-faced masked man's ear, and the rat-faced masked man hastily pressed down on his headphones. Yes, my lord, the constrictor is dead, and the initial suspicion is that the ones who struck out to kill him were 3 people. Guo hasn't chased after him yet, and as for that Ling Knight, it's like he's evaporated from the face of the earth. No trace of him can be found. Got it. We'll do a carpet search of Qingcheng and the neighborhood next. On the other side of the headset, Xia Hong's face was a bit gloomy. It seems that there are forces involved in this matter in Qingcheng that I don't know about. Otherwise the constrictor wouldn't have died. Is it the Zhuge family? No, Zhuge Qianqing has long since severed his ties with the Zhuge family. This is not a falsehood. Could it be the leaves of the dying sky? Sure enough, when it comes to the gate of the apocalypse, I knew those guys couldn't possibly be at peace. The Greenville weather station expects a new round of stronger cold air to hit starting tomorrow, the strongest since the second half of this year. A standard podcast female accent came over the cab's radio. After blending into Qingcheng in his Great Void technique, Yi Lin used his illusionary face to change into a new face again, and then got into a cab. As it happened, the driver of this cab was the one who had introduced him to the underground wonderland last time. Master, go find. Before Yi Lin's words fell, the driver master waved his hand repeatedly, so frightened that the thermos cup in his hand almost missed and slipped. Can't find it. I'm reformed. There's no place like that in Qingcheng. No, I'm not looking for chickens. I'm looking for Master Yin Xiang, Yi Lin explained. Phew. You should have said so earlier. Scared the hell out of me. You don't know. I almost got caught by the Bureau of Investigation last time I recommended a good place to someone. I'm so scared. The driver master couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yeah, I can't believe there's such a thing. The Bureau of Investigation has gone too far. Aren't they in charge of transmigrators? Why are they still bullying you? A commoner. Yilin was righteous. Exactly. The master driver thought he had stumbled upon a soulmate and was so excited that he slapped on the steering wheel. I just introduced that young man to it. I didn't even charge him money. Isn't that purely and simply a good deed? This is all going to arrest me. Convinced. After venting his emotions, the driver master also realized that he was a bit out of line, and quickly changed the topic to ask, "Right lad, what are you looking for Master In Xiang for? If you're buying equipment, you should go to the Transfigurators Guild. To tell you the truth, I do have a piece of equipment that's broken, and I'm going to ask Master In Xiang to fix it for me," Yilin explained. "So that's how it is. Then you have to be prepared. I remember that Master In Xiang charges quite a lot, but it's normal. He's one of the 3 senior forgers in our Qingcheng." The driver master nodded, chatting with Yelin along the way. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a large mansion. "Master In Xiang lives here. Go away lad." The driver master left with a kick of the gas, and Yelin smiled and waved his hand at him. The poor master driver doesn't realize that in a short while he'll be invited to tea again by the Bureau of Investigation. Looking at the mansion's thick security door, Yelin snatched the door and entered. There was a burning forge in the courtyard, radiating blazing heat. A lean middle-aged man almost 1 meter 6 tall was mulling over something in front of the forging furnace, and the moment he saw Yilin, his brows instantly furrowed. "Who are you? You put my door down." Seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, Yilin guessed that this man should be Senior Forge Master In Xiang, one of the people who had hired the assassin to assassinate him in the first place. So, Yilin slapped up a door panel, and In Xiang's entire body was directly slapped out like a fly, hitting the wall heavily and grimacing in pain. "You dare to come to my house and cause trouble. You seek death. Someone come." In Xiang shouted angrily, and a dozen or so trannies rushed out. As a senior forger, In Xiang was certainly not short of trannies around him to flatter him. After all, senior equipment was already a precious treasure to the trannies of Qingcheng. Facing the incoming dozen or so transmigrators, Yilin rushed up with the door panel in his hand, and with his strength boost of up to 1,000 points, the door panel in his hand then became his best weapon. With every swing, a transmuter would be sent flying out, and after a few minutes, there was no one in front of Yilin who could stand, and there were wailing sounds all over the place. Even Yilin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A senior forger was extraordinary. Even the door panels were built so sturdy. "Who exactly is your excellency? I don't seem to have offended your excellency, do I?" In Xiang also realized at this time that the strength of the man in front of him was extraordinary, and his tone became polite. "You don't need to know who I am. I came here this time to ask Master In Xiang for help." Yilin revealed a kind smile. "I wonder what kind of favor it is?" In Xiang inquired politely. "You first call the other 2 people, one Yuningfa and one Zhou Heping. I'll tell you when they come," Yilin said. "Yuningfa? Zhou Heping?" In Xiang muttered, then exclaimed in shock. "You're the guy who recycles demonic corpses at a high price at the Transfigurator Guild." In Xiang instantly guessed who Yilin was, and his face was filled with horror. After all, he had hired a murderer with 2 other people to kill Yilin. Once those 2 people went away, there was no news. In Xiang did not feel right at that time. "I did not expect that Yilin actually really found the door." "Don't worry, Master In Xiang, don't get excited. This is in Qingcheng. No matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare to kill someone here, or else the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau would be able to spare me." Yilin opened his mouth with great sincerity, then fished out the cell phone from In Xiang's body and shoved it into his hand. "Here, invite the other 2 over." "This brother, calm down first. You can talk about any claims you have." In Xiang still wanted to say something, but Yilin slapped him on the mute button, and In Xiang was instantly dumbfounded and honestly made the call. "Hello, Yuningfa? I'm In Xiang. I've got something good here, but I'm afraid I'll miss it. So come over here and take a look for me." "Yes, my house." In Xiang then made an appointment with Zhou Heping for the same reason. After more than half an hour, a chubby old man walked in, wearing a round-framed glasses. His face looked greasy, and his body emitted a strong smell of medicine. "In Xiang, what's going on? How come your door is gone?" As soon as Yuningfa's words fell, a heavy security door panel swung towards him. With a muffled bang, Yuningfa's eyes rolled over and he fainted. A few moments later, Zhou Heping was also tied up in the same manner after being slapped unconscious by Yilin. After doing so, Yilin put the door panel back on, then thoughtfully unlocked it. Waking up, Yuningfa and Zhou Heping cursed at In Xiang. "In Xiang, you dog, thanks to old me treating you as a brother, you actually victimized me." "It is. If you had even warned me, I wouldn't have come unprepared. You brute." In Xiang first felt a little guilty, then stalked his neck and cursed. "What are you guys pretending to be? You're the ones who said you'd hire a murderer to kill, and now that he's come to my door, you two want me to take the blame alone? How dare you?" Okay, knock it off. Watching the three people's dog-eat-dog drama, Yilin spoke out to stop it. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but as the price for you hiring someone to kill me, you have to do me a favor. Yilin took out the bow of the spit-tongued masked man and threw it in front of the Yin-Xiang trio. I'll give you 3 days to recast this bow into a new one, the requirement being that it looks nothing like the original, preferably stronger. As long as you can do it, I swear to God that I will never kill you. Otherwise, let me go out and hit the big time. Front 4, back 8, crush repeatedly. After hearing Yilin's words, the three of them, Yin-Xiang, looked at each other in disbelief. Yin-Xiang looked at Yilin and opened his mouth to ask, is this true? As long as we do as you say, you'll let us go? Of course. I'm not a murderous person by nature. Look at those men of yours. Didn't I not kill a single one of them? Yilin said. Yin-Xiang took a look, and although all of the transmutants under his command had their bones broken and destroyed by Yilin's door slaps, none of them had indeed died. Yin-Xiang took a deep breath and then picked up the bow that Yilin had thrown over to check it out, and upon doing so his face instantly turned green. Rainbow bow. Grade, epic. Attribute, strength plus 1200, wash level 4 stars. Skill, false vision. Void sight. Those who wield the slamming bow will have their static vision increased by 100%, and their dynamic vision increased by 200%. Yin-Xiang slowly pulled out an extremely ugly smile, then carefully said, this little brother, this is an epic equipment. I can't get it. I'm just a senior forger. Epic level equipment. At the very least, it would take a forge master to have the ability to recast it, and as for creating an epic level equipment, that general forge master would not be able to do it alone. As for Yin-Xiang, he was only a senior forger. Asking him to recast rare grade equipment was making things difficult for him, let alone epic grade equipment. It's like being dragged to take a college entrance exam when you've only just graduated from middle school. I know, but aren't there 3 of you? 3 ignorant cobblers are better than a genius. So you guys think of a way, Yilin said with a smile. Yin-Xiang's face instantly turned ugly when he heard this. Little brother, if these were 3 senior forging masters, then there would indeed be a little more to this matter. But the problem is that there isn't. Brother Zhou is an alchemist, so that's fine. He can more or less help. Yin-Xiang pointed at Yuningfa, but he's a pill refiner. Oh, you mean he's useless, right? Fine, I'll kill him now. Yilin walked towards Yuningfa, and Yuningfa almost peed in fear, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Yin-Xiang, don't you fart. Forging and medicine making both require fire, and my control of fire is even better than yours. You're the one who's useless. Little brother, I think recasting an epic level equipment can be done. Yilin's footsteps slightly lurched as he looked at Yin-Xiang with a smile on his face. He said he could do it. You said you couldn't. I think you're lying to me, so I might as well kill you. No. I also think it can be done. Noticing Yilin's killing intent, Yin-Xiang hurriedly changed his words while already greeting Yuningfa's ancestors in his heart. A senior forger, a senior alchemist, so 3 people to recast an epic equipment? Can they do it? No way. Only then did Yelin nod in satisfaction. Very well, I like your kind of fastidious people. If you can recast successfully, then this matter will be so over. We all have a goodbye and 2 joys and each of us will have a wide life. But if you guys can't finish, Yilin's smile slowly tightened and a terrifyingly fierce aura spread out. Not only will the 3 of you die, your old parents, wives and children, brothers and sisters, masters and disciples, but anything that has a relationship with you, I will drive them all to extinction. When Yin-Xiang's trio heard this, they only felt a bone-chilling chill rise behind their backs. Alright, if you hear me, go to work. Yelin clapped his hands and revealed his kind smile again. Why did ancient craftsmen often create miraculous works of art? Because the emperors of that time all mastered an extremely terrifying forbidden spell called the art of stripping the 9 clans. There is an old saying, don't challenge my 9 families with your shallow expertise. Now that Yilin had used this forbidden spell on the Yin-Xiang trio, he believed that the Yin-Xiang trio would be able to deliver an answer sheet that would satisfy him. As expected, Yin-Xiang's 3 men were already holding their longbows and discussing intensely in front of the forging furnace. Within the next 3 days, the Yin-Xiang trio basically didn't close their eyes much, and from time to time, the sound of the Yin-Xiang trio arguing and the clanking sound coming from the forging furnace would ring out. Yilin, on the other hand, strolled around Yin-Xiang's house in a very leisurely manner. He also had to lament that the profession of a forger was indeed earning money. Yin-Xiang was only a senior forger, but his home was filled with precious forging materials, and even Yilin saw a small piece of dragon or gold. This piece wasn't as big as the one he had sold to the Transfiguration Guild, but it was still extremely valuable. As for the equipment, Yin-Xiang has a lot. Yilin handily all to him gathers away. Anyway, with the enhancement of his spiritual power, the big Sumeru ring storage space is also getting bigger and bigger. Just so empty, strange pity. During these 3 days, Yilin lived in Inxiang's house, slept in Inxiang's bed, and supervised Inxiang's work. The thing Inxiang regretted most in his life would be hiring a murderer to kill Yilin. But at this time Inxiang also has no time for regret. Now it is already the 3rd day morning. If he is no longer able to recast the Guanhong vow, his 9 clans will have to suffer from the old crime. In front of the forging furnace, Yuningfa controlled the fire, and Zhou Heping kept purifying the metal with his own alchemy, making it more powerful and pure. Inxiang, on the other hand, was fully observing the changes in the mass of metallic liquid in the forging furnace, whacking some materials into it from time to time. Over the past few days, after repeated discussions and experiments, they finally discussed an approach with a higher degree of feasibility. At this point, the slamming rainbow bow had already been completely melted down, and the only thing that was difficult now was to recast it. Concerning the 9 clans, Inxiang did not dare to have the slightest sloppiness, only to see him holding a hammer, and then half of his body probed into the forging furnace, and directly began to whack up in the forging furnace. He wasn't strong enough, and once the materials for epic level equipment left the forge, Inxiang wouldn't be able to recast them successfully, so he could only use this risky method. If Yuning, who was on the side, did not control the fire of the furnace, then Inxiang would directly be burned into a ball of ashes by the high temperature of the furnace fire. There was no sweat on his head because it would just evaporate as soon as it seeped out. Inxiang had forgotten how long it had been since he had labored so much, and the last time he had labored so much he seemed to be just an apprentice. Little by little, time passed and the sun slowly set from the east to the west. When the setting sun shed its last rays, the gray-haired Inxiang retreated from the forging furnace. His eyebrows and hair were thoroughly burnt and plastered to his skin, but a somewhat maniacal smile appeared on his face. Well, I made it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Inxiang fell backward, his teeth clenched, unconscious. Crap, Inxiang, wake up, what's wrong with you? Zhou Heping was startled by him and hurriedly helped him up. Luckily, Yuningfa was a senior pill refiner, and he sighed in relief after checking Inxiang's condition. Minor problem. He's had no sleep for 3 days, plus his heartstrings are tight, and he just succeeded all at once. He had so many ups and downs that he fainted. After saying that, Yuningfa took out a few pills and fed Inxiang to eat them, and after filling him with a few mouthfuls of water, Inxiang woke up leisurely. Welp, good, I'm done. As soon as Inxiang woke up, he clapped his hands in excitement, then ran towards the forge, only to see that in the forging furnace, a dark silver-colored longbow was emitting a cold aura, and on top of the longbow there were very natural and irregular patterns, which were traces left behind by Inxiang's forging. Hands fall as a hammer. 3 hammers become a pattern. From the pattern on the longbow, Inxiang had smashed at least 100,000 hammers. Inxiang took out the longbow and then reattached the original bowstring, which also meant that this epic level equipment was successfully recast. Next, all that was left was for Inxiang, the forge master, to name the longbow, and it would become a brand new epic level equipment. Inxiang he picked up the longbow and looked at it while giggling and muttering, I made it. Yuningfa and Zhou Heping looked at each other, and both of them saw panic on each other's faces. It's over. Inxiang he's going crazy with joy. Zhou Heping couldn't help but speak. No, I'm not crazy. Inxiang spoke in a deep voice, his eyes releasing a bright light. I should become a forge master soon. The only forge master in Xinjiang. What? X2. Yuningfa and Zhou Heping let out a gasp of surprise in unison. Being in the same living profession, they were very clear about what kind of a rift there was between advanced and master. If they are not allowed to do so, some of them may not be able to become a master of the life profession for the rest of their lives. Inxiang nodded with a smile, then lamented. On a normal day, where would someone be willing to take a piece of epic level equipment and recast it for me as a senior forger? Even if people are willing to give it, I don't dare to do it. It'll be a big problem if it's broken. I have a premonition. Give me another month to sink my teeth into my senses, and I'll definitely become a forging master. Inxiang said with great vigor. Then congratulations to brother Yin. Go rich and noble, do not forget each other, Yin brother. Both Zhou Heping and Yuningfa's faces did not look very good. It was clear that they were equally threatened by the kidnapping. Why did he, Inxiang, take the opportunity to make a breakthrough? This made the duo's hearts extremely unbalanced, but they didn't dare to make a move. If Inxiang really became a forging master, then to put it mildly, in the future, the city lord Huang would have to be polite when he saw this guy. Ha 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 ha, let's go and turn in. This matter has been successfully completed. People are happy. Inxiang smiled and walked into the house carrying his longbow. At this time, Yilin was playing a game in the house. and when he saw Yin Xiang and the three of them come in, he quickly greeted them. Feel free to sit down, don't be polite, just make yourself at home. Yin Xiang. After a while of silence, Yin Xiang still managed to squeeze out a smile. Little brother, I finished recasting that bow for you, take a look. Yilin put down his cell phone to receive the longbow handed by Yin Xiang, and a look of surprise could not help but appear in his eyes. The longbow was cold to the touch, and the moment it entered his hand, it was like holding a piece of thousand-year-old ice. The dark silver-colored body of the bow was flowing with a faint light, and the irregular pattern traces revealed a sense of toughness. Moreover, the two ends of the longbow were abnormally sharp, and it could completely be used as a melee weapon. Yi Lin's heart moved. His hand gripped the longbow and gently swung it, only to see a sharp cold aura flashing away. The air seemed to resound with a slight whistling, and upon checking the attributes of this longbow, Yi Lin realized why this bow came with melee attributes. The Holy Silver Bow of the Eight Wastes. Class, Epic. Attribute, Strength plus 1000, Washable. Skill, Paranoia. Breaking Delusion. When the distance between the bow wielder and the target is less than 10 meters, the power of the arrows fired from the Eight Waste Sacred Silver Bow is doubled and ignores the opponent's defensive equipment below divine artifacts. Double the power and ignore defenses within 10 meters? Interesting. The corner of Yi Lin's mouth couldn't help but slightly pick up, which also meant that within 10 meters, if he shot accurately enough, even if the opponent had legendary armor, it would be the same as one arrow at a time. This skill is a very extreme skill. Good or flawed flaws are obvious. Caught off guard, you can give the other side a big surprise, but it's all within 10 meters. The role of a weapon like a bow is much smaller. No wonder you have to sharpen the ends of the bow body multiple melee attributes. Overall, however, Yelin was still very satisfied with this recast longbow. He also has a new identity, melee archer. It just so happened that there were still a lot of archer-related common skills in the Great Sumeru Ring, so this would finally come in handy. Seeing a smile on Yilin's face, the Yin Xiang trio breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, then the grudge between us will be written off, right? That's natural. Yi Lin nodded. Then he glanced down at his cell phone, and when he saw that he had already lost the game due to hanging up, his face immediately became gloomy. How dare you cause me to lose the game? You already have a way to die. Yin Xiang's three faces instantly turned green. Little brother, you have to be reasonable. We agreed that as long as we successfully recast that bow, you wouldn't kill us. Yin Xiang hurriedly exclaimed. Stop it, Yin Xiang. Don't you understand? When Xiao Shaolin sits in your store, it doesn't matter whether there are scallions in the beef noodles or not. Yuningfa sighed quietly. He could sort of see that Yilin had no intention of letting the three of them go from the start. Even if it doesn't cause him to lose the game, he can find other excuses to kill people, like stepping in with his left foot first. From the moment the trio hired a murderer, the end was predetermined. You're smart, so you die first. Yilin raised his hand and hammered hard on the top of Yuningfa's head, and Yuningfa's entire head instantly shrunk into his chest cavity, and his entire body collapsed softly to the ground. Yin Xiang went crazy with fear on the spot. Don't kill me. I'm about to become a forge master. I have a bright future ahead of me. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. Please. AI. If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother? Yi Lin sighed quietly. I also want to help you, but unfortunately I can't do anything about it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Xiang had his neck snapped and died with wide eyes. Subsequently, one counts one. All living things in Yin Xiang's house were sent by Yi Lin to reunite with Yin Xiang with endless devouring. In order to destroy the remaining traces, Yi Lin thoughtfully set a fire, and the matter was whisked away, and the deep hiding of the merits and names. Shortly afterward, the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau also received the news, and Su Xiu broke into Huang Litian's office in a panic. Master, it's not good. In one night, all 13 members of the Yin family, plus a dog named Biao, were murdered. Gobble gobble gobble. Huang Litian picked up the bottle of wine on the table and poured a mouthful of it, saying drunkenly, if he's dead, then he's dead. Our leader Tan Xinjiang, and the president and vice president of the Transfigurator Guild, aren't they all dead or alive? There were also public killings at Mr. Zuga's funeral. What can't he, Yin Xiang, die of? Master, you. Su Xiu's gaze is a little complicated. Once upon a time, Huang Litian is the investigation bureau of the famous Desperation. To investigate things meticulously, must be investigated to find out before they will not give up. But I don't know when it started. But Huang Litian began to get drunk and didn't care about anything. Su Xiu had thought that Yin Xiang's matter could rekindle Huang Litian's enthusiasm for work, but he didn't expect him to remain unresponsive. Ah, Su Xiu, look on the bright side. Don't you understand? In the eyes of those big shots, we are just a pawn. No, not a pawn. A dog. Huang Lidian laughed. And that drunken face laughed extremely ruefully. A dog that comes when called. What if we find out the truth? What if the truth is right in front of us? As long as the big shot says so, everything will be settled. Su Xiu took a deep breath, then said firmly, Master, if you don't investigate, I will. I don't know all those doorways. All I know is that I'm an investigating officer. Looking at Su Xiu's departing back, Huang Lidian was silent for a long time. Su Xiu, who hurriedly rushed out the door, happened to collide with a person, and Su Xiu was knocked to the ground, grimacing in pain. Excuse me, are you okay? A large, strong hand helped Su Xiu up. Only then did Su Xiu see that the one who had bumped into him was a robust youth with a bit of dark skin, a slightly shy face, and a dark silver longbow and arrow basket on his back, just like a sturdy cheetah. It's fine. Thank you. Su Xiu patted the dust on her body. There's no need to be so polite. I'm the one who bumped into you. It's me who should apologize to you. The robust young man scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner. Oh, listening to your accent, you don't quite sound like a Qingqing person. From out of town? Su Xiu handed over a cigarette, and the robust young man waved his hand in a hurry. I don't know how to smoke, and I did come from out of town because the G group was hiring bodyguards at a high salary, so I thought I could come and make a living. Su Xiu nodded at his words. That incident at the 79th secret realm, due to the sudden appearance of the demons, Xinjiang had lost many of its transmigrators and lost a lot of its living forces. Therefore, City Lord Hu Wang had made many announcements in the past 2 days, opening up many benefits to encourage transmigrants from other cities to settle in Xinjiang. Because of this, there were quite a few more foreign transmigrants in Xinjiang these days, so Su Xiu didn't suspect anything and lit a cigarette before going about his business. He could never have imagined that the one who had just passed him by was the real culprit he was trying to track down. Looks like this new identity is working out pretty well. Yellen grinned. Now he was going to apply for a job as a bodyguard in the Ji family, and the person he was trying to protect was his own doppelganger. True, I protect myself. After all, that doppelganger is a rare commodity. One Qi transforms 3 clear transformed out of the doppelganger are exactly the same as the main body. Yi Lin's main body is now level 43. He transformed out of the doppelganger will also be level 43, and that doppelganger hadn't gone out at all due to being watched, which resulted in the doppelganger still only being level 28. Yi Lin couldn't get a second level 28 doppelganger right now, so he naturally had to protect it properly, and by becoming the doppelganger's bodyguard, he would be able to follow the doppelganger to Kyoto on the teleportation array in an honorable manner. As for killing his way from the wilderness to Kyoto alone, Yi Lin didn't think that his level 43 self was that capable. If the wilderness was really that safe, humans wouldn't be driven to need to hide their lives inside the walls. So Yi Lin a few days ago, he let his alter ego go to mention a mouthful of the need for bodyguards to Ji's father, who immediately began to start arranging for the selection upon hearing the words. When Yi Lin arrived at the Ji group, there were already many transmigrants gathered at the entrance. After all, Ji's group opened out the conditions are extremely generous. Basically as long as you can enter the job, that the future life is a luxury car beauty to enjoy a non-stop. For the bodyguard selection this time, Father Ji had also specially ordered people to temporarily build a ring downstairs that was large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, and the ring reflected a metallic luster under the sunlight. The rules of this selection are also very simple and rough. Those whose level is below 35 are directly eliminated. Those whose level is above 35 go directly to the ring, and those who can stand in the ring until the end are the final acceptors. When they heard that they only needed a level 35 or higher transmuter, a sigh of relief came from the scene, as most of the people actually just wanted to come to fish in troubled waters and take their chances. Not to mention level 35. There are so many people who aren't even level 20. After a bit of screening, there were only 11 people who were finally able to step into the ring, including Yi Lin, who was carrying a bow. And as soon as Yi Lin stepped onto the ring, the remaining 10 people couldn't help but lean towards the other side of the ring. They all felt a dangerous aura from Yi Lin's body. This guy was terrifyingly strong just from the way he stood. Moreover, when they had just tested their levels, Yi Lin's level was even as high as level 43, which made them jealous and at the same time somewhat speechless. Level 43 was considered a character in Xinjiang, and this kind of existence actually had nothing to do but idly come to steal a bodyguard position from them. Was this like that? The 10 people exchanged some eye contact and all understood each other's thoughts. That is, they had to join forces to take care of Yi Lin first. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have any chance. I don't know that Yi Lin is even more speechless at the moment. It seems that the employment environment is really not working. Ji's group a bodyguard position can actually attract 10 level 35 or more transmigrants. It's really off the charts. He had thought for sure he would be hired straight away when he arrived, but now it looked like he was going to have to fight after all. When the man from the G clan announced the start, those 10 people struck out at Yi Lin in unison. Fiery flames, water curtains, sword chi, sword daggers, all sorts of attacks came towards Yi Lin. However, Yi Lin was obviously prepared for this. He quickly unclipped his 8 desolate sacred silver bow, aimed it at one of the transmigrants, and pulled the bowstring to shoot an arrow. Originally, Yi Lin subconsciously intended to shoot his face, but considering that it was in full view of the public, it was not good to hurt people's lives, so the arrow moved down a few points and hit the other party's shoulder. Even so, with a power boost of upwards of 2,000 points, this arrow still sent the opponent flying straight up with a scream. Be careful, his profession is an archer. Close the distance to settle him. Are there any knights or tank professions? Come out and block the arrows. A man with glasses spoke in a cold voice. As soon as he spoke, Yi Lin had already shot an arrow towards him, and the glasses man's heart chilled, because with this arrow, he was not at all sure of dodging it. Just then, a burly man with a beard carrying a large shield stopped in front of the man with glasses. On the shield was carved a lifelike lion's head. When the arrow approached, the lion's head let out a roar, greatly slowing down the arrow's speed before it crashed on top of the large shield. Even so, the powerful force contained in this arrow still forced the burly man with the beard to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. This guy is so terrifyingly powerful. Hurry up and finish him off. I can't carry many of his arrows. The strong man spoke in a hurry. The remaining few assassin and warrior profession transfigurators nodded, then quickly approached towards Yi Lin. However, at this time, Yi Lin made an act that baffled them, only to see Yi Lin once again take out sharp arrows from the arrow basket and quickly approaching towards the remaining 9 transmigrators. This two-way running to the scene let the crowd froze in place. Although it is said that the power of the shooter should not be underestimated, but you a shooter, you quickly towards the other side of the meaning of close? Soon enough, Yelin showed the crowd, with practical actions, what the significance of his doing so was. Only Yi Lin pulled the bowstring again. At this time, the distance between him and the burly man with the beard was already within 10 meters. Along with a whoosh of an arrow, the 8 wasteland sacred silver bow's breaking delusion skill was unleashed. Almost instantly, the large lion-headed shield was pierced through like a piece of tofu. What? This can't be right. The burly man with the beard let out an unbelievable cry of shock. He knew exactly how strong the defense of his large shield was. How could it be pierced through with just one arrow? He wanted to say something else, but soon he fell limply, as a piece of the giant shield was pierced through, along with his body. Good chance. Strike together, the man with the glasses shouted. At this moment, Yi Lin was very close to them. There was no way he would have the chance to pull back the bowstring again. Although there were 2 less people, with 8 of them striking together, there was a high probability that even a level 43 transmogrifier would be taken away in a wave. But at that moment, the corner of Yi Lin's mouth suddenly picked up a wry smile. Immediately after that, the 8 desolate holy silver bow in his hand was wielded as a great sword, and one of the fastest assassin-turned-transfers who rushed was directly swung out. The sharpness of the ends of the bow combined with Yelin's own powerful strength caused extremely considerable destruction. A warrior profession transmigrant was extremely confident in his own strength, and swung his double axes towards Yi Lin, who didn't retreat an inch and swung his 8 desolate sacred silver bow to meet him. With a crunching sound of clang, accompanied by a sound of gold and iron, the transmigrant holding the double axes was shaken back and forth, and his tiger's mouth was drenched in blood. Damn! It's not true that his level is 7 levels higher than mine, but it's a bit too much for him, a shooter, to be able to fight me in melee combat with me, an axe warrior, isn't it? As soon as the words fell, Yi Lin had already rushed up again, and once again swung down with a bow, sending his opponent flying out of the ring, blood spurting wildly. The glasses man and a few others were startled by Yi Lin's melee combat ability, and were just about to pull away to throw skills at Yi Lin, but just as they pulled away a little bit, Yi Lin once again opened his bow and arrow, instantly taking away one person. The furnace ceiling work that Yin Xiang had only created with his heart and soul finally shone at this moment. What had been a 10-to-1 scene also became a 5-to-1-1. The hearts of the remaining transmigrants were a bit desperate. They couldn't fight in close combat melee, and they pulled away from others with one arrow. How could they still fight? No more games. Let's go. The glasses man's face was gloomy and he took the lead to jump out of the ring, applying for a bodyguard to beat this kind of monster. This deal was not cost-effective in any way. Seeing the man with the glasses take the lead and give up, the remaining 4 people had no reason to continue to hold on, and they all conceded defeat and jumped out of the ring. Yi Lin was suddenly the only one left in the ring. At this moment, not far away, Father Ji was also leading people who were looking this way, and he nodded his head and praised. This young man is indeed good. Xiao Zhao, go and bring him here. Yes, Mr. Ji. A suited and booted employee quickly walked out, and soon Yilin was brought in front of Ji's father. Ji's father sized up Yelin, who revealed a clear simplicity underneath one of his eyes. "What's your name?" Father Ji asked. "My last name is Stone. Whenever I meet you I'm worth it?" Ji Lingyu sang along. Yelin. Ji Lingyu shut up. Ji father scolded Ji Lingyu before continuing. "It's fine. You don't have to pay attention to him, and he's not the one you have to protect. So go on. My surname is Shi. I'm Shi Xing, level 43, and my occupation is an S-ranked 100 refinement hunter." Yilin casually babbled. Father Ji nodded, then looked at the doppelganger and inquired. "Yelin, do you think he'll be okay?" "Uncle Ji, I can't see." The doppelganger pointed to his empty eye sockets. "You just decide." Father Ji. "Alright, let's have him then. He's really strong." Father Ji looked back at Yilin inquiringly. "You should already know about the treatment and everything, right? During the period of employment, the equipment you need will be taken care of by my G group. Annual salary of $60 million, half a year, with 5 insurance and 1 gold, but no rest for the whole year. Can you accept it?" "Yes, you can be inducted right away." Yilin nodded. "Alright, Xiao Zhao, you take him to go through the entry procedures." Father Ji nodded. After all the processes were completed, Yilin's main body also finally succeeded in becoming the bilocation's personal bodyguard. One thing that made him more diabolical was that the person who was secretly watching him still hadn't left. Along with the strength enhancement, that person who was secretly watching could no longer hide from Yilin's eyes. As long as Yilin wanted to, he could pull him out at any time. But after thinking about it, Yilin still didn't scare the snakes. Now that there was only less than half a month before the start of the Dasha Academy, he wasn't prepared to make things happen again. So it was better to wait honestly for the start of the school year. When the school year started and he went to the Dasha Academy, he would be able to get rid of the surveillance in an honorable manner. At the same time, above the wilderness plains outside of Green City, countless demonic creatures began to gather at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually forming a terrifying torrent of demonic creatures. If someone was able to look down from high above the sky at this moment, they would have realized that the direction in which these demons were converging was precisely towards Qingcheng, not far away. Xia Hong had his hands behind his back, his eyes calm and serene as he watched this scene. Behind Xia Hong, 12 mysterious black-robed men wearing zodiac masks knelt. "Did Dash send it back?" Xia Hong asked as he opened his mouth indifferently. "Miss has arrived home safely. But my lord, we're doing this. Is it really okay? With Qingcheng's current strength, it's impossible to hold back so many demons that we've attracted. Qingcheng has hundreds of thousands of civilians." The person wearing the dragon face mask couldn't help but ask, "Chen Long, are you questioning his lordship's decision? That Ling Knight and Guoqin are both from Qingcheng. There must be their beloved family and friends in Qingcheng. Directly destroying Qingcheng is the most effective way to force them to show themselves." The person wearing a rat-faced mask spoke indifferently. "I don't mean that. It's just that there are many innocent people in Qingcheng." Just as Chen Long opened his mouth, he was interrupted again. "Then do you have a better way to capture Ling Knight and Guoqin?" The person wearing a rat-faced mask laughed out coldly. "How dare you say that? Didn't that Guoqin slip away under your nose?" Chen Long shouted out coldly. "That was a mistake on my part. Don't blame the road for people not being able to make it. If you could have caught Guoqin, would I still need to say this here today?" "You." Seeing that the two were about to fight, Xia Hong finally spoke. "That's enough. Stop it. It's just a mere Qingcheng. It's about the gate of the apocalypse. It's worth sacrificing any more people. If an origin ancient artifact does appear, it can only fall into my Xia family's hands. Strange. It's too strange. No human tissue could be extracted. It's as if everyone in Yinxian's family all disappeared out of thin air. It shouldn't be. Even if it's a fire, it's impossible to burn the human bodies so cleanly. But it doesn't make sense if someone took the body away. The surveillance of the nearby streets have all been checked, except for a man who came here in a cab 4 days ago, and then 2 people, Senior Alchemist Zhou Heping and Senior Alchemist Yuningfa, came behind him, and then no one has been in or out since. How can so many people disappear into thin air?" Su Xiu squatted in the yard of Yin Xiang's house, puzzled. The cab driver who had driven Yilin before was then brought in front of Su Xiu. As soon as the driver master saw Su Xiu, his face went white on the spot, and he couldn't wait to open his mouth to explain. "I'm innocent. I really haven't introduced anyone to the centipede's natural enemy recently." "Su Xiu, that's not what I called you here to ask. 4 days ago, did you drive a man to Yin Xiang's house?" The master driver froze for a moment before nodding. "There is such a person. He said he came to find Master Yin Xiang to repair a piece of equipment." "Why? Did something happen?" "I asked you, not you. What are the characteristics of that person?" Su Xiu asked with a frown. "Characteristics?" The driver's master recalled. "He was extraordinarily chatty. talk to me all the way. Su Xiao. I'm asking you about his physical appearance. Oh, looks, not too tall, not too short, not fat nor thin, not black nor white. You're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you? Su Xiao glared angrily. Being blared at by Su Xiao like this, the driver master instantly panicked, anxiously scratching his ears and desperately trying to recall. But no matter how much he thought back, he couldn't recall any of Yi Lin's features, because at that time, Yi Lin was just an inconspicuous face that couldn't be found even when thrown into the crowd. Well, don't embarrass him. A hoarse voice came from the doorway. Huang Lidian, who had a face full of scruff and hair as disheveled as a chicken's nest, walked in from the doorway carrying a bottle of wine. Master. Su Xiao was instantly surprised. Huang Lidian walked forward and patted the driver's master on the shoulder. Go away. This has nothing to do with you anymore. Hey, okay, thanks. You are really a great Lord of Heaven. You're really a great man of God. The driver master hurriedly gave Huang Lidian a thumbs up, then hurriedly left. Master, he's the only one who has seen the murderer. Let him go. Then what next? Su Xiao asked anxiously. You've followed me for so long. How come you haven't improved at all? Huang Lidian shook his head, then continued. Didn't he say that? The murderer came to find Yin Xiang to repair his equipment. Do you think Yin Xiang did it voluntarily or was he forced to do it? Su Xiao's head buzzed, as if a mess had suddenly found a thread. Master, are you saying, if Yin Xiang was forced to do this, he would have definitely left us some clues? Huang Lidian didn't say anything more and took a sip of wine, then walked straight to the forge, his entire body burrowing into the mouth of the furnace. No? There was some confusion in Huang Lidian's drunken eyes. Then he shouted, Su Xiao, light the stove fire. Ha? Master, are you serious? Su Xiao was startled. At the moment, half of Huang Lidian's body was in the forging furnace. A little fire would turn him into a roast duck? Order when I tell you to. So much nonsense. Su Xiao clenched his teeth, then still lit the fire of the forge. This forging furnace was built by Yin Xiang at great expense, and the highest temperature of its fire could even reach 4,000 degrees Celsius. As soon as the fire was lit, Huang Lidian's entire body was instantly set ablaze. The firelight overflowed in all directions. Master, Su Xiao was startled, and hurriedly pulled Huang Lidian out with a hand to extinguish the stove fire on his body. If it had been a few seconds later, Huang Lidian would probably have turned into a skewer. Cough cough cough. Huang Lidian coughed violently. His hair and beard on his face were burnt and plastered to his skin. He looked very wretched. But Huang Lidian revealed a smile and slowly spat out 5 words. The 8 desolate sacred silver bowl. Quickly. Immediately go and investigate all the transmutants in Xinjiang who hold longbow equipment. Yes, master. Su Xiao nodded excitedly. This was the Huang Lidian he was familiar with. But just before walking out not 2 steps, Su Xiao's footsteps suddenly lurched. Wow. Wait a minute. Su Xiao suddenly remembered the very simple-looking youth who bumped into her when she went out that day. The youth, it seems, is carrying a bow and an arrow basket? Su Xiao's head exploded as he felt like he had missed something. Master, I should know where the murderer is. With a twist of her head, Su Xiao rushed in the direction of the G group, and Huang Lidian hurriedly followed. You know where the murderer is? It was Huang Lidian's turn to be puzzled. Su Xiao nodded, and then told Huang Lidian all about that day when he bumped into Yi Lin on the road. Huang Lidian was first stunned, then asked with some skepticism. You're telling me that the person who applied for the job as a bodyguard for the G group to protect is Yi Lin? Seeing Su Xiao nod, Huang Lidian's 2 burnt eyebrows furrowed together. Yi Lin again. From the beginning of the Kensen case, how come it seems like every time something happens, it's related to this person? What kind of role does he play in these things? What is his relationship with Ling Knight? And what is the relationship with the murderer this time? Huang Lidian vaguely felt as if he had grabbed something, and as if he had grabbed nothing. But he was now certain of one thing. Everything that had happened in Xinjiang in recent days had nothing to do with this Yi Lin. Huang Lidian called for reinforcements and then rushed to Ji's group with his men in a rage. He had already seen Yi Lin's eloquence, so he wasn't going to talk nonsense this time. He was going to go straight to get the man, and settle the old scores of the new case together. The investigative bureau's men and women, Ji's bodyguards naturally didn't dare to stop them. Soon Huang Lidian saw Yi Lin's main body was pushing his doppelganger in a wheelchair to bask in the sun. When he saw Huang Lidian, Yi Lin was also a bit surprised. This guy was actually still insisting on tracking himself down? He was really persistent. Sure Xing, right? You are suspected in the case of killing Senior Forge Master Yin Xiang. Now, please follow me back to the investigation bureau. Huang Lidian spoke in a cold voice. Don't worry, I have enough evidence this time. This 8 desolate sacred silver bow on you is the best evidence. Yi Lin sniffed. His face was slightly ugly. It seemed that when he dealt with Yin Xiang, there was some kind of handicap that he didn't deal with cleanly and left to handle. Is it hard to give up the new identity you've managed to get? Just as Yilin hesitated to make a move, a translucent silhouette suddenly burrowed out of the wall, and Yilin recognized with a glance that this silhouette was the guy who had been secretly spying on him all along. What man? Huang Lidian snapped, and the investigating officers following behind him took out their weapons and stood at attention, ready to strike. However, the silhouette appeared without any intention of making a move, but said directly, "You're from the Bureau of Investigation, aren't you? There's a large group of demons about to attack Qingcheng. With Qingcheng's strength it won't be able to stop them. So while you're at it, hurry up and move the civilians." When Huang Lidian heard this, a bone-chilling chill ran from his tailbone all the way up to his ceiling. Huang Lidian was a lie detectorist, and he could clearly determine that what the figure in front of him was saying was the truth. It was precisely because of this that he felt a deep chill. "Qingcheng, is it going to be destroyed? Where are you from? What are you babbling about here? There are no king-level bloodline demons near Qingcheng, so how is it possible to gather a number of demons large enough to overthrow Qingcheng?" Su Xiu questioned. "Believe it or not, if it weren't for my lord's orders, I wouldn't even bother to remind you." The silhouette dropped a sentence and drilled into the wall again, disappearing, and Su Xiu wanted to go after it but realized that he couldn't catch up with the other party at all. "Don't chase. It doesn't matter who that person is now." Huang Lidian took a deep breath. His forehead was constantly breaking out in cold sweat. He now very much hoped that he was having problems with his lie detector ability, and that the other party had lied and he hadn't been able to discern it. However, soon after, an ear-piercing siren that went straight up into the sky suddenly sounded overhead, resonating throughout Qingcheng. The siren shattered all of Huang Lidian's illusions. Level 1 warning. Once a city has issued a Level I warning, then there is only one possibility that the city has suffered an irresistible extinction crisis. Huang Lidian glanced at Yilin, then didn't say anything more as he brought his men and moved to leave directly. When the Class 1 warning goes off, the investigating officer is the first to assemble at the bureau, regardless of what he or she is doing or whether or not he or she has retired from active duty. It didn't matter who Yin Xiang was killed by now, the entire Qingcheng was facing extinction. When Yilin heard that a huge number of demons were coming towards Qingcheng, he also felt a little numb, and for some reason, he suddenly remembered the ruined version of Qingcheng in the Gate of the Apocalypse. Is it hard to believe that that ruined version of Castle is what Castle will look like in the future? Holy shit, boss, why are you still gawking here? Level 1 warning is up. Hurry up and follow me. Ji Lingyu anxiously rushed over and shouldered Yilin's doppelganger and left. When the Level 1 warning sounded, all of Qingcheng's transmigrants who were at least 25 years old and had reached level 10 or higher had to go to the city walls to gather. The first to evacuate were the talented young transmigrants, followed by the minors, and finally the old, the young, the women and the children. Yilin and Ji Lingyu were both college students about to enroll in school, so they were naturally on the list of the first batch of evacuees. Watching the doppelganger being carried away by Ji Lingyu, Yilin's eyes were somewhat complicated, and not long after the doppelganger and Ji Lingyu had left, a figure like a thin monkey appeared next to Yilin, and it was none other than Guoqin who had disappeared for many days. At this moment, Guoqin's face became extremely ugly. Son of a bitch. Those people have directly attracted tens of thousands of demons in order to force the two of us to show up. The entire Qingcheng is going to be finished. You come with me. He had a contract with Guoqin, and it wasn't surprising to Yilin that Guoqin could accurately find his own body. But what shocked Yilin was the content between Guoqin's words. What did you say? Those demons? They were lured here? Yilin's eyes widened. They couldn't catch me, and they couldn't find your fake identity of Ling Knight. So they came up with this idea of having a child without a skin flamer, and just destroying the whole of Qingcheng. Guoqin gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! There are still so many of my old favorites in Qingcheng. These people have no humanity at all. Yilin's breathing also became ragged. He really didn't expect that in order to find him, Xiahong could actually pull off such a crazy move. The world is a giant rookery station filled with large and small shipments, and some of them, not even coded. The Xia family's people were clearly taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians in Qingcheng for granted. Should we go? Or save? If he left, the doppelganger had already evacuated with the first batch of Ji Lingyu anyway, and Ji's father, being such a big old boss, surely had the means to get out of the way as well, and there was no one he cared about in Qingcheng anymore. With the anticlimax of the Great Void technique, Yilin had 100% certainty that he would succeed in leaving Qingcheng. If saved, this was clearly a trap set by Xiahong. And if he appeared and displayed unusual battle power, he would surely be immediately targeted by the Xia family. At that time, one would most likely have to face the Xia family, one of the 5 great families, head on. With his current strength, Facing the Xie family was like hitting a stone with an egg. Even Xie Xiaoxiao could hold a divine weapon. How bad could the equipment in Xie Han's hand be? 6 divine weapons were not impossible. Once he fell into the hands of the Xie clan, other than being sliced and studied and then forcibly extracted from the origin ancient artifact, Yi Lin would not have a second ending. Yi Lin was a bit hesitant, and at this time, Qingcheng had been completely thrown into chaos. The streets were crowded with heads, and cries could be heard from time to time. All of Qingcheng's transferees who are under the age of 18 and have successfully transferred to a new job, please head to the teleportation array to gather immediately. Transmutineers who have reached the age of 25 and have reached level 10 or above, immediately head to the city walls to gather and assist in fending off the demons. Violators will be killed on the spot. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Child, you follow these uncles. The uncles will send you to a safe place. You have to be brave and live well. Mom and dad love you very much. Oh, don't be afraid, wife. I'm here. Even though I can't beat those demons, maybe they won't eat you when they've had their fill of me? Please, let my mom go. She has a bad leg. I can stay and let my mom go first. How nice it would be if Mr. Zhuge was still around. On the streets, there were all sorts of people and cries all over the place, and Yilin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the G group, calmly watching the scene. Unsurprisingly, in about an hour or two, all of these hundreds of thousands of people in Qingcheng would be buried in the mouths of the demons. Guo Qin hastily pulled him back. Don't look, just go. Even if these people die, it's because of those dogs. If we show up at this time, we will really be following those dogs' wishes. Should good people be morally abducted? Good people should be held at gunpoint? I'm not really a good person. Yelin shook his head. I just, feeling a little bad about it. Hey, there's no way around it. That's the way the world is. You want to win against the bad guys. You can only be worse than the bad guys. Guo Qin somewhat helplessly patted Yilin's shoulder and said, shouting that love and courage will defeat the bad guys is an episode of a cartoon. Just as Yilin hesitated to leave or save, a brocade pouch fell out of Yilin's great Sumeru ring, and the third brocade pouch given by Zhuge Qianqing opened at that moment. Yilin instantly picked it up. The last brocade pouch appeared with 2 heaven-defying forbidden spells, the Great Void Technique and the One Breath Transforms 3 Purities, which directly relieved him of his immediate needs. Sensei, did you expect everything now? Yelin muttered. He did desperately want someone to tell him now whether to leave or stay, but when Yilin opened the brocade pouch, he realized that there was nothing in the pouch, only a note with 8 simple words written on it. Do what you do and follow your heart. Do what I do and follow my heart? Yilin laughed dumbly. He had thought that Zhuge Qianqing would give him some kind of brocade plan in this third brocade bag, but he hadn't expected that he would just give him these 8 words. Do what I do, follow my heart. Yilin's eyes gradually became firm. Perhaps this time, he would have to be the same fool as Zhuge Qianqing for once. Guo Qin, come with me. Aren't they looking for a Ling Knight? I'll give them a Ling Knight. Fuck. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how terrifying that group of people is? Guo Qin was directly startled at his words. What? You can't stand to watch your old favorites die? Can you stand to see all those women you once sprayed into Wang Wang snowcakes, screaming and being chewed up and swallowed by demons? Yilin glanced at Guo Qin. He knew too well where Guo Qin's weakness was. Seeing Guo Qin's eyes reddening and his breathing getting a bit ragged, Yilin added, there's a kind of demonic creature called the goat demon man, thick as a thigh, extremely fond of human females, TSK. I don't know if those old favorites of yours can stand it or not. Don't say it, Blanche. Fuck them to death. Fight even if you can't beat them. Beat them until they're afraid. Guo Qin said indignantly. TSK, I didn't expect you to be quite affectionate. Yilin picked up the corner of his mouth. Fart. I like minotaurs, but I like being a yellow hair, not a bitter master. Guo Qin snorted coldly. You have a lot of ghostly ideas. Quickly say, what's your plan? It's not really going to directly rush out and fight them to the death, right? Then I think it's better to let my old favorite go and accompany the sheep demon man. Of course not. Forbidden spell, One Breath Transforms 3 Purities. In an instant, 2 level 43 forbidden spellcaster doppelgangers appeared beside Yilin. Let me say this first. I don't know how successful this plan is, and you will probably die. Yilin opened his mouth. Do not say these useless. I bought all the sets and opened all the rooms and you're still asking me if I say yes or no? Guo Qin responded impatiently. Yilin didn't say anything else, but took out the red flame staff and handed it over to one of the doppelgangers, and then began to slice and dice. The focus right now is not the tide of demons that are like a sea outside the city. The demons are numerous although terrifying, but frankly speaking, they don't have cutting-edge combat power. What we really need to be careful of is the Xie Clan's people who are hiding in the shadows. Once Ling Knight and you show up, the Xie Clan's people, they'll definitely strike at you guys immediately. Yilin raised his eyes to Guqin, a flash of madness flashing under his eyes. You mean, using the Xie clan's people to deal with the tide of demons? A flash of fear flashed under Guqin's eyes. That's right, this is a strategy to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf. Yilin nodded. Crap, you might as well just let me kill myself. As fast as I am, I need room to maneuver. You haven't seen how exaggerated the number of those demons are out there. There's not even a place to land. Guqin's scalp went numb. I'll meet you on the walls. Don't worry, only whether you can escape or not. It still depends on your own play. Yilin was somewhat helpless. This was already the best he could think of at the moment. I'll play a chicken. I'm not going. Guqin shook his head like a rattle. And just then, Yilin clutched his hand tightly and handed him a firm look that only a man could understand. Guqin, for the sake of the Opis, if you don't go, think about how many big Opis in Xinjiang will die under the trampling of the demons? Guqin fell silent as he lit a cigarette, the rising white smoke covering his slightly changed face. I'll go. Yilin took a deep breath and said word for word. Guqin, 4 Opi, live. Don't worry about the package. Guqin waved his hand and turned away with his doppelganger, disappearing from Yilin's sight. Yilin grabbed the 8 desolate sacred silver bow and rushed towards the city walls with his other doppelganger. The closer to the city wall, the more sparse the crowd became. Everyone knew very well that once the demons attacked the city, the first thing to receive an impact would be the city wall, so no one would be foolish enough to stay near the city wall. Is it certain that all civilians have been evacuated from the vicinity of the walls? Good. Well done. Concentrate all the eligible transmutants on the city walls. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of Daxia. If they don't go to stop the demons, how will the civilians have time to evacuate? Don't worry about that. The power of the matter is from the urgency. Any transmigrant who meets the conditions but is unwilling to go up to the city walls, kill them all. Huang Litian's sullen face methodically issued various orders. When he saw Yilin, who was walking towards this side with his bow, Huang Litian couldn't help but stare. It's you? I can't believe you didn't leave? Huang Litian was a bit surprised. A true transmigrant with a background would not appear near the city walls at all, and would have left long ago. He had thought that this Shixing would surely also take the opportunity to follow Father Ji and the others, but he did not expect the other party to actually appear here. What? Not welcome? Yilin walked straight towards the city wall. Huang Litian's eyes were a bit complicated. Going up to the city wall now was basically a death sentence. Public is public. Private is private. In private I admire you for daring to go up to the city wall at this time, but in public, after this matter is over, I'm sure I'll still have to arrest you. Huang Litian said seriously. Then I'll wait for Investigator Wang. Yilin smiled faintly, then led his doppelganger straight up the city wall. Naturally there was no one to stop him along the way, and there were even people who took the initiative to make way for Yilin. After mounting the city wall, Yilin also finally saw the scene outside the city. Even if he had been prepared, Yilin's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently, only to see that the distant sky was densely covered with black figures. It was one terrifying demonic creature after another, and among them, there were even behemoths hundreds of meters in size. One could even smell the fishy odor emanating from the demonic creature from a long distance away. All this time, Yilin had never seen what a real gathering of demons looked like, and even felt that demons were very easy to kill. It wasn't until he saw the tide of magical creatures that was as black as a tidal wave that Yilin finally understood why humans had to live behind the city walls. Such a large number of demonic creatures rushing about could easily collapse everything in their way into rubble. And on the city wall, Yilin also met Hu Wang, the city lord of Xinjiang. At this moment, Hu Wang was wearing a special combat suit and was standing at the very front of the city wall. Anyone could escape, except him, because he was the city lord of Xinjiang. Hu Wang was very clear about his mission. If even he escaped, then Xinjiang would really not be saved at all. Still no word back from that lord? Hu Wang asked as he took a deep breath towards the men behind him. No, the henchman's face hardened a bit. And have the other cities replied to our plea for help? Hong continued to ask. And no, all news is as good as stone, the henchman responded. Hong gave a bitter smile. There's no need to send it again. No one will support us. They've obviously all received the news in advance. Sure enough, in the eyes of those big shots, human lives, it's just a number. After letting out a bitter smile, Hu Wang's eyes gradually became firm, and he swept a glance at the many transmigrators on the city wall, who were basically either gripped by fear or had a shriveled face at the moment. Guys, Hu Wang shouted out angrily, I'm not going to preach today. Xinjiang is our home. The city walls can't hold back so many demons. We all have parents, brothers, wives and children. The only way our parents, brothers, wives and children will have a chance to evacuate safely is if we build a defense line with our blood and flesh. What we did today was for the sake of castle. More than that, it's for ourselves. I, Hu Wang, don't dare to guarantee that everyone will be alive, but I, Hu Wang, can guarantee that I will rush to the front line. If the city is there, people will be there. If the city is gone, people will die. Once hysterical roar spread all around, and many of the transmigrants were infected by this bloodlust, and a strong battle spirit surfaced on their bodies as they hissed alone. When the city is alive, the people are alive. When the city dies, the people die. When the city is alive, the people are alive. When the city dies, the people die. When the city is alive, the people are alive. When the city dies, the people die. Regardless of whether they were really willing or not, the entire city wall was filled with wariness at this moment. The people from the Bureau of Investigation were supervising the battle right below the city walls, and it was certainly unrealistic for any transmigrant to try to escape at this point in time. And when the group on the walls is exhausted, the men from the Bureau of Investigation will continue to the top. The ground had begun to tremble as a large number of demonic creatures continued to approach. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. When the Devil's Vanguard force approached Qingqing 500 meters, Hu Wang gave an order. All mage career changers, do it! As soon as the words fell, countless brilliant skills cut through the sky, smashing towards the tens of thousands of demonic creatures. With the number of demons in front of him, throwing the skill didn't need any aiming at all. Even if he threw it with his eyes closed, he would be able to hit several demons. Boom! The mage's skills exploded in the swarm of demons, and all sorts of elemental magic wreaked havoc in the swarm of demons. The killing power was extremely considerable. Many demons were blown into a pile of broken meat on the spot, and even if they weren't smashed to death on the spot by the mage's skills, they didn't have a chance of survival just from their injuries. At this time, the demons had all charged up, and as long as the demons in front were injured and fell, they would immediately be trampled into mush by the demons in the rear. The first wave of attacks from all the mage transmutants in Qingqing obviously gave the group of demons a headache, but compared to the black pressurized swarm of demons, this amount of damage was like a drop in the bucket. Soon more demons rushed over. When the demonic creatures were 500 meters closer to Qingqing, Hu Wang once again gave the order. Shooters and mage turners, together. This time, in addition to the brilliant skills roaming the sky, there were countless more arrows that broke through the air. Yilin also mixed in and struck out together. The arrows shot from the 8 desolate sacred silver bow were sharp, but after piercing through the bodies of 7 or 8 demonic creatures, they still slowly came to a halt. The Qingqing transmigrant's second wave of attack still failed to stop the demonic swarm for too long, and soon the demonic swarm approached within 100 meters of Qingqing's walls. At that moment, Hu Wang drew a black tang horizontal sword and shouted sternly, "Warrior Knight Assassin class transfers, follow me, kill." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Wang, the Qingqing city lord, leapt down towards the boundless swarm of demons. Several cold auras flashed by, and as soon as Hu Wang landed on the ground, he chopped a demonic creature that was attempting to storm the city walls into pieces. He took the lead and was incredibly brave, but any demonic creature that dared to approach his 3-meter range would all be chopped into a field of broken corpses. Hung's behavior clearly inspired a number of transmutants who still had bloodlust within them. Kill! They roared in anger and followed along, charging down and killing towards the dense swarm of demons. For a moment, the black pressurized swarm of demonic creatures was actually directly blocked, unable to approach Qingqing city walls by a single bit. However, there was a time when one's strength ran out, and along with the depletion of physical strength and mana, there were soon transmutants screaming and dying in the mouths of the demons, and the smell of blood made the demons even more excited. The battlefield was like a huge bloody millstone, coldly and cruelly harvesting lives. Whether it was the lives of humans or demons, they all seemed extraordinarily cheap at this moment. 1 second he was alive and well, the next he could be pounced upon and later trampled into the ground, merging completely with the dirt floor. Yelling on the city wall pulled the bowstring numbly. He was tempted to go all out. A level 43 forbidden spellcaster, combined with an undead body, the destructive power that could be inflicted on a battlefield like this was completely nuclear. One shot of the forbidden spell was enough to exterminate hundreds of demons in one breath. But he couldn't. After taking a deep breath and suppressing the restless killing intent in his heart, Yilin once again pulled the bowstring and started killing the demons without any distractions. Right now, he was just an ordinary transmogrifier. Stone Star. After experiencing the initial fervor, people also finally began to slowly react, and great fear clutched them tightly like a big invisible hand. The corpses at the bottom of the city wall had been piled up like a small mountain, but the group of demons in front of them still didn't seem to have decreased in the slightest, and they were constantly coming towards the city wall. Many of Hu Wang and their warrior-type transmutants had already died of exhaustion, and were swallowed by the demonic creatures into their mouths with a mouthful of creepy chewing sounds. Quite a few mages fell headfirst to the ground due to the overconsumption of their mental energy from constantly releasing their skills. There was only one emotion that permeated the hearts of the crowd at the moment, and that was despair. There's no way to win, it's dead. Fireball. Just as the crowd was enveloped in despair, a voice faintly sounded. Many people heard the corner of the mouth cannot help but slightly pumped. Fireball magic is the most simple and common one in the fire spells, used to fool people who do not understand still want to. In the face of this huge tide of demons, I'm afraid that even a hair of the demons cannot be burned off. The crowd had thought that this was a case of which person had gone mad because of too much despair, but when they lifted their heads, they saw a scene that they would never forget. A round of red golden sun rose above the city wall, which seemed to contain a terrifyingly high temperature that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, and the surrounding void was ignited at this moment and began to twist and distort. The flames burned as if they were going to engulf everything in them, and they could save the day. This is a fireball spell? A fire mage rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat incredulously at the reddish golden sun. Maybe, people have different physiques, and it might make sense that some people roll out bigger fireball spells, only to see a figure holding a staff take a step out. The staff pointed downwards. The round of red golden sun in the mid-air was as if guided, straight towards the black pressurized group of magic creatures below and slammed down. The firelight traced a long arc of light in the sky, and wherever it passed, the space along the way distorted from the heat. The moment the red golden sun set, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the demonic creature at the center was directly and completely vaporized, with no remains of its corpse. The originally boundless swarm of demonic creatures unexpectedly appeared in a vacuum range after the fall of this round of red golden sun. The transmigrators, who had originally been completely desperate, instantly erupted into loud cheers when they saw the scene. One fireball spell could cause such a terrifying destructive power. So if there were a few hundred more fireball spells, wouldn't it be able to clear out all of the demonic swarms in front of them? They couldn't help but cast all of their gazes on the person who had struck out. But when they saw that person's face, the crowd couldn't help but stare, because that person's face was actually densely covered with all sorts of hideous and gruesome scars. Ling Knight is entrusted by Mr. Zhuge and is willing to die for Qingqing to the end. The voice of Yi Lin's doppelganger was loud and clear, and his eyes were burning with high fighting spirit. Just as the crowd was still immersed in shock, it suddenly felt like a gust of wind had suddenly brushed past their faces. A figure then appeared on the battlefield below. The figure was holding two short daggers, so fast that it was mind-blowingly fast, and between the flights, it even directly dismembered several demonic creatures directly. Little ladies of Qingcheng, don't worry. When there is no danger, I, Guo Qin, am the greatest danger. But when there is danger, I, Guo Qin, am here to protect you all. With Guo Qin's speed, the demons below were already dead before they could even react to what was happening. These two sudden arrivals caused all the people in Qingqing to go into shock. These two, so terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid they're top-notch in the entire Qingcheng? Why haven't we seen them before? That scarred man said he was entrusted by Mr. Zhuge. Is Mr. Zhuge still remembering Qingcheng after his death? Are we saved? There was an extra light in the eyes of all the people, a light whose name was Hope. After Guo Qin and Yi Lin's doppelgangers appeared, they killed their way out towards the center of the beast tide without saying a word. Guo Qin's figure was like the wind, his sharp blades were like awns, and he hardened himself to open up a bloody path in the group of demons, while the tip of Yi Lin's red flame staff lit up with purplish-red karmic flames, and he directly slammed out with a karmic flame burning sky. Once stained with karmic fire, it is immortal. And many demons rushed around under the pain, and stained the demons next to them with karmic fire as well. The joining of the two was like a shot in the arm for the crowd present, who instantly rekindled their fighting spirit and struck out one after another. On the side of Qingqing's crowd, there was a hidden tendency to suppress the group of magical beasts, and after these two appeared, Xia Hong's people were also watching this side. Are you sure it's the two of them? Xia Hong spoke in a cold voice. That's right, there are records in the files transferred from the Qingqing Investigation Bureau side. This Ling Knight is just extremely good at fire spells and can even summon karma fire. A punk named Kenson on the Qingqing side died at the hands of Ling Knight. The person wearing the rat-faced mask nodded. Do it. Yes. 12 black-robed men wearing masks instantly rushed out from behind Xia Hong. If an outsider were to see the scene, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded, because the speed of these 12 people was not much slower than Guo Qin. The 12 people were like 12 shooting stars as they charged directly towards the black pressurized group of demons. And those terrifying demonic creatures were directly lifted into the sky when they faced these 12 people, unable to block them in the slightest. This shocking scene instantly caused the crowd in Qingqing to marvel. And who are those dozen people? Are they also the backstabbers left behind by Mr. Zhuge in his lifetime? I don't know, but it just looks awfully strong. Nope. You guys look. Those dozen or so people didn't even make a move against the demonic creature. they just used their own might to harden the demonic creature. What the hell do they want? The sudden appearance of the mysterious people made the crowd of Qingqing all confused, and Yilin's main body eyes on the city wall couldn't help but slightly condense. The strength of these guys was even more terrifying than he expected. No wonder Guoqin was so against it in the beginning. Yilin relied on his main body's view from above on the city walls and began maneuvering his doppelganger to play hide-and-seek with those 12 mysterious people in the dense swarm of demons. Before this doppelganger completely disappeared, he would utilize these 12 people to consume as many demons as possible. What Guoqin was doing at this moment was similar to Yilin. He didn't have Yilin's vision, so he directly drilled into the deepest part of the demonic group. From the beginning they had planned that Guoqin wouldn't go back to Qingqing, but would charge straight into the wilderness. With his speed, it would be easier to go back to Qingqing and get caught in a jar instead. Under the sweep of those 12 mysterious people, the black pressurized swarm of demons was instantly impacted, and the pressure on the crowd on Qingqing's side plummeted. The demons could only let out angry hissing noises, but they couldn't do anything about those 12 people. But the good times didn't last long, and soon Yilin's doppelganger was the first to have all his retreats cut off, as 6 masked men surrounded him in a swarm of demons. Aren't you quite capable of running and hiding? Why don't you keep running and hiding? The rat-faced masked man smiled coldly. Humph, you guys think you can catch me? Yilin's doppelganger revealed a look of madness under his eyes, and then a star chain connected to his body, and his body began to bulge like an ever-inflating balloon. It's heaven's fate that my plan won't work. Mr. Zhuge, Ling Knight has failed you. Guoqin, everything is in your hands. Yilin's doppelganger hissed out. Crap Nima, a laborer's life isn't a life? Guoqin, who was being chased up and down by the other 6 masked men on the other side, was almost so angry when he heard this that he turned around and went to give Yilin's a punch in the face. Wasn't that pulling hate for him? Not good. He's going to explode himself. Stop him, the rat-faced masked man exclaimed and was about to move to stop him. Unfortunately, he was not Zhuge Qianqing, and this self-detonation, the rat-faced masked man could not stop it. A piercing pillar of light shot up into the sky, vaporizing and dissipating all the surrounding clouds, and the crowd saw the piercing glare before a loud rumbling sound followed. The terrifying explosion annihilated everything around it, and the demonic creatures that got too close were blown to the ground in a bloody mess, leaving a circular crater dozens of meters deep on the ground. But even so, when the smoke and dust cleared from the sky, those 6 masked men actually didn't receive any injuries, except for the fact that their bodies were a little bit of a mess in terms of dust and dirt. Damn, this kid is so unafraid of death. Go after the one who's afraid of death. The 6 masked men who had received a shot of split self-detonation cursed, and then turned around and went straight after Guoqin. The crowd also finally reacted to the fact that these masked men were not here to help them at all. It could even be said that these masked men were also their enemies. The eyes of Yilin's main body on the city wall couldn't help but condense. A level 43 forbidden spellcaster exploded himself with all his might and actually failed to injure any of them? The strength of these guys, just how terrifying should they be? However, the first step of the plan had been reached, and the next step was to assist Guoqin in escaping. After all, what Guoqin was going to face next was a siege of 12 masked men. However, Yilin had confidence in Guoqin's. As long as he let his doppelganger self-detonate to go and open up a path for Guoqin, it was impossible for those 12 people to catch up with Guoqin, who was bent on fleeing. As a forbidden spellcaster, Yilin was proficient in several self-detonation postures. Just as Yilin was about to make a move to have another doppelganger rush to meet Guoqin, a hysterical hissing sound rang out. Ling Knight, I want all of you to bury him. A slender silhouette quickly climbed up the city wall, anger and hatred written all over her pretty face. She was panting, the tips of her hair were sticking to her sweaty white forehead. She had obviously run all the way here furiously. Zhuge and I? Yilin was a bit shocked. This bitch didn't follow the army to escape by teleportation array. Why did she run here? But soon, Zhuge and I gave Yilin the answer, only to see Zhuge and I take out an ancient compass from his waist, and above that compass, the stars twinkled as if the entire Milky Way was included. She bit her red lips tightly. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, only to raise the compass high above her head. Following my father's last wish, Zhuge and I will live and die with Qingqing today. As soon as the words fell, the stars on the ancient compass began to flow rapidly, emitting a deep burst of starlight that remained dazzling even though it was daytime at the moment. Power of the heavenly star, obey my command. Zhuge and I let out a dainty cry, only to see the starlight from the compass coalesce into a slender pillar of light that directly rushed up into the clouds. Several buildings within the Green City collapsed at this moment, forming an arcane star formation, and the entire Green City seemed to come to life at this moment. Above the sky, a star seemed to have been summoned by some mysterious call, and blossomed in the daytime as well, a brilliant beam of light dropping down, Xingqiang seemed to have turned into a huge energy vortex at this moment, greedily sucking in the power of the stars above the 9 heavens. Star of Heaven Forever Town. Zhuge and droned out, and that star formation instantly spread out with Xingqiang as its center. At this moment, it was as if the gods had pressed the pause button, and everything was suppressed. Whether it was the black pressurized swarm of demonic creatures or the 12 masked men of unparalleled strength, all of them were transformed into statues at this moment. Damn it, can't move at all. One of the masked men cursed angrily. No wonder when that Zhuge Qianqing was around, no one dared to come to Qingqing to make trouble at all. How come this guy is so terrifying even in death? How on earth did such a horrible guy die? If I hadn't seen his corpse with my own eyes, I would have suspected that he had swindled his way to death. Don't talk so much, that Guqin has run out of sight. The 12 masked men were shocked and angry. They could only watch Guqin run further and further away. The star power that Zhuge and cast with the help of that ancient compass only targeted them and the demonic creatures. It didn't target anyone else, so Guqin wasn't affected at all. It's now, kill with me, Hu Wang roared, directly towards the immobilized group of demons to kill. As the lord of Qingqing City, even if the battle had been bloodied, Hu Wang still maintained his calmness and did not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Under his leadership, soon the others also reacted and killed towards the immobile demonic creature. Put. On top of the city wall, Zhuge and spewed out a mouthful of blood, staining the ancient compass red. Obviously, exerting this level of power was also extremely terrifying for her in terms of consumption, but Zhuge and clenched her teeth without any intention of retreating as she raised her hand once again and pointed it on top of the ancient compass. In an instant, Zhuge's white skin had countless more blood marks on it, looking just like a porcelain that was about to break, and it was clear that this next strike would be released at the cost of Zhuge's life force. Don't Nei-chan. You're Mr. Zhuge's only daughter. On what grounds? Why don't good people live alone? The people of Qingqiang were all furious, but their anger couldn't change anything. Little by little, the radiant starlight lit up above Qingqiang, converging into a terrifying and incomparable torrent of stars. For a moment, in front of Qingqiang, a look of horror appeared under the eyes of all the demonic creatures. Even the faces under the masks of the 12 mysterious people had been completely distorted. They felt a strong aura of death from the beautiful starlight. And if this strike were to fall, the 12 of them would definitely be left with no bones and none of them would be spared. Help me break free from the suppression, or else we'll all die. The rat-faced masked man roared. The remaining 11 didn't hesitate, sparing their injuries to forcefully suppress the star power within their bodies for the rat-faced masked man, fighting for a chance for him to strike. As if relieved, the rat-faced masked man turned around and locked onto Zhuge and on top of the city wall. Die bitch. The terrifying energy converged into a fiery red spear that cut through the sky and stabbed violently towards Zhuge and If Zhuge and insisted on performing her next move, then the spear would definitely penetrate Zhuge's body. But Zhuge and didn't have any intention of dodging, condensing the power of the stars on her own. The ancient compass starlight flourished and kept absorbing her life force. Dad, Nene is here to see you. Zhuge and showed a smile like relief. Starlight extinction. Before the word absolute could be uttered, Zhuge and felt a heavy blow to her neck, and then she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. Before her consciousness disappeared, Zhuge and smelled a very familiar odor. Daddy, was it you who came to pick me up? Looking at Zhuge and who was completely unconscious, Yilin couldn't help but sigh. Even if he disliked Zhuge and again, he couldn't possibly stand by and watch Zhuge and go to her death. After all, she is Zhuge Qianqing in this world's only attachment. If you let Zhuge Qianqing in the netherworld to see Zhuge and I'm afraid a fraudulent body also want to climb up to fan their too big pussy pocket. After placing Zhuge and aside, Yilin pulled the 8 desolate sacred silver bow and directly activated the forbidden spell burning reincarnation to double his power. Wound enhancing arrows. Occupational talent extreme sublimation is activated, and the wound enhancing arrow has been strengthened into the heavenly punishment punishing arrow. Forbidden spell arrow of heavenly punishment. The forbidden spellcaster is cut off from his children and grandchildren, and from now on he cannot be humanized. And on behalf of the great Tao he sends down the heavenly punishment, and shoots out an arrow that can superimpose itself with 10 times its own power. And under one arrow, it will exterminate God and destroy immortality. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yilin drew his bow like a full moon and shot the heavenly punishment execution arrow. A dazzling arrow pierced through the sky, and wherever the arrow feathers passed, layers of ripples appeared in space, as if it would be directly torn apart the next moment. However, after this arrow collided with the fire-red spear, it only dimmed the luster of the fire-red spear by a few points, but failed to destroy it. However, Yilin had expected this. After all, the gap in strength was there. He did not hesitate for a moment. Lifting his hand was another 4 rounds of heavenly punishment punishing arrows. The main fight was a bird more than a bird. The rat-faced masked man was originally attacking through the air, and under the bombardment of 5 successive heavenly punishment god-punishing arrows, the fire-red spear he had condensed was directly shattered by the heavenly punishment god-punishing arrows. With Zhuge Ni's unconsciousness, the torrent of stars that had gathered up in the sky above Qingcheng also began to gradually dissipate away, and those 12 masked men also regained their mobility at this moment. And the masters? X12. To actually be able to block my anger-laden strike. This person might be related to Zhuge Qianqing as well. You guys go after that Guqin. I'll go kill that guy. The rat-faced masked man let out a cold snort, his eyes showing his killing intent. Let me go. But someone on the other side was faster than him. Cinnabar Dragon instantly rushed out, accompanied by a sound of a dragon's roar. All the demons along the way were killed by him. Cinnabar Dragon, are you going to kill people or demons? The rat-faced masked man snorted in dissatisfaction. Let me tell you a joke. Little swallows wear flowery clothes and come here every spring. I asked the swallows why they came. Guess what the swallow said? Chen Long asked. What did Swallow say? The rat-faced masked man frowned. Swallow says it's none of your business. Mind your own business. You. The rat-faced masked man rolled over in anger and said grimly, Chen Long, you'd better really kill that guy or bring him back alive. Otherwise I'll definitely tell on you in front of His Excellency. Suit yourself. Cinnabar Dragon rushed towards the group of demons in front of him, opening up a one-sided slaughter. Let's go. The rat-faced masked man gave a cold shout and led his men to chase after Guqin in the direction he had fled. Unbeknownst to him, the current Guqin had already encountered big trouble. In front of him stood a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, looking at him with his hands behind his back. It was none other than Xia Hong, the head of the Xia family. From the moment Zhuge Ni activated the star formation, Xia Hong chased towards Guqin. The death or life of those 12 masked men was far less important in his eyes than capturing Guqin. Gulp! Guqin's throat beads couldn't help but roll up and down a bit, and a pleasing smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence! Big brother, you're here to take a shit, aren't you? I don't have time to accompany you in your nonsense. Tell me, within the gate of the apocalypse, what happened? Xia Hong spoke in a deep voice. Apocalypse of what? The gates of the apocalypse. What gate of Kai? The gates of the apocalypse. The gate of heavenly what? Xia Hong gently wiped the plate knot on his hand, and a black-colored embroidered spring sword appeared in his hand, the sheath of which was covered with dragon-shaped cloud patterns all over the body, exuding a chilling aura of fury. Since you won't tell me, I know a little bit about lingering techniques. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a crisp chirping sound of the blade, the long blade in Xia Hong's hand slowly came out of the body, resembling a bright curved moon. Artifact, Black Moon. Guqin's pupils shrunk violently, obviously recognizing the origin of the knife in Xia Hong's hand. That, brother, let's talk things over. Don't make a move, okay? Guqin smiled and said. Xia Hong was silent as he carried his sword towards Guqin, the tip of the Black Moon's blade rubbing gently against the ground, sending out a series of sparks. Don't, big brother, don't be impulsive. Ah. On the city wall, after Yilin managed to defuse the attack of the rat-faced masked man, he smoothly touched his hand towards Zhuge Ni's arms and touched the compass. This compass looked like it needed to absorb life force in order to function. So wasn't that just the right specialty? Yilin didn't have much else, just a lot of life. And after checking out this compass, Yilin realized why Zhuge Ni had just been able to exert such a terrifying power. Teacher, what kind of existence were you when you were alive? Yilin couldn't help but mutter. This astrological compass is a divine artifact. However, if it was just a divine artifact, it was naturally impossible for Zhuge Ni to have the power to suppress everything. That terrifying power originated from Zhuge Qianqing's arrangement during his lifetime. Zhuge Qianqing used the entire Qingcheng as the foot of the formation, and laid down the great formation of the stars of the heavens, and this astrological compass was the eye of the formation, and the person who controlled the astrological compass was in Qingcheng, so he could mobilize the power of the endless stars. In other words, Zhuge Ni is really just a switch. That is, Zhuge Ni is too weak. If Zhuge Ni was more powerful, she would never be in such a mess when maneuvering the star formation. With this compass, wouldn't I be invincible in Qingcheng? Yilin's gaze was fiery, and facing Qianlong who was charging over this way, he immediately prepared to activate the star grand formation left behind by Zhuge Qianqing. But at that moment, he realized that the astrological compass in his hand did not respond at all. Wait, this thing is a bloodline system? Pitiful. Yilin's face instantly turned green. If he wasn't wrong, this astrological compass should only be used by Zhuge Qianqing's direct bloodline. Even if it's a matter of preventing a villain, how could Zhuge Qianqing even prevent him? Does he look like someone who would rob Zhuge Ni? Could it be that he would still keep the astrological compass for himself just because it was a divine artifact and particularly useful? Is he Yilin that kind of person? Looking at Cinnabar Dragon, who was constantly approaching this way, Yilin couldn't care less as he backhanded Zhuge's white wrist with his 8 desolate sacred silver bow. That what? I also, in order to save the people of Xinjiang, borrow Zhuge and I a little blood to use. Teacher, you in heaven's spirit there is blame, do not blame, ha. As the crimson blood flowed from Zhuge's wrist onto the ancient compass, that compass gradually began to light up with bright starbursts. Seeing Zhuge's lips gradually become bloodless from red, Yilin hurriedly stopped to stop the blood, and then put it down. He was afraid that Zhuge and I directly died. With Zhuge's blood, Yilin was then able to manipulate the astrological compass. In an instant, he only felt as if he had become one with the entire Xinjiang, and with just one thought, he could destroy everything in front of him. Immediately after that, Yilin directly executed the move towards Qianlong that Zhuge and I had just failed to successfully execute. Starlight extinction. Yilin only felt that the astrological compass in front of him seemed to have transformed into an unfillable black hole, tightly sticking to his hand, unable to shake it off, crazily devouring his own life force, not even thinking about giving himself any way to live. It was thought that Zhuge Qianxing had long thought that someone would use Zhuge's blood to open the matter of the astrological compass, so he had left a backhand behind early on. If Yilin didn't possess an immortal body, I'm afraid that even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. I told you, how could the teacher even defend me? Yilin revealed a smile. In that case, there were only 2 people in the world who could use the astrological compass. One was Zhuge and I herself, and the other was him plus Zhuge's blood. The bright starlight converged into a torrent of stars in the sky above Xinjiang, sweeping towards the dense swarm of demonic creatures below. There were no violent explosions, no hisses of pain, no dying struggles. Wherever the starlight passed, the huge-sized demons were directly annihilated as if they were papier-mâché. There was no demon that could block the bright and dazzling starlight, and Cinnabar Dragon's silhouette disappeared under the starlight. When the starlight slowly dissipated, an extremely obvious fault had appeared in the boundless group of demons, with nearly half of the demons having perished under the strike just now. This terrifying power made Yilin himself gulp. Once the number of demons was high, it was like a tidal wave. It was a wave pushing a wave forward. And even if the demons were scared, there was no chance to turn back, and Yilin's starlight extinction fell and extinguished nearly half of them, instantly giving the demons a chance to regret it. Ooh-hoo! I don't know which demonic creature let out an extremely penetrating whimper, and then those remaining demonic creatures quickly retreated like a tidal wave as if they had received some command. Demonic creatures also had lives and were also afraid, watching so many of their kind all being instantly vaporized. They would feel the same fear. Hung under the city wall stared dumbfounded at the demons that were starting to retreat. His weapon was already full of holes and his body had many more wounds. With a thud, Hung dropped to the ground and muttered, "We won." Hung then suddenly became agitated and hissed hysterically, "We won." Hu Wang's hissing sound will be stagnant crowd completely awakened. The joy of the aftermath of the robbery let their taut heartstrings completely relaxed. Cannot help but follow Hu Wang loudly hissed, venting the excitement in the heart. "Great! We don't have to die. Damn! It's really only when you're on the verge of death that you can truly realize the preciousness of life. What glory and wealth are all bullshit. Being able to live well is more important than anything else." It was Mr. Zhuge who saved us once again. He's always had Xinjiang in mind. Woo woo. I'm going to send a message to my goddess. I survived. I want Super 10. Yilin took the opportunity to stuff the astrological compass back into Zhuge's hand, acting as if it was Zhuge's hand that had nothing to do with him at all, and mixed into the crowd to cheer together. The scene just now was so chaotic that not many people had noticed Yilin in the first place, and it was hard to get a new vest, so he didn't want to drop it so quickly. When the demons had completely retreated, the foot of Xinjiang city wall was left densely packed with corpses. There were demonic and human ones mixed together, giving off a strong, sickening odor of blood. The crowd that had just been cheering finally calmed down from their excitement, and within a short time, sobs were heard one after another. Thanks to Zhuge Qianxing, Xinjiang had seen a long period of peace, and it had been a long time since they had seen so many demons attacking a city together. Seeing a close friend, who was alive and kicking 1 second, being bitten in half by a demon the next, was enough to prevent a person from sleeping well for a while to come. Hu Wang also sighed quietly. Although the demons had been repelled, the real trouble for him, the city lord, had just begun. The distribution of pensions for the fallen, comforting the families of the dead, especially with this mountain of corpses in front of us. The aftermath is also a big trouble, and if not handled well, it can even generate a terrible plague, causing secondary damage to the entire Xinjiang. It was all enough to give Hong a headache, But that's all an afterthought, the most important thing now is to get the already exhausted crowd home. I declare, the level 1 warning is lifted. All the transmigrants can leave the city walls in order and in an orderly manner. Hu Wang spoke loudly. When these words came out, many people cried tears of joy, and some were so excited that they directly leapt down from the dozens of meters high city wall. Yi Lin was not that out of the ordinary, calmly mixing his head in the crowd and leaving the city walls. At this moment, the streets of Qingqing were empty, and all the ordinary people had converged towards the teleportation array. Yi Lin was pondering how to godlessly swallow all those demonic corpses outside with endless devouring when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. The power of that strike you just made was terrifying, but unfortunately, the accuracy was poor. Yelin was instantly creeped out. Without any hesitation, he swung the 8 desolate sacred silver bow and swept it toward his back. However, halfway through the sweep, Yi Lin felt as if he was stuck by something, unable to inch any further. Looking back, he was confronted with a dragon face mask. You didn't die? Yi Lin was a bit shocked. He clearly saw this dragon face masked man being overwhelmed by starlight extinction with his own eyes. Disappointed? Tatsuya asked rhetorically. What do you want? Yi Lin didn't feel like this guy was coming to kill himself. If he was trying to kill himself, there was no need to say so much nonsense. Thanks, Tatsuya spoke. Thank me? Yi Lin was really a bit puzzled this time. Thank you for saving so many innocent people in Qingcheng, Qianlong said. So many demons were all lured here by you, and now you come to say thank you to me? You're sick, aren't you? The corners of Yi Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. I can't help it. You don't understand. Qianlong shook his head and said with some pathos, I would have wished that I could have died underneath that strike you just made. It's just a pity that your aim was too poor. Then should I still apologize for not getting you killed? Yelin asked. Apologizing isn't necessary. Remember, you're dead. Qianlong left without looking back. And only then did Yi Lin notice that in Qianlong's hand, he was still carrying a human head that he didn't know where he had cut off. What a weirdo. Yelin couldn't help but frown. But it was a good thing that this guy didn't do anything to himself. If they really had to fight, whether they could win or not was not to be mentioned. Their own identity would definitely be exposed in 9 out of 10 cases. Now all that's missing is Guqin. Yi Lin muttered. The swarm of demons was repelled, and now he had gotten away perfectly. As long as Guqin also managed to get away, then this time, the plan would be considered perfectly accomplished. Speak of the devil. As soon as Yi Lin's words fell, Guqin came to Yi Lin's side with a whoosh like a gust of wind. His grandma. I almost got caught by these guys. Guqin was so tired that he spat out his tongue, and the clothes on his body had burned several large holes due to the friction of the high-speed movement, looking just like a scruffy beggar. The moment he saw Guqin, Yi Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't followed, was it? Nope. Where can they catch me? Is my reputation as Qingqing's #1 fastest man not justified? I lured them all the way out into the wilderness and then slipped back in. Speaking of this, Guqin puffed out his chest proudly. Speaking of which, it's thanks to Ms. Zhuge for calming down that gang for a while, or else I really wouldn't have been able to run very well. Yelin nodded, then said somewhat thankfully, what's more crucial, is that Xia Hong, the head of the Xia family, didn't personally come down to the arena due to his identity concerns. Otherwise, there would have been countless more variables. Yes, little boss, we're lucky to say the least. Guqin opened his mouth to concur. Then his words suddenly changed. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy ones. I gave up my life to save so many beautiful ladies in Qingcheng. Now, it's time for me, Guqin, to collect my reward. Before Yi Lin could understand what Guqin meant by collecting returns, he was pulled by him and squeezed in towards the crowded area. At this moment, Qingcheng was immersed in the joy of surviving the calamity, and many people were hugging each other tightly, crying and cheering. Guqin's goal was very clear, and he walked straight towards a slightly chubby beauty wearing a tall figure. The woman had a plump figure, and the tight wraparound skirt outlined her curves to the fullest, her long, round thighs hidden underneath the black silk. Her face wasn't exactly stunning, but her dainty phoenix eyes were extraordinarily charming, as if they could seduce a man's soul. Overall, this was a woman who wasn't exactly stunning, but was very charming and perfectly suited Guqin's tastes. And at that moment, those Danfang eyes were staring warily at the scruffy Guqin, with a slight displeasure on his face. Guqin didn't seem to notice the beauty's revulsion as he continued to move forward closer, a pair of thieving eyes staring straight at the other party's northern hemisphere, a demented smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Hello beautiful, can you add a WeChat? I don't have a WeChat. The beautiful woman took a half step back somewhat warily. That's fine. Then let me touch dare. I saw you had it. Guqin's words caused Yi Lin's expression to twist instantly. He didn't move and took a few steps back, fearing that others would see that he and Guqin knew each other. It's outrageous. No, does this Guqin guy really have no face at all? Talking about this in public? Yilin admitted that he was also horny, but he still couldn't do it if he really wanted to speak such tiger and wolf words in front of everyone. As expected, as soon as Guqin's words left his mouth, the people around him all suspiciously turned their gazes all the way over. Guqin was not ashamed but rather honored, and made a pose that he thought was very handsome, welcoming the attention of the crowd, and that beautiful woman's face had gone red. Hooligans! Snap! She swung towards Guqin with a slap, resulting in Guqin once again displaying his speed that could be called heaven-defying, only to see Guqin quickly stick out his tongue with the momentum of a lightning-fast thief spell, and give a quick lick to the slender jade hand that was about to slap his face. In a flash, everyone was stunned by Guqin's maneuver. It never occurred to them that there was actually this way of defusing being slapped. That pretty girl couldn't help but dry heave even more when she saw the shiny drool on her hands. Go away you! Like you're sick! Yilin gave a hard tug on Guqin's back collar and yanked him straight away. Otherwise he really didn't know what kind of anticlimactic behavior this Guqin guy could still do. No wonder this guy is in jail. This guy really can't be locked up for 100 years. Beauty! I'll be looking for you tonight, ha! Boo hoo hoo! Guqin still didn't forget to continue discharging with that beautiful woman on his way to being dragged away. And he was so angry that Yilin directly strangled the 8 desolate sacred silver bow on his neck. And only then did he stop talking. Aya, little boss, don't be so serious. After fighting for so long, can't we still enjoy ourselves? Guqin said a bit aggrieved. The business is not yet done. Accompany me out of the city tonight. Yilin said. Out of town? Out of the city for what? Guqin asked suspiciously. I haven't gotten any favors yet. As soon as he said this, Yilin became angry. Zhuge Qinsheng's astrological compass was obviously pumping his life force, and as a result, he didn't get any experience value from killing those demons, and he didn't know where such a large amount of experience value had gone. If he couldn't get his hands on those corpses out there, he'd really have wasted his time. Understood. Then I'll help you mess with those corpses first at night, and then I'll mess with Castle's women. Yelin. Although the words were right, but when they came out of Guqin's mouth, he had the old feeling that they had changed flavor. Just as Yilin quietly waited for the night to fall, in the wilds of Qincheng, Qianlong also carried a human head and found Xiahong and 11 others. Xiahong leaned on a black knife, his eyes closed tightly, his face devoid of any expression. As for Z Mouse, they fell down on one knee in front of Xiahong, without any of them opening their mouths to speak. The atmosphere was so bizarre that it made Tatsuolong's scalp go a little numb. Back? Xiahong spoke faintly. Your Excellency, it's back. The person who struck out on the walls of Qingqing City has been killed by Qianlong, and according to the investigation, he has nothing to do with this incident. Qianlong knelt on one knee in front of Xiahong and presented the human head in his hand. However, Xiahong didn't even look at that human head. He just instantly flew up and kicked Qianlong out. Qianlong heavily crashed into an ancient tree in the sky, and there was blood flowing out from under his mask. Qianlong, you were picked up and raised by me. I treated you like my own, and now you've learned to lie to me? Cinnabar Dragon wouldn't dare. Cold sweat swished down Qianlong's face under his mask. What was going on? Why did Xiahong know that he had lied to him? Don't dare? Humph. Xiahong raised his hand and grabbed it with 5 fingers in vain, and Qianlong's entire body flew over uncontrollably, being strangled by Guqin. This time, let this be a lesson to you. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Do you understand? Xiahong said in a cold voice. Cinnabar Dragon. It's clear. Tatsuya Dragon spoke with difficulty. Only then did Xiahong put it down, and then said in a cold voice, come on, let's go back. This matter, we need to think long and hard. The people of God, they've intervened too. When these words came out, Qianlong and the others explained that their pupils shook dramatically, and they didn't know when a mysterious organization named God had appeared, and the members within that organization called themselves God's angels. No one knew what the purpose of the existence of God as an organization was, and no one knew why the God organization was born. The only thing that was known was that anyone within the God organization was terrifyingly strong to the point of being outrageous. The gates of the apocalypse. Did it even attract the God Emperor? As he watched the crowd turn to leave, Xiahong leaned on Qianlong's body in a flash. Qianlong's heart was shocked, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Xiahong whisper in his ear, don't talk, act like nothing happened. Hold me up. Tatsuo Dragon's heart was shocked. Xiahong, injured? And the injury looks very serious. Although his heart was very shocked, Qianlong quickly regained his composure and assisted Xiahong as if nothing had happened. The group returned to Qing City and soon left it through the teleportation array, returning to the Xia clan, and after returning to his study, Xiahong could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Qianlong's entire body couldn't help but freeze in place as he saw that the blood that Xia Hong spat out was actually interspersed with some dark red pieces of internal organs. My lord! I'll help you go find the 100 Herb Medical Exalt to come over. Qianlong was about to go out in a hurry. The 100 Herb Healer dignity was the strongest healer profession within the Great Summer, rumored to have reached the true god level, and it was not too much to say that it was a matter of living and dying. No, don't go. Xia Hong spoke coldly. Never let anyone know that I've been seriously injured, including the rest of the 11. Stay by my side for the next few days, and don't move an inch. My lord. Tatsuo Dragon was a bit hesitant. Xia Hong coughed violently again, but his tone remained strong. Do you hear me? Tatsuro. Clear. Qianlong could only agree helplessly. My lord, is the God Emperor really so powerful? It's amazing that even you are so heavily injured. No, that guy isn't as strong as me. He'll only be 50-50 with me if he holds up. Speaking of this, Xia Hong suddenly gritted his teeth a little. But, that guy is too sinister. He has no dignity at all. He was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, begging for mercy. I didn't expect him to be an opponent of the same level as me, and he was extremely good at speed, so I was seriously injured by him after being caught off guard. Qianlong was relieved when he heard this. If just any god envoy came out from the god organization could easily re-injure Xia Hong, then the god organization would be too terrifying. This account will not be settled just like that. A flash of morose coldness flashed under Xia Hong's eyes. When I recover from my injuries, it will be the moment of complete reckoning. The night is falling and the stars are high. The swarm of demons was repelled, and Qingchang returned to its usual calm. The transmigrants and civilians who had been sent away earlier had also returned to their homes, and everything seemed like a long dream, with only the stench of rotting corpses wafting in from outside the city from time to time to prove that everything had really happened during the day. The city walls of Qingchang were brightly lit, and quite a number of transmigrants were still standing on the city walls to monitor the city, preventing the demons from suddenly killing back. However, their attention was on the outside of the city, and they didn't notice in the slightest that two dark shadows within the city were quietly approaching this way. You help me attract the attention of those transfigurators guarding the city. I'll sneak out and steal the corpses. Got it? Yilin said as he gestured at Guo Qin. Just put your mind at ease. I promise to keep everyone's attention on my side. Ha ha ha. Guo Qin grinned a very lewd smile. Say, what's that pink sack you're carrying? Yilin asked with some confusion. When he met Guo Qin at night, Guo Qin had been carrying this pink sack to attract the attention of so many people. Of course I have to prepare a little prop. How else would I attract those people's attention? Guo Qin said with a straight face. All right. Yilin was also too lazy to pay attention to what Guo Qin had prepared. The purpose could be achieved on the line. With an evasion technique, he appeared directly in the pile of corpses outside the city. On the other side of the room, Guo Qin also started to do his job, and he untied the pink sack, revealing the face of a beautiful woman. Suffocated people, you said you want to take people to play something different. In the end is to play what well. After the woman drilled out of the sack, she rushed to Guo Qin and pampered herself. Let's go to the city wall and excavate. How about it? Is it exciting enough? Guo Qin hemmed and hawed. What? The woman's face suddenly changed. Although she was a Koan, she also had dignity. What do you take me for? If it weren't for my sick mother, my gambling father, my young brother and my no-good husband, I wouldn't be in this business at all. I also want a face. How can I be a human being in the future if you're like this? That was in full view of the public. In public, the woman said sadly. So, Guo Qin frowned. Gotta add money. Plus how much? Is it a sneaky hole, or is it a liberalized hole? The woman pursued. Let go of the whole thing. The louder you scream the better. Guo Qin said. So is it a show or a no-show? Show your face. Playing this big? That'll add $50,000. Deal. Guo Qin was very quick to give the money. The woman got the money as also a smile. This evening the single is worth a month of her income. Brother, when do we start? You don't treat me like a human being tonight, whether you come as a human being or not. Whatever. The woman very actively rubbed her two minds against Guo Qin's body. By the way, what's your name? Just call someone Purple Smoke. Go under the walls. Guo Qin led the woman to walk next to the city wall in a big way, and after getting close to the wall, Guo Qin took a deep breath and yelled in the middle of his breath. Brothers, you guys have worked hard on your vigil. Tonight I've come to give you all some warmth to feast your eyes on. Guo Qin's gong-like voice quickly drew quite a few people's gazes over. Immediately after that, Guo Qin took Ziyan into his arms, and once he untied the bow, Ziyan's entire body was instantly exposed to the light, as beautiful as sheep's fat white jade, yet she didn't hide it in the slightest, instead showing it off in a big way. Hiss! A sound of cold air being sucked backward resounded from the city walls. and many people were staring at this sight in death. When it comes to this kind of thing, basically as long as the individual will not be able to help but look at a few eyes, to look at a glance is respect, has been looking that is always respect. Hey, everyone, today, I'll give my brothers a performance of Guangong fighting Qin Shon. As soon as the words fell, Guo Qin held his rigid lance and attacked directly towards the woman. The woman didn't just sit back and wait for death, and with a gaze in her eyes, she used her ancestral jujitsu and began to use her softness to overcome her strength. Both of them were obviously veterans, and as they went back and forth, their fighting skills were exquisite, causing the crowd on the city walls to look on in awe. Holy shit, what's going on here? Why are they chiseling away when so many people are watching? Have you forgotten? It's 520. It's not uncommon for the cannons to go off. I have a friend who made several W's last year selling little balloons in front of the hotel. Where would a single dog like me remember these holidays? Wow shit. Look, that girl is so awesome. She can even hang her upside down. Seeing that almost everyone's eyes on the city walls had been attracted, Yi Lin, who was hiding in the shadows outside the city, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how Guo Qin did it, it was now his turn to start enjoying the feast. Yi Lin walked straight towards the pile of corpses, directly opened the endless devouring to swallow. Speaking of which, he really had to thank some Xiahong, or else where would he have gotten the chance to get so many corpses in a short period of time? The first, second, the third, fourth, fifth, personality activated. At the beginning Yi Lin also slightly counted. To the back he could not count over. This big battle dead people and demons are too much. Simply cannot count over. Although these dead demons and humans were not very high leveled, generally only in the teens and 20s, but they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Yi Lin's three-dimensional attributes and experience value soared all the way, growing so fast that Yi Lin himself couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this rate, as long as this huge pile of corpses outside the city were all swallowed, one's level would at least be able to at least level up to 50, and level 50, for any transmigrator, was an extremely important transmigration point. The first career talent was unlocked at level 1, the second career talent was unlocked at level 20, and the third career talent was unlocked at level 50. If all three career talents were extremely powerful, it could even allow an ordinary A-ranked career to have a combat power comparable to that of an SSS-ranked career. Yi Lin was also very much looking forward to what his third career talent would be. Just as Yi Lin's side outside the city was frantically unleashing endless devouring, Guo Qin's side inside the city was also desperately fighting with purple smoke. As the battle was very exciting, the crowd on the city wall even started cheering and shouting for Guo Qin, and there were even people who picked up their cell phones to shoot, ready to upload to the domestic classification. Although Guo Qin was already doing his best to fight with Ziyan, but Ziyan's battle skills were very skillful and her strength was even stronger. In a short period of time, Guo Qin had already been disarmed by her 6 times. After all, Guo Qin was only good at speed and not good at sustained combat. At this time, Guo Qin could no longer even enjoy any pleasure, and even felt a bit of pain, but for the sake of Yi Lin outside the city, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. But right at this moment, a flash of essence flashed across the bottom of Violet Smoke's eyes, and she suddenly killed a horseback, turning her head and launching endless devouring at Guo Qin. In an instant, Guo Qin almost stared his own eyes out of their sockets, and he only felt that his loins were about to leave his body. Little boss, are you ready yet? I really can't take it anymore.